Naruto. He's been courting Tsunade since day one. What are your thoughts on Tsunade's proposal to include medical nin in the task force? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a serious expression, his low, commanding voice resonating through the Warfare Operations conference room. A noise of discussion broke out among the audience. Kawake's Hitaki stood among the assembled Jonin, his eyes sparkling as he watched the scene. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with silver hair, stood over 1.8 meters tall, and had strikingly handsome features. As the noise of the debate continued, eyes gradually turned towards Tsunade. She stood gracefully in the front row, her commanding presence emphasized by her curvaceous figure and poised demeanor. In her early 20s, with twin ponytails and soft yellow bangs framing her face, Tsunade seemed unperturbed by the attention she was attracting. Kawakase nudged his older brother, Tsukumo Hitaki, who stood next to him, his gaze still fixed on Tsunade. "Big brother, Princess Tsunade is truly amazing," he whispered. Zongan Tsunade's battle uniform slightly disguised her proud figure, causing Kawakase to feel a tinge of regret. "Can you keep quiet?" Tsukumo's cold eyes flickered towards his younger brother. Unlike Kawakase, Tsukumo was not interested in such observations. As a married man, he had no patience for frivolity, and the proposal under discussion did not concern him either. With or without the medical minimum, completing the mission remained his priority. "You're so stupid," Kawakase muttered, getting used to his brother's tough demeanor. Tsukumo had always been a reserved, stubborn man. Kawakase grew restless as he watched the surrounding ninja continue to debate the merits of Tsunade's proposal. He couldn't help but think that the outcome had already been decided. The proposal was bound to fail given the looming tensions of the Second Shinobi World War. Still, he decided to take advantage of the moment. Perhaps showing some support to Tsunade wouldn't hurt. Raising his voice, he broke through the chatter. "I think Tsunade's suggestion is a good one. It can reduce the casualties in the task force." The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Kawakase's usual playful expression was replaced with sincerity. "We have lost too many Konoha ninja because they could not get timely medical attention for their injuries," he added. Tsukumo looked at his brother in surprise. The Hitaki clan had always refrained from engaging in such debates to avoid inflaming clan politics. What had made Kawakase openly support the princess of the Senju clan, potentially antagonizing the Uchiha clan? Puzzled, Tsukumo did not reprimand him. He respected his brother's intelligence and insight. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Kawakase, her expression softening into a grateful smile. She was well aware of his reputation, a Hitaki prodigy who had reached the rank of Jonin before he was 12. Though their paths had never crossed directly, his support was unexpected, especially before Jiraiya or Orochimaru weighed in. "I thank you, Kawakase, for your recognition," Tsunade said warmly. Kawakase responded with a bright, cheerful smile. "You're thinking about everyone's safety. Naturally, I support you." Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the scene calmly, noting the various reactions from those gathered. "I also agree with Tsunade's proposal," Dan Kato's voice came, tinged with regret. He had hesitated before, and Kawakase took the opportunity to speak first, distracting attention. Tsunade nodded towards Dan, but didn't seem entirely moved as she was set by Kawakase's approach, supporting her composed behavior. The debate resumed, with the Uchiha clan opposing the proposal, while supporters aligned with the Senju favored it. Neutral factions largely abstained, resulting in a close vote. "Then for now, Tsunade. We will come back to your proposal later," Hiruzen concluded, his tone neutral but satisfied with the outcome of the session. While the delay did not imply disapproval, it gave him time to scope out the room further. As her teacher, he assumed Tsunade would understand his approach. "Yes, sensei." Tsunade hesitated, her brow furrowing. She opened her mouth as if to argue, but ultimately held it back, giving only a sharp reply. The uneven economic development between the countries and the looming trend of another major war were the catalysts for calling this military meeting. The possibility of war soon hung heavily in the air. After Sarutobi's meeting, Hiruzen was the first to leave. The remaining Jonin began to disperse in an orderly fashion shortly after. At the door, Tsukumo noticed his younger brother lingering, seemingly deep in thought. Curious about his intentions, he was about to call out to him when he saw Tsunade appear and engage his brother in conversation. Dan Kato stood not far behind her, his expression dark and displeased. Even though the proposal wasn't approved, I still want to thank you, Kawakase, Tsunade said sincerely, her tone warm. She again expressed her gratitude, clearly interested in establishing a friendship with the handsome young man before her. It's nice to meet you. I usually enjoy a little drinking and gambling, let's hang out sometime. Kawakase replied, his lips curling into a small smile that caught the golden hues of the setting sun. Tsunade found it hard to look away. The man was undeniably charming, and his hobbies mirrored her own. Her heart churned. Okay, Kawakase, let's drink together when we have a chance, she replied enthusiastically. Then I'll take you seriously. Don't leave me standing outside your house when I visit, Kawakase teased lightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Why, you're always welcome in my home, Tsunade quickly replied, waving her hands in reassurance. Her tone made it clear that she wasn't just being polite, she genuinely wanted to establish a connection. As they chatted animatedly, two figures watched from the shadow of a nearby tree. It seems Tsunade has taken a great interest in this Kawakase Hitaki, Orochimaru noted in his usual cold tone, his pale face and snake-like eyes reflecting his mysterious aura. Jiraiya, it seems you have another rival for her affections, he added, his voice laced with the writing. As long as she's happy, Jiraiya replied, his tone tinged with resignation. He turned and walked away alone, his retreating figure carrying an air of quiet melancholy. Orochimaru stood in silence for a moment before turning and leaving, his interest in the scene waning. Tsunade and Kawakase continued their conversation, the atmosphere becoming more and more carefree, and Tsunade even became weaker at times. After a while, they reluctantly parted ways. As soon as Tsunade was out of sight, Kawakase walked up to Tsukumo, his expression slightly uneasy. Let's go, big brother, he said shortly. It had been 22 years since Kawakase had been transported to the world of Naruto. Even now, he wasn't entirely sure how it had happened. His last memory of his previous life was writing a Naruto fanfiction and getting lost in a particularly gripping scene. Then everything went black. When he woke up, he was a newborn baby, crying helplessly in an unfamiliar world. Transmigrating to the Naruto universe was one thing, but having an older brother with suicidal tendencies. It was a cruel twist of fate. Still, Kawakase couldn't deny that the heavens had blessed him in some way. The Hitaki clan, despite their exceptional swordsmanship, had no supernatural Kekkei Genkai, making survival in this dangerous world far from guaranteed. To make matters worse, Kawakase knew that the Second Shinobi World War would soon break out in the Land of Rain. As an Ionin of the Hitaki clan, he would undoubtedly be thrust into the thick of the battle. However, there was one thing that set him apart: his transmigration had given him a bit of a cheat. His cells showed extraordinary activity, granting him increased durability, speed, remarkable regenerative abilities, and vast reserves of chakra. Due to this, Kawakase's strength far surpassed that of his older brother Tsukumo, despite rumors of their similar abilities. With tensions rising due to the factions, actions in various countries, Konohagakure also began to go into war preparation mode. Many Jonin had already been dispatched to gather intelligence, leaving only the elites of the various clans in the village to rest and recuperate in anticipation of the battles to come. The Hitaki dojo stood large and imposing, a testament to the clan's martial prowess. Inside the arena, two figures moved with blinding speed, their blows exchanging dozens of times in a matter of moments. Two bolts of lightning collided before one figure was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. Big brother, you're not very good. Kawakase Hitaki's voice rang out, dripping with mockery. He laughed loudly, the eight-sided Han sword in his hand flashing with arcs of lightning. The sword, a finely crafted chakra weapon, still crackled with residual energy from their clash. Tsukumo rose from the ground, waving himself off and ignoring his younger brother's taunts. He was used to it. Ever since Kawakase had turned 10 and stopped losing to him, Tsukumo's face as an older brother had taken a significant hit, at least in terms of power. Chakra emanated from Tsukumo's hand, forming a brilliant white glow around his short blade. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them, his weapon aimed straight at Kawakaze's throat. Kawakaze's expression turned serious as he raised his sword to block. The clash was sharp, but Tsukumo quickly pulled away, retreating to a safer distance. The Hokage clan's philosophy focused on decisive, deadly blows. Their style, a seamless blend of samurai and ninja, emphasized that weapons were an indispensable partner in combat. Thunder and flash. One flash of lightning, Kawakaze said ionically, changing his position. His left leg bent into a half-crouch as the eight-sided Kan sword rested on his waist. Thunder chakra coursed through his legs, crackling with an audible zilla zilla. With a burst of power from his right leg, Kawakaze launched forward in the blink of an eye, moving so fast that he left no trace. Although Tsukumo had seen this move many times before, it never ceased to amaze him. Combining lightning chakra with quick draw slash was nothing out of the ordinary, but the sheer speed and power his younger brother achieved with it was exceptional. As the old saying goes, all martial arts are indestructible if they are fast. There was no time to dodge. Tsukumo could only raise his short sword in defense, filled with chakra, his thoughts momentarily distracted by the age and durability of the weapon. How long would this ancestral blade last? With a sharp crack, the short sword shattered. Shock flickered across Tsukumo's face as Han's eight-sided sword came to rest at his neck, the cold edge of the blade unmistakably angled toward his skin. Big brother, don't see me guilty. Go find Rotetsu to make a new one. We have plenty of money for it. The words echoed through the dojo as Kawakaze turned and ran for the exit, his speed rivaling that of a running rabbit. He clearly felt no need to linger after breaking something so significant. This is the ancestral blade. Tsukumo shouted, his voice a mixture of disbelief and indignation. Kawakaze, brothers, come back here. But it was too late. Kawakaze had vanished without a trace, leaving Tsukumo standing in the dojo, outraged as he threw away the broken remains of the sword. Kawakaze wandered aimlessly for a while, kicking innocent little rocks as he went, until he found himself in Hitaki's weapons workshop. When he entered, the staff immediately bowed and greeted him, young master. He nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm. He had long been accustomed to this treatment. Life had shaped him this way. His father had died on a mission, his mother had died giving birth to him, and he was left with only his older brother, who was consumed with the relentless attention to missions. Fortunately, their family business was significant enough to keep them from destitute. Without it, neither of them might have survived. To improve the clan's economic situation and his own future, Kawakaze used his modern knowledge to strengthen the forging furnace. This innovation allowed the blacksmiths to smelt higher quality materials, revolutionizing their craft. Kawakaze built the largest weapon workshop in Konoha, turning the Hokage clan into one of the wealthiest clans in the village. Now, with war looming, business was booming. As Kawakaze approached the forge, waves of heat hit him, causing him to frown slightly. A burly man in his 40s, shirtless and covered in soot, greeted him with a wide smile. Young teacher, what brings you here today? The man was Rotetsu, an iron worker recruited from the Iron Country at considerable cost because of his exceptional skill. He had remained on the hunt, attracted by the excellent forge facilities and the generous wages offered by the Hokage clan. I broke the white light chakra saber, Kawakaze said flatly. Make my brother new as soon as possible. Rotetsu's jaw dropped in shock. He knew how highly the young master valued the ancestral short sword, so much so that even he was never allowed to catch a glimpse of it. Don't stand there daydreaming, Kawakaze said, his tone sharp. It will be made of the best materials and it must be no worse than my sword. Otherwise, it will break again and that will be a problem. It wasn't a concern for his brother who was controlling Kawakaze, it was a thought about how the inferior weapon could disrupt their sparring. Rotetsu snapped back to reality, his professionalism taking over. Don't worry about my craftsmanship. I'll make it my top priority. After all, creating a sword that can rival your eight-sided sword, Han, isn't easy, but I can do it. That's fine. Just make sure it's done right, Kawakaze replied coolly. You can leave now. He waved dismissively and began wandering around the workshop, watching the bustling activity before sauntering away. On the outside, his mood lightened. He glanced at the customers who flickered by. They weren't customers at all, in his eyes but walking piles of silver. Profits were up, and business was booming. Kawakase decided not to return home, knowing that his older brother would still be furious. Instead, he decided to visit Tsunade. As he walked toward the Senju clan's mansion, he considered their situation. The Senju had blended seamlessly with the common people, but Tsunade still lived in Konoha, entrenched in her family home. He remembered her younger brother, Senju Nawaki, a tragic figure who would die on the battlefield in the upcoming World War II. Kawakase decided to protect the life of his future son-in-law. When he reached the mansion, he paused to take in the impressive entrance. It was his first visit, and he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur, a testament to the clan that had once reigned as Konoha's strongest. He rang the doorbell and stood patiently, waiting. A moment later the door opened, revealing an elderly woman. "What is the purpose of your visit to the Senju clan?" she asked. Her tone, though polite, had no hint of respect. It was clear that she was only a servant, but her behavior suggested otherwise. Kawakase, unperturbed, simply stood his ground. "I am Kawakase Hitaki, here to see Tsunade. Please inform her." Kawakase retained his characteristic polite and gentle smile. "It's you, Lord Kawakase. Please come in. Tsune Dono told me to expect you." It was surprising. Kawakase didn't expect Tsunade to inform her family of her visit. The older woman led him not into a house, but into a training hall. Inside, Tsunade was teaching her younger brother taijutsu. Tsunade's face lit up with joy as she saw Kawakase approaching. With a quick flick of her hand, she blocked Nawaki's attack. "You go train on your own. Someone is here to see me." She put Nawaki's leg down and walked towards Kawakase. "I didn't expect you to visit me today. I was planning to come to the Hitaki residence to see you when I had time." Tsunade, no longer dressed in her usual monotonous combat uniform, had instead donned her game clothes. The casual outfit suited her perfectly, highlighting her figure and exuding a confident charm. Kawakase found himself briefly hypnotized, his thoughts going off the rails into an abstract, fleeting brush of neurons, electrons and "I also came here to avoid trouble. As you can see, I didn't even have time to change." Kawakase's appearance was a stark contrast to Tsunade's casual demeanor. His eight-sided Han sword was strapped to his back and he was still dressed in his combat uniform. "Why?" Tsunade asked, intrigued by his need to seek refuge. With a wry smile, Kawakase explained that his older brother was furious because he broke their sword on the ancestral treasure. Tsunade couldn't help but burst out laughing. The thought of Tsukumo Hitaki's legendary weapon being broken by his own younger brother was too funny. "Not only did I come here to hide for a while, but I was also wondering if you had any free time to share a drink with me." Kawakase's gaze was deliberate, his eyes fixed on Tsunade. Later, she replied with a small smile. "Let's have lunch and maybe a drink at noon." Tsunade wasn't reckless enough to start drinking in the morning, but she invited Kawakase to join her for lunch. "Then I'll be happy to take you on this. I'm free for now. How about giving Nawaki some guidance in the meantime?" Kawakase had already assessed Nawaki's strength. At only 11 or 12 years old, the boy was barely scraping by at genin level. For someone of his bloodline, that was a waste of potential. "Is this the grandson of the first Hokage?" Kawakase thought, unimpressed. It was obvious to him that Tsunade, who was deeply indulgent towards her younger brother, was not strict with his training. She clearly did not follow the old saying, "The more you sweat in practice, the less you bleed in battle." "That would be Nawaki's honor," Tsunade replied. She accepted the offer without hesitation. Kawakase's strength, proven by his ability to break Tsukumo Hitaki's sword, was not just a rumor. In addition, she was well aware of her own shortcomings as an instructor, and having someone of Nawaki's caliber was a good opportunity. Nawaki stopped in the middle of the field, his gaze fixed on the strange ninja who had offered to lead him. It wasn't just anyone who could claim to teach him. His sister Tsunade was one of the future Sannin, and his sensei was none other than Orochimaru. He was curious to see what this Hitaki ninja was capable of. "This is Jonin Kawakase Hitaki, and he is also a good friend of mine," Tsunade introduced, clearly addressing his brother's skeptical expression. "Tsukumo Hitaki is no match for him at all," she added, using poor Tsukumo as a comparison to highlight Kawakaze's skill, a rather dumb approach. Hearing this, Naoki's eyes lit up, and an honest, sunny smile spread across his face. Then I'll leave it to you, elder brother Kawakaze. Kawakaze walked towards Naoki, his pace leisurely, giving a semblance of respect to his big brother. It wasn't that Tsukumo was weak, Kawakaze was simply too strong. We were just sparring, Kawakaze noted, his tone casual. I can see that your taijutsu is mediocre, but I wonder how good your ninjutsu is. He made no effort to spare Naoki's pride, choosing honesty over gentleness. Though his words were harsh, Kawakaze's intentions were clear. He wanted to temper the boy, not break him. His sudden movement was astounding. One moment he was in the distance, the next he was standing over Naoki. Tsunade's keen eyes caught the incredible speed, and she couldn't help but be impressed. Such speed. Naoki froze as Kawakaze's oppressive aura descended upon him. Unlike Orochimaru's dark and suffocating pressure, Kawakaze exuded a blazing intensity like thunderclaps and scorching heat. His heart pounded wildly, and his previous defiance melted into focused determination. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully. I hope big brother Kawakaze won't hold back with your leadership. Kawakaze took the bow with an air of nonchalance. Use everything you know. If you can get me to move even a little, I'll consider it a victory. He didn't even bother drawing his eight-sided sword Han, crossing his arms as he looked at Naoki with a playful smirk. Tsunade did not approve of his careless behavior. The power of a ninja did not lie in enduring pain recklessly. Kawakaze, she began, her tone laced with warning. But Kawakaze waved her off before she could finish. Don't worry. Tsunade fell silent, choosing to watch. She could only hope that her medical skills wouldn't be needed by the end of this. Big brother Kawakaze, then I won't hold back, Naoki declared. The fire of youth burned within him, refusing to accept that he had been completely outclassed. His pride refused to allow him to believe that he could not make Kawakaze move even a little. However, the truth was often harsh, and as they say, reality rarely matches expectations, and there is always someone stronger. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Naoki Senju quickly formed hand seals and released a water dragon towards Kawakaze. However, his chakra reserves were too limited, and the water dragon turned out to be more like a small snake compared to the legendary technique perfected by his great-grandfather Topirama Senju. Kawakaze's expression remained unchanged, his gentle smile unwavering. Without moving a finger, a faint light flickered around his body. When the water snake struck him, it instantly disappeared, evaporating, leaving no trace or ripples. Lightning release chakra mode. Tsunade muttered, her brows furrowing as she immediately recognized the similarity to the technique from Kumogakure. But this was not a borrowed method. Kawakaze developed his own variation, using lightning attribute chakra to stimulate his cells. The technique dramatically increased both offensive and defensive capabilities, akin to Kumogakure's lightning release chakra mode. However, Kawakaze could only maintain it because of its unique advantage. Without it, the violent nature of lightning chakra would make the technique unstable. Seeing his strongest ninjutsu fail so miserably, Naoki frowned in displeasure. Refusing to give up, he began to form new hand seals. Death of the Earth, Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground next to him cracked as an earthen dragon head emerged, its gaping mouth shooting a large ball of compressed earth towards Kawakaze. Kawakaze calmly dispersed the lightning around him, then drew his eight-sided con sword with a fluid, backward motion. The earth ball rushed toward him, but his movements remained precise and light. With one graceful slash, the earth projectile split in two, its fragments falling harmlessly to either side. Tsunade, watching from the side, found herself staring. Kawakaze stood tall, his sword glinting in the sun. A gentle breeze blew his silver hair, and the scene left her momentarily stunned. Kawakaze's grace not only impressed Naoki, but also managed to subtly show off to Tsunade, quite an effective display. Big brother Kawakaze, I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Naoki's eyes sparkled with admiration. His two best ninjutsu techniques had failed, and his interest in continuing the sparring had disappeared. The sword, however, was undeniably cool. There's no problem with that, Kawakaze replied smoothly, drawing his sword. But only if you agree to my small fortune. He stepped closer, his expression playful but slightly twisted with mischief. The plan to recruit his future brother-in-law as an accomplice had officially begun. What condition? Naoki asked, wary but curious. He couldn't shake the feeling that the dazzling big brother before him suddenly seemed different. Tsunade remained to the side, calmly watching them without interfering. I'll teach you how to fence, Kawakase whispered coyly, leaning closer, if you help me look after your sister. Naoki froze, stunned by the sheer audacity of the request. Were adults always this direct? How can I help with this? Naoki asked, his tone betraying both confusion and reluctance. His mind reeled at the thought. He didn't think his sister was particularly attractive. Sure, she had fair skin, a nice figure, and plenty of money, but she was also incredibly strong and had no qualms about using that power. To Naoki, those weren't exactly the qualities of an ideal woman. He instinctively glanced at Tsunade and shuddered at the thought of having to deal with her temper. Who would willingly want a woman like my sister? He thought with disbelief. Still too young, still so much to learn. You don't have to do much, Kawakase said with a sly smile, sensing Naoki's hesitation. Just be by my side. And remember, the doors of the Hitaki family will always be open to you. I'll even give you a sword. Kawakase's understanding of youthful ambition was spot on. What boy didn't dream of being a samurai or wielding a magnificent sword? I want one like yours, Naoki declared, his hesitation vanishing in an instant. To delay the fulfillment of a samurai's dream would be an insult to the idea itself. Deal, Kawakase said smugly, clapping Naoki on the shoulder. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. How much chakra do you have left? Having resolved more important issues, Kawakase turned his attention to less pressing problems. There's enough for a few more uses, but it's no use to you, big brother. Naoki's innocent expression made his words seem casual, even leaving out Kawakase and directly calling him big brother. Your chakra sum is already impressive for your age, but you need to speed up your hand seals. Your taijutsu lacks practical combat experience and is not lethal enough, Kawakase criticized firmly. And remember, there is no useless Jitu, only useless ninja. He pointed out Naoki's shortcomings, issuing a stern warning. Despite the criticism, it was undeniable that the boy's potential as a member of the Senju clan was extraordinary. His chakra reserves were likely unmatched by any of his peers. I wonder if Tsunade is being too soft on him, or if Orochimaru's teaching standards are slipping. Kawakase thought silently. This promising talent is still at genin level, far behind my future nephew Kakashi, who had the strength of a Junin at the age of 12. Even then, Kakashi's accomplishments barely compare to his own. Then I'll leave it to you from now on, big brother. I'll work hard. Naoki's tone was a mixture of determination and seriousness. My sensei is always busy and hasn't guided me in a long time. I'll come see you tomorrow. He paused briefly before adding, I'll bring my sister. This kid really knows how to react thoughtfully, Kawakase thought with amusement. Okay. Kawakase chuckled, giving Naoki a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly made him stumble. Tsunade observed their interaction from the surrounding areas. It was obvious that Naoki held Kawakase in high regard and genuinely enjoyed his company. Kawakase, what do you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it, Tsunade interjected, her earlier concerns easing as she joined the conversation. Her intention was clear, she wanted Kawakase to feel welcome. As long as it goes well with alcohol, I'm not picky, Kawakase answered honestly. He wasn't particularly fond of Japanese food, but his real problem was the unconvincing quality of the alcohol. Very well, I will take care of it, Tsunade said, displaying her characteristic composure as a leader. If there is anything about our hospitality that is not to your liking, please forgive me, Kawakase. You go ahead. I'll train with big brother a little more, Naoki cut in before she could continue, clearly wanting to avoid her. I'll call you for lunch, Tsunade replied, looking sharply at her brother. She couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation at how quickly this ungrateful child had started calling Kawakase big brother. With that she turned and left. Kawakase watched Tsunade's swaying figure, following her with his gaze until she disappeared from view. Come back to us. Come back to us, elder brother. Naoki patted Kawakaze's hand. His sister was gone, so why keep looking? Maybe his sister had some hidden qualities that he hadn't noticed. Naoki's small head spun around like big question marks. Chem. Tactical cough. I was just thinking about my lost ideals. Let me teach you something useful. Kawakaze lied smoothly, changing the subject as he turned to instruct Naoki. What are you going to teach me, big brother? Naoki's eyes lit up with excitement, as if everything he learned would make him as strong as Kawakaze by tomorrow. Stand up straight, half squat, and keep your arms straight, Kawakaze said, taking Han's 8-sided sword from his back. He used it to correct Naoki's unsteady stance, patting and adjusting until the posture was correct. He then placed the Han 8-sided sword onto Naoki's outstretched arms. What is this? Will it work? Naoki looked skeptical, feeling like he was being played. Could squatting really make him stronger? Take a deep breath, Kawakaze instructed. Exhale. He continued giving breathing instructions. Now hold it for 2 hours. This is something that Kawakaze experienced firsthand. Due to the strong constitutions and various energies present in the people of Naruto's world, even simple exercises like the equestrian stance had greatly enhanced effects. Not only did it build up the muscles in his legs, it also stimulated cellular activity and accelerated chakra transformation. Remember to transform your chakra and use water attribute chakra to ease muscle fatigue, Kawakaze added. Naoki, who had decided to become stronger, reluctantly followed the instructions. If he hadn't acknowledged Kawakaze as his elder brother, he wouldn't have accepted this. And it definitely wasn't because of the Han 8-sided sword. Kawakaze, having set Naoki aside, moved to a nearby tree, pulling out a beauty magazine to flip through. He sighed internally, there really was no one with a better figure than Tsunade. Meanwhile, Naoki adjusted his breathing, trying to maintain his balance while transforming his chakra. When his legs began to hurt, he mobilized his chakra to ease the discomfort. At first, his control was clumsy, his legs even twitched, almost causing him to fall. After some trial and error, he discovered the method was surprisingly effective. His chakra transformation was noticeably accelerated. Big brother Kawakaze really lives up to his reputation, teaching me such an amazing training method right away. Naoki clenched his fists in determination. I will work hard, not only to become stronger, but also to help him take care of my sister. One big, one small, one sat in a tree, the other in a field, did not bother the other. About 2 hours later, Kawakaze dozed off in a tree. Having watched countless movies in his time, he couldn't stay trapped in the magazine for long. Meanwhile, beads of sweat dripped from Naoki's forehead, forming a small puddle on the ground next to him. There is time, Kawakaze. Tsunade's voice carried through the air. Although she couldn't see him, she could feel Kawakaze's presence in the tree. Naoki remained squatting in the same position. He had lost track of time, but since Kawakaze did not tell him to stop, he persisted. Such a promising seed should not be wasted. Kawakaze climbed down from the tree and walked up to Naoki, taking the sword from his back and holding it out to him. You like it, huh? Here, play with it. I'll make another one for you later. Naoki's face lit up as if he had just received his favorite toy. He would have admired it longer if it hadn't been time to eat yet. Big brother, this sword looks so sharp, Naoki said as he struggled to pull the blade out of its sheath. It was too long for him, his hands couldn't reach the entire length. As he looked at the 8 razor-sharp edges, he felt a faint, icy aura emanating from it. This sword had seen its share of bloodshed. Of course, this is the most successful creation of our Hitachi Weapons Workshop, Kawakaze said proudly. No one else in Konoha can fake something like this. The pride in Kawakaze's voice was obvious. This seminar was his crowning achievement, his golden goose. So big brother, does this mean you're really rich? Naoki's small eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with hope that this brother-in-law could be the savior of their family's finances. After all, he knew how much money his sister had squandered over time. If it weren't for their grandmother, they might have lost their property long ago. Not exactly, Kawakaze replied with a modest wave of his hand. Just one of the 3 richest in Konoha. Wow. Before Naoki could express his trepidation, Tsunade's impatient voice cut in. Naoki, I told you to eat, can't you hear me? Come here. Her tone towards her younger brother was commanding, leaving no room for argument. Kawakase felt himself being swept up in her authoritative energy. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should reconsider his plans. Before he could stop there, Naoki grabbed him and pulled him towards Tsunade. Let's go, Kawakase. I have some good sake, Tsunade said, her demeanor softening, almost as if spring had come to her expression. Kawakase blinked, trying to reconcile the warmth with her previous sternness. Okay, from now on just call me Kawakase, Tsunade, he said, his words spilling out before he could stop himself. Only close friends addressed each other so casually, and they had only known each other for 2 days. It seemed premature, no matter how he looked at it. Okay, Kawakase, Tsunade replied, her cheeks slightly pink as she adjusted to the name with surprising ease. I'm hungry, Naoki interrupted, blissfully unaware of the charged atmosphere as he made his way through with his sword in hand. Tsunade and Kawakase exchanged a smile and followed him, heading towards the dining room. The Senju clan's resources were deep, and even their dining hall exuded grandeur, far beyond the current state of the Hitaki clan. Upon entering, they saw an older woman with striking red hair tied in a top knot sitting at the head of the table. Despite her age, she was young and beautiful. Next to her sat a young girl with matching red hair. Kawakase had a premonition about their identity, and the timing was perfect. He watched as Naoki walked up, greeted the woman at the table as "Grandma," and took his seat, carefully placing his sword next to him. As expected, the sword immediately caught the young girl's attention. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, it was a weapon unlike anything she had ever seen. Kushina, this is my big brother's sword. Isn't it cool? Naoki's voice was filled with energy as he proudly showed off the blade, knowing it had captured her gaze. How cool is this? Kushina, who was often teased at school for her red hair, found solace in her bond with Naoki. Perhaps their familial bond gave her a sense of belonging. Tsunade led Kawakase to their seats, politely greeting her grandmother. Lady Mito, it is an honor to meet you. I am Kawakase Hitaki. Nice to meet you. Kawakase bowed respectfully, though the closer he got, the more he sensed the ominous presence of chakra. Mito Uzumaki hid it well, but Kawakase's keen senses nonetheless picked up on the subtle energy. Kawakase, there is no need for such formality. Tsunade has already told me about you. Please take a seat, Mito said with a gentle smile, extending her hand to guide him to the seat next to Tsunade. Kawakase noted her calm demeanor and did not see any malice in her. As soon as everyone was seated, servants began to bring out food and drinks. The dishes were placed on the table one after another, familiar sashimi, a variety of appetizers paired with drinks, and delicately prepared sushi. Tsunade filled Kawakase's glass with sake, then poured one for himself. To Kawakase's surprise, Mito also asked for a glass and filled it before pouring it. At the other end of the table, Naoki and Kushina had already begun bragging, their vibrant energy filling the room. Mito watched them with an indulgent smile, clearly giving them permission to continue. My respects, Lady Mito. Thank you for everything you've done for Konoha. As a member of Konoha, Kawakase cannot claim to respect the third Hokage. To him, the man seems simple-minded, a conspiracy theorist who lacks any real drive. However, his feelings for the ageless goddess standing before him are entirely different. Mito Uzumaki, who wishes to become the village's Jinchuriki, earns her deepest admiration. Despite her continuing pain, she continues to love the village her husband built, dedicating her life to its prosperity. It's just a small contribution. It's all Hashirama's work, Mito said nostalgically. She smashed glasses with Kawakase, pulled up her long sleeve to cover her face, and finished her wine in one elegant sip. Now it's your young people's world. I heard there's going to be a war soon, Kawakase muttered. I wonder how many Konoha ninja will die in a foreign land. No matter the era, war is inevitable, Mito replied with a sigh. It's also something Hashirama never wanted to see. As a Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki held weight, being Konohagakure's ultimate weapon. Tsunade calmly refilled her grandmother's cup. Since war is inevitable, I suggested that the medical nin be included in the mission teams, but Sarutobi-sensei rejected the idea. Her voice betrayed her disappointment. Sandaima-sama has his own plans, Kawake suggested, trying to calm her down. I think it's only a matter of time before your proposal is approved. Despite Kawakaze's optimism, the proposal was reconsidered and ultimately shelved. It will not be implemented until Tsunade herself assumes the position of Hokage. You mean well, but medical technology is not advanced enough and there are only a few medical doctors, Mito noted, her experienced perspective immediately pointing out the weakness of the proposal. Wouldn't equipping the mission team with a ninja who only knows how to heal reduce its combat effectiveness? Tsunade paused, deep in thought. She was still too young to fully understand the complexities of such a reform. Compared to seasoned leaders like Hiruzen Sarutobi, she was like a newborn, inexperienced in navigating the complex balance of power. Hiruzen, who had likely used her proposal to gauge the faction's reaction, had managed to suppress and then reintroduce it without any personal losses, an example of political sophistication that would have taken years to master. If there aren't enough people, we can train them, she finally said. Sooner or later that day will come. Why bother with such thoughts when you have good wine in front of you? Kawake interjected, noticing her unhappy expression. He lifted the glass, lightly pinching it from hers, and took a sip. Thank you, Kawake, Tsunade replied with a forced smile, finishing her drink as well. The conversation moved away from heavy topics after that. Kawake used his knowledge of the modern era to share funny anecdotes, causing Mito and Tsunade to laugh heartily. The atmosphere gradually became lighter and relaxed. Meanwhile, Naoki and Kushina, who had already finished their meal, were enthusiastically discussing the eight-sided Han sword. In their excitement, they accidentally knocked over a cup on the table, earning a disapproving glare from Mito. She stood there, taking Han's eight-sided sword in her hands and gently pulling it out of its sheath. It was truly an extraordinary blade. Kawake, Mito said, turning to him, carrying a sword every day must be troublesome and inconvenient. She smiled softly. I'll give you something today. Kawake watched with curiosity as she approached him. Extend your right hand. Unaware of his intentions, Kawake complied. Mito held the sword in one hand, forming a hand seal with the other. A powerful surge of chakra, accompanied by a strange vibration, filled the room. Seal. Once the hand seal was complete, Mito pressed the sword into Kawakaze's palm. In an instant, the eight-sided Han sword disappeared, leaving behind only a large sword, imprinted on his palm. Such a powerful fuinjutsu. No wonder Mito Uzumaki was considered the pinnacle of the Uzumaki clan's hermeticity. You can release your sword by stimulating the seal with your chakra, Mito Uzumaki explained, treating it as a trivial matter. For most ninja, weapons were usually sealed in scrolls for convenience. But this was different. Kawake had never seen a weapon sealed directly onto a body. Even Orochimaru, with his sinister ingenuity, had only hidden the Kusanagi sword within his body. Intrigued, Kawake couldn't resist trying. He focused his chakra on the seal, and the eight-sided Han sword materialized in his hands. This is the power of space, Kawake thought in awe. Lady Mito, I fear that your fuinjutsu is unrivaled in the world, Kawake said, genuinely amazed at the precision and complexity of his technique. Using spatial power in such a refined manner was a realm that most ninja could not even comprehend. It's nothing, Mito replied, dismissing the praise with calm humility. I was simply inspired by Tobirama. With that, she returned to her place, her earlier euphoria now replaced by her usual composed demeanor. I also owe my strength to my grandmother's 100 jutsu assistants, Tsunade noted, her tone cutting through Kawakaze's flattery. She seemed unimpressed, perhaps even contemptuous. To her, Kawake was just a young man, too green and unruly to truly understand the world. Kawake seemed unfazed by Tsunade's reaction. Releasing Han's eight-sided sword, he watched as it disappeared again, vanishing like a magician's trick. Thank you, Lady Mito, for your generous gift, he said, bowing deeply. Mito, however, seemed distracted, her gaze unfocused and distant. Kawake's continued to speak, but she gave no response. She was elsewhere, immersed in the sealed world within her body. Inside this world, a huge prison cell stood under dim light. Water dripped rhythmically onto the ground, the sound echoing through the silence, tick-tock, tick-tock. Behind the bars loomed a massive dark figure, a fox with 9 tails, its glowing scarlet eyes filled with malice. The deep, menacing voice of a beast rumbled from the shadows. Mito, this man gives me a very dangerous feeling. Mito stood far from the cage, her expression calm but wary. The 9 tails' piercing gaze seemed almost predatory, its aura filled with hunger and hostility. An aura that can make even the 9 tails feel fear. Mito questioned, a hint of displeasure in her voice. She wasn't happy that the fox had dragged her into this conversation without asking. Ridiculous, the 9 tails snapped, his pride stung. I only feel a little threatened. Who am I afraid of? His arrogance, laced with malice, was palpable. Despite the anxiety he had admitted moments before, 19's pride would not allow her to show weakness. So you're not afraid of these eyes either. Mito Uzumaki's words cut deep into the 9 tails' pride, and the beast let out a deafening roar that reverberated within its cage, shaking the sealed world. It's just a toy, Mito said dismissively, her voice calm and unyielding. With pomposity, the 9 tails retreated, curling back into its original form, thinking in silence. It's just a trivial thing that you don't need to thank me for, Mito said, finally addressing Kawakaze's earlier thanks. Tsunade will need your help in the future. Her tone carried a quiet weight. Mito had heard Kawakaze's earlier words and, influenced by 9 tails' observations, now believed that the man's power could be invaluable to her granddaughter. The impending war brought uncertainty, and even with Tsunade's amazing abilities, Mito couldn't help but worry about the unexpected. Grandma Tilda, Tsunade pouted, her displeasure plain in her expression. The insinuation that she might need someone to rely on irritated her. Her defiant posture, a rare display of her more feminine side, momentarily stunned Kawakaze. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat and a thought came to him, the name of their future child. Naturally, I'll do my best, Kawakaze replied smoothly, a handsome smile curling his lips. His agreement was as sincere as it was genuine. The banquet had come to an end, and none of them had drunk too much, not even enough to feel drunk. As they bid farewell to Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade and Naoki escorted Kawakaze to the door, with Kushina clinging to their side. Come have a drink at my house when you have time, Kawakaze said casually, though his words were clearly intended for Tsunade and not the others. Okay, Tsunade replied without hesitation, her agreement as natural as her tone. I want to go too. Kushina chimed in, her lively personality shining through. After being cooped up in school for so long, she was craving any chance to have fun. Of course you can, Kawakaze said warmly, reaching out to fry her red hair. It's really beautiful, but unfortunately mine is silver. Kushina giggled, her cheeks turning a faint pink at the compliment. Big brother, see you tomorrow, Naoki said with a subtle wink, hoping his gesture would convey the message. Naoki's healthy gaze was clearly ignored. Kawakaze's eyes were almost full. As a shallow person, he couldn't help but envy his future self and his future children, who would undoubtedly be well fed. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away, he finally said goodbye to Tsunade before leaving. As Kawakaze thought about the festival, Tsunade's figure stood out in his mind, truly amazing. As he slowly made his way back home, he guessed that his brother was probably already at the weapons shop. Returning now would only mean swearing. Kawakaze was proud of his resourcefulness. Due to the atmosphere of the impending battle, the village roads were almost empty, with only the hurried ninja moving around. Kawakaze took a shortcut through an isolated alley where sunlight couldn't reach. Suddenly, his senses became acute, he was being watched. Since his migration, his days had been filled with teaching or business dealings. Had he made enemies? He could think of no one who might want to follow him. Who are you? Come out. Kawakaze stood where he was, his tone cold, his gaze fixed on the shadows ahead. A glint in the darkness hinted at a threat. Haha, worthy of being the genius of the Hitaki clan, the voice replied. A young ninja stepped out of the shadows. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and he wore the attire of a Konoha Jinin. The family crest on his shoulders, resembling a ping-pong paddle, marked him as an Uchiha. Uchiha. Kawakaze's brows furrowed slightly. What do you want? Had he insulted the Uchiha clan by supporting Tsunade? Their pettiness was notorious, no wonder their fate was so grim. Are you from the Hitaki clan and are you planning to join the Senju? The young man's tone was serious, his words dripping with the arrogance that was characteristic of the Uchiha. Should Kawake's Hitaki report to you, Uchiha, about who I am friends with? Kawakase almost laughed. The Uchiha's intervention was truly impressive. Even after the Senju integrated into the village, the feud still lingered like a shadow. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But being friends with the Senju clan makes us wary. The boy came closer, his expression hostile, clearly prepared for a fight. I, Hitaki Kawakase, do not accept threats from anyone. His voice became sharper. If you are an Uchiha, give me face and stay away from me. If not, I will bury you in the ground. What can you do about it? Knowing that the confrontation could not be resolved peacefully, and that the Uchiha were not here to negotiate, Kawakase acted. Besides, he did not fear anyone in Konoha right now. Raising his hand, an octagonal Han sword materialized in his grip. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed, the three tomo of the Sharingan spinning ominously, but he didn't see the sword appear. Three tomo. You really think highly of me, Kawakase remarked with an expression of disdain, standing confidently with his sword in hand, unafraid. What a big mouth, the Uchiha boy snapped. Today I'm teaching you a lesson so that you know that not just anyone can be friends with me. Kawakase felt like he had swallowed a fly. You dare to ignore the problems of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and now you treat me like an easy target. The Uchiha boy's face darkened. No one had ever spoken so arrogantly to a member of the Uchiha clan before. With a sharp movement, he pulled out a kunai from his ninja bag and threw it at Kawakase. At the same time, his hands flew into a series of seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kawakase had no intention of directly confronting the power of Ion and class ninjutsu. Calmly, he raised his sword, deflecting the kunai, and dodged the incoming fireball. But he didn't expect the kunai to return to him. The Uchiha's kunai techniques were certainly troublesome, Kawakase thought. Lightning release, palm lightning. With a flick of the palm, lightning flashed, scattering the returning kunai. What a strange technique, the Uchiha said, his tone tinged with disappointment. It doesn't even require hand seals. But Kawakase had no interest in teasing. He charged forward, his movements swift and deliberate. In front of those eyes, everything you do is useless, the Uchiha stated with unwavering confidence, his Sharingan spinning ominously. However, before he could react, the figure in his vision disappeared. The next moment, his body was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. How is this possible? So fast? The Uchiha gasped, blood pouring out of his mouth as he clutched his stomach and middle leg, crouching in pain. Kawakase held back. If he had used his sword, this boy might not have lived to see the next sunrise. Is this the extent of what you learned by tracking others? Kawakase mocked. Come back when your eyes have improved. His tone was sharp and mocking, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The Uchiha clan, Kawakase mused, was unimpressive without the Mangyo Sharingan. Such bravado meant little without the strength to back it up. At some point, Kawakase had already drenched his sword. This opponent, he decided, was not worth holding to a draw. He turned and walked away, not sparing another glance. If it weren't for the complications it would cause in the village, Kawakase wouldn't have hesitated to kill him outright. Instead, he left the boy wounded, enough warning to prevent further persecution. As Kawakase walked out of the alley, out of sight, the Uchiha remained on his knees, shock and disbelief etched on his face. His Sharingan couldn't keep up with Kawakase's speed. Cough, cough, the Uchiha choked, blood staining the ground. Kawakase Hitaki. Fugaku Uchiha will remember you. If Kawakase had overheard, he might have reconsidered sparing him. To Kawakase, any clan leader who could barely allow his people to be killed was unworthy of the title. Shortly after Kawake's left, the Anbu arrived on the scene and found Fugaku Uchiha injured. "I was injured during a sparring match with a friend," Fugaku stated, his tone measured despite his injuries. "Bring me back." The Anbu agents exchanged familiar glances, they could tell he was lying. But out of respect for the Uchiha clan's influence, they refrained from pressing him further. They escorted him back to the Uchiha compound before quickly leaving, seeking to distance themselves from the volatile situation. Fugaku Uchiha, supported by his clan members, returned to the Uchiha compound and suffered internal injuries before heading to the meeting room. In the center of the room sat a middle-aged man with a striking resemblance to Fugaku, his expression grim and unyielding. This man was the current head of the Uchiha clan and Fugaku's eldest uncle. "Can't you handle such a simple task?" The clan head scolded, his tone laced with contempt. "You're just a jonin from a small clan, and you should have been brought back by Anbu." His uncle's displeasure was palpable. With this setback, Fugaku knew it would be even more difficult to gain his uncle's trust and secure his position as the next clan head. "Clan head, Kawake's Hitaki was too fast. My eyes couldn't keep up. I couldn't even counter a single move," Fugaku admitted, his voice steady but tinged with disappointment. "What?" The clan head's shock was obvious as he suddenly stood up. At worst, he assumed that Fugaku and Kawake's would mutually injure each other. The thought that Fugaku had been decisively defeated was hard to accept. Did he use some kind of forbidden technique? The clan leader demanded, his voice rising in confusion. "I don't know," Fugaku answered honestly. "After defeating me, he made fun of my eyes and told me to look for him again when he improved them." "Kawake's Hitaki, how funny." The clan head sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "How could he understand the true power of Menkyo? He's just someone who can't see beyond his own limited world." Despite his disdain, the clan leader decided to dismiss the matter. "Don't waste your energy on it. The shinobi world war is on the horizon, and I want the Uchiha name to spread throughout the world once again." The clan's fiery ambitions filled the room, though history had proven that the Uchiha's role in the Second Shinobi World War was far less dominant than he had assumed. "I'll go rest and heal my injuries," Fugaku said, bowing before leaving the hall with shaky steps. Back in his quarters, Fugaku sought further treatment for his wounds. As he sat in silence, his body still aching, he contemplated his defeat. The memory of Kawakase's overwhelming speed, his seamless release of lightning without hand seals, and his taijutsu that could even disrupt the flow of chakra played over and over in his mind. Kawake's Hitaki is truly a disturbing opponent. Gritting his teeth, Fugaku decided that he had to awaken the Mangyo Sharingan. Only then could he challenge Kawake's again and regain his dignity. Meanwhile, Kawake's Hitaki returned home at his own leisurely pace, completely unaware that his brief encounter had planted the seeds for Fugaku Uchiha's awakening. When Kawake's returned home, Tsukumo was nowhere to be seen in the dojo. His task-oriented older brother was always absorbed in missions and training, keeping his social interactions to a minimum. It was no surprise that he had committed suicide in the original timeline. But now, with the deliberate guidance of Kawake's Hitaki, history unfolded differently. At least Tsukumo had someone to share his feelings with, preventing him from retreating so deeply into himself. When Kawake's entered the living room, his daughter-in-law was feeding their beloved Ninken. She had long brown hair that cascaded over her shoulders and two red marks on her face that, instead of looking odd, gave her an unusual charm. Ninken was an imposing black dog, about half the height of a man, with a thick, fluffy collar of fur around his neck that extended to his head, hiding his ears. "Don't accept it, my sister-in-law is an Inuzuka. Her original name was Nayuki Inuzuka, a beautiful name for a beautiful woman." Kawake's often teased that his sister-in-law must have been blind to fall in love with someone as boring as Tsukumo. While doing so, Tsukumo would usually look at him before looking at Nayuki with a loving smile. "Kawake's, you're back. Your big brother has been shouting in the dojo all day," Nayuki Hitaki said without looking closely, recognizing her brother-in-law by his scent alone. "Haha, that old broken sword of his should have been replaced years ago," Kawakase joked as he walked toward Anamaru, crouching down to bury his hands in the dog's thick fur. The texture of Ninken's massive coat was a delight only he could fully appreciate. And look what Kakashi ended up raising, a pack of tiny Ninken. What a disgrace to his mother's bloodline. Kawakase shook his head. Kakashi had inherited none of her strengths, except perhaps her sense of smell, and even that was mediocre. Determined to make Kakashi raise a real, ferocious dog someday, Kawakase chuckled at the thought. How else could he live up to the title of young head of the Hokage clan? Onimaru let out a low, disgruntled growl. If this guy weren't my master's son-in-law, I would have bitten him already. What are you growling at? I'm just rubbing your fur a little. Don't be stingy, Kawakase teased, sensing Onimaru's displeasure. He gave the dog one last pat on the head before reluctantly pulling his hand away. You're wearing out the same spot. It's almost bald, it looks awful, Nayuki scolded, giving her brother-in-law sharp attention. Don't pat Onimaru's head so hard, you'll make him look stupid. Onimaru seemed to nod in agreement, warning Kawakase with his gaze, one more time and we'll have a problem. Is Big Brother not home? Kawakase asked casually, catching the information and calculating his escape route if necessary. He went to the weapons workshop, then to the ancestral hall to think, Nayuki replied with a sigh. You should talk to him. She shook her head helplessly. Even though they were brothers, Kawakase and Tsukumo were like night and day. I wonder what kind of girl could ever handle a man like Kawakase. Well, that's a relief, Kawakase said with a grin. If I don't, he'll probably stay there until dinner. Satisfied, he stood up and headed to his room to take a nap. After feeding Onimaru his dinner, Nayuki found herself at a loss for words. Kawakase was still gloating after cutting Saber's white light chakra in half, as if it was some great achievement. Sister-in-law, let me know when dinner is ready, Kawakase said with a drawl as he headed to his room. Got it, Nayuki replied, covering her face with a sigh. Forget about it. Let these two brothers sort it out themselves. After a pleasant afternoon nap, Kawakase was unceremoniously awakened by Onimaru. The big Ninken hesitated at the door for a long time before finally mustering the courage to enter Kawakase's room, the place that had haunted his dog life. Onimaru barked once, then quickly turned his tail and ran out without looking back. It was only once that I joked about mistaking you for dog meat, and you still hold a grudge, Kawakase muttered, yawning and stretching before reluctantly getting up to eat. Ungrateful. When he arrived at the dining room, he found the table already set by the servants. Tsukumo sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and unreadable, while Nayuki sat to his right. Kawakase's seat was naturally to Tsukumo's left. The Hokage clan wasn't a large one, and with Kakashi not yet born, their meals were usually quiet. Ignoring his older brother's disgruntled behavior, Kawakase casually took his seat. Let's eat, he said, digging in without waiting for Tsukumo to begin. With only 3 people at the table, he saw no point in ceremony. He grabbed a piece of sushi and popped it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. It was mostly just rice wrapped in nori, he thought before reaching for more. Nayuki sighed at her husband, whose face darkened even more, and began to eat, not wanting to interfere. Can we just eat rice? Tsukumo finally broke the silence, his patience snapping as he watched his younger brother's disrespectful behavior. I'm at the age where I'm still growing, Kawakase replied between bites of roast suckling pig, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Do you know that? Yes, the sword of the ancestral treasure, Kawakase interrupted, cutting off Tsukumo's attempt at another lecture. He was clearly not impressed. You've already repeated the same thing many times. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Kawakase continued. Do you know why even the ancestral treasure sword can break? Kawakase asked, turning the question back to his older brother. Tsukumo was momentarily speechless, unable to come up with an answer. After all, he couldn't say for sure that the ancestral treasure sword was poorly made. Kawakase swallowed a piece of roast pig and knocked back a glass of wine, leaning back with an air of smug confidence. Because I was not in the Hokage clan back then, he said with a grin. From today on, my sword, Kawakase Hokage, will be the weapon passed down as the clan's ancestral treasure. His bold words left Tsukumo and Nayuki dumbfounded. They stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer audacity of their younger brother and brother-in-law. That he could proclaim such a thing with such self-confidence was beyond anything they had expected. "My heart feels truly relieved," Tsukumo said. "To our parents in the Pure Land," he added, his voice tinged with emotion. He raised his glass and clicked it against Kawakaze's empty one, then downed his drink in one gulp. Nayuki joined in with her own sip, adding further to the ceremonial atmosphere. Kawakaze blinked, completely taken aback. "Hey, I was just pretending to be cool. No need to go that far." He suppressed a grimace. "If you continue, it will be easy for me to lose face." Tsukumo, now considerably calmer, no longer spoke of the broken white firefly chakra saber. Dinner proceeded with a relaxed and cheerful air. Despite his initial reluctance, Kawakaze found himself at his brother's delight, drinking far more than he had intended, especially considering he hadn't even finished his wine at dinner. During the meal, Tsukumo spoke at length, saying things that took Kawakaze by surprise. "Little child, you are good at making money. Little child, I can't defeat you. Little child, you just know how to irritate me." By the end of the meal, Tsukumo was 80% drunk and had to lean on Nayuki for support. Glancing vaguely, he announced his intention to light another stick of incense for his ancestors. "The Hitaki clan is going to create an amazing figure," he announced, his voice filled with pride. Kawakaze could only watch silently as his brother stumbled, supported by Nayuki. Was he seriously taking my joke about passing on my sword as an ancestral treasure so seriously? He sighed internally. This was getting troublesome. Reviving the clan and becoming a powerful ninja had never been part of Kawakaze's dream. "All I ever wanted was to chase the most beautiful girls, drink the spiciest wine, and ride the wildest horses." However, now he couldn't shake the feeling that a heavy burden had suddenly been placed on his shoulders. Shaking his head as if to clear the thought, he turned his attention elsewhere. Noticing Onamaru lingering nearby, Kawakaze caught the massive ninkin before it could escape. "Perfect timing," he muttered as he recruited the dog as his personal transport back to his room. Onamaru's lack of quick thinking clearly got the better of him. "Why didn't I leave sooner?" the dog complained. But there was no escape now. Kawakaze, who weighed almost 100 kilograms, fell on his back. "Life is so unfair," Onamaru thought bitterly as he carried his heavy burden. "I'm just a dog, living under someone's roof, and yet I suffer so much." After drinking heavily, you sleep exceptionally soundly. If you use chakra to cure a hangover, it will be a waste of alcohol. Kawakaze slept until morning. Without any pressing problems weighing on his heart, he was well rested. He felt like he was hugging something, and it was surprisingly comfortable. Reaching out, he gave it a squeeze, soft, unexpected. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he saw that it was Onamaru. Why was the dog sleeping in his bed? Disgusted, Kawakaze kicked the still sleeping Onamaru out of bed. The action startled the dog, waking up. He vaguely remembered grabbing Onamaru the night before and telling him to take him back to his room. "Woof," Onamaru yelped as he landed on the floor, wincing in unexpected pain. Who had ambushed him? Looking up, he met Kawakaze's puzzled gaze. He then turned to assess the situation, and realized that he had somehow spent the night in what he now considered the worst place imaginable, even while being embraced by the one he despised. "Oh," he thought with a bang. "I'm not clean anymore. I hope this doesn't ruin my chances of finding a nice bitch." Without wasting a single moment, Onamaru ran out of the room, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, a flawless display of ninkin agility. Kawakaze waved him off. There was no point in overthinking it while hugging a dog. It wasn't like he'd spent the night hugging Sunita. He got up and washed himself, the smell of alcohol still clinging to him, but he remained unsure of when Naoki would arrive. Kawakaze decided to make the most of his brother-in-law's visit. By this time, Tsukumo, who had a wife to keep him on a disciplined schedule, was already practicing in the dojo. Only the unmarried younger brother was allowed the luxury of sleeping. Since the Hitaki clan had risen in status, their quality of life had improved considerably. For example, Onamaru had gained over 10 pounds in just a few years. With a simple command, a sumptuous breakfast was served, and Kawakaze enjoyed it alone. He was about to pour himself another bowl from behind when his sister-in-law's voice came over the intercom. Kawakase, the Senju clan is here. I've seated them in the living room. As a member of the elite Konoha family, his daughter-in-law held the Senju clan in the utmost respect. Her presence was soon felt when she entered the dining hall. Okay, I'll be going now, Kawakase replied, taking a final sip of his konga. Wiping his mouth, he followed her. He assumed that Naoki Senju would be waiting for him alone, but upon entering the hall, he found a surprising scene. Tsukumo was talking with Tsunade while Naoki and Kushina were sitting nearby. This brother-in-law was definitely worth keeping around. He was unexpectedly useful, Kawakase thought. Tsunade was dressed in her usual short-sleeved shirt with a green cape. Her light yellow twin tails were as striking as ever and her cleavage was as eye-catching as ever. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Tsunade and Tsukumo clearly hadn't seen eye to eye, which made things almost unbearably awkward. When Kawakase entered, Tsukumo seemed noticeably relieved. Social situations like this were best handled by someone else, in his opinion. Kawakase, Tsunade is here to see you, Tsukumo said. Now that you're here, I'll leave you. In an effort to escape, he quickly bid farewell to Tsunade and walked out, leaving Kawakase and his wife to navigate the tense atmosphere. With Tsukumo's behavior like that, it was a miracle that Kakashi managed to become Hokage entirely on his own merits. My big brother probably had some urgent matters to attend to, so you should go check on him, sis, Kawakase said, breaking the silence as he gestured for his sister-in-law to leave. It seemed like someone wasn't willing to let him go easily. Nayuki, sensing something strange in her brother-in-law's tone, greeted everyone briefly and headed in the direction her husband had gone. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to come too, Kawakase said with a polite smile, casually taking the seat Tsukumo had vacated. Big brother, I'm the one who told my sister to come, Naoki interjected firmly, not wanting her role in the matter to be overlooked. Kushina, unusually quiet, sat in her chair with a curious glint in her eyes. Something about this older brother of Kawakase's didn't suit her. Kawakase, since Naoki came to learn from you, and as her sister, I must show my appreciation as well, Tsunade said, her tone calm but firm. I brought you a gift today. I hope you like it. Passing through her chest, Tsunade pulled out the scroll she had hidden behind her back and placed it in front of Kawakase. What is this? Kawakase asked, puzzled, his eyes scanning the scroll as if trying to guess its contents. Haha, it's just a ninjutsu developed by my second grandfather, Tsunade explained, her smile growing. I thought it would suit you, so I brought it. Why don't you take a look? She had obviously put some effort into choosing the scroll, wanting to see Kawakase's reaction. She hoped the surprise would be worth it. Hearing the mention of Tobirama Senju, Kawakase's thoughts immediately jumped to the reincarnation of the impure world. Could it be so? He wondered. But that would be too extraordinary to imagine. Although his heart was pounding with anticipation, Kawakase maintained his composure as he picked up the scroll and began to unroll it. His pupils widened the moment he recognized its contents. This technique wasn't just appropriate, it was exactly what he had wanted for a long time. This was Flying Thunder God Slash, a technique developed by Tobirama Senju. Kawakase's speed had been declining for some time, and mastering this technique would raise his combat prowess to an unprecedented level. Thank you. This technique is very interesting, Kawakase said, carefully rolling the scroll back up and holding it close to his body. I'm glad you like it, Tsunade said warmly. But keep in mind that this technique requires a sense of spatial force. Not everyone has the talent for it, and some may never be able to master it. I will do my best to study it thoroughly, Kawakase replied resolutely. I will not allow the second Hokage's masterpiece to be forgotten. It was the same technique that had killed Izuna Uchiha, Kawakase thought, his mind flashing to Madara's younger brother, the fearsome warrior who had once sparred with Hashirama. Naoki, I'll leave you in charge, Tsunade said, rising to her feet. I'll take Kushina back. Her tone indicated that her role in this visit was over. Seeing that Kawakase looked pleased, she decided it was time to leave. You're already here, Kawakase interrupted, a mischievous glint in his eye. If you don't stay for dinner, people might start thinking that the Hokage clan can't even afford to buy food. He was obviously teasing. The Hokage clan was wealthy, and everyone in Konoha probably knew it. Who would believe that a gunsmith shop of this size would not be profitable these days? Then I will accept your offer. It turned out that there was some kind of connection between them, and Tsunade, finding no reason to refuse, agreed without much hesitation during their conversation. Kushina, who had been sulking about having to leave early, now put on a smile. She found this much more interesting than learning fuinjutsu with Mito. Big brother, I want to learn fencing. Naoki, who had been holding back due to his sister's overwhelming presence, finally gathered the courage to speak out. Then let's go. Let's visit my dojo and take a look, Kawake said casually to Tsunade, purposely ignoring her brother. Okay, Tsunade replied with a smile, standing up to follow him. The two adults and two children left the living room together and headed to the dojo. Inside, Sakuma was practicing taijutsu. Since the Shinto blade had not yet been forged, he was focused entirely on his unarmed training. Nearby, Nayuki was training Onamaru, the movements of man and dog perfectly synchronized in a display of seamless teamwork. The dojo is still a bit small. I'll expand it when I have the chance, Kawake's remarked as he looked around. Even though the Hokage clan's dojo was larger than the Senju clan's, he couldn't resist the opportunity to show off. Soon showed no outward reaction, but deep down she was calculating how much this extravagance could cover her gambling losses. Today I will teach you something different and see if you have any talent for kenjutsu, Kawake said, noticing Naoki's eagerness. He walked over to the weapons rack, took out a wooden sword and handed it to the boy. Naoki felt the weight of the sword in his hands. It was made of ironwood and stronger than he expected. There are 8 basic moves. Watch carefully as I demonstrate. With a flick of his wrist, Kawake grabbed the Khan's 8-sided sword, its polished surface catching the light. Pay attention, he instructed. Push, chop, rising slash, hook, circle sweep, tap, smash, intercept. He performed 8 moves in a smooth sequence, his offensive methods sharp and his defensive ones precise. It was clear that he intended to show off in front of Tsunade, and his skill was truly impressive. Kawake is quite skilled in kenjutsu, Tsunade noted, applauding politely. It was hard to deny the charm of a skilled swordsman, especially one with his good looks. Kushina's eyes sparkled with admiration. She couldn't help but imagine how handsome Minato would look when practicing kenjutsu. Brother, you were too fast. Naoki complained. Slow down and do it again. Whether it's fast or not, it's called continuity, Kawake's countered, though he obliged by performing the sequence again at a slower pace. Although the performance had lost some of its flair, Naoki was much easier to follow. He mimicked the movements with his wooden sword. Raise your arms higher, lower your center of gravity, and keep your legs still, Kawake's instructed, correcting Naoki's posture with a keen eye for detail. He seemed to enjoy his role as teacher more than he expected. Seeing Naoki sincerely practicing under Kawaka's guidance, Tsunade was even more impressed. His summoning seemed to grow with each passing moment. Does this woman have some kind of professional admiration filter? Kawake adjusted Naoki's posture before allowing him to continue his solo practice. The strong genes of the Senju clan were undeniable, and Naoki, having inherited their strength, showed remarkable progress. The weight of the sword posed no difficulty to him. The Senju family also possessed the classic texts of kenjutsu, and with Kawake's, a seasoned professional, teaching him, Naoki began to show real potential. Tsunade watched him with satisfaction, noting his increased dedication compared to his training at home. Kawake's, is this the Hokage clan's kenjutsu? Tsunade asked, drawing Kawaka's attention away from Naoki. He turned to her with a warm smile, radiating confidence. It's just a little understanding I've gained myself, Kawake replied casually, his movements relaxed and reassuring. Tsunade couldn't help but admire his flawless execution of fundamental kenjutsu techniques. Kawake is truly the genius of the Hokage clan, she noted. Not at all, it's all thanks to the blessings of my ancestors, Kawake said humbly. To Tsunade, however, it sounded like modesty. Nearby, Kushina rolled her eyes. Despite her playful nature, she had matured early, growing up on her own in Konoha. As she watched Tsunade, she couldn't help but think of how her older sister had fallen for Kawakaza's charm. Women in love could be so irrational, she thought with a sigh. Turning her attention to Naoki, Kushina grabbed a wooden sword from the weapon rack and began practicing. Learning a few moves to impress Minato seemed like a great idea, and she imagined his sunny smile and praise. A smile crept onto her face as she practiced, though she realized to her horror that she was starting to resemble the people she teased for being love-stricken. "Let's sit for a while," Kawake suggested, showing no intent to practice any further. After all, wasn't spending time with a beautiful woman more rewarding? He led Tsunade to the stone table in the dojo, its simple yet elegant design evoking ancient Chinese aesthetics. Tsunade adjusted her clothing as she sat, tugging the fabric around her chest subtly under Kawakaza's intermittent, heated gaze. Kawake's gestured for someone to bring freshly brewed tea, a perk of being rich, as there was always someone available to handle such errands. "This is this year's new tea," Kawake said, pouring a cup for Tsunade and then himself. "Thank you, Kawake," Tsunade replied, taking a sip. The exceptional quality of the tea reflected the wealth of the Hokage clan. It was the finest from the land of tea, far beyond what most clans would go broke with. "This is good tea," she remarked. "Haha, Tsunade, I'll give you 2 cats to take home," Kawake said generously. Such a gift was trivial for someone with his resources. "I was thinking about the medical minds program you mentioned earlier," Kawakaze began, changing the subject. "Would you be interested in hearing my thoughts?" He wasn't content with a casual conversation alone, his approach was strategic. Discussing mutual interests, such as the medical min program, could deepen their connection and pave the way for future collaboration. "Oh, please enlighten me," Tsunade said, her interest piqued by a topic close to her experience. Kawakaze leaned forward slightly, his tone confident but casual. "It's true, there is still a significant shortage of medical ninjas. My idea is to open a hospital and train our own staff. Not only can we save lives, but once we have enough staff, your vision can naturally come to fruition." The plan clicked easily in Kawakaze's mind. Hospitals were profitable enterprises, and with Tsunade involved, they could explore advances like studying Hashirama's cells. Medical training, while important, was secondary to his larger ambitions. "That idea sounds promising," Tsunade admitted after some thought, though a hint of hesitation lingered. "But I don't have the money." As the former princess of the Seiju clan, now without significant resources, Tsunade has long struggled with finances, not helped by her infamous gambling streak. "Problems that can be solved with money are not problems," Kawakaze said smoothly. "The real question is, are you ready to take on the role of director? I doubt there is anyone in all of Konoha more qualified than you for the job." He worked subtly to convince Tsunade, aiming to ensure her leadership. That way, not only would the hospital be under his influence, but Tsunade as well. That thought alone fueled his resolve. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, surprised by his confidence. "Are you seriously suggesting that you invest in me as a director? Opening a hospital is no small matter." "While my Hokage clan is not a large one," Kawakaze began, his tone carrying a hint of humility, "it is my desire to help you achieve your dreams, as well as benefit Konoha. To me, this is simply a modest contribution." His calm demeanor and well-thought-out words, coupled with his striking appearance, made him even more persuasive. Tsunade found himself nodding, his sincerity seeming genuine. "If you trust me so much, I will do my best not to disappoint you," she said, raising her cup. "I will show you with tea instead of sake. We will celebrate properly at noon." Tsunade wasn't one to drag her feet. When she made a decision, she acted decisively. They glued their cups together, smiling even though they each harbored their own intentions, and finished their tea in unison. The discussion quickly turned practical as they went over the details of the hospital, its location, funding, staffing, equipment procurement and more. Tsukumo and Nayuki dropped by briefly, sat for a few moments, and left after 2 cups of tea, unable to contribute to the conversation. "Let's leave this headache to Kawakaze," they agreed, making excuses to avoid complicated planning. "I'll discuss the location with Sensei," Tsunade said. But Kawakaze, you'll need to handle the funding. Sensei isn't exactly a philanthropist. The distribution of land required approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Without it, they would not be able to proceed. Don't worry. I'll transfer funds when necessary, Kawakaze assured her. Kawakaze did not have a close relationship with the third Hokage, so it would be much more convenient for Tsunade to handle the matter. After all, there was a deep teacher-student bond between the two, and Sarutobi Hiruzen owed a considerable debt of gratitude to the Senju clan. Please also handle the labor collection. I really don't have any connections in that area, Kawakaze admitted. Although he knew quite a few samurai, he had no medical connections. In fact, he never needed to visit a doctor himself. His extraordinary healing abilities made such problems seem unnecessary, almost indulgent. I'll start contacting people once we finalize the location. Rest assured, we'll have this hospital up and running in no time, Tsunade said confidently. Her tone sounded as if the hospital was already within their reach, but she was unaware of the problems lurking behind the scenes. Konohagakure was not as simple as it seemed. After the death of her grandfather and great-grandfather, the village had changed in ways she could not fully understand. Then let us wish ourselves success, Kawakaze said, raising his cup. Kawakaze looked at the high-ranking Tsunade, her commanding demeanor making her even more fascinating. Moreover, when it came to Hashirama's cells, Kawakaze had his own curiosity. He wanted to personally test whether his own cells were more active or whether the legendary Hashirama cells actually had greater assimilation capabilities. Their cups touched again, signaling the end of a quiet lunch meeting, a prelude to the turbulence yet to come. Thoughts of the creators. By midday, Naoki was spent from a morning of intense training, his arms so heavy he could barely lift them. Luckily, Tsunade was there. With a deft touch of her mystical palm technique, she eased his muscle fatigue. Kushina, always energetic, leaned down to rub Naoki's hand a little. The relief was instantaneous, making her wonder if it was worth the effort. Okay, let's eat, Kawakaze announced, his tone cheerful as he led the group to the dining room. His sister-in-law had already made arrangements, so all Tsukumo had to do was show up and enjoy the food. When they arrived, the dining room was in raptures with servants bustling about to set the table. Dish after dish was laid out: fuki fipian, roasted peanuts, beef stewed in soy sauce. Kawakaze spent years experimenting with culinary delights, and the Hitaki clan's chefs became adept at creating dishes that were perfect for pairing with sake. This is our Hitaki clan's specialty, Kawakaze explained with a smile, gesturing toward the dishes. I gave special instructions to the chef for today. He kindly arranged for Tsunade to sit next to his sister-in-law while he took the seat across from her, with Naoki and Kushina seated further down the table. Tsunade's eyes lingered on the unfamiliar dishes. As someone who had experienced her fair share of feasts, she was still taken aback by the unique presentation. Did rich families always eat such different foods? She wondered, carefully maintaining a neutral expression despite the rumblings in her stomach. When the last of the dishes arrived, Kawakaze clapped his hands. Bring 2 bottles of baijiu. It was a remarkable moment. Since arriving in this world, Kawakaze had been unimpressed by the lightness of sake. Driven by dissatisfaction, he had taken it upon himself to brew a stronger, homemade version, baijiu. Unfortunately, it didn't catch on with the others, leaving it as a specialty of the Hitaki clan. Kawakaze and Tsukumo drank it often, though yesterday's excess had clearly taken its toll on him. At his command, the servant quickly pulled out jars of potent liquor, its label unfamiliar to Tsunade. What kind of sake is this beiji? She asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Had she suddenly become a simple-minded guest in the midst of the Hitaki clan? Haha. This is my homemade strong alcohol, Kawakaze chuckled. Try it. If you don't like it, we'll switch to something else. He placed a stopper on one of the jars and poured generous portions into their cups. The dining room was instantly filled with the sharp, intoxicating aroma of the liqueur. Naoki and Kushina wrinkled their noses, their faces contorting into comical frowns at the overwhelming smell. Tsukumo, ever the gracious host despite his own reservations, raised his cup with a slightly awkward smile. Welcome Tsunade to the Hitaki clan. Let's drink together. Tsunade quickly picked up her cup, hooking it against Tsukumo's. A sip of vomit. The four of them knocked their cups down in unison, each grimacing slightly as the fiery alcohol hit their throats. Tsukumo reached for his favorite food to ease the burn, and the others soon followed suit. Naoki and Kushina eagerly dove into the pigs, trotters they had been eyeing, their hands and faces soon glistening with oil as they devoured the tender, flavorful meat. Tsunade, however, found herself appreciating the strong liquor. With a peanut floating into her mouth to complement the sake, she enjoyed the mating like a seasoned connoisseur. The lively atmosphere was infectious. Kawakase and Tsukumo engaged in animated conversation, occasionally joined by Tsunade, who kept her composure despite the rapid pace of the drinking. The first jar of baijiu was quickly emptied, and they were already halfway through the second, each jar containing 2 full kilograms of the potent brew. As the alcoholic flowed, so did the words. Tsukumo, usually reserved and aloof, now wore a wide smile, his face flushed from the drink. He leaned forward with a friendly gesture. "Tsunade, you have a bold way of drinking. I like it." He poured another round, raising his cup once more. "Another one, it's for your health." Gone was the cold and distant demeanor. With 2 bright red spots on his cheeks and a smile wide enough to rival a blooming chrysanthemum, Tsukumo looked like the approachable older brother next door. But Tsunade wasn't having it. Her forehead dropped as her gaze sharpened. What did he mean by bold? Was he looking down on her? "Let's do it together." Kawakase tilted his head back, swallowed the sake, and immediately filled his cup. Despite his efforts to keep up, Kawakase was already feeling out of sorts. He had reached his limit, craving the comfort of his bed. However, here were Tsukumo and Tsunade, diving into another round even after clearly drinking too much. They both sighed, casting fleeting glances at Kawakase's daughter-in-law before reluctantly taking small sips from their cups. Meanwhile, Naoki and Kushina were brimming with energy after eating and drinking their filling. The pair had long since slipped away to the dojo, eager to train. Their boundless enthusiasm was typical of children, especially when it came to things they loved. "Kawakase, come on, let's drink. You're quite handsome, you know," Tsunade teased, suddenly standing and moving closer. Draping her arm over her shoulders, she shot him a playful, flirtatious wink. Kawakase's cheeks turned red as her closeness and rather generous appearance left him flustered. His gaze trembled nervously, afraid that he might lose control. Trying to regain his composure, he picked up his sake cup, gripped it, and shot its contents out with one shot. "Tsunade," Tsukumo slurred, his voice carrying the telltale weight of too much alcohol. "What do you think of my brother? Don't you think the two of you would make a perfect match?" He smiled broadly and continued without waiting for an answer. "He's a handsome fellow, and let's not forget, the Hitaki clan is quite wealthy. You wouldn't suffer if you got married, that's for sure." Tsukumo's words teetered on the edge of helpfulness and drunken meddling. Tsunade, still surprisingly sane despite her drinking, arched her brow. She sipped her sake thoughtfully before quipping, "I'm a great player. You don't have to worry about me losing the Hitaki clan's fortune." Kawakase couldn't help but snort ironically, deciding to play along. "You can lose, I can win, this is a match made in heaven," he said with exaggerated enthusiasm, taking on the air of a fool. "The way you're looking at me is wrong," Tsunade shot back with a sly smirk, emptying her cup and setting it down on the table. Her hands came up to cup her ample breasts. "Is it because I'm too big?" Kawakase froze, his jaw almost hitting the floor. He was careful to keep his gaze restrained, but apparently not careful enough. Tsunade leaned over, her expression mischievous. "If you like to watch, then watch however you want." Before he could react, she grabbed his head and pulled him into her chest, smothering him in her softness. For a moment, Kawakase felt only bliss. Then Tsunade tightened her grip, and he realized with growing panic that he couldn't breathe. Across the table, the Tsukumo cup slipped from his hand and hit the floor. His mouth was open in obvious disbelief. "Was I supposed to see that?" Nayuki, Tsukumo's wife, turned away in embarrassment, although she couldn't help but sneak a glance from the corner of her eye. Summoning all his strength, Kawakase finally broke free. He gasped for air, his cheeks burning, whether it was the sake, the humiliating situation, or a mixture of both, one could guess. Have you had enough yet? He managed to croak. Tsunade, still smiling, was completely unfazed. She drained another cup of sake, then leaned over and planted a bold kiss on Kawakaze's cheek, leaving behind a bright red lipstick. Ha ha. Kawakaze, you smell really good, she giggled, her drunkenness now completely obvious. The sound of her laughter brought Tsukumo back to reality. He raised his sake cup and looked at it warily, but did not take another sip. Instead, he turned to his wife for help. Let's call it a night, he muttered. His legs wobbled as Nayuki helped him to his feet. Leaning heavily on her, he muttered, allowing that woman to drink is insane. Left behind, Kawakaze looked helplessly at Tsunade, who was still laughing uncontrollably. With Tsukumo and Nayuki gone, he was now completely alone. Tsunade, he began carefully, you've had more than enough for one night. How about we continue this another time? No way, Tsunade stated, denying outright. She grabbed a jar of baijiu and filled both of their cups. Drink. Kawakaze could only grit his teeth and oblige. Knocking her out was not an option, she could probably knock him out first. He had seen Tsunade punch a lone shark into oblivion before. If she got serious, he doubted the Hitaki estate would survive. Thoughts of the creators. Late at night, Kawakaze's room, Hitaki clan's estate. On a spacious, sturdy tatami mat, a man and a woman lay tangled like an octopus, their limbs intertwined. The faint scent of baijiu lingered in the air, mingling with the soft sounds of sleep. Tsunade was Kawakaze's back, her iconic green windbreaker discarded on the ground. She wore only a short-sleeved shirt, her relaxed breathing evidence of deep sleep. Kawakaze, meanwhile, had one large hand resting on her softness, a mischievous grin twitching at his lips, even in his sleep. Tsunade slept like a contented cat, blissfully unburdened by the tragedies that were yet to come in her life. Her thighs were pressed against Kawakaze's legs, and her entire body was nestled in his arms, as if seeking comfort even unconsciously. The night grew warmer as time went on, causing Tsunade to squirm slightly. This small movement was enough to wake Kawakaze from his dream. The feeling under his hand was surprisingly soft. His first half-thought was, am I hugging Onamaru again? I swear, next time I write, I'll make sure the dog doesn't get into bed. Why do I always sleep with him? As frivolous thoughts pierced his mind, Kawakaze gave a lazy squeeze, but something felt disconnected. It didn't feel like fur. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sight that completely sobered him up in an instant, a light yellow double tail. Holy cow, he blurted out internally. Did my dream come true? His hand reflexively tightened again, and Tsunade woke up. Something pressed against her back felt out of place and uncomfortable. Her hand instinctively reached back to investigate. What was this strange weapon? Realization struck them both at the same time. Kawakaze's face turned a brilliant shade of red. Tsunade's memory caught up with her in fragments. She remembered drinking with Kawakaze, draping her arm around his shoulder, and stumbling back into the room together. She must have collapsed on the bed after that. Her eyes were open in full clarity, and with the reflexes of an experienced jonin, she shot out of his arms and onto his feet. Standing on the tatami mat, she performed a seamless series of movements, her keen agility on full display despite the situation. Kawakaze could only stare, his brain too foggy to process what had just happened. Tsunade's face was washed crimson, the color spreading to the tips of her ears. Her temperate gaze trembled between Kawakaze and herself. Then she realized that her outer clothing was the only thing missing. Did I just get drunk and fall asleep on the bed? She breathed a sigh of relief. No big deal, right? But this is the first time I've slept next to a man. She flared up inside, and I was even hugged like a pillow. My chest must be bruised by now. Kawakaze, she began, her voice unsteady, are we innocent? Her question carried both suspicion and hope for reassurance. Yes, completely innocent. Kawakaze stuttered, his hands raised in a defensive gesture. But I will take responsibility. This declaration sent Tsunade into a coughing fit. Cough, cough. Kawakaze, that's not what I meant. She quickly waved him off, trying to lighten the mood. Where are Naoki and Kushina? The sudden change of topic caught Kawake's off guard, but it worked. The tension in the room began to ease. Tsunade continued speaking, partly to distract himself. Even if you're pretty, Kawakaze, I'm not that easy to defeat, okay? Kawakaze nodded, grateful for the shift. He was also relieved that no one else had come into his room during the night. With any luck, this awkward incident would remain their little secret. I'm not sure either. Let's go out and see. The sky outside was black, evening had long since settled in. Tsunade picked up the discarded clothes from the floor and wrapped herself tightly. Kawakaze, now fully awake, followed her out the door. Together they entered the living room where the Hokage clan's butler was. Have you seen the two children who came today? Kawakaze asked, his tone polite and approachable. Despite his occasional antics, he prided himself on good manners, a habit ingrained in him by years of proper education. The butler, always calm and collected, bowed slightly. Young Master, Master Nawaki, and Miss Kushina have already been sent back safely. Seeing their confusion, he moved on. You two drank a bit, so I arranged a room for Lady Tsunade to rest in. You didn't think about it at the time, and left the rest to me. I asked the clan to escort you both to your rooms. Rest assured, absolutely no one knows that you were resting together. The butler punctuated his explanation with a sly wink, his mustache twitching in a manner that could only be described as obscene. Kawakaze's face darkened. This guy's imagination is wild. But he had to admit that the butler had handled the situation masterfully. Discretion, efficiency and respectability were, in essence, the hallmarks of a good servant. You're wrong. Kawakaze blurted out, his reaction quick and animated, as if someone had stepped on his tail. There was no more rest. Yes, my mistake, replied the butler, bowing repeatedly in mock contrition, though his expression betrayed a knowing grin. Tsunade rolled her eyes as she watched the exchange. It was like a scene straight out of a comedy opera. My innocence was gone. Although she couldn't clearly remember her drunken antics, she was acutely aware that in the eyes of Tsukumo and Naoki, her image as a proper lady had already been destroyed. Kawakaze, I'll be right back, Tsunade snapped. Her thoughts were a mess, and she had no interest in staying a second longer. Ah, it's already so late, Kawakaze said, a hint of worry in his tone. Why don't you eat before you leave? A little food helps after drinking. He even considered arranging some yogurt to settle her stomach. Tsunade shook her head, quickly coming up with an excuse. No, I'm worried about Naoki. Kawakaze didn't insist on it. Okay, then let me take you home. He led her through the dojo and out to the front gate of the Hokage clan estate where they were staying. Kawakaze, I'll be leaving now, Tsunade said softly, looking at him. Her gaze lingered for a moment too long, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Then she turned and walked away, her figure illuminated by the moonlight. Kawakaze stood still, watching her retreating form as she moved further and further away. The moon cast a soft glow over the path, and soon she was approaching the corner, about to disappear from view. I'll take responsibility for Tsunade, Kawakaze muttered under his breath, his voice carried only by the night breeze. Whether Tsunade heard him or not, she didn't turn back. Her silhouette disappeared with a shimmer as she rounded the corner. Only then did Kawakaze raise his right hand to his nose. The faint scent of baijiu, a Chinese distilled liquor, lingered on the woman's hands, pungent enough to make Kawakaze wrinkle his nose. For a moment, he considered walking straight out the door. Instead, he shook hands quickly, as if brushing off his misfortune, and headed home. After a quick shower, Kawakaze made his way to the dining room where he ran into Tsukumo, who seemed to have sobered up. Despite the slight awkwardness between them, Tsukumo offered a small, knowing smile as he sipped some yogurt before settling into a table. Dinner was already laid out, though Naoki was nowhere to be seen. Kawakaze slid into the seat next to his older brother and reached for the yogurt. Kawakaze, Tsukumo began, licking some yogurt from his lips, between you and Tsunade. Kawakaze froze for half a second before continuing to eat, though the tension in his shoulders gave him away. His brother's keen intuition and Tsunade's behavior earlier must have made him suspicious. Tsukumo felt a twinge of melancholy, a sense of disconnection from the younger generation. After all, it had taken him years of slow, methodical effort to finally win someone over. Kawakase was playing matchmaker. Did Tsunade know about it? Yes, that's right. Tsunade is the sister-in-law I reserved for you, Kawakase said boldly, his tone almost brazen. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Won't we get along great? Kawakase made no attempt to hide his intentions. What was the point? If Big Brother didn't approve, what could he do about it? Beating up his brother in a fight was out of the question, and neither he nor Tsunade were exactly adept at managing their finances. If they left the Hokage clan, they would likely be in trouble. Tsukumo looked at his younger brother for a long moment before smiling slightly. Quite a match, he said simply, distilling 1,000 thoughts into 2 words. As long as Kawakase was happy, nothing else mattered. In truth, these 2 oddballs were surprisingly well suited to each other. One was skilled at stirring up trouble, while the other could excite even more. Relieved by his brother's blessing, Kawakase couldn't suppress his brother's smile. A marriage blessed by family is a happy one, he quipped, raising his yogurt and mock toast. The 2 brothers quickly finished their dinner and retreated to their rooms. Another day passed in the Hokage household. Thoughts of the creators. Tsunade returned home to find Naoki and Kushina already asleep, having exhausted themselves practicing swordsmanship during the day. Putting her things aside, she headed to the bath. Stripping off her clothes, she relaxed in the warm water, letting it wash over her body. As she soaked, her mind wandered to the events of the day, especially her time spent drinking. Images surfaced, her pulling Kawakase into her arms and pressing his face to her chest, her daring kiss, and Tsukumo's completely stunned expression. The memories made her cheeks flush all over again. Splashing water on her face to cool down only seemed to make the heat worse. She couldn't stop thinking about Kawakase holding her, how they both fell asleep together. Just the thought made her blush furiously. Embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands and completely submerged herself under the water, trying to rid herself of her feelings. It took her a long time to compose herself. It was innocent, she reassured herself. Even if it wasn't so. Kawakase was a good man. He would take responsibility if it came to that. By the time she emerged from the bath, she was too exhausted to bother with dinner. Savo still lingered on her breath, its distinct baijiu aroma evident as she exhaled. Crawling into bed, she hugged her blanket tightly, as if replacing the comforting warmth she was accustomed to. It wasn't the same, but it had to be done. The next morning. The sunlight was weak when Naoki knocked on Tsunade's door, asking her to join him in visiting the Hokage clan. She declined, citing other pressing matters that needed to be addressed. Meanwhile, Kushina was being trained by Mito in Fuinjutsu sealing techniques. With the Ninja Academy on leave, Kushina suddenly had plenty of time to devote to her studies. Left alone, Naoki made his way to the Hokage residence. Although Konoha was rife with political tension, no one dared to openly target him, not even root under Danzo. After all, Danzo was Tobirama Senju's apprentice. Kawakase was up early in the morning, full of energy. Although he was a little disappointed that Tsunade had not accompanied Naoki, he did not let it show. Greeting Naoki warmly, he spent the morning teaching him the fundamental stances and basic kenjutsu techniques. Then, leaving Naoki to train, Kawakase focused on his own training, mastering the Flying Thunder God Slash. The technique's intricacies fascinated him. He pulled out a scroll detailing its methods and began to study it carefully. Flying Thunder was a deadly combat technique that involved marking the enemy's blind spots with the Flying Thunder God technique, then using spatial manipulation to deliver a devastating blow. While it bore some similarities to the Hokage clan's one-hit kill, the 2 methods were fundamentally different. The Hokage technique emphasized pure speed, while Flying Thunder God Slash wielded the profound power of space itself. In order to master this technique, one had to first learn the fundamental Flying Thunder God technique. Its principles were detailed in the scroll, and marking the target was relatively simple. For Kawakase, acquiring the necessary tools was the easiest part. He could simply ask Rotetsu to forge any weapon he wanted. The real challenge lies in mastering the spatial effect. Kawakase began by studying the scroll's instructions on marking targets using the technique. With sufficient chakra control, marking an object was not particularly difficult for most skilled practitioners. However, the next step, using the power of space, was where the true difficulty began. Kawakaze raised his hand, and an 8-pronged Han sword materialized in his grasp. The blade gleamed sharply, its hilt emblazoned with the two-forked emblem of the Senju clan. Without hesitation, he threw the sword at a distant tree. The blade struck deep, embedding itself with precision. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the sign he had written using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, when he reached out with his senses, he could barely sense the slightest connection with the sword. The spatial energy was elusive, far beyond his reach. At this stage, he couldn't even detect the faintest ripple of space, much less use its power to move. Tsunade declined Naoki's invitation to join him and instead freshened up before heading out to meet with her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. When she arrived at the Hokage building, no one stopped her. As one of Konoha's most famous figures, she had unlimited access. She made her way straight to the third floor, where Hiruzen's office was. Standing in front of the large, imposing door, she knocked lightly. Inside, Hiruzen had already sensed her presence. He lowered the phone, smiled warmly, and called out, "Come in." Tsunade opened the door and walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, which was cluttered with paperwork. He was flanked by his trusted advisors, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, both of whom looked at her curiously as she walked in. "Sensei, counselors, good morning," Tsunade greeted politely, her tone steady and respectful. Despite her fiery personality, she had a certain respect for Hiruzen, not only as her teacher, but as a Hokage who carried on the legacy of his grandfathers, the first and second Hokage. "Tsunade," Hiruzen began with a kind smile. "What brings you here today? Is it because of your proposal to assign a medical officer to each mission team?" Tsunade shook her head, letting any pleasantries pass. "No, sensei. I'm here today to request permission to establish a hospital on a fairly large plot of land." Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. "A hospital? Why would you want that? Besides, you don't have the funds for such a project." His brow furrowed as he considered her suggestion, his sharp mind already calculating the potential impact. While the hospital might benefit the village, he couldn't ignore the possibility of unforeseen complications. The counselors exchanged glances, intrigued by Tsunade's unusual suggestion. Known for her gambling habits, this was not a move they had expected from her. "The Hitaki clan has agreed to cooperate with me on this matter," Tsunade explained. "They will provide the necessary financial support. The construction of this hospital will benefit Konoha in two ways: improving healthcare for the villagers and training medical animals to better support our shinobi on missions." Her voice was firm, showing that she had thought this through. "It's a win-win for Konoha." "The Hitaki clan," Hiruzen muttered, leaning back in his chair. "They have indeed amassed considerable wealth in recent years. But it seems they wish to expand their influence even further." His brow furrowed, reflecting his wariness. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I cannot give you an immediate answer, Tsunade. This is an important matter that requires discussion with the council. And even if we approve the land for this hospital, you will need to secure the funds yourself. The land belongs to the villagers, and they will expect proper compensation." Tsunade's disappointment was obvious. "Sensei, this is a decision that will directly benefit the villagers. What is there to discuss?" Hiruzen sighed, raising his hand to stop her from continuing. His tone was growing heavier, though he maintained his elder-like patience. "Soon, you won't sit in my position, so you can't understand the difficulties I face. It's not as easy as you make it out to be. I can't make any decisions on my own." Tsunade was silenced by these words. She realized that if she pressed any further, she might cross the line. After all, her comment to Sensei was clearly a warning. "Very well, I will wait for your answer, Sensei." Her cheeks flushed, and without waiting for an answer, she turned and left the office. Twice she glanced sharply around the room, irritation bubbling in her chest. Why did something so simple have to involve so many twists and turns? "What do you think of Tsunade's proposal?" Hiruzen directed his question to two of his old comrades. "I don't see much in that," Mitokado replied dismissively. "The The Hitachi clan certainly has deep pockets, but their numbers are too small to be a significant force. That's not entirely accurate, Kaharu Udatane interjected. Both Kawake's Hitachi and Tsukumo Hitachi are outstanding jonin. With the financial backing and prestige of running a hospital, they might be able to attract some devoted followers. She paused, a faint smile crossing her lips. Still, I don't think this poses a real threat to you, Hiruzen. If anything, it's Danzo who might find this troublesome. Hiruzen chuckled, puffing on his pipe. Kaharu's assessment seems fair. Let's set aside a plot of land for the project. The proceeds from its sale can go towards improving the infrastructure for the villagers. With a satisfied expression, he exhaled a plume of smoke. This way, we will serve the well-being of the villagers. It's a win-win for both the Hitachi clan and Konoha. The three elders quickly came to an agreement and returned to their duties. Thoughts of the creators. Hitachi clan dojo. Kawake stood motionless for so long that Tsukumo thought his brother might be possessed. Receiving a cold, distant response when he went to check, Tsukumo left in confusion. Nearby, Naoki had finished his training in mounted stance and was now training with a sword. The wind stirred Kawaka's silver hair, which clung to his sweat-drenched face as he stood deep in concentration. His mental energy stretched thin, he was fully focused on the flying thunder technique. Although he felt a faint, tantalizing connection, the breakthrough remained elusive. It was as if a thin layer of paper stood between him and the mastery. If he could just pierce it, he would discover the secret of spatial movement. The power of space. Kawake's thought silently. Mito Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu had given him a glimpse into the window of understanding, now he had to open it completely. Understanding the key still lying in the sense of the power of space, he decided to change his approach. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kawake used a teleportation technique to transport himself under a tree. There, he unsheathed the eight-sided Han sword, which instantly disappeared from view. Closing his eyes, Kawake felt faint, shifting threads of spatial energy, wild and violent, yet infinitely tangled. He had never encountered such a mysterious force. The sword appeared and disappeared repeatedly in his hands as he delved into the fleeting moments between its presence and absence. Each transition was a fleeting window into the mysteries of the cosmos. Suddenly inspiration struck. Wrapping the sword in chakra, he crossed the final gap. At that moment, clarity came. The power of space. When Kawake opened his eyes, they were gleaming with determination. Without hesitation, he threw Han's eight-sided sword towards Naoki, who was deep in sword practice. The unexpected attack sent Naoki into a panic. "Big brother, I'm your brother-in-law," Naoki cried, frantically raising his wooden sword as a shield. His hands shook as he buried his head behind them, his eyes tightly closed. The scream was loud enough to attract the attention of Tsukumo and Nayuki. "Son-in-law, so you have a son-in-law." However, Kawaka's thoughts were elsewhere, and a small smile tugged at his lips as he stopped the sword's advance just before it reached Naoki. He firmly gripped the hilt, the flying thunder god technique now fully realized. "Big brother, you didn't really mean to kill me, did you?" Naoki carefully opened his eyes when there was no pain, only to find Kawake standing calmly with his sword in his hand. Relieved, he patted his chest and let out a long breath. The fear still lingered. Facing Kawaka's power was like looking at death itself. Even Orochimaru-sensei probably wouldn't escape unscathed if he faced him directly. "You are my dearest brother-in-law. How could I harm you?" Kawake replied lightly while slashing his sword. "This was my first attempt at the flying thunder god technique." He placed a friendly hand on Naoki's shoulder, but the gesture only deepened Naoki's discomfort. "Try ninjutsu on me. You really are a good brother-in-law." Although this thought crossed his mind, Naoki hid his complaints, forcing a tense smile instead. It was bitter, but who would dare to speak out? "Big brother, you really are a genius. You mastered the flying thunder god technique in just one morning," Naoki exclaimed. "Not at all. The real credit goes to your grandmother," Kawake replied, though the pride in his expression betrayed his modest words. Without Mito Uzumaki's spatial seal, he doubted he could have reached this level so quickly. "Keep training. I'll call you for lunch," Kawake said, sheathed the eight-sided sword of Kan and left. Just calm down for now, Naoki muttered to himself, still in shock. His energy was completely drained, and his limbs refused to cooperate for further training. Instead, he idly watched as Kawake's shuttled back and forth between the tree and the stone table. It was only when he looked closer that he noticed something. The Senju clan emblem marked the bottom of the table. Kawake's had already prepared a teleportation point there as part of his practice. When lunch finally arrived, Naoki, still hungry and recovering, hurried to meet Kawake's as soon as the butler arrived. Kawake's had just finished putting away his sword and seemed to be in high spirits. Now that he had discovered the Flying Thunder God technique, all that was left was daily practice before he could use it in battle without any problems. This afternoon, he planned to visit the weaponsmith's forge to order custom Senbon needles, feeling that they were better suited for stealth use compared to the kunai. As Kawake's turned to go to lunch, Tsunade arrived. "Tsunade, you're just in time. Would you like to join us for a drink?" Kawake suggested, his joy at his morning success obvious. "No, I don't drink," Tsunade snapped, giving him a sharp glare. "Still trying to take advantage of me with such a cheerful mood," she thought. "I went to Senshi, and he." "Let's eat and talk on the way," Kawake's interrupted smoothly, cutting off her rising anger. Staying here too long would only delay their meal. "Fine, I won't argue," Tsunade said, though it was clear she wasn't pleased. Without further ado, she grabbed Naoki by the neck and dragged him along. Poor Naoki, still reeling from his morning, had no choice but to stumble after her. At the Hitaki clan's dining hall, the group met up with Tsukumo and Nayuki. After exchanging polite greetings, Tsunade unceremoniously left Naoki in his seat and sat down herself. Once everyone had taken their seats, Tsukumo began eating immediately, breaking the ice with determination. This time, the meal was held without baiju. Yesterday's fiasco had left an indelible impression, and Tsukumo wisely ordered the servants to clear away all the sake. Halfway through the meal, Kawake's accidentally picked up on an earlier conversation. "What did the third Hokage say about the land?" he asked between bites of tuna sushi. Tsunade sighed as she put down her chopsticks. Sensei said he would discuss it with his superiors, but he didn't give a clear answer either way. The uncertainty in her voice matched the frown on her face. Naoki, meanwhile, wolfed down his food, not paying attention to the discussion. Tsukumo, always self-aware, refrained from commenting on anything to do with politics or finance. Killing enemies. That was his domain. Business and bureaucracy. He left that to others. Nayuki, for her part, remained quietly attentive, listening to the conversation without speaking. "Don't worry. Land approval must be obtained. It's just a question of how much money will change hands." Tsunade stared at him, puzzled. "What makes you so sure, Kawake's? Do you have an informant near the Hokage?" Looking at her innocent curiosity, Kawake shook his head with a slight smile. "You really have a lot to learn if you're going to be Hokage." Kawake continued, his tone steady and measured. "The third Hokage's main concern is whether this benefits Konoha and whether it threatens his position. Even if the Hitaki clan creates a hospital and creates wealth, they will remain a small clan with sufficient resources, and not a political powerhouse. He gets goodwill from the villagers by selling the land, and it poses no threat to his power. This deal is as good as it gets." However, Kawake's retreated deliberately, drawing everyone's attention. 3 pairs of eyes locked on him, their curiosity palpable. Kawake's let the moment hang before speaking again. "Approving the land is only the first step. You can expect trouble. Some people will inevitably try to stir things up by viewing the Hitaki clan as a potential threat." "Who?" Tsunade and Tsukumo demanded at the same time, their voices sharp with determination. They glanced awkwardly at each other before exchanging wry smiles. "I like that fire in them." "Thoughts of the creators?" "I can only guess, too. We'll find out when the time comes." Kawake's did not directly say that he had a premonition that the man would definitely come out and cause trouble. This was a significant variable for a figure lurking in the shadows. Since he was beyond his control, this man was undoubtedly trying to destroy or extinguish him in his infancy. "I understand." Tsukumo Hitaki nodded, though it was unclear whether he truly understood the meaning. He pointed as if to confirm the idea. Having familiarized himself with Konoha's power structures in order to avoid clan conflicts, Tsukumo could guess who Kawakase was referring to. However, it was confidential information, and he refrained from directly mentioning the name. "I know too," Tsunade interjected, not wanting to be left out. Despite her words, she was filled with curiosity, but she managed to suppress it. After Tobirama Senju ordered the Senju clan to integrate into the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken special care to shield her from the village's disputes, offering her a sort of protective indulgence. Without his protection, Tsunade would not have the carefree life she enjoyed now. Dealing with the Uchiha alone would be enough to drive her to drink. Haha, then we'll just wait for the fish to bite the bait. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move, Kawakase laughed heartily, confident that everyone understood the plan. After dinner was over, Tsunade left with Kawakase in tow, her mind whirling with questions. Kawakase, unaffected by her flurry of curiosity, casually bragged about mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, which only heightened her intrigue. Her thoughts raced with theories about the mysterious man he had mentioned. In the afternoon, Naoki resumed training with the Hitaki clan. Orochimaru, preoccupied in having not yet begun his experiments, had no time to guide his prized student. Kawakase, however, had his suspicions. As a strong contender for the Hokage position, Orochimaru was likely preoccupied with preparations for the coming war. After organizing the training schedule, Naoki Kawakase left the Hitaki clan and headed to the weapons workshop. The place was bustling with activity, with piles of ninja equipment being prepared. In the forge, Rotetsu, shirtless as always, was working hard. When he saw Kawakase, he immediately stopped and walked over, assuming that he had come to pick up Tsukumo's new weapon. "Young master, the sword is not ready yet. It will take at least 3 more days." The heat in the workshop was oppressive. Kawakase wiped the sweat from his forehead, snapped his fingers and explained the purpose of his visit. "I'm not here for Big Brother's weapons," Kawakase replied. "I need you to forge some sensban for me." "What are your requirements?" Rotetsu asked. He knew that regular senbon could be obtained from the front desk, so Kawakase must have a special need. "Softer and faster," Kawakase replied. Senbon weren't meant to be lethal, they were simply carriers of the Flying Thunder God technique. What was important was portability and quick deployment. "Got it. Reduce weight and forehead, sacrificing lethality is acceptable, right?" Rotetsu generalizes effectively. "Exactly. Deliver it to my house as soon as it's done." Rotetsu, always professional, set a timeline. "It will be ready in a week." Working with capable people was always refreshing. Kawakase left confident that the task was in capable hands. Rotetsu, mindful of his obligations to the 2 young masters, vowed to approach the job with the utmost care. "Okay, then I'll go first." Having explained his demands, Kawakase did not linger in the grueling forge. The oppressive heat made it even more unbearable to remain. When he returned home, Naoki was still diligently practicing basic kenjutsu. His movements were steady and methodical, without any rash demands for advanced techniques. Kawakase watched quietly, nodding in approval. This steady attitude, the same one that led to his death in World War II. Such a waste. As Naoki's future son-in-law, Kawakase felt a deep sense of responsibility to help him avoid this grim fate. Another day passed. Naoki excused himself before dinner, bidding Kawakase a polite farewell and leaving. They did not exchange a word that evening. After finishing his nightly routine, Kawakase settled into his chair, lost in thought. A small line of drool formed at the corner of his mouth as he stared into space, daydreaming. One could only wonder what delicious, white rabbit, ran through his mind this time. Early the next morning, Tsunade brought Naoki back to the Hitaki clan. As soon as Naoki saw Kawakase, he beamed and pulled out a still warm document from his chest. "Kawakase, land grant approved." Kawakase, stunned by the speed of approval, extended his hand and accepted the document. "I thought I'd have to wait a few more days." He unfolded it to find all the details neatly laid out. 6,000 tsubo of land, valued at 120 million ryo. At the bottom was Hiruzen Sarutobi's handwritten signature, and the location of the land was conveniently close to the Konoha military police force. Theoretically, the document was already valid, but Kawakase knew that Tsunade's influence had sped up the process. Still, he believed it was safer to wait until the funds were fully secured. Kawakase frowned slightly as he looked at the address. He couldn't help but feel that the third Hokage had some kind of ulterior motive. "Is there no other land?" he asked. "Ah, I chose this place," Tsunade replied. "I looked at the map, but the other areas were either too small or too far away. After considering everything, this land seemed the most suitable. Sensei also reminded me, the Senju clan has already been disbanded, so what else can the Uchiha clan still hold against you?" Tsunade's words made Kawakase sigh. This woman really overestimated the Uchiha's tolerance. Even when the Senju clan was disbanded, the blood feud and the bond of fate between the two clans were too deep to be erased by logic or circumstance. Still, the location was undoubtedly ideal. To turn it down out of fear would only tarnish the Hitaki clan's reputation. "If that's the case, this piece of land will do," Kawakase said. "I'll need a few days." The price tag of 120 million ryo was fair, and Kawakase was relieved to see that the third Hokage had not taken advantage of the Hitaki clan. His funds, however, were not yet ready. "I still have over 10 million in private funds," Tsunade interjected, assuming Kawakase was struggling with the cost. She offered her savings without hesitation, money she had painstakingly saved from her gambling establishments. "No need," Kawakase said with a smile, waving her off. "I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The funds will be ready in 2 days. This approval document is enough for now." Still, Kawakase was touched by her offer. He knew how quickly Tsunade's gambling losses could deplete that savings, making her gesture all the more significant. The woman wasn't completely hopeless after all. "Are you sure you don't need this?" Tsunade pressed. It was all she had, and she had made a big decision to offer it. "Since you're so sincere," Kawakase said slyly, leaning closer, "why don't I just take it?" His smirk widened when he saw the slightly conflicted expression on Tsunade's face. Ignoring Naoki, who stepped back, gaping in confusion, Kawakase allowed his features to sharpen into a teasing smile. Naoki's eyes seemed ready to pop out of his head. "Hey, men. If I can't beat him, I'll just flatter him." "You said you didn't need it," Tsunade countered, noticing the mischievous glint in Kawakase's eyes. She instinctively retreated, wrapping her arms protectively around her chest, a faint blush tinting her face. "Haha, keep it for yourself," Kawakase replied with mocking generosity. "If you lose everything, you can always come to me for more." He wore his self-proclaimed, nouveau riche, persona shamelessly, grinning as if he owned the village. "Who wants your money?" Tsunade shot back, her voice softening on the last part. "It's not the right time yet." The last words were so quiet that Kawakase almost didn't catch them. Thoughts of the creators. Sooner or later, you will get what you want. Kawakase didn't back down. Instead, he leaned closer, reaching out with his right hand to gently lift Tsunade's chin. Their gazes locked, his eyes holding a hint of mischief. Tsunade's blush deepened as she took in his handsome face, now just inches from hers, still adorned with that evil smile. Embarrassed, she turned her head away, her voice softening. "Kawakase, I'm hungry." Naoki stood frozen, his jaw in disbelief. "Is this really my sister?" he wondered. Had something foul possessed her? "Haha, let's go, Naoki. Let's eat." Kawakase burst into hearty laughter, wrapping his arms around Naoki's shoulders. Without waiting for a response, he directed his reluctant brother-in-law toward the dining room. Tsunade followed a few steps behind, her head down, her thoughts unfathomable. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground chamber somewhere in Konohagakure, the air was heavy with tension. The room was spacious but sparsely furnished, save for a single chair placed in its center. A middle-aged man sat there, his presence commanding. An X-shaped scar marked his chin, and his sharp eyes gleamed with malice. A masked ninja knelt before him, poised and silent. "My lord," the ninja said, his voice steady, "the land for the Hitaki clan has been approved by the third Hokage." The man in the chair let out a low laugh. "As I expected. Hiruzen will never let me relax. But he underestimates me." A sinister smile tugged at his lips. "This is not a failure for me. This is an opportunity. Proceed as planned. With a subtle wave of his hand, the masked ninja disappeared into the shadows, leaving the man alone in the cell. Iruzen, the man muttered as he rose to his feet. He clenched his fists, his expression twisted with determination and fury. I will become Hokage, no matter what. Unaware of the storm brewing in the shadows, Kawake's enjoyed a hearty meal with the Hitaki clan. The dining table was filled with a variety of dishes, a testament to the improved standards Kawake's had brought to their household. These are tongs. These are onion buns. And this is a brown sugar steamed cake. Tsunade and Naoki felt like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, with awe and determination. With one collective glance, the siblings silently decided that they would not miss any opportunity to have breakfast at the Hitaki house when they had free time. Naoki, slow down. You'll choke. Kawake's watched Naoki's eyes roll back as he devoured the steamed biscuit and quickly poured him a glass of pure milk. This standard of living was simply unrivaled. Tsunade glanced at her younger brother, feeling a hint of embarrassment at the thought of claiming him as family. Silently, she focused on eating her leek dumplings, which were emitting a truly mouthwatering aroma. After breakfast, Tsunade stood to leave. There was much work to do in setting up the new hospital, and Kawake's, other than providing financial support, seemed to be of little help in practical matters. At the dojo, Naoki resumed his mounted stance and practiced the basics of kenjutsu. Kawake's moved smoothly between the stone table and the large tree, faithfully reproducing the scene from the day before. Suddenly, both Tsukumo and Kawake's looked up, their gazes locked on the corner of the dojo. What is this? Kawake's reacted faster, throwing his eight-sided sword, Han, as he rushed to the spot. He arrived just as the sword came to rest on the masked ninja's neck. The attacker froze under the weight of Kawakaze's palpable killing intent and the icy touch of the blade. Beads of sweat instantly formed under his mask. Tsukumo reached the corner within seconds, while Nayuki and Anamaru defended themselves under Naoki. Armed samurai appeared at every corner of the Hitaki compound, their expressions tense and alert. Who sent you? Kawake's demanded, pressing harder on the blade until it drew a thin line of blood on the attacker's neck. Lord Danzo asked me to give this to you. The root ninja tried his best to suppress his fear as he slowly recalled the letter from his chest pocket and held it out towards Kawake's. Tsukumo intercepted it, examining the envelope before his gaze darkened. Someone from the root. Kawakaze's voice grew colder, his killing intent exposed. So, Danzo's impatience is finally showing. Yes, the letter was delivered. Kill me or spare me, the choice is yours, the ninja said, his voice barely stabilizing. Danzo really knows how to play his cards, Kawake's muttered. In that case, don't hold it against me when you meet your end. With a quick horizontal slash, Kawake's ended the meeting, sparing no other look. Clean up after yourself. What am I paying you for? He snapped at the samurai as he left. Why is just anyone allowed to waltz into the Hitaki clan's territory? He added, his frustration growing. Was this the standard of the family samurai he spent so much money on? All night and day, the guard men will report to the clan shrine for punishment. If there is a next time, there will be no mercy. Tsukumo frowned as he looked at the blood-soaked scene. After handing his brother the envelope, he left in a hurry, his expression grim. Yes, young master. The samurai who answered Kawake's were young, most in their late teens, with the oldest in their early 20s. They were poor children who had been adopted by Kawake's, giving them a chance at a better life. While their capabilities were decent enough to protect a household, they were not equipped to handle threats from a specialized organization like Root. It's okay. Just keep practicing, Kawake's said, patting Naoki's head in a comforting gesture. His tone was gentle, trying to reassure his younger son-in-law. Naoki had missed the earlier altercation, but he saw bodies being carried away from the edge of the dojo. He couldn't help but sense a hidden, almost suffocating killing intent emanating from Kawake's, a side of him he hadn't seen before. It wasn't the sunny, gentle demeanor Kawake's usually displayed. Not everyone could make him smile, but when he did, it was almost disarming. Looking at Kawakaze's calm, beautiful smile, Naoki felt strangely reassured. He smiled back, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to have Kawakase as his future son-in-law. With his resolve strengthened, Naoki resumed his sword practice. One day, he vowed, he would no longer need to stand behind a woman for protection. Kawakase, is everything okay? Naoki walked up to him, while Onamaru stayed a little further away. The animal's keen senses seemed even sharper than Naoki's. It's all right, Kawakase replied, his tone steady. What happens next is nothing this little fry can handle. Hearing this, Naoki nodded and left, taking Onamaru with him. Kawakase quickly moved to the stone table and sat down. The servant quickly brought the tea, placing it on the table without a word. When Kawakase opened the envelope, he took a calm sip of tea, his expression gradually changing as he read its contents. By the time he finished, a mocking grin had formed on his face. The letter was an invitation from Danzo Shimura, asking Kawakase to meet him at a sake shop to discuss something important. Sending a message without caring about the lives of his subordinates, only Danzo could operate with such callousness. At this moment, Tsukumo returned and sat down opposite Kawakase, his expression stern. What punishment did elder brother give? Kawakase asked. A total of 12 people, 20 lashes each and a 3-month fine, Tsukumo answered evenly. After they recover, they will undergo another 6 months of training. He sipped his tea, his tone decisive. These samurai trained themselves. If their current level of skill was insufficient, they would continue to train. Indulgence today would lead to decline tomorrow. It is fair. Danzo invited me to meet him, Kawakase said, showing no objection to the punishment. For these samurai, their position offered comfort, steady food, drink and a generous salary, compared to the harsh realities of being a ninja. If he wants to meet, let him, Tsukumo said sharply, irritation evident in his tone. Does he think the Hitaki clan is some kind of stray dog? As they say, big brother. But what harm is there in letting it simmer for a while? Kawakase responded with a calm smile. He had his own plans, as well as 3 theories about what Danzo might be up to. However, the exact nature of Danzo's intentions remained unclear. Holding the letter in his hand, Kawakase's smile grew wider. Without hesitation, he spread the paper over the small flame, turning it, and the envelope, into a pile of ash. Thoughts of the creators. The morning passed without incident, and no more guests were invited. The bloody smell that had lingered in the corner of the dojo had also completely dissipated, as if nothing had happened. After lunch, Kawakase stayed indoors, feeling that something significant might happen before the day was over. In the afternoon, he focused on training Naoki, helping him perfect his movements into a smooth flow. The practice for the Flying Thunder God technique was nearing completion. He had reached a level where he could handle a real fight without problems. Naoki refrained from asking about the morning's events, knowing that they were still outside of his control. Kawakase was increasingly impressed by the boy's growing maturity and sensitivity. When the day's training was over, an exhausted Naoki returned home, accompanied by an experienced samurai. Kawakase, mindful of potential threats, remained vigilant. He could not dismiss the possibility of Danzo's unpredictability. A man like him, who placed no value on human life, was not one to be underestimated, a realization that became more acute for Kawakase over time. In the evening, after washing and preparing for bed, Kawakase was interrupted by the butler, who arrived in a hurry to inform him of a visitor. The nature of the guest did not seem promising. "Where is Big Brother?" Kawakase asked with a weak laugh, already anticipating the situation. "The young master is waiting in the front hall. Arrange for him to be taken to a separate room. I will be there shortly." "Yes." Kawakase returned to his room and changed into his robe, ensuring that he maintained proper decorum, even for someone he did not approve of. Once he was ready, he headed to the room where Tsukumo was already sitting across from Shimura Danzo, who was flanked by 2 root ninjas standing behind him. This was Kawakase's first encounter with Danzo. Although they had never met, the man before him matched the descriptions from the original stories. An ominous figure, although he had not yet acquired Shisui's eye, Hashirama's cells, or the Sharingan embedded in his arms. Kawakase studied Danzo, who returned the check. At such a young age, Kawakase had assumed control of the Hitaki clan's vast affairs, a fact that few outside the clan truly understood. While Sakumo was recognized as a rising star, it was Kawakase who quietly wielded the clan's real power and influence. "What brings you here this evening, Lord Danzo?" Kawakase asked with a polite smile as he sat next to Sakumo. He casually poured Danzo a cup of tea, pointedly ignoring the two root operatives behind him. "Haha, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Danzo replied, his laughter tinged with worry. "Oh, and what makes you say that, Lord Danzo? After all, your letter didn't mention such a reason," Kawakase replied lightly, unconcerned about the consequences. Danzo's expression darkened. His composure broke as he slammed his cup down on the table, his tone shifting to one of harsh accusation. "You killed my men. Are you going to pretend you didn't hear about it?" Kawakase, unperturbed, let out a soft laugh. "No need to get angry. Why not just come out and say what you mean?" Sakumo, sitting next to him, tensed at Danzo's hostility, but Kawakase placed a calming hand on his brother's shoulder, signaling him to sit. "Haha, Kawakase, your youth shows how easily you remain composed. I must admit, I lack your patience and skill in maintaining your composure." Behind his forced smile, Danzo silently cursed Kawakase, inwardly recognizing the cunning behind the young man's seemingly polite demeanor. "I heard that Kawakase is planning to build a hospital with the Senju clan." Danzo began, his tone measured. "Yes, Lord Danzo is interested as well." Kawakase feigned surprise, his expression as if he had simply stumbled upon this revelation. "I'm short of funds, and your timing couldn't be better," he replied smoothly, though both men knew the truth. Root was operating solely on Danzo's resources, leaving no room for larger financial contributions. "The Hokage clan is a wealthy family," Danzo continued. "Of course, you don't need me for funding. But I'm interested in this hospital," he added, leaning forward with an intense gaze. "I want to be its director." The boldness of Danzo's statement made his intentions clear. He was not concerned with pretense. "I can protect the hospital with Root," he offered. "No interference in operations or profit sharing." On the surface, this sounded reasonable. Root's strength was unquestionable, and their defenses far outstripped those of the Hokage samurai. For Kawakase, however, the proposal had layers. Tsunade had convinced him to head the hospital, and he had research plans that required absolute freedom of action. Root's involvement, even nominally, could jeopardize that. A nominal director. For popularity. "Lord Danzo, that's quite a move," Kawakase said, his smile fading as he delivered the last line with a chilling edge. "What if I refuse?" His calm demeanor was gone, replaced by an aura of lethal intent that filled the room. "Want a piece of the Hokage clan's hard work? Just ask." Danzo, unperturbed by the oppressive killing intent, coldly replied, "You should know that I have come in earnest. Perhaps you underestimate the power of my Root. It would be wise to agree, for your sake and for the Hokage clan." It was a blatant threat. Kawakase's voice dropped, his words weighted with menace. "Remember my name, Kawakase Hokage." Before Danzo could react, Kawakase disappeared and reappeared behind him, his right hand wrapped around Danzo's throat like a vice. At the same time, Sakumo made a swift strike, his kunai slitting the throats of two Root operatives, who silently collapsed against the walls. Their lifeless bodies slid down, leaving only a faint trace of blood. Danzo's composure broke as he struggled in Kawakase's grip. He couldn't die here, not yet, not before becoming Hokage. "Are you going to betray Konoha?" Danzo croaks, his voice strained as he gasped for air. "Hey, you, Danzo, represent Konoha." Kawakase sneered, his tone laced with disdain. "The land for the hospital was approved by the third Hokage. I'll pay 120 million in cash. And you want to call yourself the director of the hospital?" Kawakase tightened his grip, his voice mocking. "You have more heads than anyone else." Danzo's face twisted, his expression grotesque as his airways constricted. A wave of numbness washed over him, his chakra had been eroded by an unknown force, leaving him defenseless. The realization hit him hard, these brothers were far stronger than he had expected. If he had known, he would never have entered their lair. "Let me go. We can discuss the hospital." Danzo forced out a few weak words, his voice shaking. Perhaps he truly didn't believe Kawakase would kill him, and even in death his thoughts remained fixated on the hospital. "Haha, You, Danzo, go discuss this with death. Kawakaze chuckled bitterly, his anger boiling into dark amusement. This was the first time he had encountered someone who valued power over their very lives. The pressure in Kawakaze's grip increased, and Danzo's eyes began to roll back. I give up. I give up. Danzo mustered all his strength to squeeze out the words, his breath coming in heavy, desperate gasps as he fought to get fresh air into his lungs, completely ignoring the metallic tinge of blood that clung to every breath. You should have said so earlier, Lord Danzo. Kawakaze let go of him and returned to his seat, casually picking up Danzo's cup, which still had faint traces of blood on it. Without hesitation, he filled it with tea. Please. Danzo, still recovering from the brink of death, snatched the cup and drained it in one gulp. The warmth of the tea soothed his raw throat, and his ragged breathing began to steady. You know, killing you would be unpleasant for me. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid. Kawakaze's voice was icy final. My name is Kawakaze Hitaki. Make sure you remember that this time. He put down his empty cup and stood up to leave. Goodbye. Kawakaze emerged from the meditation chamber with a commanding air, Tsukumo close behind. The silent, ruthless older brother whose restless strike had ended 2 lives said nothing. Only his aura spoke volumes, a harbinger of the legend that would cement him as Konoha's White Fang. In their absence, the meditation room felt deserted. Only Danzo and the lifeless bodies of 2 unfortunate souls remained. Cold sweat dripped from Danzo's forehead as he pressed himself against the wall, his eyes wide apart with a mixture of terror and seething hatred. Kawakaze Hitaki, he muttered through clenched teeth, I will remember you. His grip tightened unconsciously, breaking the cup in his hand. Without sparing the corpses at second glance, Danzo walked out of the meditation room and left the Hitaki clan's territory, his body trembling. The confrontation with Danzo had reached a temporary stalemate, but Kawakaze knew better. Danzo was not one to let grudges go away easily. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakaze and Tsukumo stood in the shadows, their eyes fixed on Danzo as he walked away, his face twisted in hatred. Why don't we just kill him? Tsukumo's voice was low, heavy with darkness, his words laced with unmistakable killing intent. His hand hovered near his blade, confident that one blow would be enough. He is of the same generation as the 3rd Hokage, and holds a high-ranking position in Konoha, Kawakaze replied calmly, his tone carrying a hint of reason. If we simply kill him, it will be difficult to explain. Our roots are still in Konoha, he added with a shrug, as for those useless lackeys under his command, they are irrelevant. Tsukumo's jaw tightened as he absorbed his younger brother's reasoning. It was a sound. Danzo's current strength was unimpressive, a far cry from the level of sophistication he had presented when fighting Sasuke later. His value to the 3rd Hokage was likely the only thing keeping him relevant. Acting rashly now could bring the 3rd Hokage's wrath upon the Hitaki clan, an outcome that would cost far more than they could afford. I wonder what other tricks he has up his sleeve, Tsukumo muttered, his tone laced with disdain. An ambitious man in the shadows, always grasping for the light. There are always people like that, Kawakaze replied with a weak smile. They value strength, but lack the luck to truly wield it. He didn't take Danzo seriously. In the original story, Danzo met his end at the hands of Sasuke shortly after serving briefly as Hokage, a fitting end to his sinful life. Whether he would make it this far into this timeline was unclear. That old fool, Tsukumo said, his voice heavy with quiet determination. Sooner or later, I'll deal with him myself. To anyone else, it might have sounded like Tsukumo was lamenting some great loss. His tone was hurt, but the intention behind his words was crystal clear. Haha, it's getting late, big brother. It's time to get some rest, Kawakaze teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Big sister-in-law is waiting for you under the covers to have a baby. He punctuated the comment with an obscene gesture, pretending to reach for his brother's vital parts. Tsukumo deftly sidestepped him and shot him an annoyed look before heading to his room. You're such a grown man, but you still act like a child, Tsukumo muttered, shaking his head. His little brother had always been a handful. As he approached the room, Tsukumo's steps slowed, his expression softened. Nayuki was waiting for him under the blanket, her patience unwavering. Meanwhile, Kawakaze leaned back, lost in thought. What if Big Brother's child had arrived earlier than expected? Would Kakashi still seem like Kakashi? The idea was both oddly funny and oddly disturbing, a question worth pondering. He fell asleep with Kakashi in his head, only to find Tsunade appearing in his dreams. The realization struck him with an almost comical clarity. Perhaps his nephew's existence was just a twist of fate, but Tsunade. She was the true love of his heart. The next day, at dawn, Tsunade arrived again, this time accompanied by Naoki, who, like her, had not yet eaten breakfast. Kushina watched him closely, and it seemed as if they were forming a small group just to enjoy breakfast together. The reason was clear. The day before, Naoki had gone home bragging about how delicious and plentiful Big Brother's breakfast had been. Kushina, intrigued and eager, had even promised to devote herself to learning Fuinjutsu for 3 days straight in exchange for the chance to join in and eat for free that morning. During the meal, Kushina became a whirlwind, devouring her food with unbridled enthusiasm. After all, she didn't want her efforts in providing this breakfast to go to waste. Once breakfast was over, it was time to train. Naoki headed to the weapons rack and began practicing the horse stance, while Kushina followed suit, squatting next to him. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the Hitaki brothers settled in at the stone table, enjoying the finest tea from the land of tea. Danzo came last night, Kawakaze began, sipping his tea as his gaze lingered on Tsunade. What did he want? Tsunade asked casually, but her words betrayed her confusion. She clearly had no idea Danzo was the topic of discussion. It was about the hospital, Kawakaze explained, while Sakuma looked puzzled, his expression revealing his uncertainty. Didn't they assume she knew? Haha, she just knows how to eat, Kawakaze joked, amused by Big Brother's obliviousness and Tsunade's delayed realization of what was happening. Sympathetically, Tsunade took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea. I see. I was wrong, she said, trying to mask her embarrassment. But her efforts were in vain. The blush on her face gave her away, and Kawakaze could only laugh inwardly at her failed attempt to appear unperturbed. So, the person who came yesterday afternoon was from Root? Tsunade asked, her thoughts connecting the dots. Naoki told her about the events upon his return, and hearing Danzo's name confirmed the ninja's identity. Yes, Kawakaze replied. He wants to be the titular head of the hospital and offers to use Root to protect him. Without participating in its operation or taking a share of the profits, he added, sparing Tsunade the embarrassment of pointing out his earlier misunderstanding. He allowed her to believe that she had put it together herself. Isn't that good? Tsunade asked with a shrug. She wasn't particularly attached to her position as hospital director, and there didn't seem to be an immediate downside to opening a hospital with Danzo's support. Kawakaze leaned forward slightly, his expression sharpening. He wants to use the hospital to gain popularity with the people. Do you think he will keep his word when he becomes a director? The implication was clear, but Kawakaze still wrote it out, suspecting that she might miss the nuances. Sakumo, sitting to the side, sighed silently. He had only come to the same conclusion after a night of thinking, and he couldn't help but be surprised that Tsunade seemed to understand it so easily without much thought. How did your discussion go last night? Tsunade asked, her tone hinting that she already knew things hadn't ended peacefully. However, she wasn't entirely sure how it had played out. We killed 2 of them and let the other go, Sakumo intervened, putting down the tea. Then he definitely won't stop, said Tsunade, her voice firm. She knew Danzo's character all too well. He was the darkest figure in Konoha, always lurking in the shadows. There's something you need to do, Kawakaze said, shifting the conversation. Even if Tsunade hadn't come, he planned to approach her about it. What is this? She asked, her curiosity piqued. If I'm not mistaken, Advisor Kaharu is a medical idiot, isn't he? Kawakaze asked, his gaze steady and his smile open. Yes, Tsunade replied, narrowing her eyes. What's the problem? I want you to invite her to become the vice director of the hospital, just for show, Kawakaze explained. I'll offer her an annual salary of 5 million. Tsunade blinked, her curiosity deepening. Kawakaze seemed confident that this amount would appeal to a middle-aged male medical professional nearing the end of his career. It was a tempting offer, requiring no effort on Kaharu's part other than holding the title. Even as one of the Hokage's advisors, the lure of extra income might prove irresistible. What's the point of doing this? Tsunade became a whirlwind of questions, talking endlessly. You don't have to worry about that, just do as I say, Kawakaze replied, holding his plans close to his chest. He didn't want to reveal too much before everything was finalized. So, what salary will you give me as the director? Tsunade's eyes sparkled like stars. The vice director earned 5 million a year, surely the president deserved 6 million. You'll be working for yourself, with a bonus at the end of the year, Kawakaze replied, rubbing his head. His answer, however, did not live up to Tsunade's expectations. Kawakaze struggled to keep up with Tsunade's scattered thoughts. If she loved gambling so much, why was she so focused on money? Okay, then I'll find advisor Kaharu, she said, finishing her last cup of tea before getting up to leave. Kawakaze, come back to reality, Tsukumo intervened, unable to bear his brother's lack of ambition. Why? What use is advisor Kaharu? Tsukumo finally voiced the question gnawing at his mind. Why bother thinking when doing nothing was so much easier? There's more than one person of the same generation in the third Hokage's circle, Kawakaze noted. With Big Brother's intelligence, he must have figured out most of it already. In an instant, Kawakaze used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared next to Naoki. The entire house was now under the influence of the technique. His sudden arrival did not faze Naoki, who was unwaveringly practicing horse, but it did shock Kushina. Wow! A living, breathing man materialized in front of her, causing the cocky redhead to jump in fright. Still, the move was undeniably cool. If only Minato could master it, her thoughts drifted to a certain blonde boy. Meanwhile, Tsukumo sat on a stone bench, tugging at his hair in irritation. Damn it, I already know there are 5 people from the same generation as the third Hokage. Could you please get down to business already? Thoughts of the creators. Tsukumo, still fiddling with something, seemed preoccupied, Kawakaze thought. Perhaps he was still bothered by the persistent question about why his sister-in-law had not yet become pregnant. However, Kawakaze wasn't too worried. He knew his nephew's name was Kakashi, and such matters didn't need to be rushed. Meanwhile, his attention had turned to Kushina, who was looking at him with the curiosity of a child, her bright red hair catching the light as Kawakaze ran his fingers through it gently. What, you want to study? Kushina nodded quickly, but shook her head just as quickly. Big brother Kawakaze, this is not what I want to learn. I just think that if my friend learns this technique, he will definitely become very strong. Comment. Her frank expression amused Kawakaze, and he couldn't help but tease her a little more. Is your friend a guy? He asked. Yes, how did you know? Does he have blonde hair and a beautiful smile? Yes, have you met him? His name is Minato Namikaze. Kawakaze didn't answer, enjoying the look of surprise blooming on Kushina's face. Oh, you're all right, she exclaimed, dropping her usual tough demeanor and sounding more like the child she was. It wasn't difficult, Kawakaze said with a sly smile. I just had to do a little calculation. He tilted his head with a mysterious air. PFF'd, I don't believe it. You must have heard it somewhere, Kushina said skeptically. Well, I only had one friend named Minato in school, she replied smugly. Kushina narrowed her eyes at him, her wit quickly cutting through his actions. If it weren't for the fact that he was talking about Minato, she wouldn't have indulged his antics in the first place. Kawakaze coughed awkwardly, giving up on his claim. Changing the subject, he added, if your friend is interested, he can come find me. I'm still looking for a student. The thought of teaching Minato genuinely excited Kawakaze. It would be useful to take him on as a student, especially since Jiraiya had yet to discover the prodigy. If Kawakaze moved quickly, there would be no chance of Jiraiya stealing Minato. Besides, Jiraiya already had so many students. Losing one wouldn't matter, right? Kawakaze justified his thoughts, though he couldn't completely ignore the irony. First, he had stolen Jiraiya's goddess, and now he was planning to take his potential student. He smirked to himself. What an ungrateful person I am. Big brother, you've gone too far, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Naoki, silently practicing his horse stance in the background. He couldn't accept what Kawakaze had just said. Did he really say he didn't have enough students? I'm here. I've been studying with you all this time, haven't I? Oh, Naoki, you're different. What kind of relationship do we have? How can ordinary people compare to us? Kawakaze noticed his brother-in-law's displeasure and quickly changed his tone to calm him down. You were right. I forgive you. Naoki was momentarily stunned by Kawakaze's conciliatory gesture. This straightforward attitude must have been inherited from Hashirama Senju. If he had even a fraction of Tobarama Senju's intelligence, he would not have forgiven Kawakaze so easily. Seriously. Kushina, not caring about their exchange, was filled with excitement. She thought that if Minato had a powerful teacher like Kawakaze, he would definitely become incredibly strong. Certainly. Kawakaze nodded firmly, his resolve unwavering. He was determined to take Minato as his disciple, even if the Shinigami god of death himself objected, it wouldn't matter. Then let's pinky fight. I'll talk to Minato when school starts. He'll definitely be thrilled, Kushina said, holding out her right pinky. For a brief moment, Kawakaze indulged in her childishness, hooking his little finger through hers. When Kawakaze agreed to take Minato under his wing, Kushina no longer wanted to follow Naoki to practice horse. Instead, she was drawn to Onamaru, a large dog that ran around the dojo. She was certainly a brave girl, most of them stayed away from Onamaru. Kushina spread her legs and ran towards the dog. What a big dog! Perhaps it was the innate charm of the Uzumaki clan, but Onamaru did not resist her approach. She even seemed to enjoy her rough affection, letting out a contented whine. Kawakaze couldn't help but feel aggrieved. I fought you to the point of exhaustion, and you enjoy the touch of this girl. Where does that leave my dignity as Kawakaze Hatake? Sensing his displeasure, Onamaru's fur bristled. He freed himself from Kushina's grip before the oppressive aura subsided. What a terrible man. His sense of obsession is overwhelming, the dog thought. As the day drew to a close, Naoki and Kushina returned to the Senju residence, accompanied by samurai guards. As the moon rose high among the branches, Konoha fell into a deep silence. Late into the night, three dark figures covered in black slipped into the Uchiha clan's territory. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, the leader's face became visible, a man with an X-shaped scar on his chin, Shimura Danzo. He had visited the Hatake clan last night, and now he was here. It made him wonder how many subordinates he was willing to lose. The trio skillfully avoided the Uchiha sentries, moving around the area with practical familiarity. They soon arrived at the entrance of the clan head residence. One of the men stepped forward, knocked on the door, and then retreated. After a short pause, the door opened, revealing a young man in a kimono standing in front of them. I am Fugaku Uchiha. What brings you here without an invitation from the Uchiha clan? Fugaku's tone was both proud and cautious. The fact that these three strangers had reached the door of the clan head without being detected spoke volumes about their skills. I am Danzo Shimura. I have important matters to discuss with your clan head, Danzo said, his voice dismissive. He did not consider this young Uchiha to be of any importance. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Uchiha were eradicated. Wait here. Fugaku frowned. He was well aware of Danzo's reputation in Konoha and how Root had clashed with the Uchiha many times. Danzo had nothing but hostility towards the Uchiha. What could be his intentions tonight? Without closing the door behind him, Fugaku disappeared into the house. For a ninja, a door was nothing more than a symbolic barrier. A few moments later, Fugaku returned and led the three men into the clan's meditation room. Danzo's eyes twitched as he stepped inside. The room bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had visited the previous night at the Hatake clan, down to the nearly identical details. It was as if a lingering pain was still pulsing faintly in Danzo's neck. After standing for a moment, he sank down onto the tatami opposite the Uchiha clan's head. Behind Danzo stood two Root ninja, their presence silent but imposing. Across from them, Fugaku Uchiha stood a step behind his elder, the clan head. At a subtle nod from the clan head, Fugaku poured a cup of tea for his visitor. When did the Uchiha become so interested in important business with Lord Danzo? The words of the clan head carried a distinct lack of warmth. His tone was filled with hostility. The Senju intend to build a hospital near the Konoha military police headquarters, Danzo replied evenly, ignoring the cold shoulder. He had deliberately avoided mentioning the Hitaki clan, knowing full well that the Senju name alone would provoke the Uchiha. About. The clan's head expression darkened as he considered the implications. For him, this could easily become another maneuver by the third Hokage to undermine the Uchiha. Danzo noted a shift in the clan head's demeanor, the faintest of smirks tugging at the corners of his lips. That's true. The approval document has already been issued, Danzo continued smoothly. Construction will begin as soon as funding is secured. His words were true enough, but he left out a critical detail: the Hitaki clan would be footing the bill. What is your angle? The head of the Uchiha clan was not so naive as to believe that Danzo came with good intentions. I don't want this hospital to open either. Danzo's confession was as blunt as it was unexpected. His contempt for Tsunade was so deep that he was willing to ally with the Uchiha, a clan he despised. It was a testament to how dark his ambitions were. The clan head, a veteran of Konoha's political undercurrents, quickly pieced together Danzo's motives. He worries that Tsunade will gain influence and challenge him for the Hokage position. His assessment was correct on purpose. How do you propose to cooperate? The Uchiha clan head's tone softened slightly. Their shared interest in disrupting Tsunade made this alliance worth considering. Although he had no love for Danzo, even a temporary partnership could serve the Uchiha's interests. Moreover, Tsunade had the support of the Hitaki clan, a formidable ally. The clan leader was not going to underestimate them, especially since Fugaku, one of their best warriors, did not even test his mettle against Kawake's Hitaki. If only the Uchiha clan knew how Danzo had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Kawake's last night, perhaps their stance towards him would shift entirely. Thoughts of the creators. I heard that the Konoha military police force has been conducting some covert operations lately, Danzo said with a sly smile. Building a hospital in this area might not be the wisest decision. The Uchiha clan head immediately caught on to the insinuation. Indeed, Lord Danzo, your sources are impressive. To know even such secret information. The two seasoned schemers exchanged oral smiles before raising their cups for a sip. Very well. I will cooperate with you, the clan leader said smoothly, his tone measured. Here's to a successful partnership. A successful partnership, Danzo repeated. The Uchiha clan leader personally escorted Danzo to the entrance, his demeanor warm and cordial, as if they were old friends parting on good terms. Beware. Thank you. With pleasantries exchanged, Danzo and his route operatives disappeared into the moonlit shadows. As soon as they left, the clan head's expression darkened, his previous smile replaced by a steely glare. HMPH, Danzo really is unbearable. He clenched his fist. It's time to act. Understood, clan leader, Fugaku said, bowing respectfully behind him. Uncle. Fugaku hesitated, clearly lacking his uncle's foresight. Where did we actually conduct these so-called covert operations? We must think more critically, the clan chief snapped, hitting his nephew on the temple with his index finger. This is nothing more than a trick. If there is a stir and the third Hokage asks us a question, this excuse will give us cover. Do you think the Senju will let us go that easily? I understand, uncle, Fugaku said, nodding reluctantly. His movements were stiff, his pride stung by another harsh reprimand. Fugaku's internal resentment towards Kawake's Hitaki boiled up again. If it weren't for him, maybe I wouldn't be in this position, he thought bitterly. What about this so-called cooperation with Ruth? Danzo's name twisted the clan head's expression into disgust. He doesn't deserve to use the Uchiha as a pawn, the clan leader said coldly. Find an excuse for Ruth to take the lead. Let them bear the brunt of any chaos that follows. With a shake of his head, the clan head turned and walked away, his patience with Fugaku wearing thin. This nephew of mine is still too green. Let's hope he can hold out long enough to grow into his potential. Under the pale moonlight, Fugaku Uchiha's eyes glimmered with quiet determination. If I ever meet Kawakase, I will retreat immediately, he decided. As long as I survive, there will always be a chance to rise again. The Hokage clan complex was peaceful all night. Without taking any specific measures, Kawakase still managed to sleep soundly and eat heartily. Morning brought another feast to the dining hall. For Tsunade's sake, Kawakase had raised the family's dietary standards to a whole new level. Even Tsukumo couldn't help but notice. He privately grumbled to his wife, raising a younger brother, how worse than raising Anamaru. He doesn't care about family at all. Naoki, always teasing, replied, Tsunade can continue the family line, but all you can do is pout. This sharp remark left Tsukumo speechless. Soon, the funds have been arranged, Kawakase said casually, turning to her. You may hand them over to the third Hokage. He didn't seem to care about the money at all, even reaching out to wipe some of the milk from Tsunade's lips. Tsunade, blushing slightly, intercepted him with a napkin, refusing to let him go his way. Am I going alone? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Do you need an escort? Kawakase replied casually, clearly misunderstanding her concern. Tsunade was thinking about the huge amount of money, carrying such a sum alone. Meanwhile, Kawakase's thought was simple, who would dare rob Tsunade in Konoha? No, I can manage, she finally said. Let's move on after breakfast. Instead of answering, Kawakase handed her another stick of fried dough, which she reluctantly accepted. Sitting next to him, Naoki watched his brother-in-law's attentive behavior and couldn't hide his disdain. If there was an official ninja title for simp, Kawakase would lay claim to it without question. Big brother, I still haven't finished sharpening my sword, Naoki muttered. No rush. You can stick with the wooden sword for now, Kawakase replied easily. A real sword is no use until you have the reach to wield it properly. Just wait until you get taller. That's right, Tsunade interjected, backing up Kawakase. Listen to him, it's for your own good. Her agreement left Naoki with no choice but to swallow his answer. He looked at both of them but remained silent, taking another bite of his steamed bun in disappointment. Watching Naoki's pathetic attempt to express his disappointment, Kawakase's heart softened. Naoki, he said, I still have the wooden sword I practiced with as a child. Your sister-in-law can bring it to you later. The sword was long forgotten until Naoki, after marrying into the family, stumbled upon it and kept it as a souvenir. Naoki's eyes lit up. Big brother, you're the best. He dropped the bun, grinning excitedly from ear to ear. The sword that Kawakase once wielded. It's leagues better than a regular wooden blade. Naoki couldn't help but tease the boy. This was Kawakase's prized possession when he was your age. You better take care of it. I will. Naoki promised earnestly, his face full of gratitude. He gave Kawakase a look that seemed to say, you're not just a brother-in-law, you're family for life. Seeing Naoki's sincerity, Kawakase chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. It's just a wooden sword. No need to make a fuss about it. After the meal, Naoki followed Naoki in their search for the sword. Meanwhile, Kawakase accompanied Tsunade to withdraw money. Tsukumo went to the dojo alone, his short sword already delivered and waiting for him. After going through several complicated mechanisms, Kawakase and Tsunade arrived at the Hokage clan's treasury. The moment Tsunade stepped inside, she was stunned by the sheer luxury. Only then did she truly understand the extent of Kawakase's wealth. The treasury was filled with treasures, antiques, luxury items, and enough wealth to gamble for a lifetime. Kawakase confidently stepped into the chest, straightening it to reveal a neat stack of banknotes. This is 120 million, take it, he said, pointing to his chest. Tsunade was still in awe, her gaze taking in the priceless artifacts and glittering goods. You like it? Help yourself, Kawakase suggested casually, his tone full of condescension. Noticing that Tsunade still hadn't responded, Kawakase moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders in a deliberate gesture. It will all be yours in the future, he murmured, his voice soft as he leaned close to her ear. The faint, comforting scent of milk lingered in the air as his words sank. A sharp cry broke the moment. Oh! Before Kawakase could react, Tsunade grabbed him in an instant and threw him over his shoulder. He landed with a loud thud on the unforgiving warehouse floor. HMPH. Tsunade huffed, dust churning from his hands as she looked at him. Don't think you can take advantage of me just because you're beautiful. Tsunade's face turned a deep red, her heart pounding in her chest. Without thinking, she grabbed the box filled with silver notes and ran out of the warehouse, not daring to look back. Kawakase groaned as he stood up, his face bruised from the encounter. He scanned the room, but Tsunade was nowhere to be seen. This monstrous power. Just wait, he muttered through clenched teeth, rubbing his sore back. Leaving the warehouse, Kawakase made his way to the dojo at a leisurely pace. By now, Naoki had already received the sword. Although it was a bit long for him, it was no longer a problem. The difference in size only reminded him that Kawakase had been taller than him when they were children. Swinging the sword filled Naoki with energy, and his focus reached a level far beyond what he had shown with the wooden sword. However, his practice came to an abrupt halt when he noticed Kawakase approaching. "Big brother, my sister just ran past really fast," Naoki shouted, his tone curious. "I tried calling her, but she ignored me." Kawakase cleared his throat, carefully maintaining his composure. There was no way he could admit what had just happened. "She's rushing to deliver the money to third Hokage," he lied smoothly. "Get back to practicing your positions." Naoki nodded and returned to his training, swinging his new sword with enthusiasm. Kawakase watched from afar, a calculating glint in his eyes. The aura of the sword was truly extraordinary, more refined and powerful than the weapons of the ancestors. As Naoki trained, Kawakase couldn't help but let a small, evil smile twitch at his lips. Reaching out, he took the eight-sided Han sword and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Tsukumo, who was training nearby. Their eyes met, and without saying a word, the two men began to fight. Tsukumo's new weapon proved formidable, surpassing the ancestral short sword in both craftsmanship and durability. Although still at a disadvantage against Kawakase, the sword held its own against the fearsome edge of the eight-sided Han sword. Kawakase, however, could no longer hold back. The Flying Thunder God's technique was activated repeatedly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Tsukumo. Han's eight-sided sword rested lightly on Tsukumo's neck, its sharp edge gleaming ominously. "Big brother, do you want to learn this technique?" Kawakase asked, a triumphant grin on his face. "Yes," Tsukumo answered without hesitation. The thought of not learning such a powerful ninjutsu was unthinkable. "Okay," Kawakase said with a sly grin. "Then call me Big Brother." He sheathed his sword and laughed maniacally, tilting his head back in exaggerated victory. Tsukumo's expression darkened, a black line forming on his forehead. He reached out and delivered a sharp flick to Kawakase's forehead. "I've called you Big Brother for years," he muttered. "Would it kill you if you ever behaved like that?" Before Tsukumo could scold him further, Kawakase slipped away. Nearby, Nayuki was sneaking up on Onamaru, but the sight of the scene was too much for her. She collapsed, laughing uncontrollably. Thoughts of the creators. The farce was over, but Tsukumo still hadn't called Kawakase Big Brother. Kawakase smirked as he walked up to Tsukumo, clearly enjoying his role as the elder in front of Naoki. "Big brother, I will teach you." "You don't have to do that. You're my big brother." Tsukumo was still furious, that little kid kept picking on me even now that he was all grown up. Kawakase raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming playful. "You have the backbone. If you don't want to learn, that's okay." Nayuki, watching the exchange, decided to join in the fun. Meanwhile, Onamaru, ever the resourceful one, kept to himself. This was a human matter, after all, and had nothing to do with dogs. Tsukumo shot his wife a sideways glance. She was really here to stir things up. "Who said I don't study?" he snapped. Let's go, let's go." Ignoring her, Tsukumo grabbed Kawakase and led him away, leaving Nayuki behind. "The most important thing in the Divine Thunder technique," Kawakase began, "is to feel the power of space." He became serious as he added, "Big brother, I can't guarantee that you can learn it." Tsukumo nodded, his attention sharp. Kawakase's expression paled as he pulled out the Flying Thunder God technique scroll from his robes. I only learned this by chance, under Lady Mito's guidance, Kawakase explained. You can try it first, and then we'll see. He handed the scroll to Tsukumo. If Tsukumo could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he would not be able to use it constantly, like Kawakase, who was limited by his chakra reserves. But it would be more than enough in battle. As the future Konoha White Fang, his chakra ability was formidable. Tsukumo began studying the scroll. Soon, the Flying Thunder God technique appeared inscribed on his short sword, a feat that proved no problem for him. But the next step, sensing the power of space, left him stuck. No matter how hard he tried, progress eluded him. Kawakase could only stand by helplessly. This part required Tsukumo's own understanding. As Tsukumo struggled, Kawakase found his mind wandering, dreaming of the time Tsunade held him in her arms. Meanwhile, Tsunade arrived at the third Hokage's office. The box of silver banknotes lay open, prominently displayed in the center of the room. Sensei, here are 120 million ryo in silver banknotes. Tsunade stood in front of the third Hokage, her posture relaxing. The journey had gone smoothly, and no one had dared to disturb her. Haha, the Hitaki clan is truly rich, the third Hokage remarked, a genuine smile on his face as he puffed on his pipe. I thought it would take much longer. Thanks to this, the village's schools and other facilities can finally be improved, he added. This is a fortunate turn of events for Konoha. Tsunade nodded. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her teacher. Under his leadership, the quality of life for Konoha's citizens had truly improved. Sensei always has Konoha's best interests at heart. It's truly our good fortune, she said. Haha, I am simply the successor of the Will of Fire, the third Hokage replied with a hearty laugh. His words carried a sense of pride and humility befitting his role. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Uditane, who were standing nearby, exchanged nostalgia. Their expressions softened as they remembered their teacher, even though he was no longer with them. The third Hokage abruptly changed the subject. Is Kawakaze Hitaki close to you? Why do you ask, sensei? Tsunade replied, her tone neutral. With such a large sum of money, he didn't deliver it himself. Isn't he afraid of an old man like me? The Hokage teased lightly. His words struck a chord, and Tsunade's mind flashed to the warehouse where Kawakase had boldly wrapped his arms around her waist. Unconsciously, a faint blush crept up her cheeks. We are good friends, she said, silencing the tone. Whether the third Hokage believed her or not, no one could guess. Oh, is that so? Well, if there's nothing else, you can leave, he said, his expression returning to mild concern. There's a major battle brewing. Stay alert. Understood, sensei. Tsunade nodded respectfully, turning to the advisors. Advisors, I will be leaving now. She exchanged a short, knowing smile with Kaharu Uditane before leaving. Once outside the Hokage building, she found herself wandering aimlessly. Not wanting to visit the Hitaki clan, she eventually came across a casino and decided to go inside. Konoha's legendary big spender had arrived, and word spread quickly. The small casino filled to capacity as gamblers flocked to catch a glimpse of her. Tsunade shook her bones happily, ignoring the fact that Root was watching her activities. In the underground chamber, the Root ninja knelt before Danzo. My lord, Tsunade has delivered the funds to the Hokage's office, the ninja reports. So fast. Danzo's eyes narrowed. It seems the Hitaki clan is really rich. Sitting in the shadowed main seat of the cell, Danzo's calculating mind began to turn. The indigenous operatives stationed around the Hokage building watched his every move. His ambitions were well known, and only the third Hokage could tolerate his machinations. They'll start building the hospital next, Danzo mused. Inform the Uchiha clan to prepare. We'll wait for our opportunity. Danzo's orders were quickly relayed, but unbeknownst to him, the head of the Uchiha clan had similar plans. The two cunning foxes rarely worked in harmony. When Danzo's envoy entered the Uchiha district, he was immediately detained by the Konoha military police force. Two captains surrounded the restrained ninja and brought him before the clan head. So you are one of Danzo, the head of the Uchiha clan coldly remarked, his authoritative tone carrying an unmistakable edge. Why don't you let him go? The two captains, feeling sympathy, loosened their grip and retreated. "We suspected he was a spy and acted accordingly," one of them explained, offering a cursory apology. The root ninja, who had remained silent throughout his capture, finally spoke. "Lord Danzo has sent word. Construction of the Senju clan hospital is about to begin." Brainwashed and bound by language sealing techniques, Root's operatives were ruthless and unwavering, driven solely by the commands of their master. The Uchiha clan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Go back and tell Lord Danzo that the Uchiha clan will cooperate fully." After the clan head finished speaking, he waved dismissively, signaling the root ninja to leave. The operative bowed silently and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the room heavy with tension. Fugaku finally broke the silence. "Head clan, what are your orders? How should we proceed?" The clan head leaned back, his demeanor calm and calculated. "The hospital ground is under constant surveillance, day and night. There is no need to act hastily. Let us observe for now and reassess whether there is any significant movement." His composure was unshakable, his words permeated with quiet authority. Fugaku looked down, acknowledging his own shortcomings. At times like these, he couldn't help but feel that the gap between him and the clan chief was still as wide as ever. Tsukumo had been focused on understanding the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique all morning. His determination and efforts were truly commendable, but despite his clearer understanding of the method, he had not made any tangible progress. The sweat, the beads on his forehead, evidence of the intense mental stress he was under. Kawakase, noticing this, decided to offer some support. "Big brother, take a break," Kawakase said warmly. "This isn't something you can master in just one day." He seemed to have forgotten that he had effortlessly mastered the technique earlier that morning, right in front of Tsukumo. Tsukumo's expression darkened slightly. "As expected, I'm still not your match," he muttered, displeasure evident in his tone. His younger brother's remarkable talent often left him feeling inadequate. Realizing that continuing to waste his fight would not help, Tsukumo stood up. The two brothers walked over to the stone table and sat down. Nayuki carefully prepared herbal tea and baked goods for them. Her heart ached as she watched her husband's stubbornness. Tsukumo was exceptional in every way, but his relentless determination often went too far. "Have something to eat and rest," she urged gently. "You can't expect to master this technique overnight." Tsukumo let out a deep breath, acknowledging her words with a soft smile. "I know," he replied, his tone hushed. Picking up the pastry, he leaned over and offered Nayuki a snack. Her cheeks flushed at his unexpected gesture. "Tsukumo," she protested softly, embarrassed but touched. Kawakase, however, couldn't help but tease them. "Someone's killing a dog," he shouted sharply, startling both Tsukumo and Nayuki. Nayuki, now completely embarrassed, quickly stood up and walked away to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Onamaru, the lone dog of the Hitaki clan, heard Kawakase's exaggerated cry and immediately sprang into action. Lazy under a tree a few minutes ago, he huddled against the dojo, his instincts screaming for danger. After a frantic search, he finally found Nayuki by following her scent. Crawling into her arms, he whimpered pitifully, shaking as if begging for his life. Thoughts of the creators. Tsunade walked out of the small casino, her face dark with disappointment as the night fully fell. "Damn it, the goddess of fortune refuses to smile at me again," she muttered under her breath. Usually her losses amounted to a few million, a mere trifle considering her resources. But today he felt more bitter than usual. Her stomach growled, a harsh reminder that she hadn't eaten dinner yet. Patting her empty pockets, she consoled herself, "At least I only brought a few million this time. If I'd brought more, I wouldn't even have enough money for dinner." The smell of sweat and lingering smoke clung to her clothes, and the thought of her grandmother's disapproving glare flashed through her mind. "She's bound to scold me again." Resigning herself, Tsunade began walking toward the Hitaki clan's estate, figuring she could avoid her grandmother's lectures, at least for now. As she made her way, her thoughts returned to her missteps at the gaming table. She had replayed all the hesitant decisions, every time she had doubted herself when she should have gone all in. The sound of the dice rattling lingered in her ears, a mocking echo. When she finally reached the gates of the Hitaki clan, the sharp butler appeared almost instantly, his steps brisk and purposeful. Lady Tsunade, the second young master is currently having lunch. Allow me to take you to him, he said politely. Thank you, Tsunade replied, managing a polite smile that pulled her mind out of the endless loop of regret. The butler brought her into the dining room and announced her arrival. Young master, Lady Tsunade is here. Inside, Kawakase sat with Tsukumo, sharing food and a bottle of baijiu. They tried to cheer up Tsukumo, whose repeated failures to master the Flying Thunder God technique had left him dejected. Kawakase, his cheeks slightly flushed from the alcohol, stood up the moment he heard the butler's announcement. Tsunade, come and sit, he greeted warmly, his composed demeanor and refined movements indicating that he hadn't had much to drink yet. Okay, Tsunade replied, missing the butler and rolling down unceremoniously. Fresh dishes were brought for her. Did Naoki go home? She asked, noticing her younger brother's absence. He left before dinner, Kawakase replied. Then, catching a faint, acrid scent, he asked casually, where are you from? Just a little gambling, Tsunade admitted, already pouring herself a cup of sake, as if drowning her troubles. Kawakase didn't even need to see her expression to know how it went. If the legendary cash cow had actually won, would she even have that nickname? He chose not to comment, instead pointing to some dishes for her to eat. Drinking on an empty stomach was unwise. Meanwhile, Tsukumo silently raised his cup towards Tsunade, his stoic demeanor speaking volumes. They seemed to have formed a subtle camaraderie during their last drinking session. Tsunade grabbed a piece of food, took a quick bite, and then picked up her own glass. With a slight tilt of her head, she pinched Tsukumo's glasses across the table and knocked back her drink in one go. Kawakase looked at him in bewilderment. What kind of unspoken connection was this? Eat some food, don't worry about it. Kawakase reached out and placed a large chopstick full of beef in soy sauce on Tsunade's plate. Judging by her haggard expression, it was clear that she hadn't eaten dinner yet. I lost 3 million. Her words were dull and frustrated. With a sigh, she leaned back, raising her full glass of sake for another solitary sip. When will the goddess of fortune finally favor me? Tsukumo Hataki's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. Even as a member of the wealthy Hataki clan, he couldn't understand losses like hers. Oh, it's just a little money, Kawakase said easily, his tone trying to mask the absurdity of her statement. Think of it as fun. Besides, once the hospital opens, who's to say we won't make a fortune? He added, offering a half-baked attempt at consolation. Yes, hospital. Tsunade's face brightened as if she had just been handed a life preserver. Slamming her palm down on the table, she declared, tomorrow, I will find the best construction crew. Only the best will do. Kawakase scratched the back of his head awkwardly, already sensing trouble on the horizon. He could practically read her mind. Build a hospital, make money, fuel more gambling. This woman, if she refuses the hospital, we're doomed. We're not in a hurry, he warned, even his voice. Building a hospital isn't as easy as planting a crop. HMPH. Suna gasped. Her eyes sharpened with a furious glint as she taunted, whoever dares to stop me will be dealt with, individually or in pairs, it doesn't matter. I will kill them all. Well said, Tsukumo shouted, slamming his fist on the table, his blood rushing out at her bold proclamation. No one messes with the Hataki clan. To this, he raised his cup high. Tsunade nodded approvingly, raising her own glass in return. For anyone else, the scene might have been touching. But Kawakase and Nayuki, the only ones who kept their wits about them, exchanged a knowing look and sipped their drinks in silence. When will construction begin? Kawakase ventured as Tsunade swallowed another mouthful of beef. Tsukumo also turned his gaze to her, his expression was expected. Tomorrow, Tsunade answered without hesitation. Kawakase's brow furrowed and he leaned forward. If we're going to start this anytime soon, we need a plan. His words caught the attention of everyone at the table. 3 pairs of expectant eyes locked on him, awaiting his strategy. Here's the thing, Kawakase began, swirling his cup with measured calm. The moment we start building, there's bound to be trouble. He raised a finger. First, we'll keep the team small. There won't be any large-scale operations right away. That way, we stay under the radar. Then what? Tsukumo asked, his curiosity piqued. That's all for now. Keep things simple and deal with problems as they arise. Kawakase leaned back, enjoying a sip of his own juice, clearly satisfied with his ingenious proposal. This is all. Tsukumo couldn't suppress his curiosity and blurted out as if he wanted to repeat the question for emphasis. Even Tsunade expected Kawakase to come up with some brilliant strategy. After all this talk, they still hadn't heard anything innovative. They both looked at Kawakase with suspicion. Is this really his plan? However, Tsunade thought that a person like him couldn't raise children who were fools, right? Naoki looked at the stunned couple and couldn't look at them anymore. Right now the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open. Using a small construction team could turn the tide in our favor, she explained, her tone calm but confident. With the power you three have, do you really need some kind of complex strategy? Kawakase and Naoki exchanged a smile and then casually finished the freshly cooked fish they had just prepared. There were still smart people in the Hitaki clan, Kawakase thought. I meant that this is already a pretty solid plan, Tsukumo muttered, unwilling to admit that he might have underestimated their thinking. He awkwardly tried to save his dignity, but Kawakase and Naoki didn't even spare him a glance. Exactly what I said, Tsunade added, jumping to cover him. The two drunken buddies had no choice but to lower another cup in mutual understanding. As the alcohol began to take effect, the atmosphere became livelier. Tsukumo was the first to act. Tsunade, not to put too fine a point on this, but your clan's flying method, flying thunder god technique, is ridiculously difficult to master. I trained all day and I didn't even fly far enough to get a leak. Naoki couldn't watch anymore. The last time Tsukumo dismissed Tsunade as mediocre, wasn't that the pot calling the kettle black. Who said I didn't practice? Even my grandmother couldn't help me. That way I might just quit altogether. Kawakase had wondered why Tobarama hadn't taught Tsunade his techniques, but now it seemed like they just weren't suited to her. Taking the opportunity, while the sake was loosening everyone's tongues, he decided to ask the question that had been bothering him since his previous life. Where did your grandfather learn senjutsu? Shikatsu Forest, Tsunade replied. Where else would it be? Why didn't you learn this? Maybe it was the alcohol, but Tsunade suddenly bit her finger and slammed her hand onto the table. Calling technique. As I took a drag on the smoke, a slug the size of a sake bean appeared on the table. Katsuyu, please explain to him why I don't practice senjutsu. Tsunade was careful to only summon a fragment of Katsuyu's essence. If she had summoned the full Katsuyu, the Hitaki clan's dining hall might not have been able to withstand the experience. Understood, little Tsunade. Katsuyu was nothing if not adaptable. As soon as she materialized, she realized that this was a casual family dinner, not a battlefield. With the exception of Hashirama, none of the practitioners of my Shikatsu Senju Forest survived. Katsuyu's tone was measured but firm. Tsunade's sensitivity to natural energy is not strong enough to support her in Senjutsu chakra transformation. In short, if Tsunade tries to force her to train, she will die. I see. Thank you, Katsuyu, for your guidance, Kawakase said with a respectful nod. He couldn't help but sigh internally, so this was Naruto's world, where Asura's reincarnations were undoubtedly fate's favorite children. Hashirama took to senjutsu as easily as drinking water, but anyone else who tried the same would likely end up with their body in pieces. Thoughts of the creators. Tsukumo and Naoki treated the unfolding events as if they were listening to some juicy gossip, their expressions distant yet intrigued, their ears sharply tuned to every word. What's this one called? Katsuyu asked, her gaze steady as she looked at Kawakase. A strange energy was coming from him, something she had only encountered in Hashirama's cells before. Tsunade stepped forward, her cheeks tinted pink as she introduced him. His name is Kawakase Hitaki. He's my, well, close friend, she said, hesitating long enough to suggest that there was more to the relationship than she admitted. The blush on her face deepened until it looked like it had been painted on. What advice would Katsuyu give to a man like him? She added, trying to shift the focus away from herself. Kawakase, meanwhile, was fascinated and wary. This was his first encounter with Katsuyu, one of the 3 legendary summoned beasts, a mystical creature capable of both combat and miraculous healing. I sense the same powerful cellular activity in you as Hashirama, Katsuyu remarked. Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, as if revealing a secret. If you wish, I can help you learn the senjutsu of the Shikatsu forest. Then study this, Tsunade interjected before Kawakase could respond, summoning a massive scroll seemingly out of thin air. She unrolled it with practiced movement, revealing a scroll several meters long, its surface overflowing with the signatures of previous contract holders. Near the bottom was Tsunade's name, written in bold, unmistakable strokes. Sign your name, Kawakase, with your blood, Tsunade instructed confidently. Her voice carried the weight of decision. When the Senju clan had diminished, she seemed to want to share that familial bond with the Hitaki clan. Katsuyu watched without interruption. This decision was Tsunade's, and it wasn't something so trivial as to warrant her intervention. Then, I won't be rude. Kawakase bit his finger, allowing a bead of blood to form. With precise movements, he traced his name next to Tsunade's, forming a contract. As the blood sealed his commitment, he felt a faint twitch in his soul, a new bond forged with a distant, mysterious realm. Initially, you will need to form hand seals, Tsunade explained, deftly rolling up the scroll and causing it to disappear with the spell. But once you get to know Katsuyu, they will no longer be necessary. She walked him through the seals for the summoning technique, and on his first try, the connection was made. If nothing else happens, I'll take my leave, Katsuyu declared, retreating into a puff of smoke, not tasting so much as the morsel of feast laid out. Compared to the greed and malice of the snakes of Ruchi's cave, Katsuyu's behavior seemed almost saintly. Tsukumo, who had been watching all this unfold, couldn't hide his envy. Katsuyu was one of the 3 great summoned beasts in the ninja world, and Tsunade was surprisingly generous in offering it to Kawakase. Kawakase, are you serious about learning senjutsu? Tsukumo asked, his mind still lingering on Katsuyu's ominous warning, no one has ever survived. Although Kawakase often seemed carefree, Tsukumo couldn't help but worry. After all, this was his brother, and no matter how rough around the edges he seemed, blood was thicker than water. If I have a chance, I want to try, Kawakase said firmly, his determination obvious. Tsukumo, however, could not understand how incredible Hashirama's senjutsu was. He only knew its legendary reputation, how the combination of senjutsu and wood release could manifest impossible power with nothing more than a clap of the hands. And combined with something as epic as Fahai's BGM, a mythical chant of divine majesty, it seemed like an invincible force of nature. The very thought of it made Kawakase's blood boil. He had already made up his mind. Better be careful, Nayuki interjected with a note of caution. Your safety comes first. No survivors isn't exactly reassuring. Kawakase, think about it yourself. Whatever you decide, I support you, Tsunade added, raising her sake cup in a toast before taking a sip. The atmosphere of the banquet softened as the drinks flowed and laughter filled the room. Tsunade, mindful of the last time she overdid it at the Hitaki clan meeting, consciously slowed down, balancing her drinking with plenty of food. She was not eager to repeat past mistakes, not knowing what wild consequences might follow. Tsukumo, always the instigator, tried to get her to drink more, but Nayuki intervened, lightly hitting him to bring him to his senses before escorting him to bed. As the night deepened, Kawakase, tentative but still welcoming, turned to Tsunade. It's so late. Why don't you get some rest for the night? Tsunade waved him off, a teasing smile playing on her lips. There's no need, Kawakase. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. Her words stunned him for a moment, but before he could respond, she stood up, swaying slightly. Kawakase hurried over, wrapping his arm around her waist to steady her. Her hand instinctively rested on his shoulder as they staggered toward the door. Outside, under the soft glow of the moon, they stood awkwardly. Come back, Tsunade said, freeing himself from his grip. I can handle this. Then I'll watch you go, Kawakase replied, his voice softer now. Their eyes met, and for a moment the alcohol and moonlight wove a spell around them. Kawakase's breath was shallow, and his heart was pounding in his chest. In the silver light, Tsunade looked more beautiful than ever, her cheeks flushed, her golden hair catching the moonlight. Without thinking, Kawakaze leaned down, gently tucking her face into his hands. He pressed his lips to hers, savoring the soft warmth. It was as if the world stood still. Tsunade's eyes widened, her hands pressing against his chest in protest. But she didn't pull away completely. A muffled, minimal "limter" escaped her lips as Kawakaze's hands moved to cup her head, pulling her closer. The kiss deepened, and their breaths mingled as they lost themselves in the moment. Slowly, Tsunade's resistance faded. Her arms, once pushing him away, now circled around his waist as if seeking support. They remained locked in the kiss for what seemed like an eternity, their lips parting only when they were both gasping for air. Strands of saliva connected their mouths when they broke away, both panting heavily. Kawakaze, emboldened, leaned forward again, but this time Tsunade placed a hand on his chest, stopping him. Her cheeks were a fiery red, not just from the alcohol, but from something deeper. Without a word, she turned and ran, her steps uneven and hurried. "Be careful," Kawakaze shouted, his voice tinged with worry and lingering anxiety. Tsunade didn't look back, almost tripping over a rock in her haste. After a few awkward borders, she disappeared into the night. Kawakaze remained where he was, touching his lips as a small, satisfied smirk spread across his face. Chuckling softly, he turned and staggered back into the house. The next morning, Tsunade woke up awkwardly, her mind still clouded by a swirl of thoughts. Flashes of the previous night came flooding back to her, especially the moment she had kissed Kawakaze. A small, shy smile played at the corners of her lips. But the smile quickly faded as a sharp, unpleasant smell invaded her senses, a sharp mixture of alcohol, tobacco, and sweat that clung stubbornly to her. Her eyebrows knitted together in displeasure and she grimaced, the foul smell making her hesitate to even open her mouth. Dragging herself out of bed, she headed to the bathroom to wash and freshen up. After a quick breakfast, she focused her thoughts on the day's tasks. It was time to get serious. Leaving her home, Tsunade headed to Konoha Construction, the largest and most reputable construction company in the village. Known for handling much of Konoha's infrastructure, their work was efficient and reliable. Their secret weapon, a team of mid and low-ranking ninjas skilled in the earth release technique, making them invaluable for construction work. When she arrived at the company's front desk, she was greeted by a short, dark-skinned, middle-aged man. The recognition in his eyes was immediate, and he hurried over, bowing slightly in respect. "What brings you here, Lady Tsunade?" The question was spoken with polite curiosity, but Tsunade wasn't surprised. There were too many people in Konoha who recognized her, whether for her legendary status as a ninja or her infamous reputation as a gambler. "I'm here about a major project that requires your cooperation," Tsunade replied smoothly. The man's dark eyes lit up with interest. If Tsunade called it a major project, it was certainly something more. "Please come in, milady." He led her into his office and poured her a cup of tea with a sense of zeal. "I'm on duty today, so feel free to tell me what this big project entails," he prompted, unable to hide the anticipation in his tone. "I'm not bragging, but there's no construction company in Konoha more capable than ours." Tsunade's lips curled into a weak smile. "How about a 6,600 square meter hospital? Does that qualify as a large project?" The man froze for a moment, his eyes widening as her words sank in. Swallowing nervously, he quickly looked down. He knew better than to underestimate a woman of her stature. "Of course, it's a huge project," he stuttered. "When do you want to start construction? And how would you like to process payments, daily or a lump sum?" Tsunade leaned back in her chair, sipping her tea with an air of casual authority. Over the next half hour, they discussed the finer details of the agreement. By the end of the meeting, Tsunade had hired 10 construction workers on a daily wage basis and scheduled construction to begin that same day. Unbeknownst to the construction crew, they were nothing more than bait for Tsunade's real plan. The goal was to lure the enemy out of hiding. Luckily, the target was also a Konoha citizen, meaning they wouldn't dare openly attack a construction company in broad daylight. At worst, they might try to intimidate or drive away the workers. If it weren't for these considerations, Tsunade wouldn't have agreed to Kawakaze's plan in the first place. After all, the Senju clan's mission has always been to protect the village. For now, at least, Tsunade still held onto her grandfather's ideals. Thoughts of the creators. After the arrangements were completed, Tsunade left the construction company and headed towards the Hitaki clan. The closer she got, the clearer her memories of the fleeting beauty of the previous night became. When she reached the place where she had parted with Kawakase the night before, Tsunade even reached up to wipe the corner of her mouth, as if she had been lost in a lingering moment of memory. Only after her emotions had calmed down did she go to the door and knock. A moment later the door opened, revealing the butler. "Lady Tsunade, the young master is in the dojo," he said with a polite bow before leaving, clearly assuming she needed no further guidance. Tsunade nodded and headed straight to the dojo. Earlier that morning, Naoki had come and gone, explaining that Orochimaru had some free time and wanted to see him. Kawakase didn't stop him, knowing full well that in the original story, Orochimaru had genuine feelings for Naoki. If it weren't for Naoki's death, Orochimaru might not have gotten into immortality research so quickly. When Tsunade entered the dojo, she saw Kawakase deep in conversation with Katsuyu. Apparently, he had already mastered the summoning technique. "Kawakase," she called softly. "You're here," Kawakase replied, his gaze lifting to meet hers. For some reason, they both blushed. "I'll take a leave of absence for now," Katsuyu said, noticing the charged atmosphere. "When you need me, call my clone using the summoning method. Or if it's urgent, I'll use the callback method to bring you to Shikatsu Forest." With a puff of smoke, Katsuyu disappeared from the dojo, leaving them alone. "Have you decided to train in Senjutsu?" Tsunade asked, her voice soft and sweet as she turned her full attention to him. "Yes," Kawakase nodded. "Once the hospital construction begins, I plan to visit Shikatsu Forest to deepen my understanding." He didn't mention that he hadn't told Tsukumo about this decision yet. "Okay," Tsunade said softly. "Be careful in everything you do. You still have a family. And people who care about you." Her gaze softened as she looked at Kawakase, her expression filled with concern. "I will. After all, I still have you," Kawakase replied, his magnetic voice carrying a sincerity that sent stitches of pink across Tsunade's cheeks. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to respond. "Have you found the construction team?" Kawakase asked, breaking the silence to spare her the awkwardness. "Yes," Tsunade replied, grateful for the change of topic. "Construction will begin this afternoon. Would you like to come with us?" As the conversation turned to business, Tsunade shook away the wandering thoughts swirling through her mind. If she allowed her imagination to wander any further, she was certain she would soon name the child Hitaki. "We'll go, but we won't leave," Kawakase teased with a slight smirk, his tone playful. "How about we let the construction team go ahead and we hide in the shadows to watch?" It was like a military operation. Tsunade wrinkled her nose slightly, her instincts as sharp as ever. She was, after all, still an exceptional ninja. "Of course it works," Kawakase said. "In the afternoon, you can tell the construction team to start or do the survey yourself. As for me and Big Brother, we'll be waiting for you at home." Kawakase laid out the plan and Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Interested in sparring?" Tsunade asked Kawakase, her attention turning to Tsukumo's hard-working older brother. Beads of sweat rolled down Tsukumo's forehead as he trained. Watching him, Tsunade couldn't help but think back to her own grueling training. She had been in the same state recently, getting closer to mastering spatial manipulation and the Flying Thunder God technique. "Yes," Kawakase's voice pulled her back to the present, and she nodded, readily agreeing. Tsunade would never turn down a chance to test herself against a strong opponent, especially if that opponent was Kawakase. "I won't hold back," Tsunade warned with a smirk. She thrust out her right hand, releasing a burst of chakra that exploded in the air, cracking the ground beneath his feet. This little child, Kawakase thought with a wry smile as he held back the urge to complain inside. "I can't argue with her at home in the future." "Then I won't hold back either," he answered confidently. They walked towards the center of the training field, stretching their limbs as their combat-ready auras spread throughout the area. Nearby, Nayuki watched with interest along with Anamaru, while even Tsukumo paused his training to look around. The samurai stationed in the surrounding area emerged from their posts, drawn by the growing tension. Kawakase maintained his usual gentle smile, but the pressure emanating from him was enormous. He shifted his weight to his feet, the force causing cracks in the webbing along the ground. His chakra flared, silver lightning dancing around him. Tsunade's right fist glowed with white light as she charged forward with a loud cry. Kawakase's expression hardened. Even though he was fast, he wasn't fast enough to completely outpace Tsunade. If he relied solely on dodging, she would eventually catch him. In the flash, his entire body was engulfed in lightning chakra. His short silver hair stood on end as a wild, electrifying aura surrounded him. Their fists collided, and the ground beneath them shattered under the immense force. Energy rippled outward, rustling the trees and scattering leaves into the air. "That was good," Tsunade said with a wide grin, taking a step back. Kawakase followed immediately and the two began a vicious exchange of punches and kicks, Tsunade's preferred style. The sound of their blows echoed across the field, each blow radiating power. Their legs collided in midair again before both landed in a crouch, standing apart as they measured each other again. "In this case, it seems there will be no clear winner unless I show you my true abilities," Kawakase said, the sword already gleaming in his hand. At that moment, the air around him shifted abruptly, and an oppressive pressure emanated from his presence. This was no longer the same Kawakase as before. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she realized that the stakes had been raised. The power of 100 techniques. The diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead began to glow, and black marks spread outward, covering her entire body like a web of power. She had revealed her trump card. In an instant, Kawakase disappeared. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he reappeared right behind Tsunade, his blade flashing towards her. The tip of his sword grazed her shoulder and arm, but narrowly missed her vital points. Tsunade's speed increased as if in response. Bang! Her fist connects directly with Kawakase's torso, sending his entire body hurtling backwards like a cannonball. This woman does not know the meaning of restraint. From the side, Tsukumo watched with an unsettled expression as his younger brother was sent flying. "Why does he always hold back against others but never against me? As an older brother, don't I deserve at least a little respect?" However, Kawakase's injuries seemed to heal in the blink of an eye, while Tsunade's power only continued to grow. The power of 100 techniques truly lived up to its reputation as an S-ranked kinjutsu, forbidden technique. With this overwhelming power combined with her creation reincarnation, it is no surprise that Tsunade managed to deal a fatal blow to Madara Uchiha himself. "Tsunade, let me show you my kenjutsu," Kawakase said as he took the starting position for his quick draw/technique. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her focus sharpening as she prepared for what was coming. Thunderclap and flash, one flash of lightning, 6 strikes in a row. In Tsunade's vision, Kawakase seemed to dissolve into a streak of lightning. His speed had reached a level far beyond what she had expected, leaving her unable to react in time. In an instant, Kawakase's figure zigzagged through Tsunade twice, cutting through the air with precision and force. When the lightning dissipated and the rumble of thunder faded, Kawakase stood behind Tsunade, his 8-sided consort already drenched. A faint red line appeared on her neck, the mark of a fatal wound. The result was clear. P.S. Creation rebirth is not necessary for sparring, Tsunade. Don't argue with me. Tsunade raised her hand and brushed it on her neck, and the sword mark instantly disappeared. The cursed seal marks that covered her body also disappeared as her power of 100 techniques receded. "Kawakase," Tsunade said, her tone calm but serious, "I've never faced anyone faster than you." Cough, cough, Kawakase choked, his composed and dashing demeanor completely crumbling under her words. He could no longer maintain any dignity. "Can you at least choose another word?" He groaned. Maybe something like, "How did you handle that?" Or. But the words stuck in his throat. Admittedly, he was quick. "Forget about it. Just talk as much as you want," Kawakase sighed, covering his face with one hand. He hadn't won this exchange, not today. But in the future, she would see what he was truly capable of. Tsunade, however, was a medical maiden to her core. Her deep understanding of the human body wasn't limited to just healing, it extended to keen observation. She was immediately drawn to his concern and gave him an audible, dismissive slap. "What's the point of looking so good if your head is full of nonsense?" "Kawakaze," she said, raising an eyebrow, "what exactly do you dream about every day?" Kawakaze blinked at her in confusion as she turned and walked over to the stone table nearby. Meanwhile, Tsukumo and Nayuki, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, were already seated at the table, leisurely sipping tea. Even Anamaru, the ever-persistent little companion, had filled a plate with pastries. After Kawakaze left in defeat, Anamaru, drawn by the irresistible aroma of food, clung to Nayuki's leg, peeking out hesitantly. The small creature waited, hopeful, as Nayuki indulgently fed it a piece of pastry. Thoughts of the creators. Before Tsunade could even get comfortable in her seat, Nayuki had already poured her a cup of tea. "Thank you," Tsunade said as she sat down, taking the cup and sipping gracefully. "Big brother, aren't you going to pour me one too?" Kawakaze interjected as he arrived late, taking his seat with an exaggerated sigh. He turned to Tsukumo with a teasing smile. Tsukumo, sipping his tea, shot him a sideways glance. His expression was the epitome of disdain, as if silently conveying, "You're capable enough on your own, and you expect me to pour you tea." Blood brothers may indeed have some kind of telepathic connection, because Kawakaze smiled wryly, resigned to his fate. He walked over and poured himself a cup. "Let's go to the construction site together this afternoon," Kawakaze said casually after draining the tea. Tsukumo was clearly in no mood to make fun of him. Without even the courtesy of a grunt, he reluctantly nodded. "Okay," Tsunade interjected, bringing the conversation back to her. This was her domain, after all. "Should we bring Anamaru?" Nayuki hesitated. "It's better to bring him. We never know what we might encounter." Kawakaze chuckled as he pulled the massive Anamaru out from behind Nayuki. "With that nose of his. Definitely. Woof versus oof." Anamaru barked weakly, his tone almost begging for mercy. Nayuki awkwardly averted her gaze, feigning ignorance of the dog's plight. Seeing this, Anamaru's bright eyes dimmed with resignation. His tail stopped wagging, as if all enthusiasm had drained from him. Kawakaze didn't seem to care. Without a hint of shame, he pulled the dog's huge front paws onto his lap and began petting him enthusiastically. He clapped with the fervor of a madman. Tsunade watched, stunned, as a sudden and horrifying thought occurred to her. Could Kawakaze actually strangle Anamaru to death just by petting him like that? "Want to try?" Kawakaze asked, gesturing at Anamaru. "Don't let his scary appearance fool you, he feels amazing to pet." Tsunade immediately waved her hands, backing away from the cruel smile. She still hadn't recovered from her own horrific imagination. Meanwhile, Anamaru lay on Kawakaze's lap like a broken doll, his spirit seemingly torn from his body. After a while, Kawakaze grew bored and casually tossed him aside, refusing his affection. He even stopped offering food to Amar. Anamaru, sensing his master's indifference, didn't bother to wait for dinner either. He turned and pushed away, his large frame drooping in disappointment. His retreating figure seemed especially miserable. Nayuki hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed him. "I'll go check on him," she said, unable to shake her worry. After Nayuki left, the three remaining people sat in awkward silence. As the group prepared to eat, Nayuki appeared again with Anamaru in tow. "Let's eat," she said, leading them to the table. Anamaru's mood seemed much better now. Nayuki had truly lived up to her heritage as a member of the Inuzuka clan, with their renowned skill in comforting and connecting with animals. As they moved into the dining hall, the group consciously refrained from drinking sake, mindful of the important task awaiting them in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, Tsunade went to the construction company to check on his things. Meanwhile, the others were preparing for the mission. Kawakaze put on his Jonin uniform, Tsukumo slung his short sword over his back, and Nayuki secured Anamaru's leash. They were all ready and waiting for Tsunade to return. At the construction company, Tsunade found a 10-man construction crew already assembled. Among them was the dark-skinned Chunin from early morning, an Earth release expert who seemed to be the leader. Lady Tsunade, you are here. Let's go, he said, gesturing for the team to follow suit. To everyone's surprise, Suna produced a land approval document and handed it over to him instead. This is the address. You can all go on your own, she said. Survey the area or start building as you see fit. I have other things to look at. Her tone sharpened as she added a warning, and don't even think about trying to deceive me. Her words, coupled with the frightening glint in her eyes, sent shivers down the man's spine. It was clear she meant business. Yes, ma'am, I wouldn't dare, he stuttered, quickly handing the document back. As a longtime resident of Konohagakure, he was familiar with the land and knew better than to smuggle Tsunade. You know what to do, she said, waving them off. Tsunade stayed long enough to watch the construction team depart before returning to the Hitaki clan compound. By the time she arrived, the others were ready and waiting. Without delay, the group went to the construction site. When they reached their destination, they found the construction crew hard at work, surveying the land and meticulously sketching out plans on paper. Their professionalism was evident at every step. Tsunade, Kawakase, Sakumo, Nayuki, and Anamaru hid in the dense foliage of two nearby trees, taking care to suppress their chakra and breathing. If their observer had not been an elite sensor ninja, they would have gone unnoticed. I wonder if Danzo will make a move, Tsunade murmured, her voice low but tinged with curiosity. There is no way to tell, Kawakase replied. That's why I suggested hiring more workers to spread it out over a few days. We'll have to wait and see. Patience was not something Kawakase enjoyed, but for now there was nothing else to do. Sakumo, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease. A man who thrived on missions, he enjoyed the quiet focus of the task. Nayuki, ever vigilant, watched the workers, occasionally glancing at the surrounding area. Next to her, Anamaru stood stiffly, his keen senses on high alert. Every now and then, he let out a sharp snort. Comment. The narrative begins as the scene shifts back in time to the arrival of a construction team at a designated construction site. As the team set foot on the site, their presence was immediately detected by Uchiha clan members secretly stationed nearby. This quick discovery prompted a report to the clan's headquarters. Uchiha clan headquarters, council chamber. In the vast hall, the head of the Uchiha clan sat in the center, his expression calm and unfathomable. Kneeling to his right was Fugaku Uchiha, the only other figure present in the room. Despite his stoic demeanor, the clan head was meticulous in mentoring his nephew, offering him opportunities to gain experience. In front of them, kneeling on one knee, was the ninja who had returned to deliver the report. Comment. Clan head, the construction team has entered the hospital and is conducting examinations, the ninja reports. Are there any members of the Senju clan among them? The clan leader asked directly, his tone steady. The leader is a ninja, and I can sense chakra vibrations from him, the ninja replied. But he seems to be just a construction worker who knows earth release techniques. Comment. The clan head nodded slightly. Continue to observe without revealing yourself. Do not act. Deliver this information to Root. Waving his hand, he dismissed the ninja, sending him off on another errand. After the ninja left, the clan head turned to Fugaku. What should we do next? Comment. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback by the question, recognizing it as a test. He calmed down, resting his head on his right hand in thought. After a short pause, he replied, we are waiting. If Danzo makes a move or a Senju clan member appears, we can reassess. The Uchiha must not be the first to act. Comment. Let Ruth be the first to act and assess the situation, suggested Fugaku, his tonal firm. Comment. After the conversation, he looked at his uncle, trying to read his reaction. A weak, almost imperceptible smile appeared on the lips of the clan head. It's a good proposal, the clan leader admitted, but it's not without its drawbacks. Comment. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Danzo is biding his time. Why not create that opportunity for him? Fugaku's expression flickered with surprise. His uncle's words hinted at a depth of cunning he had not yet fully comprehended. He realized that he was still too naive, too inexperienced. Comment. What do you mean? Fugaku asked hesitantly. Wait for news, then plan accordingly, the clan leader replied cryptically. He rose to his feet and walked out of the hall, leaving Fugaku kneeling in place, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninja who had submitted the report had reached the designated route contact point and relayed the information. Afterwards, he returned to the construction site to continue observation. The Uchiha clan's unity remained strong, untainted by the ideological influence of the third Hokage or the will of fire. However, their current strength was far from its peak. Comment. Even Fugaku, the respected leader of the clan, was just a jonin with 3 tomo sharingan, far from the prodigies of future generations. At the same time, Danzo gained the Uchiha's intelligence. Sitting in his dimly lit cell, his expression was as dark as the room around him. The root ninja stood before him, awaiting orders. Comment. Keep a close eye on Uchiha, Danzo ordered, his voice cold and calculating. The Senju clan hospital is in dispute. They will be more impatient than we are. Comment. Report any anomalies immediately, he added with finality. Yes, Lord Danzo, the root ninja replied before quickly leaving with his orders. Comment. Danzo, always the shadow manipulator, remained in control, his mind calculating every potential move. His ability to read people and predict their actions was unmatched. Comment. Thus, the players in this confrontation maneuvered silently. Uchiha kept an eye on the construction site, Root kept an eye on Uchiha, and the hospital project became the center of a dangerous three-way stalemate. Comment. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakase and his team, 4 men and 1 dog, remained hidden in the trees, watching the construction site until the team had completed its work for the day. Despite their vigilance, they did not spot any suspicious figures. It looks like they're not going to make a move today, Kawakase remarked, standing gracefully on a slender branch, his balance impeccable. Let's come back tomorrow. What if they never make a move? Tsunade asked, her sharp, beautiful eyes fixed on Kawakase's upright figure. Tsukumo and Nayuki were silent, quietly waiting for Kawakase's answer. Only Onamaru's dog seemed restless, looking around with obvious boredom. From his elevated perch, Kawakase surveyed the group. His gaze lingered on a certain man, his mind wandering until Tsunade's question brought him back to reality. This is just a test for now, he said, his tone casual. 3 days is the limit. If there is no movement by then. He walked away deliberately, enjoying the unknown. That's enough. Tsukumo interrupted, clearly annoyed by his brother's theatrics. His white-fanged persona was barely contained, his temper nearing its edge. If you don't finish your sentence, I'll hit you. Cough, cough, Tsunade pretended to clear her throat, masking a small smile at Tsukumo's outburst. Okay, Kawakase relented. On the 4th day, we'll ask the construction crew to continue their work in earnest. But that will likely result in civilian casualties. These 3 days are our best chance to draw out the old fox. He sighed as he spoke, the weight of his words sinking into the group. In the ninja world, civilians were always the most vulnerable, and that fact never got any easier. We will do what we can when the time comes, Tsunade said quietly. Although she was no saint, she had decided to do her best to minimize harm, understanding the harsh reality of their world. Tsukumo, seemingly satisfied with the plan, jumped out of the tree in one graceful movement. Nayuki and Onamaru watched them closely. As Kawakase and Tsunade began their descent, he casually called out, "Tsunade, let's get back to dinner." Okay, she agreed, standing next to him as they headed towards the Hitaki clan compound. After a moment of silence, Kawakase, his tone light, asked curiously, "Tsunade, what is your dream?" Tsunade blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. A dream. Had she ever had one? After a brief pause, her mind wandered to a vision of twins, a boy with Kawakase's charms and a girl just like herself. As the image formed in her mind, her cheeks began to turn red. Is there anyone else besides you? Kawakase asked teasingly, spreading his arms and looking around as if searching for an invisible presence. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before responding with criticism, "I really don't have any dreams. Life is fine as it is." Her unexpected modesty caught Kawakase off guard. He scratched his head, feeling awkward for a moment before retorting, "I think you must be having a noble dream." His mind briefly entertained the image of Tsunade in her Hokage robes, and he found the thought strangely appealing. "What kind of dream?" Tsunade prompted, tilting his head slightly. "You are destined to be Hokage," Kawakase stated, his tone sincere. "You are the one who carries on the legacy of the first and second Hokage. Only you can protect the hard work they left behind. I am sure Lady Mito would like to see that as well." The mention of such weighty figures left Tsunade momentarily stunned. She looked at Kawakase, struggling to process his words. "Me, the Hokage," she repeated, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Does Konoha really have enough for me to gamble?" "That's right, it's you," Kawakase replied firmly. "It's you, Tsunade. One day, your husband and children will be proud of you. What do you think of that?" Kawakase used some intense persuasion techniques on Tsunade, nearly overloading her mental processor. Kawakase's words struck a chord. Tsunade's expression softened, and a glimmer of determination appeared in her eyes. "I think I can do it. I'll work hard," she said with newfound conviction. Her mind went back to her earlier vision of her future children, proud of their mother, the Hokage, and even her husband, standing beside her in admiration. Keeping her spirits up, Tsunade turned the tables. "So, Kawakase, what was your dream?" Kawakase met her gaze, his tone gentle as he replied, "My dream is to make you proud." The intensity in his eyes made Tsunade's cheeks flush. Embarrassed, she quickly turned away. "We're here," she announced, landing lightly on the ground outside the Hitaki clan compound. Kawakase wisely refrained from advancing further, choosing to enjoy the moment. He watched Tsunade leisurely, his gaze lingering on her figure, a satisfied smile on his face. Inside the Hitaki residence, they headed straight to the dining room. Tsukumo and Naoki were already seated, while Onamaru was happily sniffing a large piece of beef. Seeing Kawakase enter, the dog picked up his dinner tray and walked out of the room, as if to say, "I know when to give you people your space." Tsunade sat down next to Kawakase and dinner began. The mood was initially calm, but after 3 cups of baijiu, a powerful Chinese liquor, all inhibitions began to melt away. "Big brother Tsukumo, do you think I can become Hokage?" Tsunade asked, her voice tinged with enthusiasm, clearly fueled by the sake she had been consuming. Her ambition to become Hokage had grown stronger, and she wanted to hear others' opinions. Tsukumo coughed slightly, not knowing how to answer such an unexpected question. Why did she suddenly want to become Hokage? Was she really qualified? Wasn't Orochimaru more experienced than her? These thoughts raced through his head, but he chose his words carefully. "I think I've had too much to drink," he said, skidding to a halt. After a moment, he added, "You're a direct descendant of the Senju clan, so your qualifications are undeniable." He sidestepped the question of whether she really had what it took to lead Konoha. "I think that's a great idea," someone interjected. "Tsunade, you can become Konoha's first female Hokage. Set an example for all kunoichi." Naoki raised her glass in agreement, a warm smile on her face. "I'm toasting to that. Don't worry, we're your biggest support. You just charge forward, and I'll watch your back." Kawakase joined in, using his usual mix of tough love and gentle encouragement. If Tsunade had been sober, she could have recorded the entire scene on sake. But at that moment, she was moved. Without thinking, she reached for Kawakase's hand, lightly placing it on her lap. Tsukumo's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Are you serious, brother? Are you pulling out all the stops to win her over?" His own efforts to woo Naoki seemed downright modest in comparison. "I'll make you proud of me too." Tsunade's voice was firm as she poured a full glass for Kawakase and downed her own in one go. Finding himself in the mood she had set, Kawakase had no choice but to follow suit. He drained his glass in one gulp, then turned his hand to grab hers, the gesture creating an undeniable sense of closeness between them. "Do you have any plans?" Tsukumo finally asked, his tone tinged with worry. He couldn't bear to see his younger brother lead Tsunade on, especially when the situation so closely mirrored his past mistakes. After all, as the older brother, he had been the first victim of Kawakase's motivational tactics. Tsukumo thought darkly, "If Kawakase dares to anger me, I'll hit him with everything I have." Tsunade hesitated. The bold ambitions she had just declared suddenly felt like empty bravado. Her mind was now a chaotic mix of high ideals and no clear steps forward. Kawakase noticed the shift in her expression and sent a quick glance towards Tsukumo. His gaze said, "You want me to be destroyed here? Help me get out." Then, in a steady tone, he said, "I've already planned everything for you." Tsunade's confused gaze sharpened, and a newfound clarity lit up her eyes. Kawakase continued, confidently laying out his vision. "First, you've saved countless ninjas over the years. You already have a solid foundation of support. Secondly, once the hospital is built, you can dedicate yourself to helping civilians, which will greatly increase your reputation. Thirdly, with the big war approaching, you will have a great opportunity to prove yourself on the battlefield and make a name for yourself." Of course, Kawakase was holding back his final, unspoken thought. Fourth, eliminate Sarutobi and claim the position for himself. He wasn't reckless enough to voice such a bold idea out loud. However, he was confident that once the first 3 steps were completed, the Hokage position would practically fall into her lap. "Kawakase, I will listen to you," Tsunade said with a firm nod. His plan was organized and practical, and she accepted his guidance completely, trusting him wholeheartedly. Tsukumo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but become suspicious. His keen intuition told him that Kawakase's true goal might not be as selfless as it seemed. Was his brother aiming for Tsunade to become Hokage just to win her over? This suspicion only deepened when he noticed how Kawakase's eyes lingered on her with such love. So that's it, Tsukumo thought, unable to stop himself from grinning. He poured himself another drink, clearly amused by how transparent his little brother had become. He looked thoroughly pleased with himself as he sipped his wine, his smugness barely hidden behind the glass. Thoughts of the creators. With different thoughts in their hearts, the 2 jars of baijiu were soon emptied. Nayuki drank less and was still able to move around on her own. Kawakase and Tsunade were taken to their rooms by servants, each of whom was sent to a separate room. Tsukumo leaned heavily on Nayuki, and they both stumbled toward their cabins. With a mysterious look, Tsukumo whispered into his wife's ear. "I discovered a secret. Kawakase wants to become Hokage. But now he's letting Tsunade have it." He had been expecting Nayuki to be surprised. Instead, she was simply helping him, skeptical of his nonsense. It was more plausible for her to help Tsunade rise to power. Have you ever seen a Hokage who likes to tease and hug dogs? Ignoring her husband's drunken musings, Nayuki helped him into their room. She was worried that if they tried to have a baby tonight, her husband's current condition might affect the baby's intelligence. The night passed without incident and dawn came. Tsunade woke up in the guest room, immediately realizing that she was not in her own quarters. A quick glance at the bed confirmed that she was alone. Her clothes were neatly folded, and there were no signs of any untoward events. After freshening up, she walked out and bumped into Kawakase, who was drying his hair with a towel. He was topless, his six-pack was clearly visible, and his damp silver hair glistened in the morning light. His freshly squeezed scent lingered in the air. "Good morning, Kawakase," Tsunade greeted. "Good morning. I was just about to check if you were awake. Go wash up. My sister-in-law has some clothes ready for you," Kawakase replied, taking the towel off his head and shaking it slightly. Tsunade walked past with her head down, momentarily forgetting to ask for directions. "Go straight ahead and turn right, you will see the bathroom," Kawakase called. "Okay," Tsunade replied as she disappeared from view, her voice echoing faintly in the hallway. After freshening up, Tsunade appeared in a purple cheongsam prepared by Nayuki. Kawakase's eyes widened at the sight. He did not expect such a stunning outfit. The cheongsam highlighted her figure, highlighting her elegance and charm. Tsunade gave him a sideways glance and sat down next to him, unfazed by his reaction. "It's not appropriate to wear this on a construction site," Kawakase commented, sipping on his kanji. The cheongsam looked great, but it wasn't exactly practical for field work. "I have a combat uniform at home. Tsunade can change into those later," Nayuki interjected, saving Tsunade from having to go home to change. Throughout breakfast, Kawakaze's gaze continued to drift towards Tsunade, making her increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, she hurriedly finished her meal and dragged Nayuki away to change. Too young. This is damaging the reputation of the Hitaki clan. Tsukumo, who had been silent like a meditating monk, finally spoke up after reprimanding his younger brother. Has this fool never seen a woman before? What do you know? It's Tsunade in a cheongsam, Kawakaze countered, pulling at a fried dough stick and dismissing his brother's comment entirely. After breakfast, the same group of 4 people and the dog returned to their post near 2 nearby trees, watching them. The construction team was already hard at work. Whether it was because of their diligence or Tsunade's commanding presence, there had been no disturbances so far. After about 2 hours of observation, some activity finally occurred. Someone is coming, Nayuki and Kawakaze said at the same time, Kawakaze relying on his own senses, and Nayuki trusting her dog. Although no one had yet appeared in sight, neither Tsunade nor Tsukumo doubted this statement. They kept a close eye on the construction site. Soon a team of 3 people appeared and approached the construction crew. These are Uchiha, Tsunade noted, recognizing the clan crests on their uniforms. The Uchiha is definitely interfering, Kawakaze muttered, his face unsurprised. He had anticipated this ever since he saw the approval document. Although they watched carefully, they could only watch people and not hear their conversation. The 3 Uchiha encountered the only ninja among the construction crew, a dark-skinned man, who stepped forward to negotiate. What business do the 3 Uchiha lords have here? The man asked respectfully. What are you doing here? The Uchiha team leader demanded arrogantly. To him, a ninja assigned to construction work was not a real ninja. We are hired ninja hired by Lady Tsunade to survey the area. The hospital construction will begin shortly, the dark-skinned man answered truthfully, not wanting to provoke the Uchiha clan. I see. This area is close to the Uchiha clan Konoha military police headquarters. I will investigate further if I notice anything unusual, the leader said dismissively, waving his hand for the group to leave. With that, the 3 Uchis turned and left. The dark-skinned man, puzzled but unwilling to dwell on him, returned to his work. What is Uchiha playing at? Kawakaze muttered, frowning. The situation was becoming increasingly suspicious. It's close to their headquarters. It's not strange for them to investigate, Tsukumo said, waving it off. His straightforward thinking didn't see anything unusual. Nayuki remained silent. She also felt that there was something more, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. What should we do next? Tsunade asked, looking at Kawakaze, who took charge. You stay here. I'll go investigate, Kawakaze decided, marking a tree branch with the Thunder God's flight technique before teleporting away. He quietly followed the 3 Uchiha ninja as they headed towards Uchiha territory. Kawakaze remained hidden, his chakra suppressed. Suddenly he felt a familiar chakra in front of him. He paused and carefully observed the situation. The 3 Uchiha, most of them Chunin, seemed oblivious to his presence and continued on their way. As they passed under a large tree, the sharp sound of a shuriken falling from above startled them. Who's there? The 3 Uchiha immediately retreated, forming a defensive triangle with a kunai drawn on it, their eyes scanning the surrounding area. Despite their arrogance, the Uchiha clan members were known for their strong individual fighting skills. Uchiha. Nothing special. And you dare to target our hospital, the property of the Senju clan. As the voice echoed, a figure appeared. Dressed in a black robe with a hood covering his face, the man completely hid his identity. Kawakaze, watching from the shadows, was momentarily confused. The Senju clan. Where did this man come from? We didn't do anything, the Uchiha leader said defensively. We just asked questions. However, the clothed figure did not seem inclined to negotiate. I'll teach you a lesson. Stay away from the hospital construction site. With a quick movement, the black-robed figure entered into battle with the 3 Uchiha. Kawakaze noted the stranger's movements. While they were effective, their taijutsu was riddled with flaws. Despite this, the Uchiha trio was outclassed. The mysterious figure overwhelmed them with speed and precision. Within days, all 3 were incapacitated. They lay on the ground, causing injuries, though none were life-threatening. The worst of them had superficial wounds from kunai strikes. Go back and tell your clan leader, the Senju clan must not be a trifle. At this point, the figure in black robes disappeared into the forest. Kawakase, intrigued, remained hidden. Who is this man claiming to represent the Senju clan? Determined to find out, he suppressed his chakra and quietly watched the stranger. The black-robed figure took a detour through the forest, eventually disappearing into the Uchiha clan's territory. Kawakase chose not to pursue it further. Everything was becoming more and more complicated and much more interesting. After a brief moment of thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting back to Sunida's side. Thoughts of the creators. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. Tsunade instinctively lashed out. "It's me," Kawakase said quickly, moving back into another branch to avoid the blow. "Ah, sorry. I reacted without thinking," Tsunade said, lowering her fist, her expression uncomfortable. "You missed again. Just ignore him," Tsukumo said casually. "What's the situation? Did you find anything?" Naoki asked, ignoring the brief exchange. "That's interesting. Uchiha and Danzo seem to be working together," Kawakase said, his words shocking everyone. "How is that possible? Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha is too hostile for them to cooperate," Tsunade said, speaking first. She knew all too well how much Danzo disliked the Uchiha. "I saw someone from the Uchiha clan attack a team of 3 earlier. Who else would organize this if not Danzo?" Kawakase said, confident in his assessment. He recognized the chakra as belonging to the Uchiha ninja he had injured in the alley earlier. An Uchiha would dare to join a wolf like Danzo. Tsunade was still incredulous. "The Uchiha's hatred for the Senju runs deeper than you think," Kawakase replied, voicing a truth Tsunade had not yet encountered. She had naively believed that the Senju could dissolve the feud by allying with the Uchiha. But blood feuds are not so easily erased. Tsukumo and Naoki listened in silence, frowning occasionally. Even Anamaru, sitting on the tree, remained motionless. If the Uchiha and Danzo are really working together, will the hospital project still move forward? Tsunade asked, her tone heavy. The location is too close to the Konoha military police force. Let's wait and see. I suspect this alliance won't last long, Kawakase replied with a smirk. Neither Danzo nor the Uchiha will likely fully trust each other. So, shall we continue to monitor the situation? Tsunade asked tentatively. If you want, you can accompany me, Kawakase said in a teasing tone. I think my brother and sister-in-law can handle it here. Tsunade's lips curved slightly into a smile. Tsukumo looked away, clearly annoyed. Naoki, on the other hand, watched Tsunade's reaction with great interest. There will be opportunities in the future, Tsunade said, her cheeks flushing as she turned her attention to the construction site, purposely ignoring Kawakase. Undeterred, Kawakase walked closer and sat down next to her. Then, can I hug you next time? Tsunade shifted slightly, keeping her distance. This guy was insufferable. We'll talk about this later, she muttered, her fair face now as red as if she'd been drinking sake. Then no more shoulder rolls, okay. I did it subconsciously. You didn't even announce yourself, she countered, flustered. So, if I say hello first, is it okay? Kawakase leaned in slightly, his tone shamelessly playful, enjoying the close interaction. I didn't say that, Tsunade snapped, her frustration growing. She had never met anyone so brash. Jiraiya might flirt and punch, but Kawakase's thick skin was in a league of its own. Naoki chuckled softly. Her brother-in-law was surprisingly skilled at this, she had never seen him pursue someone so persistently. Where had he learned to do this? Meanwhile, Tsukumo remained completely focused on his mission, keeping a diligent eye on the target. His unwavering dedication to the task made it clear why he had one of the highest success rates among ninja. Kawakase could not hope to compare in this regard. A man in a black robe entered the Uchiha clan's territory, passing the guard post unnoticed as he made his way to the clan's residence. Inside the quiet room, the clan head was already sitting, calmly sipping tea. Uncle, it's been processed, the man said as he took off his black robe, revealing his face. It was Fugaku Uchiha. Okay. But do you think Danzo will take the bait? The clan head asked, his expression calm but calculating. Fugaku hesitated. Maybe he doesn't want to. What if one of his men gets hurt? The clan leader's voice remained steady. It doesn't matter. Danzo has no choice but to answer. This informant must be dealt with whether he likes it or not. He sipped his tea, his demeanor serene yet sharp, a stark contrast to the ruthless plan forming in his mind. Once the three of you return, report to Root immediately. And be sure to tend to the wounds. No loose ends. Fugaku nodded, his gaze steady. Don't worry, uncle. I held back. I wouldn't go so far as to cause serious harm to our clansmen. After all, he had no intention of pushing his people to destruction, though Kawakaze's continued interest in his actions hinted at his own excesses. The clan head gave a sharp nod. Good. Watch closely and report any developments to me. Fugaku bowed and left, finding a hidden place in the clan's territory to wait for the three unfortunate ninja to return. After an hour, they finally staggered forward, supporting each other and barely making it in time. Fugaku hurried over, playing the role of a concerned leader. What happened? Who dared to attack the Uchiha clan members? The group leader replied through gritted teeth, we were sent to interrogate the construction workers, but on the way back we were ambushed by the Seiju clan. Fugaku's expression darkened. Senju, really? Is this the excuse you're coming with? He forced himself to maintain his composure, masking his irritation. I see. Don't worry. I'll handle it, he said as he helped them into the medical area, pretending to comfort them. Behind the scenes, Fugaku was quickly filming. He summoned the Uchiha ninja to increase their vigilance and sent a messenger to Root with the message, a conflict has broken out and immediate support is required. Tensions quickly escalated within the Uchiha clan. Most members, unaware of the full scheme, became anxious, their unease obvious to any onlookers. This did not escape the watchful eyes of the Root operatives, as the clan leader had expected. By the time the report reached Danzo, he had already been informed of the supposed clash between the Uchiha and Senju. As a supposed ally of the Uchiha, he knew he couldn't afford to sit idle. Danzo sat, listening as his kneeling subordinate reported the latest news about the Uchiha clan. Impatiently, he waved his hand to interrupt the mid-sentence. Send 2 small teams to assist the Uchiha, Danzo ordered curtly. Make sure the construction team cannot act, but avoid direct conflict. The Root ninja acknowledged command, quickly organizing teams before heading towards the Uchiha territory. After they left, Danzo leaned back, rubbing his chin where an old injury lingered, a faint sense of unease settling over him. Something was wrong. However, he couldn't fathom that the head of the Uchiha clan would go so far as to turn against his own people. At the clan's territory, the native ninja stopped at the entrance. An Uchiha ninja with the clan's emblem on his shoulder approached them. The clan leader has instructed that there is no need for you to interfere yet, he said. Just watch. Follow me, and if things get dire, we will signal you for help. The Root ninja exchanged glances, relieved. This was exactly what Danzo had instructed, observe and avoid unnecessary involvement. They agreed without hesitation, following the quiet ninja to a spot near the construction site where they began their observation. Meanwhile, Fugaku continued to sip tea with the clan head in the meditation room. They have already set out, Fugaku. Are you sure about that? The clan head's tone carried a hint of worry. After all, Fugaku was no match for Kawake's Hitaki, and his confidence in Fugaku's strength was wavering. Uncles, if you don't trust me, then trust our eyes. Fugaku's Sharingan flashed, revealing a confusing picture of the 3 volumes. That's true. There aren't as many as Kawake's Hitaki, the clan head muttered, his expression hardening. No need to hold back, just catch some prisoners to report it. His gaze was frozen, his eyes filled with ruthless intent. He also didn't like Danzo, and his displeasure was evident as he put the cup down hard. Bang! The sound echoed through the room as the cup hit the table. Thoughts of the creators. No one showed up until the construction crew left at noon. Kawake's and his entourage were evacuated immediately after, returning to their original positions after a quick meal. Who is this Uchiha? Tsunade thought about the scenario that the Uchiha seemed to be directing, but no answer came to her. Don't overdo it. I'll take you to find out for sure tonight, Kawakase said confidently. His confidence reassured Sunita somewhat, though she didn't realize that the night could turn out unpredictably no matter how brave or skilled she was. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Root Ninja's location. Of the 6 sent, only one survived, barely clinging to life and badly injured. The other 5 lay lifeless on the ground. You, Senju, dare to act like this. Aren't you afraid that we will report this to the 3rd Hokage? The surviving Root Ninja threatened, aiming his words at the black-robed man in front of him. Our land has been approved by the 3rd Hokage. What is the meaning of your root sneaking here? The man in black clothes replied coldly. And if you do not return, who will know that I killed you? As he neared the final blow, the sound of a large group approaching reached them. Relief lit up the Root Ninja's face behind his mask. Salvation had arrived. Damn it, Fugaku Uchiha muttered, cursing under his breath as he retreated without hesitation. He quickly left, avoiding any entanglements. The stricken native ninja could hardly believe his luck. He had not expected to live long enough to see reinforcements arrive. Moments later, the Uchiha Jonin arrived with dozens of others, taking in the grim scene. Lifeless bodies littered the ground, and the barely surviving Root Ninja painted a clear picture of carnage. I heard a noise and came over. I was heading to the construction site, the Jonin quickly explained, though his story was riddled with inconsistencies. Luckily, the wounded Root Ninja was too busy with his own injuries to notice. I ran into someone from the Senju clan, the victim gasped. Damn it. Let's get you back, the Jonin said, ignoring the bloodstains as he helped the injured man. He quickly left with him while the rest of the Uchiha clan dispersed. The Jonin never had any intention of going to the construction site, it was all for show. Once the Root Ninja was returned to their base camp, the Uchiha Jonin left with a smirk. What Danzo? What Root? They are just toys in the hands of the Uchiha, he muttered, his words dripping with contempt. A medical officer was assigned to the Root base to treat the casualty. Danzo's face was dark with rage. Of the 6 sent, only one had returned alive, and even then, barely. It had taken years to train them, and losing 5 was a bitter blow. What's happened? Danzo's voice was filled with barely restrained anger. I was the only one who encountered the Senju clan, the injured Root Ninja began, wincing in pain. I was saved in time by the Uchiha. They arrived with a large group and scared off the Senju. The Uchiha suggested that you interrogate the construction team tomorrow, he continued. First their men were injured, and now 5 of my comrades are dead. Even if we take this to the 3rd Hokage, we will be vindicated. The Root Ninja recounted everything he had experienced and repeated the words of the Uchiha Jonin who had accompanied him back. Even if it's Sensei's clan, they can't address me like that, Danzo muttered coldly. Unbeknownst to him, he had walked right into the Uchiha clan's game plan. Heading to the construction site tomorrow could put him in grave danger, but he didn't know about the trap yet. Take him down and tend to his wounds, Danzo ordered, resisting the urge to lash out. Every native ninja represented years of cultivation and training, and he wasn't about to waste those resources on a fit of rage. But tomorrow would be different. He swore that someone would pay with their life for this insult, Senju clan or not. The thought of Kawakaze flickered in his mind, the memory of their last encounter still vivid. The man was a thorn in his side. If they clashed again tomorrow, Danzo decided to let the Uchiha clan take the initiative, ensuring Kawakaze's downfall. Elsewhere, Kawakaze seemed relaxed, his lazy expression giving no hint of worry. If Tsunade hadn't been there, he might have already gone home for the night. When the construction crew's shift ended, Kawakaze stretched and stood up. Time to go, he said casually before disappearing in a few quick leaps. After dinner, Kawakaze and Tsunade sat across from each other in the quiet dojo. Tsukumo and Nayuki had their own business to attend to, and they left it untouched. Kawakaze, where are you taking me later? Tsunade asked, unable to contain her impatience any longer. He had been deliberately vague about their destination. The Uchiha territory has been destroyed, Kawakaze replied, sipping his tea as if discussing something trivial. His gaze wandered to the moonlight outside, calm and unperturbed. What? Tsunade shot at her legs, her voice filled with surprise. You can't just approach the Uchiha casually. Do you know how many people are in their clan? Tsunade said, her tone clearly disapproving. The idea of going into the Uchiha's territory was like walking into a hornet. Moreover, the Uchiha had always been a controversial topic among Konoha's higher-ups. Don't worry, I'll take you there myself. I have my own reasons, Kawake's replied calmly. With the Flying Thunder God technique, we'll be safe. Kawake's exuded confidence, as if the Uchiha's lack of Mangekyo Sharingan made them incapable of posing any real threat, even without him using the Flying Thunder technique. Tsunade hesitated, but eventually relented. His unwavering confidence reassured her. As long as they remained safe, the risk was manageable, even if they were boldly walking through Uchiha territory. The moon rose higher in the night sky, signaling that the time had come. Let's go, Kawake said, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. The next moment, they were gone. When Tsunade had restored her bearings, they were already standing on the same tree branch they had used throughout the day. She looked at Kawake's, who remained as composed as ever, and couldn't help but be amazed. The amount of chakra required to accomplish such a feat was staggering. Let's go straight ahead, said Kawake's, jumping down from the branch with casual ease. Tsunade thought they could hide their presence or take a more discreet approach. To her surprise, Kawake's led her straight into Uchiha territory without any attempt at stealth. Unsurprisingly, they were soon stopped by a sentry. Kawake's Hitaki, here with Princess Tsunade to visit the head of the Uchiha clan. Please announce our arrival, Kawake stated, ignoring the surprised expression of the ninja. The Uchiha ninja frowned, clearly displeased by the sudden and bold intrusion. His gaze lingered on Tsunade, trying to deduce her purpose here. But as a high-ranking member, it was not his place to be questioned, so he turned to report to the clan head. At the Uchiha clan head's residence, the report caused immediate confusion. Before leaving for the night, the clan head called for Fugaku. After a brief discussion in a private room, they came to the conclusion that refusing to receive visitors would damage their clan's reputation. Tea was prepared and an envoy was sent back to fetch the guests. Kawake's and Tsunade remained silent as they followed the guide through the dimly lit paths of the complex. Finally, they arrived at the quiet clan head room, where both clan head and Fugaku were waiting. Oh, it's you, Kawake's remarked with a weak smile as he walked in and locked eyes with Fugaku, whose glare could pierce stone. HMPH. Fugaku Uchiha greets Lady Tsunade, Fugaku said, his voice formal yet sharp. As the designated successor of the Uchiha clan, he carried himself with pride. Kawakaze's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement. This guy is Itachi and Sasuke's father. His strength seems average. Tsunade greets the head of the Uchiha clan, she said politely, maintaining propriety. Without hesitation, Kawakase took a seat and casually poured himself a cup of tea. His demeanor was relaxed to the point of arrogance. The displeasure in the clan head's expression was obvious, though he kept it under control. Tsunade joined Kawakase, sitting next to him. It's interesting that business brings you to my Uchiha at this hour, the clan leader began, breaking the silence. His voice carried an edge of suspicion. Fugaku, sitting next to him, watched Kawakase warily, ready to react to any sudden movements. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakaze's hand accidentally cleared the bottom of the table, a subtle gesture that did not go unnoticed. I heard that you and Danzo are working together, he said casually. The room instantly became tense, as if the temperature had dropped. What do you mean? The Uchiha clan's face darkened, his fear barely concealed. To him, Kawakaze's words sounded like a harbinger of direct accusation, or worse, retribution. Danzo is a wolf with an ambitious heart, and he has never had a favorable view of the Uchiha. Working with him is no different from conspiring with a tiger. Kawakaze's tone remained calm as he sipped his tea, his words cutting through the room like a blade. The Uchiha and Danzo have no connection, the clan leader countered, his voice firm but defensive. You shouldn't come here spreading unfounded rumors, sir. Is that all you came to say? If that's the case, I must ask you to leave. He gestured for Fugaku to send his guest away. Kawakase chuckled slightly as Fugaku stood up. You really are something, Fugaku. A model future clan head capable of killing members of your own clan. Fugaku froze, his hands slowly falling as the cold realization hit him. Kawake's had seen right through him. When did I kill my clan members? If you continue to spew nonsense, don't blame me for being rude, Fugaku snapped, his voice rising in anger. You lack depth, Kawake said dismissively. You still have a long way to go. He turned his attention away from Fugaku, fixing his gaze on the clan head instead. Danzo doesn't want my hospital to open because I almost killed him. What about you, Uchiha? Are you standing in my way too? The clan head's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Although Kawaka's tone was calm, his words had a weight that could not be ignored. Kawake's leaned forward a little, his eyes sharp. Could it be because of the ancient feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans? The question struck a nerve. The clan leader's composure wavered as the momentum of the conversation slipped from his grasp. What if that is so? The clan head finally answered, his voice tinged with bitterness. By the order of my second grandfather, the Senju clan has already integrated into Konoha. The Senju clan is no more, so why can't this feud be resolved? Tsunade, silent until now, frowned deeply. She couldn't understand the clan head's stubbornness. Wasn't the village's goal, peace among its people, far more important than clinging to old grudges? Just tell me what your goal is, the Uchiha clan leader said impatiently. His usual composure was shaken, and he was unable to understand Kawake's and Tsunade's intentions. You, as the head of the Uchiha clan, want your clan to be fully integrated into the village and receive the honor and recognition you deserve, Kawake said bluntly. I can help you. He paused and turned to Tsunade. Or the next Hokage can help you. The clan's expression darkened, their worry obvious. The thought of Senju becoming Hokage again was unbearable. The memory of the second Hokage handing the Uchiha over to the Konoha military police force, a move that had isolated them and tarnished their reputation, still burned fresh in his mind. Once you've said your piece, you can leave, he said coldly. His mind was spinning. This was no longer just a family feud. The hospital Kawake's and Tsunade wanted to build was now threatening the future of the Uchiha standing in the village. This could not be allowed to happen. Tsunade's voice cut through his inner turmoil. Let's not worry about whether I become Hokage or not, she said. Do you really think that working with Danzo to stop our hospital from being built will do any good to the Uchiha? Her question landed like a stone in a pond, sending ripples of doubt through the clan's mind. She was right, there was no advantage to this alliance, only old grudges. Danzo had won by eliminating a perceived threat, but the Uchiha would gain nothing. Kawake's intervened again, his tone calm but firm. If you are willing to cooperate with us, I will guarantee that your Uchiha clan will be able to find its place in the village. Even if Tsunade becomes Hokage, she will not harm your clan, I will make sure of that. I have come with sincerity. Before the clan head could respond, Kawake's disappeared in a flash and reappeared next to him, placing his hand on his shoulders. In an instant, they disappeared from the meditation room. Fugaku and Tsunade froze, exchanging confused glances. Where did he take my uncle? Fugaku demanded, kunai in hand. His gaze was sharp, ready for anything, even if it meant confronting Tsunade. He'll get it back, Tsunade said calmly, sipping her tea. She trusted Kawake's completely, though she couldn't deny the suddenness of his actions. Fugaku remained on high alert, his mind racing. He refrained from calling the other clan members, knowing that news of the clan leader's sudden disappearance would cause chaos. Time ticked slowly. About 10 minutes later, Kawake's returned with the clan head, whose face was pale and drained. When Kawake's let go of him, the clan head stumbled forward, his eyes wild. His gaze fell on the low table in front of him, which had been knocked over in the chaos. There, engraved on the bottom of the table, was the emblem of the Senju clan. So this is truly the Flying Thunder God's technique, the Uchiha clan leader muttered. I promise you, but I hope you do what you said. By now, his composure had mostly returned. He raised his hand to stop Fugaku, who was about to step forward to support him. Show them, the clan leader instructed. No need, Kawaka's replied smoothly. We can find our way. He gave a weak smile. It's a pleasure working with you. Before anyone could respond, Kawakase repeated his previous feat by placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. The next moment, they were gone, carried away by the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, they appeared again in front of the stone table in the Hitaki clan dojo. On this distant one, Tsunade asked, still shocked by the sudden transport. Whatever had happened during the 10 minutes she had been absent had been overshadowed by her awe at the flying thunder god technique, a feat beyond her comprehension. Teleporting long distances is incredibly draining, Kawakase said, his face pale in the moonlight. It's about the limit of what I can feel. Although his words were spoken with almost nonchalance, he leaned heavily against the stone pillar, feigning his exhaustion. It's okay. Just come back slowly next time, Tsunade said, taking his hand and leading him towards the house. It's just for convenience. I won't do it again, Kawakase said, leaning against her for support. He couldn't help but notice how soft and comfortable her presence felt. I don't believe you, Tsunade shot back with a glare. I know how incredible you are, okay. Despite her harsh words, she reached into her pocket, pulling out a special military food tablet. Without waiting for him to protest, she popped it into her mouth. Chew and swallow, she ordered, raising her hand in front of his face. Kawakase smirked as he complied, biting down on the pill and swallowing it. Her fist, still coated in saliva, retreated with a mixture of irritation and amusement. Tsunade frowns. If I hit him for this, he'll probably play the victim for weeks. You don't want to hit me, do you? Kawakase asked quietly, leaning closer and pressing his head against Tsunade's body with exaggerated innocence. Before she could respond, he screamed as Tsunade grabbed a handful of his hair with a swift backhand. It hurts, he complained, his voice laced with mock pain. The more he leaned in, the more she pulled. Come here, she said sternly, pulling her head back so he was forced to look at the stars. I was wrong, Kawakase quickly admitted, his expression both shy and amused. The two wrestled playfully all the way back to the room. Once there, Tsunade helped Kawakase onto the bed, brushing off his antics. I'm going back, she said, straightening up, but Kawakase grabbed her arm before she could leave. Anything else? She asked, trying to shake herself, but his grip was firm. Tell Counselor Kaharu to attend the groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow, Kawakase said, his expression suddenly serious. Tsunade's brow furrowed. She had expected another playful remark, but this was a sharp turn. I see. Is this part of your plan? Kawakase nodded subtly, his mischievous aura hardening. Her curiosity piqued, Tsunade sat on the edge of the bed, abandoning her plan to leave. How did you convince the old fox? A big stick and red dates. Who knows what works, Kawakase replied nonchalantly, clearly teasing. Speak correctly. Tsunade took his hand and gave it a squeeze, prompting him to be serious. I just took him for a walk. Didn't lay a finger on him, Kawakase said, a small smile tugging at his lips. The other part was a deal. He agreed to cooperate if the hospital would help train Uchiha doctors and medicine once it was up and running. Tsunade listened carefully, putting it all together. Kawakase had made it sound simple, but she understood the deeper implications. The head of the Uchiha clan had chosen survival and integration into the village over perpetuating a blood feud. It was a pragmatic decision, but not an easy one. The two of them continued to chat, holding hands as the conversation flowed naturally. Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha compound, the clan head had likely spent a sleepless night, the image of the Senju clan emblem burning in his mind as he sat amidst the rubble of the meditation room. Thoughts of the creators. The next morning, Tsunade woke up at home, feeling a little self-conscious. She had stayed up late talking to Kawakase the night before, saying whatever came to mind without much thought. The memory made her cringe slightly. If it weren't for his fragile state, she might have been tempted to leave a few marks on him for her embarrassment. After she had washed up and composed herself, Tsunade focused on the day's tasks. She was visiting the construction company for the first time to officially give the green light to the hospital's construction. With that done, she headed to Kaharu Udatane's residence, where the counselor had not yet begun his day. Knocking on the door, the maid answered and greeted Suna warmly. Is Advisor Kaharu an automaton? Yes, Lady Tsunade, please come in. Upon entering the house, Tsunade found Kaharu enjoying breakfast. What brings you here this morning, Tsunade? Kaharu asked, her demeanor warm and approachable, a contrast to her usual stern expression. Construction of the hospital begins today, Tsunade explained. I am here to invite you to witness the ceremony. As vice director, you are an integral part of this project. Kaharu smiled and nodded. Of course. Let me finish eating and I'll come with you. True to her word, Kaharu quickly wrapped up her food and the two women headed to the hospital together. By the time they arrived, the construction site was a hive of activity. Samurai from the Hokage clan stood guard, ensuring order. Kawakes and Tsukumo could be seen on a raised platform, overseeing the progress, while Nayuki patrolled the area with Anamaru. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, the clan leader and Danzo had gathered a contingent of ninja. Their intent was clear, they planned to confront those involved with the hospital project. Without delay, the group set out, the air around them heavy with tension. As Tsunade and Kaharu made their way to the site, they engaged in light conversation. Their topics ranged from memories of Hashirama and Tobarama to the current state of affairs. While Tsunade excelled in medical ninjutsu, Kaharu offered her insight into politics, providing valuable lessons along the way. When they arrived, Kawakes and Tsukumo came forward to greet them. Counselor Kaharu, thank you for coming, Kawakes greeted warmly. Today marks the first day of construction, and we were hoping you could offer some pointers. After all, you have a wealth of experience in such matters. Tsunade also values your expertise in medical ninjutsu. Kawakase's words were both respectful and flattering, causing Kaharu's expression to soften, her face crinkling into a joyful smile. A faint thought crossed her mind, why hadn't she met such a thoughtful man when she was younger? I can't say if I'll be of much help, but if anything stands out, I'll definitely mention it, Kaharu replied kindly. Tsunade, standing slightly behind, shot a thin glint at Kawakase. When had she ever praised Kaharu's medical ninjutsu? Under Kawakase's direction, Kaharu began to inspect the construction site, her demeanor serious as she observed the work. The entire setup was arranged to resemble a leader inspecting rural activities, complete with meticulous attention to detail. Soon, a commotion broke out outside the construction site as a clash broke out between the Hokage clan samurai and the Uchiha clan members, who were joined by root operatives. The samurai hurried to report the incident, and Kawakase stepped forward with a calm demeanor. I'll handle this. Advisor Kaharu, please continue the investigation. Kaharu, however, had no intention of staying behind. I'm part of this hospital too. Let's go together. How can I bother you with such questions? Kawakase protested politely, a sly smile flickering across his face as he maintained control of the situation. Let's go, Kaharu said firmly, her expression determined. I want to see who dares to destroy this hospital, a project that directly benefits the villagers. Her words carefully avoided references to clan conflicts, instead focusing on the bigger picture. By the time they arrived on the scene, Kawakase had already maneuvered the situation to place the blame squarely on the opposition. Very well then, said Kawakase, leading the group to the scene of the conflict. Upon arrival, they saw a samurai from the Hokage clan lying wounded on the ground. Kawakase's eyes flashed with anger as he gestured for the wounded to be taken away for treatment. His keen gaze quickly locked on the root ninja responsible for the attack, standing among the group brought in by Danzo. Danzo's expression tightened as he saw Kawakase, a mixture of apprehension and reluctant relief flickering in his eyes. The Uchiha's presence made him feel a little safer. If things got out of hand, he could always find a way to retreat amidst the chaos. However, when Danzo noticed Kaharu Udatane, his expression shifted to confusion. Kaharu, why are you here? He asked. Kaharu. She responded in a pointed tone. I'm the future vice director of this hospital. Why wouldn't I be here? Although Kaharu and Danzo were of the same generation, she had little love for him. His secret methods and cold-blooded ambitions had long been a source of contempt. She addressed him without the slightest courtesy. You are the vice director. Danzo repeated, his voice laced with disbelief and barely suppressed anger. An unknown frustration flared up within him, but he could find no outlet to release it. The Uchiha clan head stepped forward, breaking the exchange. Enough of this nonsense, he said sharply. We are not here to trade titles or favors. We, the Uchiha and Danzo, are here to demand that you hand over the murderer. The one who injured our Uchiha clansmen and killed 5 root operatives. His tone was sharp, his posture aggressive, and his intention clear. There would be consequences if their demands were not met. The tension between the two sides grew thicker with each word, the atmosphere teetering on the brink of conflict. Kawakase glanced at the clan head, amused by his theatrics. This old fox really knows how to play the victim, he thought, watching the movements of the Uchiha contingent closely. Let's get one thing straight, Kawakase said, his voice calm but dripping with defiance. Not only do I have no idea what you're talking about, but even if I did, what exactly do you think you could do about it? Tsukumo Hatake, who was standing nearby, intervened with a sharp glare. Watch your tone, Uchiha, he warned. The Uchiha clan leader bristled, his mask of control slipping as he prepared for confrontation. Danzo, seeing the tension building, finally snapped. Tsukumo Hatake, don't push him. He growled, the memory of the root operatives falling on Tsukumo's blade still fresh and bitter. And if I push him? What will you do, old man? Go back to the shadows like the stink bug you are. Tsukumo Hatake unleashed a storm of curses, his words sharp and biting, leaving Danzo's face dark with suppressed rage. Let's settle this peacefully. There's no need to resort to violence so quickly, Kaharu Yuditane intervened, attempting to mediate. As an advisor to the Hokage, she was acutely aware of the consequences of open conflict between clans. Before she could say more, a kunai with a tag attached to it flew in. Be careful, someone shouted. Protect advisor Kaharu. Kawakase reacted instantly, deflecting the kunai in midair with his blade. The weapon was knocked off course, exploding in a fiery explosion at a safe distance. It wasn't me, Danzo cried out, his instincts warning him of the growing danger. He raised his hands in a defensive gesture, trying to deflect the blame. But the situation was already beyond his control. Kawakase's swift intervention set the battlefield in motion. Tsukumo Hatake moved like a tiger into a flock of sheep, cutting down root ninjas with precision and ferocity, their throats silenced by swift strikes. Only the sheer number of root operatives allowed some to escape his immediate wrath. The samurai of the Hatake clan clashed with the Uchiha ninja in fierce hand-to-hand combat, blades and fists meeting in a deadly dance. Kawakase, however, remained focused on Danzo. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fatal blow with his 8-sided sword henna, aiming straight for Danzo's neck. Danzo, foreseeing the danger, managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment as the blade cut through empty air. This is madness, Danzo barked, his voice desperate. It wasn't me, it was the Uchiha. They're behind this. He was still grasping for excuses, oblivious to the fact that he'd walked right into a trap. Under Tsunade's cover, Kaharu Yuditane had already withdrawn from the conflict. Her role was over, and she had wisely decided to stay out of the escalating chaos. Naiyuki and Onamaru tore apart the operatives, roots with unmatched ferocity, cutting down all who dared to stand in her way. It was obvious that Tsukumo Hatake had chosen a partner with extraordinary strength and skill. Thoughts of the creators. At this point, Danzo no longer cared about the lives of his subordinates. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Kawakase was completely focused on him. Giving up on any attempt to defend himself, Danzo dropped a smoke bomb and fled without hesitation. When the smoke cleared, he was already tens of meters away. Such petty tricks, and you dare to show them in front of me. Kawakase mocked coldly. He disappeared with one step, instantly closing the gap. Danzo was supposed to die today. Meanwhile, the Hatake clan samurai continued their battle with Uchiha. Remarkably, not a single casualty or injury occurred, which testifies to the precise control exercised during the skirmish. The exercise was an undeniable success. As for the root ninjas, they were scattered. Under the relentless attacks of Tsukumo and his wife, their forces were completely routed. Danzo's only focus right now was getting to the village. If he could get to the Hokage building or even the Anbu area, he might have a chance to survive. He pushed himself to his absolute limit, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't shake Kawake's off his trail. The distance between them was quickly closing. Kawake's Hitaki, why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Danzo shouted, his voice tense. I'll stop interfering with your hospital. Just let me go. Danzo's words were bitter, his tone dripping with hatred, but there was no mistaking his eyes. His feet nimbly leapt between the trees, but he showed no signs of slowing down. You said the same thing last time at my house, Kawake's replied, his voice icy. And I'll make sure you never get the chance to do it again. With that, Kawakaze's chakra flared, lightning crackling around him as his speed increased dramatically. In an instant, he closed the distance, appearing directly behind Danzo. Then Danzo realized that this was nothing more than a cruel game of cat and mouse, and he was the mouse. Kawakaze's sword struck like a flash of white lightning, aiming straight for Danzo's neck. Feeling the cold blade just inches from his skin, Danzo bit down on it and pinned it against the tree trunk. Calling technique. A puff of smoke flared up as Danzo formed two swift hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. A massive creature materialized between them, a defiant beast with a powerful build, an elephant-like trunk, and long, curved tusks, Baku. Kawakaze's sword struck without hesitation, ripping the creature's trunk apart in one blow. The beast screamed in pain before inhaling sharply, releasing a powerful suction force that pulled Kawake's towards its gaping maw. At the same time, Danzo Wind Release's attack moved forward, aiming to catch Kawake's in a deadly combination. Good teamwork. You're not completely useless after all, Kawake's taunted, his tone laced with mockery as he taunted Danzo. Instead of showing any tension, Kawake's maintained an air of calm, his eight-sided sword henna flickering as chakra flowed along its blade. Lightning attribute chakra rose to the tip, extending the sword's range far beyond its physical length. In a decisive move, Kawake's raised his sword high and brought it down in one devastating blow. Baku let out a pitiful cry as the blade passed through him. Danzo's wind release attack combined with the summoning beast was destroyed in an instant. Baku dissipated into smoke, his fate unknown. Realizing he had no chance, Danzo had no choice but to flee again. He pushed himself harder, his desperation driving him forward, relief shimmering in his eyes as the Hokage building came into view. But just as hope began to blossom, a cold voice echoed behind him, freezing him in place. Goodbye, Danzo. Not above me in the next life. Before Danzo could react, a sharp pain shot through his back. The ice blade of Kawakaze's sword pierced through him, dealing a fatal blow. Danzo collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in reluctance and hurt. His eyes remained locked on Kawake's, burning with hatred even as the light in them faded. With a deafening blow, the life of the notorious conspirator came to an end before his ambitions could fully take shape. Kawake stood there expressionless, flicking his sword to scatter blood before the weapon completely disappeared. He walked over to Danzo's lifeless body and carefully checked to make sure there were no signs of life. Without the Sharingan or the use of Izanagi, Danzo was beyond salvation. Kawake's had no intention of moving the body. The incident would inevitably come to light, and there was no reason to hide it. With a confident turn, he headed towards the hospital construction site. By the time he arrived, the battlefield had already become quiet. All of Danzo's root forces had been eliminated. Tsukumo Hitaki stood in the center, still emitting a murderous aura that sent chills through the spines of those nearby. His intent had not completely subsided, and even Nayuki and Onamaru kept their distance. The samurai of the Uchiha and Hitaki clans were clearly separated, each standing separately. Tsunade participated in a conversation with the head of the Uchiha clan, where Kaharu Udatain was also present. For attempting to assassinate advisor Kaharu and undermining the Third Hokage's authority, I have executed the traitor to Konoha, Danzo, Kawake stated coldly. With Danzo's death, Kawake firmly placed all responsibility on him. Kaharu, knowing that a dead man could take responsibility, had no choice but to silently support Kawakaze's statement. The crowd's reaction varied. Tsukumo showed neither surprise nor joy. He had tried to kill Danzo himself in the past, but was ultimately thwarted. Naoki, indifferent to politics, focused solely on comforting the still shocked Anamaru. Suna looked unsurprised, as if the outcome was inevitable. The Uchiha clan leader, initially stunned, quickly composed himself. Although he had expected something drastic, he had not expected Kawakase to act so decisively. "Did you kill Danzo?" Kaharu was incredulous. Danzo was a ninja who had emerged from the war unscathed, and his power was still at its peak. Kawakase didn't look the least bit disheveled after the battle, which spoke volumes about his strength. More shocking was his audacity. Regardless of their differences, Danzo was still the third Hokage's student, but Kawakase killed him without hesitation. At this moment, Kaharu was filled with regret. If she had known that things would turn out this way, she would never have gotten involved with Tsunade. Now she was indirectly responsible for Kawakase's actions. "Yes. If the third Hokage asks, there is no need to speak well of me," Kawakase said casually. "Maintaining peace and stability in the village is just part of the job." He spoke magnanimously, the very embodiment of shamelessness. If Kaharu hadn't been so painfully aware that she couldn't beat him, she might have thrown something at him out of frustration. She was essentially being paid to take on someone else's guilt, and now there was no way out of this mess. "I'm going back to see the third Hokage," Kaharu stated firmly and was left alone. "Counselor Kaharu, take care. We will be officially opening the hospital soon, and I would appreciate it if you could attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony," Kawakase called after her. Kaharu, too exhausted to respond, pretended not to hear him. "Is that why you paid Kaharu to be the assistant director?" Tsunade finally spoke up, clearly impressed by his long-term planning. "Do you think my money just falls from the sky? Not everyone is like you. I can't wait for you to spend it," Kawakase replied, still in the mood to tease her. "Sooner or later you'll squander it all," Tsunade snorted and fell silent. "Kawakase, this is farewell," said the head of the Uchiha clan, seeing that the situation had been resolved. "I hope you will not forget what you promised me." He didn't linger, leading his clan away. Deep down, he wondered if collaborating with this cunning man was the right choice. "Fugaku, I have high hopes for you," Kawakase shouted. Fugaku looked back but didn't answer. He felt as if Kawakase was mocking him, a defeated subordinate. But Kawakase's thoughts had already advanced far into the future. The Uchiha clan bore a heavy curse. The more they lost, the stronger their abilities became. Their fiercely individualistic nature made it difficult for them to align with the collective ideals of Konoha. But was this really a crime? As a transmigrator, Kawakase wondered what Konoha would look like if the Uchiha were fully integrated into the village. Fugaku, Obito, Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke. A few Mangekyo Sharingan users can be enough to dominate other clans. At the moment, helping poor Fugaku seemed like an interesting prospect. Thoughts of the creators. With the Uchiha gone, the construction of a hospital was inevitable. Kawakase led the evacuation efforts. The builders, initially paralyzed by fear, quickly resumed their tasks. Using earth release techniques and their enormous physical strength, they were able to complete the hospital in just a few months. Kaharu pieced together the series of events. It was a carefully orchestrated plan by Kawakase against Danzo. Kaharu realized that she had been disguised to be a critical part of the scheme. Now it was her turn to play her part. She composed herself and headed towards the Hokage building. When she reached the third floor, she opened the door to the Hokage's office. Inside, the third Hokage and Homura were looking over documents, discussing the allocation of funds from the Hitaki clan's recent land purchase. "Kaharu, you're here," Hiruzen greeted, puffing on his pipe and blowing out a stream of smoke. "Danzo is dead," Kaharu said. Her words exploded like a bomb. Hiruzen's trumpet slipped from his mouth and slammed onto the table. Homura stared, stunned. "What happened? How can Danzo be dead?" Hiruzen asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Kaharu gave a brief account of the events. "Today, Tsunade invited me to the hospital construction site. Danzo arrived with Uchiha to cause trouble. A conflict broke out, and Kawakase killed him. She was careful to leave out her involvement. The claim that Danzo had tried to kill her was too far-fetched. Kawakase Hitaki. To think that our decisions pushed Danzo to act this way. In a way, he brought it on himself, Homura said, his tone lacking sympathy. Ambition, Hiruzen muttered, shaking his head. He took the trumpet and composed his own. Where is his body? The rest of Root should retrieve it and hand it over to the Anbu, Koharu replied. Hiruzen quickly arranged for Danzo's funeral. There was no need to explain his death to the villagers. Danzo always operated in the shadows, out of public view. Kawake's Hitaki. He's no ordinary person, Hiruzen noted, changing the subject. His strength is remarkable, and his support of Tsunade isn't a bad thing. With someone like him behind her, Tsunade could continue Sensei's legacy. Hiruzen had high hopes for Tsunade. Her strength and her Senju heritage made her a strong candidate for Hokage, unlikely to face significant opposition. Give Danzo a proper burial, Hiruzen instructed. And inform Kawake's Hitaki, there is no need for any more life or death conflicts. I don't want there to be a next time. This message, conveyed through Koharu, also served as a subtle warning to Kawake's. Fortunately, Koharu's involvement smoothed things over. Danzo's death was resolved quietly, and Kawake's was spared unnecessary consequences. The Hitaki clan itself and Koharu remained unharmed, while Danzo's machinations were eliminated once and for all. The biggest winner of this storyline has to be Tsunade. Big breasts are truly amazing. Without lifting a finger, she effortlessly claimed the greatest prize. With the matter resolved, Kawake's and the others no longer had to remain on high alert. The construction crew, on the other hand, was too nervous to relax even a little. That evening, in the Hitaki clan's restaurant, various snacks were already being served on the table. The feast was in full swing. Kawake's, do you think Sensei will be mad at you because of Danzo? Tsunade asked, a hint of worry in her tone. After all, only Danzo himself knew how much the third Hokage valued him. There will definitely be anger, Kawake's replied with a calm smile. But with advisor Koharu present, the most I'll get is a scolding. Nothing serious. He studied third Haki carefully and understood his temperament, affectionate, but not too much. Come on, let's have a drink. Tsukumo kept things simple, lifting his cup to toast. He linked it with Tsunade before drinking. I noticed you and the construction crew talking about digging a large underground chamber beneath the main building today, Tsunade said. What is it for? No one told me. The lab is for you, Kawake's answered frankly. It will be for medical research. Without proper facilities, how can we improve medical techniques? Although his answer was honest, he had ulterior motives. Without a top-level laboratory, studying Hashirama's cells would be impossible. I see. I won't ask any further, Tsunade said, raising her cup of sake to toast Kawake's. Sensei actually had great ambitions, she began, lowering her cup. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Kawake's and the others turned their attention to her, wanting to listen as they sipped and enjoyed their food. Ever since my grandfather passed away, Sensei dreamed of Konoha creating another ninja capable of using wood release. To achieve this, he gathered a group of medical fraudsters to study my grandfather's cells. Kawakaze's heart raced with excitement. He had not expected the third Hokage to so openly involve the Senju clan in these secret experiments. Kawake's gestured towards Tsunade's food, encouraging her to continue. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. My grandfather's kelmet were very assimilable, she explained, her tone turning somber. None of the volunteer lab technicians survived. They all turned into withered trees. Even many of my blood relatives from the Seiju clan perished. Tsunade's mood noticeably darkened as she spoke, her voice tinged with sadness. With this lab, I want to study my grandfather's cells to see if I can recreate wood release, she added. Kawake's was surprised. Her statement echoed his own intentions, saving him the trouble of convincing her later. I support you, he said seriously. But why weren't you involved in the earlier experiments? I was too young at the time, Tsunade replied. By the time I was old enough, the experiments were abandoned. Sensei sealed the project after too many lives were lost. Konoha couldn't bear that kind of pain. She paused, her expression firm. That's why I won't do live experiments unless there's a breakthrough. My cells are very active, Kawake's offered, his voice steady. I hope I can help in the future. Tsunade's eyes brightened. Okay. Together, we can bring Grandpa Wood Release back to the ninja world. Although Tsunade's enthusiasm was infectious, Kawake's hid his doubts. He knew that even with breakthroughs, not everyone could handle Hashirama's cells. However, if he could rally them, the lab would prove its worth. Tsukumo and Nayuki, listening nearby, were equally fascinated. The thought of releasing the wood, the powerful Kekkei Genkei that had once subdued the Nine Tails, excited their hearts. If Tsunade succeeded, the future of Konoha would surely change. No village would dare to provoke a ninja who wielded the full power of wood release. Once the hospital is built, we'll get the best equipment for the lab, Kawake's promised. I'll cover the costs. Don't hold back, it'll all be yours someday. Although he was discussing business, Kawake's couldn't help but tease Tsunade a little. She didn't respond verbally, but shot him a playful, flirtatious glance. Unsurprisingly, the celebration ended with all four of them drunk. Tsukumo was sprawled across the floor, still shouting, "Hooray!" Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, clung tightly to Kawake's, who had already fallen asleep. Nayuki, the last one conscious, signaled that Onamaru would receive help. Eventually, the servants escorted each of them back to their rooms. Another night of sweet dreams followed. Thoughts of the creators. As the days passed, the oppressive tension of the impending war grew heavier. Rumors circulated that more and more ninja were heading to the Land of Rain, supposedly to seek help from Hanzo the Salamander. Kawake shook his head at the absurdity of it all. The third Hokage was beginning to show his age by resorting to such naive tactics. Hanzo was no fool. If a large number of Konoha ninja were to enter the Land of Rain, it was only a matter of time before war became inevitable. The Land of Rain would lose its independence, becoming a battlefield once again. For now, however, the war had not officially begun, and Kawakaze's life remained untouched. He continued to enjoy his peaceful days, tutoring Naoki, who had recently returned from Orochimaru's custody, teasing Tsunade, occasionally irritating Tsukumo, and making steady progress in his senjutsu training. Construction of the hospital was in full swing, and after completion, Kawake's planned to visit Shikatsu Forest for further training. One afternoon, Kawake sat at a stone table in the courtyard of the dojo, enjoying a cup of tea. Tsunade, busy overseeing the hospital project, left him with fewer responsibilities. In the distance, Naoki was practicing kenjutsu on the training field. His progress had been steady, and by now, a regular genin was no match for him. He could even spar against Chunin-level opponents, though he still had bruises from Kawakaze's relentless training. If not for Tsunade's medical skills, Naoki might have needed weeks to recover from each session. As Kawake was enjoying his tea, the butler approached with two children in tow. One was a lively girl with red hair cascading over her shoulders, Uzumaki Kushina. The other was a boy with short blonde hair, Minato Namikaze. Kawake raised an eyebrow, amused to see the future fourth Hokage as a shy child. He smiled and continued to sip his tea, remaining seated. "Big brother Kawake, I brought my friend here," Kushina said, smirking as she brought Minato closer. Minato, nervous under Kawakaze's gaze, stepped forward. Despite his youth, his manners were impeccable. "Greetings, Lord Kawake. My name is Minato Namikaze. I have come to pay my respects and hope to receive your guidance," Minato said, bowing politely. Kawake studied the boy with interest. At 10 years old, Minato was charming, his eyes filled with a yearning for approval. Orphaned, he clearly yearned for connection and affection. "Big brother Kawake, Minato graduated today," Kushina added enthusiastically. "He's only 10 years old." Kawake chuckled but said nothing, simply reaching out to ruffle Kushina's red hair. She accepted the gesture with an almost proud smile, showing no impatience. Minato was amazed. He had never seen Kushina act so obediently, even he would not dare touch her hair. Lord Kawake really is amazing, Minato thought, impressed. If Kawake could read Minato's mind, he would laugh. All it took was a little kindness to win her over. Love children really were something else. "When will you be finished, Kushina?" Kawake asked teasingly, still ruffling her hair. I spend all my time studying Fuinjutsu." Kushina huffed, a trace of resentment in her voice. If I didn't do this, I would have graduated already. She looked at Minato, a little jealous. Now that he had graduated, she felt left behind. Kushina, I will spend all my time with you, Minato said seriously, picking up on his feelings. His gentle warmth earned him a glowing smile from Kushina. Kawakase couldn't help but grin. These two children, both yearning for love, were naturally drawn to each other. I, Kawakase Hitaki, am determined to make sure this couple stays together. Minato Namikaze, right? Kawakase asked, his expression suddenly serious, giving off an imposing aura that made the young Minato feel the weight of his gaze. Yes, Minato answered nervously. I will accept you as my disciple. Kawakase stated, his face breaking into hearty laughter after a tense pause. His sudden switch from seriousness to amusement left Minato blinking in confusion. There was no need for any tests. Kawakase already knew that Minato was a genius. Excellent. Minato, hurry up and call him sensei. Kushina called out enthusiastically. She knew how skilled Kawakase was, especially in Kenjutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique, which she greatly admired. Without waiting, she ran up to Minato and lowered his head into the bow. Okay, enough with these formalities, Kawakase said, waving his hand to stop Kushina. Turning to Minato, Kawakase asked, do you live alone? Yes, sensei. I'm an orphan, Minato replied, his calm demeanor masking the loneliness he had grown accustomed to. Then move in with me. From now on, you'll have a home, Kawakase said warmly, standing and going to ruffle Minato's blonde hair. The boy's usual composure wavered as he felt a surge of emotion. His nose twitched and his eyes grew misty. Yes, sensei, Minato said, his voice thick with gratitude. He quickly wiped his eyes, overwhelmed by the thought that he, Minato Namikaze, finally had a family again. Big brother Kawakase, can I come visit often? Kushina trumpeted, her usual boldness shining through. Kawakase chuckled. Her lively personality was one of the reasons he found her so cute. Of course. I'll wait for Minato every day. Both children blushed at his teasing remark. Kushina laughed and quickly changed the subject. I'll go find Naoki's brother, she said, cheeks still pink, before running off to the training field. Now alone with Kawakase, Minato straightened up. So, what can you do now? He asked, intending to assess Minato's skills before turning him into a force to be reckoned with. Minato straightened up, his expression serious. The 3 basic jutsu, some wind release and water release techniques, and I also practiced taijutsu. He spoke with the sincerity of a model student, a stark contrast to the future adult who would enjoy Jiraiya's shady novels and pass on Kakashi's habit. I see, Kawakase said, nodding thoughtfully. I'll give you a test. As you command, sensei, Minato replied. He assumed it was a standard assessment. After all, most teachers only accepted students who had passed their initial tests. But Kawakase, always the wildcard, leaned down to Minato's level, placing his hand on his shoulder with an unusually serious expression. Do you like Kushina? Minato blinked, confused. Oh, is this part of the test? Of course it is. Kawakase's tone was too serious, but his inner thoughts were less noble. While deceiving little yellow flash, he was thinking. Not even the pangs of guilt. Yes, I like her, he said seriously, his honesty shining through. Then why don't you tell her? Kawakase said smoothly. If you like her but don't say anything, how will she ever know? Well, Minato hesitated, his face turning red. That doesn't seem like a good idea. This is a test of courage, Kawakase declared dramatically. My student must be brave. Are you brave, Minato Namikaze? Yes, I am, Minato declared, excited by Kawakase's sharp challenge. His youthful enthusiasm caused him to puff out his chest and shout with conviction, inadvertently attracting the attention of both Naoki and Kushina. Then go confess your feelings, Kawakase urged, standing up and giving Minato a gentle push forward. A brave boy like you can do it. Minato took hesitant but determined steps toward Kushina, his face as red as her hair. Kawakase crossed his arms, clearly enjoying the spectacle. What a good sensei I am, he thought with smug satisfaction. No one else eats melons so early in their lives, let alone throws them at their students. Minato finally reached Kushina, his nerves practically radiating off of him. She tilted her head, concerned by his strange behavior, and placed a hand on his forehead. Minato, are you okay? You're burning up. Meanwhile, Naoki stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with a frown. Great, he thought sarcastically. Even little children show their affection in front of me. Do lonely people have rights? Thoughts of the creators. Kushina, I like you. Minato shouted, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard and even catching the attention of the Hokage clan samurai hidden in the shadows. Then, as if awaiting his judgment, he closed his eyes tightly, preparing his answer. I like you too. Kushina's soft, shy voice reached his ears, catching him off guard. When Minato opened his eyes, overjoyed, Kushina had already turned around and hurried away, her face red as she walked back home. Naoki, however, had seen enough. He sheathed his sword and muttered under his breath, walking away with an irritated expression. I am so done with this miserable mood. Being alone seems like a curse. Sensei, Kushina said that she likes me too. Minato beamed as he ran back to Kawake's with joy lighting up his entire face. Kawake's grinned knowingly, wearing the expression of someone who had orchestrated the entire event. You're welcome, kid. I just sped up your love life by years. You don't call me sensei. Well, now everyone in the Hokage clan knows, Kawake said, teasing him further. Minato blushed again, the color on his face deepening. Go pack your things. The butler will help you settle into a room here, Kawake instructed. As of today, Minato Namikaze was his first student. Naoki, of course, didn't count, he was family. Yes, sensei. I'll be right back. Minato bowed before rushing to gather his things. Luckily, he didn't have much, so it didn't take long. That evening, to celebrate his new student, Kawake invited Tsunade to dinner. It had been some time since she had visited, as her work overseeing the construction of the hospital had kept her busy. Tsunade, aware of Kawaka's ulterior motives but missing their time together, readily agreed. Naoki and Kushina also joined in, and with the group assembled, the banquet soon began. The sake flowed freely, as was tradition, and Minato was tasked with pouring drinks for everyone. To him, it didn't feel like a welcoming gathering, but more like a sensei meeting. However, his obedient demeanor quickly endeared him to everyone. Tsukumo even patted Minato on the back affectionately. Call me Uncle Tsukumo, he said with a smile. Nayuki pinched Minato's cheeks, stating, he's so cute. I want to have a son like him one day. Kawake's, already drunk, grabbed Minato's hand as he poured out the sake. Call her sensei, he said, pointing across the table. Following Kawaka's finger, Minato froze when he saw no one but Tsunade. Her flushed cheeks and slightly unsteady posture made her look as scary as she was beautiful. Before he could decide whether to say it, Tsunade suddenly pulled him into a tight hug. In the future, always report to your sensei before heading out, understood? She slurred, clearly intoxicated. Yes, sensei. Minato stuttered, his face turning red as he squirmed awkwardly, freeing himself from her grip. He quickly retreated to Kushina's side, seeking shelter. Suna Nichan gets this way when she drinks too much, Kushina reassured. Don't take it personally. Minato nodded, although in his mind he silently called Tsunade, sensei's wife, not to be intimate. After the banquet ended, Naoki and Kushina helped carry a completely drunk Tsunade back to her room. Meanwhile, Kawake staggered into bed, and the butler escorted Minato downstairs to settle into his new home. 2 months later, the hospital officially opened its doors. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was attended by many notable figures, including the third Hokage, 2 advisors, and the head of the Uchiha clan. Representatives of famous Konoha clans such as the Inuzuka clan and many Jonin were also present to mark the occasion. Following the ceremony, the hospital immediately began operations. Kawake fulfilled his promise by allowing qualified members of the Uchiha clan to learn medical techniques. Eventually, they could choose to work at the hospital if they wished. However, the Uchiha clan did not pursue this as a means of livelihood, their intention was to improve relations with the villagers. Unfortunately, such efforts were only superficial, and Kawake had no intention of addressing the clan's deeper problems just yet. The next day, Kawakes met with Minato and Nawaki, instructing them to follow the training schedule on their own. Afterwards, he bit his finger, calling for Katsuyu. Tsunade put her work aside to join him, and Tsukumo and Nayuki naturally did the same. A half-meter-tall clone of Katsuyu appeared in front of them from the smoke. "Kawakes, are you ready?" Katsuyu asked, her tone calm and measured. "Yes, Lady Katsuyu. Please continue," Kawakes replied, his expression turning solemn. "I want to go too." Tsunade, anticipating this moment, spoke up and asked Katsuyu to take her with him. "Yes, just wait here. I'll be back soon after preparations." Katsuyu, despite her deliberate behavior, was surprisingly effective. After the conversation, she disappeared into the Hitaki clan dojo with smoke. "Kawakes, remember, you are the only brother I have." Tsukumo couldn't stop Kawakes from pursuing him and could only voice his feelings. "Don't worry. I have it," Kawakes replied with a slight smile. Before he could say more, he and Tsunade disappeared in an instant using the reverse summoning technique. The scene shifted, and Kawakes found himself in the Shikatsu forest. The air was thick with the scent of a slimy, corrosive liquid, and the rock cave they were in was cold and damp. Katsuyu stood before them, her massive form extending beyond them. She placed them on a clear boulder, probably prepared specifically for this purpose. The space felt alive with a strange, overwhelming energy, much stronger than anything they had encountered in Konoha. "Do you feel it?" Kawakes asked. The energy enveloped him like the soothing warmth of a hot spring. "A little," Tsunade replied. "The air here feels fresher." "Do you feel the natural energy?" Katsuyu's voice echoed throughout the cave. "Is this what I feel?" Kawakase's previous skepticism was gone, replaced by confidence. "It's like being soaked in a hot spring." "I don't feel much," Tsunade admitted. She had no interest in practicing senjutsu, knowing full well the life-threatening risks involved. "As I expected, you are naturally gifted," Katsuyu Kawakes remarked before turning to Tsunade. "You are, however, not suited for senjutsu." "I'm here to watch over him," Tsunade replied with a smile. "I'm the one who won't worry." "Very well. Kawakes, I will direct you to senjutsu." Katsuyu continued, her voice calm but firm. "Senjutsu involves the fusion of three energies: physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. When these three are perfectly balanced, they form the power of the sage, allowing the use of senjutsu." Although Katsuyu's explanation was thorough, Kawakes was already familiar with the basics. He had never had the opportunity to practice before. Senjutsu was the secret art of three great sages, famous people, known only to a handful of people in the entire shinobi world. At this point in history, with Hashirama Senju gone, it is likely that even Jiraiya has not yet learned it. Thoughts of the creators. Tsunade spoke only after noticing Kawakase's blank expression. "Sounds simple, doesn't it?" she said. "But I haven't even told you about the dangers involved." This was not the first time Tsunade had heard Katsuyu speak of senjutsu. Katsuyu seemed pleased with her intervention and waited quietly. Kawakes, seeing the seriousness on Tsunade's face, adjusted his own behavior. He remembered from the original story how training in senjutsu on Mount Myoboku involved risks such as turning into a frog or being petrified. Naruto even relied on two toads and their sticks to avoid disaster. He assumed that Katsuyu's warning, "No one survived," was simply an exaggeration. But judging by Tsunade's expression, the truth seemed much darker. "Tell me." "I'm listening," Kawakes said, his voice steady. Tsunade hesitated before explaining, her face noticeably pale. "The training process for senjutsu in the Shikatsu forest is irreversible. If you fail to properly transform senjutsu chakra, the consequence is turning into a pool of pus." Her words struck like thunder. It was clear that this was not just a theoretical danger, Tsunade had probably witnessed it firsthand. Kawakase's usual composure wavered. This was truly a gamble with life. No wonder Hashirama Senju was proclaimed the god of shinobi. Having mastered this, he must have made an unimaginable determination. Sensing his hesitation, Katsuyu broke the silence, her voice calm but commanding. "While the senjutsu of Shikatsu forest is indeed dangerous, its power is unmatched. Allow me to go into detail. The senjutsu of Mount Myoboku, although powerful, cannot be maintained for long and requires considerable training. The Ruchi Cave Senjutsu grants immense power, but also gives the user snake-like characteristics. In contrast, the Senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest maintains a perfect appearance, leaving behind only a few insignificant seals. This greatly improves the recovery of chakra and physical energy and allows autonomous absorption of natural energy. To put it simply, Katsuyu continued, her tone filled with pride, as long as you can absorb natural energy quickly enough, you can maintain Sage Mode indefinitely. Katsuyu's words were so confident that even an outsider would believe that her technique was unrivaled. If it weren't for her calm demeanor, she might have directly stated, all other senjutsu are inferior. Hearing this, Kawakase felt a deep sadness inside him. No wonder Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode was so terrifying, paired with his wood release, it became unstoppable. Are there any backup measures? Kawakase asked cautiously, hoping for some kind of saving fallback. Yes, Katsuyu replied, her tone steady and confident. What support? Kawakase's face lit up with relief. If he had a safety net, he could move forward without fear. I can use the clone to increase your sensitivity to natural energy, Katsuyu explained. However, if you fail, the speed at which you turn into pus will increase significantly. That way, you will suffer less. Her calm delivery made it sound like a matter of fact. Kawakase was stunned into silence. Excuse me, how can you say that? Will the rate at which I turn into pus increase? Seriously, how can you say that? Why don't we just forget about this? Tsunade begged, her voice filled with worry. Even without practicing senjutsu, you're already very strong. I won't be satisfied until I try, Kawakase replied firmly. He knew that in the later stages of Naruto's story, without any special abilities, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Mastering senjutsu was only the first step. Without it, he couldn't protect himself, let alone his family. Tsunade's eyes turned red and she gripped his sleeve tightly. Think carefully. If you fail, you will die right in front of me. Trust me. Kawakase gently patted her head, managing a weak smile. With you by my side, I will succeed. Returning to Katsuyu, he asked, Lady Katsuyu, where should we begin? Once his decision was made, Kawakase did not hesitate. He was afraid that staying too long might exhaust his courage. We can start anytime, Katsuyu replied, her calm voice echoing throughout the cave. Follow my instructions. Sit cross-legged, place your hands on your knees, palms facing up. Are you teaching me to meditate? Kawakase muttered. Don't talk, Katsuyu countered. Calm down first. Breathe deeply, exhale slowly. If Katsuyu herself hadn't instructed him, Kawakase might have thought that some Qigong master was playing a practical joke. Once his mind calmed down, Katsuyu continued. Mobilize your physical energy and spiritual energy, and let them merge into one. Gradually feel the natural energy in the air. Try to connect with it, fuse the three forces, and achieve balance. Kawakase followed her lead, gradually entering a meditative state. Countless tiny clones of Katsuyu moved away from her body and surrounded him, swarming until they completely enveloped him. Tsunade's heart sank. From her perspective, Kawakase had disappeared, replaced by the pulsating mass of tiny Katsuyusa. Her uneasiness was palpable. Within the swarm, Kawakase concentrated, extending natural energy around him. A cold, sticky feeling crept up his body, a clear sign of Katsuyu's unique assistance. The energy he felt earlier was now stronger. The synthesis process was noticeably faster. The first thread of natural energy successfully merged. Then the second, and the third. But just as Kawakase began to feel a sense of triumph, a sharp pain exploded in his body. His skin began to rot and the corruption spread quickly. Tiny clones of Katsuyu separated from his body where the disintegration had occurred, sliding down like liquid, unable to maintain their hold. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as she took in the shocking wounds covering Kawakase's body. She covered her mouth, shaking, tears streaming down her face. But all she could do was stand there, paralyzed. She knew she couldn't interfere. Introducing her chakra into Kawakase's body would only destabilize the process, causing his body to disintegrate faster. Kawakaze, for his part, was overcome with fear. The fusion of natural energy was accelerating, but so was the unbearable pain tearing through him. He wanted to scream, but his throat seemed paralyzed, no sound came. As he teetered on the brink of despair, preparing for death, fleeting thoughts filled his mind. Tsunade, I haven't even tasted her yet. Kakashi, I haven't even met him yet. Tsukumo, wasn't even depressed yet. Deep within him, his cells seemed unwilling to give in. As if refusing to let his vision fade, his body began to fight the invasive natural energy. His cells roamed with life force, rebuilding furiously as they integrated the foreign energy. Tsunade noticed the shift immediately. The gaping wounds on Kawakaze's body were beginning to close, and the smaller injuries were already completely healed. Seeing this glimmer of hope, she dried her tears, clasped her hands in silent prayer, and stared at him. She wished with all her heart for the healing to speed up, praying for the next moment to reveal a healthy Kawakaze standing before her. Kawakaze also felt a surge of life force from within. His cells worked tirelessly, repairing the damage even as the synthesis process continued. Slowly but surely, the natural energy within him reached a balance. Lady Katsuyu, watching the scene, was stunned. For most, the corrosive effects of such an unbalanced fusion were completely irreversible. However, Kawakaze's miraculous ability to self-heal not only counteracted the ablation, it kept pace with it. In disbelief, Katsuyu thought, if this continued, he might actually become the second person to master the senjutsu of the Shikatsu forest. Time crept by as Kawakaze's body went through repeated cycles of ablation and regeneration. His flesh was riddled with holes, and the once numerous clones of Katsuyu fell away. Tsunade could barely recognize the man in front of her. The once beautiful face was now unrecognizable, marred by wounds and scars. Then, slowly, red seals began to appear around Kawakaze's eyes, forming intricate patterns. His body stopped deteriorating. The natural energy reaction ceased. He succeeded. I have succeeded, Kawakaze murmured, opening his eyes to reveal students glowing a startling gold. His voice was hoarse, but his words carried an undeniable triumph. Tsunade hugged him. But before he could say anything else, Kawakaze's body gave way and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Thoughts of the creators. When Kawakaze opened his eyes, he saw Tsunade's bright face next to him. She was fast asleep. She used too much chakra healing your wounds, so don't wake her up, Lady Katsuyu advised. Kawakaze noticed a few of Katsuyu's slugs still clinging to his face, their cold, slimy touch lingering. His wounds were mostly healed now. What a stupid girl. Carefully, he shifted Tsunade, resting her head on his lap. This hard boulder was not entirely comfortable. He also combed her light yellow hair so that it would not disturb her sleep. How are you feeling now? Lady Katsuyu asked. I still feel a little weak, Kawakaze admitted as he felt a powerful energy building within him, senjutsu chakra. It's normal. I didn't expect your cells to be so active, Lady Katsuyu remarked. Lord Hashirama completed the fusion directly, but you managed to reverse the situation after the failure. Today, you opened my eyes. Her praise was sincere. Les Shikatsu had proven his ability in senjutsu, contrary to the beliefs of those who preferred toads and snakes. It was just luck, Kawakaze said humbly. I almost gave up. A man turned into dust, or even pus, still returns to nature, Lady Katsuyu answered mysteriously. Kawakaze, drenched in sweat, felt the conversation was going nowhere. Will this make me a full-fledged sage now? He activated his senjutsu chakra and red marks appeared around his eyes. The newfound recovery and destructive power flowing through him was on a whole other level. You have mastered it, Lady Katsuyu confirmed. But you need to get used to absorbing natural energy. Maintaining sage mode in the outside world is not easy unless you have Hashirama's wood release. Kawakaze sighed. Interrupting like someone like Ashura would be much more convenient. Born with limitless gifts, summoning and creating at will was something to be envied. However, he consoled himself. He had achieved senjutsu on his own. Lady Katsuyu, is there any senjutsu technique I can learn here in Shikatsu Forest? Not specifically, Lady Katsuyu admitted. But senjutsu chakra will enhance your existing techniques. When combined with your unique abilities, they will become even more powerful. Kawakase quickly realized. The true power of Sage Mode was not just raw power, but how it enhanced natural talent. Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Naruto demonstrated this beautifully. Let's take Naruto as an example. How many of my rasengans could you take? Okay, I understand, Kawakase said, signaling the end of the conversation. Lady Katsuyu seemed to take the hint, falling silent. She continued to work diligently, healing the last of his injuries. Kawakase closed his eyes, and soon the weakness in his body began to disappear. The senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest truly lived up to its reputation. After exiting Sage Mode, Kawakase resumed absorbing natural energy. Although he had taken his first steps in mastering it, he still had a long way to go before he could store enough senjutsu chakra. During this process, he became more adept at balancing and integrating energy, avoiding further backlash. It was a process of extremes, either you succeeded or you died. No wonder Tsunade bragged that her grandfather learned senjutsu in just one day. If he hadn't, would she even exist to tell the tale? Kawakase finished his training just as Tsunade stirred, leaning against his leg. Slowly, she woke up. By then, Lady Katsuyu's clone had disappeared, leaving Kawakase's face healed and his usual calm expression restored. "You're finally okay," Tsunade said, hugging him. Taken by surprise, Kawakase froze at first, feeling the softness against his chest. Then, hesitantly, he wrapped his arms around her back, his gaze falling to her neck and shoulders. "I'm okay now. Thanks for all your hard work," he whispered. They stayed like that for a moment before Tsunade regained her composure and pushed him away, her face turning red as she realized the closeness of the embrace while Kawakase silently enjoyed the moment. "Have you fully mastered senjutsu?" she asked, combing her hair in place to mask her embarrassment. "Yes. Let's go outside and test its strength," Kawakase replied, taking her hand as they began to walk out of the cave. The journey was not long. Fortunately, the slugs were not experienced burrowers, and soon they emerged into the sunlight. The warm sun greeted them as they emerged into the open. Scattered trees and deep swamps dotted the area, making it clear that this was not a welcoming place for humans to linger. "I'll try Sage Mode and see how much it improves me," Kawakase said as he released Tsunade. Red marks appeared around his eyes as Sage Mode activated. With the eight-sided sword of Han in his right hand, his body was enveloped in Thunder Attribute Chakra. Kawakase immediately felt a strong surge of power. His Thunder Attribute had become even more intense under the Sage Mode stimulus. The sensation of rupture in his cells was sharp, but fleeting, as the enhanced regenerative properties of Senjutsu Chakra quickly repaired any damage. He swung his sword in a quick draw slash, and in an instant, he seemed to become lightning fast. When he reappeared tens of meters away, a jagged trail of scorched earth marked his path. "What speed! What destructive power!" Tsunade muttered. She had encountered this technique before, but now, with the power of Sage Mode, it was on a whole other level. Kawakase teleported to her side, his satisfaction obvious. "Not bad. Even a tailed beast would have a hard time resisting this." Tsunade nodded, then pulled out a handwritten scroll from her robes. "I also have a senjutsu technique from my grandfather. Would you like to try it?" Kawakase raised an eyebrow, his initial interest lukewarm. Without wood release, he doubted he could effectively use Hashirama's senjutsu techniques. However, when he opened the scroll, his attention sharpened. The scroll contained the Sage Art, Great God's Gate, a powerful sealing technique that Hashirama once used to suppress the 10 tails in Sage Mode. It was a rare technique that required Hashirama to perform hand seals, a testament to its complexity. Kawakase suspected that Mito Uzumaki had a hand in its creation. "I'll give him a chance," Kawakase said confidently. Tsunade smiled and stepped aside to give him space. Kawakase began forming hand seals, his aura gaining strength. "Sage Art, Great God's Gate," he shouted, releasing a massive amount of senjutsu chakra. From the sky, streaks of red torii descended, sinking deep into the ground. They sealed off the area, as if forming an unbreakable chain designed to suppress anything within. "No wonder this is the Hokage's first senjutsu technique. It's incredible," Kawakase remarked, genuinely impressed. The technique might not be ideal for smaller enemies, but against something as massive as the tailed beast, it would be devastating. I'm glad you like it, Tsunade replied, her voice soft, her expression warm. Kawakase took her hand and they began to walk back to the cave. Along the way, his thoughts drifted to Minato. He needed Minato to start working on the rasengan as soon as possible. With his own highly active cells, Kawakase knew he had the physical advantage, but when it came to chakra transformation, Minato's genius was unmatched. At the very least, Kawakase could offer a few ideas and let Minato do his magic. After all, once Minato had perfected it, Kawakase could simply learn the technique. Then, no matter who faced him, they would have to contend with the full power of the rasengan in his hands. Thinking about this, Kawakase chuckled to himself. Tsunade shot sideways when he spotted him. That idiot is laughing to himself again. Thoughts of the creators. Returning to the cave, they encountered Lady Katsuyu again, already homesick. Lady Katsuyu, how will we return? Kawakase suddenly voiced a worrying thought. It seemed that no one in Konoha was using summoning slug anymore, meaning that the recall technique could no longer work. Don't worry. I've already left a clone at your house, Lady Katsuyu replied calmly, apparently having read Kawakase's thoughts. Haha, Lady Katsuyu, you really are meticulous. Kawakase said with genuine relief, praising her foresight. Not really. I left a clone in case something happened to you. I can always send you back as pus, she added. You humans always want to be buried in your hometown, don't you? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh while Kawakase's expression became awkward. Lady Katsuyu, you are such a strange creature, Kawakase muttered under his breath, although he did not give himself the right to say more. Send us back, Katsuyu, Tsunade intervened. Fine. In a swirl of smoke, they disappeared from the Shikatsu forest and reappeared at the Hitaki clan dojo, landing on a damp patch of grass, the slug's preferred habitat. Thanking the clone of Lady Katsuyu, Kawakase quickly walked away. It had only been a day since they left, and it was now midday. Naoki and Minato, who were practicing kenjutsu, ran away as soon as they spotted them. Sister. Big brother. Sensei. Minato shouted excitedly. Tsunade was hesitant at first, but grew accustomed to Minato's new way of addressing her after their trip to Shikatsu Forest. Naoki, do you have a summoning beast? Yes, Naoki replied. Snake. Naoki nodded, but Kawakase pushed him aside and turned to Minato. Minato, you don't have the beast yet, do you? No, sensei, Minato admitted. Okay. I think the slime is perfect for you, Kawakase said and dragged Minato over to sign the summoning scroll. Without much fanfare, Minato bit his finger, signed his name in blood, and officially formed a contract with Katsuyu. Thus, he lost the privilege of summoning Gamabunta. Having done so, the slug left, and Kawakase felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was no longer afraid of being trapped in the Shikatsu forest with Tsunade. Sensei, are you done training? Minato asked, his voice full of curiosity and respect. Although he didn't know the specifics of Kawakase's technique, he overheard his uncle Tsukumo mention how dangerous it was. Yes. When you grow up, see if you can learn it, Kawakase replied with a smile, extending his hand to Minato. He couldn't help but remember that in the original timeline, Minato had also mastered senjutsu. Big brother, I want to learn this too. Naoki intervened, not wanting to be left out. He refused to fall behind Minato. You can go ask Orochimaru, Kawakase quickly replied. Letting Naoki experiment with dangerous methods was too risky. If he screwed up and turned into a puddle of pus, Tsunade would cry herself to death. Okay, you two, get back to your practice, Kawakase said, stopping any further protests. Tsunade and I are going to change, he added. Unable to stand the smell on her body after the trip, Tsunade quickly dismissed her younger brother and Minato, insisting on a bath. Kawakase and Tsunade went to separate bathing areas to clean up. Meanwhile, Tsukumo had disappeared with his wife, and the ever-elusive Onamaru was nowhere to be found. Kawakase finished washing himself and changed into clean clothes. He didn't wait for Tsunade, he wasn't going to let her pull him into the bath. Instead, he headed to the dojo. When he arrived, he saw Minato training hard. Minato, come here, Kawakaze called, sitting down at the stone table. A servant came over, pouring freshly brewed tea. What is it, sensei? Minato asked, placing his wooden sword back on the rack before hurrying off. Despite his age, his speed was already impressive. Do you think you could compress a chakra ball in your hand that moves at high speed irregularly? Kawakaze asked, cutting straight to the point. Minato blinked, confused. He had no idea what sensei was describing. This kind of technique couldn't be imagined out of thin air, and he had never seen or heard of such a thing before. I don't know, sensei, he admitted, spreading his right hand and frowning, trying to imagine her. Kawakaze wasn't surprised. Minato was still young and lacked the inspiration that would eventually lead him to develop the rasengan. In the original story, it took him 3 years to create the technique inspired by the tailed beast bomb. Then I will give you a task, Kawakaze said. Develop the theory I described into a jutsu. You have 1 year. Minato looked even more confused. He was just a genin, why did his sensei ask him to create a new pendant? Sensei, I will work hard, Minato finally said, giving in under Kawakaze's encouraging gaze. Very well. Once you get started, I will find someone even more experienced to teach you ninjutsu, Kawakaze said, though he felt a sense of regret for not having the rasengan for himself. Minato bowed and returned to his sword practice with Naoki, though it was clear his thoughts were elsewhere. Minato, what's wrong? You seem distracted, Naoki asked, noticing his friend's lack of focus. The two young men became close friends, and Naoki's concerns were genuine. Sensei told me to develop ninjutsu, Minato said, still in a daze from the conversation. What? Naoki's mouth dropped open in shock. Big brother, you're not kidding, are you? The very idea seemed outrageous. Genin, developing ninjutsu. Kawakaze thought this was some kind of game. Look at sensei. Does he look like a joke? Minato sighed. And he gave me 1 year. As they chatted, they both idly swung their training swords, their training half-hearted at best. Meanwhile, Tsunade had finished washing herself. Refreshed and clean, her demeanor had completely transformed, exuding her usual confidence. Come here and hug me, Kawakaze said with a sly grin, spreading his arms in mock invitation. Tsunade easily walked around him and sat down next to him. There are so many people here, she said coolly. When there's no one around, Kawakaze teased, leaving the sentence hanging. What's going on in your head? Tsunade asked, cutting him off with a sharp look. Her no-nonsense tone made her seem like the leader of the household, but she softened as she accepted the cup of tea Kawakaze had poured. She leaned back and enjoyed the moment. This life suited her much better than the damp, uncomfortable forest of Shikatsu. Do you know of any particularly influential ninjutsu practitioners? Kawakaze asked, shifting gears. Tsunade looked at him curiously. Why? I want someone to teach me a little about ninjutsu. It's not really my strong point. Tsunade sipped his tea thoughtfully. The strongest person is, of course, sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not deserve the title of ninja professor for anything. Kawakaze shook his head. No, he's too busy. I need someone else. He didn't mention Minato's new task. In truth, Kawakaze had been acting on a whim. It was only after Minato left that he fully understood the absurdity of what he was asking. After all, Yellow Rush was only 10 years old. Even by ninja standards, this looked like child labor. But then again, this was Naruto's world, where children grew up fast and the impossible was expected. Thoughts of the creators. Then I have another candidate, but I'm not sure he's in the village. Naoki, come here. Tsunade was lost in thought, and her sudden scream startled two boys who were fishing nearby. Thinking that they had been caught red-handed, Naoki quickly handed Minato his wooden sword and ran up to his sister with a smile. What's the matter? Is your sensei in the village? Tsunade's candidate was Orochimaru, the third Hokage's most outstanding student. Not only was Orochimaru a fast learner, he was also skilled in applying his knowledge to various situations. It was no exaggeration to call him a genius. Kawakaze's eyes lit up at the mention of him. He had completely forgotten about such an influential figure. Sensei said he'd be back tomorrow for a short visit, Naoki answered honestly. One was his sister, and the other his future brother-in-law. There was no reason to hide anything. Tomorrow we will visit your sensei together, Tsunade decided. Sensei will certainly be happy. He even said that Big Brother's position is impressive and his kenjutsu is extraordinary. He mentioned wanting to visit the Hokage clan if he had the chance. Naoki was glad that they hadn't noticed his earlier mischief and felt even happier being surrounded by those closest to him. Their camaraderie was something worth cherishing. Your sensei has a good eye, Kawakase commented with a smile, clearly pleased with the praise. Okay, go train. Tsunade and Kawakase moved on, but Naoki suddenly froze in place as the realization hit him, he hadn't avoided notifying his sister at all. Just then, Tsukumo and Nayuki returned, and Onamaru fell behind them, looking completely defeated. When the pair spotted Kawakase, they immediately brightened up. Whether the training was successful or not didn't matter as long as everyone was safe. They brought Onamaru to the stone table and sat down. Onamaru, were you scolded? Kawakase teased, his playful tone causing Onamaru to glare at him. I swear I want to bite this guy to death. No, Nayuki interjected. Your big brother is taking him home to breed. Onamaru is one of the few valuable dogs in my Inuzuka clan. Kawakase glanced at Onamaru, who looked completely exhausted. From his tired state, it was clear that the dog had not been very rested during the trip. How was the senjutsu training? Tsukumo looked at Kawakase curiously, wanting to hear about his progress now that he was safely back. I graduated in one day. You know, your little brother is so talented, why don't you call me big brother and celebrate? Tsunade choked on her tea, coughing uncontrollably as she burst into laughter. You won't stop until you've killed me, will you? Tsukumo growled. Let's go duel, little child. Tsukumo had only been able to keep Kawakase under control all these years because of his refusal to accept the title of Big Brother. To do so now would be to throw away the last shred of his dignity. He knocked down the rest of his tea, frowned, and grabbed Kawakase by the collar, dragging him to the center of the dojo. Were they always like this? Tsunade asked in confusion, pointing at her temple in annoyance. Nayuki sighed, already accustomed to the sight. At first, she even wondered if the Hokage clan had a history of mental instability. They are brothers who depend on each other, so they are used to bickering, she explained. Tsunade glanced at the luxurious mansion and spacious dojo surrounding them. Living together. It was more like two people living in excessive comfort. Oh, that one word conveyed all her thoughts. None of them paid any attention to the two men in the middle of the room. The brothers clashed swords without any semblance of grace, their duel lacking any aesthetics. The two women resumed drinking, indifferently. After a while, Kawakase returned to his seat, looking smug. As expected, he couldn't resist, leaving Tsukumo in the dust. However, Tsukumo refused to call him Big Brother, this was his unwavering prophet. As soon as Kawakase sat down, Tsukumo followed him, settling down at the stone table with a disgruntled grumble. Big Brother isn't worth holding back, is he? You're such a loser, he muttered, exclaiming. As the chaos died down, the group began to converse casually. Tsukumo gradually calmed down, realizing that there was no point in getting mad at Kawakase. If he had, he would likely have died of frustration long before his younger brother had given up. The next morning, Kawakase carried a finely crafted sword from the Hokage armory, and Minato followed behind. Together, they headed to the Senju residence to meet with Tsunade and Naoki. The group planned to visit Orochimaru. Orochimaru has returned to the village. What about Jiraiya? Kawakase asked, reminding him of the eccentric break. Since he had also unintentionally disrupted Dan Kato's marriage plans, he felt no guilt about it. He went to Mount Myoboku to train, Tsunade replied. I guess he's working on senjutsu, Kawakase noted. Tsunade nodded. The third Hokage's students remained close, so it was no surprise that she knew Jiraiya's location. I'm just afraid it won't be easy for him, she added. Kawakase, familiar with Jiraiya's journey, knew that it took him nearly 10 years to master senjutsu, a testament to his diligence. He is the hardest working ninja I have ever met, Tsunade said, her tone filled with rare praise. Jiraiya, born to a commoner family with average talent, had made his way up through sheer effort. However, his recent behavior had scared her, or Kawakaze might still have some work to do. As they were talking, Kawakaze noticed a fat cat jumping towards him. Dressed in gold and silver jewelry, it looked like the spoiled pet of a rich Konoha wife. He reached out and grabbed it by the neck. But then he felt another hand briefly touch his own before moving away at lightning speed. Kawakaze looked up to see a young man with shiny black hair, neatly parted down the middle and wearing green tights. "Janine can wait," reporting for her service to Lady Tsunade, the man announced. It was none other than Guy's father, the first person to master the 8 inner gates formation. "Hello," Tsunade said, clearly not recognizing him, but returning the greeting politely. "Hello, I'm Kawakaze Hitaki. Nice to meet you." Kawakaze's curiosity was aroused. "Hello." Dai may have seemed taken aback by the respectful tone. As a genin who performed mundane tasks, he wasn't used to such politeness, especially from someone of Kawakaze's stature. "You're here because of this cat, right?" Kawakaze handed over the plump cat. "Thank you, Lord Kawakaze," Dai said, taking the cat and turning to leave. It had never occurred to him that anyone important would help with such a trivial matter. "Wait," Kawakaze stopped him. "I noticed your speed just now. Your taijutsu must be impressive." It was a deliberate question. Kawakaze already knew that Dewey had mastered the 8 inner gates formation. No one could achieve such speed without strict taijutsu training. "It's all right," Dai replied, flashing a dazzling smile, his white teeth flashing. "With skills like yours, why are you still doing genin tasks?" Kawakaze asked, puzzled. How could someone who could open all 8 gates still be ranked so low? "I only know taijutsu, so I can't take the Chunin exam," Dai explained. Promotions in Konoha were tough, and for those without connections, advancement was difficult. If Dai had belonged to a major clan, his abilities would have been recognized long ago. "I see," Kawakaze said thoughtfully. "I'll see what I can do to help. Let's be friends. Come to the Hitaki clan sometime." Kawakaze had no qualms about befriending someone like Might Dai, a serious and capable person. "Thank you very much." Dai gave him an energetic thumbs up, his trademark smile beaming. "The youth will always be by your side." No wonder he's Guy's father, Kawakaze thought. Meanwhile, Naoki and Minato exchanged confused glances. This strange man seemed to have easily charmed his usually reserved big brother. Thoughts of the creators. After parting ways with Might Dai, Kawakaze and his group continued on to Orochimaru's residence. Is there something special about this person? Tsunade's curiosity was aroused. She couldn't understand why Kawakaze offered Janine his help. "I feel there is something very valuable in him," Kawakaze replied mysteriously, a faint, inscrutable smile on his face. This was the truth that Kawakaze had learned from the original story. Even if he had explained it, Tsunade would not have understood. Without the teachings of the mighty god, there would have been no lad. It was Dai, as a father, who instilled in his son the most important lesson, the way of the ninja. True victory lies not in defeating the strong, but in defending what is most important to you to the end. Maybe Dai sacrificed his life for this principle, and Might Guy risked his to perform the devastating attack of Night Guy. If it weren't for Naruto's 6 paths, Guy wouldn't have survived either. So mysterious, Tsunade muttered, rolling her eyes in annoyance. She gave Kawakaze a cold look, too lazy to press the matter further. Behind her, Naoki and Minato whispered to each other, wondering what precious could mean. Naoki assumed it was something tangible, like priceless treasures, his mind clearly poisoned by Tsunade's habits. Minato, on the other hand, believed it referred to an intangible quality, like a noble spirit. He seemed more perceptive than Naoki. It's no surprise that Minato became Hokage while Naoki became cannon fodder in the original timeline. How far is it? Kawakaze asked, his tone casual. He had never been to Orochimaru's house before, nor had he had any dealings with the man. It's just up ahead, Tsunade replied, pointing to a cluster of buildings in the distance. As they entered the residential area, Kawakaze couldn't help but groan inside. All the houses merged together, making it difficult to tell where one ended and another began. Does Orochimaru keep a lot of snakes at home? he asked, trying not to sound awkward. He couldn't help but feel a little scared at the thought of the cold-blooded reptile slithering around. Who told you that? He only has the snake-summoning beast, Tsunade said, her tone dismissive. Haha, that's good, Kawakaze laughed awkwardly, gripping his sword a little tighter. As they approached their destination, Naoki took the lead, confidently walking up to the mansion and knocking on the door. Sensei, my sister brought someone to see you, he shouted, his loud voice echoing throughout the quiet street. His outgoing demeanor even extended to Orochimaru, a surprising trait considering the latter's reputation. A moment later, the door opened, revealing Orochimaru, dressed in a kimono. His expression was calm, almost gentle, as he reached out and ruffled Naoki's hair. I knew it, you're always so noisy. What a shame, Orochimaru said, his tone light but carrying a hint of reproach. Kawakaze was stunned. This Orochimaru didn't look like the sinister figure he remembered from the anime. Gone was the smug, cold smile, this version seemed much more collected, even approachable. Orochimaru, Kawakaze and I are here uninvited. I hope you don't mind, Tsunade said, her tone relaxed as if the visit was nothing out of the ordinary. Why should I object? I am glad to see you. Please come in, Orochimaru replied, his expression calm and his words polite. Hello, Kawakaze, Orochimaru greeted, flashing a weak smile. Hello, Orochimaru, Kawakaze replied, though he was still struggling to reconcile this polite, made-up figure with the sinister image of Orochimaru from his memories. Call me only by my first name. Kawakaze, however, was not one to miss the opportunity. With a small push, he pushed Minato forward. Lord Orochimaru, I am Minato Namikaze, Minato introduced himself, his tone cautious. The boy couldn't help but feel intimidated, Orochimaru certainly didn't exude warmth. Hello. You're a good boy too, Orochimaru said with a small smile, seeing that Minato's behavior bore some resemblance to Naoki's. Let's go, Naoki said casually, acting as if he was returning to his home. Without waiting for anyone else, he walked into the mansion. Kawakaze followed Orochimaru inside. The mansion was spacious, its design classy and minimalistic. The lack of servants was noticeable, but Kawakaze assumed Orochimaru valued solitude. Led by Naoki, the group made their way to the living room and took their seats. Naoki, clearly familiar with the space, immediately went to make tea. Kawakaze watched him move with ease, thinking that Naoki must have done this many times before. Orochimaru, I heard that you enjoy using a sword as well, Kawakaze began. Today, I brought something special from my weapon workshop, Hitaki, as a token of respect. I hope you will accept it. Kawakaze presented the gift with a smile. Since he was here to ask for a favor, a small offer seemed appropriate. You are too kind, Kawakaze, Orochimaru said as he took the sword. His slender fingers carefully inspected the craftsmanship. Drawing slightly on the blade, the glint of the steel reflected his snake-like pupils. A faint chill seemed to emanate from him as he tested its weight and balance. Unfortunately, the sword was hard, making it impractical to store in the stomach. However, it was certainly a rare and valuable gift. A fine sword. I accept it with gratitude. Thank you, Kawakaze, Orochimaru said, setting the blade aside but keeping it within reach. By then, Naoki had returned, carrying a tray of tea. He poured cups for Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kawakaze, serving them with a respectful demeanor before sitting off to the side with Minato. You two don't have to be so formal. We're all friends now, Tsunade said, her tone annoyed as she watched Kawakaze and Orochimaru maintain an awkward politeness. One was a close friend from her team, and the other was her future husband, at least in her eyes, so she had no qualms about breaking the tension with her stupidity. Kawakaze and Orochimaru, however, felt a little embarrassed by her directness. Kawakaze's mind wandered to the old saying, we're all brothers, so there's no need to be polite. He glanced at Tsunade and imagined her drunkenly saying those words. The thought fit her so perfectly that he almost laughed out loud. Kawakaze came today because he wants to help Minato expand his knowledge of ninjutsu, Tsunade continued, her bluntness unforgiving. Minato is Kawakaze's new apprentice. Minato, hearing this, respectfully lowered his head, his demeanor serious. Of course, there is no problem, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. I will be in the village either way. Orochimaru's agreement seemed casual, as if taking on another responsibility was no big deal to him. Naoki will study under Kawakaze's tutelage, Tsunade declared. And Minato will study under Orochimaru in return. It's a way to give back what we got. Then I will leave Minato in your care, Kawakaze said, quite casually handing over his new budget student, without hesitation or remorse. Just so that Minato and Naoki can come together when the time comes, Orochimaru confirmed, setting the conditions for their training together. The conversation shifted as Tsunade sipped her tea and casually asked, "You've been away from the village a lot lately. Have you been on a mission?" Her tone made it clear that even confidential topics did not bother her. Kawakaze also took the opportunity to drink his tea, fading into the background for the moment. He didn't want to seem rude by leaving as soon as the discussion was over. Orochimaru took a deep breath, his face becoming serious. The bright smile he had worn earlier was replaced by a grim expression, and Kawakaze thought he had caught a glimmer of compassion in his snake-like eyes. "Sensei sent me to the land of rain," Orochimaru began, his voice low and contemplative. "We are trying to borrow a path and launch an attack on the other ninja villages. But Hanzo of Salamander, he is no ordinary man. Negotiations have reached an impasse, he refuses to allow passage." His tone darkened as he continued, "I don't know when the war will start, but when it does, it will bring another bloody storm. So many fresh lives. So many partners will be lost. How many families will be broken? How many children will be homeless?" Orochimaru's words hung heavy in the air, and his dark expression showed a side of him that was rarely seen. Kawakaze could feel the sincerity in his voice, his disdain for war unmistakable. For the first time, Kawakaze saw in Orochimaru that anime had never shown, a man burdened by the inevitability of war, someone who perhaps loved his village and valued life in his own way. If it weren't for the war, perhaps Orochimaru wouldn't have been consumed by ambition and obsession. Kawakaze couldn't help but think that the war, and the demons it brought out in people, shaped Orochimaru into the man he would eventually become. Thoughts of the creators. These are things that are out of our control. We can do everything we can to protect the people who are important to us. Kawakaze wanted to offer some words of comfort, but in the face of war, man's power was insignificant. At present, he had no way to change the course of the war on his own. "So, are you going to continue these negotiations when you return?" Tsunade asked. If a war were to break out, she too would not be able to avoid going to the battlefield, it was her duty as a ninja. "These are the final negotiations. An ultimatum has already been announced. 6 months. If Hanzo of Salamander still refuses to let us through, we'll have to attack the Rain country first." Orochimaru's words left no room for doubt, war was inevitable. Kawakaze recalled that in the Second Great Ninja War, it was Hanzo of Salamander who started the conflict. It was truly courageous for a small country to take on two great nations, even managing to involve the Land of Fire in the process. The world of ninjas was terrifying. It's better to plan ahead. As far as I know, Hanzo isn't the type to sit back and wait for the end. We must stop him from making the first move. Kawakaze sounded the alarm. After all, it would be a Konoha ninja who would pay the price in blood. "I don't think so. Hanzo isn't arrogant enough to face Konoha and Sunagakure alone," Orochimaru said, though he took Kawakaze's warning to heart. Orochimaru was not only a powerful ninja, but he was also an excellent commander. "It's always better to be careful," Tsunade agreed. Although she didn't think Hanzo would make such a bold move, she felt it was better to be safe than sorry. "I'll be careful," Orochimaru replied solemnly. "I heard that you opened a hospital. I was not in the village when it opened, so I have not congratulated you yet." After discussing such heavy topics, Orochimaru moved on to a lighter topic. "Haha, thanks to Kawakaze's support," Tsunade said with a happy smile. "If it weren't for his financial support, she wouldn't have been able to build the hospital." "You better not lose the hospital," Orochimaru joked, fully aware of Tsunade's gaming habits. "Shut up if you don't know what to say," Tsunade snapped, her expression instantly darkening. His remark had clearly struck a nerve. Kawakaze chuckled. If she loses the hospital, she can just use herself to pay off the debt. Tsunade shot him a sharp glare while Orochimaru smirked in amusement. The two men smiled and sipped their tea at the same time. The tense atmosphere gradually lightened, and even Naoki and Minato joined in the round-the-clock commentary. At noon, Orochimaru invited everyone to stay for dinner, ordering takeout. While it was not as lavish as the meals prepared by the Hitaki clan, it was still luxurious. As a jonin, Orochimaru lived quite comfortably. After the meal, Kawakase invited Orochimaru to visit his home. After spending the day with him, Kawakase found himself liking Orochimaru's strong and confident personality. If he doesn't turn evil, Kawakase thought, he'll become a good friend. Minato and Naoki remained at Orochimaru's house for further guidance, while Kawakase and Tsunade left together. Over the next few days, Kawakase worked hard to ensure Might Dai would be able to pass the Chunin exams. With his help, and a little financial support, Might Dai's strength made his advancement a sure thing. As a Chunin, Dewey's abilities were sufficient, but if he were aiming for the Jonin exam, his overall capabilities would clearly fall short. However, when Dewey passed the Chunin exam and received his ninja vest, he was overwhelmed with joy, unable to hold back his tears. His youthful persistence had not been in vain. Determined to show his gratitude, Dewey decided to personally visit the Hitaki clan to thank Kawakase, someone he had only met once but greatly admired. Meanwhile, Minato continued to receive instructions at Orochimaru's home. He had not forgotten the task set by his sensei, and his idea for the rasengan even attracted Orochimaru's interest. Together, they plunged into an exciting research and development project. On the contrary, Naoki felt like an outsider. That day, Kawakase leisurely sipped tea in the dojo, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Tsunade, unfortunately, was tied up with work at the hospital. The Uchiha she taught lacked ability, still unable to grasp the basics of medical ninjutsu even after several days of training. Kawakase couldn't help but feel hurt for wasting his time alone with her. Luckily, Minato and Naoki were at Orochimaru's house, otherwise, they would likely have become the target of his frustration, all under the guise of helping them improve, of course. Naturally optimistic, Kawakase let his thoughts drift, untouched by the looming shadow of war. At that moment, Nayuki arrived with Onamaru. Tsukumo was still training hard, hoping to make rapid progress and one day put Kawakase in his place. Daughter-in-law, Kawakase greeted, pouring Nayuki a cup of tea. He reached out to Namimaru, hoping to lighten his mood. But the Ninken, having learned his lesson from previous encounters, dangled as soon as Kawakase's hand left the kettle. He kept his distance, looking at Kawakase with an expression that practically screamed contempt. Kawakase stood up, offended. Before he could take a step, Onamaru let out a frightened squeal, as if he had seen a ghost, and disappeared without a trace. "What are you competing with Onamaru for?" Nayuki asked, laughing as she watched Kawakase, whose involuntary expression made him look completely defeated. "That damn dog. Just wait until I catch him," Kawakase muttered, taking a sip of tea, still hesitating over the question. "You're so petty." Before Nayuki could finish her sentence, she suddenly started drying herself. "Daughter-in-law, are you feeling unwell?" Kawakase asked, not knowing how to comfort her. "No, I just feel like I'm dry hesitating for no reason today," Nayuki replied, catching her breath. "I don't know if I ate something bad." She seemed to recover and reached for the tea, but Kawakase quickly snatched it away. "What happened?" Nayuki asked, scared, her eyes darting around as if she suspected the tea had been tampered with. "The tea has no taste," Kawakase said casually, though his real concern was elsewhere. "I'll ask Big Brother to take you to the hospital. You might be pregnant." Kawakase knew that drinking tea was not good for pregnant women, so he took it away. He had every reason to believe that Nayuki might be pregnant. Next year would be Konoha's 37th year, the year Kakashi was born. The timing seemed to match. "It's possible," Nayuki muttered, her voice soft as her face turned slightly red. Tsukumo had been really working hard in the fields lately. "Big Brother, eldest sister-in-law might be pregnant." Kawakase shouted loudly towards Tsukumo. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsukumo appeared next to him with a short knife in his hand. For a moment, Kawakase panicked. Okay, I would have thought he was here to kill me. He just forgot to put the blade away. Comment. Are you serious? Take her there, I'll follow you. Tsukumo, realizing the situation, put away the knife. He already knew about the Flying Thunder God technique sign from Kawakase in the hospital. Although Tsukumo had been practicing the Flying Thunder God technique for a while, his chakra level was insufficient to teleport long distances with passengers. I really don't know how my little brother has so much chakra. Is this something parents can just hand out? Okay, I'll take my daughter-in-law there first, Kawakase said without hesitation. He was also thinking of something more important that he needed to prevent. He placed his hand on Nayuki's shoulders and the next moment they appeared under a large tree in front of the hospital, astonishing the nearby patients and their families. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakase brought Nayuki to the hospital, where the staff greeted him warmly as a famous benefactor. Many people shouted at him along the way, and he nodded and smiled in return, maintaining his usual composure. Eventually, they walked out of the room where Tsunade was giving a lecture. Through the window, Tsunade could be seen writing medical knowledge on the board with precision and focus. Inside the classroom, a group of Uchiha students sat attentively, their expressions serious. After all, treating illnesses was not a trivial matter, any mistake could have life or death consequences. Tsunade, always a strict teacher, scolded her students without hesitation when they faltered. Kawakase, always the scoundrel, couldn't help but let his mind wander to inappropriate thoughts inspired by her stern demeanor. After a short wait, Tsukumo arrived to join them. Why didn't you take her in for a checkup already? Tsukumo asked, irritation evident in his tone. Tsunade's medical skills are the best, so we're waiting for her, Kawakase replied, sounding a little too righteous for Tsukumo's liking. Tsukumo clenched his fists, barely resisting the urge to strangle his little brother. You had to wait for Tsunade for something as simple as a pregnancy test. Do you think I don't know what's going on? Forget it. Tsunade will be out soon, Nayuki quickly intervened, worried that they might cause a scene at the hospital. Shortly after, the classroom door opened and Tsunade walked out. Noticing the group, she smiled warmly. Why are you all here, Tsukumo and Nayuki? Kawakase greeted her with a grin. My daughter-in-law might be pregnant, so we wanted you to check her out. She only trusts your medical skills. Tsunade chuckled at the flattery, though she remained modest. It's not as grand as you say, it's just a test. Nayuki smiled and followed Tsunade into the examination room, leaving Kawakase and Tsukumo alone. The brothers looked at each other in awkward silence, tension thick in the air. Relax. Stress is not good for a child, Kawakase said with a sly grin, patting Tsukumo on the shoulder as if offering advice. Tsukumo blinked, stunned. I'm not pregnant, idiot. He snapped, and the next thing he knew they were in a fight right there in the hospital. By the time Tsunade and Nayuki returned from the examination room, the brothers had just gotten up and dusted off their clothes, pretending nothing had happened. Is she pregnant? Tsukumo asked, his voice full of anticipation. Congratulations, you're going to be a father, Tsunade announced with a smile. Tsukumo's face lit up and he couldn't contain his joy. He hugged Nayuki tightly and spun her around a few times, the culmination of his hard work finally paying off. If you keep doing this, I'm afraid our baby won't grow up properly, Nayuki teased, though her bright smile betrayed her happiness. Okay, as long as he doesn't make me call him big brother in the future, I promise I won't hit him, Tsukumo quipped with a chuckle. You know who's going to hit who, Kawakase muttered, but before he could finish, Tsunade grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Those two brothers. There's definitely something wrong with them, she muttered under her breath. Tsukumo finally got Nayuki into a sit-down, and with both women involved, another clash between the brothers was narrowly avoided. Tsunade dragged Kawakase into her office, which reflected the support of her wealthy family with its elegant and luxurious decor. The two sat on the couch, and Kawakase wasted no time in bringing up another matter that was on his mind. Can someone die from a difficult birth? He asked suddenly. Yes, Tsunade replied, momentarily startled. There are many reasons for complications during childbirth. Excessive bleeding, for example, can easily lead to death. Tsunade frowned slightly, unsure why Kawakaze was asking such a dark question, but she patiently explained. "Oh, I see," Kawakaze said, feigning nonchalance. "The Hitaki clan has a small population, so I'm just preparing for any eventuality." In truth, he was thinking about the original storyline. Kakashi's mother died young, and he suspected it was probably due to complications during childbirth or war. "Don't worry," Tsunade reassured him. "I'll handle this personally. If I'm unavailable, I'll make sure the best medical genies are on hand. Even if it requires a caesarean section, I'll ensure that both your daughter-in-law and the baby are safe." Kawakaze nodded, relieved. The brothers often clashed, but Tsunade knew their bond was strong. "That's good. When are you going to give me a baby?" Kawakaze teased, his serious demeanor quickly giving way to his usual mischievousness. Before Tsunade could respond, he leaned closer and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Let go. This is a hospital. It won't look good if anyone sees us," Tsunade protested, though her half-hearted struggle and lame excuse did little to stop Kawakaze. "Later. We'll talk later," I tried to pacify her. "When later?" Kawakaze leaned closer, his lips cleaning her ear as he lightly grazed her earlobe. Tsunade's face turned crimson, and just as Kawakaze was about to move on, the office door suddenly swung open. "I didn't see anything." Nayuki's frightened voice came out before the door slammed shut again. "What's going on?" Tsukumo asked from the hallway, still clueless and about to open the door again, only to be hit by Nayuki. Inside the office, Tsunade had finally freed herself from Kawakaze's grasp. "I told you it would be bad if someone saw us, but you didn't listen," she complained, lightly clapping Kawakaze on the shoulder in what could only be described as an irritated gesture. "It's okay," Kawakaze replied casually. "It doesn't look like it was an outsider." Tsunade shot him a sharp glare, upset by his thick skin. She returned to her desk, cheeks still flushed, and tried to calm herself. Okay, you go back to work, I'm going home," Kawakaze said, realizing he wasn't going to go any further with her today. Tsunade didn't respond, her face still slightly red, but her eyes followed him as he moved towards the door. "Remember, later," Kawakaze teased, giving her a cheeky grin before opening the door. Outside, he found Tsukumo and Nayuki waiting. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Nayuki asked, her curiosity shining through her playful smile. "No. Go home," Kawakaze replied, clearly uninterested in giving his sister-in-law any details about his romantic pursuits. With a dramatic snap of his fingers, he disappeared on the spot. "I told you not to expect this child." Tsukumo flared up, stamping his foot in disappointment. "Well, it was a wasted trip." "Haha, if you're so capable, fly back," Nayuki teased, her laughter ringing as she took Tsukumo's hand. They walked home step by step, the quiet evening wrapping itself around them. Nayuki's thoughts drifted to the future. My child can't be as stubborn as Tsukumo, nor irresponsible as Kawakaze. With such a father and uncle, she could only silently pray for her child's future. I hope he has a happy childhood, she thought thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Kawakaze had already returned home and was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. His witty servant had replaced the tea, anticipating his needs. Anamaru stepped out from the shadows cautiously. Not sensing Nayuki's presence in the house, the dog looked awkward. "How dare you show your face in front of me?" Kawakaze's voice became sharp, his frustration still simmering from being interrupted before Tsunade. Now, with Anamaru in front of him, the punching bag practically presented itself. Anamaru froze, too slow to retreat. Without his master, the dog could only lament his fate. With a flash, Kawakaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to catch the dog, holding it like a cat by the neck. "Aren't you a big chance? Come on, show me more of your arrogance," Kawakaze taunted, lifting Anamaru up to eye level and looking into his nervous, trembling eyes. The dog's gaze avoided him, as if silently begging for mercy. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook," Kawakaze said smugly. Then he chuckled. "I'll be an uncle soon." He lifted Anamaru closer, his tone becoming serious. Next year, you better prepare the strongest puppy for my nephew. Understood. Anamaru's head shook violently in agreement, her expression almost screaming, just multiply. Fine, I'll do it. The dog was more than willing to endure the ordeal if it meant avoiding Kawakaze's neck grip. Now that's a spirit, haha. Kawakaze laughed, throwing Anamaru aside. His twisted grin echoed throughout the courtyard. Thoughts of the creators. What are you laughing at? It's so ugly. As soon as Tsukumo entered the door, he heard a sharp laugh and without thinking, he began to mock him. Maybe Day is here to see you. Kawakaze, I'm a Chunin now. I can sincerely thank Dewey for his help. It was a trivial matter. Go and sit down. Kawakaze ignored his enraged older brother. If he was capable, he could come and take himself into battle. At that moment, Anamaru saw his master and barked excitedly, running for comfort and a hug. However, Tsukumo raised his hand to stop the dog. The pregnant woman could not cope with such an enthusiastic charge. Anamaru leaned against Tsukumo's hand with her front paws, looking so hurt that tears welled up in his eyes. Nayuki felt a pang of sadness as she watched and gently stroked the dog's head to comfort her. The four of them sat around a stone table. Tsukumo was curious about what this strange-looking Chunin from Kawakaze wanted. Anamaru looked into the corner, nursing his emotional wounds. Kawakaze poured tea for everyone, and Might Dai began to speak. Today my wife was confirmed to be pregnant, and my promotion to Chunin means I can now take on more advanced missions. I'll be able to earn more money to support my family, so I had to come in person to thank you. Kawakaze thought to himself that Might Guy really was Kakashi's lifelong rival. Even their mothers' pregnancies were confirmed on the same day. Tsukumo still didn't understand what Dewey's promotion had to do with Kawakaze, but now was not the time to ask. He quietly sipped his tea while Nayuki drank milk, replenishing her nutrients. Congratulations, Kawakaze said. I was going to ask about your Jonin qualifications, but you don't have the required mission completion rate or overall performance yet. Still, once you've gained more experience, becoming a Jonin shouldn't be a problem. And your child will be proud of you. Kawakaze's words almost brought Dewey to tears. It was a godsend. I will work hard. The passion of youth will never waver. Dewey's eyes sparkled, and his shining teeth dazzled the Hitaki clan. This guy has Junin-level strength. Tsukumo shot Kawakaze a questioning look. No matter how you looked at it, Dewey didn't seem like a formidable ninja. Ignoring his older brother's skepticism, Kawakaze came up with an idea. If you want to know, I'll let you see me. Here, I heard you're skilled in taijutsu. My brother is also quite skilled in taijutsu. Could you challenge him? Kawakaze mischievously pushed Tsukumo forward, even though he was the only one who wanted to witness the 8 gates in action. Tsukumo was about to refuse, but then he realized that there was no point in mocking a Chunin. Certainly. Please. Dewey, always eager to challenge a strong opponent, stood up and bowed politely to Tsukumo before stepping into the center of the dojo. His footsteps left a noticeable mark on the ground, piquing Tsukumo's interest. A clash between two training fanatics was about to begin. To show my respect for you, I will remove the weights. Day smiled at Tsukumo from across the room. Little by little he removed the wrists, each half the height of a man. When they hit the ground, the impact sank the floor several inches. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed as he silently acknowledged the Chunin's remarkable strength. Unencumbered, Dewey leapt into the air, his movements suddenly light and agile. He assumed his starting position, one hand behind his back, radiating confidence. Tsukumo unsheathed his short sword, his expression turning serious. It occurred to him that he might have greatly underestimated Dewey. Meanwhile, Kawakaze and Nayuki were calmly eating melon seeds as if it was their evening entertainment. Who do you think will win? Nayuki asked without showing any concern. Kawakaze smirked. I have no idea, but it will definitely be interesting. He grabbed another handful of melon seeds, his gaze fixed on the arena. Tsukumo decided not to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. It was consuming too much chakra, and this match didn't seem scary enough to justify it. Instead, he let the chakra flow into his short blade, its white glow illuminating the arena. Then, without hesitation, he charged. Dewey's eyes narrowed. With a precise strike, he deflected Tsukumo's wrist mid-swing, quickly retreating to create distance. Not bad, Tsukumo muttered. Next time, let's see how you dodge that. His first test was a success. In terms of pure speed, Dewey was still a step behind him. The gates of life are open. Dewey's loud cry resounded throughout the arena. His face turned red as blood gushed out from his body, and a green energy aura surrounded him. This was the third of the 8 gates, the gate of life, the last threshold before entering dangerous territory. Burn it, youth. Dew launched forward like lightning, his afterimage filling the arena, flickering with green streaks that appeared and disappeared in an instant. It looks impressive, Nayuki commented as he cracked open another seed. That's right. When fully unleashed, this technique can produce energy on par with, or beyond, that of a cage, Kawakaze replied, casually tossing the shell aside. In the arena, the clash was reaching its peak. Dewey's blows and strikes came in relentless waves, forcing Tsukumo to remain on the defensive. With each blow, Tsukumo was pushed further back. Eventually, Dai received a powerful blow that sent him flying into the air. Before Tsukumo could recover, Dewey appeared behind him again, preparing a flurry of quick follow-up attacks, his hands moving to bind Tsukumo's wrist with a bandage for the finishing move. However, before Dewey could complete the technique, Tsukumo disappeared in an instant. Flying Thunder God technique. Duke blinked in confusion as he looked at the now empty space where Tsukumo had been. He's so big, how does someone like him disappear? The duo muttered, momentarily stunned. You are very strong, and a good opponent, Tsukumo said calmly. But that's not enough. His voice came from behind Dai, as a result of his precise use of the Flying Thunder God technique in the restricted dojo. The advantage was entirely his. Before Dewey could react, Tsukumo kicked him with swift precision. He deliberately threw away his sword, opting instead for his fists and feet. After being held back for too long by Kawakaze's antics, Tsukumo needed to vent some frustration. Dewey crossed his arms to block the blow, but his pupils widened in confusion. How could someone be so fast? In that case, I won't hold back. The flame of youth never dies. The gates of joy are open. Blood rushed violently through Dewey's veins, his face darkening as his features twisted under the strain. His disciples completely disappeared, and his aura became ferocious. Morning Peacock. Dewey's fists moved so fast that they ignited the air, creating fire-like bursts that rained down on Tsukumo in a relentless barrage. Each strike had tremendous force and speed, surrounding Tsukumo in a blazing maelstrom. The sheer pressure disrupted Tsukumo's ability to freely use the Flying Thunder God technique, causing him to take several hits before finally retreating out of Dewey's attack range. It was wonderful. Big Brother gets beaten up again. The two shameless spectators thoroughly enjoyed the match, completely absorbed in Dewey's fiery display. I've lost, Dewey suddenly said, raising the effect of the Gate of Joy and bowing slightly in defeat. Tsukumo, halfway to his sword, froze in place again. Are you giving in? He asked, his tone mixed with disbelief and disappointment. His bruises throbbed, and the thought of taking these blows for nothing made him want to cough up blood. You haven't lost yet, Dewey said sincerely. If this wasn't a sparring match, I would already be dead. You consciously chose not to kill me, and for that, I am grateful. Dunya had no illusions about the outcome. If Tsukumo had used his sword instead of his fists, the fight would have been over in a matter of seconds. Tsukumo let out a frustrated sigh and sheathed his blade with a grim expression. What kind of monster are you? You're just a chunin. Of course, Tsukumo didn't know the whole story, that without Kawakaze's intervention, Dewey might have remained a genin for his entire life. He also didn't know that Dewey would later become legendary for defeating the 7 swordsmen of the mist at the cost of his own life. After opening the 6 gates, Dewey's resilience was evident. His physical fitness allowed him to withstand the effects of the technique with ease. This was a stark contrast to his son, Might Guy, who nearly destroyed himself whenever he pushed his limits. With quiet composure, Dewey replaced his weights and returned to the stone table. At that moment, Tsukumo's disdain for the chunin completely disappeared, replaced by respect. The two spectators, sensing Tsukumo's mood, quickly straightened up and stopped teasing. This time, they decided not to add fuel to the fire, sitting in silence like obedient children. Thoughts of the creators. Dai, what kind of technique is this? Tsukumo asked, unable to hide his curiosity. I call it the 8 inner gates, Du answered honestly. But for now I can only open the 6th gate. This technique, it can open the 8 inner gates and surpass the cage's power. Naoki interjected, remembering Kawakaze's earlier words. Duke nodded, his expression serious. Yes, but the 8th gate, the gate of death, comes at the cost of life. It should only be used as a last resort. Kawakaze's face became solemn. He knew very well what would happen if the 2nd gate was opened. After all, Dui's final death would come from him doing just that. Haha, it's too early to worry about that, Dui laughed, dismissing the seriousness of the topic. I'm nowhere near that level yet. Can I learn your technique? Tsukumo hesitated, his face slightly reddened as he finally voiced his request. The 8 gates tempted him, their potential power too tempting to ignore. Tsukumo. Naoki's voice was filled with both concern and disapproval. She felt that not only was it rude to make such a request, but it was also dangerous for her husband to practice such a life-threatening technique. It's okay, it's just a taijutsu technique, Dui said warmly, waving off Naoki's concerns. If Big Brother Tsukumo wants to learn, I'll be happy to teach him. He smiled brightly. How could I leave a comrade unaccompanied on the road of youth? Dui's generosity surprised Kawakaze. In the original timeline, Dui only passed on the 8 gates to his son. Thank you, Tsukumo said sincerely. Stay for dinner and drink sake with me. It's the least I can do. Dui's candor and cheerful spirit won Tsukumo over. He was thrilled at the idea of sparring with someone like Dui in the future, a refreshing alternative to Kawakaze's sharp, skill-driven fighting style. During dinner, Tsukumo and Dui drank sake until their faces turned red. Kawakaze couldn't understand how his brother got along so well with Dui. Maybe the bond between Kakashi and Guy started with their fathers. Kawakaze wondered as he watched them laugh like old friends. When it was time for Dui to leave, Kawakaze saw him, his face red, staggering towards the Hitaki clan gate. Unfortunately, I didn't see him perform his drunken fist, Kawakaze muttered to himself. Maybe that was exclusive to his son, Mag Guy. Kawakaze, you don't need to walk me out, Dai called back, his voice cheerful despite his unsteady steps. I can handle it. Sake worked wonders to bridge the gap between them. Dui is no longer formally called Kawakaze. Okay, take care, Kawakaze said, watching him stumble. Looking at Dui's retreating figure, Kawakaze couldn't help but think that Konoha might soon have another legendary ninja whose name would be etched into history during the Second Shinobi World War. The next day, Tsukumo began training with Might Dai, seriously studying the 8 inner gates. Naoki stayed at home, focusing on raising the child, while Kawakaze, as usual, continued to act as if he had nothing better to do. Meanwhile, Minato was completely absorbed in developing the rasengan, although he still had no clear idea of how to proceed. Even Orochimaru began to wonder if Kawakaze's suggestion was to tease the young genius. How could someone condense a ball of chakra in their hand, without any elemental properties, spinning at high speed and completely free of structure? Orochimaru grumbled to himself. If Kawakaze was so brilliant at thinking of impossible methods, why didn't he create them himself? Elsewhere, Tsunade had scheduled an important discussion with Kawakaze for the day and told him to stay home. Not that it mattered, Kawakaze rarely left the house unless he was meeting her anyway. She arrived shortly before lunch. After they ate, they sat in the meditation room, where Tsunade broached the subject. The conversation was both sensitive and weighty. Kawakaze, do you remember how I mentioned that I wanted to study my grandfather's cells? Tsunade asked, her tone serious. This time, Kawakaze didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. Yes. Is this finally on the agenda? Kawakaze immediately remembered Orochimaru digging up the first Hokage's grave to find Hashirama's chambers. The thought left him uncomfortably. Is Tsunade planning to take me along with him to steal into the grave? I haven't decided yet. That's why I wanted to discuss it with you, Tsunade replied. Kawakase was silent for a moment, considering. If she really asked me to go digging graves, should I agree? He quickly decided to keep those thoughts to himself. If I think something is wrong, I'll probably end up being overwhelmed. What do you think? He asked, keeping his expression neutral. Tsunade exhaled softly, her brow furrowing. The village has already closed all research in my grandfather's chambers on sensei's orders. Not only is the experimental data locked, but the actual samples of his cells are also in their possession, she continued. I was thinking about asking sensei for access to them. She hesitated before adding, but I'm not sure what consequences that might have. It was clear that Tsunade, despite her strength and confidence, knew her limitations when it came to dealing with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other political heavyweights of the village. Turning to Kawakase for advice was not an easy task. Usually, with her personality, she would already be in her sensei's office demanding answers. Let me think about it, Kawakase said thoughtfully. He thought for a moment. If there were still any Hashirama cells in the village's lab, Orochimaru wouldn't have risked everything to dig up the first Hokage's grave. With the long-gone one eliminated by Kawakase himself, there was no immediate threat of abuse. The third Hokage's goal had always been to cultivate a wood-release user for the village that did not conflict with Kawakase's own position. But realistically, the success rate for merging Hashirama's cells was abysmally low. Even in the Boruto timeline, only a handful of people had successfully managed to fuse. Even Might Guy, crippled by the opening of the 8th gate, did not receive a transplant of Hashirama's cells, clearly indicating their limited usefulness. They required incredibly specific conditions and compatibility with the user's body. After thinking this over, Kawakase came to the conclusion. You may ask for it, he said finally, meeting Tsunade's gaze. But you must promise that once the technology is developed, you will create a wood-release ninja for the village. That is non-negotiable. Tsun nodded seriously, indicating her willingness to comply. However, Kawakase added, no one from the third generation of Hokage can participate in experiments. That's the point. Kawakase knew better than to allow anyone from Hiruzen's circle to interfere. Years of research had yielded no results, a testament to the inadequacy of their scientific capabilities. Interfering with their hands would only slow the process down even more. Okay, Tsunade agreed, a look of relief crossing her face. I'll go talk to sensei about it. Her eagerness was palpable. The hospital's underground research lab was fully equipped, and she was ready to dive into the project. Take your time, Kawakase said with a grin, extending his hand to Tsunade as she passed by. With a sudden pull, Tsuna fell into his arms. What are you doing? There are people here, she protested, her hands pressing lightly against his chest, her tone a mixture of shyness and irritation. There's no one here, Kawakase replied smoothly. I told the butler to keep an eye on the street while we talked. Tsunade blinked, momentarily speechless. You even took measures for this. Kiss me and I'll let you go, Kawakase teased, leaning closer. No. Tsunade turned away, her voice hardening. No means yes, Kawakase said cheekily, turning to face him and kissing her flushed cheek. Tsunade's fists pounded weakly on Kawakase's shoulders, but there was no strength in her resistance. When his lips found hers, his tongue boldly explored, and Tsunade's eyes widened as her face became redder than ever. You just know how to take advantage of me, she muttered, finally pulling away. Her hair was tousled, her expression was agitated, and her voice carried a seductive lilt that sent a jolt through Kawakase. Without saying a word, he opened his arms and threw himself at her feet. Seeing his intentions, Tsunade quickly dodged, retreating quickly. I said later. It's later, she called as she disappeared from the room. Kawakase let out a defeated sigh, lazily falling to the floor. He poured himself a cup of tea, muttering to himself. This fox. No matter how you avoid, you will still have to bear me a child someday. He drained the tea in one gulp, then stood up and walked out of the meditation room. The silence was too stifling. At the dojo, Nayuki was basking in the sun while Sakuma was training again. Kawakase couldn't help but laugh. These two training fanatics were truly a perfect match. In high spirits, he slowed his pace and reached out to Onamaru, who immediately leaned into his touch. Onamaru purred softly in contentment, thinking that I would never have believed that this scary man had such good massage skills. He had only been bullying me before. Meanwhile, Tsunade arrived at the Hokage building. She stood in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi's office and knocked hard on the door. Thoughts of the creators. Come in. The third Hokage's voice came from inside the door. Tsunade entered the room, noting that her teacher was the only one present. It was a relief, it would make the conversation easier. Sensei. Yes, what is this? The third Hokage pulled his pipe out of his mouth, smiling faintly. You don't usually come here without a reason. Sensei, I want to ask you something. Oh, his smile deepened. He knew Tsunade well. If her request hadn't been too much, he would have likely agreed. What is it? My grandfather's photographs and research data that were sealed. Tsunade's straightforwardness remained unchanged. The third hockey player's expression became serious. His eyebrows furrowed. What do you want to do about it? I want to restart the experimental project. No, leave now. His refusal was immediate and firm. The weight of the past, the lives lost in those experiments, was a painful reminder. That was why he was so angry at Orochimaru's later, covert work. If Orochimaru hadn't been who he was, the third Hokage might have executed him for it. Sensei, I won't do anything reckless. No. His tone left no room for debate, his expression dark and determined. Sensei, I promise not to experiment on humans until there are results, Tsunade insisted. There will be no innocent casualties. The experiment failed then because it was rushed. That's why so many people died. I won't let that happen again. She paused before adding, and if the research is successful, Konoha will gain another ninja capable of using wood release. Isn't wood release part of what defines Konoha? Without it, is this still the Konoha we know? The third Hokage remained silent, but his gaze wavered slightly. As long as there are leaves flying around, the fire will burn, Tsunade continued, her voice steady. The will of fire will remain, and with the power of wood release, it will burn brighter than ever. Her words struck a chord. The will of fire was his lifelong philosophy, a belief he passed on and upheld with unyielding faith. The third hockey player sighed heavily. Okay. I'll give it to you, but only on the condition that no innocent people die in the process. His concession carried an unspoken understanding. He knew the nature of such experiments, and that eventually a human experiment would be inevitable. The best he could do was ensure that the line between innocent and willing participants was never crossed. Okay, I promise. Tsunade's response was decisive. She had already prepared herself for this moment. And I need to send someone to oversee the project, the third Hokage added. He wanted some measure of control, even if it was only symbolic. No, I want complete autonomy, Tsunade firmly countered, following Kawakaze's directions to the letter. Right now, I'm the best medical researcher in Konoha. If anyone else interferes, it will only slow me down. The third Hokage hesitated. He couldn't argue, what she said was undoubtedly true. Forget about it. I'll take you to get him. Having already decided to grant her request, the third Hokage decided to trust Tsunade, whose bloodline was more deeply tied to the founding of Konoha than his own. Her family was one of the cornerstones of Konoha's creation. Rising from his chair, the third Hokage walked over to the safe. From it, he pulled out a long-forgotten iron box, unlocking it with a bulky key he had removed from the inside. Let's go, he said, securing the safe and leading the way out of the office. Suna followed silently, her expression unreadable. As soon as they left the Hokage building, the third Hokage dismissed the Anbu, leaving behind them in a random wave. He continued with Tsunade, walking deep into the forest that surrounded Konoha. Do you know where your grandfather's cameras came from? He asked, breaking the silence as the trees closed in around them. No, Tsunade admitted. She had never considered the origins of cells before. Sensei left them behind, the third Hokage indicated, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He believed that the first Hokage's cells were of unimaginable strategic value to Konoha. Tsunade wasn't surprised. If it was him, it makes sense, she replied. Her second grandfather had always been pragmatic, a man who put strategy and advantage above personal feelings. His intellect and calculating nature were legendary. Unfortunately, Sensei passed away before he could complete the experiment, the third Hokage continued. After that, Konoha's lack of high combat power left us vulnerable, and I made the mistake of rushing to achieve results. This desperation led to disaster. He stopped and turned to look at Tsunade, his gaze piercing. Do you understand why I'm telling you this? Tsunade met his eyes without hesitation. I understand, Sensei. I won't make the same mistakes you did. Her words were direct, offering no consolation or attempt to soften the truth. A mistake was a mistake, and she had no intention of disguising it. Very well, the third Hokage said, his expression turning into a weak, self-deprecating smile. Without saying a word, he resumed walking. Their journey took them deep into the mountains, where they eventually arrived at a large, hidden rock face. The third Hokage walked up and pressed the hidden compartment. A low rumble echoed as the cave entrance slid open. To ensure that this research remains hidden from enemy countries, Sensei himself oversaw the construction of this cave, he explained as he stepped into the shadowy entrance. Tsunade followed as the third Hokage turned on the lights one by one. The dim glow illuminated the underground space, revealing a complex, self-contained installation. She looked around, impressed despite herself. It was incredible that this place was still functioning after all these years. Second grandfather really was a genius. It's just ahead. You took the storage Spurlik with you, right? Tsunade nodded in confirmation, following the third Hokage as they approached a large iron gate. He pulled out a key and attempted to unlock it, but the mechanism was stiff from years of disuse. After some effort, the gate finally groaned, revealing a dimly lit room filled with aging experimental equipment and scattered, insignificant documents. Without stopping, the third Hokage walked to another hidden door and opened it. Inside was a cabinet, neatly packed with files. Every label caught Tsunade's eye. Experiment 1, Experiment 2, Senju Clan, Uchiha Clan, Shimura Clan, Sarutobi Clan. These were all recordings of live experiments. Tsunade felt her stomach clench as she filmed the contents. Only now did she understand the enormous cost Konoha had paid for these tests. Take him away. This is all my fault, the third Hokage said forcefully, his voice tinged with regret. Tsunade looked at her teacher, who suddenly seemed older, weighed down by the weight of past decisions. Sensei, I can do this, she said, her voice calm but determined. Saying, no more, she took out her scroll, unrolling it with precision. With a few practiced hand seals, she sealed the entire cabinet into the scroll. The third Hokage watched as the cabinet disappeared, the faint relief softening his expression. Though the burden of his actions would never leave him, seeing the missing documents lifted some of the weight from his heart. He then led Tsunade to a freezer in the far corner of the room. Opening it, he revealed the preserved cells of Hashirama Senju. This place doesn't need to exist anymore, he said as he walked out of the cave. It's filled with only painful memories. Once outside, the third Hokage performed a series of hand seals. Using the earth release jutsu, he sealed the entrance to the cave, burying it completely. The sins of this place, he decided, would rest solely on his shoulders. Tsunade, noticing the lingering grief in her teacher, stayed by his side. They walked back to the village in silence, the weight of the past thick between them. For the first time, Tsunade saw a vulnerability in her teacher that she had never seen before. He was really getting old, she thought. Memories of her childhood, studying under him alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, came flooding back unbidden. He had been full of energy then, the young Hokage who had risen to the position in his 20s and led Konoha into an era of prosperity. Now it was time for her, Tsunade, to take on the responsibilities he had carried for so long. When they reached the Hokage's building, Tsunade went straight to her office and sat down. The third Hokage, meanwhile, had just lit his pipe when an Anbu operative burst into the room. Third Hokage, urgent report. The Anbu announced. Hanzo of the Salamander of the Land of Rain has declared war on Konoha, Suna, and the Land of Iron Land simultaneously. The war on the front lines has already begun. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Kawake's was right. It had been 15 days already. Gather all Jonin in the village and meet them at the operations department, the third Hokage ordered, standing up abruptly and slamming his trumpet onto the table. At that moment, he once again became a commanding leader. His presence was commanding, his voice decisive, and his aura absolute authority. It was still the third Hokage, a general who would brook no challenge. Thoughts of the creators. The familiar warfare operations conference room remained unchanged, the place where Kawakase had first met Tsunade. This time, Kawakase stood next to her, the two of them aligned in quiet anticipation. Nearby, Orochimaru and Tsukumo watched, their expressions unreadable. More Jonin were still on their way, and the third Hokage had not yet arrived. Kawakase is a master of deduction. I admire you, Orochimaru remarked, his tone dark, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. The war had finally begun. It was just a bit of speculation, Kawakase replied modestly, but I didn't expect Hanzo from Salamander to be so bold. Kawakase's knowledge went beyond mere observation, he had read the original chronicles. A tiny nation like the Land of Rain facing 3 simultaneous wars was nearly incomprehensible. Yet, Hanzo of the Salamander had achieved extraordinary feats. He had held his own against Tsunagaku's grandmother Hyo, matched Mifune of the Iron Land in combat but spared his own life, and humiliated the third Hokage's students by inflicting upon them the infamous title of Sannin. Indeed, the title of demigod was no exaggeration for Hanzo. Kawakase couldn't help but think that this man personified the reckless defiance of youth, unyielding, fearless, determined to overthrow great powers. The Land of Rain dared to provoke Konoha, sensei must be furious. Tsunade commented as she glanced at her office. She had seen the third Hokage smash his pipe on the table earlier in frustration. We must not underestimate Hanzo the Salamander, Kawakase warned her. He was well aware of the danger. Tsunade herself had narrowly escaped death at Hanzo's hands, saved only by the intervention of Jiraiya. You were right, Kawakase, Orochimaru admitted. Delhi, the god of the ninja world, has earned his reputation. He believed that there was no lie behind the name of such glory. Meanwhile, Tsukumo stood silently, his stoic demeanor unwavering. Kawakase leaned against his older brother's shoulder, breaking his silence. Brother, why don't you say anything? If the Rain country wants to fight, then let them fight, Tsukumo replied shortly, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. Kawakase smirked. You're so arrogant, he teased, causing a crack in Tsukumo's impenetrable composure. You. Tsukumo began, but his words were cut off when Kawakase suddenly straightened up. The third Haki is here. Tsukumo bit back his reply, clearly annoyed. Tsunade felt a headache coming on as she watched the brothers. At least her sister-in-law Nayuki was relaxing at home and didn't have to deal with this. Orochimaru, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying the antics of his siblings, a rare moment of amusement for him. The room fell silent as the third Hokage entered, flanked by his trusted advisors, Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado. The dirty tension in the room was palpable as the meeting began. The third Hokage paused for a moment before speaking. The Land of Rain has declared war on Konoha, and the war has already begun. I have gathered you here today for one reason, to show Hanzo the Salamander that Konoha's dignity cannot be violated. Led by Orochimaru, we will set out for the Land of Rain tomorrow. There is no room for defeat in this battle. Is that understood? There was no discussion, just the third Hokage giving the orders unilaterally. His voice rose sharply at the end, commanding attention. His authority was unquestionable, and the Ionin in the room responded in unison. We will complete the mission at any cost. The atmosphere was charged, the group was united by the will of fire. Orochimaru, organize a list of those who will be deploying and those who will be left behind. Bring it to me later. Yes, sensei, Orochimaru replied. At this, the third Hokage left, surrounded by his two silent advisors. I'll go, Tsukumo announced, stepping forward. Kawakase could only sigh and follow, a wry smile on his face, unable to restrain his determined older brother. Tsunade, you should stay in the village for now, Kawakase suggested. The war is just beginning, and there should be no large-scale movements yet. Join later if necessary. Kawakase knew that Tsunade had just received Hashirama's cells and she needed time to study him. She had no reason to rush to the battlefield because of him. Kawakase, Orochimaru interjected, easing the heavy mood. Perhaps Tsunade won't need to join the fight at all. The war could end quickly. I hope so, Kawakase replied, forcing a smile. He knew better, this war would likely drag on for years. All right, I'll do as you say, Tsunade agreed, her eyes lingering on Kawakase for a moment before giving in. I'll be going, Orochimaru said defensively. He had a lot to prepare for, and organizing a deployment list for just the Jonin would take him all day. Kawakase left with Tsukumo and Tsunade. They were to leave the next day and still needed to pack. I'm going to the hospital first. I'll see you tonight, Tsunade said as they parted ways after they left the Hokage building. Okay, Kawakase replied, watching her leave before continuing his walk home with Tsukumo. Big brother, why are you in such a hurry? Kawakase asked, puzzled. His daughter-in-law had just become pregnant, but Tsukumo seemed eager to join the war. If we don't fight to the death, how can the next generation live? Tsukumo's eyes carried a rare depth of emotion. Only in front of his younger brother would he reveal his true thoughts. Kawakase knew then that his brother's actions were driven by a deep love for the village. That same devotion would later lead to his tragic end, abandoned by the village he held dear. But Kawakase vowed that this time would be different. Danzo was gone, and Tsukumo still had him, Nayuki, and the unborn Kakashi. I didn't realize that you, someone so boring, had such lofty ideals, Kawakase teased, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. I have nothing to say to you, Tsukumo countered with a sideways glance before stepping forward, quickly disappearing from view. Kawakase chuckled, shaking his head. His big brother had always been easy to tease. When they returned home, Naoki and Minato had already returned from training with Orochimaru, practicing in the dojo. Naoki, Minato, come here, Kawakase shouted. Yes, big brother, sensei. What is it? They replied, trotting. How is your training going? I still haven't made any progress in developing ninjutsu. I'm disappointing you, sensei, Minato admitted, embarrassed. He had been studying Orochimaru's materials for some time, but hadn't found anything useful. Haha, it's okay. You're still young, you have plenty of time, Kawakase reassured him. Developing ninjutsu at 10 years old was a lofty goal, and he had already lowered his expectations. Sensei, I'm doing great. I just need more practical experience. I'd say I'm at the Chunin level now, Naoki boasted, filled with pride. His progress since meeting Kawakase had been remarkable. Not bad, Kawakase said, nodding. His tone then became serious. We are at war with the Rain country. Did you know? Both boys shook their heads, the news had not yet reached them. I'm heading to the front tomorrow, Kawakase continued. And I'm taking you both with me. A ninja who's never seen blood isn't a real ninja. His expression turned grim. War was not a game, and he was not sure he could protect them at all times. Okay, they answered in unison, their youthful enthusiasm bubbling. They had not yet understood the true horrors of war, but they would soon learn. That's it. Pack your things tonight, we're leaving in the morning, Kawakase instructed, before adding, Naoki, stay for dinner. Your sister will be arriving. With that, Kawakase stood up and left, leaving the two boys still full of excitement. After he left, they continued to chat. Thoughts of the creators. Tsunade arrived at the hospital and went straight to the underground research lab, alone. She retrieved the data and Hashirama's cells from the storage scroll, carefully sorting the documents into categories and returning the cells to the freezer. With no one she could fully trust to help her, she handled everything herself. By the time she finished organizing the materials, it was almost lunchtime. She left the hospital and headed to the Hitaki clan's residence. At home, the table was already loaded with an impressive spread of food. Kawakase, thinking about the lack of luxury on the battlefield, felt the urge to set up another table to indulge himself one last time. When Tsunade arrived, the meal began. I'll bring Naoki with me tomorrow, Kawakase informed her casually. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Tsunade replied, her expression calm. Naoki had been wanting to join the war for a long time, and with Kawake's watching over him, she felt less worried. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him," Kawakaze assured her, placing his hand on hers. With no one around to witness the gesture, Naoki kept his head down, focusing on his food, while Minato watched silently with a conscious gaze. His thoughts drifted to the red-haired girl he had neglected due to his training, and he silently blamed Kawake's for the distraction. "If you have any news, pass it on through Katsuyu," Tsunade said, planning to use her summons as a messenger. "Understood," Kawake's replied. "Now, let's drink." He raised his cup of sake and the group shared a toast. Nayuki, due to her pregnancy, sipped milk instead. As the sake flowed, the atmosphere became lighter, lifting the weight of the impending war. By the end of the meal, Tsunade had drunk too much, whether intentionally or not. Meanwhile, Minato awkwardly left with Naoki for the Senju residence, using the excuse of saying goodbye to Kushina before they left. With one less person around, Kawake's felt he had won the evening. Under Tsukumo's distrustful gaze, Kawake's, still motionless on his feet, carried the unconscious Tsunade into the room. Tsukumo's mind was filled with words like shameful and family values, but none of them came out. Instead, he silently lamented how times had changed. When he and Nayuki had courted, simply holding hands was enough to make them blush. In the room, Kawake's gently laid Tsunade on the bed and removed her trench coat. She muttered in her sleep, "Come back safe." Her pale, innocent face struck a chord in Kawakaze's heart. He leaned down, kissed her forehead softly, and lay next to her, holding her close as he drifted off to sleep. At the Senju residence, Minato was trying to calm down an angry Kushina. Her arms were crossed and she was pouting, clearly unhappy. "It was sensei who asked me to develop ninjutsu," Minato said, offering an explanation. "I didn't mean to neglect you." Kushina wasn't convinced, turning her back to him in protest. "I'm leaving tomorrow," he added, his tone softening. "That's why I came, to say goodbye. I'm leaving in the morning, and you won't even look at me one last time." Her resolve wavered as Minato used his final move, a helpless, almost pleading look. Kushina sighed and finally turned to face him. "I'll walk you home." The next morning, Tsunade woke up tucked into Kawakaze's arms. Feeling his large hand resting on hers, she gently moved it aside. "You're not honest even in your sleep," she muttered. Turning to face him, she brushed her light yellow hair under his nose. Kawake's instinctively reached for him in his sleep, only for her to pull him away. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he pulled her back into his arms. "It's still early, and I'm not in the mood to be provoked," Kawake said with a mischievous grin, tightening his grip. Her abundant curves were pressed and flattened. Tsunade's cheeks turned red as she felt something hard on her lap. Blushing furiously, she quickly squirmed to her freedom. "Oops, I need to get up," she said before making a hasty retreat from the room. "Coward," Kawake muttered with a grin, stretching before standing up himself. At breakfast, Naoki and Minato arrived carrying their bags, with Kushina following behind them. The group prepared to leave after eating, and Nayuki handed the carefully packed bag to Tsukumo as they exchanged heartfelt farewells. "I'll wait for you to come back," Nayuki said softly, her eyes filled with worry. The battlefield was unpredictable, and all Nayuki could hope for was his safe return. "Wait for me," Tsukumo replied, kissing her forehead, a rare public display of affection. Kawake, meanwhile, handed Minato a scroll. "You carry this," he said casually. The young student accepted it without complaint, though Kushina shot Kawake a look of disdain. "You don't look like a responsible elder at all," she muttered. "Minato, be careful," Kushina said softly. Minato nodded firmly. "I'll miss you," she added shyly before turning away, her emotions barely concealed. Minato, equally touched, replied, "I'll miss you too." Kawake, meanwhile, didn't speak, but hugged Tsunade tightly. "If you really miss me, let's meet in the Shikatsu forest," she suggested. God, the art of callback has somehow turned into a dating tool. Neither of them showed the proper respect to Lady Katsuyu. In front of the Hitaki clan's house, both groups separated. Naoki finally received a pat from his sister and one instruction: listen to your big brother. Without it, he would be the only one who felt lonely. Comment. When they reached the entrance of the village, Ionan's large group along with Chunin and Genin had already gathered. Kawakaze, Tsukumo, a loud, familiar voice called out. It was Might Dai, his shiny center-parted hair unmistakable. As Kawakaze had expected, his brother had brought his new friend with him. Here you go, let's go. By this time, Orochimaru had already given the signal to advance. A large number of Konoha ninja began marching towards the border of the Land of Rain. Kawakaze, looking at a map of the ninja world, calculated that while the Ionin could cover the distance between Konoha and the Land of Rain in about 2 days at full speed, the slower pace of this large group, including the genin and supply caravans, meant it would take at least half a month. Comment. The Land of Rain was located on the border where the lands of fire, wind, and earth met. It also bordered the Land of Grass and was separated from the Land of Iron by the Land of Earth and Trauma. Kawakaze could not understand why Hanzo of Salamander insisted on inciting such a conflict. Rain fell constantly in the Land of Rain, collecting in valleys that overflowed with water. Although the ninja of Omegakure were few in number, Hanzo's strict, authoritarian leadership forged them into a skilled force, adept at assassination and intelligence gathering. Studying the map, Kawakaze sifted through the information he had gleaned from the original work and decided to take action on his own. The pace of the main force was too slow. Orochimaru was in charge, not Kawakaze. He gathered Tsukumo and Dui, took the 2 young ninja under his wing, and informed Orochimaru of his plan to break away from the main group. Along the way, they traveled self-sufficiently, hunting for food. The Kawakaze scroll even contained a set of kitchen utensils, earning an approving nod from Tsukumo, who was usually in charge of cooking. Comment. This little brother of mine is a natural, Tsukumo thought. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why is the older brother cooking for the younger brother? Where is the justice in this? Comment. After a week of forced marches, the group finally crossed the border into the Land of Rain. Using the coordinates provided by Orochimaru, they located Konoha's advance negotiation team. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakaze and Tsukumo cautiously entered the Land of Rain, their expressions tense. The moment they arrived at the hidden camp, they were intercepted by ninja wearing Konoha forehead protectors, each holding a kunai at the ready. The guards were within Kawakaze's sensory range. Who goes there? One of them demanded. The 2 were Konoha ninja, wearing green vests that denoted their Chunin rank. I am Kawakaze Hitaki of the Hitaki clan, Jonin, Kawakaze said, making his identification. This is my older brother, Tsukumo Hitaki. One of the ninja accepted the identification cautiously, not lowering his weapon until he had confirmed its authenticity. After several checks, they finally relaxed their positions. Chunin Ryo Asakawa, I offer my respects to Lord Kawakaze. Chunin Kira, I pay my respects to Lord Kawakaze, they said formally. Kawakaze received his ID card, although he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong in the camp. Did something happen here? He asked. Tsukumo, equally on the edge, scanned the area. The camp exuded a sense of unease, its tension palpable. Lord Kawakaze, we were expecting reinforcements, Asakawa began. But we were frequently targeted for assassinations and attacks by Omegakure ninja. As a forward negotiation unit, our combat power is limited, and the losses were severe. Asakawa's explanation was calm, but the weight of their situation was obvious. Who is in charge of your team? Kawakaze asked, hoping to consult with the commander. Lord Fumishi Aburame has fallen, Asakawa replied, his voice heavy with grief. Tsukumo turned to the camp. Let's go see. Kawakaze nodded and followed. Inside, the camp was in complete disarray. The tents were torn apart and barely provided shelter from the incessant wind and rain. The cries of the wounded echoed from within, while some ninja with undamaged tents gathered around, their relief evident at the arrival of reinforcements. For the young ninja, Naoki and Minato, this was their first encounter with the grim aftermath of war. Their pale faces betrayed their shock. This is joined Kawakaze Hitaki and Tsukumo Hitaki, Asakawa introduced them to the group. I have heard of Lord Kawakaze, the genius Jonin of the Hitaki clan, said one of the ninja. And Lord Tsukumo, the clan head, another added. Many of the ninja present had heard of the two brothers, which made it easier for them to carry out their orders. Okay, quiet. Kawake's cut through the chatter with a commanding voice. This was no time for idle talk. The main force is still on the way and will probably arrive in about a week. From now on, follow my orders. Understood. He fixed his burning gaze on the middle and lower-ranked ninja. No one dared to meet his eyes. No objections. Okay. Do any of you specialize in earth releases? Kawake's first tasked the earth release ninja with building a mud hut for the wounded, giving them a proper place to recover. He then arranged for the camp's worn-out tents to be replaced and delegated tasks according to each ninja's experience. Guard posts were strategically moved using his keen eyesight, which had improved greatly. With these adjustments made, the camp finally began to show signs of vitality. Food was prepared, and the previously gloomy atmosphere of fear and low morale due to the killings and attacks by a Megakure ninja began to lift. The previous fear was understandable, even the experienced Ionin of the Aburame clan had fallen, leaving the others feeling powerless. Kawake's himself received special treatment, and the earth release ninja prepared a modest room for him. Although simple, it was much more comfortable than a tent. Inside the room, Kawake's and 4 others shared a meal. The pot was filled with macaroni, a decent meal considering the circumstances. Each person ate happily from small bowls. What's the plan now? Tsukumo asked his brother between bites. Are we just going to keep waiting? Waiting is not my style, Kawake's replied. If the Omegakure ninja dare come, they must be prepared to die. This is probably a smokescreen from Hanzo the Salamander. With the war spread across 3 fronts, he does not have the ability to resist all at once. He is using assassinations to delay us, buying time to defeat each front individually. This is his real strategy. Tsukumo frowned as he considered Kawaka's explanation. It seemed plausible, although strategy was not his strong point. Assassination was his expertise, but when it came to broader planning, he was not particularly skilled. Meanwhile, Dewey was not paying attention to the conversation, focusing entirely on the food and consuming far more than his share. Kawake's understood that learning taijutsu required a great deal of energy, but Dewey was taking food from the younger ones. Nawaki and Minato looked helpless, their small bowls nearly empty as they looked at Kawake's with pitiful eyes. Reluctantly, Kawake's intervened, lowering Dewey's portion slightly so that the children would have enough to eat. Dewey, however, was overjoyed even with less food. To avoid the awkward situation, Kawake's resumed discussing strategy with his brother. Right now, it's a Megakure that's causing trouble, which means Hanzo's main target isn't us in Konoha, Kawake's explained. I plan to take the lead, or at least make a Megakure think twice about coming back, especially before the main force arrives. Tsukumo immediately volunteered. Leave it to me. I can handle these pesky rats. Big brother, you and Do stay behind to guard the camp, Kawaka's replied. I'll take Minato and Nawaki with me. They need a real fight to gain experience. Kawake's was frank in his reasoning. A small elite unit was ideal for the growth of 2 young ninja. Massive battles wouldn't help much, even a genin could kill a jonin with enough luck. Isn't it risky? Tsukumo asked, concerned about the safety of the 2 newcomers. Don't worry, Kawake's reassured him. I marked them with my Flying Thunder God technique. If anything happens, I'll be there to save them. Hearing this, Tsukumo softened. Okay, then Dewey and I will stay. He placed his hand on Dewey's shoulder, and Dewey nodded. Don't worry, Kawake's. The camp is safe with us, Dai said confidently, though the noodles still hanging from his lips somewhat undermined his serious tone. Kawake's, remembering the original work and how ferocious Dai could be in battle, not to mention his even more ferocious son, couldn't help but find it ironic. Turning to Minato and Nawaki, Kawake's asked, do you have any questions? We are ready, the 2 young ninjas responded respectfully, lowering their bowls despite still eating. Okay. Finish your meal, then follow me, Kawake's ordered before standing up and leaving the room. He had one more task to do, and soon he found Ryo Asakawa resting in a tent. Lord Kawake's, Ryo greeted as he sat up. Relax, Kawake's said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to sit back down. I need to ask you something. Ryo nodded, listening attentively. What direction do a Megakure ninja usually take? Do they have any specific abilities I should know about? Kawakase asked, feigning casual curiosity as he lacked first-hand knowledge of a Megakure tactics. They always come from the north of the camp, Ryo replied. I haven't noticed anything special, but they are good at hiding their aura. Most use water release and work well with their water clones, making them hard to spot, especially on rainy days. For a Chunin, Ryu did well to provide concise and useful information. Kawakase thanked him with a pat on the shoulder. While it was more for show, mostly to avoid looking ignorant in front of Minato and Naoki, it was still valuable insight. Thank you, Ryo, Kawakase said before leaving the tent to prepare for the next step of his plan. Thoughts of the creators. Are you ready, you two? Kawakase stood at the entrance to the camp, his face serious as he addressed Naoki and Minato. Yes, we are ready, they answered in unison, each with a champagne sword strapped to their waist. To them, Kawakase's back seemed impressive. He had already taken two newcomers on an exciting mission, despite their recent arrival. He truly deserved to be their sensei, their big brother. It's no use if you're not ready. Let's go, Kawakase said, slowing his pace slightly as he led the way north, just ahead of the two smaller figures. The forest was damp despite the lack of rain, and the tree trunks were slippery. Naoki almost lost his leg, but Minato quickly grabbed him, preventing what could have been a nasty fall. How many times have I told you to pay attention to the details? Kawakase snapped, returning to Naoki's lecture. Chakra must be distributed throughout the soles of your feet. Don't get distracted. If your stance is shaky, what's the point of learning to use a sword? Your stance on horseback is a mess. His tone was sharp, harsher than when he was training at home. Naoki, still just a boy, looked hurt and muttered, I'll pay attention next time. Minato, who stood silently by his side, didn't dare speak. This was the first time he saw Kawakase so grumpy. Even when they were scolded or sparred with the household, their sensei always smiled. Minato did well, Kawakase admitted, softening slightly. First, you need to adapt to the environment. The air here is humid, and the terrain is completely different from Konoha. If you don't even have that much awareness, you might want to turn back. His frustration stemmed from Naoki's carelessness, a habit Kawakase feared could prove fatal. It was no surprise that the boy had died from an explosive mark in another life, a tragic, unnecessary end. If Naoki had not learned to be vigilant, he would have repeated the same mistakes. Minato, on the other hand, had already shown the keen instincts that would make him a legend in the Third Great War. Understood, big brother, Naoki finally replied, his voice small but determined as he heard the lightness in Kawakase's tone. Kawakase said no more, resuming his leadership. Naoki, be careful, Minato warned softly. Sensei is right. This is a battlefield, people can die here. Remember how the wounded looked back at the camp. Naoki's expression turned pale and he nodded strongly. Don't worry, I know big brother is just looking out for me. They walked side by side, struggling to keep up with Kawakase's fast pace. The humidity became oppressive as they moved deeper into the forest, with puddles scattered across the muddy ground. Kawakase's sharp eyes caught the subtle signs etched into the surroundings. They were not immediately clear, but seemed to be signals likely left by the Megakure ninja. His instincts sharpened, and his mind became tense. He couldn't allow anything to happen to the two young people under his care. Be alert and pay attention to your surroundings, Kawakase reminded the two young men. Naoki and Minato heeded his warning, but their heightened vigilance quickly drained their energy. Kawakase noticed their fatigue, but sensed no immediate chakra activity nearby. Maintaining his pace, he led them forward. After a few more miles, Kawakase began to faintly sense unfamiliar chakra in the distance. Although he was not a sensor-type ninja, the proximity of the sources meant that the enemy was close. Be careful, he warned. Without warning, several kunai flew towards them. Kawakase dodged effortlessly, and an Megakure ninja wearing a gas mask stepped out from the shadows. A ninja from Konoha, daring to wander around here on your own. The enemy sneered. Are you here to die? The ninja's mocking tone irritated Kawakase, who instinctively grabbed his eight-sided sword Han, ready to strike. But when he felt something was wrong, a thought came to his mind. let's play along for now. Hiding behind a mask and spewing arrogance is pathetic, Kawake's countered, his voice laced with mockery. Enraged, the Omegakure ninja began forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon technique. A massive water dragon rushed towards them, roaring as it fell. Trivial skill, Kawake's muttered as he strode forward. With a sharp arc of his lightning-fast Han 8-sided sword, he split the water dragon, sending it flying harmlessly. Behind him, Naoki and Minato drew their swords, their eyes sharp with readiness. HMPH, so you're a Junin, the masked ninja mocked, arrogance still dripping from his tone. Let's see how many Konoha Junin I can cut down today. Kawake's had enough. This guy talks too much. With a single body flickering technique, Kawake's closed the gap in an instant, pushing his sword towards the ninja's heart, only for the target to dissolve into water. Water clone. The real body appeared from behind, a smug grin forming beneath the gas mask as it prepared to strike. But Kawake's didn't even turn around. His right leg lashed out in a precise backwards kick, slamming into the ninja's chest and sending him flying. The force of the blow cracked his ribs and left blood seeping through his mask, despite Kawake's holding back most of his strength. Realizing that he had been outclassed, the Omegakure ninja tried his best to retreat. You two, stay alert. I'll be back soon, Kawake said calmly, rushing after the fleeing enemy without hesitation. Minato looked on in confusion. It was out of character for their shrewd and calculating sensei to leave them alone like this. However, he remained silent, knowing that it was his duty to keep himself and Naoki safe. How dare you chase after me? While I delay you, your men will be waiting to take your body, the Omegakure ninja taunted as he turned, watching smugly as Kawake's pursued him. He had originally thought that this mission was doomed to failure, but now he saw a glimmer of hope. Kawaka's lips curled into a weak smile. If I don't chase you, how can you signal your men to attack? Dropping all pretense, Kawake unleashed his full power. His hand tightly gripped his 8-sided sword, Han, as he performed a devastating quick-draw slash. Thunder and flash, one flash of lightning, 6 times. The Omegakure ninja panicked and summoned a water clone to protect himself. But 2 arcs of lightning zigzagged through the air, cutting both the ninja and his clone in half in a split second. Ionan's, rain land, just a pawn, was no more. Remember to greet the Shinigami when you meet him, Kawake said coldly as he slashed at him with his blade. And next time, don't be so arrogant. No one in Konoha is allowed to surpass me in arrogance. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly returning to the marked location where he had left Naoki and Minato. It had only been a moment since he had followed the fleeing ninja, but to his satisfaction, his students were already showing promise. Minato and Naoki stood back to back, tense and wary. Naoki's eyes were locked on a suspicious pool of water clinging unnaturally to the rounded surface of a tree trunk. This isn't right, Naoki muttered, throwing the kunai into the puddle. Before he could land, the Omegakure ninja emerged from the water, easily deflecting the kunai. Too rude, the enemy taunted, his voice suggesting he was not much older than the 2 young men. 2 more Omegakure ninja rose from their hiding place, joining the first. The unnatural pool of water disappeared. Naoki and Minato were now facing 3 Rain Country Chunin, the tension was rising. Your Jonin team leader actually left you behind. What a joke, one of the masked ninja mocked. Don't blame us for being merciless when you die. With that, the lead ninja charged at the 2 boys, the kunai flaring in his hand. The 2 behind him followed, forming a triangular formation to surround their targets. Kawake watched from the treetops, rolling his eyes at the arrogance of these Chunin. Their chatter was getting on his nerves. Was everyone in the land of rain learning to talk like that? If it weren't for the need to train the 2 boys, he would have already gone down there, pulled them out one by one with his sword, and sent them off to reunite with their chatterbox Jonin. Thoughts of the creators. An inch longer brings power, an inch shorter, danger. This principle had been evident in the fierce clash before them, a clash of skills that was formidable, but not too dangerous. The 2 young ninja swords, wielded with precision and a solid foundation, forced the 3 ninjas to retreat. Naoki, unharmed, advanced and delivered a precise cross-eyed blow, cutting through the closest enemy's mask to reveal a young face underneath. Enraged, the Omegakure ninja ripped off the mask and threw it away. Failing to capture two young opponents and losing their masks was a disgrace the Omegakure trio could not tolerate. Water release, wild water wave. Ninja art, Senbon rain. Water release, 5 feeding sharks. Each unleashed their own unique ninjutsu, launching a coordinated attack on the children. Naoki's expression turned serious as he quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The last time Kawake's had seen this technique, it had been unimpressive, but the water dragon was now considerably larger, a testament to Naoki's growth. Orochimaru's claim that Naoki had Chunin-level strength was no exaggeration. Return of the Earth shore. Naoki's water dragon countered wild water wave and 5 feeding sharks, his superior chakra volume overwhelming the opposition. His earth release shield blocked the falling Senbon needles. Minato disappeared from view behind the earth's shield, reappearing to foul the Omegakure ninja with precise attacks. Recognizing their lack of close combat skills, Minato skillfully exploited the weakness. Kawake's watched in admiration. At the age of only 10, Minato had demonstrated exceptional fighting intelligence. His future success seemed inevitable, if fate had not intervened. As Minato attacked from the side, Naoki attacked head-on, and the clash escalated into intense hand-to-hand combat. The longer reach of their swords gave the younger ninja the advantage, allowing them to inflict several wounds on the Omegakure trio. Unable to hold their ground, the Omegakure ninja retreated, each adding another wound to keep their distance from the relentless duo. Switching tactics, they resumed their offensive with long-range ninjutsu. Split by these attacks, Naoki and Minato pushed their stamina to the limit. Exhausted from traveling and fighting, their movements slowed down, while the Omegakure ninja, having briefly rested, regained some strength. Breathing heavily, Minato used wind release, great breakthrough to target the leading Omegakure ninja. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Naoki coordinated his attack, focusing his efforts on eliminating one opponent. The other two Omegakure ninja responded with dual water release techniques. Naoki barely blocked part of the attack with earth release, enduring the rest through sheer endurance. Spitting blood, he staggered, but quickly stabilized himself and delivered the finishing blow, piercing the chest of the lead Omegakure ninja as they struggled against Minato's wind technique. Naoki's first kill left no time for reflection. Pulling his blade from the fallen enemy, he turned, ready to face the remaining two Omegakure ninja. It was now 2 against 2, and the odds of victory had shifted slightly in their favor. Kawake's was about to help Naoki, but paused when he noticed Naoki's hand summoning his sword. This time, Naoki performed admirably. In order to conserve chakra, the two Omegakure ninja chose close combat. Minato managed to defeat his opponent, but was wounded in the process. Meanwhile, Naoki, hampered by his injuries, struggled to attack effectively. Only with Minato's support was he able to overcome the remaining Omegakure ninja. The defeated Omegakure ninja lay on the ground, looking up as Minato approached, begging for mercy. "Please spare me. I was just following orders. If you let me go, you'll never see me again." The mask was knocked off the young ninja, revealing a girl of about 13 or 14 years old, her beautiful face streaked with tears. As the shadow of death loomed over her, she cried desperately. "Sorry. This is war," Minato said, his expression hardening as he knocked his sword down. The girl died, hatred etched on her face. At that moment, Naoki collapsed, unable to bear the weight of exhaustion and injuries. "Naoki." Minato sheathed his sword and threw himself on his side, helping him up. He pulled out a war pill from his ninja pouch and placed it in Naoki's mouth. The pills, specially made by Tsunade, were highly effective. "I'm fine," Naoki muttered. "I just overexerted myself. Why hasn't Big Brother returned yet?" After swallowing the pill, Naoki's tough exterior crumbled for a moment and tears rolled down his cheeks. "Sensei will be fine," Minato assured him, confident in Kawakaze's strength. Despite this being Minato's first kill, he handled it with more composure than Naoki. Naoki, on the other hand, reacted as expected to someone new on the battlefield. Geniuses were rare, after all. Well done." Kawakaze's voice cut through the tension as he stepped out of hiding and approached the two younger ninja. It's just a minor wound, he said after examining Naoki's injuries. I'll take you back. With that, Kawakase placed Naoki on his back, ready to lead them to safety. Minato has the strength of a chunin. I am very pleased, Kawakase said, praising Minato without reservation. It was praise that was well deserved. Sensei taught me well, Minato replied humbly. Haha, I like it when you're so honest, Kawakase laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the compliment. Naoki, you were very good too, Kawakase continued. You identified the enemy's weakness and made the difficult choice to trade injury for your life. I don't fully agree with such risks, but in a desperate situation, it was a wise decision. From today on, you are a qualified ninja. Jumping onto the tree trunk, Kawakase offered these words of encouragement to his son-in-law. Minato then realized that this was a test from their sensei. Kawakase had been protecting them from the shadows the entire time. Big brother, I'm so scared, Naoki cried from behind Kawakase. I'm scared that you'll be disappointed in me. That I'll never see you or my sister again. Kawakase took a deep breath. This is war. I just hope we can find a way to prevent this from happening in the future. It was a wish shared by many, though the means to achieve it often varied. Still, war remained a constant in the ninja world. Kawakase did not view Naoki's tears as weakness. He remembered his first mission, which had gone much worse. Without his older brother, Tsukumo, Kawakase might have struggled much longer to recover. Killing had been a foreign concept to him then, but in this world it was a harsh reality. Now he was both accustomed to it and numb. The three returned. Naoki fell asleep on Kawakase's back while Minato, having taken a war pill, began to restore his strength and chakra. Thanks to Kawakase's deliberately slow pace, Minato had no problem keeping up. Sensei, where is this Ionin? Minato asked, his curiosity overcoming him. If Kawakase had returned sooner, the Omegakure ninja might have fled when Naoki made his move. Dead, Kawakase answered simply. Minato was momentarily stunned, struggling to get over his shock. But through it, he gained a deeper understanding of Kawakase's immense power. I know a very fast kinjutsu, Kawakase said, reaching out to pat Minato on the head. I'll teach it to you when you grow up. If not, how can Minato, who hasn't yet learned the Divine Thunder technique, become the Yellow Flash? Yes, Sensei, Minato replied seriously. I will study hard when the time comes. At that moment, Minato's doubts disappeared, replaced by growing determination. How soon would it be, when you grow up? He couldn't wait. Thoughts of the creators. They returned to the camp faster than they had left, with Kawakase carrying Naoki on his back. The Konoha ninja on duty approached the inquirer, his demeanor noticeably warmer than when they had first arrived. After quickly confirming their identities, he let them in. Kawakase headed straight for the small thatched hut where Tsukumo and Dewey were still discussing the theory behind the 8 inner gates. With no time to practice, they had turned their attention to refining their understanding of the technique. What happened to Naoki? Tsukumo asked with concern as he saw Kawakase carrying him. As future in-laws, his tone reflected genuine concern. He's a little hurt, Kawakase replied, gently placing Naoki on the bed. This is his first time seeing blood, but he'll be fine after some rest. Minato sat quietly on one side of the room, listening. How many of them did you handle this time? Tsukumo asked, confident in Kawakase's abilities. For him, Kawakase's involvement almost always guaranteed results. 1 Ionin and 2 Chunin. Basically, a standard team, Kawakase replied calmly, as if it was routine. The normal Ionin hadn't challenged him. Minato, good job, Dewey said, giving Minato a thumbs up and a warm smile. Haha, Minato chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a shy grin. Since you've already returned, stay and watch the camp, Tsukumo suggested. Jonin alone, it seems the Omegakure ninja still doesn't understand pain. Dai and I will leave again. Let's show them Konoha's strength. Tsukumo, always hungry for action, couldn't stay idle. Defending the camp wasn't going to cut it for someone with his assassin skills. Yeah, Kawakase, big brother Tsukumo and I can handle this, Dewey added enthusiastically, excited to prove himself in battle. Okay, go, Kawakase said without adding a word of warning. He believed that no one in Omegakure, with the exception of Hanzo Salamander, could challenge the combined might of Tsukumo and Dewey. "Let's go. See you later," Tsukumo said as he stood up, Dewey following close behind. The two Jonin-level ninja moved much faster than Kawake's, who had previously been slowed down by the younger members. Tsukumo's extensive combat experience also made him adept at tracking and finding their targets. Soon after, Tsukumo and Dewey encountered a group of 5 ninja led by Junin. The 20 ninja accompanying them were completely annihilated. None could withstand Tsukumo's blade or the raw destructive power of Dew's 8 inner gates. Their deaths were swift and brutal. With the addition of Kawakaze's earlier efforts, Omegakure suffered catastrophic losses. The hit-and-run mission originally orchestrated by Hanzo of Salamander now faced a major setback due to the limited forces he had committed. The leader of the remaining Rain Ninja, Yamaru, had no choice but to retreat and restrict their movements. He also sent word to Hanzo, who was still locked in battle with Chiyo Tsunagakure. When Hanzo received the message, his rage erupted. In a fit of rage, he tore the message to shreds. He underestimated the speed of the Konoha ninja and mistakenly assumed that this group was part of Konoha's main force. Little did he know that the chaos was caused by Kawake's and his small team, who had arrived long before the main army. "Send reinforcements to Yamaru and keep him on guard," Hanzo ordered. "Avoid direct confrontation with Konoha forces for now. If their main force begins to advance, hold them off at all costs until I return." The aged ninja acknowledged the command and quickly retreated to carry out his orders. At this time, Hanzo was deep in the land of wind. Instead of taking a defensive position, he boldly led the surprise attack division to strike at Tsunagakure. His audacity was undeniable. In response, Tsunagakure sent Hyo to lead a formidable force against them. The two sides have clashed several times, with heavy losses on both sides. Hanzo's poison wreaked havoc on the Tsunagakure forces, causing devastating losses. Conversely, Chiyo's puppets inflicted heavy losses on the Omegakure forces, her precision and ingenuity making her a formidable opponent. "Damn that old witch and her dolls," Hanzo muttered bitterly. Without Hyo, Tsunagakure would be nothing more than a band of weaklings in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Tsunagakure camp, Chiyo carefully studied the effects of Hanzo's poison. Renowned for her expertise in poison, she worked tirelessly to neutralize its effects. However, Hanzo's poison was exceptionally powerful, making it difficult for even a master like Hyo to resist. "That old man in the gas mask is really disgusting," Chiyo muttered, her disappointment evident as she continued her research. She calculated that it would take a long time to break down Hanzo's poison. Thinking about the sand ninja who would die in the meantime, her brows furrowed even deeper. "Mother, you've been at it day and night. Take a break," said a man with striking red hair and a handsome face, Sasori's father. "Yes, sister, if you push yourself too hard, your health will suffer," Ebizo said, echoing the concern. "I won't rest until I solve this," Chiyo sighed, rubbing her aching eyes. She silently vowed to dismember Hanzo into 8 pieces when the opportunity arose. Soon, a ninja appeared with urgent news: Hanzo had launched another attack. Chiyo had no choice but to put aside his research and led his younger brother and son to confront the attack. Meanwhile, fierce battles continued to rage in the land of wind between the forces of Omegakure and Tsunagakure. Kawake's and his team traveled north for several days without encountering any Omegakure ninja. They assumed that the enemy was planning a retreat. The days passed peacefully in their camp. A week later, Orochimaru arrived with a large army. News of the reinforcements quickly reached Kawake's, who brought Tsukumo and the others out to greet him. With Orochimaru came considerable supplies, food, medicine, and ninja essence gear, all unloaded and distributed with precision. Under Orochimaru's direction, the camp had expanded considerably. Tents and buildings were laid out according to a meticulous plan, an area of logistics that Kawake's admittedly knew little about. After the camp was set up, Orochimaru invited Kawake's and the others into the newly built earthen house. The simple room had a low table surrounded by cushions for sitting. Fresh melons and fruits from the supply convoy were laid out on the table. Naoki and Minato knelt quietly to the side like obedient students. "Sensei," Naoki greeted, his joy evident when he saw Orochimaru. I heard from Kawake's that you performed well, Orochimaru said, stroking Naoki's head with a cold smile. Naoki beamed with pride, his smile so wide that his eyes almost closed. Kawake's, do you have any recent intelligence? Orochimaru asked, his tone becoming serious. The room fell silent as Kawake's began his report. The Omegakure ninja are currently operating in small units, focusing on assassinations and hit-and-run tactics. My assessment is that Hanzo's focus is not on us, Konoha. He is simply buying time. Over the past few days, their raiding force appears to have been halted by our actions, they have not appeared for 3 days. Kawake's shared his observations and theories with clarity, confident that Orochimaru would easily piece together the bigger picture. Tsukumo and Dewey remained silent throughout, allowing the exchange between Orochimaru and Kawake's to take center stage. Kawakaze's analysis is sound, Orochimaru said after a moment of consideration. Next, I will deploy scouts to locate Omegakure's forces. We will simulate a large-scale attack to gauge their reaction. This will reveal their intentions. I agree, Kawake said without hesitation. He had no desire to command troops and saw no reason to challenge Orochimaru's strategy. Thoughts of the creators. After a night of rest, Orochimaru began deploying his forces early the next morning. He gathered all members of the Hyuga clan and Sensor-type ninja, creating specialized teams consisting of 1 Zunin and 3 Chunin each. Orochimaru himself led a sizable group of Konoha ninja to search the northern perimeter of the camp. Kawake's, however, volunteered to stay behind and guard the camp. He reasoned that a large-scale search would not be an effective training opportunity for the 2 young ninja, Naoki and Minato. Their inexperience and lack of advanced sensory abilities could end up hindering the operation rather than helping it. At the camp gate, Orochimaru expressed interest in taking Naoki with him. Naoki, do you want to go with sensei? Before Naoki could respond, Kawake's quickly intervened, stepping in front of Naoki. No, I'd like to work with Naoki a little more. He still has some areas that need improvement, Kawake's insisted, his voice tinged with urgency. He was protecting Naoki from behind, looking almost panicked. The thought of Naoki being in danger under Orochimaru's watch was unbearable for Kawake's. If something happened to Naoki again, Kawake's might have to face the consequences himself, but explaining that to Tsunade was another matter entirely. Naoki, puzzled by the sudden change in his brother-in-law, looked at him. Kawake's had praised him the night before, but now he was saying that Naoki was not ready. Even though Naoki was curious, he did not dare question him out loud. The memory of being scolded the last time was still fresh in his mind. Very well, Orochimaru said without resisting. He seemed almost relieved to leave Naoki behind. After bidding farewell to Kawake's, Orochimaru set off with his team. Returning to camp, Kawake's took the 2 younger ninja with him. Naturally, Tsukumo, eager for action, joined Orochimaru's group, seeking help from the Hyuga Chunin clan before leaving. Sensei, Minato asked, obediently following Kawake's, do you think they'll find the Omegakure ninja this time? I think they will find them, Kawakaze replied thoughtfully, but it's hard to say how many they will be able to eliminate. Omegakure ninja can be incredibly elusive, especially when they're determined to stay hidden. This is their land, after all. He paused to pat Naoki and Minato on the head. Go train. I'll take a walk around the camp. They obediently went off to train while Kawake's began patrolling the camp. Although the atmosphere was calm, Kawake's remained vigilant, ensuring that everything was safe as he carried out his duties. Deep in the forest on the border of the Land of Rain, an Omegakure ninja staggered forward, his mask missing and his clothes in tatters. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, evidence of a recent, intense battle. Upon reaching a large tree, the ninja seemed to dissolve into a pool of water that seeped into the ground. Beneath the forest floor lay a massive underground cavern, large enough to house nearly 1,000 Omegakure ninja, nearly a third of the Land of Rain's total ninja population. The existence of such a facility showed that Hanzo's decision to wage war against the 2 nations was anything but impulsive. The cavern could not have been built overnight, proving that Hanzo had planned the conflict, feigning negotiations to buy time. Once his preparations were complete, he declared war without hesitation. The wounded ninja appeared in an underground cave, where others immediately rushed to help him. "Shino, weren't you on patrol?" one of them asked, helping the victim, now identified as Shino, to his feet. "I have an important report for Lord Yamaru," Shino replied, his voice strained. Supported by his comrade, Shino walked over to Yamaru, who was sitting in the command chair, his face obscured by a gas mask. Kneeling on one knee, Shino began his report. "Lord Yamaru, a large army of Konoha has entered the forest and is conducting a large-scale search," he said, coughing up blood in mid-sentence. "The leader of the ninja is believed to be Orochimaru, the third Hokage's student. Their numbers are overwhelming, and our forces are dwindling." Yamaru's gloved fists clenched in rage. Slamming the armrest of his chair, he rose abruptly, shattering the wooden seat beneath him. "Damn Konoha," he spat. After a moment of thought, he gave the order. "Reduce the size of our patrols. Avoid direct confrontation with Konoha forces at all costs. Sugijiro, take a squad and set up more traps. Kill as many as you can. We need their movements monitored, so don't die out there." The wire ninja stepped forward, bowing sharply before leading the group out of the cave to carry out Yamaru's orders. "When Lord Hanzo returns, we will show these Konoha ninja what we are made of," Yamaru muttered to himself, his voice full of confidence in Hanzo's leadership. Soon after, another group of elite Omegakure ninja, led by Sugijiro, emerged from the underground cavern, preparing to strengthen their defenses. Meanwhile, the Konoha army pressed on, methodically sweeping the surrounding forest. They had already encountered a squad of 80 Omegakure ninja, killing all who had managed to escape to warn their comrades. "Orochimaru, it's been a long time since we've encountered any Omegakure ninja," Tsukumo noted as he approached Orochimaru, initiating a conversation. "They must have a central gathering point," Orochimaru answered thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, we lost track of the ninja we allowed to escape. Otherwise, we might have discovered their nest. Now that they have time to report, the chances of finding them have been greatly reduced," Tsukumo noted. "If there's no movement after a while, we'll retreat to camp," Orochimaru decided. "We'll rest for a few days, make noise, and stage a fake large-scale attack to draw them out." Orochimaru's instincts on the battlefield were sharp, but even he had to admit that the fugitive, Shino, was an expert at evasion, making him nearly impossible to track. "Okay, I'll check the front again," Tsukumo said as he prepared to set off. "Tsukumo, be careful," Orochimaru warned. Tsukumo and Dewey separated from the group to scout ahead. Orochimaru did not stop them, fully aware of both men's capabilities. He had personally witnessed the raw power of Dewey's 8 inner gates and had developed a grudging respect for him, despite Dewey's unassuming appearance and unusual attire. Before meeting Dewey, Orochimaru had never even heard his own name, which is a testament to how underestimated the man was. Orochimaru also trusted Tsukumo's judgment and skill. If they couldn't handle the situation, then the entire Konoha force could brace itself for disaster. "Tsukumo, what are you thinking?" Dewey asked as they patrolled. Despite the immediate danger being reduced, they were still on high alert in enemy territory. "I miss my wife," Tsukumo admitted, the thought slipping out before he could stop it. In this harsh environment, his thoughts naturally turned to Nayuki and the child she was holding. "Haha, I miss my wife too," Dewey replied with a hearty laugh. Both men, far from home and family, found solace in their shared longing. "When the baby is born, let's have them trained together," Tsukumo said, a new sense of clarity lighting his expression. "The sooner this war ends, the sooner we can go home." Dew smirked. "Yeah, let's hope this war ends soon." Tsukumo had been unknowingly setting the stage for Kakashi to become friends with Dewey's son, Guy. If only Kakashi had known the young man who was waiting for him. Their conversation was cut short when their keen senses alerted them to movement ahead. The Omegakure ninja, busy hanging explosive tags, had not yet noticed them. With lightning speed, Tsukumo closed the distance, his short sword slicing through the enemy's throat. The ninja fell, clutching his neck with a sickening gurgle. "It seems the Omegakure ninja have received the news. They are setting up traps," Tsukumo noted as he carefully collected the explosive tags. "We need to warn the main force." "Agreed. Let's go back," Dewey said, tossing the lifeless body aside as they quickly cleared the scene. Returning to Orochimaru's group, they reported their findings. Orochimaru immediately pieced together the implications. Retreat to camp, he ordered decisively. We can't risk unnecessary losses. If these traps catch even one of us by surprise, the consequences could be severe. Retreat in formation. The call went out, and the scattered Konoha ninja began to regroup and retreat in an orderly manner. The carefully laid traps of the Omegakure ninja ultimately went unused, as Konoha forces avoided them entirely. This was exactly what Orochimaru had intended, a tactical withdrawal that would not fall into enemy hands, leaving the Omegakure ninja frustrated but their scouts intact for future surveillance. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakase, your guess is correct, Orochimaru said. The Omegakure ninja are retreating, avoiding direct confrontation with us. There are eyes everywhere, so at best they will set up a few traps. They do not intend to attack us directly. He paused, sipping his case. It looks like they won't make another move unless we force them to. At this point, it counts as a minor victory. Orochimaru seemed to be in a rare good mood, even bringing several pots of sake. In a small earthen room in the camp, he drank with Kawakase and the others, their voices echoing softly in the confined space. Comment. Their goal is to slow us down, not defeat us, Orochimaru continued. As long as we create a visible large offensive, the Omegakure ninja will suspect a trap. But no matter what, we have to move forward. Kawakase smiled. Orochimaru, it seems you intentionally left some of their scouts alive. Orochimaru smirked and took another sip. It's just a minor strategy. You're giving me too many credits. Despite his youth, Orochimaru was already a fearsome tactician in his early 20s. He seemed amused by Kawakase's praises, and drank a little more than usual. There is a major battle on the horizon, Kawakase warned, finishing his task. You two must remain within my range of perception. If anything happens, the Flying Thunder God technique will ensure your safety. Yes, Sensei, big brother, the two younger shinobi responded in unison. They obediently munched on the fruits and vegetables Orochimaru had brought, nodding at Kawakase's instructions. Addressing another companion, Orochimaru said, Tsukumo, I will leave you a perimeter alert. Tsukumo gave a curt nod, raising his cup. Understood. The atmosphere brightened as the sake flowed, and the conversation moved away from the war to more casual topics. Bonds between comrades of equal status and power were forged in moments like these. Kawakase, Orochimaru teased, a rare smirk playing on his lips, if you take out Tsunade, Jiraiya will be heartbroken. He should be on his way back to Konoha from Mount Myoboku. Kawakase laughed heartily. I'm not stealing anyone's love. There are millions of women in the world, I'll find Jiraiya a good match when I have time. Kawakase laughed, there was nothing to be ashamed of, he was simply being honest and not trying to steal someone else's girl. Orochimaru, have you ever thought about finding a wife? Tsukumo, clearly drunk, slurred as he spoke. I'll be a father soon. Tsukumo, drunk and bold, did not hesitate to ask anything. Kawakase looked at his older brother and thought, it must be you, my brother. He then turned his curious gaze to Orochimaru, wondering how he would react. I haven't found the right person yet, Orochimaru replied without the slightest embarrassment, even raising his glass to tickle Tsukumo. Kawakase mused that Orochimaru was still human. In the Boruto anime, he even raised a child, so it wasn't like he was inherently against marriage. At least he had normal emotions. When the time comes, if someone likes you, I'll tie them up and return them for you, Kawakase joked, laughing as he shared another drink with Orochimaru. Very well. When the time comes and I come to beg at your door, do not go back on your word, Orochimaru said, his pale face turning slightly red. Perhaps even he didn't know why he could talk to Kawakase so easily. Was it because Kawakase had once given him a sword? I wouldn't even blink if I saw a cage from a certain village. Tsukumo, noticing his brother bragging, poured him another cup to shut him up. If he kept drinking, he wouldn't be able to brag for long. Meanwhile, Dewey remained on the sidelines, unable to fully join in the conversation. Partly it was the difference in status, but he was also still learning how to show off without looking stupid. When the drinks finally ran out, Orochimaru was escorted back to Naoki's tent while Kawakase collapsed to the ground. Of course, once he got drunk, he stopped bragging. Tsukumo, pleased, dragged his brother to bed. Looking at the severed Kawakes, Tsukumo thought, "This is the good brother I know, not that little kid." His next thought was even more outrageous. "I will never allow Kawakes to raise children. Otherwise, I would lose at least 10 years of my life." With these warm but ridiculous thoughts he fell asleep next to his brother. Poor Dewey was lying on the ground, but Minato, ever considerate, covered him with a blanket before falling asleep right next to the crib. The next morning, the camp was buzzing with chaotic but efficient activity as the Konoha ninjas prepared their battle outposts. The commotion was observed from afar by Omegakure spies, who quickly sent someone back to report the situation. At first glance, it seemed that a major offensive was inevitable. When Yamaru received the messages, the anxiety began to set in. He paced back and forth in the hall, his thoughts in turmoil. If we confront them head-on, it will be like throwing an egg at a rock. But if we do not cooperate, Lord Hanzo's mission will remain incomplete. After much thought, he could only hope that Orochimaru's obvious preparations meant that the attack was still aimed at their position and not the heart of the Land of Rain. Maintain surveillance and report any movements of Konoha ninja immediately, Yamaru ordered. He sat down in his newly appointed chair, but unable to suppress his irritation, he removed his mask. The face underneath was lined with worry. If Konoha's forces were to move towards the center of the country, a direct confrontation would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kawakes decided to extend the preparation time to a full week. Supplies were distributed daily, and Omegakure spies returned every day to give updates to Yamaru. Yamaru's emotions began to wear away under the constant stress. The slow, agonizing wait was like a knife cutting into his nerves. By the 7th day, Yamaru was on the verge of madness. The latest reports still showed no sign of immediate action. Despair filled him. He wanted to storm the Konoha camp himself and confront Orochimaru directly. "Where the hell are you planning to fight? Just give me a straight answer." That evening, Kawakes and Orochimaru sat together in Orochimaru's tent, a pot of fine tea boiling on the low table between them. "Orochimaru, I think it's time," Kawakes said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "We'll see the results tomorrow when the operation begins," Orochimaru replied. Kawakase's smile deepened, clearly pleased with his strategy. He had no doubt that this plan would push Yamaru to his limits. Naturally. After 7 days of this torment, I imagine that the leader of the Omegakure ninja is already at a turning point, Orochimaru said, his cold smile unwavering. He might act recklessly, Kawakes noted, unfazed by the ominous tone. Having grown accustomed to Orochimaru's presence, he no longer found his behavior oppressive. If all goes well, the feint could turn into a real attack. "What are your thoughts, Orochimaru?" Kawakes enjoyed the feeling of ruling a nation and strategizing. He lifted his cup and took a sip, savoring the lingering aroma on his lips and tongue, a truly delicious experience. "Kawakes, your words resonate deeply with me," Orochimaru replied. They exchanged smiles, their mutual trust unmatched. The next day, the Konoha ninja gathered at the camp. With enough personnel left to guard the food, feed, and remaining supplies, the rest prepared for battle. "Target. Rain Earth Hearts. Move out." Orochimaru gave the command, and the ninja obeyed without hesitation. As he looked north, a flicker of anticipation entered his mind, hoping that the Omegakure ninja would not waste the effort he had put into pulling them out. Thoughts of the creators. As Orochimaru advanced, Yamaru had already brought the Omegakure ninja to block Konoha's path. A feeling of relief washed over him, he finally understood the intentions of the Konoha ninja. "Yamaru-sama, Konoha's forces are outnumbered. Should we avoid a direct confrontation?" Sugijiro suggested cautiously from beside him. He still thought that a head-on confrontation was unwise. "Lord Hanzo's orders are clear, stop the Konoha ninja at all costs," Yamaru snapped. "If we avoid combat, are you saying we should let them pass? Let them ravage our land and our people?" Yamaru's frustration boiled over, drowning out Sujijiro's reasoning. One thought consumed him: to kill Orochimaru and make him feel pain. Seeing Yamaru's rage, Sujiro silently retreated. Hanzo himself appointed Yamaru as the leader, and now his opinion did not change. Lord Yamaru, Konoha forces have been spotted, the surveillance ninja reported. Attack. Prepare water release methods. Yamaru ordered sharply. Let them know what it's like to drown. Despite his anger, Yamaru was not reckless, he understood how to exploit their terrain. A flood of water techniques would scatter Konoha's forces, and the weaker ones would likely be swept away. Water release. Dragon water bullet. Water release. The great waterfall technique. Water release. Water crash blast wave. The Rain Country ninja, skilled in releasing water, unleashed their techniques, merging them into a massive wave aimed at the Konoha forces. The wave, a terrifying force of nature, roared toward the enemy lines. Orochimaru, watching the flood with calm indifference, allowed a smirk of disdain to curl his lips. Earth Liberation Team, prepare your defenses, he ordered. Yes. Hundreds of Konoha ninja, agreeing to Earth release, immediately began to form hand seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru slammed one hand into the ground, completing his seals. In an instant, 3 massive, ominous gates erupted from the ground. Their menacing mouths and solid structures absorbed and repeatedly dispersed the impact of the wave. By the time the remnants of the flood reached the defensive earth wall, it had turned into harmless trickles. Well done, Orochimaru, Kawakase said, barely hiding his excitement as he marveled at the legendary defensive technique. He guessed that even his sage mode might struggle to overcome it. Go. With a curt nod, Orochimaru gave the signal, leading the Konoha forces into a counterattack. Kawakase watched closely, though he noticed that some of the younger ninja were lagging behind, unable to match the speed of the leaders. Tsukumo, drawing his short sword, dove into the fray like an eagle striking down its prey. With precision and ruthlessness, he cut through the Omegakure forces, leaving no room for resistance. Open the gates of joy. Dewey's voice could be heard as he opened 6 of the 8 gates. A green whirlwind of destruction, Dewey tore through the ranks of Omegakure, sending ninja flying like cannonballs with each strike. His immense power was on full display, marking the first time his terrifying presence on the battlefield was noticed. Orochimaru combined devastating ninjutsu with deadly precision in taijutsu, summoning poisonous snakes that struck with deadly precision. The Konoha forces, inspired by their leaders, fought with unmatched ferocity. Their superior numbers, combined with their skill and momentum, quickly plunged the Omegakure forces into chaos. Yamaru, having witnessed Konoha's overwhelming power, felt fear creep into his heart. His previous confidence vanished as he realized the gap in power. Even after he had knocked down several Konoha Chunin and Genin, the realization hit him, this was an unwinnable battle. He turned to see Sugijiro being sent flying into the air by a vicious Dewey strike, lifeless before hitting the ground. Retreat! Retreat! Yamaru screamed as he fell, gathering a dozen or so ninja around him as they fought their way to safety. Once a leader loses the will to fight, the army becomes lambs to the slaughter. The Omegakure ninja were annihilated by the Konoha forces. No one on the battlefield was more ruthless than these ninja, as one life after another was snuffed out without mercy. Under Kawakase's protection, the 2 young ninja fought fiercely, managing to kill several Chunin. Any Ionin that targeted them were quickly intercepted by Kawakase, who effortlessly dispatched them to their deaths. By this point, the Omegakure ninja had completely lost their ability to fight back. Yamaru led less than 100 survivors in a desperate scattering and retreat. The battlefield was too vast for Orochimaru to pursue them all, so he focused on eliminating those who remained. His pale face was smeared with blood, but his movements retained their eerie elegance. The poisonous snake coiled in his sleeve was struck by relentless ferocity. In less than 2 hours, the battle was over. Not a single Omegakure ninja remained alive on the field. What do you think? Kawakase remained unharmed, his immaculate appearance a stark contrast to the mangled remains and blood-soaked ground around him. Phew. We threw up first, quickly followed by Minato, who couldn't hold back either. It was their first encounter with such carnage. This is war, Kawakase said sternly. Only one side survives. You must become stronger, or one day you will end up like them. His words were harsh, punctuated by a quick blow to the severed arm on the ground. causing the two young men to vomit again. Kawakase knew that this lesson would leave a lasting impression. Only by facing the grim reality of war would they be forced to grow into fearsome ninja. I understand, sensei, Minato said, regaining his composure as he wiped his mouth. Naoki, pale and trembling, managed to nod. Despite his shock, he understood the seriousness of the situation. Let's go. We have to see what Orochimaru has planned next. Kawakase led the two young ninja towards Orochimaru, who stood nearby surrounded by a group of Konoha forces. As Kawakase approached, the other ninja stepped aside, allowing him to speak directly with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, some Omegakure ninja have managed to escape, Kawakase said. We must prioritize the safety of our supplies. They are no longer a threat, Orochimaru replied with a weak smile. Less than 100 escaped, and all of them are wounded. Even if they reach their camp, they will not survive. Nevertheless, caution is wise, Kawakase insisted, unwilling to dismiss even the slightest threat. Perhaps, Orochimaru admitted, but with our forces in tatters, I doubt we'll face any significant resistance unless Hanzo of the Salamander himself returns. Shall we rest and regroup? Kawakase asked. Yes, I'll send someone to notify the rearguard and bring supplies. If Hanzo doesn't return, the way forward will be easy. After surveying the battlefield, Orochimaru estimated that over 800 Omegakure ninja had been defeated, which was consistent with Kawakase's earlier estimate. Hanzo's strategy of splitting his forces had failed. With only 3,000 Omegakure ninja in total, splitting them up simply delayed their collapse. However, something about the situation upset Kawakase. If the Land of Rain was really so easy to conquer, how did Hanzo manage to fight Sunagakure, the Land of Iron, and still have the strength to challenge Konoha later in the original story? Thoughts of the creators. Okay, then let's send someone back. Kawakase couldn't fully understand the nuances of the situation, but decided to go with the flow. The original story did not go into detail about the Second Shinobi World War, only the appearance of key figures. Kawakase analyzed the current scenario and saw no flaws in Orochimaru's strategy. However, he could not help but feel that his own actions, such as the flap of the butterfly's wings, could have changed the course of events. Ito, take someone back to camp with the supplies, we'll go slow and catch up with you soon. Any questions? Orochimaru, not interested in wasting time, nodded in approval as the group prepared to advance towards the heart of the Land of Rain. No questions, Lord Orochimaru, replied Ito, the Konoha Ionin, who then chose 3 Chunin and headed to the camp. Kawakase, half the credit for this victory is yours, Orochimaru remarked, his tone lighter than usual. 2 victories in a row had clearly lifted his spirits, softening the cold edge of his voice. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You are too kind. I only made a few suggestions, Kawakase replied humbly. He wasn't particularly interested in praise, especially with Tsunade absent. Inwardly, he mused that if the Land of Rain fell easily, Tsunade might have to find other battles to bolster her reputation. Without such accomplishments, her path to becoming Hokage would be much more difficult. The 2 young men watched the exchange between their mentors in silence, knowing how much they learned would depend on their own efforts. Let's continue forward, Orochimaru said. Yes, Kawakase replied. It was clear that Orochimaru now viewed Kawakase as an equal, regularly consulting with him on important matters as they advanced deeper into enemy territory. Get ready, let's go, he ordered, and the Konoha ninja, having finished clearing the battlefield, continued their march. In contrast, Yamaru of the Land of Rain was in ruins. Having abandoned the battlefield with the remnants of his forces, he immediately regrouped in their makeshift camp. I underestimated Konoha's strength, Yamaru muttered, his voice filled with disappointment. Sugijiro fell to that strange man in the tight suit with the center-parted hair. We can't stop Konoha's main army anymore. Faced with no other options, Yamaru made his decision. There's only one way left, we must destroy their supplies. Without them, Konoha will have to stop their advance. He turned to Ishikato. Go and send to Lord Hanzo. Tell him that I have done all I could. Yamaru, will not fail him. With grim determination, Yamaru gathered his remaining dozen ninja, each bearing countless explosive tags strapped to their bodies, and they set out for Konoha's supply camp in a last, desperate gambit, fully prepared to die. Ishikato watched in silence as his comrades moved forward, knowing that their mission was a death sentence. With one last look, he turned and left, his own task no less important: deliver his report to Hanzo. In the middle of their attack, Yamaru's group encountered the Konoha ninja. There was no traditional ninjutsu battle, only frantic screams and the deafening roar of explosions as the suicidal attackers burst into the Konoha compound. The Omegakuri ninja, scattered and relentless, overwhelmed the defenders, breaking through the outer perimeter. Despite Konoha's numerical advantage, the chaotic onslaught left the defenders unable to regroup in time. Hundreds of Konoha ninja were killed or wounded trying to hold the line. But it wasn't enough. When Yamaru and his surviving comrades reached the supply depot, he shouted, "Lord Hanzo, I, Yamaru, will follow you in the next life." A powerful explosion followed, destroying the warehouse and sending debris flying into the air. When Ito returned to the camp with the three Chunin, he was met with a scene of devastation. Shock and anger contorted his face as he rushed into the ruins of the camp. "What happened here?" he screamed, his voice rising above the groans of the wounded. The wounded ninja staggered forward to report. The Omegakure ninja had launched a suicide attack. Our supplies, everything had been destroyed. Over 100 ninja had been killed or wounded in the attack. At this time, a ninja from Konoha arrived to report on the current situation. "Damn Omegakure ninjas, they're insane. You all set up camp, I'll go report to Lord Orochimaru," Ito said. He barely had time to take a sip of water before leaving. Without sparing a glance at the Chunin accompanying him, he left at full speed. Without supplies, moving deeper into enemy territory was impossible. Ito felt uneasy, not knowing how furious Lord Orochimaru would be. The thought of Orochimaru's cold expression and piercing snake-like snakes sent shivers down his spine. After an hour of tireless travel, Ito finally caught up with the main force. Pushing through the crowd of ninja, he spotted Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, the camp's supplies have been destroyed by the Omegakure ninja. We have no more food. It would be unwise to press deeper into the land of rain now," Ito reported, barely daring to breathe. Kawakase, watching from the side, noticed that Orochimaru's expression was darkening. His usual sly smile had become icy. "What happened? Explain yourself," Orochimaru demanded sharply, his anger barely contained. The news felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his ambitions. "Don't rush," Kawakase interjected, trying to calm Ito's nerves. Killing Orochimaru had been a suffocating experience. A group of several dozen Omegakure ninja who had escaped earlier carried out a suicide attack on the camp. They were rigged with explosive tags and destroyed all the stores, Ito explained under intense pressure. Their goal was not to kill, but to liquidate our supplies. None of them survived. Orochimaru's expression hardened. "Such ruthlessness, all to slow down our progress," he muttered. The murder that radiated from him subsided as he regained his composure. Hanzo's trust in waging war against three nations with the strength of one does not come from just himself, Kawakase noted, avoiding any mention of his previous warning about the need for supplies. This only further irritated Orochimaru. "Ah, Kawakase, I should have listened to your advice," Orochimaru admitted, regret flashing in his eyes. "But regret won't change the situation. Let's return to camp and send someone to Konoha. Ask the third Hokage to contact the daimyo for additional expenses. We'll resume our advance once they arrive. The sacrifice of the Omegakure ninja will only delay the inevitable." Kawakase paused to think for a moment before offering his own proposal for Orochimaru to consider. "Very well, as you say, Kawakase," Orochimaru admitted. "Take orders, return to camp." His tone betrayed his disappointment. A golden opportunity was slipping away, and by the time reinforcements arrived, the situation on the battlefield could change dramatically. "Let's move," Orochimaru ordered. Kawakase followed the group back to camp, the two younger ninja lagging behind. When they arrived, the sight before them was harrowing. The corpses of Konoha ninja littered the area. Despite his mental preparation, even Kawakase couldn't suppress a shudder. It reminded him of the human bombs he had heard about in war-torn regions, a level of brutality he could barely comprehend. Not even the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique had caused such horrors on the battlefield. Thoughts of the creators. Kawakaze, this camp is no longer useful, Orochimaru stated as he surveyed the ruins of the warehouse before turning to Kawakaze. I will lead the troops to evacuate and head to a city in the Land of Fire to temporarily calm down. We will find another campsite once the supplies arrive. His tone was cold and distant, reflecting his unwavering mental fortitude, far beyond Yamaru. With camp and supplies dwindling, a large group aimlessly heading into the desert was not an option. There's nothing more we can do at this point. Kawakaze nodded in agreement. There was no point in staying. The only problem now was how long it would take for the supplies to arrive. I wonder who you'll send back to Konoha. You, Orochimaru replied with a weak smile. Me. Kawakaze blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Still, the prospect of returning to Konoha and seeing Tsunade after more than a month apart was appealing. Yes, Kawakaze, you are fast and can deliver news quickly. Besides, Orochimaru added with a sly smile, I'm sure you miss Tsunade, don't you? Haha, then I won't refuse, Kawakaze replied with a grin. I'll set off immediately. Be careful on the road, Orochimaru said before turning away to organize the evacuation of troops into the city. Kawakaze entrusted the two younger ones to Tsukumo and Duya for safekeeping. If it had been Jiraiya, Kawakaze would not have felt so confident. He began his journey back to Konoha. Fortunately, his foresight in carving the Flying Thunder God technique markers along the way allowed him to cover the distance in a single day. Standing before the gates of Konohagakure, Kawakaze felt like he had returned from another world. Perhaps every warrior yearns for peace after leaving the battlefield. Ringing the gate, the two gatekeepers quickly checked his identity and let him in with respectful nods. Despite his personal anguish, Kawakaze maintained his professional priorities and went straight to the Hokage building, bypassing Tsunade. After a brief interrogation by the Anbu, he was brought before the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, Kawakaze greeted respectfully. Despite his bluntness in other matters, he showed respect for his elder, who had always been kind to Tsunade. Kawakaze Hitaki, the third Hokage said, his brow furrowing as he puffed on his pipe. What brings you back? Kawakaze met his gaze steadily. We won 2 major victories in the Rain Country, capturing nearly 1,000 enemy heads. Good. The Hokage exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. Kawakaze's measured approach of delivering the good news first had softened the impending blow of the less favorable updates that were sure to follow. However, our supplies were destroyed, and now we have retreated to the cities bordering the Land of Fire. Orochimaru asked me to return because he hopes that you can ask the daimyo to send another batch of supplies to the front lines. Kawakaze refrained from mentioning that the idea was his own. Given Orochimaru's reputation, it was easy to attribute it to him. What? The third Hokage's expression darkened, his mood changed abruptly. If he had not been relatively young, he was afraid that his heart might not be able to withstand the strain. It was really unexpected when they were attacked by the Omegakure ninja. They had explosive tags attached to themselves and intervened to explode as soon as they saw someone. The stationed ninja simply couldn't stop them. Kawakaze clarified, emphasizing that their failure was due to the enemy's recklessness, not his incompetence. Okay, I understand. I will discuss this with daimyo as soon as possible. The third Hokage sat down and motioned for Kawakaze to leave. As soon as Kawakaze left the room, the Hokage called his 2 advisors. After a brief discussion, the Anbu were sent to the daimyo's mansion to request supplies. This conflict had arisen between nations, and the daimyo's mansion was to provide resources. However, this was no longer Kawakaze's concern. Once outside the Hokage building, he used the Flying Thunder technique to teleport to the underground research lab beneath the hospital. As expected, Tsunade was there alone, immersed in her work. Dressed in a white lab coat, she exuded the essence of a dedicated researcher. The moment he appeared, Suna noticed him, not surprising given the small size of the lab and Kawakaze's lack of concealment. Kawakaze. A joyful expression spread across her face as she placed the dishes in her hand and rushed forward to hug him. Holding the beautiful woman in his arms, Kawakaze gently stroked her head, inhaling her scent before leaning down to whisper in her ear. I'm home. After lingering in his embrace for a long time, Tsunade reluctantly let go. Weren't you on the battlefield? Our supplies were destroyed, so I came back for reinforcements. I just came from 3rd Haki to see you, Kawakaze explained briefly. Come on, let me show you my results. Tsunade, uninterested in the battlefield, seemed reassured by Kawakaze's behavior, feeling that everything was not terrible. Taking his hand, she led him to the experiment table. I successfully cultured grandfather's cells, Tsunade said, her tone filled with pride. However, they are still unstable and prone to dying out. His cells are very active, so my next goal is to stabilize them. Once that is done, I can continue with the fusion experiments. Then don't be stingy with your blood, she added, smiling as she shared her achievement with Kawakaze, clearly enjoying the moment. Just don't suck me dry, Kawakaze quipped, his words teasingly inappropriate. Tsunade shot him a sharp glare. Drain your blood, she echoed with mocking irritation before setting her work aside. Not wanting to continue her research, she took off her lab coat. Let's take a look at Nayuki's older sister. I'm sure she'll want to hear about big brother Tsukumo too. Okay, I'll take you home, Kawakaze replied, wrapping his arm around his waist. In an instant, they appeared back at the Hitaki clan dojo. Their sudden arrival startled the hidden samurai stationed nearby. After Nayuki's pregnancy, the Hitaki clan had increased security considerably. Recognizing Kawakaze and Tsunade, the guards quietly retreated. Butler, where is my daughter-in-law? Kawakaze called. The newborn arrived quickly. The lady is in the living room, he announced. Okay, you can go, Kawakaze said, leading Tsunade into the living room. Inside, they found Nayuki talking to Onamaru, who was her only source of entertainment while alone. Kawakaze, is that really you? Nayuki asked, her voice tinged with disbelief even though she had already caught his familiar scent. It's me, I just got back, Kawakaze confirmed, though his casual tone made him sound less convincing. Nayuki, however, was not one to dwell on minor details. The arrival of a daughter-in-law was nothing compared to the return of a son-in-law. Onamaru, sensing Kawakaze, eagerly pounced and began to rub against his legs. Kawakaze crouched down, gently scratched Onamaru's chin, and watched as the creature contented itself by lying down again. You came back here alone? Nayuki asked, looking around for any sign of Tsukumo. Her face betrayed a hint of disappointment when she didn't see him. I've returned with a mission. Big Brother is currently in the border town and is completely safe, Kawakaze reassured her, easing the worry on Nayuki's face. Big Brother said he'll do his best to get back before your time. No need. His mission comes first, Nayuki replied, though the happiness on her face was impossible to hide from Kawakaze and Tsunade. Nayuki, this is the perfect time for me to examine you again, Tsunade interjected. Tsunade had not visited the Hitaki clan since Kawakaze had left Konoha. She saw this as the perfect opportunity for a follow-up inspection, something Kawakaze had reminded her of before, and she had not forgotten. Thoughts of the creators. The baby is developing well, Tsunade said as she led Nayuki out of the bedroom. I'm relieved to hear that. Thank you. Nayuki touched her stomach, the budding feeling of motherly love evident in her expression. You don't have to be polite to me, Tsunade replied warmly. Haha, we'll be a family soon, Nayuki said, her bluntness causing Tsunade to blush slightly. Let's go. Kawakaze is waiting, Tsunade said, leading Nayuki back to the living room. Don't worry, both the child and your daughter-in-law are perfectly fine, Kawakaze assured Tsunade. Stay for dinner tonight. It's been a while since we've had a drink together, Kawakaze suggested with a nod, his tone light but his motives unclear. Okay, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. That evening, Tsunade and Kawakaze were drinking, the lively atmosphere lightening Nayuki's mood. It had been a long time since the family had felt so cheerful. It was no surprise that both Kawakaze and Tsunade ended up drinking too much. In the end, the scheming Kawakaze was too drunk to act on any malicious intent. Nayuki tactfully arranged for someone to carry the two drunks to Kawakaze's room. The next morning, Tsunade woke up in Kawakaze's arms. She barely reacted, it wasn't the first time. With a calm expression, she pushed the large hand away from her, only for it to find its way back, as if it had a mind of its own. "He's awake," Tsunade muttered, suspicious. She leaned close to his face and blew a puff of air. Kawake's frowned and rolled over, now facing her. "What a pervert," she said quietly, with a small smile as she stood up and walked to the bathroom. When Kawake's was fully awake, he assumed he had been sleeping alone. After breakfast, Kawake's accompanied Tsunade to the hospital, staying with her as she worked in the lab. Although his chatter was frequent, his lack of experience made him more of a distraction than a help. Meanwhile, time is running out. Orochimaru and his forces looked at the city with growing intent. Ishikato, in turn, arrived in the land of wind to find Hanzo Salamander. "Lord Hanzo, Lord Yamaru has sacrificed himself," Ishikato said, kneeling before Hanzo after removing his gas mask, his face streaked with tears. "We suffered a crushing defeat while attempting to intercept Konoha's main army. Lord Yamaru gathered the remnants of his forces and led them into the Konoha camp, each carrying a large number of explosive tags. The goal was to destroy their stockpiles. Judging by the lack of Konoha forces in the interior of our country, it seems his plan was successful. What are your orders?" Hanzo sat silently for a moment before answering, his expression unreadable. "Yamaru was a good man. I have my own ways of dealing with Konoha. You are dismissed." As Ishikato walked away, still visibly shaken, the shadowy figure stepped forward at Hanzo's signal. "Contact the intelligence officer stationed in the Land of Fire. Use any means necessary, bribery, blackmail, whatever it takes, to overthrow the minister in charge of supplies. Put Konoha logistics on hold and report immediately if any obstacles arise." The figure nodded and disappeared into the shadows. The Land of Rain may be small, but it excels at assassinations and intelligence gathering. Konoha could never have foreseen that Hanzo would plant a spy in the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Despite his composed demeanor, Hanzo's clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. A third of Amegakure's forces had fallen in battle. The loss weighed heavily on him, like a dagger to the heart. The world through force is nothing more than a dream. He was bitterly surprised. "We'll have to speed up our battle with Tsunagakure," he muttered before issuing a series of new commands. The battle between Amegakure and Tsunagakure grew more intense with each passing day, claiming numerous lives on both sides. Chiyo's resentment towards Hanzo's poison deepened, causing her to study antidotes with unwavering determination. Whenever she encountered Hanzo, no one dared interfere. Only Hanzo could neutralize his own poison, and none of Chiyo's 10 closest ninja could get close to him. The fact that the demi-god of the ninja world was fighting against a woman fueled Hanzo's growing irritation. Even with his summoning beast, he could barely gain a slight advantage. Injuring Hayo, let alone killing her, was proving difficult. Frustrated, Hanzo turned his attention to the other Suna ninja, but Hayo countered by targeting the Amegakure forces. In terms of sheer numbers, Hanzo faced a significant disadvantage. Without his wide poison, the Amegakure ninja would likely have been destroyed. The war had reached a stalemate, with mutual destruction looming for both sides. Although Hanzo considered retreat, the thought of giving in humiliated him, forcing him to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Anbu from Konoha arrived at the daimyo's mansion and presented their request for supplies. Although the daimyo quickly approved, with the support of the military faction, the Minister of Supplies delayed the process under various pretexts. The Anbu reported the delays to the daimyo, but their concerns were met with silence, leaving the matter unresolved. Even the third Hokage was powerless to expedite the supplies, urging Orochimaru to wait patiently. While supplies remained low, Konoha's ninja found unexpected solace in the city, enjoying a reprieve from the war. Under the guidance of Tsukumo, Duya, and Orochimaru, these two young men, Naoki and Minato, dedicated themselves to professional training. Away from the battlefield, their progress was rapid, and it was believed that they would reach the rank of Jonin within a few years. "Orochimaru, it's been months," Tsukumo said during a quiet tea break. "No progress on the shipments yet." In the courtyard, Naoki and Minato sparred under Dewey's watchful eye. The veteran ninja adjusted his strikes and eliminated unnecessary movements with meticulous precision. Sensei told me to wait for news, Orochimaru replied, his sharp mind already suspecting deeper political issues. I suspect the problem lies within the daimyo's court. Whether a megakure will have a hand in it is unclear. The delay is endless. How much longer can we wait? Tsukumo, naturally impatient, was becoming restless after months of inaction. If it weren't for this mission, he would have returned to Konoha by now. Our sensei seems reserved these days, Orochimaru noted. The daimyo is refusing to send supplies, and the sensei isn't putting much pressure on either. Orochimaru could clearly see that the third Hokage had lost much of the energy he once possessed in his younger years. He would not have made such an observation if he had not met Tsukumo. The third Hokage may have his own difficulties. You should discuss this with him again, Tsukumo said tactfully. Despite his words, his feelings for the third Hokage had soured, and he even entertained the idea of Tsunade taking the position. If it were her, supplies might have arrived by now. She's not exactly soft. There's nothing we can do about it. I'll talk to Sensei again, Orochimaru replied. It's good that Kawakase is comfortable staying home for once, Orochimaru remarked with a small shake of his head and a smile. He finished his tea and stood up. Yes, this child, Tsukumo replied. After some time, Dai and I returned to visit N. My wife is about to give birth, Tsukumo announced, prompting Orochimaru to offer his congratulations and agree to join him. Thoughts of the creators. Orochimaru and the third Hokage exchanged letters, but he still hesitated to put pressure on the daimyo. After repeated persuasion from Orochimaru, the third Hokage finally relented, sending someone to confront the daimyo's office once more. As the most formidable force in the Land of Fire, he should have made this move long ago. At this time, Tsukumo and Dewey returned to Konoha. Their wives were due to give birth any day now, and they also brought their young children home. Konoha's first national hospital. In a private room, Nayuki lay on her side in a hospital gown, her belly large with the baby. In her hand was the apple Tsukumo had just sliced for her. She carefully chopped a piece along the cut, a small smile forming with the precision of his knife skills. Anamaru, the pet, was lazily lounging in the corner, occasionally glancing towards Nayuki. Tsunade, when is Nayuki going to give birth? Tsukumo asked, placing the fruit knife back on the plate. His face betrayed his worry as he watched his wife. It had been a few days since she had been admitted to the hospital, and they were already past their due date. Don't worry, big brother. Tsunade will be fine here, Kawakase reassured him. Kawakase had already asked Tsunade to prepare sufficient blood supplies, and Tsunade herself was overseeing the delivery. There was no room for error. Tsukumo, it's normal for the delivery to pass the deadline, Tsunade added with a reassuring smile. Why don't you take Nayuki's sister for a walk? That's a good idea, Tsukumo agreed immediately. He turned to Nayuki with a warm grin and stepped forward to help her. My dear wife, let's take a walk. Nayuki chuckled, taking his hand as she sat up to put on her shoes. You're so nervous, where's your fatherly composure? Haha. You say that now, but you haven't given birth yet, Tsukumo joked as he led her out of the room for a walk. As they left, Kawakase smirked at Tsunade. When Dewey comes out holding his newborn son, big brother Tsukumo will panic again. You just love to stir up trouble. Sit down, I have work to do, Tsunade shot back, standing up to head to the research lab. She had been struggling for weeks to stabilize her grandfather's cells and had made little progress. The frustration had made her doubt her own skills. I'll go with you, Kawakase offered, only to be cut off immediately. No, that's not it. You've been suspended from the research lab for over a month now. Know your place, Tsunade said, closing his attempt without looking back. Left with no choice, Kawakase sat back down, sulking. The prolonged ban from the lab had proven unbearably boring. Just by listening to the voices outside the room, Tsukumo knew that Dewey was bragging again. Big brother Tsukumo, your wife hasn't given birth yet, has she? Look how cute my son is, Dai said as he came out of the next room with baby Guy in his arms. Tsukumo internally regretted arranging for their hospital rooms to be connected. As cute as you are, Tsukumo replied, trying to sound polite, though he couldn't stop staring at the child's unusually thick eyebrows. I'm going to take Naoki for a walk in the yard, he quickly added, using it as an excuse to leave. He gently patted Naoki's stomach as they walked, as if coaxing the child. Baby, why haven't you come out yet? His gestures seemed to say. Naoki chuckled at her husband's antics. Don't worry. The baby doesn't worry, even here, she teased. It's Dewey's fault, walking around with that kid in front of me all day, Tsukumo grumbled with a shy smile. You're both like children, Naoki sighed helplessly as he continued walking. After a while, Naoki suddenly stopped, clutching her stomach. A sharp pain hit her, and she felt liquid flowing down her legs. Come back, I'm going to give birth, she said urgently, her voice laced with pain. Okay. Tsukumo immediately responded by scooping her up into his arms and rushing towards the delivery room that had been prepared in advance. Kawakase, call Tsunade, he screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran through the hospital. Kawakase, hearing the noise, used the flying thunder god technique to teleport straight to the research lab. Tsunade, my daughter-in-law is about to give birth, hurry, he exclaimed, grabbed her, and reappeared in front of the delivery room. You wait outside, I'll handle everything, Tsunade said calmly, leading Naoki into the delivery room with the help of the nurses. Now came the anxious anticipation. Tsukumo walked tirelessly outside the delivery room, unable to calm down. Big brother, stop spinning, you're making me spin, Kawakase complained from a nearby rest area, trying to calm the mood. What else would I do if not this? Tsukumo countered, ignoring him and continuing to walk in step. Have you thought of names yet? Kawakase asked, hoping to distract him. For a boy, I'll name him Kakashi. For a girl, Yumiko. What do you think? Tsukumo finally answered, sitting down next to Kawakase. These were names that Tsukumo had been thinking about for quite some time. Let's name the boy Gogokai, 50-50 or even match, Kawakase joked with his usual mischievous grin. What's so funny about Gogokai? It sounds ominous, Tsukumo countered, his tone sharp. The children of the Hitaki clan only know victory, never drawing. He rejected Kawakase's offer without thinking. At that moment, Onamaru, who was lying near the door of the maternity hospital, suddenly stood up, as if he remembered something important. Without warning, the dog ran down the hallway. Onamaru, where are you going? Tsukumo shouted as a dark shadow passed by. Damn dog, who knows what this is, he muttered. Forget about it. Leave it alone. It doesn't seem to be causing any harm, Kawakase replied, unperturbed. Just then, Dewey appeared with Guy in his arms, although neither brother noticed when he arrived. Your wife is about to give birth, Dewey announced. Let me hug him, Kawakase said, reaching out to take baby Guy from Dewey's arms. With his thick eyebrows and thick black hair, Guy was certainly unique. Kawakase gave his round little cheeks a slight peck that woke Guy from his sleep. The child blinked his large, dark eyes at Kawakase, but did not cry. So cute, Kawakase muttered, admiring the baby before reluctantly handing him back to Dewey. He later remembered that he was the first outside the family to hold a Might Guy, and it would give him a lasting sense of pride. In the future, Might Guy will have to address him as uncle whenever they cross paths. Dew, however, couldn't help but notice that Guy was wide awake now. He was just sleeping. Did you wake him up? Dew grumbled under his breath, but there was no point in arguing. He busied himself trying to calm Guy down enough to fall asleep. Be a good boy and sleep now, Tilda, Dewey began to chant softly, only to be cut off by Tsukumo and Kawakase in unison. Go away. The child's constant singing drove them crazy. Feeling a little dejected, Dew muttered, okay, whatever, and walked away with Guy in his arms. The two brothers fell silent. This was a particularly difficult time. Kawakase couldn't help but wonder what state he would be in when Tsunade went into labor. The soundproofing in the delivery room was excellent, and they heard nothing from their position near the doorway. After a long wait, the sound of Onamaru running reached their ears. Woof woof Tilda. Kawakase saw Onamaru approaching, a small white puppy in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a snow dog. Onamaru walked up to Kawakase and gently placed the puppy in his arms. Woof woof Tilda. The dog barked a couple of times in Kawake's. What did he say? Kawake's asked, hugging the puppy and petting him softly. He looked at Tsukumo, confused. It says the mission is complete, Tsukumo replied. As his wife's dog, Onamaru's barks had some meaning to him. Kawake's suddenly remembered what he had asked Onamaru for a few months ago. The dog had an impressive memory. Good boy, that's great, Kawake's said, scratching Onamaru's chin in approval. Woof 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 woof. What did he say? How would I know? Tsukumo admitted, shrugging. Kawake's studied Onamaru's expression carefully. The dog's gaze flickered between him and the puppy, its meaning clear: you took my puppy, so you can't bully me anymore. Thoughts of the creators. As time went on, more and more people gathered outside the delivery room. Dewey returned alone first, followed by Minato, who brought dinner. Naoki arrived shortly after with Kushina. The waiting area outside the delivery room was bustling and crowded. Kawake's and Tsukumo finished eating the dinner Minato brought and waited for a few more hours. Finally, the door to the delivery room opened. Both mother and child are safe. Congratulations, Tsukumo, Tsunade announced. Her face was pale and her forehead was shining with sweat, showing that the process had been far from easy, despite her smile. Congratulations, big brother, Kawake said as Tsukumo excitedly grabbed his hand. I'm the father, haha. Tsukumo exclaimed. One by one, everyone joined in his congratulations. The atmosphere outside the delivery room became lively and joyful, breaking the previous tension. Kawake's pulled Tsunade aside, noticing her exhaustion, and gently wiped the sweat from her face. Wasn't the process smooth? He asked. It was very dangerous, Tsunade admitted. The baby was in the wrong position, and there was heavy bleeding after birth. If you hadn't asked me to prepare a blood bag beforehand, I'm afraid your sister-in-law wouldn't have done it. The shocked expression on Tsunade's face made it clear how close the situation was. The thought of Nayuki dying in front of her was unbearable. She's safe now, right? Kawake's pressed, his gaze intense as if he needed confirmation to believe it. She's safe, Tsunade assured him. Phew. Kawake's let out a deep breath, relief washing over him. Now that Nayuki was safe, Kakashi wouldn't have to grow up without a mother. That's good. You've worked hard, Kawake said sincerely, shaking her hands. That's what I have to do, Tsunade replied, though her exhaustion was obvious. I'm going to take a shower. I feel terrible. Tsunade slipped out of Kawaka's grasp and headed towards her office. You've worked hard. I'll clean you. Kawake's teased, a smile spreading across his face. My family has been cleaning bodies for generations. If it's not good, it's free. If it's not good, you can chop me up. Kawake's, encouraged by the good news, followed her into the office, still smiling. Save your breath, Tsunade snapped, locking the office door behind her without hesitation. Left outside, Kawake's chuckled and muttered, what a cheap skateboard. Shaking his head, he returned to the maternity ward. By then, Nayuki had been wheeled out of the delivery room and into her room. Dewey had already left to tend to the baby while Tsukumo walked beside the bed. With one hand on the hospital bed and the other holding Nayuki, Tsukumo looked at her pale, sleeping face with deep concern. Let me hold the baby, Kawake said as he walked up to the nurse, gently taking Kakashi into his arms. The child had thick silver hair and a pinprick near the corner of his left mouth, a small detail that stood out. It wasn't unattractive, but Kawake could understand why the boy would later hide it with a mask. A newborn, crumpled and fragile, didn't look particularly attractive at the moment, but Kawake couldn't admit it out loud. If Kakashi hadn't been his nephew, he wouldn't have offered to hug him. Following the hospital bed into the room, Kawake overheard the nurse's instructions. Lady Nayuki needs to rest now, so please keep your voices down. Understood, he replied softly. Thanks to the strong constitution of most ninja and Tsunade's quick healing, Nayuki's condition was stable. The nurses soon removed the bed from the room, leaving the family alone. Sensei, can I see? Minato asked in a quiet tone, leaning closer to Kawake's. Tsukumo, preoccupied with Nayuki, had shown little interest in his newborn so far, giving Minato the opportunity to ask. Kawakase nodded, reasoning that Minato's future role as Kakashi's teacher made the request appropriate. Crouching, Kawakase held Kakashi so Minato could see him better. Soon, Naoki and Kushina crowded around, curious about the child. Unlike the others, Kushina did not hold back her opinion. Why is he so ugly? He looks like a retarded monkey. How can you say that? Kawakase snapped back, though he had privately agreed. Still, this was his nephew, and family loyalty trumped dull honesty. He ruffled Kushina's red hair with a playful glare, sending her stomping away in mock indignation. Nayuki stirred, her voice weak but steady. "Tsukumo, where is our child?" she asked, her first instinct to check on Kakashi. "There he is," Kawakase said, stepping forward. "Blood is thicker than water, go ahead and hold your child." He carefully handed Kakashi to Tsukumo, instructing him on how to hold the baby properly. Tsukumo glanced at him. Having seen Guy earlier, he was prepared for what he thought would be an unpleasant sight. But to his relief, Kakashi's appearance exceeded his expectations. With a soft smile, Tsukumo muttered, "He's so cute," as he lifted the baby slightly to show it to Nayuki. "You're holding him," Nayuki said. She couldn't bring herself to look again after that first glance. If it weren't for the silver hair and facial features that resembled her own, she might have suspected that the child had been altered. Okay. Now, if Nayuki said the moon in the sky was square, Kawakase knew his brother would reply, "It's square, wife. You have a good eye. I'll be right back. If you need anything, call the nurse." Kawakase had no reason to stay. After saying goodbye, he led the three children out of the room. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he brought them all home safely. Kawakase assumed that Tsunade should have finished freshening up by now, so he returned to the hospital office and knocked on the door. Getting dressed, Tsunade's voice called out. She didn't even have to open the door to know who it was. 3. 2. Haha, I knew you came in, Tsunade teased. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kawakase appeared on the office couch, only to find Tsunade already fully clothed next to him. "Didn't you say you were getting dressed?" Kawakase asked, feigning indignation. "Shameless. I haven't even finished counting to 3, Tsunade replied, laughing as she watched Kawakase. She had successfully tricked him. "No way. You tricked me, so now you have to pay the price," Kawakase said with a mischievous grin as he pounced on her. After a while they separated, both breathing heavily. Tsunade slapped his hand away from her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Okay, I'm coming back." "Stay a little longer," Kawakase begged, wrapping his arms around her. "Staying. Over my dead body. Go." Tsunade broke free from his grip, opened the door and walked out. "I'll walk you out," Kawakase said, following her with a grin. A week later, Nayuki had recovered and Kakashi no longer looked so crumpled. Nayuki grew increasingly fond of her child's adorable little face and couldn't help but kiss him constantly. Tsukumo, however, looked a little jealous. Today was Nayuki's dismissal day. Kawakase had brought the young boys and the ward had already been cleaned. After Tsunade had taken precautions, they began to chat. "There's also Junin's wife who will be coming later," Tsunade said. "Our hospital has the best facilities, so anyone who can afford it comes here." She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was a sign of their prestige, after all. "Who would dare call me, Tsunade, a wasteful woman? You just..." Kawakase's words were cut off by the sound of voices outside the door. "Is this the ward?" the man's voice asked. The man had red eyes, sunken cheeks and slightly curly hair. His wife, heavily pregnant and radiant, was a rare beauty. Thoughts of the creators. "Are you Shinku Yuhi?" Tsunade asked. "Yes, Lady Tsunade," the man replied. Although he knew Tsunade, she didn't seem to recognize him. "This is a room. They will be discharged shortly. You sit first," Tsunade said with a smile, ushering the client into the room. It was the only one, a postpartum care room, quite an expensive one. "Hello, I am Kawakase Hitaki," Kawakase said with a weak smile as he introduced himself. If he remembered correctly, this was Kurenai Yuhi's father. It was a pity that the girl had married the third Hokage's son. "Our Kakashi is quite good," he thought to himself. Hello, I'm Shinku Yuhi. Shinku greeted him with a composed demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant, as they shook hands. You two make a great couple, and the baby will certainly be beautiful, Kawakase remarked, offering polite compliments. He was seeking to build a rapport, hoping that it would be easier to pair Kakashi with his daughter in the future. He was deeply concerned about the next generation. Haha, I'll accept your kind words, Shinku replied, smiling warmly at the mention of children. This is my family's hospital, so if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to let me know, Kawakase said. He wasn't one to sit around doing nothing, especially with the birth approaching. Thanks in advance, replied Shinku, clearly not one for pretentiousness. The two men seemed to have struck up a cordial acquaintance. Tsunade watched the exchange, confused by Kawakase's ability to befriend almost anyone. Could it be his easygoing nature? We won't take up any more of your time. We'll be leaving now, Kawakase said as he collected the luggage from Tsukumo's hands and led the group out of the room. Soon after, Shinku officially moved into the room with his wife. A few days later, she gave birth to a daughter with striking red pupils, who was named Kurenai. Kawakase often visited the hospital with Kakashi in his arms, ostensibly to see Tsunade, but also finding time to chat with Shinku. His efforts brought the two families closer together. Children in Naruto's world not only had strong constitutions, but they also grew quickly. Two children born only a few weeks apart soon became acquainted with each other. They spent their time cooing and chatting together. With their natural connection, Kawakase was sure that childhood sweethearts were destined. However, if Kakashi didn't stick, Kawakase decided to teach him a lesson. Peace remained in Konoha, but elsewhere, Hanzo of the Salamander faced a difficult test. Despite a lengthy battle with Kyo, he was unable to gain the upper hand, and even his feared poison was found to be ineffective. Defeated and bloodied, Hanzo retreated with his forces, leaving the Land of Wind behind. The war in the region was over, but Sunagaker was left battered and in desperate need of rebuilding. Sunagaker Camp. The old man with the gas mask finally left. Hayo, worn out from relentless fighting and exploration, has aged noticeably. Mother, are we going back to the village? Her son asked. Hayo nodded. Ebizo, pass on the word. We're heading back to the village. After giving the order, Hayo collapsed on her bed, completely exhausted. When sleep claimed her, images of Hanzo and his kusarigama haunted her dreams. When they returned to the Land of Rain, Hanzo was seething with disappointment. That doll witch. I would like nothing more than to tear her to shreds, he muttered furiously. Swinging his kusarigama in anger, he cut through the trees as he led his forces. Lord Hanzo, said Kandachi, his trusted lieutenant with a prominent birthmark on his right cheek, said, Che's courage in resisting the poisons was remarkable. We gave our all. Without moving, Hanzo replied, Kandachi, take the others back. I'm heading to the Land of Iron only. Shouldn't you be bringing reinforcements, Lord Hanzo? Kandachi asked hesitantly. No need. The Iron Land is filled only with samurai wielding swords. They pose no threat to me, Hanzo replied arrogantly, though his confidence was not unfounded. Kandachi softened and bowed. Then please be careful. After Hanzo finished speaking, he nodded and left alone. After passing through the grass and water lands, he eventually reached the Iron Land territory, taking time to rest and recover. Along the way, he encountered samurai wielding their kusarigama, taking lives with deadly precision. It was not long before word of an outsider entering the Land of Iron reached General Mifune. Leading a large force of samurai, Mifune set out to confront the intruder. They finally encountered Hanzo, standing shirtless in front of a towering waterfall. FUNN took the initiative and the samurai behind him drew their swords, ready for battle. My Iron Land has always maintained neutrality. Why are you, from the Land of Rain, sneaking in? FUNN demanded, his gaze narrowing on the Omegaker emblem displayed on Hanzo's gas mask. I, Hanzo of Salamander, do not need permission to enter the Land of Iron, Hanzo replied arrogantly, dismissing the samurai with disdain. Mifune's expression darkened. Although the Zealand prided itself on neutrality, he was all too familiar with the fearsome reputation of the Mirademinda. His grip on his sword tightened, betraying a tremor of unease. Behind him, the tension among his samurai was palpable, and fear quickly gave way to panic. When one samurai broke ranks and fled, the rest followed in a chaotic retreat, leaving Mifune alone. "You're not going to run?" Hanzo asked, a hint of amusement flickering across his face as he looked at the bearded samurai leader. "I can't. If I run, none of them will survive," Mifune replied, forcing himself to suppress the fear building inside him. Grabbing his sword with both hands, he faced Hanzo with determined determination. "Very well. Then I will kill you first," Hanzo stated, swinging his sickle as he began his attack. Mifune's blade moved quickly, a testament to his formidable fashion. Against a normal ninja, he would have been able to prevail before they could even form hand seals. However, Hanzo's speed was even greater. Their clash raged, but it soon became clear that Mifune had the upper hand. Dance of the sickle blade, falling descent. Mifune's sword was caught in a kusari, and Hanzo's scythe struck his right cheek with brutal force. Blood sprayed from Mifune's mouth as he was thrown backwards, landing hard on the ground. Hanzo, ever the opportunist, would not let such a chance pass. He raised his scythe high, preparing to impale Mifune where he lay. Facing certain death, Mifune rolled awkwardly, barely avoiding the fatal blow. His movements were ignoble, almost clumsy, but they were enough to avoid the blow. Recovering his leg, he grabbed his sword with one hand, channeling chakra into its blade. Kenjutsu, Reikozen. A brilliant arc of sword light flared from his blade, cutting through the air towards Hanzo. Technique of flickering of the body of water. With a quick hand seal, Hanzo's form dissolved into a puddle of water, easily dodging the attack. Kenjutsu, Ei slash. In an instant, Hanzo closed the distance, scythe in hand. His movements were swift and precise, cutting through Mifune's sword as if it were paper. They passed each other, their collision ending in a blur. Mifune staggered, using one hand to hold himself upright as his knees gave way. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Another cough racked his body, forcing more blood from his lips. "You have been poisoned. Your end is near," Hanzo stated coldly, his tone devoid of malice but firm with finality. The poison coursing through Mifun's body began to take its toll, weakening him even further until he collapsed forward, his breathing coming in shallow gasps, his vision dimming. "The end of a man is not marked by death, but by the loss of his faith," Hanzo said, his voice softer now, almost contemplative. "Even if you die here, you are not a blunt blade. I will proclaim to the world that you are a hero." Hanzo couldn't help but admire Mifune's unyielding spirit. To face such a deadly opponent required extraordinary courage, a conviction that is rare to find. "Before I die, can you promise me one thing?" Mifune's voice, though weak, reached Hanzo's ears. "Speak," Hanzo replied, intrigued. He had rarely encountered someone like this samurai. "Spare my comrades. Let my death be the price of their lives." Hanzo paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I met a samurai like you." Without a word, he threw a small bottle of antidote towards Mifune's fallen form. Then, with his scythe across his back, Hanzo turned and left. Thoughts of the creators. Shinku was very attentive to his wife, generously paying for 3 months of postnatal care at a time. Tsunade was so excited that she almost crossed the threshold of his hospital room. A big customer indeed. Shinku was diligent, checking in daily and offering kind words. However, Tsunade failed to realize that Shinku only had one child, making it a one-time gesture. Kawakase, I heard from Counselor Kaharu that the supplies from the daimyo are almost at the border of the land of rain, Tsunade said as she held the cute Kurenai in her arms, enjoying the sunlight by the window. Kakashi squirmed in his cradle, expressing his displeasure. "Seriously. If the supplies don't arrive soon, Orochimaru might lose his patience," Kawakase replied without much surprise. The pressure from the Hokage was effective against the daimyo's delays. If they don't, the war on the front lines will start again. As Ionin, Shinku knew about such things, and knew that it did not cause any harm. "Yes, I hope everything goes smoothly this time," Kawakase said, his face darkening. The prospect of war was never pleasant. "Don't worry too much. There were no Omegakure ninja left on the front lines when you returned, Tsunade said, trying to calm him down. I fear that Hanzo has already retreated to the land of rain. If so, this war will be even more brutal, Kawakaze admitted. The idea of facing Hanzo was terrifying. His poison on the battlefield and his summoning beast, IBUs, were formidable. In the past, even the Sannin barely survived against Hanzo. If he hadn't shown mercy, it was unclear how many people would have returned alive. Delays were inevitable, Shinku said, sharing his own viewpoint from experience. His words were directed at the third Hokage, though Kawakaze and Tsunade heard them as well. I'll take Kakashi home first. I may have to return to the front lines, Kawakaze said before standing up, picking up Kakashi and disappearing with the Divine Thunder technique. Kawakaze is as impatient as ever, Shinku commented, unperturbed by the technique but sighing nonetheless. He gets it from his older brother, Tsunade noted, having a deep understanding of Kawakaze's nature. I should get back to work as well, Tsunade said as Kawakaze left. She handed Kurenai over to her mother, bid the couple farewell, and left. When Kawakaze returned home, he saw Tsukumo chatting with Nayuki as they sat in the sun. Anamaru was happily playing with his white cub nearby. Naoki and Minato were sparring, although their matches seemed to be losing their previous intensity. Big brother, supplies are almost at the front lines. Then we must move too. Tsukumo, who had been chatting and laughing a few moments ago, became serious. This shift was exactly what Kawakaze had expected. Shaking his head, Kawakaze handed Kakashi to Nayuki. Are you really planning on leaving without considering your sister-in-law's feelings? Kawakaze said, still wanting to spend a few more days with Tsunade. He had taken full advantage of his time in the office, though he didn't seem to treat little Kakashi as anything more than a task. I'll notify Dewey first. We'll talk about this later. Tsukumo used the Flying Thunder technique to teleport to the gate, a skill he learned from Kawakaze. If his chakra reserves weren't limited, he would have gone straight to Dewey's doorstep. Eventually, the three of them agreed to leave in a week, bringing the two little boys along for the ride. Border town of the Land of Fire. Lord Orochimaru, the supplies have arrived. A Konoha ninja reported the news to Orochimaru at his residence. Bang! Orochimaru slammed his cup down on the low table in front of him. At last he is here. Pass on the word. We will rest tonight and leave for the rain country tomorrow. As Kawakaze had said, Orochimaru's patience was wearing thin. If supplies didn't arrive soon, he might actually lose his temper. After nearly 8 months in this border town, even his legendary patience had its limits. Yes. The Konoha ninja departed to carry out the order. Early the next morning, Orochimaru set foot in the Land of Rain once more. Accompanied by a large army of Konoha with ample supplies, they crossed the border without pause, heading straight for the center of the country. 2 days later, traces of the Omegakure ninja were discovered. Orochimaru immediately ordered his troops to set up camp, build defensive structures, and rest. While Konoha's forces worked to strengthen their position, the Omegakure ninja quickly relayed information to Hanzo. The Konoha ninja arrived quickly. Once their supplies arrived, they couldn't wait to march to their deaths, Hanzo coldly remarked. His tone showed complete confidence. Intelligence assumed that Konoha was already losing the conflict. If they want a head-on fight, I doubt they'll find another miracle worker like that old puppeteer. Gather all the ninja of the village and show Konoha that the Land of Rain is not a place they can invade at will. Hanzo gave the order, and nearly 2,000 Omegakure ninja, led by him personally, advanced towards Orochimaru's position. Lord Orochimaru, a large group of Omegakure ninja led by Hanzo of Salamander are advancing towards us from 10 li away, the Konoha spy reported. Hanzo made no effort to conceal his movements. A decisive victory in this battle would bolster the morale of his forces and confirm his dominance, which had not been shaken even during the Land of Winds campaign. Prepare for a fight. Cut through them. Orochimaru's cold eyes were blazing, his tone as intimidating as ever. Hanzo's appearance was unexpected, but retreat was not an option. Avoiding the fight would bring shame to Konoha's forces, and Orochimaru would not allow that. As the Konoha ninja prepared to fight, they faced the overwhelming number of Omegakure ninja with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, they formed hand seals and released their ninjutsu. Fire release, Fire Drake Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The Konoha ninja, who possessed both fire and earth release, synchronized their efforts, fusing the techniques into a powerful ninjutsu combination, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Massive earth dragons, spewing fire, rushed towards the advancing Omegakure ninja. Water release, Dragon Water Bullet. Lightning liberation. On the opposite side, the huge water dragons crackling with lightning struck back, forming another composite ninjutsu, Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet. This was the essence of Konoha's power, the overwhelming synergy of composite ninjutsu, where the combined power far exceeded the sum of its parts. Calling technique. Orochimaru made his move by summoning Manda. However, Manda was much smaller than the one seen in later battles, sporting distinctive purple stripes and a square headband. Orochimaru, I would gladly trust the ninja on the other side, Manda said arrogantly, his tone reflecting his strength or lack thereof at the moment. For now, you can eat them, Orochimaru replied coolly, his gaze fixated on Hanzo's figure in front, paying little attention to Manda. Very good. Manda slid forward, charging up with a devastating composite ninjutsu. The Konoha ninja rushed ahead after him. Hanzo watched Orochimaru with a sneer behind his mask. Did they think that only Konoha had the summoning beast? Calling technique. A massive salamander, twice the size of Manda, materialized at Hanzo's feet, its body covered in menacing brown bumps. Thoughts of the creators. IBUs, break the ninjutsu on the other side first, Hanzo ordered. Oh wah, IBUs shouted loudly, moving his massive body with amazing agility. With a single flick of his tail, he destroyed the combined ninjutsu from Konoha, reducing it to ashes. Oh, the creature seemed to boast to Hanzo, who crouched down and patted its head in support. Manda's expression changed as he looked at IBUs. This big guy would be tough to deal with, he thought grimly. Damn, Hanzo's belly squad is incredibly powerful, Orochimaru muttered, acknowledging IBU's strength just from that single attack. Facing Hanzo directly, he began to understand why the man was called demigod. The Konoha ninja and Aim Jonin clashed in close combat, their ninjutsu lighting up the battlefield. The chaos took lives on both sides. Orochimaru drew his sword, engaging Hanzo's Kusarigama in a fierce duel. After several exchanges, Orochimaru found himself in the background, forced to watch Ibusa's poisonous breath while fending off Hanzo's relentless assault. Frustration grew as the battle intensified. Seeing an opportunity, Orochimaru unleashed his ninjutsu. Hidden Shadow Snake Arms. From his sleeves, large snakes shot out, leaping out to bite and entangle Hanzo. Kenjutsu, Iaido. Hanzo's sickle flared, cutting the snakes apart. The attack left Hanzo unharmed. Taking advantage of the moment, Orochimaru retreated to Manda's back. Manda, however, was noticeably weakened, his body marred by wounds. He had been poisoned, though still holding on, Orochimaru could tell it would not last long. Manda had snapped up several Omegakure ninja, swallowing them whole to sustain himself. I can't hold out much longer. Take care of yourself, Manda warned, continuing to keep Ibusu busy and away from the Konoha ninja. Orochimaru spat out a mass of snakes. 10,000 snake formation. The writhing snakes rushed towards Hanzo. Again. Is that all you have, Orochimaru? Just more snakes. Hanzo scoffed, standing firm. IBUs devoured the incoming snakes effortlessly before burrowing underground. Moments later, he surfaced, lifting Manda high into the air. Orochimaru, I can't hold out for much longer. With that, Manda disappeared into the smoke, retreating to Ruchi's cave to recover from her wounds. Without your summoned beast, you are even less suitable for me, Hanzo taunted, charging Orochimaru with his Kusarigama raised. Meanwhile, IBUs unleashed his full destructive power on the battlefield, spewing out a thick purple poisonous mist. The toxic cloud swept across the entire area, instantly killing many of the Konoha ninja. Even the strongest of them began to falter, their movements sluggish as they succumbed to the poison. Amidst the chaos, the Omegakure ninja pressed their advantage, mercilessly slaughtering the Konoha forces. Orochimaru grimly acknowledged the inevitable outcome of this battle. Not when Manda disappeared, but from the moment he led this army into battle, the conclusion was clear. Earth liberation, Earth replacement. Orochimaru dodged Hanzo's strike, using the technique to escape. He turned his attention to the surviving Konoha ninja who was still able to move. Retreat, he ordered, leading the remaining remnants of his forces in a desperate escape. 7 months earlier, the ninja had been wiped out. This time, Konoha had suffered an even greater loss. War had shown no mercy to the weak, leaving behind only tragedy and now an increasing number of orphans. Are we really going to chase them? Someone asked, appearing next to Hanzo. Like his leader, he wore a gas mask because Ibusa's poison was indiscriminate. Forget it. Killing the Hokage's disciple would bring unnecessary trouble, Hanzo replied. He didn't want to provoke an all-out confrontation with Konoha. The Land of Rain was even weaker than the Land of Fire in overall strength. Kill the rest and bring them back, Hanzo ordered coldly, without a trace of emotion. As the Omegakure forces retreated, rain began to fall, flooding the battlefield. Blood mixed with the rainwater, staining the ground a deep red. Only a dozen of Orochimaru's forces survived, and other than those who fled with him, no one remained. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do? One of the remaining Konoha ninja asked, his voice weak and his body shaking from the poison. We are safe for now. Hanzo has not pursued us, Orochimaru replied, his tone sharp but composed. But we have suffered a crushing defeat. We must return to the village immediately, and your wounds require treatment. Despite the loss, Orochimaru's mind remained clear. He had no illusions about the reality of war, the weak always suffered. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kawakase had been here, would things have turned out differently? But such thoughts were in vain. Defeat was final, and Orochimaru accepted it. He led the survivors back to Konoha. Along the way, 3 more ninjas succumbed to the poison and died. The atmosphere was somber, the group shrouded in silence. Their injuries slowed their progress, and it took 4 days to return to the village. Fortunately, Orochimaru was carrying Tsunade's anti-venom pills, which kept the poison at bay for some. Despite this, only 1 ninja remained conscious by the time they reached Konoha's gates. The rest collapsed from exhaustion and injury. Send them to the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru instructed the gatekeepers, his voice calm but heavy with authority. The Chunin at the gate recognized him and immediately rushed to call for help, without bothering to confirm his identity. Medical personnel quickly arrived, taking the wounded to the hospital. Orochimaru watched silently as they were carried away, then turned and headed towards the Hokage building. His duty as a commander was clear, he had to report their defeat. Entering the Hokage's office accompanied by Anbu, Orochimaru encountered his teacher. Sensei, we suffered a crushing defeat in this battle, he admitted without hesitation. It was my incompetence. For someone as proud as Orochimaru to admit it, it was clear that the weight of this battle was much greater than it seemed. Did Hanzo Salamander personally intervene? The 3rd Hokage asked. No wonder you lost. I underestimated him. His face showed no anger, only a deep gloom as he continued to puff on his pipe. The room fell into an oppressive silence. The Hokage's 2 advisors, Kaharu and Homura, remained silent, unable to offer immediate countermeasures. You may leave for now. I will think about it, the 3rd Hokage finally said, lowering his pipe with a long sigh. After Orochimaru left, the Hokage addressed his advisors, Kaharu, Homura, what do you think? Send reinforcements and continue the fighting, Kaharu said. Konoha ninja cannot die in vain, Homura added. Although their words were different, their intentions were the same. Very well. I will approach the daimyo for supplies, the Hokage stated, his expression steel. This time, he would not be lenient in his request. Orochimaru walked out of the Hokage building, his eyes empty, tears silently sliding down his face. He believed bitterly that one could only truly rely on one's own strength. He looked up at the sky above Konoha, its deep blue hue a stark contrast to the turmoil in his heart. The wind stirred, and leaves fluttered gently around him. For a moment, Orochimaru stood there, unsure of where to go. Thoughts of the creators. As the wounded were taken to the Konoha hospital, the conscious ninja reported the situation on the battlefield to Tsunade. She could only offer words of comfort and administer medicine to suppress the Ibuse toxin, temporarily saving their lives. Taking a blood sample of the toxin to the lab, she began her research. However, the Ibuse toxin was complex, and even Hanzo himself was affected by it. Developing an antidote would take considerable time, and for now, Tsunade could only use other drugs to stabilize the injured and prevent their condition from worsening. As Tsunade worked tirelessly, the Hitaki clan remained peaceful, unaware of their defeat. Kawakase, Tsukumo, and Dui sat together, enjoying tea. Nayuki held Kakashi and listened from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Anamaru, ever the devoted father, began teaching the white puppy how to interact with humans. Naoki and Minato took a rare break to play with the two dogs. Despite their powers, their teenage years still held moments of innocence. "We're leaving tomorrow," Tsukumo said, sipping his tea and turning to Nayuki. "I've already packed your things," Nayuki replied, looking at Kakashi. "You'll be the only one packing for Mom for the next few days." "I wonder if the front is fighting," Kawakase said, trying to assess the situation on the battlefield, unaware that Orochimaru had already returned, defeated. "They may have already reached the heart of the land of rain," Dewey noted with an optimistic smile, his experience in the last war causing him to underestimate a Megaker's strength. "Haha, that would be great," Tsukumo said, laughing heartily in agreement. Before Kawakase could warn against being too optimistic, the butler entered, bringing Orochimaru into the dojo. "Kawakase," Orochimaru nodded, nodding towards Tsukumo and Dewey. "Orochimaru, why did you come back?" Kawakase asked, a feeling of unease growing in his chest. Victory couldn't come so quickly. I only brought 11 people back to the village," Orochimaru replied with a self-deprecating smile as Nayuki stood up to offer him her seat, a gesture of respect. "Thank you," Orochimaru said, his voice calmer, though his snake-like eyes were only just beginning to regain their shine. "How could this be?" Tsukumo's expression darkened, his tone urgent. Kawakase silently poured tea for Orochimaru, knowing that there was nothing he could say to improve the situation. This had to be Hanzo's doing. Without his involvement, even the loss would not have been so devastating under Orochimaru's command. Dewey remained solemn and quiet, waiting for Orochimaru to continue. Looking at Kawakase, Orochimaru noticed genuine concern in his eyes, a sign that Kawakase truly valued their friendship. Orochimaru took a sip of his tea before continuing slowly. "The day after we received the supplies, I led the majority of the troops into the interior of the Rain Country," he began. "We fought the Omegakure ninja led by Hanzo Salamander. We suffered a crushing defeat. His beast was too strong. With one breath of poisonous mist, he killed and wounded most of our people." Orochimaru summed up the dire situation in 3 short sentences. Hanzo's salamander powers are largely concentrated in his summoned beast, which is especially powerful in combat, Kawakase noted, analyzing Hanzo's abilities. Without IBUs, Hanzo would likely only reach cage-level strength. "You were right," Orochimaru agreed, though he added, "but the planning beast is still part of Hanzo's power, and that cannot be overlooked." "So, what is the third Hokage's plan now?" Tsukumo asked, sharp enough to realize that Orochimaru must have stopped at the Hokage building before arriving here. "Sensei didn't give me a clear answer," Orochimaru replied. "But this battle will definitely happen, it's only a matter of time." He knew his teacher too well. Even in his weakened state, the third Hokage couldn't let this loss go unanswered. His reputation and the village's standing demanded retribution. "Prepare yourselves," Kawakase said, feeling the same. "I sense that the third Hokage will send someone soon, whether it be to regain his honor or to satisfy the ambitions of the military faction in the daimyo's court." "I will avenge everyone," Dai declared, his voice steady but filled with passion. Even though he had become a father, his fiery determination remained unchanged. The group continued to discuss the grim topic of war, with even Naoki and Minato eventually wandering in to listen. By evening, Orochimaru was invited to stay for dinner by Kawakase. Tsunade, visibly exhausted, also arrived at the Hitaki clan's home. The only solace for their troubles was Baiju, and that night Orochimaru found himself drunk. After settling down, Orochimaru Kawakase found a moment alone with Tsunade. Neither of them drank heavily. "I'm afraid you'll have to go to war this time," Kawakase said softly, his gaze gentle in the moonlight. On the stone table in the dojo lay fruits, melons, and yogurt. "I have to go," Tsunade replied, her weariness showing on her face. "At least I can save more people." The weight of fighting Hanzo's poison was clearly on her. "I believe in you," Kawakase said, gently wrapping his arms around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. "Sensei is responsible for this defeat. He has grown old," Tsunade muttered, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. "After the war, I think it's time for him to let go of his burden." This was the first time Tsunade had openly shared her ambitions with Kawakase. He attributed it not to his playful encouragement, but rather to her own growing conviction. "I will always support you," Kawakase assured her. Tsunade replied softly, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth of his presence. They remained silent, leaning on each other until late into the night. The next morning, the third Hokage called another meeting of Zongan in the Warfare Operations Conference Room. This time, he arrived early, waiting for everyone to arrive. He began by telling of the crushing defeat under Orochimaru's leadership. Orochimaru, sitting among the participants, remained calm and unaffected by the attention his failure had attracted. The third Hokage then announced the next battle plan. Tsunade and Orochimaru would lead the main force, with Jiraiya providing support. Having returned to Konoha several months earlier, Jiraiya was now ready to join his teammates. Once the daimyo's supplies were sent, the forces would move to the border of the Land of Rain. The meeting was short and to the point. After delegating combat duties, the third Hokage left with his advisors. When Jonin lingered, the room filled with murmurs. Salamander's Hanzo lives up to his reputation. Orochimaru is not as special as they say. This time I'll make a name for myself in battle. The Junin's murmurs filled the room, and many of their comments reached the ears of Kawakase and the others. Kawakase and Orochimaru exchanged oral smiles before leaving the conference room together. In the end, wars are not decided by words. As they walked outside, Kawakase greeted Jiraiya warmly. "Hello, Jiraiya. I am Kawakase Hitaki." Despite Jiraiya's infamous reputation, Kawakase had a favorable impression of him. Aside from his perverted tendencies, Jiraiya was a kind, trustworthy man with great strength. Kawakase couldn't help but think, without Tsunade, maybe I can help Jiraiya find a replacement, an iron arm, an aluminum arm, or even a titanium alloy arm. Thoughts of the creators. Since it was a meeting, Jiraiya brought his Konoha forehead protector and put on a green ninja vest. His long white hair, tied loosely behind his head, reached his waist, and the red mark under his eye had not yet extended to his mouth. "Hello, Kawakase," Jiraiya greeted with a warm smile. Even as a young man, he was undeniably handsome. Calm by nature, Jiraiya was happy as long as Tsunade was content, ready to send her heartfelt blessings. "Don't be polite, you'll get to know each other better soon," Tsunade said with an amused grin as she led the group into the Hitaki clan. The reason was simple. The Hitaki clan had excellent food. "Then I will trouble you," Jiraiya replied, wanting to know more about Kawakase, a man who even managed to defeat his goddess. "No problem at all. We'll be fighting together soon, so it's good to get acquainted," Kawakase said as the group gradually became more comfortable with each other. Most of the conversation, however, was between Kawakase, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, with Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Dui only occasionally joining in. This dynamic brought out the different personalities within the group. The food and sake of the Hitaki clan earned high praise from Jiraiya, who had a particular fondness for sake. Inevitably, the conversation during the meal turned to the war. Kawakase confidently stated that if the six of them could not defeat Hanzo the Salamander, they might as well go home and become farmers. Over sake, Jiraiya found himself forming mixed impressions of Kawakase, but ultimately found him pleasant enough to work with. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had a serious discussion about the lack of a qualified medical ninja with Tsunade. It was obvious that Tsunade would have her hands full, as the medical facility was small. As the sake flowed and the atmosphere became lively, the younger members of the group poured sake diligently. No one at the table was easily provoked. Jiraiya looked at Minato, affectionately rubbing his short blonde hair. It seems Kawakaze has a good student. Kawakaze felt guilty about it. Tsunade's situation wasn't exactly poaching, but with Minato, it certainly was. Haha, no, he's just a hopeless child, Kawakaze replied with false modesty. Minato, unperturbed, seemed to know exactly what his teacher meant and didn't take it to heart. Naoki, I have a gift for you, Jiraiya called out as he pulled out a bikini-clad magazine from his jacket and discreetly handed it to Naoki. This doesn't seem like a good idea, Naoki muttered, hesitating as he felt someone's strong gaze behind him. Jiraiya. Tsunade roars as she charges forward and delivers a devastating blow to Jiraiya's head. A noticeable lump forms instantly. It's just a magazine, Jiraiya muttered, rubbing his head with an unimpressed expression. It wasn't my idea. Jiraiya insisted on giving it to me. Naoki exclaimed, dropping the magazine at Jiraiya's feet before walking away without a second glance. A dead friend is better than a poor one, time to sneak away. It's a collector's edition. If you don't want it, forget about it, Jiraiya grumbled as he casually pulled out the magazine, completely unfazed by Tsunade's looming presence. Kawakaze, who witnessed the scene, was stunned. How many times does someone have to be hit to remain calm? Instead of relenting, Jiraiya became even more unbridled in his drinking. Tsunade, clearly upset, gave in and returned to her seat, shooting a sharp glare at Naoki. This guy isn't much better. It's not bad to know about it sooner, Kawakaze muttered, probably encouraged by the alcohol. Tsunade's hand clamped around his waist, causing him to gasp sharply as he sobered up halfway. 3 hours later, everyone was eating and drinking their bottle, moving with visible difficulty. As Tsunade had predicted, the shared meal had brought them closer together. Kawakaze and Jiraiya, both of whom were in the party's life, leaned on each other as they staggered, sometimes leaning against the wall. They insisted on arguing with Orochimaru, claiming that the wall had shifted. Orochimaru, ever the man of science, refused to entertain such nonsense, as it defied all logic. This childish argument threatened to escalate until Naoki intervened, arranging for the servants to escort everyone to their rooms to rest. The remaining members dispersed to sober up in their own quarters, each finding a place in the hospitality of the Hitaki clan. Over the following days, the group continued to meet periodically, growing closer with each meeting. 3 days later, word came that supplies from the daimyo had reached the border of the Land of Rain. That evening, the group gathered their equipment, and the next morning, they assembled at the gates of Konoha. For this mission, Konoha deployed a significant number of elite troops, including Shinku Yuhi, a renowned genjutsu master and instructor. Shinku, you're here too, Kawakaze greeted, standing next to Tsunade. Yes, I am also a part of Konoha, Shinku Yuhi replied with a sincere smile. When the village needed him, he never hesitated to step forward, just like he did in the face of the Nine Tails, despite knowing that he had no chance. We're leaving, Tsunade reminded the group, taking in everyone's attention. Let's go, she ordered, and with that the large contingent began its march towards the Land of Rain. Perhaps due to their previous defeat, Orochimaru maintained a low profile, entrusting all leadership duties to Tsunade. Kawakaze and his team led the vanguard, with the ninja's strength diminishing the further back they went. The younger members remained in the middle of the group, protected from immediate danger. Intelligence officers have already arrived in Rain Country, gathering critical information for the operation. Orochimaru, what do you think is the best strategy for this mission? Kawakaze asked, not having a clear plan himself. Tsunade, equally unsure, listened intently, her attention fully on Orochimaru. Orochimaru considered the matter carefully, his expression sharp and calculating. First, we set up camp. Our main objective is to eliminate the Rain Country ninja, but we will avoid large-scale operations. If we meet Hanzo, we will retreat. Once he is unwilling to send reinforcements, we will find ways to deal with him. This approach reflected the lesson Orochimaru had learned from their previous encounter. Hanzo's lethal capabilities on a large battlefield required a more cautious, indirect strategy. That's a solid idea, Tsunade agreed, though her voice held a note of reservation. She had witnessed the devastating effects of Hanzo's poison firsthand, and had yet to develop a complete antidote. Then we will follow Orochimaru's plan, Kawake's confirmed. If the situation changes, we will adjust accordingly. Privately, Kawake's entertained the idea of meeting Hanzo himself. Testing the limits of his sage mode against the legendary ninja was tempting. Just in case, Tsunade should hand out the antidote pills she prepared, Orochimaru added. While they won't completely neutralize Ibusa's poison, they can save lives at critical moments. Tsunade nodded. She had brought a large supply of antidote, specifically to counter the threat of Hanzo's poisonous mist and minimize casualties among Konoha's forces. After half a month of travel, Konoha's forces reached the border of the Land of Rain. As they entered the country, the ominous sound of war began to repeat itself again, signaling the start of their next battle. Thoughts of the creators. Orochimaru immediately dispatched a ninja to summon the intelligence officer who had arrived earlier using a specialized communication method. Having just arrived, Orochimaru was unsure whether Hanzo had used Omegakure spies to monitor their movements. After a short rest, the summoned Konoha intelligence officer arrived. Konoha ninja Hayato Yamanaka presents his respects, said the officer, a jonin of the Yamanaka clan and the leader of Konohagakure's intelligence division. No need for formalities. Share your report, Tsunade interrupted, cutting straight to the point. Yes, Hayato replied, scanning the group before presenting his findings. The Omegakure ninja are actively monitoring the border, so it is impossible to hide the arrival of our main force. Their numbers have increased significantly in recent days, and skirmishes have already occurred. We have also confirmed that Hanzo of the Salamander is aware of our arrival. He remains at the main camp and has not yet made a move. I recommend eliminating the Omegakure spies first before proceeding with any further plans. The clarity of Hayato's report highlighted the Yamanaka clan's unparalleled intelligence skills. However, Kawake's immediately sensed potential danger. We can't stay together, Kawake said grimly. We need to separate immediately. If Hanzo attacks with IBUs, it could be disastrous. Tsunade's antidose pills can slow down the poison's effects, but they can't save everyone if things get out of control. Kawake's is right, Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. He still vividly remembered the devastation caused by Ibusa's poisonous mist and the slaughter of Konoha's forces during their last encounter. Hanzo hasn't been ambushed yet, probably because he's wary of sensei, Orochimaru said. In battles between villages, once the leader is left unopposed, victory or defeat is often already half decided. Hanzo fears that the third Hokage might stop him, so the Omegakure ninja are likely to lose. The third Hokage and Raikage are said to have the power to single-handedly defeat tens of thousands in combat, highlighting the terrifying fighting prowess of some elite fighters. But it's hard to say until the scouts report back. If we split our forces, I suggest Yaninru lead his troops and disperse. Advancing from all directions towards the heart of the Land of Rain. When Hanzo loses his temper, we will regroup and strike in one fell swoop, said Jiraiya, Konoha's intelligence expert, who had remained silent until now. After consolidating the information, he finally shared his thoughts. We can retreat if we meet Hanzo. Our main target is the ninja of the Land of Rain. Orochimaru's dark voice followed, although it was clear that if he were to face Hanzo, he would never make such a statement. I have no objections. Kawake glanced at Orochimaru before expressing his support. Okay, then that's the solution, Tsunade concluded, completing the plan. No one voiced disagreement, and the group quickly dispersed. Soon, the teams dispersed and left. Dewey's strength, unanimously acknowledged by the group, allowed him to lead the team despite being a Chunin. Orochimaru, however, thoughtfully assigned him a quick-thinking Chunin as backup. I'm not in good health. I need Tsunade to take care of me, Kawake said, making a weak excuse to stick close to Tsunade with the two younger ninja in tow. No one bothered to call him out, though Tsunade gave him a cold glare, clearly unimpressed. Couldn't you come up with a better excuse? Team Tsunade became the strongest, commanding the largest group of ninja as they advanced towards the heart of the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Megakure spies were delivering important information to their camp. Lord Hanzo, the Nokanyanja have reached the border. No sign of the third Hokage, the scout reported, addressing Hanzo's biggest concern. Okay. Follow me and attack the Konoha ninja, Hanzo ordered. With the third ninja missing, he felt confident even if there were two ninja as powerful as Orochimaru. With his orders, the Megakure ninja began to mobilize. Hanzo took most of the troops with him, leaving a few men to patrol the area. After rushing to the border, Hanzo and his forces found no trace of the Konoha ninja. Instead, they came across the bodies of many fallen Megakure ninja deep in the forest, explaining the lack of reports along the way. Realizing that Konoha troops were likely lying in wait, Hanzo hastily retreated with his main force to protect his base, fearing that the Konoha ninja might take the opportunity to attack their stronghold. The back and forth maneuvering cost Hanzo several days. During this time, the Konoha ninja systematically destroyed every Megakure unit they encountered. Even against larger groups, they coordinated with nearby Konoha units to ensure complete destruction. As they approached the heart of the Land of Rain, resistance increased, with more frequent clashes against Megakure forces. Kawakaze and his group had just wiped out a 30-man Megakure unit without him or Tsunade needing to intervene. The Konoha ninja under their command dealt decisively with their enemies. Without the support of Megakure's elite fighters, the numerical imbalance had resulted in a one-sided massacre. The two young ninja who accompanied Kawakaze and Tsunade were also accustomed to the brutal reality of war. Hardened by battle and bloodshed, they had matured considerably, their hands already stained with the blood of countless enemies. Look at the map. We're not far from Megakure, Kawakaze said, holding the map as he sat on a boulder away from the group. Tsunade sat next to him. At this rate we should be there in 4 or 5 days, she estimated, glancing at the map, reviewing their progress. After days of constant fighting and traveling, even Tsunade's natural beauty showed signs of wear. Her face was stained with dirt, and her appearance was disheveled from the campaign. Don't worry. Everything has gone smoothly so far, Kawakaze said, noticing her fatigue. With a gentle gesture, he brushed her bangs away and wiped the dirt from her face. Tsunade didn't look away, her eyes softening with a rare tenderness as she watched Kawakaze's movements. He leaned closer, the moment between them still growing. Sensei, sensei. Minato's voice broke the awkward atmosphere. He walked over, carrying 2 roasted rabbits. It's, freshly fried, Minato said, clearly aware that he had interrupted something but choosing to feign ignorance. It was no wonder Naoki asked him to come, he was obviously a certified genius. Kawakaze coughed slightly to cover his embarrassment, gesturing to Minato. Just in time. Tsunade, having recovered from the moment, smiled and patted Minato on the head. Thank you, Minato. Relieved to avoid the tension, Minato quickly excused himself after delivering the food. As he left, thoughts of Kushina came to his mind. He imagined their future, hoping that someday it would be as sweet as his teachers. Kawakaze and Tsunade sat in silence as they ate, the only sound between them the quiet chewing of their food. After finishing his share, Kawakaze finally spoke. According to the intelligence from those Megakure ninja, Hanzo took a group to the border to settle things with a decisive battle, he said. He probably didn't find any sign of us. If he returns to Megakure, his forces won't last long. This will be the final battle. If anything happens, stay behind me, Kawakaze added, recalling how Tsunade was injured in the original story during Hanzo's attack. I understand, Tsunade replied quietly, swallowing a bite of her food. Her voice was soft, but her resolve was firm. Despite her answer, Tsunade knew that she would never sit idly by in a fight. At the same time, Kawakaze underestimated Hanzo's strength. His title of demigod was not simply due to his military might, his personal power was unprecedented. Thoughts of the creators. Bang. Hanzo learned that during his absence, a ninja patrolling a Megakure had been killed and the low table in front of him had been smashed to pieces. This time, the Konoha team consisted of 6 exceptionally strong ninja, with Orochimaru being just one of them. As for their exact strength, the scout who reported this lacked the strength to accurately assess it. Hanzo had already fought Orochimaru and considered him a defeated opponent. There was also a taijutsu master with flowing hair, wearing a sturdy suit. Ishikato had spoken to him earlier. Next to them were two kenjutsu masters, a strange-looking kunoichi and a man with afro-white hair. Hanzo was in deep thought. With 6 of them, he doubted his ability to handle the situation. These Konoha pests. After a long silence, Hanzo cursed sharply, his mind forming a plan. Kandachi. Lord Hanzo. Kandachi approached respectfully and gave a slight bow. You. Hanzo leaned closer and whispered his instructions. Your subordinate will see that it is done. With that, Kandachi left and Hanzo returned to his meditative state. If he couldn't beat all 6, he would take them out in smaller groups. As the Konoha team approached Omegakure, which was only 2 days away, they began to cautiously move towards the center of the region. The decisive battle was approaching. Maintaining strength and avoiding direct confrontation was now a luxury they could not afford. Worry marked everyone's faces. An unspoken fear lingered. Would they leave the Rain Land alive, or was this their grave? Facing death with composure was easier said than done. Kawake's had already joined Orochimaru and the others, while a small group of Jonin were still on their way to support the team. If we don't contain IBUs, we can't win this battle. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Ibusa. Although Hanzo was stronger than him, the real threat lay in the beast summoning. It takes IBUs 5 minutes to gather the poison for his poison mist before he can unleash it. At that point, Kawake's revealed information he had gleaned from other sources. Is the information reliable? Tsuneda's spirit rose slightly. It was a critical intelligence, but she had never heard it before. Well, didn't my big brother come to the Rain Country on a mission? Kawake's answered hastily. He learned about it from the Omegakure ninja. To avoid suspicion, Kawake's transferred the loan to Tsukumo. It was entirely his own fault for never having been to the Rain Country on a mission before. If he had, he explained, it would have been easy. All attention was now focused on Tsukumo. They had been passive observers a while ago, but now their attention was focused on him. Tsukumo, taken by surprise, looked confused. When did I learn about this? Why don't I remember? Kawake's cleared his throat, coughing twice. He believed that he and Big Brother still shared an unspoken understanding. After all, they were blood brothers, related by the same bloodline. It's true. If Kawake's hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten, Tsukumo said through gritted teeth, laughing as he took responsibility and closed the case. In this case, we have a better chance against IBUs. The group nodded, trusting Tsukumo's words. Even Orochimaru seemed to regain some confidence. The humiliation of their last encounter lingered, but this time, revenge was within reach. I will hold off Hanzo. You deal with IBUs as quickly as possible, Kawake stated. He was eager to face Hanzo, a challenge he had never faced since coming to the Naruto world. Are you sure? Jiraiya asked, clearly uneasy. Orochimaru himself admitted that he was no match for Hanzo. No problem. I'll start with my Shikatsu Forest Senjutsu, Kawake's replied confidently. Jiraiya nearly choked on his words. Kawakaze's Senjutsu was not yet ready for combat, requiring more time to prepare than combat would allow. Then that's good, Jiraiya muttered, deciding not to argue further. Talented, powerful, and reliable, Kawake's earned their respect. All Jiraiya cared about was Tsunade's happiness. Once we deal with IBUs, we will support you, Dewey said, filled with youthful confidence. He was a man who never admitted defeat. Haha, sounds good. Kawake's patted Dewey on the shoulder, reassured by his optimism. The Konoha forces gathered and headed towards Omegakure, but their movements were soon detected. Contrary to Kawakaze's expectations, Hanzo did not wait for them to arrive. Instead, he boldly faced them, accompanied by an Omegakure ninja. Orochimaru, we meet again, Hanzo said, addressing him directly. This will be the last time. Orochimaru's words, laden with hidden meaning and spoken in his chilling voice, sent shivers down people's spines. How dare you, defeated foe, Hanzo growled, anger rising as he swung his kusarigama. But he did not give the order to attack. Both sides were ready to fight, tension in the air, waiting for the signal from their commanders. He came to us. Let's not waste time, Tsunade said sharply, her irritation obvious. After all, Orochimaru was her colleague, and now a close ally of Kawake's. This is a good opportunity to test the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Kawake said, gripping his eight-sided Han sword, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Then let's fight, Jiraiya and Orochimaru agreed in unison. Let's go. With one command, the Konoha ninja charged forward and the battle erupted. The battle began with brutal simplicity, no complex ninjutsu, just raw, bloody hand-to-hand combat. As the two sides clashed, the Omegakure ninja squad jumped into the fray from another direction. The leader of the Omegakure reinforcements was exceptionally skilled, managing to block a combined attack from both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tsunade, landing a devastating blow to dispatch the Omegakure ninja, rushed to help. If any of these top fighters fell, Konoha's losses would skyrocket. The group needed to hold the line until IBUs showed up. Meanwhile, Tsukumo and Du broke through the enemy ranks. Green swirls and glittering white blades carved a bloody path, dispatching dozens of Omegakure ninja in a matter of moments. Kawake's, sword in hand, advanced with an electrifying aura as lightning passed around him. Hanzo of Salamander, summon IBUs now, this is your last chance. Kawake sneered, his words a calculated provocation. Hanzo, however, remained calm. He stood motionless, the kusarigama in his hands, seemingly motionless. Then, without saying a word, he disappeared, reappearing in an instant to strike. The attack caught Kawake's off guard, but the result was astonishing. Hanzo's body was cut in half, dissolving into the water. Water clone. Realizing the feint, Kawake's quickly vacated his post, expecting the inevitable ambush. However, Hanzo was nowhere to be seen, disappearing into the chaos. The battlefield was still engulfed in relentless combat. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were locked in a fierce fight with the leader of Omegakure. Despite coming close to defeating him on multiple occasions, the enemy always slipped away at the last moment. None of the three noticed that the battlefield had split into two fronts, Kawake's leading the charge against Hanzo while they fought the fearsome Omegakure commander. Both sides inflicted and suffered heavy losses, but Ibusus was still nowhere to be seen. Finally, the leader of Omegakure, frustrated by the mounting casualties, stepped back. I'm not wasting any more time here. We'll settle this another day, he stated, skillfully dodging the trio's attacks. Retreat. He led the remaining Omegakure ninja away from the battlefield. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru exchanged glances, their disappointment palpable. Victory had been within their grasp, but their opponent had slipped through their fingers. Deciding not to let them escape so easily, they rallied the Konoha ninja and chased after them. Thoughts of the creators. Hanzo watched Tsunade and the others pursue the Omegakure ninja master from the battlefield, a sly grin forming beneath his mask. I'm here, boy, he shouted. Kawake's turned towards the voice and saw Hanzo sitting on a large tree near the battlefield, casually twirling his kusarigama as if it were a child's toy. I'd like to see how many clones you have, Kawake's muttered, narrowing his eyes. He wasn't sure if this Hanzo was real, but he knew that clones couldn't deviate from their origins. Down the ninja tool bin, Kawake's pulled out a specially crafted senbon, handcrafted by Rotetsu. It was far superior to a normal senbon, traveling at more than twice the speed. With a flick of the wrist, the senbon flew through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Hanzo dodged effortlessly, but before he could react further, Kawake's was already on his side. The eight-sided Han sword struck the truth, piercing Hanzo's chest without hesitation. You are strong, Hanzo said evenly, his form wavering, but unfortunately, it is still a clone. The figure dissolved into the water and Kawake's frowned, his mind racing. How could someone like Hanzo, called demi-bod, defeat his clone so easily? Before he could fully analyze the situation, Hanzo's voice came from another direction again. Didn't you want to see how many clones I have? Kawake's looked back at the battlefield. Dai and Tsukumo were still cutting down the Omegakure ninja near the Konoha forces. Tsunade and the others were no longer in sight, likely still pursuing the Omegakure leader. The battlefield was safe, leaving Kawake's to focus entirely on Hanzo. It ends now, he decided, channeling Hanzo again. Thunder attribute chakra surged into his sword, extending its tip outward in a brilliant arc of lightning. With one sweeping motion, Kawake's leveled the swath of trees, leaving behind a wide clearing. Found you, Kawake said, seeing the real Hanzo behind a tree nearby. Damn it, Hanzo cursed, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water crash blast wave. The flow of water rose, creating a small lake that flooded the forest around them. Too slow, Kawake said coldly, dodging the attack in a flash of lightning. His speed was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in front of Hanzo. With the 8 sword of Han raised high, charged with the crackling of chakra, Kawake's prepared to strike with all his might, determined to end the fight here and now. Calling technique. Hanzo performed the jutsu in rapid succession, knowing he could not keep up with Kawaka's speed. With a burst of smoke, Kawaka's blade collided with a solid object. In front of him stood a massive conch, its body decorated with shells and 2 prominent horns jutting out from the front. Kawaka's sword left a deep cut on its surface, but the enormous force of the rebound sent it hurtling back into the water, halting its progress. You are not Hanzo. Fear gripped Kawake's as he realized the truth. Tsunade and the others were in grave danger. It's too late for that now. In another burst of smoke, Hanzo transformed into Kandachi. Ninja art, Concha whip. From the shell's body, several flesh whips shot out towards Kawake's. I don't have time for this. I'll finish you off here and now. Kawake's swung his blade, cutting through the incoming whips, and continued his strike across the surface of the lake towards Kandachi. Ninja art, conch cannon. The shells covering the massive projectile fired black spears straight at Kawake's. Thunder and flash, one flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Kawaka's quick drawing broke the spears and he reached the front of the shell in an instant. The next moment he could cut off Kandachi's neck. But Kandachi was ready. The conch shell slowly opened. Water release genjutsu, demonic phantom prison. A snowflake-like mist poured out of the shell, enveloping Kawake's. His movements became sluggish, as if he was being buried in snow, the cold seeping into his limbs and gradually paralyzing him. Kawake's fell victim to Kandachi's genjutsu. So what? You're nothing more than a swordsman. A smile spread across Kandachi's face as he drew a kunai, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Wise art. Kawake's remained motionless, but a red seal appeared around his eyes and his pupils turned gold. A burst of senjutsu chakra instantly destroyed the genjutsu. Thunder and flash. Kawake's thrust his blade through, piercing Kandachi. The octagonal Han sword vanished from his hands as Kandachi collapsed. Tsunade, wait for me. Not sensing any sign of the flying thunder god nearby, Kawake's jumped in pursuit in the direction Tsunade had gone. He didn't even have enough time to warn Sakuma or Dewey. Kandachi's lifeless body fell to the ground, his smiling face frozen, the kunai still in his hands. Although his form seemed intact, his body split in two as blood spilled onto the surface of the lake, spreading outward in crimson circles. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya pursued the Omegakure ninja master into a valley surrounded by towering mountains with one narrow exit. You will not escape, Orochimaru declared, noticing the master ninja slowing down. Taking the opportunity, he charged forward, his blade cutting through the air as several giant snakes shot out from his left sleeve. Why should I run? The masked ninja's voice carried a tone of smugness that echoed throughout the valley. Orochimaru froze. The voice sounded eerily familiar. The same trick won't work on me. In the resulting explosion, the Omegakure ninja master transformed into Hanzo. Orochimaru's snake was cut off in one clean strike, and his sword was trapped by a chain. Sensing imminent danger, he released the blade just in time to avoid a potentially fatal blow. Hanzo of Salamander, Tsunade muttered, her sharp gaze on the stage. It was clear that they had been deceived. It was a trap set by Hanzo. Orochimaru retreated to regroup with Tsunade and Jiraiya. The Konoha ninja clashed with the Omegakure forces, and chaos erupted throughout the valley. IBUs. Hanzo shouted. A roar shook the ground as IBUs, his giant salamander, emerged from beneath the battlefield. Without warning, it released a cloud of toxic gas over the area. Even though the Konoha ninja had taken Tsunade's antidotes, the poison still weakened them. Their movements slowed and their chakra flows became erratic. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of the Omegakure forces, and Tsunade could only watch helplessly as their powers wavered. "You will stay here tonight," Hanzo stated, standing at Ibu's head, his shuriken pointed straight at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. "We'll finish this here. Kawake's will come." Calling technique. Tsunade acted quickly, calling for Lady Katsuyu. "Katsuyu, help Konoha ninja." "Yes, Tsunade." Lady Katsuyu began to disintegrate into smaller clones, spreading across the battlefield and protecting Konoha's forces from further decline. Calling technique. At the same time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru summoned Gamabunta and Manda. "It's that salamander again," Manda hissed, visibly irritated. "This is no easy foe." "Jiraiya, did you challenge me to fight this oversized fish?" Gamabunta asked, puffing on his pipe as he drew his so-called short sword, though it was anything but short. Despite Ibu's size, Gamabunta showed no fear. "Yes, and don't underestimate it," Jiraiya warned seriously. "Hanzo is much more dangerous than he looks." "Attack," Tsunade commanded, activating the power of the 100 jutsu. Cursed seal marks spread across her face as she launched herself into Ibu's, leaving a trail of debris in her wake. Unbearable pain. Leaping high into the air, Tsunade brought her foot down on Ibu's head with great force, shattering the ground beneath the salamander. Thoughts of the creators. Ibu's head gave way under Tsunade's devastating blow, interrupting the gathering of the poisonous mist. Writhing in pain, Ibu didn't need Hanzo's command, he instinctively contorted his body and swung his massive tail at Tsunade. Fire release, Toad's fire oil cannon. Jiraiya spat out a stream of oil that caught fire from Gamabunta, creating a fiery inferno that engulfed Ibu and Hanzo. Forced to abandon his attack on Tsunade, Ibu leapt out of the burning area, narrowly avoiding being incinerated. The flames roared furiously where he stood, leaving marks on the battlefield. Orochimaru and Manda pressed the attack. As Ibu's landed unsteadily, Manda's tail lashed out, dealing him a huge blow. Meanwhile, Orochimaru clashed with Hanzo again, their weapons catching fire in midair before both retreated several meters. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gained the upper hand in the first exchange. The three of them formed a triangle, trapping Ibu's in the center. "Excellent teamwork," Hanzo remarked sincerely, his tone tinged with admiration. "Hiruzen Sarutobi is lucky to have such capable students. I would be overjoyed if I had someone like you." "We don't need your compliments." Suna broke, her irritation boiling. With a growl, she punched the ground, creating cracks that reached towards Ibu's. "You can't defeat me with brute force alone," Hanzo countered, jumping off Ibu's and attacking straight at Tsunade. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya fled from Gamabunta to intercept Hanzo, attempting to slow his advance. Orochimaru took over the opening, drawing a blade seemingly out of nowhere, and charged at Hanzo. Tsunade, however, refused to back down. With a scream, she charged forward, her fist aimed straight at Hanzo's face. Hanzo dodged Jiraiya and Orochimaru's attacks with his flickering pool technique. His kusarigama pounced, the blade slicing through Tsunade with deadly precision. Kenjutsu. Iaido. Hanzo's voice was icy and distant, his intent clear, he was targeting Tsunade to eliminate her first. Tsunade swung her fist but didn't back down, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The kusarigama ripped a deep gash across her waist, but her blow connected with Hanzo's shoulder, sending him flying. Meanwhile, the three summoned beasts were locked in chaotic melee combat. Gamabunta's short sword cut into Ibu's, leaving shallow wounds, but the damage was not enough to slow the salamander. Manda struggled to match Ibu's size and power, suffering vicious headbutts from the salamander in their head-on clashes. "Gamabunta, you need to cut harder." Manda, despite his arrogance, could not help but demand more effort from Gamabunta as he steadily lost ground. "Take the shit off, I'll cut." Gamabunta retorted, jumping high into the air. He brought his short knife in a powerful slash aimed at Ibu's head. But Ibu's didn't resist. The giant salamander burrowed into the ground, disappearing for a moment before reappearing to send Manda flying with a sudden kick. It was the same result as their last meeting. "I'll be back," Manda hissed before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, leaving Gamabunta to face Ibus alone. Hanzo hunched his shoulders, showing no signs of concern despite his minor injuries. "Impressive strength," he said. "If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Senju clan." Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju's legendary forest release was lost. "Do I really need my grandfather's wood release to deal with you?" Tsunade shot back, her irritation flaring. The slow progress in her grandfather's exploration of the chambers weighed heavily on her mind, adding to her frustration. Why hasn't Kawake's arrived yet? Shadow clone technique. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya summoned shadow clones, doubling their numbers to overwhelm Hanzo. 8 figures charged forward, surrounding him with their original bodies hidden among them. Hanzo momentarily lost track of the real ones as Tsunade leapt high into the air. Unbearable pain. Hanzo didn't flinch. Standing firmly, he formed a hand seal, showing no fear even when he was outnumbered 9-1. Releasing water, rain mist technique. The thick fog quickly condensed around Hanzo, spreading outward and covering the battlefield in a thick fog. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru suddenly lost sight of their target. When Tsunade landed her devastating punch, the ground collapsed beneath her, but her attack only hit the shadow clones. 4 different, panga, sounds echoed as the clones of Jiraiya and Orochimaru were destroyed by the impact. "Now it's my turn," Hanzo's voice echoed ominously from all sides, sending chills through his opponents. They were unable to pinpoint his location. A few moments later, the sound of still air broke the tension. Bang! Another shadow clone has been eliminated. "Not real," Jiraiya muttered darkly. "Then I will kill you one by one," Hanzo's voice whispered, cold and menacing, as if spoken by death itself. "Use wind release," Orochimaru barked, his voice sharp with urgency. In the thick fog, they were like blind men, completely exposed. Wind. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, along with one of their clones, exhaled powerful gusts of wind, pushing back the thick fog. Slowly, the fog began to dissipate, revealing blurred silhouettes in the distance. But Hanzo had no intention of sitting idly by while his enemies regained their footing. His kusarigama gleamed in the haze, ready to strike. Orochimaru and Jiraiya rolled to avoid this, and the last clone fell onto Hanzo's sword. As their vision cleared, the three realized that Gamabunta had disappeared, while Hanzo was now standing atop Ibus. His true intention was to help Ibus deal with Gamabunta. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for them. Most of their chakra had been drained, and fatigue was evident on their faces. In contrast, Hanzo, with the exception of a minor injury to his shoulder, showed no signs of exhaustion. "You were persistent, but now it all ends." Poisonous fog. Hanzo assessed their weakened state, confident that the poisonous mist would end the battle. Ibus collected enough poison, and with one exhale, the thick purple mist came crashing down on Tsunade and the others. The fog covered such a large area that escaping without spatial ninjutsu seemed nearly impossible. In addition, Tsunade and her companions were not ninjas known for their speed. "Hold your breath and run." Tsunade handed each of them an advanced anti-venom pill before running away. Holding their breath and using antidotes were only temporary measures. Staying in the mist meant certain death. Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly swallowed the pills and followed Tsunade, racing to escape the poisonous cloud. But Hanzo wasn't going to let them go that easily. A faint smile crossed his face. During the time he was hiding the fog, he set a trap. Fire release. Explosive flame. Tsunade suddenly felt something catch on her right leg. Looking down, her face turned pale as she saw several explosive marks. Her mind went blank and one image popped up, Kawake's. One day he told her, "If you are ever in danger, stay behind me." But Kawake's, where are you now? Why haven't you come yet? Tsunade. Jiraiya noticed the explosive marks and immediately screamed, forming hand seals. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. His long white hair stretched out, trying to wrap around Tsunade and protect her from the blast. Orochimaru also threw a kunai in an attempt to stop Hanzo from detonating the marks, but such basic tactics were beneath him. Tsunade, I'm here. Kawakase rushed towards them, following the path that Tsunade and the others were taking. Sensing the sign of the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared next to Tsunade as soon as the explosive marks appeared. It was the same as the original story, and although Kawakase knew that Jiraiya's protection would keep Tsunade from serious harm, he couldn't stop himself. Activating his space-time jutsu, he intercepted the explosion just as Hanzo cast explosion. A massive detonation shook the area, and Jiraiya's white hair had yet to wrap around Tsunade. Kawakase, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gathered together, their voices tinged with relief. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Rest now, I'll take it from here. Kawakase stood with his sword in hand, his back to Tsunade and the others, finally facing the real Hanzo Salamander. Thoughts of the creators. Did you kill Kandachi? Hanzo's eyes narrowed sharply. Kandachi was his best fighter, his right hand. So his name is Kandachi. You can still see his body if you walk now. Kawakase stood with his sword drawn. After saving Tsunade, his emotions calmed down and he calmly answered Hanzo's questions. Then you can join Kandachi in death. Kenjutsu, Kusarigama two-step strike. Hanzo jumped from the top of Ibusa's head, his Kusarigama already sweeping away Kawakase's sword. IBUs remained motionless, continuing to collect the poisonous mist. Meanwhile, Tsunade cancelled the power of the 100 techniques. The cursed seal disappeared as she used the mystical palm technique to heal Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Aren't you worried? Jiraiya asked, surprised that Tsunade was focused on healing while Kawakase was fighting Hanzo alone. He hasn't activated Sage Mode yet. He'll be fine, Tsunade replied without pausing in her work. She was one of only 2 people to have seen Kawakase's full power in Sage Mode. The other, Kandachi, was already dead. Using the mystical palm technique with both hands, Tsunade simultaneously attacked Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Just wait and see the power of Senjutsu from Shikatsu Forest, she said haughtily, the slug crawling onto her shoulder. We'll see, Orochimaru muttered, his gaze fixed on the duel between Hanzo and Kawakase. Kawakase entered his lightning release chakra mode, quickly dodging the attacking chains and engaging Hanzo in close combat. He raised his sword to block Hanzo's downward slash, then slashed diagonally towards his opponent, each slash aimed to kill. Not bad in Kenjutsu, Hanzo remarked, still composed, as he stiffened his Kusarigama to block Kawakase's blows. Your Kenjutsu is just that, Kawakase replied with a weak smirk, his relentless attacks targeting Hanzo's vital points. For a moment, Hanzo was completely forced onto the defensive, unable to continue exchanging words. Kawakase's eyes flickered towards IBUs, now preparing his compressed poison mist, giving him a clearer picture of Hanzo's battle strategy. Artificial art, a thunderclap and a moment, one flash of lightning. Activating Sage Mode, Kawakase's body emitted thunder and his speed increased dramatically. Recognizing the danger, Hanzo quickly used his water body flickering technique to avoid the strike aimed at his chest, reappearing at a safe distance. However, Kawakase showed no interest in pursuing him, his target lay elsewhere. Art of the Sage, Gate of the Great God. 6 massive red torii gates descended from the sky, aiming precisely at IBUs, who was about to release his poisonous mist. The gate pinned IBU's limbs, head and tail firmly to the ground just as he began to open his mouth. A gust of dust erupted, mixed with IBU's agonized cries. When the dust settled, Tori's 6 red gates were firmly in place, sealing Ibusa's chakra. Although traces of the poisonous mist still leaked from its mouth, the beast no longer had the strength to expel it. Kenjutsu, Flame Thunder God. Kawakase moved at an unimaginable speed, so fast that the friction of the air ignited around him. From a distance, he appeared as a fire-breathing, bulky dragon. In one swift movement, he rushed past IBU's neck. IBU's didn't even have a chance to dissipate into smoke, his head was cut off cleanly. The massive head fell to the side and blood gushed out like a river. Everything happened so quickly that Hanzo didn't have time to intervene. IBU's. Hanzo cried in anguish. Ibus was more than just a challenging beast, it was a trusted companion who had fought by his side for years. Watching it die before his eyes, Hanzo's composure shattered. Consumed by grief and rage, Hanzo attacked Kawakase like a man possessed. Thunderclap and flash, 9 times. Kawakase once again turned into a blur of lightning, leaving behind a trail of scorched earth. Hanzo, unable to keep up with Kawakase's speed, relied on his water body flickering technique to evade. But Kawakase had anticipated this. As water droplets sprayed from Hanzo's chute, Kawakase struck with precision, slicing Hanzo and his kusarigama cleanly in half. Hanzo's eyes widened in confusion. His death was brutal, his severed body parts were charred black and not a drop of blood was spilled. The so-called demigod of the ninja world met his end in silence, a tragic figure consumed by defeat. After disengaging Sage Mode and sheathing the Han's octagonal sword, Kawakase returned to Tsunade and the others. "It's all over," he said. "Yes, it's finally over," Jiraiya replied, his voice tinged with relief. "This is only the end of one chapter," Orochimaru noted, his gaze lingering on the Omegakure ninja who had already begun to scatter and flee. He made no move to pursue them. There was a more brutal war looming ahead, this was only the beginning. "Are you hurt?" Tsunade moved her hands away from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, then stood up, placing a firm hand on Kawakase's arm. After a brief inspection, she confirmed that he had only lost chakra, and her expression softened in relief. "Isn't my Shikatsu Forest Senjutsu very powerful?" Lady Katsuyu said smugly, pride evident in her tone. "It seems I should take a trip to Ruchi's cave," Orochimaru mused. For now, he had yet to delve deeper into his research on immortality, but the display of Sage Mode's power had left a longing in his heart. "Be careful," Lady Katsuyu began, originally intending to warn him. However, observing Orochimaru's unwavering snake-like pupils, she decided against it. The man probably wouldn't mind any snake-like traits that Sage Mode might bring. "No matter what happens next, we should return for now," Kawakase suggested. He knew the inevitable next step: war with the Land of Wind. The true target of the Land of Fire's military faction had never been the small Land of Rain. "Then let's go," Tsunade said, taking the lead as she walked out of the valley. The Konoha ninja began to regroup, and Katsuyu handed Tsunade the antidote she had extracted from Hanzo before returning to the Shikatsu forest. It had to be said, Lady Katsuyu was surprisingly thorough in her work, even retrieving valuable items from fallen enemies like a meticulous scavenger. With Hanzo dead, there was no need to pursue the fleeing Omegakure ninja. In the original timeline, after Hanzo defeated Tsunade and the others, he signed a ceasefire with Konoha, which then turned its attention to the Land of Wind. This ceasefire agreement will never be reached. The Rain country will face a devastating civil war in the absence of its leader. A nation without a leader can only rise again through war or the risk of annexation. However, since the Rain country serves as a buffer among the 3 great nations, no one would dare to occupy it directly, that would provoke conflict on all sides. Hanzo's death also threatened to destabilize the fragile balance that the Land of Rain maintained, leaving it vulnerable to endless strife. Kawakase and the remaining troops left the valley. Along the way, they encountered Tsukumo and Dewey, leading the victorious Konoha ninja who had come to provide reinforcements. "Is Hanzo dead?" Tsukumo asked, his keen instincts deducing from the situation that Kawakase's earlier battle was more than it seemed. "He's as dead as he can be," Kawakase replied firmly. Kawakase defeated Hanzo Salamander single-handedly. "His power is unfathomable," Orochimaru added, a rare compliment escaping his lips. For the first time, he acknowledged a power in the world that he could trust, his cold smile carrying a strange charm. "Well done," Dewey said simply. His raised thumb and the respect in his eyes conveyed his feelings better than words. Thoughts of the creators. "We have a lot of poisoned people now, so we should hurry back to Konoha as soon as possible," Tsunade said as he pulled out the antidote that Lady Katsuyu had delivered. "Now that I have the antidote, I can quickly make a large batch." "How long will the antidote last?" Jiraiya asked, frowning as he looked behind him at the pale, frightened faces of some Konoha ninja. He was afraid that if they collapsed, they might never rise again. If we don't fight, it will last long enough to get us back to the village alive, Tsunade replied, confident in her cure. But she knew that if another battle broke out, the poisoned Konoha ninja would have little chance of survival. Then let's set off immediately. Tsukumo, please take care of them. We're still injured, Orochimaru said politely to Tsukumo's group. Understood, Tsukumo replied with a nod. Dui, Shinku Yuhi, and the other surviving Junin also nodded in agreement. Let's go, Kawake said to Tsunade as the group followed the main contingent, Tsukumo and the others leading the way. As they advanced, the damage from the battle was evident, houses destroyed, civilians lifeless, and orphans wandering aimlessly. Despite being on the winning side, the Konoha forces felt no pride, it was their actions that had caused this devastation. After a brief rest that night, the Konoha forces resumed their journey. The poisoned ninja's condition had not worsened, and Tsunade assured them that the antidotes to the pills were effective. The next day, Kawake's and his group of 4 lagged behind the main force, eating dried food as they walked. Rain began to fall, quickly turning into a downpour. The group took shelter under a bridge. The weather in the rain country does change suddenly, Kawake's noted as he pulled out a scroll from his ninja gear. From it, he pulled out the cooking utensils he had reserved for Tsukumo, then lit a torch and placed the pot over the fire. Jiraiya, give me the rabbits you caught. Or do you plan to eat them all yourself? He had just finished cooking and hurried to ask Jiraiya for more ingredients. Yesterday, he had seen Jiraiya catch 2 plump rabbits and hide them. You are so observant. Do you have any sake? Jiraiya added impatiently. That's more like it. Let's eat until we're full before we move on. Dried food isn't very appetizing, and it doesn't look like the rain will stop anytime soon, Kawake said as he prepared the food. Do you always wear these things on missions? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. Is this what a proper ninja does? Not really. I just occasionally forget not to take it, Kawakaze admitted, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Haha, Orochimaru chuckled. Kawake's is really something else. Orochimaru, do you have any non-venomous snakes I can eat? Kawake's asked casually as he cut the rabbit meat with his kunai, his tone teasing as he plotted against Orochimaru. Snake meat was delicious after all. I never keep non-venomous snakes, Orochimaru replied, still smiling, but visibly annoyed. His face darkened slightly. He had never met such an impudent parasite before. Tsunade, can your anti-venom pills counteract the poisonous snake meat? Kawake's quipped, clearly not giving up. Tsunade rolled his eyes, annoyed by his antics, and ignored him. Okay, I'll settle for rabbit meat. I'm not that greedy, Kawakaze sighed, feigning disappointment. He finished cooking the rabbit, pulled out the seasonings from the small box, and set out 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with 4 small bottles of sake. After he covered the pot, he waited for the food to boil. If Tsukumo saw this, Kawake's thought, he would probably have a heart attack. Kawake's never cooked when Tsukumo was around, it was always his older brother who did the cooking. Haha, as long as there's sake, Jiraiya said, sitting cross-legged across from Kawake's, who was eager to eat. Tsunade, not one to care about appearances, joined them without hesitation, sitting down next to Kawake's. Orochimaru eventually followed, and the 4 of them formed a casual circle around the pot. After a while, Kawake's lifted the lid, releasing a rich, mouth-watering aroma into the air. Everyone felt their hunger grow. Let's eat, Kawake said, lifting the sake bottle and taking a sip. The others echoed his satisfaction, their voices mingling in contentment as they began their meal. As they ate and chatted, a small figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A boy, about 10 years old, with dirty orange hair and a gas mask slung over his shoulder, approached hesitantly. His face was dirty and he looked exhausted. Kawake's froze mid-bite. His thoughts turned to Yahiko, the boy who would one day become a key player in the history of Beni. He wondered how much had already changed because of the chaos they had brought to the land of rain. Yahiko walked carefully, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. He recognized the forehead protectors of Konoha on the ninja. These were the invaders who had devastated his homeland. Among them was someone he knew had killed Hanzo of Salamander. There was no mistaking it. But his hunger overcame his fear. He could not ignore the delicious smell of food, and his younger comrades were hungry too. "Who are you?" Tsunade asked, her cup still in her hands. The others had noticed the boy earlier, but didn't pay much attention to him. "Can you spare us some food?" Yahiko timidly extended his hand, his hunger outweighing his fear. "Where are your parents?" Jiraiya asked, his gaze serious as he studied the boy. He had a lingering suspicion that he might meet the child the sage had said, though he wasn't sure if it was the same one. "They were killed by ninja in this war," Yahiko replied, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he was used to such losses. "You have 2 companions, right? Call them," Kawake said, grabbing a large bowl. He filled it with half a rabbit, some broth, and soaked in dry food before setting it aside. "Kawake's, even if he's just a child, he's from a megakure," Orochimaru warned, his keen instincts always on alert. "It's okay, I know what I'm doing," Kawake's replied, exchanging a knowing look with Orochimaru. Seeing no immediate threat, Orochimaru returned to his food, watching him silently. Yahiko stared at the large bowl of food next to Kawake's, swallowing hard as hunger gnawed at him. Gathering his courage, he turned and shouted, "They don't seem like bad people." Kawake's looked curiously in the direction Yahiko had called. A few moments later, a boy with red hair partially covering his eyes and a young girl with light silver hair appeared, running towards Yahiko. They stopped abruptly when they reached him, hesitating. "Who's going to take it?" Kawake's asked with a small smile, lifting the bowl. Without a word, Yahiko, clearly the leader among them, stepped forward and took the food. But as the 3 turned to leave, Kawaka's voice stopped them. "Don't go. I'll need that bowl back." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Kawake's, puzzled. It was just a bowl after all, and Kawaka's actions were often puzzling, just like when he was curious about Mighty Dune. "Okay," Yahiko muttered, his grip tightening on the bowl. Remembering the horrific scene of Kawake's Hanzo's beheading, he reluctantly sat down on the ground near the group. The 3 children immediately began eating greedily, using their hands to tear apart the food. "I pity those children," Kawaka's remarked, biting into his own meat. A dangerous glint crossed his eyes as he considered a plan so daring that even Lord Madara might lose sleep over it. "So?" Tsunade asked as he took a sip of sake, curious about what was brewing in Kawaka's mind. "I plan to bring them back as my students," Kawake said casually, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "It would also be good if Minato were friends." He used Minato as an excuse to disguise his true intentions, knowing that the boy's good behavior would make the plan more acceptable to others. Meanwhile, Minato and Naoki were sheltering from the rain with Tsukumo elsewhere, munching on their meager dry rations. They were having a good conversation, oblivious to the fact that their sensei, enjoying a hearty meal, was using them as a convenient excuse for his schemes. If they had known, neither of them would have been able to smile so easily. Thoughts of the creators? No, they have a blood feud with Konoha. Jiraiya sipped it for good, voicing his opposition. In the original story, deep down, he might have had a guilty conscience, training 3 young men for years without returning them to Konoha. "I don't approve either," Orochimaru said slowly, sharing his opinion. "You decide," Tsunade told Kawake's. Although she felt it was not a wise choice, she decided to support his final decision. "Don't worry, they're just 3 kids, they won't cause any problems." Kawake's, however, remained silent about Nagato's Rinnegan. Finding out would likely cause Orochimaru to insist on dealing with Nagato directly. The potential power he represented, coupled with the blood feud, was too great a threat to Konoha. He would not risk leaving such a hidden danger unchecked. After that, no one spoke. They ate in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. The atmosphere became heavy and silent. "Can we get some more?" Yahiko approached them cautiously, holding an empty bowl in his hands. One service was not enough for 3 children. The 4 adults turned to look at him, their gazes unnerving. Yahiko's hand shook slightly as he held out the cup. "Of course," Kawake said, his lips curling into a kind smile. He picked up the bowl, scooped up another helping, and added some dried food. "Thank you," Yahiko said, bowing slightly before returning to Nagato and Konan. Both Nagato and Konan looked surprised. This powerful Nosoha ninja seemed like a good person. Kawakase and the others continued to drink sake, eating slowly, while it rained steadily outside. After finishing their meal, Yahiko took the empty bowls and let the rain clean them. "Your cup, Lord Kawakase." Yahiko stepped forward to return the bowl, intending to leave now that he was satisfied with the meal. The image of Kawakase beheading Hanzo was still vivid in his mind, leaving him with a lingering fear of the man. At the moment, Yahiko had no intention of joining the others to learn ninjutsu. "What are you going to make for your next meal?" Kawakase did not take the cup, but instead fixed his gaze on Yahiko, who was clearly the leader among the three orphans. We'll find food when we're hungry." Yahiko spoke without much thought. Survival was already a blessing for the three of them, planning beyond that seemed like a luxury. "Do you want to eat meat every day? Do you want to learn a skill?" "Yes." Yahiko's eyes lit up at the question. This was the life he had always dreamed of, but never dared to believe could be his. "Little girl, do you want to wear beautiful dresses and have many friends?" Kawakase addressed Konan, his tone gentle and persuasive. Konan glanced nervously at Yahiko before softly answering, "Yes." "And you, red-haired child, do you want to master your own power?" Kawakase's words were filled with meaning. Nagato shuddered and instinctively closed his eyes, feeling that the man had seen through him. Yahiko and Konan immediately tensed up, their cautious expressions returning. "Only by mastering your own power can you better protect your brother and sister." Kawakase remained calm, unfazed by their wariness. His words were deliberate, his behavior controlled. He knew he had them right where he wanted them. He continued, speaking with calm authority. "There is no useless ninjutsu, only useless ninja. But I will not waste my time on those who have no talent." Nagato hesitated for a moment before answering with determination, "I want to." A small smile played on Kawakase's lips as he said, "My name is Kawakase Hitaki. My family has a modest fortune, but I am still short of a few students. I wonder if you would like to join me." Having received their preliminary consent, Kawakase's expression softened into a warm, almost paternal smile. Yet beneath that kindness lay a sharp, calculating edge. Watching him, Tsunade couldn't help but think that Kawakase now resembled a sly, ancient fox, dangerous and undoubtedly perceptive. "Can you promise not to hurt us and that we can eat well and learn skills?" Yahiko mustered up the courage to ask. He knew that if Kawakase intended to cause harm, they would not be able to stand against someone as powerful as him. "We will provide food and shelter, and there will be no discrimination between young and old," Kawakase replied without hesitation. These three were destined to become the founders of Akatsuki, investing in them now was a calculated move. Yahiko turned to look at Nagato and Konan, who nodded in silent agreement. After exchanging a few glances, Yahiko made his decision. "Lord Kawakase, we will follow you." "Don't call me Lord, call me Sensei," Kawakase corrected smoothly. Kawakase wasted no time in stepping into the role of sensei. Then, with a confident grin, he gestured towards Tsunade. "This is your sensei's wife, Tsunade." Without thinking, he placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder and casually wrapped his arm around hers, clearly enjoying himself. "Don't get comfortable when you don't have to," Tsunade snapped, giving him a warning glare. Her eyes flicked to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who both avoided eye contact, suddenly pretending to scan the sky. With a huff, Tsunade pushed Kawakase aside and sat herself up. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood there, slightly stunned by how quickly everything was happening. Sensei's wife," they finally said in unison, bowing politely. "My name is Yahiko. I am Konan. And I am Nagato." The three introduced themselves one after another. "Hello," Tsunade replied with a soft smile, her fair face radiating warmth. She had long since grown accustomed to the title. "Haha, good kids," Kawakase said, clearly pleased. He then turned to the other two. Those two were Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, no longer able to feign disinterest, exchanged quick glances before offering polite smiles to the three children, acknowledging their greetings. By now the rain outside had begun to ease, and a few rays of sunlight broke through the scattering dark clouds, shedding light on the quiet scene. "It's comfortable now, let's go." Kawake stood there, stroking the dust off his clothes, not looking at the kitchen utensils. Okay, Tsunade replied casually, not bothering with the dishes. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also showed no interest, everyone was happy with their food. As they exited the shelter of the bridge, the three orphans lingered behind, unwilling to give up useful items. Yahiko carefully washed a pot in a puddle, while Konan and Nagato held bowls and spoons. Yahiko even slung the pot over his back, and the trio hurried after Kawake's and the others. As Kawake's turned to check them, he paused, looking at him. Watching the children cling to these meager things, he couldn't help but remember his own comfortable childhood. A pang of sadness crossed his heart for the three little ones. Walking over to Yahiko, Kawake's reached out and ruffled the boy's short orange hair. "You don't have to live a hard life anymore," he said softly. Yahiko looked up, meeting Kawaka's gaze. For the first time, he smiled brightly, his innocent eyes full of hope for the future. In that moment, Kawake saw glimpses of Naoki and Minato in the boy. These children, in his opinion, will definitely become good friends. "Let's go," Kawake said, gently pushing Yahiko forward with the hand on the back of his head. "You still have an older brother to meet." Yahiko stumbled slightly, but took the initiative, his steps lighter than before. Behind them, Nagato began to cry quietly, the memories of his parents overwhelming him. "Nagato, don't cry. It'll be okay," Konan said softly, stepping closer to comfort him. Her soft voice carried a surprising amount of strength for someone so young. "We already have a sensei, don't we?" Nagato wiped away her tears and nodded. Together, the three orphans turned towards the sunlight, following the quokkas and the others. The seven of them set off for Konoha, the group getting closer with each step. Kawake's, thinking about what had just happened, chuckled to himself. With this move, he thought, I crushed Akatsuki before it could even begin. A true hero of the ninja world. Lost in his self-satisfaction, he laughed loudly, only to be interrupted by Tsunade's irritated glare. Her taunt caught him off guard, and he quickly stifled his laughter by awkwardly scratching the back of his head. I was just thinking about what our future baby might look like, he whispered to her with a mischievous grin. Tsunade's face turned a deep shade of red at his bold words and she looked away in embarrassment. Who does our child remind us of, Kawake's or me? Thoughts of the creators. As the group moved further into the distance, the yin-yang face appeared on the ground, watching Kawake's and the others, its expression dark. The Rinnegan meant too much to it. Only when Kawake's and the group were out of sight, the face sank to the ground and disappeared without a trace. Kawake's and the others were completely unaware. A few days later, the yin-yang face reappeared in a huge cave. The cave was vast, with tunnels branching out in all directions. In its center stood a huge figure. It was a gigantic humanoid form with 9 eyes, a body the color of a withered tree, and 10 cylindrical protrusions on its back. It was the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the vessel of the 10 tails. Nagato was taken by someone from Konoha, said the withered old man standing in front of the yin-yang face. He wore a dark robe, and a white tubular structure connected his body to the demonic statue. Long white hair obscured his right eye, leaving the left one open, the Sharingan with 3 volumes. Keep watching him. I can't afford to lose an eye, the old man said. His frail body left him immobile, unable to restore the Rinnegan himself. For now, he relied on Zetsu to keep an eye on Nagato and maintain control over the Rinnegan's location. Understood, Zetsu replied, just before diving back into the ground and disappearing. Meanwhile, Kawake's considered the old man's likely reaction after taking Nagato, but he knew that it was not yet time for the old man to die. There was still time for everything to fall into place. His priority now was to bring the Konoha ninja back to the village for treatment. After a grueling 20-day journey, Kawaka's group finally arrived at the gates of Konohagakure along with the main force. The gates were already open, and the third Hokage himself was there to greet them along with 2 of his advisors. It was a great honor. Kaharu Uditane gave Kawake's a small nod of recognition. Sensei, shouted numerous voices in unison. Third Hokage, the others interjected respectfully. Welcome back, everyone. This great victory is thanks to all of you, the third Hokage stated solemnly. Konoha will never forget your efforts, or those who gave their lives on the front lines. Despite the victory, his expression was gloomy. The heavy losses Konoha had suffered had put pressure on him. Sensei, I need to start preparing the antidote immediately. I'll be heading to the hospital now, Tsunade said. With the Hokage's approval, she headed to the hospital without delay. Orochimaru, Jiraiya and the others exchanged brief greetings with the Hokage before leaving. The three children stood quietly behind Kawake's, next to Naoki and Minato. They had changed into clean clothes that fit them, and their faces were no longer dirty. However, the signs of malnutrition still remained in their pale complexions. Their curious eyes turned to the third Hokage, watching him with surprise. Was this the cage of Konoha? Nagato, however, could barely see through the strands of his own hair. Is that so? The third Hokage noticed the curious looks of the three children and turned to Kawake's for an explanation. These are the orphans I adopted. I plan to take them back and teach them a little, Kawake's answered openly. Given his status, adopting several orphans was hardly a problem. If even the director of an orphanage could adopt children like Kabuto, then Kawake's, the true head of the Hitaki clan, had no reason to hesitate. You are a kind man, the third Hokage said with a gentle smile towards the children. He did not dwell on the matter. Orphans were an inevitable consequence of war, and these three were simply lucky to have found a home. As long as they remained under the care of the Hitaki clan, they posed no threat to the village. Third Hokage, my brother misses the children. We will come back too. Go ahead. The wounded are being taken care of, the third Hokage replied. True to his nature, he had already arranged for the wounded to be treated. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for Tsunade's antidote to be ready. Following his instructions, the Anbu operatives escorted the wounded back to the village. Kawake's and Tsukumo brought the three children to the Hitaki residence, while Minato and Naoki headed to the Senju estate. Sensei, where did Minato-senpai go? Nagato asked curiously. Minato got along well with the three children during their travels, and Nagato in particular admired the golden-haired eldest. He went to see his red-haired girlfriend, Kawake said with a smile, patting Nagato's hair, which was the same bright color as Kushina's. I see, Nagato said thoughtfully before looking at Konan. Yahiko, meanwhile, chatted excitedly with Konan as they admired the orderly streets and cheerful faces of the people of Konoha. This village, so full of life, was to be their new home. Show them around. I'll go ahead, Tsukumo said, eager to return. After speaking, he rushed forward, jumping onto the rooftops and disappearing in a few quick bounds. The three children looked at him in awe. Uncle is amazing. For children who had experienced so little of the world, such displays of artistry were both inspiring and humbling. He was just my defeated opponent, so it's nothing, Kawake said smugly, taking full advantage of Tsukumo's absence to bask in his own pretense. Sensei is amazing, Konan interjected with perfect timing, her lazy, proud smile on Kawaka's face. Yahiko, however, shot Kawake's skeptical look. If you're so great, why don't you just say it to his face? Haha, I'll make you all very strong, Kawake said with a laugh. Konan's charm was enough to please anyone, although he thought ironically that if this girl didn't bankrupt the Hitaki clan someday, she could say whatever she wanted. Even for him, 600 billion ryo in explosions is far beyond what he can handle. Taking a leisurely stroll with the three children, he took the time to satisfy their curiosity as they walked through the village. By the time they reached home, the children were holding various snacks and grinning from ear to ear. This is the life children should have, Kawake's thought, feeling a pang of regret. In the original timeline, they were burdened with too much. The Hitaki clan butler greeted them at the entrance with a warm and flattering smile. He was well aware of who held power in the family. Young master, welcome back, the butler said. His gaze shifted to the children. These must be your new apprentices. They do seem talented, excellent choices. Flattery was always welcome, and Kawake's, like everyone else, enjoyed hearing it, especially from someone as loyal as the family butler. This is the family butler, Kawake's explained to the children as he ushered them inside. If I'm not around, just tell him what you need and he'll take care of it. The three children, all from humble backgrounds, were amazed at the size of the Hokage estate. They exchanged looks of amazement as they took in the grand surroundings. So this is what Sensei meant by a little wealth. What do you think? Sensei's house is fine, isn't it? Kawakaze asked casually, enjoying their reactions. I like it, Konan replied without hesitation. True to her future reputation as the richest woman in Akatsuki, she had a soft spot for luxury. It's okay, Yahiko muttered with a hint of rebellion. Nagato added resignedly. Great, this isn't just good. This is what's called very good, Kawakaze said, giving Yahiko a playful punch to the back of his head. Yahiko screamed in pain, covering his head as he looked at Kawakaze. I will show you my nephew and introduce you to my family, Kawakaze said, wanting them to follow. It was a bright, sunny day when they arrived at the dojo. Tsukumo was sitting at a stone table with Nayuki, entertaining Kakashi, who was in her arms. Nearby, Onamaru was playing with a growing white puppy, who had once already seemed on track to defeat Onamaru. Daughter-in-law, Kawakaze greeted casually as he walked up to sit next to the couple. Welcome back, Nayuki responded warmly. Upon seeing Kawakaze, Kakashi squirmed in Nayuki's arms, wanting to jump into his uncle's arms. Kawakaze picked up Kakashi, hugging him lovingly. Oops, uncle is hugging. Tsukumo couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he watched this display. His son rarely showed him such affection. Worse, whenever Tsukumo tried to restrain Kakashi, the boy would cry without fail. Thoughts of the creators. Uncle, aunt. The three children did not wait for Kawakaze to introduce them and called enthusiastically. Hello. No need to be formal. Treat this as your own home. The sparsely populated Hokage clan was now alive with activity, and Nayuki's motherly warmth overflowed. Tears of tenderness filled her eyes. Yes. The three children looked at the beautiful and kind Nayuki, their hearts moving as tears sparkled in their eyes. Butler, position them near the water gate, Kawakaze instructed without even looking up. Meanwhile, Kakashi was flailing his arms and legs in Kawakaze's embrace, his face glowing with joy. If he had known how extraordinary his four older siblings would become in the future, he probably would have jumped for joy. Without exaggeration, they were all Kage level in strength. In time, he would be able to proudly walk around the ninja world and tell people, this is my brother Minato. And, this is my other brother Nagato. The butler always appeared quickly whenever the master family needed help. Yes, second young master. 3 young masters and I will go, he nodded politely. The creepy butler wore a kind smile as he led the 3 young masters to their quarters. I heard from your big brother that there will be more battles. Nayuki asked, her tone tinged with worry. She trusted Tsukumo, but asking Kawakaze for confirmation always gave her peace of mind. The daimyo martial arts faction's ultimate goal is not the small rain country, Kawakaze explained calmly. Thus, the next clash between the great powers will be a real event. Kawakaze nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the third Hokage was already discussing the next war with the daimyo. Sigh, I wonder how long this will last, Nayuki said with a soft sigh. She was afraid that Kakashi wouldn't be spending much time with his father. However, with Kawakaze's students around, the house wouldn't be too quiet. I'll come back after the war, Tsukumo said firmly, taking a sip of tea. It was clear he intended to fight on the front lines. Let's not dwell on that now. It's better to focus on the happy moments when you come back, Kawakaze interjected. Just look at how happy Kakashi is. I'll invite everyone to the party tonight, Kawakaze added, pinching Kakashi's cheeks and making him giggle. Nayuki and Tsukumo couldn't help but smile, their son's laughter was infectious. For a while, the family basked in happiness, leaving the heavy topics unspoken. That evening, Kawakaze invited many friends to gather at his home for a lively celebration. Tsunade, having completed her analysis of the antidote's composition, delegated its preparation to the hospital staff. Soon, the poisoned Konoha ninja would receive treatment, thanks to the third Hokage's generous funding. Tsunade's earlier worries gave way to joy as she accepted the large sum of money allocated for her work. This time, the Hitaki clan's banquet was much larger, with nearly 20 participants, both adults and children. Among them were the Yuhi family, the Dui family, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naoki, and even Kushina. Tsukumo, hosting the event, sat at the head of the table with a warm smile. "Welcome, everyone. Please make yourself at home. There is plenty of food and sake," he said, raising a toast to the group. Shinku Yuhi, not used to such strong alcohol, felt a little ill after his first drink. Meanwhile, the three women gathered together, chatting about parenting tips, holding their children. Kakashi and Kurenai clapped their hands happily, but Guy, unable to join in, looked a little flustered and eager to fit in. "I plan to head to Ruchi's cave," Orochimaru stated after a few rounds of sake, revealing his plans. "I'm heading to Mount Myoboku again," Jiraiya interjected. He had yet to find the child of prophecy, and he hoped to learn more from the Toad Sage. Both men were inspired by Kawakaze's mastery of senjutsu, leading them to follow their own paths. "So you won't be joining us on our next mission?" Kawakaze asked, noting how events were still unfolding the same as the original story. Orochimaru had distanced himself from the fighting after Naoki's death, and Jiraiya had remained in a megakure. "I already informed Sensei," Orochimaru replied, his tone cold. "Besides, you and Tsunade are still here." A faint smirk crossed his lips. He was not someone the third Hokage could easily control. "Kawakaze, you will be guiding Naoki's next steps, won't you?" Orochimaru added. "Of course," Kawakaze replied. As Naoki's brother-in-law, he fully intended to train him well. "I also told Sensei that further improvement of my senjutsu will take time," Jiraiya noted. Although he had spent the last 3 years training, he was still working on his craft. "Then I wish you both success," Kawakaze said, raising his glass. Tsunade, listening intently, had no intention of interfering with their training. She understood that strength was the basis of a ninja's survival. However, part of her yearned to become stronger, though she had not yet figured out how. "Let's drink together," Kawakaze said, raising his cup. The four pinched the cups and drained them in unison. The sake pouring team expanded from 2 to 4, bustling around the table with such energy that it made peaceful dining virtually impossible. Nagato's eyes remained hidden behind his hair. Sometimes he felt the urge to lift it, but his sensei's advice echoed in his mind: it was better to hide them until he had enough strength. Wherever the sake ran low, the crew poured in to replenish it. Yahiko, always sincere, filled Kawakaze's cup to the brim, earning a sharp glare in return. Meanwhile, Konan and Kushina laughed and ate together. Close in age, the two quickly became friends, as did the 6 children at the table who had already shared a bond. As more sake flowed, the meal became more lively. The atmosphere at the table was festive, with jars of sake being emptied one after another. However, the cheerful chaos was in stark contrast to the quiet tension in the Hokage building. The third Hokage continued to work hard, listening as Anbu reported. "The Jonin group is gathering in the Hitaki clan. Do you still want them to be controlled?" The Anbu nin asked with a stoic expression and tone, knowing full well that this was far from a safe task. "No need," the third Hokage replied with a calm smile, dismissing him with a wave. After the Anbu disappeared, he took a long drag from his pipe, blowing out the smoke with a quiet mutter. "Soon, don't let Sensei down. Now he puts his hopes on Suna." Orochimaru, however, remains under close scrutiny. However, in his mind, it was all about the future. The Hokage transition only happens after his death. The third Hokage looked out the window. The sky had long since darkened, but his work was far from finished. Shaking his head with a humble smile, he returned to his papers. Back at the Hitaki clan, the party with the sagas had ended. The table was left in disarray, and the servants quietly began to clean up. At the front gate, Kawakaze and Tsukumo stood to see off the guests. "Let's get together again sometime." "Certainly." As they watched the others leave, in an instant only Tsunade and Kushina were left. "Sister, you hold on a little longer. I'll go back with Kushina first," said Naoki, always the perfect brother-in-law. After bidding farewell to Kushina and Minato, he went ahead with her. Kawakase couldn't help but smile to himself, feeling impressed by Naoki's common sense. Sensei, we're going back now, Minato said, gathering the three children. Recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, they knew this was no longer the place for them. Tsukumo had already made a hasty retreat, further proving his point. Go ahead, Kawakase replied with a wave, silently praising his students for their tact. Tsunade, let's sit for a little while longer, Kawakase said, looking at her. I think I still have some after effects from my fight with Hanzo. He lied effortlessly, without a flicker of guilt. This fight was long ago, what consequences? Tsunade saw him immediately, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Give me dessert, she said with a sigh, heading towards the Hitaki clan's main house first. Fine. Kawakase felt a surge of excitement. Today was a great opportunity that he couldn't pass up. Butler, bring dessert, he called, quickly catching up with Suna as they headed to the meditation room. Yes, young master, the butler's voice rang out, though he was nowhere to be seen. However, his tone carried an unwavering confidence, clearly reaching Kawakase's ears. Thoughts of the creators. At this point, the cat can do handstands and dog breakdances, and it still won't change anything between them. Kawakase was effectively useless, so Tsunade and he retreated to their respective rooms. Both had already washed up. Tsunade, wearing a loose robe, walked around with her delicate skin faintly visible. She seemed mentally prepared, and the moment she was struck by the memory of Hanzo's explosive tag, Kawakase's figure floated into her mind. Tsunade sat by the bed, watching Kawakase slowly approach. His toned upper body was bare, and he wore only a pair of loose briefs. Her face was flushed with shyness, two bright blushes coloring her cheeks. In Kawakase's eyes, Tsunade seemed even more charming at that moment. Tsunade, you look so beautiful today, Kawakase said, breaking the silence as he sat next to her. He refrained from being too forward, fearing the possibility of rejection. Wasn't I handsome before? Tsunade asked, her tone carrying a tonal logic unique to women. Kawakase didn't fall for the trap. You've always been beautiful, but today you're especially radiant. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, feeling a subtle tremor in her body. Are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water, Tsunade offered, trying to deflect. I don't want to drink for you to be enough, Kawakase replied firmly, reassuring her. He turned to face her with both hands, closing the distance between them. He leaned in, their lips meeting softly. Kawakase felt the warmth and softness of her lips as he gently held her, bringing her closer to him. He enjoyed the sweetness of her kiss. Without knowing how it happened, they fell onto the bed. As their lips parted, Tsunade's eyes were filled with love, her eyebrows soft with love. Kawakase, I love you, she whispered. I love you too, he murmured, his voice gentle, his gaze clouded with emotion. Having her in his life was enough. Their lips met again. The clothes fell away, silence enveloped the room, the moon hung high in the sky, and the air was filled with the warmth of spring. Kawakase and Tsunade lay on the bed, a thin blanket draped loosely over them. Their arms and legs were half exposed, hinting at the warmth lingering in the air. Comment. Tsunade, Kawakase called softly. Her answer was lazy and contented, the blush on her face still faintly visible. Comment. My Hitaki clan is sparsely populated, he began. Don't start. I haven't even had a proper rest yet, Tsunade muttered. My Hitaki clan is sparsely populated, so I have no choice but to bother you, Kawakase said with a teasing smile before rolling over again and pinning her underneath him. Tsunade made a soft sound, her voice retreating. After a long time, Tsunade finally managed to rest peacefully, her head resting on Kawakase's arm. However, she was slightly irritated by the large hand roaming over her body. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she would have told him to move it away. Comment. Tsunade, are you willing to take Hitaki as your family name? Kawakase asked, his tone sincere and his expression serious. He looked at her profile, speaking softly. I am ready, Tsunade replied, turning her head to meet his eyes. Without hesitation, they both agreed. No further words were needed that evening. The next morning, Tsunade woke up looking collected and unaffected. As a medical nin, a little physical exertion was nothing to her. Big brother, sister-in-law, Tsukumo casually greeted his wife in the dining room, not bothering to address them by name. Come and eat, Tsukumo replied, not surprised. As a human, he knew exactly what had happened. This daughter-in-law was now officially part of the family. Sensei's wife, Minato called out as he entered the dining room with his 3 young students in tow. Sit down. I will evaluate your talents after breakfast, Kawake said with a cheerful energy that reflected his good mood. He was full of enthusiasm for what lay ahead. After eating, Tsunade prepared to head to the hospital to continue her research. As Kawake was seeing her off at the door, Naoki came over and mentioned that Orochimaru had already left for Ruchi's cave. Sister, brother-in-law, Naoki greeted with a teasing smile, not hesitating to use the new title for Kawake's. Haha, son-in-law loves you, Kawake replied playfully, ruffling Naoki's hair before pushing him back towards the house. Go train at the dojo with Minato. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Kawaka's smug grin, unable to comprehend his exaggerated joy. I'm leaving now. I'll be back tonight. Don't forget, Kawake said with a mischievous smile. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep alone. Blushing, Tsunade snapped, go corrupt. She turned and walked away without looking back, unable to take his teasing any longer. We common people are very happy today, Kawake sang a melody unfamiliar to the servants as he entered the dojo. Inside, Naoki was already sparring with Minato, the 2 trading blows in a spirited match. The 3 younger children watched intently, their eyes shining with interest. It was clear that Minato's strength was gradually overpowering Naoki, despite the latter being older. Naoki's natural chakra reserves were impressive, but without further abilities or unique techniques, he struggled to catch up to Minato in the long term. He did not inherit his grandfather's leaving him at a disadvantage in terms of specialized abilities. Come here, you 3, Kawake called after observing for a while, deciding that there was nothing that required intervention. He pulled the 3 younger children aside. I will teach you how to use your chakra first, he began. Chakra is innate, but mastering it is entirely dependent on your own efforts. The 3 listened intently, their desire for power stemming from their shared desire to control their own destiny and protect those they cared about. Following Kawaka's instructions, they assumed the horse stance and began to focus on their chakra senses. Once they were familiar with the process and could feel the flow of chakra within them, Kawake singled out Nagato and took him to a secret room hidden within the house since its construction by their ancestors. Lift your hair, Kawake instructed, standing still as Nagato hesitated before revealing his Rinnegan. Slowly, Nagato parted, remembering the 2 Konoha ninja who had died before him. Sensei, be careful, Nagato warned. He was unfamiliar with the power of the Rinnegan and was worried that he might harm Kawake's. You still have a long way to go, Kawake said calmly. He knew from the original story that without Obito's guidance, Nagato would not be able to master the power of the Rinnegan so quickly. Nagato said nothing, finally parting his hair completely to reveal the unique, concentric circles of his eyes. These were the Rinnegan, the legendary, eyes that control life and death, that wielded the highest level of dojutsu. Sensei, Nagato said softly. Well, do you feel the power provided by your eyes now? Kawake asked, breaking out of his thoughts. No, Nagato admitted, shaking his head. He couldn't sense or use the Rinnegan's abilities at the moment. Don't worry. Once you have enough chakra, the power will come naturally, Kawake reassured him. These eyes allow you to control all chakra nature transformations, except for some special ones. This is your greatest advantage. Despite this assurance, Kawake felt a sense of disappointment from the shadows. He had hoped to witness legendary techniques such as Bansho Tenin or Shinra Tensai, but Nagato was not yet ready. Practice hard, Kawake encouraged. You have even greater potential than Yahiko and Konan. His words were not meant to belittle Yahiko or Konan, but to emphasize that Nagato's power came with great future responsibilities. Sensei, I will work hard, Nagato promised, nodding as his hair stood back up, hiding his Rinnegan once more. Go back and focus on sensing your chakra, Kawake instructed. After that, I will teach you ninjutsu. Kawakase had no intention of teaching Nagato kenjutsu. Nagato was better suited to the role of a magus, excelling in powerful ninjutsu with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities. Before mastering the Rinnegan, Nagato would already be formidable if he could reliably perform ninjutsu. Although Kawakase himself knew limited ninjutsu, his connections and wealth ensured that he could easily procure scrolls and resources for Nagato's training. Thoughts of the creators. Returning victorious from the Land of Rain, Konoha entered a rare period of peace. Kawakase and Tsunade often engaged in deep discussions about the sparsely populated Hokage clan. This problem weighed heavily on Tsunade, and they maintained a disciplined routine, resting at sunset and rising with the sun. A well-rested Tsunade made significant progress in her research, largely because Kawakase was no longer allowed unrestricted access to her lab. Once Hashirama's cells were successfully grown, Tsunade took the time to extract Kawakase's blood and begin the cell fusion experiment. Kawakase was excited at the prospect, as if wood release was within his grasp. However, progress was slow, as evidenced by Tsunade's daily frustration. Kawakase began to fear that obtaining wood release might not happen anytime soon. He turned his attention to Orochimaru, believing that the combination of Orochimaru's brilliance and Tsunade's experience could produce extraordinary results. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already left for Ruchi's cave to undergo the Senjutsu test. Meanwhile, the three children under Nagato's care have made significant progress, already capable of basic ninjutsu. Kawakase has encouraged Konan to focus on her origami techniques, providing her with numerous ninjutsu scrolls for inspiration. Konan, having proven her rank as an Akatsuki angel, has already developed the paper shuriken and paper clone techniques. Kawakase was ashamed of his own talent, while Minato wondered if there was something wrong with him, as he still couldn't understand the ninjutsu techniques his sensei had mentioned to him. Meanwhile, Naoki, filled with energy, enthusiastically cheered from the sidelines, focusing solely on how amazing Konan was. Yahiko, having quickly mastered water release, now studied kenjutsu under Minato. Nagato, the most talented among them, advanced to using basic ninjutsu from all 5 elements and developed a keen interest in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade took a liking to the shy boy and sometimes brought him to the hospital. She even considered him as her assistant. Since Nagato was Kawakase's student, Tsunade did not object to his participation. That morning, before breakfast, Tsunade hurried back to the Hokage clan. There, Kawakase and Tsukumo were playing with Kakashi and Yuhi, while Nayuki and Kurenai Yuhi's mother were chatting nearby. Shinku, accustomed to being a teacher, taught 3 children the theoretical knowledge and methods of ninjutsu. Soon, why are you back so early? Kawakase was surprised to see Tsunade. She usually didn't return from the hospital until dinner, as nothing could distract her from her research. Sunagakure is already on the move, she said. Reconnaissance has found traces of Sunanin in the Land of Rain. Sensei asked me to go there, and he has already reached an agreement with the daimyo's mansion. In a few days, we will enter the Land of Wind. Tsunade sat up and shared the news she had received. War between the great powers was inevitable. Even though I was mentally prepared, it's still exhausting now that the time has come, she admitted. Kawakase stood up and returned Kurenai to her mother, while Tsukumo still held Kakashi in his arms, refusing to let go. After all, it was his own son, and if Kakashi hadn't come with Kurenai, he wouldn't have had a chance to hold on to him. Are you leading the team this time? Tsukumo asked, looking at Tsunade while Kakashi squirmed in his arms, displeased with Kurenai Yuhi. At such a young age, he already had his uncle's relationship. Yes, Tsunade replied with a nod. The chat meeting will most likely take place in a few days. The Land of Wind was formidable, with Chiyo, Hanzo's rival, and the third Kazekage, not to mention the presence of their Jinchuriki. This war promised to be far more difficult than their fight against the Land of Rain. We should start preparing, Kawakase said, his eyes sparkling with an idea he had been keeping to himself. Has the war started again? Shinku Yuhi asked as he stepped forward to join the group. Yes, I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. I'll head to the hospital and begin preparing antidotes, Tsunade said. The doll poison from Suna is particularly difficult to handle. She excused herself from the group, though a hint of worry lingered in her expression. This would be her first time as the sole unit leader. There was pressure, but Kawakaze's presence gave her some reassurance. Go ahead. I'll tell you something interesting tonight, Kawakaze added with a grin. His words made Tsunade's cheeks flush as memories of the previous night came back to her. She shot him a rebuke before quickly leaving. Good boy, Tsukumo muttered to Kakashi, leaning down to kiss his cheek. Papa can't stay with you for long this time. Ya. Kakashi squealed, reaching out to grab Tsukumo's face in delight. Big brother, Kawakaze intervened, this time you must bring the clan samurai. Samurai who avoid battle are difficult to train. If they cannot handle combat now, they will be of no use in the future. Kawakaze no longer had to worry about the elite fighting power of the Hokage clan, but the lack of mid and low-level fighters remained a pressing issue. He couldn't handle everything on his own. After all, what was the purpose of raising these samurai if he had to take it all on himself? I understand. How much they can achieve depends on their own efforts, Tsukumo said with a sigh. Swords were merciless on the battlefield, and he couldn't afford to waste his energy caring for these samurai. This is the path of troubled times. Tsukumo, there is no point in dwelling on it, Shinku Yuhi said in a comforting tone, realizing that despite his stoic exterior, Tsukumo was compassionate at heart. In the evening, Tsunade returned, exhausted. She had, in fact, moved into the Hokage clan residence. Her granddaughter was growing up, and Uzumaki Mito had grown fond of Kawakaze, so she didn't mind Tsunade staying. She might even live to see her great-grandchildren, which would leave her with no regrets. However, Naoki was a slow learner and seemed indifferent to Kushina living under the same roof. Mito could only sigh at the unfairness of life as he watched Kawakaze's top student take full advantage of the situation. After the training, Tsunade leaned against Kawakaze's chest, her face still flushed. Kawakaze's hand wandered under the blanket, something Tsunade had grown accustomed to, though she couldn't understand why he liked it so much. Do you remember the interesting thing I mentioned this morning? Kawakaze asked. Haven't we already done that? Tsunade replied with a dubious look. Wasn't I interesting enough? Ahem, you misunderstood, Kawakaze clarified, realizing where her thoughts had gone. I wanted something to help you improve your strength, simple and effective. Seriously? Tell me more, Tsunade said, intrigued. She couldn't practice senjutsu and resorted to storing chakra in the yin cat daily, feeling stuck. Do you remember Takigakure village? Kawakaze asked. The ninja village that once sent an assassin after my grandfather. Tsunade vaguely recalled the incident where the assassin fled in terror after being injured by her grandfather's wood clone technique. Yes, that one, Kawakaze said, before asking an unexpected question. Would you be interested in becoming the Seven Tails? Tsunade was stunned, immediately understanding the subtext. He was offering her to become the seven-tailed Jinchuriki. She didn't even doubt their ability to capture the tailed beast. With Kawakaze's Gate of the Great God, and her mastery of the sealing technique, it was only a matter of time. The other villages will not stand idly by if Konoha gains another tailed beast, Tsunade warned. Who cares after we captured him? Who would dare confront Konoha about this? Kawakaze replied casually. Iwagakure has two of them after all. The tailed beasts were certainly powerful weapons, but they were also unstable. Kawakaze was not concerned about Konoha facing a coalition of nations over a single tailed beast. Are you sure about this? Suna asked, her thoughts becoming practical. After a moment of reflection, she found herself agreeing. As long as the takeover remained secret, and it was wartime, the risks weren't as significant as they first seemed. Thoughts of the creators. It's easy to say whatever you want when you find it, but I don't know if the Sema-T in Takigakure is sealed in the object or inside the human host. Kawakaze had already considered this matter. If it was sealed in the Jinchuriki, the first step would be to unseal it, allowing the seven tails to go berserk. On the other hand, if it was contained in the facility, it would likely be deployed naturally during a confrontation with a strong opponent in Takigakure, making matters easier. When are you leaving? Tsunade, having made her decision, did not hesitate to cooperate with Kawakaze's plan. If she became a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast's chakra combined with her formidable strength would greatly enhance her abilities. Additionally, the 7 tails were unique as the only tailed beast capable of flight. Tsunade, having learned much about the tailed beasts through her grandfather who captured them, was well aware of their potential. Then we'll continue with the main force, it won't attract too much attention. Kawake's thought for a moment and decided that they could find a reason to leave the village and move quietly. After capturing Semikte, they regrouped with the main force at the border, a seamless plan. Okay, then it's all settled. Tomorrow I'll go back and ask my grandmother about Fuinjutsu. I'm rusty from lack of practice. After their business discussion ended, Kawake's was again filled with energy, ready to dive into the next battle. We really don't have many people left in the Hitaki clan. So I'm going to have to bother you to help. So our numbers don't dwindle further. 3 days later, the third Hokage reconvened the Jonin to announce the plan for the operation to infiltrate the Land of Wind. Tsunade was appointed as the commander-in-chief, with Kawake serving as her second-in-command. Supplies from the daimyo's mansion had already been sent, as well as a significant amount of silver on its way to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi had once again provided a more stable foundation for Konoha's civilian population. The next day, after gathering Konoha's forces, Tsunade and Kawake set out for the Land of Rain. From there, they planned to infiltrate the Land of Wind. On the second day of the march, Kawake and Tsukumo greeted several Junin, made an excuse, and quietly led Tsunade, Naoki, and Minato to the Land of Waterfalls. Tsukumo, observing Kawaka's movements, probably suspected that his younger brother was planning something. However, this time, Kawake's remained silent, sharing the plan only with Tsunade. With the main force behind them, Kawake's and Tsunade took the lead while the younger ones followed behind. Their improved strength allowed them to move much faster than before. Sister, brother-in-law, where are you going? The Naokis, curious and unaware of their purpose, finally asked. Minato remained collected, but kept a close eye on his sensei and Tsunade. Why so many questions? You'll find out when we get there, Kawake's replied. I'll show you something. Tsunade was initially against bringing them along, citing their inability to keep up and the danger they would face in battle. However, Kawake's insisted that they come, believing it was important for them to witness the power of the tailed beast firsthand. He felt that the experience would help broaden their horizons and promote their growth. He had high hopes for Naoki and Minato. Confident in his ability to protect them with the Flying Thunder technique, he assured them of their safety. This time I will show you something big. In the future, you may even have to deal with such a situation yourself, Kavakaz explained. He was not mistaken. Sooner or later the boys will have to face such problems on their own. Deep down, Kawake's was determined to prevent Minato from experiencing the same fate again, losing his life to the scourge. Yes, sensei. Understood. Minato and Naoki suppressed their curiosity, eager to discover the destination, but refrained from asking further questions. After 4 more days of travel, the group finally crossed the borders from the Land of Fire into the Land of Waterfalls. Situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, the Land of Waterfalls boasted numerous waterfalls and covered an area comparable to the Land of Rain. However, unlike the Land of Rain, it lacked powerful figures such as Hanzo of Salamander. Even Kakuzu, the only elite ninja in the village, was abandoned and turned into a missing nin. Takigakure, hidden behind a massive waterfall, managed to escape most of the destruction of the war. Unfortunately for them, Konoha knew its exact location. Takigakure was now likely sparsely populated, and it was unclear if the Jinchuriki were still there. Kawake's recalled that one of the most intriguing aspects of Takigakure in the original story was the hero water, a substance capable of increasing a ninja's chakra tenfold, albeit at the cost of the user's life. He wondered if they would fight a warrior willing to drink the hero water to protect the tailed beast and become their opponent. Which way? Tsunade, holding the map, led the group since Kawake's did not know the exact location of Takigakure. Just follow me, she said confidently. At this, the 4 quickened their pace. A day later they arrived at the base of a huge waterfall. What a huge waterfall! Is there really a village hidden behind it? Naoki asked, amazed at the enormous size of the cascading water. He found it hard to imagine an entire village hidden in such a place. How else could Takigakuru, such a tiny village, have avoided so many wars? Kawake's remarked. Grandfather was kind enough to give them the tailed beast, but they had the nerve to send someone to kill him, Tsunade said. She had little goodwill towards Takigakure. Although Kakuzu took the blame for the failed assassination attempt, Takigakure paid dearly for it. Kakuzu killed most of the village in retaliation, leaving it in ruins. Even now, the village lacked elite ninja, and its overall strength was pitiful. Tsunade, however, felt no sympathy. In her eyes, Takigakure had brought its misfortunes upon itself. Is this really true? Minato struggled to believe it. In his idealistic and trusting worldview, such ingratitude seemed unimaginable. Of course it's true. My grandmother told me that story, Naoki answered confidently. The ninja who came to kill my grandfather couldn't even defeat his forest clone technique, and he didn't even bother to chase after him. If Kakuzu had overheard this, he would have been too embarrassed to continue bragging about fighting Hashirama Senju. Let's go in, Kawake said, jumping over the waterfall and landing firmly on the ground behind it. Ahead of them lay scattered houses, with villagers walking along the roads. Tsunade and the two younger ones followed soon after, equally stunned by the sight. The hidden world beyond the waterfall, it really was the perfect place. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the group could exchange words, the sharp whistle of a flying kunai cut through the air. They had been discovered by Takigakure ninja. Without needing Kawake's or Tsunade to react, Naoki and Minato easily deflected the incoming kunai, remaining rooted in place. Ninja from Konoha. What are you doing in my village, Takigakuru? A group of 10 ninjas stood a few meters ahead, holding kunai and taking defensive positions. The leader, who stood at the front, was the first to step forward. Ever since Kakuzu's failed assassination attempt on Hashirama Senju, relations between Konoha and Takigakure have been strained. Although Hashirama did not hold the village accountable, the incident left lingering mistrust. It was clear that Hashirama did not take this small village seriously. If he did, Takigakure would have been destroyed. I'm here to see the 7 heads. It's still in your village, right? Kawake's asked casually, putting on a weak smile. The ninja in front of him were laughably weak. Even a quick purge confirmed that no one could match Naoki Senju's strength. The two younger ones looked on in awe. It was truly a great moment to see the tailed beast up close. Kawakaze's decision to bring them here seemed like a testament to his faith in their potential. The 7 tails belong to our village. Don't even think about it. The leader of Takigakure shouted, his voice rising like a cat with its tail stepped on. The tailed beast was Takigakure's last line of defense. The leader seemed to be on the verge of losing control, preparing for another attack on Kawakaze's group. Haha, my grandfather gave it to you. Now I'm taking it back, Tsunade stated coldly, her tone brooking no argument. Her ingrained expression reflected her disdain for the Takigakure ninja. Without missing a beat, she punched the ground, sending shockwaves through the ground in front of her. Thoughts of the creators. A massive crack erupted from the ground where Tsunade's fist had struck, making its way towards the Takigakure ninja. Oh! The weak Takigakure ninja were caught off guard. Several of them fell into the crack while only a handful managed to escape the devastating blow. It was painfully clear that this group of ninja lacked the strength to pose any real threat. Help! The leading Takigakure ninja screamed as he fought for support. One of his subordinates stumbled to retrieve the fireworks from his robes and quickly lit them, sending a signal into the sky. Kawake's made no move to stop them. This suited him perfectly, it would save him the trouble of searching the village one by one. Tsunade, standing next to him, quickly saw through his intent. She straightened up and watched coldly as the situation played out, daring any of the Takigakure ninja to attack. Moments later, reinforcements arrived from the depths of the village. They were led by a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, his expression dark in his bearing. Most likely, he was the current village chief. Ninja of Konohagakure, he began, his tone laced with barely contained anger. It is not right for you to come to Takigakure and harm my people. His rage was palpable, though tempered by the knowledge that his village was too weak to elicit meaningful retribution. You even sent someone to kill my grandfather. Naoki snapped, not wanting the man to speak as if Takigakure was innocent. Your grandfather. The village head's brow furrowed in confusion before realization dawned on him. Could it be because of that incident? Fear crept into his mind. Had Konoha come to take revenge? That assassination attempt had happened over 2 decades ago, and back then he was only a mid-level ninja with no powers. Are you a descendant of Lord Hashirama? He asked, softening his tone, reflexively using the honorific for the god of shinobi. He hoped to ease the tension, though his unease was still palpable. HMPH. Naoki's snort was the only response he gave. Enough. Kawakaze stepped forward, breaking the tension with a calm but firm tone. Virgin, we didn't come to Takigakure for revenge. We're here for something else. The village chief's gaze narrowed. What do you want? Before Kawakaze could respond, the earlier Takigakure teenager bitterly interjected, he wants Semikte. That's right, Kawakaze said smoothly. If the village chief can release his affection for him, Konoha will ensure that there will be no further disputes between us. Kawakaze's voice carried the weight of authority, though his reasoning was blunt. He felt no guilt in invoking Konoha's name. After all, once Tsunade became Hokage, this action would be reversely justified. Besides, from Kawakaze's point of view, Konoha wouldn't lose sleep over such a small matter. To a giant like Konoha, Takigakure was nothing more than a pesky ant. And when an ant bites an elephant, the elephant rarely notices, let alone retaliates. Aren't you afraid that Konoha will incur the wrath of others? The village chief, cautious and shrewd, immediately tried to exploit the potential negative reaction from other great nations. Don't worry about it, I have my own plan, Kawakaze replied dismissively. You just need to tell me if you're ready to hand it over. Kawakaze preferred to avoid unnecessary chaos, so diplomacy was his first choice. Sorry, the village chief said without hesitation. The 7 Tails is the foundation of Takigakure. I can't hand it over to you. His refusal was firm. The surrender of the tail beast had deprived the village of its last hope, completely tearing its roots apart. Then don't blame me for being rude. In the blink of an eye, Kawakaze disappeared from view and reappeared behind the village head, his 8-sided sword henna resting on the man's neck. The speed and precision of his movement left no room for resistance. Let go of the village head. The Takigakure ninja jumped forward in panic, their fear obvious. The village chief was the strongest ninja in their village, but in an instant he was rendered helpless. If you hand over Semikte, I may let you live, Kawakaze whispered coldly into the village head's ear. Tsunade and the others stood to the side, silently watching. This had all been planned in advance. Alas, the village head sighed heavily, the weight of his helplessness clear. It's not that I won't hand it over, but the 7 Tails are unstable. The seal on our altar has weakened over time. If it is removed, the 7 Tails will go mad and Takigakure will be destroyed in an instant. Despite his terror, the village chief's priority remained the safety of his people. The uncontrolled power of the tailed beast was a far greater threat than Kawakaze. Oh, then I'll help you solve it, Kawakaze said with a sly smile, his tone dripping with confidence. This was an opportunity. The village chief's hesitation confirmed Kawakaze's suspicions that Takigakure himself was struggling to maintain control of the tailed beast. After all, Kawakaze thought, the seal's weakening was simply a disaster waiting to happen. How can I trust you? The village chief, although he acknowledged Kawakaze's strength, remained skeptical. The 7 Tails were not something easily controlled, and he could not risk the safety of his village on a gamble. Deep down, he held on to the faint hope that one day, someone from Takigakure might become a true Jinchuriki, restoring the village's lost glory. Years ago, their pride had blinded them. They believed that possessing the Semikte made them exceptional, only to have their advantage vanish when Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts to other major nations. Out of resentment or perhaps arrogance, Takigakure's leadership made a grave mistake by sending someone to kill Hashirama, a decision that left lasting consequences. The 7 Heads never found a suitable Jinchuriki. Instead, he was imprisoned using seals provided by the Land of Whirlpools. After the destruction of this land, Takigakuru watched helplessly as the seal weakened over time. Despite their efforts to build a new sealed altar, its effectiveness diminished over the years. Now the altar was on the verge of collapse. If the 7 tails were removed, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't immediately go berserk. I can use the flying thunder god technique to keep the battle away from your Takigakur, Kawakase said, cutting through the village head's hesitation. That way, even if I fail, your village will remain unharmed. The confidence in his voice left no room for doubt. What do you say? I'll take this problem off your hands. Kawakase pressed the sword against the village head's neck just a little harder, enough to draw a thin line of blood. Village head, give it to him. The 7 tails are not as important as you. The Takigakuru ninja group spoke one after another. Despite the grave situation, it was clear that the village chief still held their trust and admiration. Okay, you can have it, the village chief said reluctantly, a mixture of reluctance and relief evident in his tone. With the sword around his neck, refusal was no longer an option. He consoled himself with the thought that even if he died, Semikte would remain in the village. In his opinion, Kawakase would not find him in the end. Death is a terrifying prospect for most, and only a select few, driven by unwavering faith, can face it without fear. He knew he had yet to reach that level. Survival was a more tempting path. If only you had done this earlier. Why destroy the world for nothing? The 8-sided Han sword had disappeared from Kawakase's hands, its blade no longer a threat. However, he silently made it clear that any further hesitation would lead to a different outcome. Let's go. I'll take you there. The village head, despite his injury, touched his wound and began to lead Kawakase deeper into the village. Meanwhile, the Tigakuri ninja looked at Kawakase, their hearts filled with rage. Wait by the lake before you leave, Kawakase said, ignoring the hostility around him as he addressed Tsunade and her companions. He had already prepared for this moment by planting Senbon marked with the flying thunder god technique along the way. If the tailed beast were to launch a devastating attack, he could redirect the battlefield to a safer location, sparing the village from destruction. Okay, Tsunade replied, turning to leave with the young boys. Gracefully jumping over the waterfall, she had no regard for Kawakase's safety. Does your village still have a hero? Kawakase asked as he caught up with the village head, his tone calm but curious, as if he hadn't just held a sword to the man's throat moments ago. No, the village head quickly replied, looking at Kawakase warily. Suspicion flickered in his mind. Was this Konoha ninja here to reveal all of Takigakuru's secrets? Why would he value everything? Thoughts of the creators. Look at you being so stingy. I was just asking, Kawakase said casually. This stuff is killing people. I don't want it. But why don't you use it? Kawakase pressed, still sensing the guarded demeanor of the village chief. His curiosity was genuine, but he could clearly see the man's uneasiness. I already said I don't have any, so how am I supposed to use it? The village head snapped back, completely wary and clearly disappointed. Besides, you didn't give me time to use it, he thought silently, dismissing the provocation. This kind of speed is no joke. Okay, fine, I won't ask any more, Kawakase said, dismissing the matter. He saw that the village chief's patience was wearing thin, and decided to focus on the task at hand. After all, he was here for Semikte, nothing more. The conversation ended and silence fell between them as the village chief led Kawakase deeper into the village. They moved further and further away from any sign of civilization, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. The group walked through a dense forest until the path opened into a clearing. A simple, unpretentious house stood before them. This is where the Takigakuru seals are, the village chief said, stopping and looking at the house with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This structure was a testament to the passion of the Takigakuru people. There's nothing unusual about this, Kawakase muttered, his eyes scanning the building. However, he could feel a weak, violent chakra radiating from within. The seal was approaching its limit, it wouldn't last long. Go into the house. The further you occupy it, the better, the village chief said shortly, ignoring Kawakase's remark. Without waiting for an answer, he headed towards the house. The Takigakur ninja remained outside, their expressions unreadable as they watched silently. Kawakes followed the village head into the house. The interior was sparse, with spells scratched into the floor in a circular formation. In the center was a dark altar, cracked and weathered with time. The darkness seal is specifically designed to target the tailed beast. It has no effect on humans, the village chief explained, noticing Kawakase's slight hesitation. To prove his point, he boldly stepped into the Fuinjutsu's range. Nothing happened. Better safe than sorry. My apologies, Kawakase said with a nod as he moved closer to inspect the seal. As he approached, the violent chakra grew stronger and the altar began to shake. The Semikte felt his presence. After several years of imprisonment, he sought to vent his rage. "Take that away," said the village headman, turning his back on the scene, as if he did not wish to witness the proceedings. After a few moments, the violent chakra disappeared completely. The village head turned back, only to find the house empty. "Alas, it's better this way," he muttered with a bitter smile as he stepped out into the street. Village head. Village head. The people from Konoha are gone, so we don't have to worry about the 7 heads anymore. It's just that our village, Takigakure, will probably only be able to cling to a miserable existence from now on. The village headman's expression was grim. However, he took some comfort in the fact that no one in the village had died this time, and Tsunade had only suffered minor injuries. Her blow had served primarily as a warning. If he's gone, he's gone. At least the Semikovos will no longer be a threat to the village's safety. Once the 7 tails break free, we won't be able to resist, another added. This person, probably someone of high status, stood next to the village head. After some thought, the village head nodded. "Let's go," he said, his tone tired. He had no desire to linger and instinctively touched the scar on his neck, now it was scratched. No matter how fast you are, Semite can fly, he thought bitterly. He still hoped that the 7 tails would eventually turn against Kawakase, it would be like his own revenge. Meanwhile, Kawakase carried the jar containing the Semikte seal to the lake where Tsunade and the 2 younger ones were waiting nearby. Before Kawakase or Tsunade could speak, the cracks in the jar began to widen, releasing violent chakra that burst out from its confines. The can floated briefly in the air before shattering in a deafening explosion, sending shards flying in all directions, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. A massive concentration of chakra began to coalesce above, putting intense pressure on Kawakase. Gradually, the chakra formed a physical body, a giant beetle with 6 wings, a long tail and a massive horn on its head. "This guy is pretty ugly," Naoki muttered. Minato, stunned by the sight, could only stare. Could sensei really handle something that big? "Ugly or not, why don't you go up and try your luck?" Tsunade retorted, giving her brother a sideways glance. Despite the danger, Naoki still had the nerve to joke. Scratching his head, Naoki muttered under his breath, "I'm here to watch the show. You guys handle dangerous things." As they stood closer to Minato, the 2 boys began to whisper about the situation unfolding. With their sensei in front of them, they still felt a sense of security. "Human, you are not very lucky to have met me," Chome stated, opening his glowing eyes and focusing on the Kawake. The massive beast opened its mouth wide as dense-tailed beast chakra began to gather at high speed. The energy formed a pulsating, high-density sphere that Chome briefly swallowed before spitting it straight at Kawakase. The sheer force of the attack could flatten several mountains, which is why the tail beasts were considered weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield. If such an attack were to be unleashed, countless lower-ranked ninja would undoubtedly perish. "Good timing," Kawakase said calmly as he deployed the space-time barrier. The tail beast ball disappeared into thin air, reappearing in the distance with a thunderous explosion. "I see. The technique sensei was talking about," Minato exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement. After fighting for so long to make progress, the tail beast ball had finally given him the inspiration he needed. "You know something. What do you know?" Naoki asked, still confused, unable to comprehend what Minato had realized. "I have an idea of the technique that sensei told me to research," Minato said with determination. The inspiration from the tailed beast ball had strengthened his belief that creating the rasengan was now within his reach. "You're making one of my moves too," Kawakase said coolly, watching as Chome erupted in scales and dove into him, his massive horns seeking to crush him. Crazy art. Kenjutsu, Flame Thunder God. Lightning chakra coiled around Kawakaze's body, and seals appeared around his eyes as his pupils turned golden. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a flaming lightning dragon, empowered by Sage Mode, and narrowly dodged Chome's charge. As he passed the giant insect's wing, the Flame Thunder God technique unleashed its destructive power. Wow! Chome let out a shrill scream as he crashed to the ground, one of his wings torn apart. He can no longer fly at this point. Human, you've angered me, Chome growled, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He began condensing another tailed beast ball, this one no smaller than the previous attack. Kawakaze's lips curled in disdain. The strength of this tailed beast ball. Nothing impressive. Channeling a massive amount of Senjutsu chakra, the eight-sided Han sword began to emit a blinding light. Kenjutsu, Requiem for Death. When Chome launched his attack, Kawakaze did not dodge. Instead, his entire body transformed into a crackling bolt of lightning. The zilla zilla sound of electricity filled the air as Kawakaze charged forward, meeting tailed beast ball head-on with his blade. Tsunade's heart jumped into her vision. Kawakaze, retreat, she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. She couldn't believe he hadn't used Flying Thunder God, Heading Thunder, again. Even Chome seemed momentarily stunned. It was unthinkable for someone to counter the ball with a sword. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the area, the ground shaking beneath them. The impact caused the ground to sink inward in a massive semicircle where Kawakaze and the tailed beast met. The ball was split into two by Kawakaze's kick. One half shot into the sky and scattered harmlessly, while the other half hit the ground, causing an explosion that shook the surrounding area. Thoughts of the creators. Your ball with the tail beast is nothing special. Kawakaze stood firm, unharmed, sword in hand. His golden pupils remained locked on Chome, the Seven Tails. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Seven Tails growled in disbelief. His tailed beast ball had been split into two, a feat that shattered his understanding of the weapon. Undeterred, a huge amount of chakra began to gather in his mouth again. It seemed that other than this attack, there was no effective way to fight back. But Kawakaze would not give him another chance. After sheathing Han's octagonal sword, Kawakaze formed a hand seal with both hands. The art of the sage, the gate of the great god. Chome, who was in the middle of preparation and could not fly, became defenseless. Tori's red gate fell from the sky, pinning him to the ground. Even the tailed beast ball forming in his mouth began to dissipate. Oh! Chome tried to fight back by slamming his tail, the only part of his body still capable of movement, against the red Torii gate. But with the final gate locked by his tail, Semikte was completely immobilized. The whole process was reminiscent of the fight with IBUs, fast and decisive. It only reinforced how effective the technique Hashirama had developed for suppressing the tailed beasts was. However, Semite was undoubtedly weak. Although it had a huge amount of chakra, its combat abilities were not impressive. It was probably better suited as a power source or air transport. Unbearable pain. Before Kawakaze could even ask Tsunade for praise, or perhaps a hug, she yelled. Leaping high into the air, she landed on Chome's head, sending up a cloud of dust. To Chome's surprise, the blow bent his massive body into a perfect arc. Even though his chakra was sealed, the blow left him stunned. If not for the hit, he might have completely fainted. Meanwhile, the two younger ones watched as their sister-in-law and the teacher's wife unleashed their wrath on the poor creature. Not wanting to be left out, they each threw two kunai at the muffled Seven Tails. The kunai rang loudly, and Chome, completely helpless, fell further to the side. Oh! For Semite, it was nothing short of a great humiliation. Being stabbed with a kunai by two young men set an unforgivable precedent. Although he did not feel any physical pain, the psychological trauma was unbearable. Okay, I feel sorry for him. Kawakaze covered his forehead, annoyed. What kind of person are you? Do you really want to get along peacefully with Seven Tails? This is all. Nawaki stared at Chome, who was still growling on the ground, dumbfounded. He stood frozen, unwilling to come closer. What else? Do you want your brother-in-law to beat him to death or just kill him? Tsunade glared at him, turning her head with a sharp gaze. If they weren't standing so far apart, she would have punched him on the spot. Naoki trembled under her glare, his mouth opening as if to respond, but he thought better of it and remained silent. Haha tilde. Minato couldn't help but laugh at Naoki's submissive expression. The simple moments of happiness shared between them felt refreshing. Don't waste any more time. Let's begin, Kawakase said, calling for Tsunade to begin the sealing. Fine. Tsunade's expression turned serious, sealing a tailed beast was no small matter. The seven tails finally realized what they were planning. He had accepted the beating, but this was on a whole other level. But I just got released. It was only 1 day. Why is my luck so bad? You're not finished yet. Can we negotiate? Can you let me off the hook? The subordinate child's cover of the seven tails began to shine through. Stop screaming. If you continue, I'll cut off your wings, Kawakase warned, glaring at Semekte. He was starting to get tired of the endless noise. The once proud beast that had been so arrogant when it had first been freed from its seal now seemed completely deflated. It looked more like an honest, overly talkative person than a raging pine beast. If it hadn't been locked away for so long, it might never have gone mad. Don't worry, I'll get along with you just fine, Tsunade said, offering a kind smile. She bit her finger, smearing blood across her palm. Quickly forming a hand seal, she curled her fingers, ensuring that there would be enough chakra for what was about to happen. Activating the power of 100 jutsu, the cursed seal immediately appeared on her cheek. The 8 trigrams are seal. No. Kawakase watched as Tsunade accelerated the power of the 100 techniques. The massive amount of chakra coursing through her was far more powerful than before. It was clear that with the 8 trigram seals, she had absorbed the flowing chakra of the 7 tails, making it her own. Well, this guy is pretty honest, Kawakase remarked. He's already accepted his fate, he just talks too much, Tsunade replied, her brows furrowing. It was clear that the 7 tails were still dangling inside of her. You two get along well, Kawakase quipped. Once we're done here, we should return to the rest of the group. Unable to stop Semekte's incessant chatter, Kawakase decided to go with the flow. He and Tsunade turned and walked towards the 2 boys. Sensei, I have an idea for the technique you were talking about. It's like a condensation of the beast's tailed balls. I'll develop it as soon as I can. Minato reported his idea to Kawakase, his face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected to stumble upon inspiration while watching the tailed beast's capture. Seriously. This is great. Sensei is looking forward to hearing good news from you. Kawakase smiled and patted Minato on the head. You need to work hard too. Don't let Minato get too far ahead of you, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes at Naoki, who was smiling stupidly. Naoki's friend now has a boyfriend, and he already has a solid plan to develop a new ninjutsu. And you're just happy without getting anything in return, Tsunade thought, feeling a little upset. I know, sister. I study our grandfather's ninjutsu, Naoki replied, his expression falling. He couldn't help but feel that his sister was becoming stricter with him, far from the leniency she had shown. Still, Naoki consoled himself with the progress he had made. His chakra reserves were growing rapidly, and he had inherited his grandmother's collection of water release ninjutsu from Tobirama. Even without mastering the elusive yin release, learning Tobirama's technique would undoubtedly result in a significant leap in his strength. You have brains. Tsunade lightly poked Naoki's forehead, her gaze softening with love. He was her little brother after all, and no matter how strict she seemed, blood was thicker than water. Let's go, said Kawakase, taking the initiative. The group headed to the land of grass. This route would take them to the border between the land of fire and the land of rain much faster. Tsunade walked at Kawakase's side, while Minato and Naoki followed behind him. There wasn't much talking along the way. Kawakase knew that Tsunade would probably need time to adjust to interacting with the Semets. Half a day later, Kawakase noticed that chakra had suddenly gathered behind Tsunade. He stopped and turned around just in time to see a pair of butterfly wings emerge from her back as she began to float into the air. So soon, and you can already fly. I didn't expect it to be that easy, Kawakaze remarked. Aside from too much talk, it seems quite pleasant, Tsunade replied, equally surprised. She had only expressed curiosity about the Seven Tails abilities, and Chome had willingly granted her wings. You look so good, Kawakaze said, his gaze warming as an unmistakable mischievous glint crossed his eyes. His mind was already full of inappropriate thoughts. Don't even think about it, I don't grow wings at night, Tsunade snapped, shooting him a sharp look. Her cheeks turned red as she flapped her wings and flew forward. Perhaps she wasn't skilled enough yet, or perhaps she was distracted, but she almost crashed into a tree. Slow down, Kawakaze called after her, keeping an eye on her. His index finger twitched in excitement. This was even more exciting than cosplay. Wow, my sister has wings. Naoki exclaimed, clapping Minato on the shoulder. I saw it. It must be the power of the semite, Minato replied, much calmer. Too bad Kushina probably won't have a chance to grow wings. It's a real shame. Thoughts of the creators. A few days later, Kawakaze and his party entered the land of grass. The landscape here was very different from the land of waterfalls. Although there were not many waterfalls, the area was filled with vast grasslands, true to the name of the land of grass. Kawakaze recalled that the land of grass lacked formidable ninja and mostly survived by selling information on major countries. They often resorted to capturing ninja from other countries to steal their ninjutsu, which caused serious damage to those countries' interests. Because of this, in the original story, the country was nearly destroyed by the Kagaya clan, and Karen's mother was used as a medical tool during the war, eaten alive. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsumyaku also had a powerful Kekkei Genkei that could transform into the all-killing bones. Orochimaru's interest in Kimimaro as his first choice for reincarnation was proof of the power of this Kekkei Genkei. Unfortunately, Kimimaro's early death due to Kekkei Genkei disease ended this potential. Kawakaze theorized that combining the power of the six paths with Shikatsumyaku could lead to the evolution of all-killing ash. However, now was not the time to seek out the Kagaya clan. However, he was determined not to let go of the opportunity to acquire this ability if it ever presented itself. The all-killing ash bones was a terrifying technique of certain death. Anyone who would disintegrate into ashes, the destruction starting from the wound and spreading throughout the entire body. I think we're here. The main force hasn't arrived yet, Kawakaze said, estimating that it would take them another 2 or 3 days to catch up. Most of their time had been spent traveling, and the capture of Semikte had gone remarkably smoothly. Then we'll wait in the city, Tsunade said. After everything they'd been through lately, she was already feeling unwell. Okay, I want a big meal, Naoki's voice called out from behind, despite being quite far from the rest of the group. Sensei, I'm fine, Minato interjected, keeping a close eye on him. However, it was Naoki who had earned the most credits during his recent missions. However, Minato was not one to fight for recognition. All right, you too, Kawakaze said with a smile, his gaze moving to Tsunade, who was flying diagonally above him. His impatient eyes gave him away. These last few days had been hard on him. What are you smiling at? Kawakaze was brought back to reality when one of Tsunade's wings hit him in the face. He quickly wiped away the drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Nothing, just thinking about something tasty, he stammered, his wandering eyes betraying a hint of guilt. You better be right, Tsunade said, eyeing him suspiciously. She had a distinct feeling he wasn't aware, but without the ability to read minds, there was little she could do. Otherwise, Kawakaze would surely face her iron fist of shame. That's all. Don't think about it too much. Let's speed up a bit. We'll be at the border soon, Kawakaze said, finding an excuse and running ahead. Tsunade flapped her wings and followed her, leaving the two younger ones struggling to keep up. Thinking this was a sudden test from their sensei, Minato and Naoki pushed themselves to their limits, moving as fast as they could. After entering the land of fire from the land of grass, they reached the border near the land of rain. However, the main group had not yet arrived, and there was no sign of them at the agreed-upon location. Kawakase and his party traveled to the town where Orochimaru had stayed previously. The area had not been affected by the ongoing war, and was still as prosperous and vibrant as ever. The two younger ones had been pushed to their limits during the journey. Having used up most of their chakra trying to keep up with Kawakase's pace, they were clearly exhausted. "First, eat, and then we'll find a hot spring to soak in and have a good rest," Kawakase said, laying out the itinerary for the rest of the trip. His words drew weak applause from the two younger ones. "Let's go," Tsunade said eagerly. She hadn't eaten in a while and was the first to head outside, drawn by the delicious aromas wafting through the air. They passed a gambling house on the way, and Tsunade slowed down, her eyes sparkling with interest. But before she could go inside, Kawakase tugged at her arm and pulled her away. "I didn't bring much money. There will be another chance next time," he said firmly, pulling her along with him. Kawakase wasn't going to let her risk her money and risk sleeping on the streets that night. "Then what's the point of even coming to the city?" he muttered under his breath. "I'll just watch," Tsunade said weakly, her voice unconvinced. She resisted a little, clearly tempted. It had been many years since her last victory, or so she chose to remember. In truth, she had never won anything. The four of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Outside, the owner stood at the grill, shouting to attract customers. "Delicious barbecue. If it's not delicious, it's free. Boss, bring the meat and sake," Kawakase called as he led the group into the restaurant. He didn't bother to ask the price, he was sure he could afford it. They found an empty table and sat down. Soon, plates of barbecue and sake were brought to the table, as well as drinks for the two younger ones. "It smells so good," Naoki exclaimed. He ate the meat and swallowed his drink in large gulps, his face full of satisfaction. In contrast, Minato ate quietly, his composed behavior in stark contrast to Naoki's. It wasn't hard to see why Kushina favored Minato. If she ever imagined a family with Naoki, it would probably be complete chaos. "I hope you choke," Tsunade said, looking at her brother with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. What kind of brother was this? "Just eat your filling. Let's have a drink," Kawakase said, his face beaming with joy. This was only the beginning, he had more important plans. "This is a little weak," Tsunade noted, swirling her sake cup. She was used to much stronger sake, and found the sake a little lackluster, though it was better than nothing. "It's okay. Just drink more if you're not satisfied." "Boss, more with pleasure." Kawakase waved, and the owner quickly brought out a few more pots of sake. The two younger ones ate happily while Kawakase focused on pouring sake for Tsunade, trying to match her pace. However, he had underestimated her drinking ability. Ever since she became a Jinchuriki, it seemed like her tolerance had only gotten stronger. Realizing he was losing the battle, Kawakase resorted to a dirty trick. Using the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom, he ran off to sober up before returning to continue his efforts. Eventually, Tsunade was drunk, her cheeks flushed as she eagerly asked for more. She was in high spirits, completely at ease. "The bill, please," Kawakase said, satisfied that she had had enough. He paid and quickly pulled away, wrapping his arms around Tsunade's waist to comfort her as they walked out of the barbecue restaurant. The two younger ones followed them, burping loudly and patting their full stomachs. The group made their way into one of the most luxurious hot spring baths in the area. "Boss, 2 private hot spring baths," Kawakase said, arranging for 2 separate rooms that offered maximum privacy, though they were considerably more expensive. "You two, go and bathe," Kawakase instructed Minato and Naoki, sending them to their own room. Meanwhile, Tsunade, still blushing from the sake, leaned heavily against Kawakase. "I knew you wouldn't mind. It's just a hot spring, let's go," Tsunade said, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him into their reserved room. Releasing him, she walked unsteadily to the edge of the pool. "Kawakase, have you been planning this for a long time?" she asked. As she spoke, Tsunade casually removed her clothes, standing naked in front of Kawakase. Kawakase froze, his eyes widening as he swallowed hard. This was unprecedented. In the past, when he had suggested swimming together, she had always rejected him. It seemed that his persistence had finally paid off. It's not like you haven't seen it before, Tsunade said dismissively, turning her head and stepping into the hot spring. She submerged herself completely, closing her eyes to enjoy the soothing warmth. The fatigue of the last few days melted away. Kawakase quickly took off his clothes and entered the pool, carefully approaching her. "Soon, I'll give you a massage, a professional one," he offered. "Okay," Tsunade replied without hesitation. After drinking the sake, she was full of confidence, completely fearless. At first, Kawakase's massage was correct and respectful, but over time it became less so. Tsunade made a soft sound of relaxation. "Show me your wings," Kawakase whispered in her ear, leaning close to her back. In response, a pair of butterfly wings instantly emerged from Tsunade's back, their shine faintly glowing in the steamy air. It was so exciting, Kawakase said, his enthusiasm peaking. He worked harder and harder, completely ignoring whether he would be facing Tsunade's iron fist when she sobered up. For him, it was worth it. He was willing to risk everything for the prosperity of the Hokage clan. Thoughts of the creators. The next day the sun was already high in the sky. Tsunade's lazy voice echoed throughout the room as she slowly opened one eye. The space was luxurious, with a queen-sized bed, elegant decor, and the softest bedding she had experienced in days. As she reached out, her hand clasped Kawakase's large hand, which was tugging at the blanket. Memories of the previous night began to gather together in her mind. She remembered Kawakase carrying her out of the bath and into the room. Now, under the soft covers, she realized that her body was still naked, without a single article of clothing. Her thoughts drifted to the wings she had unfurled the night before, and Kawakase's comment, "It was so exciting." A blush crept across her face, quickly replaced by growing anger. "This lecher. He is very nasty." Without hesitation, Tsunade turned around and punched Kawakase right in his 8-pack abs. "Ah!" Kawakase groaned, doubling down. Luckily, he had missed breakfast, or the exposure probably made him vomit. Opening his eyes, he saw Tsunade glaring at him. Her expression was a mix of embarrassment and rage, her cheeks flushed pink as she held a furious glare. Kawakase knew immediately that his retribution had arrived. "You volunteered," he muttered defensively, hunching over and raising his hands to block any further blows. "Volunteer, my ass. Prepare to die," Tsunade snapped. She didn't believe a word of it. "How could I volunteer? Killing your husband," Kawakase teased as Tsunade pinned him down, flipping his entire body over with ease. "You can shout as much as you want, it's useless today." Tsunade straddled him, her fist slamming into his body with controlled force. "I won't let you forget this, so don't try to make me do something so humiliating again." In the midst of their scuffle, they slipped away, leaving them both completely exposed. I was wrong," Kawakase begged, feeling the sting of Tsunade's iron fist of love. "When I have the chance, I will grow wings and show them to you. I swear, I will not go back on my word." "Bah, who wants to see this?" Tsunade huffed, rolling off of him after what she considered sufficient punishment. Pop tilde. Still not satisfied, she landed with a sharp kick, sending Kawakase falling off the bed. "You can sleep on the floor tonight," she stated, lying back down and pulling the blanket over herself. Kawakase groaned, pushing himself out of the carpet. As his eyes lingered on Tsunade's perfect curves, he felt his mind wandering in a certain direction. "It's still early. Let's hurry a little longer," he suggested, climbing back onto the bed. "Stay away from me. Don't touch me," Tsunade said, her hands pushing him back. However, the strength behind her resistance was questionable. "Come on," Kawakase persuaded. Kawakase and Tsunade finished their morning exercises and made their way into the courtyard after washing up. The two younger ones were already training hard. Minato was focusing on his right hand, learning the rasengan once again. His dedication was admirable. Meanwhile, Naoki had no choice but to practice Tobarama's water selling outdoors. If he tried to do it indoors, the small courtyard would not survive. Instead, he alternated between practicing kenjutsu. "Have you eaten yet?" Kawakase asked, planning to have breakfast with Tsunade. "We've already eaten. I even brought you some food, but it's cold right now, Naoki replied, his expression a little awkward. He had originally planned to take it to their room, but was startled by the faint sounds he heard when he got to the door. Knocking at that moment seemed like a surefire way for his sister to beat his brains out. That's very kind of you, but your brother-in-law and I will go eat, Tsunade said with a pleasant smile that her younger brother immediately understood. Sensei, the ramen shop on the corner is really good, Minato suggested, pausing his chakra work briefly to recommend Kawakaze's place. Okay, let's go get some ramen, Kawakaze agreed, leading Tsunade out the door to a corner ramen shop that was bustling with business. After entering and ordering, the noodles were served quickly. Kawakaze touched his waist as a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. His side showed 10 neatly arranged oysters on top. Tsunade looked at him with a knowing, mocking expression. Ahem. I just suddenly felt like eating it, Kawakaze muttered, a little defensively. The truth was, he felt a little overwhelmed. I'll prescribe something to help if you have time, Tsunade replied shamelessly before starting to eat her own noodles. Her cheeks, however, had turned a faint pink. That night, Kawakaze did not sleep on the floor after all. Instead, he slept soundly in Tsunade's arms. While he indulged in moderation, Kawakaze was mindful of his body. After all, they were heading off to war soon. He couldn't help but remember the movie Young and Dangerous, where Shang-Chi's legs were shaking when he went to Macau to kill someone because he was holding a knife. Kawakaze didn't want to end up like that. 3 days later, the main force finally arrived. Following the marks left by Kawakaze, Tsukumo led the troops into the city, where they regrouped with the others. After some discussion, the group decided to rest for the night before heading to the Land of Wind the next day. That evening, Kawakaze, Tsunade, and the 2 younger ones gathered together for dinner. Are you finished? Tsukumo sat down next to Kawakaze after everyone shared their drinks. At the same time, Dui's gaze shifted towards Kawakaze, his curiosity aroused. Yes, Kawakaze replied, deliberately playing hard to get, without offering any further explanation. What is it, Kawakaze? Don't you trust us? Dai asked, his curiosity on the verge of exploding. His youthful spirit refused to let him go without an answer. Nothing important, I just caught a tailed beast to play with, Kawakaze said with a weak smile, his tone light-hearted. He casually picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Tsunade glanced at him and immediately rolled her eyes in annoyance. He was acting like a fool again. Childish and depraved, how did I end up in his hands? What? Tsukumo's voice rose, his face full of shock. He even looked slightly angry. You didn't tell me about something as big as the capture of the tailed beast. Tsukumo had seen the devastation that the tailed beast could unleash. If something went wrong, how would he face their dead parents? Big brother, it's already sealed, so don't worry, Tsunade calmly interjected. To prove her point, butterfly wings appeared on her back, demonstrating her status as a Jinchuriki. So you can fly, Dai exclaimed, his reaction focused not on the fact that she was a Jinchuriki, but on how cool it was to fly. Yes, with the help of the semi, we have a better chance of winning this war, Tsunade replied. She knew that Shukaku of the Land of Wind would be a formidable opponent. With his mastery of wind release and fuinjutsu, he was very defensive and difficult to subdue. However, now that she was a Jinchuriki, she might have a chance against him. Even if she couldn't defeat him, she would at least be able to hold her own. It would be best not to use it unless absolutely necessary, Tsukumo advised. Although the situation seemed settled, he was wary of the potential consequences of Konoha possessing 2-tailed beasts. Such news could make the other great nations more wary and perhaps more hostile. Big brother, there's no need to worry. As long as we're strong enough, it won't matter even if Konoha has all 9-tailed beasts, Kawakaze said, understanding Tsukumo's concerns but confidently brushing them aside. Let's keep this news a secret for now, it can still serve as a trump card, Tsukumo said after a moment of thought. Of course. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer use the power of the semite, Tsunade readily agreed, allowing the butterfly wings on her back to disappear. She understood the strategic importance of secrecy. If word spread that Konoha had deployed the Jinchuriki, the Land of Wind would likely respond by sending their own Jinchuriki into the fray. After all, in most people's minds, the best solution to fighting a tailed beast was to fight fire with fire, or fight a tailed beast with tailed beast. Only legends like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha treated the tailed beasts as mere toys. With a single clap of his hands, Hashirama's great Buddha could pin down any number of tails, grabbing them all at once and slamming them into the ground as if they were nothing. Meanwhile, Madara's Menkyo Sharingan shone as he subdued one tailed beast after another. Such feats were unimaginable to other nations. Thoughts of the creators. After eating and drinking, Kawakes and Tsunade returned to their room. Tsukumo and Dewey walked together, returning to their own rooms. Sigh. Tsukumo suddenly let out a long sigh for no apparent reason, prompting Dewey to ask. "What are you sighing about, big brother Tsukumo?" Dewey looked at Tsukumo, puzzled. He hadn't heard of anything alarming that would justify such sadness. "I didn't realize that Kawakaze's power had reached this level," Tsukumo admitted. "No matter how weak the semi-te may be, it is still a tailed beast." Tsukumo's mind drifted to memories of his childhood. After their parents died, it was just the two of them. He was so young then, and while it might be an exaggeration to say that he raised Kawakes alone, he certainly put in a lot of effort. As they grew older, Kawakes would often come up with ideas while Tsukumo would carry them out. However, now his younger brother has surpassed him, especially in terms of strength. "Isn't it good?" Dewey asked, unable to understand the feeling of being gradually eclipsed by his younger brother. Tsukumo could only sigh again, the weight of his complicated emotions weighing on him. Family, who really understands? He shook his head slightly, letting the matter rest. The next day, at dawn, a large group of Konoha gathered. Led by Tsunade and her team, they crossed into the Land of Rain. After the death of Hanzo Salamander, the Land of Rain was left completely defenseless. On the road, the Omegakure ninja who spotted the Konoha group kept their distance, avoiding any confrontation. They even witnessed skirmishes between Omegakure ninja as signs of an ongoing civil war became apparent. The suffering of the Rain country was obvious. Those with wealth or power had long since fled to other countries, leaving behind only the impoverished, struggling to survive in dire conditions. "Sensei, is there still hope for the Rain country?" Minato asked quietly, his kind-hearted nature surfacing. His gaze lingered on the orphans, cautiously peeking at them from afar, reminding him of his own past. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements," Kawakes replied with a fox-like smile. He already had a plan. It would be better for the Rain country to fall under his control than anyone else, but the time was not right yet. "What are you up to again?" Tsunade cast a suspicious glance at Kawakes, a man whose flashes of inspiration often resulted in unpredictable patterns. "Haha, either way it's good. So you should just focus on becoming Hokage first," Kawakes said casually. Once he was away from the main group and no one else was around, he didn't feel the need to be careful with his words. Playing mysterious, Tsunade muttered, noticing that Kawakes had no intention of developing. Too lazy to press him further, she let him slide. He would spill the beans sooner or later, and she had plenty of ways to make him talk if necessary. After a few more days of enduring the wind and rain, they finally arrived at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Along the way, the Konoha Indians had already encountered patrols of Sun and Ninja. However, no valuable information was gained. Those they encountered were simply lackeys sent to scout and gather intelligence. Now, at the border of the Land of Rain, the Konoha group stopped their advance. Entering the Land of Wind without the proper intelligence would be risky, as the terrain and opposition were still unknown. "Hayato, contact your people. I need information on Sunagakure's movements," Tsunade ordered, sitting right in his tent. Her tone was firm and commanding, embodying the maturity and authority she had grown into as a leader. Kawakes watched her carefully, and before he knew it, a small smile crept onto his face. "The message has been sent, Lady Tsunade. Please wait a little longer," Hayato Yamanaka responded promptly. His efficiency and ability to work ahead of schedule made him someone who would be highly valued in any leadership environment. "Okay, Thank you, Tsunade said with a smile. The task was completed to her satisfaction. Kawakaze, what do you think? She asked, turning to face him. Tsunade was a leader who valued the opinions of others and was not afraid to seek input. A Magaker can't compare to Tsunagaker when it comes to individual skills. They have many capable shinobi, and their total number of ninja isn't far from Konohagaker, Kawakaze answered thoughtfully. It is almost impossible to be fooled by one strategy. We must wait and review the intelligence before finalizing our plans. Kawakaze's assessment was simple. Neither Tsunagaker nor Amagaker had yet committed their most elite forces to the battle. Tsunagaker was only trying to preserve their image by only deploying Chiyo, one of their best experts, to combat Hanzo. They were also likely considering the threat that IBUs, Hanzo's salamander, posed to their forces. Tsukumo, what do you think? Tsunade noticed Tsukumo deep in thought and turned her attention to him, her expression curious. I was once on a mission in the Land of Wind and encountered Chiyo, Tsukumo said after a pause. She's difficult to deal with. His brow furrowed as he recalled that experience. He had been no match for Hayo back then, and her interference had almost caused him to fail the mission. Her collection of 10 Chikamatsu dolls were created by Monzaemon Chikamatsu, and 10 of them could take on a city. Kawakaze's most striking impression from the original story was this remark Sasori made about Chiyo, which indirectly emphasized how strong the woman was. When the time comes. Dewey was about to say something passionately when he was interrupted by Hayato, who scratched his head helplessly. There were always stumbling blocks on the path of youth. Lady Tsunade, people are here. The masked ninja entered the tent, bowed to Tsunade and the others, and began his report. Suna received news of our surprise attack. They have set up several defensive lines along the border. Hayo is leading the team, but the other experts are unknown. According to sources in Tsunagaker, the Kazekage and Jinchuriki have not moved yet. However, we lost contact with them a day ago, so they have probably been discovered. The ninja's voice was cold and emotionless as he presented his report, even speaking of his comrades who might already be dead. He then pulled out a map from his chest, marking the positions of Suna's defensive lines. Hayato took the card, looked at it, and handed it to Tsunade. Suna established their defensive lines along the main roads connecting the Rain Country and the Wind Country. This allowed them to attack the Wind Country while defending their rear. Hayo, a master tactician, excelled in deploying troops. Okay, I understand, Tsunade said after studying the map. The Konoha ninja bowed and left. Their role in the war was, in some ways, more important than that of the frontline soldiers. At the same time we received news, Chiyo probably received information about us as well, Tsukumo said seriously. There are always undercover agents in every village who can't be captured. When Tsukumo was focused on analysis, his intelligence shone through, as long as no one provoked him. Only when the trump card of the battles is revealed will we know the result. Kawakaze picked up the map and studied it. Breaking through the defensive lines would be crucial to determining the outcome of this war. Right now you still hold your trump card, but once you use it. I'm sure Shukaku will be here soon, and it's hard to say what the third Hokage will do, Tsukumo added, following Kawakaze's train of thought as he looked towards Tsunade. If Tsunade had deployed her trump card, the undertailed beast, Shukaku's arrival would have been inevitable, no matter how great the immediate results. Then we must make the most of this opportunity, Tsunade stated. She was leading the team alone this time, a great opportunity to solidify her authority. If she could defeat the Land of Wind and achieve significant military merit, it would bring her one step closer to becoming Hokage. As for the Fire Land Daimyo, Tsunade had a much stronger connection with him than the third Hokage. It was no exaggeration to say that the daimyo's approval was not even a consideration for her. She was called Princess Tsunade, but not only because her grandfather was Hashirama Senju. Thoughts of the creators. The border of the Land of Wind is centered along the middle line, with the main camp strategically located there. Looking up, all that could be seen were the identical sand-colored houses that made up the architecture of the region. Tsunagaker's mastery of structural design was evident. At an inn located in a relatively secluded area of the camp, the elite forces of Hayo and Tsunagaker had gathered. According to intelligence, Konoha ninja have already established themselves in the land of rain, one of the scouts reported. The team is led by Tsunade, a student of the 3rd Hokage and Konoha's best medic. Chiyo's expression turned stern as she addressed the room. Do not use common poisons. Is that clear? Yes, Lady Chiyo, the group responded in unison. Ebizo, who was sitting nearby, added, Sister, Hitaki Kawakase is also present this time. Although Hanzo of Salamander was besieged by 4 people, Kawakase was the main force behind his defeat. We must be careful. After Hanzo's death, Kawakase's name was added to the danger lists of countries around the world. He was no longer known simply as the genius of the Hitaki clan in Konoha. There's also Kawakase Hitaki's brother and that green swimsuit wearing might die, Chiyo's son said, continuing the reduction of Konoha's forces. Tsukumo Hitaki's reputation preceded him, but it would irritate him to be called Kawakase Hitaki's brother. Who are you looking down on? Fortunately, Chiyo's sister-in-law, a quiet woman, interjected. Reports from Konohagakure indicate that Orochimaru and Jiraiya will not be participating in this battle. That's good news for us. Chiyo listened before sunrise. Be on guard. I will lead a night attack on the Konoha camp tonight. Her son and daughter-in-law nodded in agreement, not wanting to ignore her orders. We'll test their strength first, and then we'll come up with a plan. Our goal is to stop Konoha's forces in the land of rain. We can't let them set foot in the land of wind. Do you understand? Chiyo's voice rose, her tone sharp and decisive as she demanded obedience. Yes, Lady Chiyo. Return to your posts and protect the village. I will call you before we set out. Hayo waved her hand, dismissing the assembled group, leaving only her family behind. Sister, isn't this approach a little reckless? Ebizo, one of the few who could interrogate her, spoke carefully. The bond between the siblings was deep, forged by years of shared experience and mutual respect. Sigh, Konoha's strength is still greater than ours. If we don't fight to boost morale early on, I'm afraid it will be even harder later. Only then did Chiyo speak her mind. She didn't want to take any risks if there was another way. Konoha has too many geniuses, and we are lagging far behind in the younger generation. Ebizo, as Sunagakure's intelligence expert, knew all about the talents of different countries. However, no major nation had as many geniuses as Konoha. There simply weren't enough young people with the strength to catch up to Kage's level. When Sasori grows up, he won't be weaker than anyone, Chiyo said, speaking of her precious grandson with gentle eyes. Even now, Sasori has already shown amazing talent in puppetry, and given the time, Kage-level power would be within his reach. It's all thanks to the good teaching of our dear mother. Sasori's mother also smiled, her eyes couldn't contain her pride and thoughts of her son. Haha, Sasori is truly my precious treasure. The family laughed happily when they mentioned Sasori, dispelling some of the darkness of the war. Back in Konoha, the meeting at the camp continued. First we must ensure the security of supplies and the route. We cannot allow the same thing to happen again. Learning from the previous instance where Orochimaru's delay had derailed the battle, Tsunade took the supply lines very seriously this time. Not only did she assign Shinku Yuhi to guard them, but she also sent the Junin elite to assist. Even if there were more human bombs, Shinku Genjutsu would be enough to control the enemy and avoid further losses. Don't worry. I've already asked Dewey and his men to clear the route, so there shouldn't be any problems. Tsukumo also understood the importance of securing the supply route, and at this point Dewey was already leading a patrol. That's good. Soon sighed in relief and turned her attention to Kawakase, as the battle plan was not yet complete. Big brother, I want you to lead a team to attack Suna's middle camp at night, first to find their strength, and second to show off our skills. If they miss, we will launch a 3-front attack. Kawakase favored blitz strategies, knowing that the longer the delay, the more detrimental it would be to Konoha's development. This battle will become the capital of Tsunade in the future. Fine. Tsukumo, already experienced in assassinations and raids, knew that this task was right up his alley. Without hesitation, he accepted. As for the risks, he was looking forward to another trip to Chiyo. Thank you, Tsukumo. You can choose the personnel yourself. Tsunade looked at Tsukumo and, without letting the commander's breath drop, gave him considerable flexibility. After all, not every ninja is suitable for night operations. Not at all, it's part of the job. Then I'll go and guide the people. Tsukumo smiled thinly and stood up to leave. Tsunade then rearranged the camp's vigilance and defense tasks, and soon only Kawakase and she remained in the tent. How are you feeling? Kawakase stood up and walked over to Tsunade's side. It's okay, just a little stressed. I don't know how many people I can bring back after the fight. Now I understand how Orochimaru feels every time he goes into battle. He really suffered a lot. Tsunade began to understand Orochimaru. In the past, she had thought of him as grim and cold-blooded on the battlefield. Now she realized that all of this was caused by the pressure of war and the weight of human life. Orochimaru was not born this way. This time he didn't have to lead the troops and went to Ruchi's cave to train. She had never seen Orochimaru smile so brightly. Let's drink together when we get back. Kawakase gently stroked Tsunade's head and she tilted her head to lean on him. Where are Naoki and Minato? Tsunade suddenly remembered that she had been so busy that she had forgotten about her little brother. They went with Dai to inspect the supply routes. They will be in no danger. Kawakase knew exactly where they both were. That's good. Are there any other omissions? Tsunade wasn't sure if she was missing anything and hoped that Kawakase could fill in any gaps. No, you did a great job. Future Lord Hokage. Kawakase smiled and leaned down to whisper in Tsunade's ear. Sensei will not give up his position easily. Tsunade's heart was already set on this title, but she also knew that it wouldn't be easy. I'll give him the right opportunity. For now, all we have to do is win this war. Kawakase already had a preliminary plan, but it would depend on how the war developed. Okay, I still need to study the poisons of the Sunin ninjas. Tsunade moved away from Kawakase's embrace. She had collected poisons from the Suna ninja she had defeated along the way. Although the collection was not comprehensive, she believed that preparation was important. Maybe she can find a commonly used poison that will help reduce Konoha's losses. I'll keep you company. Kawakase, however, had overestimated himself. How could someone who hadn't even been allowed into the research hall hope to keep Tsunade company while she was studying poisons? Thanks, but no thanks. Tsunade stood up, gave Kawakase a pointed look, and left him alone. Kawakase scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if he really was such a nuisance. Thoughts of the creators. As the sky darkened, the Konoha camp fell silent. Tsukumo had just left with a group of elite ninja, not too many, most of them with kenjutsu, and some with stronger senses. Their main goal this time was to create chaos and see if there was any opportunity, not to launch a major offensive. I hope Big Brother has a smooth journey. In Tsunade's tent, Kawakase was ready not to leave. Are you leaving or not? If not, then I will. Tsunade ignored Kawakase's words, which were clearly just an excuse. I'll just stay for a while, not overnight, Kawakase said. He wasn't too worried about the impact, there were too many people in the camp, after all. This is also impossible. It's time for rest. Tsunade looked at Kawakase. In some ways, she didn't trust this man. Is this the person I am in your eyes? Kawakase asked, unconvincingly. He was clearly a good person. Haha tilde. Tsunade scoffed, and no words were needed, her attitude towards Kawakase said it all. Just as Kawakase was about to defend himself, his expression suddenly changed. Then, they heard a sound coming from outside the camp. Boom. Enemy attack. The sound of a huge explosion, accompanied by exclamations, broke the silence of the night. Chio played a good game of chess, Kawakase muttered. He knew the Suna nin was thinking of the same strategy as him. His voice disappeared as he disappeared from the tent. Tsunade also quickly left, and the Konoha ninja had already begun to get ready. Suna ninja is here. Meet the enemy. Tsunade directed his forces to the battlefield. At this point, Kawakase had already arrived at the scene. The Suna and Konoha ninja were locked in combat at the entrance to the camp. Various ninjutsu clashed, puppets flew, and people from both sides fell wounded. Kawakase focused on the area where the Suna nin were most concentrated. Lightning ignited around his body as he used his sword in combination with the body flicker technique to close the distance. Without using any special techniques, Kawake's relied solely on the 8 basic moves, and very few Suna ninja were his match. For those who were, Kawake's never needed a second strike, they simply couldn't get up again. Kawake's Hitaki. A female voice filled with doubt accompanied the white puppet as it rushed towards Kawake's. Hearing the rapid sound of the puppet flying, Kawake's instinctively raised his sword and slashed horizontally, sending the puppet flying backwards. Several poisonous steel needles shot out from the mouth, but Kawake's dodged them with a quick body flicker technique. The doll, a woman holding a pair of swords, retreated towards the middle-aged woman. Upon closer inspection, the attacker was none other than Hayo. As an ordinary woman, you have a little courage, Kawake said, his movements never slowing. Thunder and flash, one flash of lightning. Confronted by Kawake's as he charged at her, Chiyo quickly unfurled the scroll and summoned another puppet. This puppet, responsible for defense, stood in front of her with its arms outstretched, successfully blocking Kawaka's attack without taking a single step back. So that's all it takes, Chiyo said with a smile, her hands moving smoothly. The female puppet brandished her dual blades again and charged at Kawake's. Kawake's admired the puppet's tenacity as he raised his sword to parry. The puppet's attack was again empty and the two opponents separated once more. Kawake's. At that moment, Tsunade arrived, unstoppable as she battered the Suna ninja with her fists and kicks. Tsunade, Chiyo muttered softly, her face turning serious at the sight. Tsunade's immense strength made her fists a particular threat to the dolls, and her immunity to most poisons only increased the danger she posed. You go deal with others, Chiyo is mine, said Kawake's, his foundation company. He had already realized that the situation in the camp was dire. The Suna nin had arrived suddenly and in large numbers. Coupled with the widespread use of poison-tipped weapons, the gates of the Konoha camp were barely holding. If the Suna nin had broken through, the damage would have been catastrophic. Okay, Tsunade agreed. She leapt high into the air, her foot slamming down as she landed, sending the ninja surrounding Suna flying. Without missing a beat, she made her way to another section of the battlefield. Hayo, seeing Tsunade join the fray along with a large group of Konoha ninja, acted immediately. She summoned a collection of 10 Chikamatsu dolls, her most powerful weapons. Hayo knew she had to defeat Kawake's quickly so she could support the rest of her forces. Just in time. Kawake's also wanted to test the famous puppet technique, which is said to be able to take over a city. Hayo controlled one puppet with each finger, leaving a protective bull puppet at her side. The other 9 puppets attacked Kawake's from different directions, their movements accompanied by a sharp, click-click, sound. The 9 puppets attacked in various ways. Twin swords clashed head-on while iron whips lashed out from behind. A spinning Fuma shuriken sliced through the air, and for a moment, Kawake's was surrounded. Chiyo smiled as she watched her puppets approach Kawake's. She didn't believe anyone could survive such an attack. Kawake's, however, nodded calmly at Chiyo, smiled, and snapped his fingers. Dad. He completely disappeared from Chiyo's sight. Flying Thunder God. Chiyo murmured, her expression tense. Having participated in wars, she was no stranger to the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Anticipating the move, the bull-headed puppet next to her shifted defensively. Chiyo's control over her puppets was exceptional, and Kawake's only used the Flying Thunder God as a precaution. Unexpectedly, Hayo stopped the attack before her puppets collided, saving them from harm. Thunder and Flash, Godspeed. He had already placed Flying Thunder God technique markers around the camp in advance. Losing this battle was not an option. Suddenly, Kawake's appeared behind Chiyo again. The bull-headed puppet quickly responded by using its body to protect her, while Chiyo's modified right arm activated the mechanical light shield block, a chakra-based shield that materialized in front of the puppet. The combined defense barely managed to block Kawaka's sword. The blade still bit half an inch into the doll's body before losing its power. It's a shame there's only one puppet like this, Kawake's commented, genuinely impressed. He'd never encountered such tough defensive material. Damn it. Do you know how much it costs to repair this? Hayo exclaimed, her face filled with pain. The land of wind was not rich, and repairing dolls was no small expense. Using Kawakaze's sword, which was momentarily stuck in the puppet, Chiyo retreated. Her left hand danced, her fingers smoothly weaving commands, and the 5 puppets charged forward again. Meanwhile, the bullhead puppet seemed to be out of control. Clang! Kawakaze pulled his sword free with all his might. Sparks flew, the sound sharp as a blade without sheath. I'll destroy it for you so you don't have to fix it, Kawakaze said coldly. The art of the sage, 6 times. As the 6 puppets, including Chiyo, approached him, Kawakaze moved quickly. As the first puppet crumbled into powder, Chiyo's expression shifted. She knew things had changed for the worse. In an instant, Kawakaze's sword cut through her, cleanly cutting her body in 2. Hayo fell to the ground in pieces. You ran quite fast, Kawakaze said, his golden pupils locking onto Chiyo, who had reappeared not far away. Lady Chiyo, we can't enter anymore. Let's retreat. Suna Zoning rushed to Chiyo's side, holding his kunai at the ready and looking at Kawakaze. Chiyo's face darkened. After Kawakaze's devastating attack, only 5 of Chikamatsu's 10 puppets remained. The other puppet required extensive repairs, and its power had dropped sharply. Chiyo glanced at the Jonin before scanning the battlefield. The tide had already turned. Thoughts of the creators. Retreat. Hayo spoke the word through clenched teeth, her eyes fierce and full of hatred as they locked onto Kawakaze. The man who managed to kill Hanzo was truly extraordinary. Just thinking about the losses they had suffered made Chiyo's heart bleed. The collection of 10 Chikamatsu dolls was irreplaceable, she could no longer reproduce the puppets herself. After collecting 4 of them, the bull doll had to be left behind. You can come and go as you please. Kawakaze's voice rang out. Do you think this is your home? When the Suna-nin pulled out a signal flare from his cloak and launched it into the sky, Kawakaze immediately recognized the signal to retreat. Kenjutsu, Death's Requiem. It was the same move that Kawakaze had once used to split through the ball containing the tailed beast. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, Kawakaze charged towards the Suna-nin and Hayo. Lady Chiyo, go first. The Suna-nin stepped forward, pushing Hayo back, determination shining in his eyes. He was ready to sacrifice himself so Hayo could escape. Retreat. Hayo commanded one last time, her voice sharp. She covered the remaining night raids of the army, which was now scattered and retreating to the land of wind. Without looking back, Hayo disappeared into the darkness. Shukaku's shield. One of the Sunin ninja, already pale from the strain, took a military ration pill and formed a series of hand seals. A massive sand wall rose up before him, topped by a menacing carving of Shukaku's head. This ninja had the ability to control sand and modeled his defensive ninjutsu after Shukaku. When Kawakaze's sword struck Shukaku's shield, he met immediate resistance. The further Kawakaze went down, the greater the resistance became. The Suna-nin behind the shield trembled, his chakra rapidly depleting. Despite the help of the military ration pill, his reserves could never match someone like Gaara, whose chakra capacity was enormous. Without the pill, it was doubtful he could use the technique at all. Finally, as the shield absorbed the last of the attack's power, Kawakaze's sword became lodged in its center. Not a bad move, Kawakaze muttered, preparing to free his sword and finish off the sand ninja. But then he noticed something. Shukaku's shield was slowly crumbling. Behind it, the Suna ninja stood still, no longer breathing. He gave his life to protect Chiyo. The night attack by Sandy was a complete failure. First, take the wounded back to camp and take any surviving sand nin for questioning. Tsunade's commanding voice echoed closer and closer as she organized the post-battle efforts. Is this the elite Suna Jonin, Arashi? Hayato Yamanaka also arrived with Tsunade. The Yamanaka clan's secret methods for extracting information were unrivaled. When Hayato saw the dead Suna ninja, his gaze froze as if he had been struck by lightning. What's so strange about that? Tsunade asked casually. To her, it wasn't anything special, just an elite Jonin, far inferior to Hanzo the Salamander. Well, Tsunade-sama, let me put it this way, Hayato replied, choosing his words carefully. This Arashi has control over sand and has an incredibly strong defense. It is said that he could withstand the tailed beast's ball. Tsunade's previous dismissal left Hayato terrified. He had long ago gathered intelligence on Arashi, but seeing him dead in front of him was something he had never expected. After finishing his explanation, Hayato looked at Kawake's with newfound respect. Hearing that Kawake's had defeated Hanzo of Salamander seemed far away, but after witnessing Arashi's death, the strength of a man made the strength of a man undeniable. His defensive power is quite good, Kawake's remarked as he drew his sword. The marks on his face faded and his golden pupils returned to their normal color. Tail beast ball. Just like that. I'm glad you're okay, Tsunade said with a shrug. There are a lot of people who were poisoned. I'll go take care of things. To her, the tailed beast ball wasn't all that impressive. After all, Kawakaze's sword had cut through it. With that, Tsunade turned and walked away, leaving Kawake's and Hayato in awkward silence, looking at each other. Mr. Kawake's, I'll be going now, Hayato finally said, breaking the tense atmosphere. He followed the Konoha ninja escorting the captured sand prisoners back to the camp. Kawakaze's thoughts were already drifting elsewhere. He was wondering how things were going with his brother. Meanwhile, as the Suna ninja attacked the Konoha camp, Tsukumo led a team to infiltrate Suna's defensive line. Unlike Kawake's, Tsukumo's group was larger, but his mission was simpler: burn supplies and cause chaos. Caution still guided his actions, as he was unaware that Hayo had brought a group of elite soldiers with him. 200 meters ahead, 3 hidden sentries, a Hyuga clan member reported next to Tsukumo, his Byakugan scanning the area. Get rid of them. Tsukumo waves his hand, and 3 ninja with swords behind him quietly leave. After a while, 3 of them return and gesture to indicate that the task has been completed. When Tsukumo's team finally penetrates the camp within the defense line, they are stunned by the sight of sand houses scattered all over the land. He couldn't tell what it was, so he captured someone for interrogation. Stay where you are, I'll be right back. Tsukumo left a trace of the Flying Thunder God technique and used the body flicker technique to disappear, moving incredibly fast. When he returned, he was already carrying a stunned Suna ninja who appeared to be a Chunin. Tsukumo avoided choosing someone with strong abilities as it would cause too much noise. A Chunin knew more than a genin, making him the perfect choice. After Tsukumo's subordinate, skilled in torture, interrogated the prisoner and learned the location of the supplies, the life of the Chunin of Sunagakur came to an end. Burn all supplies and act according to the situation. The team scattered and split into groups. The Sunin ninja's supplies were not stacked together. When the first ray of fire shot into the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The entire Suna ninja camp came to life. However, by that time the supplies were already burning, and this was a foregone conclusion. As the troops regrouped, Tsukumo noticed that 2 teams were missing. It was no surprise that they were discovered. The sounds of battle could already be heard in the distance. Guys, go ahead, I'll come back and save them. Without hesitation, Tsukumo decided to return and save his comrades. The rest of the team looked at each other, and after a brief discussion, they followed Tsukumo. With a leader like that, what else could be said? When Tsukumo arrived at one of the battlefields, he found 5 Konoha ninjas still standing, 2 of them desperately resisting. Unfortunately, the difference in numbers was too great, and they would not be able to hold out for long. Damn it, Tsukumo cursed under his breath as he drew his short sword and used his body flickering technique to reach his comrades. The short sword glowed white, like a call of death. Everyone it passed through fell with one blow, fast, precise and unerring. Entering the battle circle, Tsukumo grabbed the hands of 2 Konoha ninja. The next second, he broke away from the chaos and brought them to safety. Although Tsukumo's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique had improved, carrying 2 people limited his range, and they ended up close to the camp, in the same hiding place as before. Wait, I'll be right back. Tsukumo took out the war pills from his ninja equipment bag and ate them to restore the large amount of chakra he had expended. On the other hand, the situation was worse. The Konoha ninja who had returned to help were now caught in the battle. Surprisingly, the Konoha ninja who had been discovered was still alive, holding on against all odds. Tsukumo's head was throbbing as he watched the chaotic battle in front of him. There was no clear solution, he had no choice but to take risks. Drawing his short sword once more, Tsukumo entered the battle once more. Fortunately, Hayo had taken a large number of elite troops elsewhere, otherwise, the Konoha ninja would not have lasted this long. Retreat during the fight. Don't get attached to the battle. Tsukumo deflected the attack meant for the Konoha ninja and then used the opening to slice into the Suna ninja's neck. A dream about if you think you can run. The young pair of Sunin ninja looked grim as they manipulated their puppets, their 10 fingers controlling the deadly mechanisms, directing their attacks at the Konoha ninja. Thoughts of the creators. These two were Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Although their puppet skills had not yet reached Hayo's level, together they commanded 10 puppets. All of them were modeled after the Chikamatsu 10 dolls collection, but were of lower quality. However, this did not stop them from becoming the elite of Ionin. 10 white dolls advanced on the Konoha ninja with a click-sai-click sound. In just one round, 2 of the Konoha ninja were decapitated and 3 others were seriously injured. Faced with the twin blades that attacked him, Tsukumo did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Dodging the strike, he moved away from the doll and severed its chakra line with a single strike. The white puppet lost control and collapsed to the ground. You underestimate me too. Chiyo's son's fingers danced, and the double-bladed doll crawled back. Very tough, Tsukumo muttered, frowning as he looked at the Konoha ninja who were still fighting desperately. More and more Suna ninja were gathering, and the longer the battle went on, the more unfavorable their situation became. If they hadn't made a way, none of them would survive. Thinking about this, Tsukumo no longer hesitated. The gates of pain, open. Green chakra began to leak out of Tsukumo's body, completely enveloping him. Even the light on his short sword turned green. He felt the pain of his muscles tearing apart, and the pressure on his bones increasing. Take this opportunity and hurry up and go. Kenjutsu, Thunder Dragon. With great chakra and speed, Tsukumo charged forward. The short sword in his hand, he transformed into the green chakra of the lightning dragon. The attack was not only devastatingly deadly, but also had an additional paralyzing effect. The Thunder Dragon rushed across the battlefield, sweeping away every Suni in its path and clearing a path for the Konoha ninja. What is this power? Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law froze in shock. Their puppets wavered, slowed by several blows. The Konoha ninja took the opportunity to push the Suna ninja in front of him and retreat quickly. In just a few jumps, they disappeared from Tsukumo's sight. Not playing with you guys anymore. Tsukumo had not trained the 8 inner gates for a long time, and maintaining them for long periods had caused serious damage to his body. He released the Gate of Pain and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chase him. The supplies were destroyed, and if the Konoha ninja escaped again, no one would dare face Chiyo's wrath upon their return. The young couple took the lead in the chase, with the Suna ninja trailing behind. Tsukumo caught up with the Konoha team and joined the 2 wounded. Without stopping, they rushed towards the Land of Rain. Lord Tsukumo, the Suna ninja are making up for lost time, the Hyuga clan ninja reported. The transfer of the wounded had slowed their pace, and Hyuga's Byakugan had already detected Suna's vanguard approaching from behind. How many of them are there? 10, led by the doll workshop couple from earlier. Hyuga's eyes were sharp, able to discern details even at this distance. Leave some people behind and finish this quickly. The rest will continue the retreat with the wounded, Tsukumo ordered decisively as he approached the stop. The 8 uninjured Konoha ninja remained with Tsukumo, while the others continued to retreat towards the Land of Rain, carrying the wounded. I'll take care of the puppeteers. You deal with others. Tsukumo knew that if a pair of puppeteers fought together, no one else would be able to stop them. Yes, Lord Tsukumo, the 8 Konoha ninja answered in unison. 9 of them hid, quietly waiting for the Song ninja to arrive. Suna's team also had a skilled ninja with a sensor. As they approached the forest, their pace slowed considerably and their vigilance increased. At the moment when the ambush began, ninjas jumped from the trees. However, their blades were torn off by the defensive ninjutsu that the Suna ninja had prepared in advance. Even Tsukumo's sword strike was blocked by the white puppet. Is that the best you Konoha ninja can do? Chiyo's son said with disdain, his short, bright red hair glinting in the light. Are you proud of using poison? The Konoha ninja sneered in response. You seek death. The battle resumed. Tsukumo faced the 10 puppets alone, flawlessly dodging their attacks but struggling to get any closer at the moment. The other Konoha ninja clashed fiercely with the Suna ninja, their strength seemingly evenly matched. As the vanguard, the Suna nin who managed to catch up were not weaklings. Once again, Tsukumo took his puppets back, leaving the puppeteering couple confused. Brother Kawake's Hatake is really as good as his reputation, Chiyo's son remarked. It was meant as a compliment, but it didn't sound like that to Tsukumo's ears. Brother, why didn't you call me by my name? Raising his hand, Tsukumo unleashed a flurry of blades. Some were blocked by the dolls, but a few got through, forcing a couple to twist and turn. Tsukumo's mouth curled into a sneer, this was his moment. Just as Tsukumo disappeared from their faces, they felt a bone-chilling sensation at their backs. Chiyo's son reacted quickly, pulling his wife towards him as Tsukumo's blade pierced his chest. Go, we didn't match. Blood stained every word he spoke as he used the last of his strength to push his wife away. With eyes full of longing, he thought, Sasori, your father can no longer come back to be with you. But Tsukumo wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. Drawing his sword, he stepped forward again. The woman, however, unleashed something unexpected. A chilling cry of grief erupted from her, and an amazing burst of chakra exploded outward. 10 puppets stood up, moving with deadly precision. In her extreme sadness and rage, she managed to imitate Chiyo's legendary technique, controlling each puppet with a single thread of chakra. I will make you die with my husband. One puppet protected her from Tsukumo's attack, while the remaining 9 swarmed him from all sides. When a woman goes crazy, it's really scary. From such a close angle, Tsukumo's sharp eyes immediately noticed the explosive tags attached to several puppets. Judging from the number, the explosion would leave no escape. Without hesitation, Tsukumo activated the Flying Thunder God technique and jumped. Then a thunderous explosion occurred. Ah! When the smoke cleared, the woman was kneeling on the ground, hugging her husband's torn body. Blood was pouring out of her, and her dolls were completely destroyed. Her empty, hollow eyes told Tsukumo that she could no longer fight. The remaining Konoha ninja quickly eliminated the remaining Suna forces. 2 of the Suna ninja attempted to pull the woman to safety, but she did not respond. She simply sat there, crying quietly, seemingly broken. Unable to convince her, the 2 Suna nin turned and fled under the relentless pursuit of Konoha's troops. I will send you to join your husband, Tsukumo said softly, stepping forward to meet the woman. His eyes betrayed a trace of emotion, but his hand, steady and determined, brought the blade to her neck. At that moment, her expression cleared. The sobbing stopped and she muttered softly, clutching the severed limb in her arms. Wait for me. I'll be with you soon. The blade flared, blood spraying as her body fell, her eyes closed, a faint smile on her lips. Retreat, Tsukumo ordered. He wiped the corner of his eye with his hand, drew his blade, and led the Konoha forces into the now guarded Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Hayo returned with her troops to their defensive line. Thoughts of the creators. Big brother, how was the operation? Are you injured? Shortly after you left, Hayo brought a large group of Suna nin to attack, but we took them back. It's a shame we didn't catch her. As soon as Tsukumo entered the camp, Kawake's appeared before him. A feeling of warmth came into Tsukumo's heart. This child still cared for his brother. Let's talk while we walk. Is Tsunade still busy? I still have injuries and I'll need her help. All of Tsukumo's Konoha ninja who had returned were wounded, and the severely wounded needed Tsunade's treatment. Without stopping, Tsukumo entered the camp with Kawake's. The battlefield had been cleared, but traces of blood remained, and a strong metallic smell lingered in the air, confirming the brutality of the previous battle. She's still preparing the antidote, but it's almost ready, Kawake said, scratching his head. I took a look, but she kicked me out. That's good. All of the Sunin ninja's supplies were destroyed. Tsukumo's tone was calm, but regret flashed across his face. It's a shame we couldn't get all of our people back. You have done enough, Lord Tsukumo, came a voice from behind. The Konoha ninja with a limp, supported by his companion, looked at Tsukumo with gratitude. He was one of the 2 Tsukumos who were rescued alone. Go straight to the medical area and get treatment, Tsukumo instructed. I'll be right there. Tsukumo then followed Kawake's to Tsunade's medical room, where she was fully focused on preparing the antidote. She had already analyzed the components of the poison. Why are you here again? I told you to stay away from me, Tsunade said, her voice carrying both frustration and annoyance. Looking up, she spotted Tsukumo. Big brother is back, Kawake's muttered awkwardly, rubbing his nose, clearly not feeling welcome. Tsukumo has brought back the wounded, they need your treatment, Kawake's added. Mission complete, Tsukumo said, quickly summing up. Only then did Kawake's tell me that the camp had been attacked by Chiyo and her men. Luckily, we managed to burn the Sunanin's supplies. He glanced at Tsunade, his expression expectant but reserved. He knew there were other wounded in the camp and he couldn't prioritize any one group, so he refrained from making a direct request. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Tsunade finished preparing the antidote pills with a serious expression and handed the finished product to the other staff. Let's go. The 3 of them left the hospital and headed to where the wounded ninja Tsukumo was being treated. Lady Tsunade, the ninja greeted as she approached. Let me take a look. Tsunade examined their injuries and instructed the staff to bandage minor wounds. For the severely injured, she directly used the mystical palm technique to stabilize their condition. Although some will likely face long-term impairment, their lives were saved. Rest, and I'll send you back to Konoha when you feel better, Tsunade reassured them gently. Tsukumo stood silently to the side, his expression dark and heavy. Kawake's had already left the tent, lost in thought as he considered their next move. Meeting, Tsunade ordered as she walked out of the tent, instructing her subordinates to gather key personnel. Within minutes, a dozen people had gathered in the central tent. Hayato Yamanaka, did you get any useful information? Tsunade asked as she took her place in the center. They're all little brats who only learned some basic ninjutsu, so there's nothing of value, Hayato replied, shaking his head. His gaze moved to Kawake's, clearly displeased. If that Arashi guy hadn't died, their information might have been more substantial. Why are you looking at me? I didn't kill him, Kawake said sharply, immediately latching onto Hayato's thoughts. If he didn't personally deal the finishing blow, he didn't consider it murder, no problem there. It's nothing, Lord Kawake's, Hayato quickly muttered, his eyes averted. He had no desire to provoke Kawake's into beating him up, which would be a real loss. Tsukumo, did you manage to eliminate any key figures this time, other than burning the food supplies? Tsunade asked, directing the conversation towards Tsukumo. These recent battles had been critical, and every detail mattered. There was a puppet master couple with quite a strong side that might be related to Chiyo, Tsukumo replied. He had a rough idea based on their imitative puppets, but he wasn't entirely sure. After all, he couldn't see any resemblance between the couple and Chiyo. Lord Tsukumo, a brief description please, Hayato Yamanaka said, confident that he knew all the important ones. Tsukumo briefly described the couple's appearance and abilities. They are Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Hayato Yamanaka immediately determined. His gaze shifted between Kawake's and Tsukumo. These brothers are truly amazing. When will the Yamanaka clan have such experts? Good. This time, Hayo returned to find the supplies burned and her son tragically dead. I can only imagine her anger, Tsunade noted, her eyes blazing with worry, showing no trace of mercy. They were an enemy nation, after all. Let's see if she dares to attack the camp next time. Chiyo's doll army has lost 6 out of 10, and its numbers have dropped dramatically, Kawake's added. The Land of Wind will definitely send more supplies, and their morale and strength are currently weak. I think we can launch a large-scale attack. Even if the battle goes badly, they won't have the chance to behave. What do you think? Now was clearly a good time to attack. If they were executed well, they could break through the Sunanin's defenses. I think it's possible. I'll go gather some more information, Hayato Yamanaka said as he greeted Tsunade before standing up and leaving. Everyone, feel free to express your opinions, Tsunade was encouraged. I support Lord Kawakaze's opinion, someone from the Konoha crowd said. There was not a single dissenting voice in the enraged Konoha shinobi. Okay, then it's all settled. Our supplies will arrive soon, and Sunagakur can't send reinforcements as fast as we can. Then we'll attack. Tsunade had made his final decision, and the first full-scale battle with the Sunin ninja was about to begin. While Konoha sharpened his blades, Hayo returned to the defensive camp in a state of grief. Lady Chiyo, we only found bodies. The Sunin knelt a short distance in front of Chiyo, his voice trembling slightly. The body of Chiyo's son was found only after a long search. Not far from him, under a white cloth, lay 2 more bodies. The cloth covering their heads had been ripped open, as if they had died in a hurry. Kawake's Hitaki, Tsukumo Hitaki. Chiyo muttered, her head bowed, her expression stunned, her eyes red. Ebizo, who was standing nearby, looked sad. He reached out to comfort his sister, but stopped in midair, unable to bring himself to do so. The Suninja in the sand house were too afraid to speak at the moment, everyone was shaking with fear. Sister, you have more important things to do right now. After all, he was her younger brother, and after a while, Ebizo spoke up. He was sad too, but in the face of war, personal emotions didn't seem to matter much. Take her back to the village for burial. Don't tell Sasori yet, Chiyo's voice rasped. She looked up, closed her eyes, and the tears that had gathered fell silently. She was pale, but not hysterical. When she opened her eyes again, her expression had calmed. She was not only a mother, but also a Sunin ninja commander. Yes, Lady Chiyo. Several Sunin ninja carried the body out of the sand house. Hayo took one last look and a deep breath. Thoughts of the creators. Send someone back to the village to tell the 3rd Kazekage that we need supplies. Send more men. I want to know right away if the people of Konoha are up to anything. Finally, guard the front lines well and don't give the people of Konoha any opportunities. Now everyone can leave. Chiyo gave out orders in a hoarse voice. She no longer had the high spirits she had when she first arrived and waved her hand to dismiss everyone. Sister. You go too. I want to be quiet for a while. Hayo told her younger brother to leave as well. Ebizo sighed, looked at her a few times, and left silently. Whoa tilde. After her younger brother left, Chiyo couldn't hold back any longer. She covered her face with her hands and cried loudly. Sasori, Grandma is sorry. Seeing someone young die, Hayo was already beginning to regret attacking the Konoha camp. But there was no cure for regret in the world, and she was determined to get revenge. As the days passed, Tsunade received news that a large amount of supplies would be arriving in 2 days. But the 3rd Kazekage was still arguing with the daimyo about the supplies, as the land of wind was already poor, and every request for resources seemed like a death sentence. The Suna ninja on the front lines barely survived on the little food they had left, and life was very difficult. Dewey led the team to eliminate the threats along the supply route one by one and returned to the camp after leaving the team behind. Naturally, Tsunade would not waste such power on such high combat power in a large-scale battle. Kawakaze's camp quarters were in a small kitchen run by the Earth Release Ninja. It looked unremarkable from the outside, but the inside was carefully decorated, so the 2 boys decided to sleep on the floor when they returned. They even set up the bed themselves. Kawakase couldn't live with Tsunade at the camp, otherwise the 2 boys would definitely be kicked out. Today, everyone gathered in Kawakaze's room for a drink, which also served as a small-scale battle meeting. The supplies will arrive the day after tomorrow, so we can start assigning tasks, Kawakase said bluntly. Everyone knew each other, so he wasn't afraid to steal Tsunade's thunder. I will follow the arrangements, Dewey said, eating his meat without hesitation. What about us? Naoki and Minato looked at Kawakase with anticipation. You 2 just follow us, Tsunade said, giving each of them a head. She was angry, but her heart was big. The 2 children touched their heads in pain and quickly stepped aside. This woman is someone you don't want to mess with. Haha, you're still young, so for now just focus on improving your powers, Shinku said with a kind face. He liked both boys, they were talented, capable, and given time, they would become strongholds of Konoha. Midfield defense is the strongest, who's going? Kawake's focused on personnel deals, untouched by the light-hearted banter. I'll go. Tsukumo took a sip of sake and volunteered to take on the difficult task. Very well, be careful, Kawake's replied. He preferred to let Tsukumo command the center, as he could assess the situation well and provide solid support for a retreat if necessary. The center of the line was not the main target this time. Kawake's and Tsunade were the main offensive force, trying to break through from the flanks. Then I'll leave the other side to do you, Kawake said. No problem. Dai laughed and gave a thumbs up, not even waiting to finish chewing the meat in his mouth. I'll just stay home and wait for your good news, Shinku Yuhi added, taking a sip of sake. His genjutsu wasn't particularly suited for large-scale warfare. Go home after the war and hold your child, Kawake said, raising his cup. Everyone joined in drinking. We all have kids, but when are you going to have one? Shinku teased, looking at Kawake's. Over time, their friendship had loosened Shinku's usual serious demeanor enough for him to joke around. Yes, sensei, when are you going to give me a younger brother or sister? Yes, yes. The two children chimed in again, their earlier headaches forgotten. Naoki's gaze darted to Tsunade, then shifted a bit further when he noticed the blush creeping up her face. What are you two meddling in? Are you going to raise the child after it's born? Tsunade snapped, her face turning red as she shot back at the two boys. I'll lift him up, I'll lift him up. This is my own nephew, blood is thicker than water, Naoki declared loudly, only to fade away again under Tsunade's glare. It's good to have a child for him to keep Kakashi company, Tsukumo suddenly added, his calm tone surprising Tsunade. Is this what they call a parent pushing their grandchildren? After we get married, we can have two more, Kawake said shamelessly, putting his arm around Tsunade's shoulders. What do you think? Let's talk about it after we get married. Tsunade panicked, pushing her hand away. The shy gesture she made at that moment caused everyone in the room to burst into laughter. After everyone had eaten and drunk their filling, everyone left. The two small children took the leftovers and also left, never to return, leaving only Kawake's and Tsunade in the house. Is your brother rushing us to have children? Tsunade sat on the bed, looking at Kawake's, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of the low table. Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. What do you think? Kawake smiled mischievously, surprised that Tsunade was still bothered by the topic. I don't want anything to do with you. Tsunade rolled her eyes, oozing married woman charm. By the way, let me ask you something. Kawake licked his lips and moved to sit next to her, though he made no advances. He wasn't sure if the two children would suddenly return. Go ahead. Tsunade had a feeling that this wasn't going to be a serious question. Even though she was a little annoyed, she was still willing to listen. Why aren't you pregnant? It was the first time Kawake had brought up the issue, though he had thought about it before. He hadn't taken any precautions, and sometimes he wondered if his transmigrant status had affected his fertility. I took care of it. Tsunade blushed. She always found the idea of being pregnant before marriage a little strange. She had no problem taking the medication. Okay, that's good. Kawake patted his chest as if he had been relieved of a huge burden. What's wrong with you? Tsunade asked impatiently, not understanding Kawake's concern. Ha, nothing. Then you can control whether you have a boy or a girl. Kawake looked at her with hopeful eyes, and she immediately rolled her eyes. No. Then you could have twins. No. Then you can. No. Where do you get all these questions? Unable to hold back any longer, Tsunade sent Kawake flying off the bed with a swift kick. Dad. Kawake landed on the floor, still laughing. At that moment, Minato and Naoki opened the door and walked in. Minato, who entered first, immediately noticed Kawake sitting on the floor. He looked up at the sky and quickly retreated. Today is a good day. What's good about this? It's going to rain soon, Naoki grumbled as he tried to squeeze back inside. Minato grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Naoki, being too curious will only hurt you. Tsunade looked at Kawakaze and smirked as he sat there dumbfounded. After a while, Tsunade came out and the two small children crawled back out of their hiding place. What did you see just now? We didn't see anything, they answered firmly, shaking their heads. Kawakaze nodded in satisfaction. They learn quickly and know better. Trainable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The supplies had finally arrived and the war was about to begin. That night, Tsunade called a meeting with key personnel. Following Kawakaze's actions, the following tasks were set. Tsukumo will lead the attack on the Suna ninjas' center line. Duke will command the right flank. Tsunade herself, with the help of Kawakaze, will lead the left flank, the final goal of this mission. Once the orders were given, the Konoha camp split into 3. Strictly speaking, there was a 4th group, Shinku Yuhi, who stayed behind with some troops. The next morning the forces gathered. Go. Act on the signal, Tsunade ordered. The Konoha ninja left the camp, splitting into 3 groups as they made their way towards the Land of Wind. There would be no surprise attack. The Suna ninja had always been quick to eliminate spies, ensuring that news of their movements would inevitably reach Chiyo. The large-scale offensive could not be hidden. Inside Suna's defensive line. Lady Chiyo, Konoha forces are here, the Suna ninja hurriedly reported, still out of breath. Let's greet the enemy, Chiyo replied as she stepped out of her tent. The Suna forces moved quickly, preparing their 3 lines of defense. During the march, Kawakaze remained by Tsunade's side while the 2 younger ninja mixed with the main force, lagging behind. How should we fight? Kawakaze asked. Wait for Tsukumo's signal before firing. I'm not sure who is defending this side, Tsunade replied, her gaze fixed on the enemy. The Hyuga among them had already activated their Byakugan, noticing Suna's forces behind the defensive line. At this point, Tsukumo brought his troops within 100 meters of the Suna ninja's defenses. Use ninjutsu to clear the way. Blame me. Tsukumo took the initiative, drawing his short blade and charging forward. The Konoha ninja behind him began performing a set of ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Dozens, even hundreds of giant dragon heads rushed towards the Suna ninja's defensive line. Chiyo stood calmly at the forefront of the defense, unperturbed and familiar with Konoha's tactics. Earth releases defense. Explosive tags dropped. The Sunyunin skilled in earth release worked together, erecting a massive, heavy barrier to block the incoming ninjutsu. From behind the earth release wall, countless kunai attached to explosive tags were thrown towards the Konoha forces. From a distance, it seemed as if the sky itself was going black. For a moment, explosions echoed across the battlefield. However, the Konoha ninja were not pushovers. This initial clash was more noise than a threat. Whatever they were, it was nothing more than a nuisance. Those who suffered were simply unlucky. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 sides quickly closed, and the Suna ninja attacked from his defensive line. The chaotic battle between the 2 sides officially began. Kenjutsu, Thunder Dragon. Tsukumo's killing power, while not at its peak without the activation of the 8 inner gates, was still far beyond what lowly shinobi could withstand. A large group of Sunin ninja were thrown aside. Those who were directly hit were killed instantly, while those caught in the shockwave were left paralyzed. The Konoha ninja, following Tsukumo, rushed in, preparing the fallen one by one. Tsukumo Hatake. Chiyo noticed Tsukumo at first glance, gritted his teeth, and unrolled the scroll, summoning the remaining 4 puppets from Chikamatsu's 10-doll collection. Together with the 6 hastily processed normal puppets, she formed a total of 10. With flying fingers, she pointed them all towards Tsukumo. Chiyo. Tsukumo's strike was blocked by one of Chiyo's puppets, and it was only then that he noticed a pair of fiery eyes staring at him from afar. Today you will pay for the death of my child, Chiyo growled. 10 puppets leapt forward in unison, all focused on attacking, leaving no defense. You're blinded by rage, Tsukumo taunted. I think I'll be the one to reunite you with your family. Chikamatsu's puppets, although lacking full power, still dared to challenge him. Tsukumo engaged Chiyo head-on, their battle erupted as Konoha and Suna ninja clashed on the battlefield. Soon the ground was clogged, scarred, and stained with blood. On the left and right flanks, Dewey and Kawake's launched simultaneous attacks as signal flares burst in the sky. Dewey immediately activated the sixth gate of the eighth profound gate. Green chakra wrapped around his body, his face darkened with blood rushing through, and his pupils turned white. Morning Peacock. Yes 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 tilde. Dian slammed into the ranks of the Song ninja, his fists lashing out like a fire god. Flames erupted as his blows struck. The ninja did not survive, the moisture in their bodies instantly evaporated from the heat. They fell like dried husks, shattering on impact with the ground. Soon, the area around Dewey became an uninhabited zone. No Suna ninja dared to approach the man in green tights. But his dazzling figure quickly attracted Ebizo's attention. Let's go, Ebizo said through gritted teeth, leading 9 elite Jonin to surround Dewey. He also commanded 9 puppets, slightly behind Chio. Each puppet wore a large character, seal, on its forehead. Dolls are scattered around Dewey, scrolls coming out of their mouths. Ninja art, 9 puppet seal techniques. Ebizo formed a hand seal and the chakra from the 9 dolls converged to create a massive transparent barrier. I frowned. The heavy green strike collided with the barrier, ripples spread from the impact, but the charm held firm. You just wait and die inside the barrier. Ebizo retained his hand seal as this fuinjutsu technique required constant chakra output. Inside the barrier, 9 Sunin ninjas began to surround Dewey. They split into 3 teams, one to defend, one to attack, and one to disrupt Dewey's rhythm. Although Dewey avoided injury with his incredible speed, breaking out of the formation proved difficult. Ebizo's mouth curled into a smile. He had finally managed to hold back Konoha's Mogu mighty time. Meanwhile, the battle on the right flank had reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. The war, like a relentless meat grinder, continued to claim lives every moment. The outcome of the left flank was now especially critical for Konoha. Kawake's and Tsunade summoned parts of Lady Katsuyu, allowing the slugs to heal and support Konoha's forces. They then attacked the front lines. Kawake's wielded a sharp blade, lightning cracked around him. Wherever lightning flashed, Suna ninja fell in droves, unable to stand. Tsunade's fists glowed with chakra as she leapt high into the air, slamming into the center of the Suna ranks. With her fists as the point of impact, the ground collapsed into a circular pit, sending the Suna ninja flying like ragdolls. They exuded an unwavering aura, radiating courage and determination, like 2 dragons diving into the sea. The Suna nin, seeing the pair as prime targets, launched a flurry of ninjutsu, kunai, and explosive tags. Kawake's and Tsunade exchanged a quick glance but said nothing. Together, they effortlessly deflected the incoming attacks and dove back into the chaotic ranks. Find an opening and strike hard, Kawake's shouted, red seals appearing around his eyes. His intention was clear, to stop the encroaching Suna Ionin single-handedly. Got it, Tsunade replied, immediately understanding his plan. The two had achieved their goal of breaking the enemy ranks. Without hesitation, Tsunade turned and headed towards the open area. Now she needed to find a high vantage point with a clear view of the battlefield. Unbearable pain. Tsunade bumped into the Suna nin in front of her, and without looking back, she charged furiously towards the distant mountains. She had found a good position. Kawake's was already surrounded by a dozen Suna ninja. He remained calm and danced with his sword. Noticing a Suna ninja who looked a little timid, he used the body flicker technique to charge forward. With the increase of Senjutsu chakra, his speed and Kenjutsu power increased greatly. There was a flash of lightning before the Suna nin's eyes, and Kawakaze's figure disappeared. Scorch release, extremely steamy murder. In front of Kawake's, a kunoichi with a green pigtail and 2 yellow slashes on her forehead appeared in front of Kawake's with a solemn expression. She was the only one who could vaguely perceive Kawakaze's attack intention. She summoned several fireballs the size of a human head that floated around her and were about to collide with Kawake's when she struck. Kawake's felt his blood boiling inside him. It was a Keke Genkai. He immediately shifted his attention, throwing Senbon in all directions, dodging the kunoichi's attacks with his body flicker technique. The next moment, he appeared behind the Suna ninja who had just dodged his senbon and decapitated him with one blow. Seeing her attacks fail, the kunoichi's expression grew more serious, the fireballs still swirling around her. Pakura. Kawakase recognized the kunoichi at first sight. She was a Sunagaker Scorch Release user and a prominent female character in the original work. Right. Pakura wasn't surprised to learn that she was recognized, her name was feared throughout all countries. Attack. Now is not the time to talk. At Pakura's command, the Suna ninjas closed in around Kawakase. Wind released, Blade of the Wind. Wind release, Air Bullet. A wide variety of wind release ninjutsu hit Kawakase while Pakura arrived with a fireball. Scorch release can instantly evaporate the water in an opponent's body at close range, turning them into a mummy, so Kawakase naturally avoided direct confrontation. He disappeared, effortlessly dodging the barrage of ninjutsu and causing Pakura's attack to miss once more. With the Flying Thunder God technique activated in rapid succession, Kawakase quickly moved among the Suna ninja, his rapid sword technique cutting down anyone in his path. Caught in a sudden counterattack by Hao, the Suna ninja staggered, trying to dodge their blows. They regrouped in a three-man formation, standing back-to-back in a defensive stance. The roles of attacker and defender were completely reversed. "He's too fast. We can't keep up," one Suna ninja stuttered, his hand clutching a kunai, shaking with fear. He had never faced such an unpredictable opponent. "You're useless. If you can't keep up, you might as well die," Pakura barked. She stood firm, her sharp gaze locked on Kawakase as the other Suna nin fell on his blade. "Do you really think that will stop me?" Kawakase said coldly. "Kenjutsu. 6 times. A small smirk appeared on Kawakase's lips as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his body. It turned into a blinding flash of lightning that flashed past Pakura's dilating pupils. When he reappeared, 3 groups of Suna ninja in his path were torn in half. Only one managed to react in time, saving himself with an earth clone, but even he lost all his nerve. "Ah!" the ninja screamed, running madly into the distance, completely scared. "Bully!" Pakura spat, glaring daggers at her fleeing comrade. Her expression burned with rage. It was more unbearable than failing to defeat Kawakase herself. "Keeping you alive is also a problem," Kawakase noted, his gaze moving to Pakura. He knew the fate that awaited her in Sunagaker, death orchestrated by her own village. To her, becoming a martyr was preferable to dying in their plots. "If you have guts, come here," Pakura shouted defiantly. The fireballs swirling around her began to spin violently, their intensity increasing as if fueled by her determination. Kenjutsu, Thunder Shadow Sword Dance. Kawakase's chakra jumped up and focused on his sword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade spun, the sword dance accelerating until countless streaks of sword energy were filled with lightning and thunder like a raging storm. "If I can't get close, I'll attack from afar," Kawakase muttered. The sword energy, enhanced by lightning, swept across the battlefield at blinding speed. Before Pakura could react, the devastating attack was already in front of her. Serious release, Earth-style wall. The 2 Ionans raised massive walls of earth, but the defense didn't last even a breath before it was shattered into pieces by Kawakase's sword dance. The sword energy rose relentlessly forward. Scorch release, Great Steam Explosive Burst. At that moment, Pakura abandoned all hesitation. She gathered the fireballs swirling around her, fusing them into a single fireball half the height of a man. The attack collided head-on with the energy of the incoming sword. A thunderous explosion erupted, and scorching steam billowed in all directions. Kawakase instinctively raised his hand to protect his face. When the dust and steam finally settled, Pakura was coughing up blood and dropping to one knee, visibly weakened and seriously injured. Behind her, the 2 Suna ninja had been reduced to mummified husks, victims of her scorch release power. "It's time to send you on your way," Kawakase muttered coldly. He felt no pity for the woman kneeling before him, though she was undoubtedly beautiful. The rest of the Suna nin were now scattered and no longer posed a threat. Suddenly, Kawakase felt a surge of enormous chakra coming from beyond the battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and disappeared, streaking across the battlefield like lightning. "Retreat," he ordered. Kawake's cleared a path through the chaos for the Konoha ninja, allowing them to escape safely. The Suna ninja, still stunned and disorganized, were unable to comprehend what had just happened. Pakura, still kneeling on the ground, looked towards the distant mountains. There, a colossal crimson figure loomed ominously. Behind it, 7 tails swayed violently, and in its mouth, a ball of concentrated, high-density chakra had already begun to form. The target was unmistakable, their battlefield. Pakura felt no relief from Kawaka's attack, only a deeper, more primal fear. Tailed beast ball. Run, she muttered. The Suna ninja forces, already in disarray, fell into complete panic. There was no time to organize an effective defense. Having come to her feet, despite her injuries, Pakura turned and disappeared into the distance. As the Konoha ninja retreated, the Suna forces finally realized the impending disaster. Oh, run. Konoha is so ruthless. It's a ball with a tailed beast. The panicked Suna nin began to run back to their defensive line, their formation quickly falling apart. Tsunade, maintaining her focus and composure despite the presence of Semite, noticed the clear division between the Konoha forces and the disorganized Suna ninja. Without hesitation, she swallowed the tailed beast ball and delivered it directly to the enemy. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, sending a massive mushroom cloud into the sky. The blast destroyed most of the Suna ninja's defensive line and camp. When the smoke finally cleared, the ground was littered with dead and wounded Suna ninja. The destructive power of the tailed beast's ball spoke for itself. Attack, Kawake's commanded, leading the Konoha team into another attack. Tsunade flapped her wings and flew forward to join the advancing forces. Well done. It's all thanks to your kind team. Kawake's and Tsunade exchanged words of praise amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The Suna ninja's right flank had completely collapsed. After the devastation caused by the tailed beast ball, the Konoha ninja had run amok like wolves among sheep. Morale shattered, the Suna forces gave up on the fight and began to retreat towards the center of the battlefield, desperate for a chance to survive. Let's also head to the center of the battlefield, Kawake said decisively. We'll help Big Brother break through the center and then regroup. If we succeed, the defense of the country of wind will be completely broken, he added, his mind already planning his next steps. Okay. Are Naoki and Minato still safe? Tsunade asked, her thoughts briefly drifting to her younger brother. Don't worry, they're fine, Kawake replied with absolute confidence. Together, he and Tsunade led the main force in a hot pursuit of the retreating Suna troops, driving them back to the center line. Among the advancing forces, Naoki and Minato fought side by side, their clothes soaked in blood. They didn't even know how many enemies they had defeated. Minato, my sister is amazing, isn't she? Naoki shouted, his face beaming with pride as if he was doing the tailed beast ball. And my sensei's wife. Minato answered absent-mindedly before stopping mid-sentence, a brief look of confusion crossing his face. He suddenly realized that the hierarchy of their relationship might seem a little wrong. Thoughts of the creators. While the right flank had been breached, the center remained hotly contested. Tsukumo had already been fighting Chiyo for several rounds. Their battle had cleared the area around them, leaving an open area with no other ninja daring to interfere. It was simply Tsukumo against Hayo and her 10 puppets. Despite the incomplete work, Chikamatsu's collection of 10 dolls still posed a huge threat. Tsukumo remained extremely cautious, but Chiyo was equally wary of the Flying Thunder God's technique. Whenever he threw a kunai to establish a teleportation trail, she deftly avoided it, preventing Tsukumo from finding the decisive angle for a killing blow. The only opportunity he found resulted in Chiyo narrowly escaping fatal injury. She was left with a deep, bone-deep wound on her waist. If not for her exceptional medical ninjutsu, she would have lost the ability to fight. Injured, Chiyo calmed down, recalling 3 puppets to protect her flank. Her strongest defensive puppet, the bull, had already been destroyed by Kawake's and was now his trophy. With a subtle snap of their fingers, the 7 remaining puppets began another coordinated attack. The double-bladed puppet surged forward, swinging a vicious slash at Tsukumo's head. Another puppet, armed with an iron whip, attacked from behind. Tsukumo advanced towards the dual-bladed doll, parrying its strike with his short sword before using his body flicker technique to dodge the whip and remaining attacks. Without losing momentum, he attacked Chiyo again. He knew that if he could eliminate her, the puppets would become useless. "Stop making such senseless attacks," Chiyo said coldly, her fingers twitching as her 3 protective puppets surrounded her once more. Her voice was low, but her sharp eyes flashed with brilliance. Tsukumo adjusted his position several times using his body flicker technique, but each time his attack was blocked by Chiyo's precise control over the puppets. Poison needles shot out from their mouths, forcing him to dodge again and reappear several meters away. "You're much shorter than your little brother," Chiyo taunted, her tone laced with provocation. These words struck a nerve. Tsukumo's face paled for a moment. "Old woman, die," he muttered through clenched teeth. It was one thing to know his weaknesses, but to voice them so openly. "Like your dead son," he thought bitterly that you really were a bastard. Kenjutsu, Sky Destroyer. An intense, brilliant white light erupted from Tsukumo's short sword, crackling with energy. At the same time, lightning flashed beneath his feet, and his figure disappeared, leaving behind 2 charred marks where he had stood. "Wow!" Tsukumo appeared again, his short sword cutting through the air with a high-pitched roar, attacking Chiyo with an unstoppable momentum. Again, Chiyo muttered, her expression serious. "Ninja art, triangle shield." One of her puppets stepped on the shoulders of the other 2, forming swift hand seals. A massive, transparent triangular shield materialized in front of Chiyo, shimmering like iron. Tsukumo's blade struck the shield with a thunderous ringing sound, the collision of energy sending shockwaves through the ground. The enormous recoil caused them both to retreat several meters, their attacks temporarily neutralized. For a moment they were at an impasse. Tsukumo's gaze shifted to the surrounding battlefield. The Suna ninja holding the center line were formidable, and the Konoha forces were at a disadvantage. The Konoha ninja was falling before his eyes, but Tsukumo couldn't tear himself away. Chiyo's relentless control had him locked in place. "I don't have time to hang out with you anymore. The gates of pain, open." Tsukumo could only gain access to the 4th gate, made possible by his solid foundation. However, he knew that further advancement would require even more rigorous training. Doi, his mentor in the 8 inner gates, was shocked by Tsukumo's progress, admitting that it had taken him 5 years to open the 4th gate himself. Chiyo's sharp eyes narrowed as she noticed Tsukumo's face begin to turn red. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his body, shaking the very air around him. "What a surprising amount of chakra," Chiyo muttered, her voice low. A solemn look spread across her face as she felt the unmistakable pressure of impending death. Unaware of Tsukumo's current strength, Hayo sent one of his puppets to test him beforehand. The shadow of the dance leaf. Tsukumo poured water on his short blade, and his figure blurred. A green streak instantly appeared in front of the double-bladed puppet. With a precise upward strike, he sent the puppet flying into the air. Chiyo's hands twitched as she desperately tried to maintain control over the chakra threads. Konoha Whirlwind. After the upward strike, Tsukumo delivered a powerful downward strike in midair. The dual puppets shattered under the force, fragments of their bodies scattered across the battlefield. Physical strikes, when performed with such force, proved far more destructive to the puppets than attacks on the blades. "Bastard!" Hayo hissed, a flash of grief coursing through her as another of Chikamatsu's 10-stamp collection was destroyed. Ninja art, 3 jewels of suction crush. Without wasting a moment, Chiyo formed a series of hand seals. The 3 puppets moved into a triangular formation, activating their mechanisms. Their mouths opened to reveal the symbols of Buddha, Dharma, and monk. A powerful tornado erupted from the center of the dolls, drawing debris, rocks, wood, and dust, into its heart. The fragments were compressed and launched from behind the triangle like deadly projectiles. Tsukumo, caught in the powerful suction, braced himself against the force. Then, through the chaos, he noticed Chiyo throwing a small lion face mask, no bigger than a fist. Heifer. Lion, closing roar. As the mask approached Tsukumo, it began to expand, growing larger with each rotation. Its shape twisted and transformed until it revealed a grotesque lion mask, its blood-red eyes glowing and its fangs stretching wide. Tsukumo's instincts flared. He could feel the seal's oppressive power approaching, the fuinjutsu, locking away his chakra and leaving him defenseless. Chiyo's plan was calculated: seal Tsukumo's chakra and finish him off at his leisure. But Hayo underestimated the true power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike the body flicker technique, it was not bound by physical space, it was a spatial ninjutsu. In a blur, Tsukumo's form disappeared from the swirling tornado. Chiyo's expression changed from confident attention to disbelief. She explained the speed, but not the instantaneous translocation of the Flying Thunder God. The lion mask fell uselessly to the ground, its sealing ability wasted. Before she could react, Tsukumo's attack was already on her. Kenjutsu, Thunder Fang. Tsukumo's green blade cut into the ground with unstoppable force. The short blade, wrapped in rotating green chakra, violently collided with the three puppets in front of Chiyo, releasing an ear-splitting noise. When the smoke and dust finally settled, the three dolls lay in shattered pieces. If Chiyo hadn't used sand clones to dodge at the last moment, there would have been no way for her to survive this devastating attack. Seeing that the tides were turning and her remaining puppets were not enough to match Tsukumo, Chiyo decided to retreat. Explode. She manipulated her final puppet to fly straight at Tsukumo, activating its self-destruct mechanism. The puppet exploded in a powerful explosion, sending countless poison needles raining down like a storm. Tsukumo managed to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the blast radius, but even so, some of the poison needles hit him. Grinding his teeth, he pulled out the needles, reached into his gear bag, and took one of Tsunade's antidote pills. His eyes narrowed coldly as he refocused. Without hesitation, his figure disappeared. Hayo, desperately saving himself, looked back, only to run straight into Tsukumo's short sword. The blade pierced her chest. Her next step landed right on the Flying Thunder God kunai that bore Tsukumo's mark. "Go reunite with your son," Tsukumo said emotionlessly as he drew his sword. Blood spattered onto the ground. Hayo's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came. She reached out weakly, her trembling fingers reaching for Tsukumo's face, but failed. Her body, overcome with pain and regret, collapsed forward. Tsukumo stepped back as Chiyo fell hard to the ground, her blood quickly pooling around her motionless form. Cough, cough. Tsukumo coughed up traces of blood, his face pale. Chiyo's poisons had become even more refined. Tsunade's anti-poison pills had not completely neutralized the toxins. The strain of opening the 8 inner gates made him feel weak, his limbs trembling slightly. This battle was not easy at all. He pulled out a mosquito-repellent tablet from his bag, popped it into his mouth, and sat cross-legged on the ground, finally allowing himself a moment of rest. "I'm not as good as Kawake's," Tsukumo muttered to himself, "but I can still kill you. Old woman, watch what you say in your next life." Despite the victory, Chiyo's words still lingered in his mind, irritating him. The screams echoed in the distance, catching Tsukumo's attention. He turned his head to see Kawake's and Tsunade leading a group of Konoha forces from the right flank. They had come to support him. The outcome of the battle was now clear. A small, relieved smile appeared on Tsukumo's face as he raised his hand and called out, "Kawake's, here. Help has arrived. Now someone can cure his poison." Thoughts of the creators. The addition of the Sunin ninja not only failed to improve the team's combat effectiveness but also caused panic. The Konoha ninja led by Kawake's and Tsunade with high morale quickly broke through the center line. The Suna ninja, barely escaping with their lives, stopped retreating to the far left and instead ran towards the heart of the Land of Wind. "Big brother, what's going on?" Kawake's asked as he approached Tsukumo, who looked pale and worried. Chiyo lay motionless next to him, but Kawake's didn't find anything unusual about her condition. "Wasn't that how it should be?" "It shouldn't be anything serious," Tsukumo said weakly. "I was poisoned, and the antidotes to Tsunade's pills didn't wash it away completely." Tsukumo's tone was weak, a testament to the seriousness of the situation. Chiyo's expertise in poisons, however, was undoubtedly among the top 3 in the world. Let me take a look, Tsunade said, crouching down next to Tsukumo, folding her arms to examine him thoroughly. What's his condition? Kawake's blurted out before Tsukumo could even speak. Some stubborn toxins remain, but there is no threat to his life, Tsunade replied, her furrowed brow relaxing. It will be good if I can develop an antidote in time. That's good, Kawake sighed in relief. Kakashi and his father were still here. That was all that mattered. What's there to worry about? I'm not dead, am I? Tsukumo asked, a small smile on his face as he gathered the strength to ruffle Kawaka's hair, a gesture he often did when they were younger. Kawake waved his hand, frowning. If you died, who would I be mad at? And stop, this is embarrassing. You're sorry. If you want to die, just say so. Tsukumo retorted, feigning rage as he kicked into the air, nearly tripping over himself. SSSHH you did this to yourself, so don't blame me, Kawake teased, amused by his brother's antics. Despite the tension, he was confident that it wouldn't affect Kakashi's future younger siblings. Don't let me catch you, Tsukumo growled, glaring at Kawake. Where did this annoying little brother come from? That's enough, Tsunade intervened, helping stabilize Tsukumo's injuries. You rest here. Kawake and I will go support Dewey. As she prepared to leave, Tsunade glanced at her brothers bickering like children and couldn't help but envy her sister-in-law Nayuki, who managed to take care of them all. If I ever have a son, I hope he doesn't end up like this with Kakashi. Otherwise, the Hitaki clan might have a genetic predisposition for chaos. Good. The battle cannot be delayed. You go, Tsukumo said as he stood up, his movements steady despite his injuries. Let's go. Kawake responded, taking the initiative. He quickly gathered the uninjured Konoha ninja and rushed to the left flank with Tsunade. Within the barrier, Dewey struggled for a long time against 9 elite Sunagaku Zanin, his 6 gates completely open. The barrier severely limited his range of movement, preventing him from using his full speed and making it difficult for Sunanin to even touch him. Some of the Sun Zongan resorted to taking chakra-enhancing drugs. Dewey's unrivaled taijutsu overwhelmed them, and their chakra reserves were quickly depleted. Ebizo's face was pale, his own chakra weakening as he struggled to maintain the barrier. He didn't know how much longer this would last. Oak suffered minor injuries and was bothered by the Suna ninja's genjutsu techniques. Both sides were faced with their limitations, which resulted in a noticeable decrease in the intensity of their attacks. Outside the barrier, a battle raged between the Konoha and Suna ninja, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Maybe even if we 9 get tired, we'll still wear you out, teased the Suna nin with the cross-shaped scar near his eye. He noticed Dai's chakra weakening and guessed that Dai's kinjutsu couldn't be sustained for long. Youth never retreats. Dai roared, his green aura gaining momentum. He charged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he moved at blinding speed. The 9 Sunin ninja began to adapt to his movements. Although they could not completely keep up, they relied on strategy and patience, believing that they would eventually deliver the decisive blow. Earth retrieval, Earth shore retrieval. One of the Sunin ninja shouted as he erected an earth wall for defense. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Du responded by spinning at high speed and delivering a powerful punch that shattered the wall. 1, 2, 3. Duke shattered 6 clay walls in a row before he was intercepted. Genjutsu. Sand coffin binding technique. The Suna ninja's ice scars unleashed a genjutsu at close range, catching Dewey off guard. This technique, carefully prepared, trapped the target in an illusion bound by sand, experiencing an oppressive compression that simulated suffocation. Dai was frozen in place, his body motionless as if under a spell. His breathing was rapidly increasing and his chakra reserves were dangerously low. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. One of the Suna ninja shouted, and 9 attackers jumped into battle. The genjutsu only briefly disrupted Dewey's movements, but the sand-binding power became stronger. Armed with several kunai each, the Suna nin closed in, ready to turn Dewey into a pole. As the sense of impending danger reached its peak, the Sun ninja were almost upon him. Passion of youth, burn. Dewey's voice burst into a roar of defiance. Gate 7, the Gate of Miracles, is open. Agony gripped Dewey as blue steam rose from his body, signifying the incredible surge of chakra caused by the seventh gate. A vortex of energy erupted, throwing the advancing Sunni into chaos. The sheer power of his chakra destroyed the genjutsu that had bound him, breaking free with devastating force. Go! One Suna ninja shouted as they ran forward, trying to match Dewey's speed. Day Tiger. With a ferocious roar, Dewey unleashed a devastating straight punch. The air was momentarily compressed tightly, then explosively expanded into a massive air cannon in the shape of a roaring tiger. Oh! The 9 Sunin ninjas had no chance. The 3 in the lead were torn apart instantly, their remains raining down into the crimson stream. The 6 behind them were brutally thrown to the ground, their survival uncertain. The sheer force of the attack tore a hole in the barrier, big enough for a man to pass through. Ebizo staggered backwards, coughing up blood as he fell to one knee. His 9 dolls were tossed aside like discarded toys, and the barrier shattered. Dewey, exhausted from unleashing the Day Tiger, could no longer endure the 7th gate. Pain racked his body and cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he propped himself up on one trembling hand, glaring at Ebizo with ferocity. Ha ha. Cough. Ebizo chuckled through the blood in his throat. You're done for, aren't you? Using the last of his chakra, Ebizo manipulated the puppet forward. The puppet's right arm transformed into a deadly blade. Dewey gritted his teeth and tried to move, but his body betrayed him. He could only watch as the puppet advanced, its blade coming closer. Die tilde, Ebizo growled as the puppet raised its weapon high and stabbed downwards with its knife. Hold it. A streak of thunder light cut across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Kenjutsu. God's thunder speed. Kawakaze's blade gleamed as it passed through Ebizo, who was clutching his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. His doll's blade pierced Dewey's chest, stopping just inches from his heart, but he had no strength left to continue. Ebizo turned to Dewey, blood seeping from his neck. Heikake. Kawakaze. He whispered, falling with a crash. His puppet stood frozen, its power spent. At the last moment, Kawakaze arrived, saving Dewey from certain death. Kawakaze. Dewey muttered as he caught a glimpse of his savior, but his power failed and he completely collapsed. Tsunade, quickly look at him. Kawakaze barked, his voice urgent. Tsunade rushed to Dewey's side, her movements quick as she prepared for his injuries. Thoughts of the creators. Tsunade landed gracefully, her wings folded, her expression grim. Dewey first opened the 7 gates, putting a huge strain on his body, and was then stabbed in the chest by the Ebizo puppet. His pallor turned sickly black, clearly indicating that the puppet's blade was laced with poison. Calling technique. Tsunade bit her finger and formed seals. With a puff of smoke, Lady Katsuyu, the slug, appeared next to her. Without requiring instructions, Katsuyu's clones broke off and began tending to Dewey's chest wound. Gradually, the wound healed under Katsuyu's careful care and the bleeding subsided. Tsunade carefully examined his injuries, relief flickering across her face. How is he? Kawakaze, filled with worry, came closer. Although their time together was short, the bond between the Kawakaze family and Dewey had become strong. His worry was palpable, second only to the moment he rushed to Tsukumo's aid. Luckily, he can be saved, Tsunade said, her tone steady. The chest wound didn't reach his heart. That's no longer a problem. As for the poison in his bloodstream, it's manageable. She pulled out the antidote, placed it in Dewey's mouth, and activated her chakra to help dissolve it, ensuring it was absorbed into his system. It's not a perfect antidote, but it will slow down the toxin enough for me to completely neutralize it. If I can handle Chiyo's poisons, Ebizo won't be a problem. That's a relief, Kawakaze muttered, lowering his guard as he gently lifted Dewey into his arms. His movements, however, jolted Dewey slightly, causing him to groan in pain. Be gentle, Tsunade snapped, looking at Kawakaze. His muscles, bones, and tendons are damaged. I know, Kawakaze said, nodding obediently. He adjusted his influence on Dewey, making sure his movements were smooth and steady. They turned their attention back to the battlefield. The reinforcements had turned the tide of battle, and the Konoha ninja had won decisively. The remaining Suna forces retreated into the depths of the Land of Wind, abandoning their positions. The battle ended with the Konoha forces breaking through Suna's defensive line and officially entering the Land of Wind. After securing the battlefield, the Konoha ninja gathered before Tsunade. "Send a message to Shinku Yuhi to lead a team to meet us," Tsunade ordered. Several shinobi broke off to deliver instructions to the border of the Land of Rain, while the rest followed Tsunade to the center line. When they arrived, Tsukumo was already leading his unit in reconnaissance of the remains of the Suna camp. The seriously injured were gathered to await Tsunade's treatment. Kawakase carried Dewey in his arms, following the Konoha ninja's directions to the sand hut where Tsukumo was resting. "Big brother," Kawakase called as he entered. "Kawakase, ah," Tsukumo replied, his voice tired. His gaze quickly fell on Dewey. "What's wrong with Dewey?" Tsukumo, who had just gotten out of bed, froze at the sight of his unconscious friend. Alarmed, he went to check on him. "Don't move," Kawakase interjected firmly. "He simply collapsed from his injuries. Like you, he'll have to wait for the antidote from Tsunade." Relieved, Tsukumo took a breath and lay back down as Kawakase carefully placed Dewey on the bed next to him. "That's good," Tsukumo muttered, his tension easing. His son is still so young. He couldn't go first. "You're not even dead yet. How could he have gone before you?" Kawakase quipped, trying to lighten the mood. But as usual, his teasing got on Tsukumo's nerves. "Great, don't start." Before Tsukumo could say more, Kawakase had already left the room, leaving him shaking his head in annoyance. "I'll go find Tsunade," Kawakase's voice called from outside, fading as he walked away. Tsukumo chuckled helplessly. "This kid." After a moment, Tsukumo sat up, his concern for Dewey lingering. He checked to make sure his friend was alive, then lay back down with a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Kawakase used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Tsunade, who was busy in Chiyo's medical room. The space was cluttered with many uncollected poisons and dismantled puppet parts. "What are you doing here? You're just in the way," Tsunade said sharply, not even looking up as she looked over the row of herbs and vials. "Haha, I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help you," Kawakase replied timidly, scratching the back of his head. His attempts to help her had been rejected countless times. "No need," Tsunade replied shortly. "If you're bored, go help Shinku. He should be here soon." Realizing that she wasn't going to relent, Kawakase shrugged. "Okay, then I'll be going." He lingered for a moment, looking at her repeatedly, hoping that she might change her mind and call him back. But Tsunade didn't spare him a single glance, completely absorbed in her work. Defeated, Kawakase walked out of the office. "Ungrateful," he muttered under his breath, trying not to raise his voice. He headed towards the Land of Rain, although without using the Flying Thunder God technique, he had no idea where Shinku might be. As Kawakase approached the border of the Land of Rain, he noticed a large group of Konoha ninja carrying their belongings, led by the warehouse manager Shinku Yuhi. They were steadily walking towards the center line. "Shinku," Kawakase called as he used his body flicker technique to appear next to Yuhi Shinku. The latter barely reacted, having gotten used to Kawakase's sudden arrival. "Kawakase, that battle was fought beautifully," Shinku said with a weak smile. He hadn't expected such a quick victory, especially against the forces of the Land of Wind, one of the 5 great nations. "Thank you for holding on to my back," Kawakase replied with a teasing grin, throwing the compliment at him as a joke. "Haha, then don't forget to give me credit for this great achievement," Shinku quipped, matching Kawakase's tone. They shared a hearty laugh, their camaraderie evident. "I heard that Hayo and Ebizo are dead," Shinku asked, his tone becoming serious. Kawakase nodded. He confirmed. The news would quickly spread throughout the ninja world, no doubt shaking up alliances and strategies. The third Kazekage will lose him, Shinku thought. The third Kazecage's direct appearance on the battlefield became inevitable. "This is war, blame the swords, not the men," Kawakase replied pragmatically. Shinku nodded, letting the matter fall to pieces. When the main force reached what had been the Sunin Nin camp, now the Konoha camp, Shinku immediately began organizing. He assigned medical personnel to treat the wounded and ensured that medicine was delivered to Tsunade's medical office. After completing his tasks, he bid farewell to Kawake's and returned to managing the warehouse, his usual post. Tsunade, bolstered by the newly arriving supplies, sped up the production of antidote pills. By evening, she had finished preparing pills for both Tsukumo and Dewey. She handed them over to Kawake's before resuming her work treating the other injured shinobi, even eating her dinner in her wound to save time. With the antidote in hand, Kawake's used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Tsukumo and Dewey's room. He handed one pill to Tsukumo, who took it without issue, but Dewey was left unconscious. Bringing him the pill turned into a test, as neither Kawake's nor Tsukumo had Tsunade's agility. After much effort, they finally managed to force the pill down Dewey's throat. The strain left Kawake's huffing and puffing as if he had just survived another battle. "You usually eat so much, but now you can't even stand a pill," Kawake's grumbled, throwing an irritated look at Dewey. He slumped into a chair by Tsukumo's bed, exhausted. "It's the first time I've had to give medicine to a guy. It's harder than I thought." Thoughts of the creators. Watch your mouth or I'll sew it shut. Tsukumo was furious when he heard this. What kind of person would choose to fight someone who was injured? "Why are you so arrogant? My wife still prescribes medicine," Kawake's taunted, acting as if he ruled the world, exploiting the fact that Tsukumo was hurt. "What's your problem? Just say it. I'll spit in your face, don't you want that?" Tsukumo snapped, his temper wearing thin. Tensions flared as the two brothers wrestled with each other. Kawake's took full advantage of Tsukumo's weakened state, pinning him to the bed and landing several punches. "Call me big brother and I'll let you go." Kawake's Hitaki, keep dreaming. Tsukumo was burning with humiliation, holding back tears. Luckily, Tsunade was too busy to notice their childish fight, otherwise, the baby plan might have been postponed indefinitely. After a chaotic scuffle, the brothers made some final threats and eventually went their separate ways. Once Tsukumo had taken his antidote and Kawake's had moved a bit, both felt somewhat restored. Kawake's even enjoyed a hearty dinner, preferential treatment for the wounded, regardless of rank. Meanwhile, Dewey remained unconscious, requiring time to recover. Medical staff administered a nutritional solution to sustain him, ensuring that he would not require solid food immediately. Later, Kawake's returned to the infirmary. To his surprise, the two younger ones were already there, helping Tsunade. They meticulously cleaned wounds, applied medicine, and wrapped bandages, demonstrating impressive skill for their age. "Sensei, brother priest," they greeted him politely. Kawake's nodded in acknowledgement, deciding not to interrupt their work. Later, back in his room, Kawake's enjoyed a quiet meal. It was only late at night that Tsunade entered his room, her face tired. "Is it over?" he asked. "Basically. Just minor injuries left, nothing that requires my attention." Her voice was steady as usual, but the exhaustion etched on her face was unmistakable. The battle may have been won, but Konoha's losses were heavy. Kawake stood up and gently scooped Tsunade into his arms. "Why are you so inattentive?" Tsunade initially misinterpreted her intentions, her face tightening in anger. "What are you thinking? Just rest here," Kawake reassured her, laying her down on the bed he had prepared with fresh, comfortable linens. "Get some rest. I'll be there." He handed her a blanket and gave her a small, reassuring smile. "Sorry," Tsunade muttered, her cheeks full of guilt. "Good night," Kawake replied before leaning down to plant a light kiss on her forehead. He then turned and left the room, leaving Tsunade to rest. Meanwhile, while the Konoha ninja were resting in their camp, news of their defeat arrived in Sunagaku. It was a sleepless night for the third Kazekage. "Konoha, you seek to destroy the very roots of my Sunagaku," he muttered darkly, his disappointment spilling over. A sudden crack echoed through the room as something shattered under his fury. Deciding to act, he called an emergency meeting overnight. Kazekage Building, Combat Affairs Room. The third Kazekage stood sternly on the stage, his piercing yellow eyes scanning the assembled Sunagaku elite. He wore the white Kazekage robe over a blue ninja suit, his blue hair catching the dim light. Military reports were coming in from the front lines. "Our forces had suffered a catastrophic defeat," he began, his voice sharp with suppressed anger. Konoha has already set up a camp in our land of winds. Daimyo's deliveries are delayed, and," he paused, his tone dropping ominously, "Chiyo and Ebizo have fallen." Gasps rang out throughout the room. The loss of Chiyo and Ebizo, long considered the pillars of the village, was unthinkable. "What do you propose we do next? If you have any ideas, speak now," the Kage demanded. "If you remain silent, this may be your last chance to offer solutions." The room remained deathly silent, the assembled ninja too afraid to meet his gaze. "If you don't talk, I'll make my own decisions," he snapped, his tone unyielding. "Don't try to shirk your responsibilities, or I won't hesitate to be stern. Can you hear me?" The third Kage's commanding presence left no room for hesitation. This was no ordinary challenge, this was the gravest crisis Shinigami had faced since its founding. "Yes, Lord Third." The crowd below responded in unison, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Ren, send someone to the daimyo's mansion to request supplies. If there is any more delay, I will inform the daimyo that I am disbanding Sunigaki. Let Konoha deal with the daimyo themselves," the third Kage ordered, his tone decisive. He was done playing games, restocking was not a matter for negotiation. "Yes, Lord Third." Ren nodded and immediately left to carry out the order, heading straight to the daimyo's mansion with the group in tow. "Waku, notify Master Bunpuku. We'll need his help this time. Konoha has already used their Jinchuriki." The third Kage made it clear that Shukaku's power must now be used. "Yes, Lord Third." Waku quickly went to recruit help from the Bunpuku temple. "Did you find Pakura?" "Lady Pakura is injured, but on her way back to the village," the shadow guard behind the third Kage reported. "Pakura, one of Sunigaku's most elite combatants, was irreplaceable. Make sure she gets immediate treatment and get her to me as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Third." The shadow guard bowed and left. The third Kage addressed the remaining crowd, his voice harsh and unwavering. "It's survival or destruction for Sunigaki. Bring all your power, there will be no room for foolishness or maintaining power. If Konoha attacks, none of us here will survive. Do you understand?" His last words echoed through the chamber, shocking the assembled shinobi. "Yes, Lord Third," they answered in unison, though their answer had an empty ring of correspondence. "Dismissed. Prepare for battle and await my further orders." Without making a single glance, the third Kage walked out of the meeting room. Returning to his office, he surveyed the shattered remains of his previous outburst scattered across the floor. He lacked the energy to clean up the mess. Sinking into his chair, he grabbed his hair with both hands, his frustration and worry boiling. Sunigaku's resources were already depleted, and the land of wind itself was poor. Now that Konoha was advancing, and key generals had already been lost, his confidence in the outcome of the battle wavered. If they fail, the land of wind may endure, but Sunigaki will undoubtedly face destruction. The third Kage, who had not slept all night, met with Pakura at noon the next day. "Mr. Third," Pakura greeted, her voice tired. The bandages wrapped around her body betrayed the battle. She retreated from the right flank, gathering her broken troops and retreating directly. She knew that trying to strengthen the other flanks would yield the same dismal result. The enemy's advance was a force that could not be stopped by an ordinary human power. "Is your injury serious?" the third Kage asked, his own exhaustion evident in the dark circles beneath his narrow eyes. "I've already treated it. Just a few days of rest and I'll be fine," Pakura replied. Her injuries were caused by the explosive clash of scorch release and kenjutsu techniques. Although severe, they were not debilitating for long periods of time. "That's good. For the next battle, I entrust you with my shadow guards." The third Kage's words carried the weight of the village's survival. He hoped that Pakura and the elite shadow guards could stand against Konoha's top-ranking combatants. It was their only viable option. "I'll do my best," Pakura replied, though her tone lacked confidence. The memory of Kawakaza's overwhelming strength lingered in her mind, casting doubt on her ability to succeed. "What do you mean?" The third Kage's voice sharpened, but quickly softened. "Forget it. Go. Spend more time training with the shadow guards when you can." Although disappointment was boiling in his chest, he refrained from scolding Pakura. Hayo was gone, and scolding her now would serve no purpose. For him, this war had become an inevitable struggle. Konoha's forces weren't even fully committed to the fight, and yet they had already pushed Sunagakure to the brink. Thoughts of the creators. The daimyo of the Land of Wind sent supplies to Sunagakure. This time, he refrained from complaining about the lack of provisions. However, if he lost another battle, even with the chance to make peace with the Land of Fire, these supplies alone would not be enough to resolve the issue. Ren returned ahead of the convoy to report to the third cage, his expression devoid of joy. This result was not unexpected. After all, the daimyo was no fool. See you soon. In the cage's office, the third cage, looking tired and with a hoarse voice, inquired about the supplies. I've instructed them to hurry. They should arrive in another week, Ren replied, standing respectfully in front of the table. It's still too slow, the third cage muttered, shaking his head helplessly. He understood the logistical limitations. Transporting such a large consignment of supplies wasn't as fast as a single person moving forward. Should I send someone to speed them up? Ren suggested cautiously. No need. Notify the ninja village to prepare to leave in a week, the cage was instructed before swinging Ren around. After Ren left, the third cage addressed a bald, middle-aged man standing nearby, Bunpuku, Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Master Bunpuku, as you can see, this battle will determine the fate of the village, the cage said seriously. I will do my best, Bunpuku replied calmly. Despite being the Jinchuriki of Shukaku ever since the second cage sealed the beast within him, Bunpuku maintained a serene demeanor. Unlike Gaara, he did not have dark circles under his eyes, a testament to the harmonious relationship he shared with the tailed beast. Please, the cage said, folding his hands and nodding slightly. He had complete trust in Bunpuku's abilities as the ideal Jinchuriki. You respect me, Lord Third, Bunpuku replied with a slight bow before leaving. A few moments later there was a knock at the door. Knock knock tilde. Come in, the third cage called out, a rare smile gracing his face, suggesting he already knew who was standing outside. Sensei. A boy of about 15 or 16 stepped in. He had short brown hair and wore a black ninja outfit over mesh soles. Race, what brings you here? The cage asked warmly. The young Rasa, who would later become the fourth cage and Gaara's father, had a determined expression. As the cage's only student and the wielder of the rare, magnetic release, he was a true genius of Sunagakure. I also want to go to war to contribute to the village. Rasa's eyes burned with determination as he closed his eyes with his sensei, unwavering. Very well. You are truly worthy of being my disciple, the third cage replied, a trace of pride in his voice. Then prepare yourself, you will go to war with me. The cage originally intended to keep Rasa out of the conflict, keeping him as a symbol of hope for the village's future. But as his only student, Rasa was obligated to stand by his side. Yes, sensei. Rasa smiled brightly, turned and walked out of the room with purpose. The third cage watched him go, and let out a long sigh alone. The weight of the battle ahead weighed heavily on his shoulders. Despite his brave front, he had little faith in the outcome. Land of Wind, Konoha Camp. Duke woke up, but still needed time to recover. Temporarily immobilized, he was left to rest. Meanwhile, the toxins in Tsukumo's body were completely cleared, allowing him to recover to a healthy state. After 3 days of rest, Tsunade called a meeting with key personnel to discuss the next steps. The good news has already been sent back to Konoha, and Sensei is very pleased, she announced. I hope that we can take on Sunagakure in one decisive blow. Victory in this battle is due to everyone's efforts, and I guarantee that your contributions will be reported in detail. Sitting at the head of the table, Tsunade exuded the authority of an experienced commander. She began by rallying morale, ensuring unity, before delving into the meeting's agenda. As expected, the discussion began with an intelligence update. Hayato, please share the latest information on Sunagakure, Tsunade instructed. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Hayato replied, standing up to deliver his report. Based on our limited intelligence, the third cage is actively preparing for battle. It is highly likely that he will take the field himself. There is still no information about the Jinchuriki, but I suspect that he may also join the fight. Hayato summarized the critical details succinctly, glancing at Kawake's to gauge his reaction. It was clear that the upcoming confrontation with the third Kazekage was inevitable. As I expected, we have seized the initiative, Kawake's remarked with a weak, confident smile. The third Kazekage has no choice but to fight. The elite present in the Konoha language nodded in agreement. The situation had cornered the Kazekage, forcing his hand. Should we advance forward into the heart of the Land of Wind? Tsunade suggested based on Kawaka's analysis. I agree, Tsukumo said firmly, expressing his support. Dewey, however, smiled ironically from his seat. I'm afraid I won't be of much use for now. You should focus on relaxing at camp, Tsunade reassured him. We'll discuss your role once you're healed. As the camp's chief medical officer, Tsunade understood the toll the 8 inner gates technique had taken on his body. Although Dewey had shown remarkable resilience, she estimated that it would take years of dedicated training before he could open the 7 gates without suffering serious consequences. Okay, I'll be waiting for good news from you, Dewey said with his trademark sparkling smile, the only part of his body that wasn't hurt. The sooner the better. We'll leave tomorrow, Kawake announced decisively. Shinku, you need to take charge of the camp again. Kawaka's decision was carried out without objection. Take care of yourself, Shinku Yuhi replied calmly, already accustomed to his duties. In the Land of Wind, the supply lines continued to stretch, but he managed them with practical efficiency. Then go and get ready, Tsunade instructed. With that, the ninja in the room began to retreat. Tsukumo helped Duyu at the door, leaving Kawake and Tsunade alone in the room. How are the Semikte doing lately? Kawake asked, his tone probing. He didn't know how much control Tsunade could exert over the tailed beast, or if there was a risk of it going mad. Losing control could be catastrophic. Luckily, he just talks too much, Tsunade said with a sigh, rubbing her temples. She hadn't had a decent rest in days, constantly busy with her duties and constantly being harassed by Semite. Is there a chance he could go crazy? Kawake pressed. He didn't expect perfect control, but he needed to be sure the tailed beast wouldn't jeopardize their mission. He said he wouldn't, Tsunade replied, massaging her forehead again. She couldn't help but think how strange the 7 tails were, unloved by the agendas, yet eager to engage in idle chatter. Well, that's a relief, Kawake said, scratching his head. This 7-tailed beast really did have an unusually gentle temperament. Is he prepared to fight Shukaku? Kawake inquired. He knew that Shukaku held a considerable grudge against the 9 tails and often shouted insults at it whenever they crossed paths, always calling it a stinking fox. He said that the raccoon dog is grumpy by nature and likes to break things, Tsunade said, her voice tinged with amusement. Apparently Shukaku is jealous of those with more tails than him. He might not be a match for Shukaku, she added, speaking as if the 7 were sharing their unfiltered thoughts. Is it really normal to be so self-aware? Kawaka's chuckled slightly. Don't bolster the enemy's morale by undermining your own. His tone became reassuring. You're the only tailed beast that can fly, and you have the 3rd largest chakra reserve. Although 7 Tails wasn't known for their fighting prowess, Kawake wanted it to be motivating. After all, it was part of their team now. Chakra capacity doesn't determine combat strength, Tsunade countered with a smirk. He said that when you hit him, it didn't matter if he could fly or not. Tsunade laughed as she finished speaking, shaking her head. 7 Tails was surprisingly entertaining. Thoughts of the creators. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Go chill somewhere and pass it on. You're just useless. Kawake rolled his eyes, disappointment clear in his expression. Semite should just remain content, being an auxiliary device. This hanging around didn't work. He suddenly regretted giving Tsunade such a chatter. It said that chakra was enough and whether I could win was up to me. Tsunade was impressed by the 7 Tails and how he could say something like that. Where did the arrogance from the first meeting go? No problem. Just ignore it, Kawake muttered angrily. Unable to let him go and beat him up again, he resorted to words. Haha, it curses you. I still can't hear it, Kawake replied calmly. Kawake glanced at Tsunade, figuring that whatever the Seven Tails had said wasn't that bad. Deciding that it wasn't worth caring about, he let it go. He needed to keep some grace. Don't worry. I already asked Dewey for the 8 inner gates practice method, Tsunade said, her determination obvious. She personally sought out Dewey to enhance her power. Dewey, always grateful to his rescuer, cheerfully passed on the training method without hesitation. Don't open the 8 gates, Kawake's warned immediately. His first thought was danger, opening the 8 gates could kill. Don't worry, Tsunade reassured him, her tone calming. Not to mention, I'm far from reaching that level. Even if I did, I haven't lived long enough to take the risk. She looked at Kawake's with gentle eyes. How could she leave him? I breathed a sigh of relief, Kawake said softly. After some conversation, Kawake and Tsunade left the meeting room as Tsunade had other questions. The next day, under Tsunade's leadership, the Konoha army set out again. Their target was the heart of the Land of Wind, the location of Sunagaku. Lord Third, the Konoha army has already set out, the intelligence officer in the Cage's office reported. They came quickly, not giving me any chance to catch my breath, muttered the third Cage. Then his tone became decisive. Inform the troops that supplies will be sent straight to the front lines. Gather the village's ninja and set out immediately. Yes, Lord Third. The intelligence officer bowed and quickly left to carry out the order. 2 hours later, the third Cage led the army of Sunin ninja out of the village. Bunpuku, Pakura, and Rasa were with him. Sister Pakura, is this Kawake's Hitaki really that strong? Rasa asked, his curiosity obvious. He had heard Kawakaze's name mentioned countless times, often in jest. Some even joked that meeting Kawake's Hitaki meant you could run away, as no punishment would follow. Very strong. If you meet him, just run, Pakura replied, her expression serious. She paused briefly before adding, though if you meet him, you might not even have the chance to escape. The memory of Kawakaze's gaze still haunted her. To him, she felt like no more than a larger-than-average mouse, prey without consequences. Is this really funny? Rasa asked, confidence full. His teacher always praised him for his talent and strength. Kawake's Hitaki is my problem. Don't worry about it, the third Cage interjected, his tone firm. A battle on their level was not something Rasa could handle. Understood, sensei, Rasa answered obediently, deciding not to press further. The group fell silent again as they walked, Bunpuku maintaining a weak, serene smile the entire time. Shukaku, sealed within him, remained uncharacteristically quiet. Based on the intelligence department's information about Konoha's route, the third Cage had already chosen the ideal location for his camp. Meanwhile, in the harsh desert of the Land of Wind, Tsunade led her forces forward. The further they went, the more difficult the journey became. The flying sand and arid conditions worsened with each passing hour. Kawake, wandering around the pipe, grumbled, what good is it to fight for a place like this? It doesn't look like the Hokage plans to start an oil business here. Luckily, Shinku Yuhi came prepared. He handed out face masks to the entire group and made sure they had plenty of clean water. Without these precautions, they might not have survived in the desert long enough to confront their enemies. What's the point of taking up this space? Kawake muttered, his tone unclear whether it was sarcasm or genuine curiosity. I'll tell you when I become Hokage, Tsunade replied, waving off the comment. She could sense Kawake's rethinking that. He wasn't one to ask such philosophical questions seriously. Tsukumo silently walked a little further away from them, not wanting to be drawn into the conversation. He didn't have an answer either. At that moment, all he wanted was to take off his mask and go home to his wife and child. Big brother, Kawake began. I don't know, Tsukumo interrupted before Kawake could finish. That's not what I'm asking, Kawake replied, annoyed. There are giant scorpions around at night, so everyone has to be careful. Tsukumo looked at him, unimpressed. I already knew that. Having completed many missions in the Land of Wind, Tsukumo didn't need reminding of the dangers of the desert. Kawake sighed in defeat. He just wanted to make a casual comment. After 2 days of trekking through the barren desert, the group still saw no sign of human habitation. The land of wind was vast, but Kawakase couldn't help but wonder, what was the value of all that emptiness? Suddenly, Tsunade stopped in her tracks. What happened? Kawakase asked, standing up next to her. The seven tails have sensed Shukaku's presence, Tsunade said, her face turning serious. This revelation meant that the ninja army was close. Stop advancing and setting up camp, Kawakase immediately ordered. The Konoha ninja jumped into action, preparing for what they knew would be the biggest battle yet. On the other hand, at the Suna camp, Bunpuku was interrupted by the third Kazekage, who was reviewing the troop movement order at the sand-covered headquarters. Lord Third, Shukaku told me that he sensed the power of the Semite, Bunpuku reported. Seven tails. The third Kazekage wasn't angry, but he frowned deeply. The revelation was disturbing. Konoha had managed to acquire another tailed beast. Yes, Bunpuku confirmed. The feeling between the tailed beasts was never wrong. Konoha's forces are not far from us. Will there be any news back? The third Kazekage asked the intelligence officer. Not yet. I'll go ask again, the officer replied nervously before hurrying off, clearly afraid of being accused of poor intelligence. Let us continue, the third Kazekage said, addressing the room. Konoha is on our home soil, and their supply lines are stretched thin. As long as we cut off their supplies, these Konoha forces will have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. I will lead a team to attack the supply lines. Can you hold them off in the meantime? The third Kazekage's plan was clear: avoid costly direct combat and focus on logistical sabotage. If Konoha could not sustain its forces, they would collapse in the harsh desert. We will resist to the death, Pakura said firmly. The other Suna ninja echoed her resolve. Despite their agreement, Chiyo's death still cast a heavy shadow over the troops, and their morale was far from ideal. Lord Third, the Konoha ninja have set up camp and seem to have noticed our presence, the intelligence officer reported upon his return, relaying the information from the scout. Well then, find Konoha's supply routes. I need a detailed map. Can you do that? The third Kazekage stared at the officer, making it clear that this task must be successful, no matter the cost. Yes, the officer said quickly, bowing before breaking away. Gathering intelligence on Konoha's supply routes would undoubtedly cost many lives, but it was necessary. That's it. Everyone, go. Double the night guard posts, the Kazekage commanded. Yes, Lord Third. The ninja in the room dispersed, leaving only Bunpuku behind. Master Bunpuku, I will leave this place in your hands while I am gone, the third Kazekage said sincerely. Bunpuku, as the ideal Jinchuriki, was one of the few remaining people of Kage level who could take on such a responsibility. I'll do my best, Bunpuku replied meekly. Meanwhile, Shukaku stirred him up, shouting joyfully, come, I'll kill one. Come, I'll kill a couple. That winged kid with 7 tails is no match for me at all. This is more like a battle between me and that stinking fox. How the polar opposite personalities of Bunpuku and Shukaku coexisted so harmoniously was a mystery. Was love really that powerful? Thoughts of the creators. Night, Konoha camp. Inside the tent, Kawakase and Tsunade were deep in conversation, with Hayato Yamanaka sitting next to them. Why was Lord Tsukumo taking so long? Hayato asked nervously. As an intelligence officer for Konoha, he had been receiving reports ever since the camp had been established. Meetings with Suna Nin spies had become frequent, resulting in casualties on both sides. The losses weighed heavily on him, each of the fallen were one of his precious comrades. Don't worry. My brother is an expert in this field, Kawakase replied, his face calming as he sipped tea from the low table. Suna has deployed an unusually large number of spies, Tsunade noted, her brow furrowing. I feel off. They've always had spies, but never on this scale. The recklessness and casualties are suspicious. Let's see what information Big Brother returns, Kawakase said as Tsukumo entered the tent. We have captured several spies, Tsukumo Hayato reported. You can interrogate them. Hayato nodded and immediately left the tent to observe the interrogation. We have established a Sunin Nin camp, Tsukumo continued, sitting next to Kawakase. It is heavily guarded, with numerous sentries. Attacking their camp would be too risky, their position is strategically advantageous. Kawakase leaned forward, a thoughtful expression on his face. If you were the Kazekage, and you couldn't risk a frontal battle or retreat, what would you do? Tsukumo met his brother's burning gaze, sensing the direction of his thoughts. Find our weak spot, Tsukumo replied. Supplies, Tsunade said immediately, conquering. Tsukumo exhaled sharply. The arc is gone, and our supply lines are already vulnerable. If they are cut, we will have no way to support the army or retreat. I'm afraid the sudden surge of Suna spies is aimed specifically at our supply routes, Kawakase concluded. Tsunade and Tsukumo fell silent, carefully weighing the implications of this theory. The risks were too great to ignore. It's better to assume there's a threat and prepare for it than to fire her and be caught off guard, Kawakase added. Tsunade nodded, her expression determined. Who's going? I'll go, Tsukumo offered without hesitation. No, big brother, I'll go, Kawakase said firmly. I'll be faster than you and can get back to camp quickly if anything goes wrong. The Flying Thunder God technique gave Kawakase a distinct advantage. He could react much faster than Tsukumo in an emergency. Okay, Tsukumo agreed without argument. In such matters, he knew better than to let pride interfere. The group continued to discuss potential issues and lay out contingency plans for Kawakase's departure. The stakes were high, and they could not afford to make mistakes. Hayato soon returned to the tent. His expression was a mixture of worry and confusion, suggesting that the interrogation had revealed something unexpected. What is the situation? Tell me, Tsunade prompted, noticing Hayato's hesitation. She suspected that the interrogation had yielded little useful information. Lord Tsukumo brought back Suni, whose brain was sealed. Hayato began. I used a secret technique to invade, but he died on the spot. When he finished, Tsukumo and Tsunade exchanged serious glances. This confirmed their suspicions. The Suna ninja was protecting important information. General intelligence would not have been so carefully guarded if there had not been a significant plan in place. I will set out now. Keep an eye on the situation, Kawakase said as he stood to prepare to leave. If conditions permit, we will strike again after I return with supplies. The task of managing the camp's logistics had already been assigned to Shinku Yuhi, ensuring that operations would continue smoothly in Kawakase's absence. Okay then, be careful on the road, Tsunade said, watching Kawakase as he left the tent. Inside, she, Tsukumo, and Hayato resumed their discussion, analyzing the unfolding situation. Outside, Kawakase gathered the Konoha ninja team and prepared to leave. Sensei, brother-in-law, what's the mission? We're going to, Naoki said eagerly, Minato standing next to him. They were inseparable and were restless in the monotonous desert. The mission was the perfect distraction. If you are ready, then let's go, Kawakase replied without hesitation. He led the team along the supply route to the border of the Land of Wind. Sensei, do you think the Sunin ninja are planning to attack our supply line? Minato asked, his keen intuition kicking in. It's just a guess, but it's something we need to prepare for, Kawakase explained, offering guidance to his student and brother-in-law. Naoki and Minato nodded in unison, understanding the importance of vigilance. As the team trekked through the desert under cover of darkness, they encountered giant scorpions looking for food. However, Kawakase's group was made up of elite ninja, and the creatures posed little threat. The scorpions were quickly dispatched, their bodies carefully hidden to leave no trace. The team's attention to detail was impeccable. While Kawakase and his men continued, Suna's scouts managed to map out Konoha's supply routes, though it was costly. Suna Ninja Camp. Third Master, this is a map of Konoha's supply routes. The intelligence officer handed over the closely guarded document, the result of 3 arduous days of effort. Well done, the third Kazekage praised, unfolding the map, revealing detailed routes with several ambush points. It's all part of my duty, the officer replied, stepping aside, his mission accomplished. The third Kazekage's expression hardened. I will lead a team there tomorrow. You will launch an immediate attack on Konoha and hold them off. Once their supply lines are severed, retreat will no longer be an option for them. Yes, Lord Third, came the unified response from the Suna Nin, led by Pakura. Only Bunpuku remained silent, his hands folded in silent prayer. Sensei, Let me join you, Rasa offered eagerly, volunteering to go on the raid. The third Kage looked at his student. Then prepare yourself. With permission, Rasa left the room with a smile. At dawn, the third Kage led Rasa and a squad of Suna ninja directly to Konoha's supply routes. Meanwhile, Pakura commanded the remaining forces, launching a frontal assault on Konoha's camp. As the Suna army advanced, Tsunade led the Konoha ninja to confront them. The two sides clashed, the tension palpable. Master Bunpuku, it's your turn now, Pakura said, her voice steady. Bunpuku nodded. His body began to shift as the sand enveloped him. Slowly, he transformed, becoming a colossal figure. When the transformation was complete, a massive raccoon dog covered in cursed seals stood before the Suna forces. Despite his form, Bunpuku's mind remained under control, a stark contrast to Shukaku's usual ferocity. Shukaku opened his mouth, gathering a huge amount of chakra. The tailed beast ball began to form. From Konoha's side, Tsunade shouted, "It's a ball with a tailed beast. Scatter." She jumped into the air, the half-tailed beast transformed, and 7 tails of chakra followed her. As Shukaku launched his attack, Konoha responded in kind with their own tail ball. 2 huge explosions collided in mid-air, causing a deafening explosion. Shockwaves tore through the battlefield, sending debris flying and reducing visibility to almost zero. The Konoha ninja closest to the explosion were injured from the aftermath. Both sides resorted to wind release techniques to clear the battlefield. Wind. Great breakthrough. The dust and sand parted, revealing the opposing forces. Led by the 2 Jinchuriki, the Konoha and Suna ninja charged, their respective tail beasts towering over them. Regular ninjutsu had little effect on them. Thoughts of the creators. You do your best, and I will provide support, 7 Tails said confidently, channeling a massive amount of chakra into Tsunade. The seal that the beast was in flapped its wings, watching the battle with interest. Tsunade, however, was oblivious to the tailed beast's enthusiasm. As they walked forward, she transformed into her tailed beast chakra cloak once more, a form she was well acquainted with for combat. Activating the power of 100 techniques, her body was covered in cursed seals. Facing the full-tailed beast form, it required nothing less than her maximum power. Her fists glowed with crimson-tailed beast chakra as she flapped her wings, charging straight at Shukaku. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Shukaku's massive arm slammed into his round stomach, launching a chakra-laden wind ball at Tsunade. With incredible agility, Tsunade avoided the attack and responded with a powerful blow to Shukaku's head. "Haha, my defense can't be broken," Shukaku boasted through Bunpuku, raising his hand to block the blow. Bang! Cool Tsunade smashed Shukaku's arm, sending sand shards flying. "Well done." The 7-tailed one cheered from within, his excitement reflecting the thrill of landing the blow himself. "Ah tilde." Shukaku growled in rage, his pride wounded by the devastating blow. "This woman has so much power," he muttered, seething. "Don't interfere with me," Bunpuku's voice interrupted, struggling to maintain control. In retaliation, Shukaku's sand latched onto Tsunade's arm, crawling up her body to trap her. "The pain is unbearable." Tsunade growled as she smashed Shukaku's arm with a devastating blow and freed herself from the sand's grip. Flapping her wings, she rose high into the sky, scanning for weak points in Shukaku's form. Enraged, Shukaku fired a barrage of air bullets at Tsunade, but her maneuvers kept her out of harm's way. Even when her arm was damaged, it quickly recovered, a testament to her resilience. Meanwhile, Pakura and her shadow guards confronted Sakuma while the Suna and Konoha shinobi fought fiercely from a distance, both sides instinctively avoiding the destructive battle between the Jinchuriki. On the battlefield, Shukaku's fury intensified. He extended his massive arms, attempting to grab Tsunade, but she skillfully dodged, passing his guard. She took advantage of the opening, landing a powerful blow to Shukaku's stomach. The blow left a deep crater in his body, though the sand quickly reformed. Shukaku retaliated by moving his arm away, but Tsunade dodged it again. Seeing that her attacks were not causing lasting damage, Tsunade became worried. "Does Shukaku have any weaknesses?" she asked sharply. "Are you asking me?" The Seven Tails replied, momentarily taken aback by her sudden question. After wandering around in his head throughout the entire battle, he hadn't expected her to engage him in combat. What do you think? Tsunade snapped, her tone implying that if they weren't in the middle of a battle, she would likely go and hit him too. Shukaku's weak point lies at the root of his tail, Seven Tails finally replied, his words layered with meaning. Anus. Tsunade asked bluntly, her experience as a medical dinosaur making her unwavering in her attitude towards such anatomy. Seven Tails confirmed. Then the Nine Tails knocked him down with one blow. But before he could go any further, Tsunade shut him down. The core information was extracted. Spreading her wings, she returned to the fight with renewed determination. Her small, agile frame darted around Shukaku's massive body, keeping him on the defensive. His clumsy attacks failed to land as her quick movements completely outpaced his. It was clear that Bunpuku's control over the rampaging beast was slipping. I will kill you, Shukaku growled, his rage boiling. Raising his hands high, he summoned a massive boulder of sand and chakra, preparing to crush Tsunade. As she maneuvered to attack, his tail blocked her path, trapping her. The boulder's massive shadow loomed over her. Run, you will be torn to pieces. The seven-tailed one warned feverishly. Take off the shit, Tsunade shot back, her voice becoming stylish. Gate of Healing, open. Having mastered taijutsu and opened the 8 inner gates, Tsunade gained access to 2 gates. Although not yet a master, her strength and speed had increased, far surpassing her previous limits. The multiple layers of buffs she now wore made her output devastating. With a furious cry of, "Ah!" she went beyond her boundaries. Shukaku's cruel smile faltered as he prepared to crush her with a massive boulder. Before it could make contact, a blast of crimson energy destroyed the stone, sending the shards flying. A shining figure flew into the air, propelled by the overwhelming force. Tsunade's blow hit Shukaku's face with catastrophic force, shattering half of it into the sand and leaving the beast reeling. Why is this woman's power getting stronger? Shukaku growled, his frustration evident as the pits on his face slowly began to reform. His massive jaws opened wide, forming another tail beast ball. Impressive, Tsunade's Chome remarked as he watched her fight. I would have died several times if I relied on you. Tsunade muttered under her breath and shifted into her half-tailed beast form. She knew that the limitations of her chakra coat form, the beast ball skill, were impossible in this state. The two-tailed beast balls clashed again, forcing the Suna and Konoha ninja to retreat further from the battlefield. It would be tragic to die from a ball with a tail beast, and not from an enemy, after all. Multiple Tenova cloning technique. After Tsunade released her half-tailed beast form, hundreds of clones identical to her appeared on the field. Each one was formidable, and chakra was recklessly spent to overwhelm their opponent. Faced with the relentless assault of so many Tsunades, Shukaku was momentarily stunned as he struggled to defend himself. Within minutes, his body was riddled with wounds. Shukaku groaned impatiently as he wildly swung, sending out multiple shadow clones with each swing. Sand release. Sand waterfall funeral, he exclaimed as he formed a hand seal. A massive wave of sand rushed across the battlefield, sweeping away countless Tsunades like a tidal wave. Bang bang bang. When the dust settled, only about a dozen Tsunade clones remained standing. This is really tough, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Her injuries had already healed, a testament to her regenerative abilities. Secret technique. Hiding in large-scale powder technique. The remaining clones were scattered across the battlefield, releasing large amounts of scale powder into the air. The powder obscured Shukaku's vision, slowing his movements. Now is the time. Attack. Tsunade's main body gave the order, and the clones charged in unison. Together, they managed to immobilize Shukaku for a moment, holding his arms and tail. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tsunade's main body flapped its wings and flew towards the root of Shukaku's tail. With a huge amount of chakra condensed in her legs, she unleashed her final move. Heavenly Leg Spear. Her attack hit Shukaku with overwhelming force, sending him flying into the air. The enormous chakra within her strike exploded on impact, leaving half of Shukaku's body reduced to a puddle of mud. Shukaku howled in pain after being seriously injured by the crushing blow, his cries echoing as he landed hard on the ground. "Chome, it should be you, you chatterbox. Exposing my weakness," he growled angrily, his voice laced with disappointment. Tsunade, not wanting to miss the opportunity, took full advantage of Shukaku's vulnerable state. She and her clones rushed forward to press the attack. If they could eliminate Shukaku's Jinchuriki here, the battle would be as good as won. Sand style, sand shield. Shukaku, enduring searing pain, began to shrink his massive form. The sand from his body swirled around him, forming a solid circular barrier. Tsunade's relentless blows struck the sand shield, creating craters that quickly repaired themselves. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to break through and reach Shukaku's body. His defense became an impenetrable fortress, leaving Suna disappointed as she looked at the turtle-like barrier. "How do I deal with this?" she muttered, her tone tinged with irritation. "Tanuki claimed to have the strongest shield. I can't do anything about this move." "Why don't you try shooting?" Chome suggested hesitantly, unsure if the tailed beast ball would be effective against Shukaku's defense. "Forget it," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. "In terms of single damage, your shot is no match for my fist." With her refusal, the fight reached a stalemate. Inside the turtle shell, Shukaku shared her disappointment. His form had shrunk, and his Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, had already returned to their human form. Sitting cross-legged in the barrier, blood dripped from the corner of Bunpuku's mouth. It was clear that his body could no longer withstand such a punitive battle. "This cruel woman. I'm going to tear her apart," Shukaku growled, his rage seething. "Shut up," Bunpuku snapped, his patience finally wearing thin. "Look at the state you're in after the beating, and you still have the nerve to say that." Even Bunpuku, known for his calm temperament, couldn't stand Shukaku's incessant complaints. After all, taking hits from Tsunade was no different from being struck by pure devastation. Thoughts of the creators. On the other hand, Pakura was accompanied by 4 shadow guards, and they coordinated their actions without hindrance. All of them were elites among the Ionin, worthy of becoming shadow guards. Together, the 5 successfully blocked Tsukumo's attacks. The Divine Thunder technique became less effective as they deliberately kept their distance. Despite opening 4 of the 8 inner gates, Tsukumo had failed to make a single kill since the battle began. Instead, he had suffered minor injuries from Pakura's release. Both sides were exhausted, Pakura and the Shadow Guard were injured and visibly strained. Tsukumo pulled out several war pills from his ninja gear pouch, placing one in his mouth, breaking it into pieces and swallowing it to replenish his depleted chakra. With determination in his eyes, he continued to move. A sudden flash of brilliance crossed his gaze. "Kenjutsu, Sky Destroyer," he exclaimed. A green streak shot through the air with a thunderous sound, rushing towards one of the shadow guards. Earth Edition, Earth-style wall. Wind released, Wind Blade. Scorch release, Extremely steamy murder. The other guards quickly reacted in unison to counter his attack. Tsukumo's strike narrowly missed, slicing through the guard's ear. The ear fell to the ground as Tsukumo, forced to avoid their ninjutsu, missed his intended target again. Meanwhile, the ninjas on both sides continued their fierce battle on the battlefield. Shouts were heard constantly as the fight raged. The clash lasted from dawn to dusk before both sides finally retreated, leaving behind a sea of blood and lifeless bodies. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated a deserted battlefield where giant scorpions feasted on the remains. Exhausted, the Suna and Konoha forces rested in their camps, unable to spare time for the fallen. The Kazekage has not entered the battle today. He should be leading a group to strike at our supply lines. Tsunade and Tsukumo ate a hearty dinner at camp after a grueling day of fighting. Both seemed visibly exhausted from the effort. At noon, Shukaku did not retreat despite the truce. Instead, Bunpuku took the initiative to confront Tsunade once again. Both Shukaku and Tsunade, ever wary of each other's weaknesses, fought to a stalemate, ending their duel in a draw. Tsukumo, however, was deeply disappointed by his failure to secure a single kill before the truce. Luckily, Kawakase has already left. He will not fail, Tsukumo stated confidently. Even with the third Kage, known as the strongest Kage, as his opponent, he trusted Kawakaze's abilities. This child is ruthless. Don't worry, the Semikte whispered into Tsunade's ear again. On the Suna-nin side, Bunpuku sat meditating in a small house, eyes closed, concentrating on healing his wounds. Meanwhile, Pakura presided over a strategy meeting. Konoha Kawake's Hitaki hasn't shown up today. I suspect they've discovered Lord Third's target, Pakura said, her voice tinged with worry. We can do our best to delay the Konoha ninja so they can't send reinforcements. Pakura's face was pale, she had sustained multiple injuries in her fight against Tsukumo. Both brothers were equally difficult opponents. Both sides suffered heavy losses in today's battle, she continued. We can only hope that Lord Third will return victorious soon. The intelligence officer reported the day's battle casualties, looking clearly heartbroken. Master Bunpuku, are you still holding on? One of the shadow guards asked worriedly, remembering the shocking sight of Shukaku being thrown into the air during the fight. His heart sank into the display. I'm fine, Bunpuku replied calmly, though he didn't open his eyes. Shukaku stirred inside him, bristling with irritation, tempted to jump out and berate the shadow guard. Who did he think he was underestimating? Everyone, get some rest. We will fight again tomorrow, Pakura concluded, quickly calling off the meeting. The ninja scattered, each retreating to recuperate for the battles to come. At dawn the next day, the great battle between Konoha and Suna resumed. Tsunade continued her duel with Shukaku, while Tsukumo once again faced Pakura and her 5 shadow guards. After the ferocity of the previous battle, both sides approached the battle with greater caution. The intensity had diminished, as if each side was waiting for news of progress elsewhere. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving more blood on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kawakase joined the supply troops, leading them to the garrison point. The third Kage and his forces were already waiting at the ambush site. Sensei, are the people from Sunagaku still coming? Minato asked. He and Naoki stood next to Kawakase, guarding the long convoy as it steadily advanced. The group remained vigilant, ready for any surprises. Several Hyuga clan members took turns scanning the surroundings with their Byakugan, never allowing themselves a moment of relaxation. It would have been better if they hadn't come, Kawakase said with a slight smile. So far, no suspicious figures have been noticed. But this is so boring, Naoki muttered as he fell behind Minato. It was clear he was hoping for some action. Nothing good can be expected, Kawakase snapped, shooting at the glare. I didn't mean it that way, Naoki replied with a sheepish grin. Okay, stay alert, Kawakase said curtly, continuing to lead the troops forward at a steady pace. Another day passed. Suna and Konoha ninja, exhausted by the constant fighting, unanimously agreed to a temporary truce, both sides anxiously awaiting news. The spies sent by each camp were locked in their own struggle, with both sides claiming victory but returning no decisive information. Suna ninja camp. Chome is driving this old man crazy. Shukaku screamed from Bunpuku's body. Despite days of fighting, he could not gain the upper hand. When I was younger, the 7th wasn't right for me. Don't blame the road for being rough if you can't walk it, Bunpuku said. He was already feeling down. Shukaku had spent years bragging about his strength, but after this fight, Bunpuku was starting to doubt the truth of those claims. It's the woman who is too strong, not that I am incapable. Shukaku was indignant. Unwilling to admit weakness, it stirred restlessly within Bunpuku, yearning to return to the battlefield. The room filled with dust as an invisible force began to swirl. Master Bunpuku, please control yourself, Pakura said firmly. She knew this violation was Shukaku's doing. Her face was paper pale, and the shadow guard around her looked wilted like frostbitten plants. Okay, Bunpuku finally relented, saying a few soothing words to calm Shukaku down. The Lord Kage hasn't sent any news yet, and continuing to fight like this isn't a solution, the Suna-nin muttered. Despite being on home soil, their casualties were mounting. Today's truce will hold, but until Lord Third returns, we will continue to attack, Pakura stated firmly, resolutely following the third Kage's orders. A collective sigh escaped the Suna-nin. What else could they do? All they could do now was pray for the Kage's speedy return. Konoha Camp. Tsunade's expression was equally grim. The Sunanin were proving far more formidable than expected. The last few days had been grueling, producing nothing but casualties with no significant progress. She tended to the wounded every night after the battle, worrying about the safety of their supply routes. The strain was beginning to show. "Don't worry too much. It's not easy for a Sunin ninja either," Tsukumo said, trying to reassure her. "Once Kawake's returns in a few days and Dewey recovers, the balance of victory will shift in our favor." "You're right," Tsunade agreed. Judging by the time it took, Dewey should be recovering soon. She knew Dewey's injuries better than anyone, and Tsukumo's words brought her some comfort. "Get some rest. Tomorrow will bring another fight," Tsukumo advised. At this moment, Chomei became animated, unable to suppress his lively nature despite having been scolded earlier for being too noisy. "Tomorrow I'm going to give Shukaku a good slap," Chomei said happily. He seemed to be the most enthusiastic about fighting in the last few days. He had been bullied as a child, and now he reveled in striking back. "Shut up," Tsunade snapped, startling Tsukumo for a moment. Luckily, he realized she wasn't talking to him. "I'll leave first. Go easy on him," Tsukumo said with a weak smile as he stood up, adjusting his forehead protector for support. "My dear Nayuki is much better." Thoughts of the creators. The next day, the smoke from the battle returned. Kawake's was already halfway through with the supply team. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and Kawake's was leading the way. Suddenly, the Hyuga next to him fixed his gaze on something and shouted, "Someone is here." His Byakugan detected human chakra hidden in the swirling yellow sand. "Prepare to meet the enemy." Kawake's raised his hand, gripping his sword tightly and looking forward. The Konoha ninja behind him scattered, quickly taking up fighting positions. The two younger members of the team stood back to back, scanning their surroundings. Release of magnet, iron sand drizzle. A figure emerged from the yellow sand, hovering upward with massive black wings formed from compressed iron sand. Waves of iron sand surged in front of him, turning into countless thin needles that shot towards the Konoha ninja at high speed. This technique had a huge attack range, lasted for a long period, was difficult to avoid, and carried a deadly lethality. The third Kage, Kawake's muttered, his eyes narrowing as he instantly recognized the formidable opponent. Without hesitation, Kawake's activated Sage Mode, his body enveloped in lightning Atrite chakra. "Kenjutsu, Flame Thunder God!" he roared. Kawake's transformed into a flaming lightning dragon, breaking free of gravity and hurtling towards the third Kage in midair. As he attacked, the iron needles of sand were thrown aside, though many still rained down on the Konoha camp. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Several Konoha ninja quickly used Earth Release to protect themselves, but not all were fast enough. Those who lingered were pierced by deadly needles, dying from a sense of bitterness. Others whose Earth Release techniques were not strong enough found their walls penetrated, leaving them wounded. The third Kage's single attack inflicted heavy losses on the Konoha forces. However, Kawaka's swift attack reached the Kage, stopping him from delivering another devastating blow. The title of strongest Kage was not just bragging. Kawaka's gritted his teeth, silently admitting that he had underestimated his opponent. He once thought that the Kage killed by young Sasori in the original story could not possibly be that powerful. But now he realized that there may be more to this tale than he believed. Magnetic Release, Iron Wall. The third Kage's lips curled into a weak grin as Kawaka's thunderous attack approached. A solid barrier of black sand and iron materialized before him, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Sparks erupted as Kawaka's sword collided with the iron sand. "Kawake's Hitaki, it seems your sword is not quite up to the task," the Kage taunted. Kawake's quickly noticed that the iron sand was clinging to his blade. The sword began to resist his control, and the chakra flowing into it became unstable. "He was affected by your release of the magnet, wasn't he?" he noticed, his tone sharp with disappointment. With no other choice, Kawake's drew his sword and retreated to reassess. Meanwhile, the Suna and Konoha ninja clashed violently. Amidst the chaos, the two younger ninja, working in perfect harmony, took down one Suna shinobi after another, dodging the earlier onslaught of iron sand. Release of magnet, golden sand rain. A helmet of golden needles crashed down, pushing the two back and saving the Sunni from the attack. A figure stepped forward. It was Rasa. Is Konoha so short on manpower that they send kids like you to the battlefield? Rasa's expression was serious, his tone that of a young adult trying to sound authoritative. Age doesn't matter on the battlefield. Fight first, then talk big, Naoki replied, his voice filled with resentment as he looked at Rasa, who didn't seem much older than himself. Be careful, Minato warned, his sharp gaze fixed on Rasa. He felt that the enemy's methods were similar to the third Kage's magnet release. Go. Naoki nodded in acknowledgement, gripping his sword tightly before attacking Rasa. Swordplay is useless against me, Rasa taunted, standing his ground as the two young ninja attacked. The realization hit them too late, their swords had no effect. Instead, the power of the weapons was absorbed into Rasa's body, rendering their blows powerless. Release of magnet, gold dust imperial funeral. Race formed a hand seal, and sharp spikes of sand and gold shot out from the ground like bamboo shoots, aiming at the two children. Quickly retreat, Minato shouted. They immediately dropped their swords and jumped back. Even a moment of hesitation would mean being exhausted by the deadly sand and gold. You answered quite quickly. I will return your swords. Rasa's gaze was fixed on the children. When they made no move, he manipulated the two thrown swords, sending them towards Minato and Naoki. The two dodged, and the swords, out of control, sank deep into the yellow sand. I can still hit you without my swords. Naoki growled, his frustration obvious. This was the first time he had been disarmed, and anger flared in his eyes. He remembered Kawakaze's teasing words, as long as the sword is there, so is the man, as long as the sword is gone, so is the man. Water release, heavenly cry. Drawing on his recent practice of Tobirama's water release techniques, Naoki unleashed one of the few moves he had mastered. After forming a hand seal, he spat out high-speed water needles from his mouth, aiming for Rasa's throat, heart, and other vital points. Release of magnet, golden sand wall. Unable to dodge, Rasa quickly raised a 1-meter-high wall of golden sand that absorbed Naoki's attack. At that moment, Minato rushed towards Rasa's back, moving at incredible speed. Leaf whirlwind. Taught by Dewey in taijutsu, Minato performed a flawless low kick followed by a high kick, knocking Rasa off balance. Unable to defend himself, Rasa was sent flying. Water release, water blade technique. Seeing the opportunity, Naoki acted immediately. He gathered a large amount of water chakra in his hands, forming it into a sharp blade. Leaping high into the air, he struck the fallen Rasu. The strike seemed to be successful. Rasa's body, cracked from Minato's earlier blows, began to clear, revealing the golden sand below. It's a sand clone. As the clone disintegrated into scattered golden sand, it rushed towards Naoki, seeking to lure him into a trap. Be careful, Minato shouted, driving Naoki away just in time. The golden sand missed its target, leaving Naoki unharmed. Race's real body appeared nearby. Magnet release, gold dust strong spear. The drilling formation of gold sand concentrated into a sharp spear and pushed towards the two young shinobi with relentless speed. Earth Edition, Earth-style wall. X2. Two walls of earth rose up in front of the children, blocking the spear's path. However, the golden sand drill pierced both barriers, stopping just inches from Minato and Naoki. Beads of cold sweat ran down their faces, they narrowly escaped serious injury, or worse. Two stinking children, Rasa muttered under his breath. The constant use of advanced ninjutsu was quickly draining his chakra. He took out a mosquito-repellent tablet from his bag and quickly swallowed it. The desert environment is too harsh, there are methods I can't even use here. Naoki clenched his fists in frustration and punched the sand. If we were fighting near water, I would show him what I can do. I can't use my sword either, Minato added, his tone measured but focused. And taijutsu isn't very effective against him. Don't try to kill him, just hold him off, Minato suggested, analyzing the situation. Naoki nodded and the two exchanged a determined look before splitting up and steadily moving towards Rasa's flank from both sides. For a while, Rasa struggled to keep up with his coordinated movements. He couldn't pin them down, and the back-and-forth exchanges made for a chaotic but lively scene. "Your student." Kawakaze's voice carried across the battlefield as he dodged a massive iron fist sent by the third Kazekage. Kawakaze had almost rushed to save Minato and Naoki a while ago, but their resilience had proven it unnecessary, until now. He had already identified Rasa as his opponent. "Unfortunately, I did not kill those two children," the third Kazekage said with indifference, his sharp gaze flickering towards the younger shinobi. It was clear to him that Naoki and Minato were related to Kawakaze, both of their sword techniques shared the same signature style. "If they die, I guarantee you will all follow them." Kawakaze's voice turned icy, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. To him, those he considered family were an unbreakable taboo. "How dare you!" Magnet release, iron sand triangle spike. The third Kazekage formed a hand compactor, and a massive triangular splash of iron sand materialized in front of him, rushing towards Kawakaze at incredible speed. Thoughts of the creators. Faced with a massive iron sand, a triangular spike several times larger than himself, Kawakaze did not choose to dodge. Unable to wield a sword, he relied on his body as his ultimate weapon. Art of the Sage, Fists of Thunder. A thunderous light enveloped Kawakaze's right fist as the attributes of lightning combined with the sheer force of his punch, enhanced by his senjutsu chakra. Gathering his strength, he jumped into the air. In an instant, his fist collided with the triangle spike. Boom! The iron sand pyramid shattered into pieces with a deafening explosion. Landing smoothly, Kawakaze fixed his cold gaze on the stunned third Kazekage. "That's all you got," he sneered. "It's not even close to Reikaze's level." The third Kazekage ignored the taunt, his voice low as he muttered, "This power. It's reminiscent of the third Reikage." He never expected someone from Konoha to perform nintaijutsu to such an extent. Kawakaze's threat level in his mind increased dramatically. He had originally assumed that without a weapon, Kawakaze was akin to a tiger without fangs. Now it was clear that he had been greatly mistaken. Magnetic release, iron sand triangle spike. Snapping out of his shock, the third Kazekage formed hand seals. The scattered iron sand in the air came together again, forming an even larger and rapidly rotating triangular spike. With a loud whistle, the threatening weapon rushed towards Kawakaze. "You don't think I'm going to take this head on, do you?" Kawakaze said mockingly, his eyes closing on the Kazekage as if amused by the idea. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. The spinning triangular spike crashed into the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. The third Kazekage's expression instantly darkened. "Your technique is too slow," Kawakaze's voice came from behind. The next moment, Kawakaze closed the distance. The Kazekage turned sharply, his pupils widening as the massive fist loomed larger in his vision. A blow from Thunder Fist struck the tip of his nose. The third Kazekage's form disintegrated into a cloud of sand. He reappeared a short distance away, visibly shaken. The close call left him uneasy. If that strike had connected, even the iron sand armor surrounding his body would not have been enough to protect him. The fierce chakra lightning alone would have been devastating. "Quite the reaction," Kawakaze remarked, unperturbed. If the third Kazekage could be defeated so easily, he would not have earned the title of strongest Kazekage. "Don't try to argue with me," the Kazekage countered. The iron sand eye materialized on his shoulder, the same trick that had saved him a few minutes ago. Magnetic release, iron sand wings. From the wings on his back, countless iron sand feathers shot out, aiming at Kawakaze from afar. Not only were these feathers fast, almost invisible to the eye, but they also had a paralytic effect, capable of incapacitating anyone they struck. However, the Kazekage did not expect this attack to defeat Kawakaze. As the attack unfolded in a wide range, he prepared his most powerful ninjutsu. Magnet release, iron sand of the world. Chakra jumped up as the third Kazekage flapped his wings, advancing on Kawakaze. Using iron sand, he constructed a massive barrier adorned with long, piercing spikes. The barrier not only restricted Kawakaze's movement, but also allowed the kakashi to move freely within it. His speed increased significantly, giving him a distinct advantage. Faced with the dual ninjutsu attack, Kawakaze instinctively reached for the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the senbon he threw was sucked into the iron sand and absorbed, severing its connection to the technique's mark. Without his teleportation, Kawakaze relied on his agility to dodge the feathers, relentless attacks while attempting to escape the barrier. However, the iron sand proved to be a formidable obstacle. It repaired itself almost instantly, its vast expanse giving the kakashi an advantage. Every attempt to break through was thwarted, slowing Kawakaze's progress considerably. Limiting me also limits itself, Kawakaze remarked sharply. Art of the Sage, Gate of the Great God. With a series of quick hand seals, Kawakaze unleashed his technique. A massive red torii gate descended from the sky, smashing into the iron sand barrier. Against its immense power, the barrier crumbled effortlessly. Kawakaze emerged from the broken formation, regaining his freedom. The third kakashi, however, acted quickly. His scouting eye fled from the collapsing barrier, and the stress of the backlash caused him to abandon his wings. Konoha produced a demon like you, he admitted darkly. It was the first time he had been pushed to such an extent since becoming kakashi. Even Shukaku had been subdued by this move before. That's because you're too weak, Kawakaze replied coldly. Despite his triumph, he felt his senjutsu chakra reserves rapidly dwindling. His absorption rate was no longer keeping up with his consumption. This was the longest he had ever managed to maintain sage mode. The seal on his face disappeared, his pupils returned to their normal black color, and Kawakaze was in relatively good shape after releasing sage mode. The third kakashi bit into the military rations he had hidden in his mouth and began to consider retreat. With Kawakaze in his way, his goal was no longer achievable. If he delayed, he feared he would not be able to escape. We will meet again next time, he said coldly. Magnetic release, funeral of iron sand. Without hesitation, the third kakashi tightened his expression, formed a hand seal, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Countless grains of black iron sand were extracted from below, instantly converging into a massive black wave that rushed towards Kawakaze and the two warring factions behind him. Retreat. The third kakashi shouted a command and led the nearby Sunanin in their withdrawal first. The approaching wave of iron sand forced the ninja on both sides to scatter. Being caught in it would make victory meaningless. The Suna followed their leader in retreat, and Kawakaze made no attempt to stop them. Today, it was simply impossible. Without his sword, his offensive power was somewhat lacking. Instead, Kawakaze focused on saving the Konoha ninja who did not dodge the attack in time. He did not know that the iron sand wave was just a feint. It looked formidable, but its actual impact was weaker than expected. In retrospect, Kawakaze regretted not pursuing the third kakashi, who was clearly at the end of his powers. It was obvious that he could not fully activate such a technique. You were lucky today, but next time it won't be so easy, Rasa said, his voice steady despite the blood dripping from his mouth and the cracks marring his face. Next time, you won't get away so easily, Minato countered, standing next to Naoki. Their battle uniforms were in tatters, their faces pale and drawn. Despite their valiant efforts, their youth left them at a disadvantage against a stronger, more experienced opponent. Rasa was truly worthy of being the successor to the next kakashi. HMPH, Rasa snorted, turning sharply to retreat to his sensei. Despite that, the two young shinobi left a deep impression on him. Once the battle was over, Kawakaze regrouped with the Konoha ninja and continued forward. The journey was uneventful as the third kakashi had led his forces far away from the Konoha team. But for the third kakashi, it was a different story. As the Suna forces retreated to a safe distance, he staggered, coughing up blood, and nearly collapsed. His face was as pale as paper, his strength almost at its limit. If he hadn't held on until now, his injuries would have been far less severe. Sensei, are you okay? Rasa asked, stepping forward to reassure him with a worried expression on his face. Cough, cough. The third kakashi's labored breathing broke the silence. I suffered internal injuries. I should not have underestimated Kawakaze Hitaki. His eyebrows furrowed deeply, forming the unmistakable 8 shape. His grim expression reflected his pessimism about the battles yet to come. Comment. At this point, however, his injuries were not life-threatening. "Sensei, let's discuss this after we get back," Rasa said, his tone firm as he continued to support the weakened Kazekage. This ambush in Sunagakur was a waste of effort, yielding no results. With the third Kazekage seriously injured and Kawake's a formidable opponent, Tsuna's forces would have a hard time withstanding Konoha's advance in the coming days. Although the third Kazekage was injured, the Sun and Nin returned to camp slightly before Kawake's. The great battle between Konoha and Tsuna Nin also came to a temporary halt. Both sides suffered casualties and the outcome remained undecided. After the ceasefire, both sides breathed a long sigh of relief. It had been too painful to continue fighting at such a grueling pace. Tsuna Ninja Camp. "Lord Third, what happened to you?" Pakura looked at the third Kazekage who was lying on the bed with a pale complexion. She already had a guess in her head. Kawake's Hitaki of Konoha was there, and the battle was already lost. The third Kazekage did not express his disappointment to his subordinates despite the defeat, but his tone inevitably betrayed his disappointment. "You lost?" Pakura asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The third Kazekage was a man capable of suppressing a tailed beast on his own. "I underestimated him," the Kazekage admitted. Although he didn't answer Pakura's question directly, his current state made the outcome painfully clear. In a few days, Hitaki Kawake's will also return to his camp. "What do we do then?" the Tsuna ninja asked, his voice tense. Even with the Kazekage defeated, he couldn't see a way forward for Sunagakur. "Of course we will fight to the death. What else do you think?" Pakura snapped, looking at him. If Sunagakur had any other option, the Kazekage would not have personally come to the battlefield. The Hokage sat comfortably in Konohagakure, but here they were, pushed to the limit. It was not for nothing that Pakura was considered the hero of the Sun and Ninja. Her integrity and determination were far beyond the average ninja. The Tsuna Nin who spoke froze, but did not have the courage to argue further. The main reason was simple: he could not defeat Pakura, and his words only hurt morale. Cough, cough tilde. The third Kazekage, irritated by the exchange, coughed slightly to regain control of the room. "What other option do we have besides fighting?" he said sharply. "Become wandering ninjas." Although the words were not spoken harshly, they sent cold sweat running down the Tsuna ninja's face. "I will advance and retreat with the village," the Kazekage stated firmly. HMPH. Pakura crossed her arms. "Think of nothing else," the Kazekage continued. "Focus on surviving on the battlefield." With that he snorted and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. In the end, only Bunpuku, who remained silent throughout, was left behind. "Master, I want to ask you for a favor." "Jesus, third one, just say it." Bunpuku folded his arms and opened his eyes, which had remained closed until now. He had done all he could during this battle. "If the situation becomes hopeless, will you be able to save Race's life?" The third Kazecage's voice was heavy. It would be like preserving the seed for Sunagakur. The Kazekage cared deeply for his only student. He knew that Rasa's ability to release magnets, capable of creating gold, could be crucial to the village's future. Even if this battle ended in failure, Rasa's survival could give Sunagakur a chance to rise again. "Alas," Bunpuku sighed, "I'm afraid I don't have such abilities." He had lost hope in Shukaku and had endured years of futile attempts to control the beast. After countless defeats, his confidence in surviving a direct confrontation was almost non-existent, especially now that the third Kazekage had also been defeated by the Konoha ninja. "Just do your best," the third Kazekage said softly. He seemed to have decided on some plan, and without saying anything further, he turned and left the room. The silence lingered after his departure. Eventually, Bunpuku left too. Although the Kazekage did not return with good news, an unspoken truce was established between the Tsuna ninja and Konoha. A few nights later, Kawake's returned to the Konoha camp with supplies. As soon as he entered, he headed straight for Tsunade's tent. Tsunade, who was resting inside, immediately woke up when she heard him. Seeing Kawake's, she relaxed. The sight of his smiling face made the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. You've been working hard these past few days. I'm back, Kawakase said, opening his arms. Tsunade stood up and hugged him. Everything went well, I hope? She asked. I pushed back the third cage. What about you? Kawakase's sharp eyes scanned her for signs of injury. He could feel the battle in the camp, but the strong, steady chakra presences of Tsunade and Tsukumo reassured him. If something had happened to them, he might have lost control the moment he arrived. There were casualties on both sides, Tsunade replied, her tone calm but weary. The situation remains at an impasse. After a quiet hug, they both sat down by the bed. You weren't hurt fighting Shukaku, were you? Let me see. Kawakase leaned forward, his hands reaching out to examine her. Pat. A sharp blow echoed through the tent. Can you be serious? Tsunade's cheeks turned slightly red as she looked at him. This was no place for such behavior, and she felt a hint of embarrassment. I just want to see if you're hurt. Kawakase protested, trying to justify himself, though it was clear he didn't need Tsunade to check on her condition. No, keep those paws to yourself. Tsunade shot Kawakase into the glare, but her previously gloomy mood lifted slightly. She couldn't help but feel at ease with him. Are you really not hurt? Kawakase asked again, his eyes still wandering over her. Ask again and you're out of here. Tsunade raised her fist in warning. Her skills in dealing with tailed beasts had improved recently, and the threat was not idle. Okay, I won't ask. Kawakase stepped back, satisfied that her mood had improved. You have returned, and it is time to begin the attack, Tsunade said. The Sunanin's recent provocations had worn out her patience. Kill them all. Kawakase's confidence was shattered when he thought about meeting the cage again. He is now more in control of the situation. Okay, go get some rest, Tsunade said, waving him off. We'll discuss this tomorrow. She would not allow Kawakase to linger too long, she had to maintain her authority as a commander. I have a small favor to ask, Kawakase said, coming closer. His sudden closeness startled Tsunade and she instinctively leaned back, clasping her hands behind her. What request? She asked, already suspicious of his intentions. It's just, Kawakase began, leaning closer. Before she could react, his lips were pressed against hers. After a long moment, their lips parted. Tsunade's face turned a deep red. Kawakase did not push his luck any further and stood to leave. Good night, my Princess Tsunade. Rascal, I'm going to bed, Tsunade countered, kicking Kawakase in the ass. He simply chuckled, patted her on the back, and walked out of the tent as if nothing had happened. Shameless, Tsunade muttered under her breath, but a small smile lingered on her face. She didn't go to bed until she was sure he was gone. After meeting Tsunade, Kawakase remembered his older brother. In his tent, Tsukumo was still awake, methodically polishing his short sword. He was deep in thought, reflecting on the battles of the past few days, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Big brother. You're back. Tsukumo didn't even look up, obviously already knowing about Kawakase's return. I was just talking to Tsunade about something, Kawakase said, moving away from him with a shy grin. No need to explain, Tsukumo replied dryly, continuing his task. He knew where he was in Kawakase's priorities, and he hadn't expected to be at the top of the list. What are you talking about? We are brothers, Kawakase said with mocking sincerity. Stop. Tsukumo was tired of hearing the same old argument, blood is thicker than water, a phrase he had clung to as a child to justify his own misdeeds, but if his mind had not been so sharp, he might have been tricked into harming himself long ago. Kawakase chuckled, but his tone shifted. I damaged the third cage, but unfortunately, I couldn't kill him. Tsukumo finally looked up, though he ignored the boastful tone. Is he seriously injured? If the third cage was in poor condition, Tsukumo would be more than prepared to launch an immediate offensive. Thoughts of the creators. Pink snake. Well, I'm not sure about that either. Kawakase couldn't say for sure, he was just guessing based on the strength of the third cage's final ninjutsu. Then shut the hell up. Tsukumo threw the knife polishing cloth onto the low table. His little brother was so unreliable. Oh, well, even if he recovers, it won't matter. But his magnet release is really more problematic, Kawakase said, his tone turning serious. Iron weapons were essentially useless against magnet releases. After all, he is the Kazuka Hazimazuma of the Land of Wind. It is normal that he has a hard time dealing with it. How is Dewey doing now? Tsukumo asked. Comparatively, he was more concerned about his best friend's physical condition. He has basically recovered, and his movements are no longer a major problem. He will join us in a few days, Kawakase replied. He had not gone to the camp at the border, but that did not stop Dai from sending him a message. That's good. Tsukumo no longer dwelled on the third Kazukage's injuries. With Dewey's arrival, Konoha would have the upper hand in high combat power. Even if it was too close to call now with Kawakase on their side, Dewey's presence could make all the difference. Did you miss your sister-in-law and Kakashi? Kawakase switched the conversation to routine questions, avoiding further details about the war. They would be discussed at tomorrow's meeting. You're being ridiculous. Tsukumo sheathed his short sword and placed it on the table, his expression softening. If we go back, I'm afraid Kakashi will start calling you, Dad. Kawakase chuckled, deciding to make Kakashi call him, Uncle, first. Don't even think about it. He's my son, Tsukumo shot back, eyeing Kawakase suspiciously as if he was planning something. What are you talking about? Your son. He's my nephew. Kawakase wasn't going to let that go, finding the idea amusing. Fuck you, Tsukumo said, raising his short sword and slapping him. He envied the close bond Kakashi shared with Kawakase. With your temperament, how could you be a father? Kakashi would be better off learning from me. Kawakase teased him, and Tsukumo had enough. He kicked him right out of the tent. The falling Konoha ninja outside looked up at the sky, their eyes pointedly avoiding the commotion. Mind your own business. We didn't see anything. Fortunately, Tsukumo still had his pride. Without saying a word, he pointed his short sword straight at Kawakase, ready to settle the matter. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest, Kawakase said, bidding his big brother goodnight as he headed towards his own tent. This kid. What can Kakashi even learn from you? Tsukumo muttered under his breath before turning back and heading back to his tent. When Kawakase entered his tent, he found two boys waiting for him. Are the supplies arranged? Yes, sensei, son-in-law, they answered in unison. Kawakase had fully embraced his role as boss, leaving the work to both of them. He justified it as training, and the young men, none the wiser, took their task seriously. Well done, Kawakase said approvingly. He turned to Minato and added, Minato, when we get back, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's eyes lit up with excitement as Kawakase noticed that his chakra had finally reached a sufficient level to begin learning an advanced technique. Seriously. Minato was impatient, practically vibrating with anticipation. He had been waiting for this day. Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Kawakase replied with a smile, gently ruffling Minato's hair. Svek, brother-in-law. Naoki interrupted, his expression expectant. What about me? Kawakase smirked. Even your sister hasn't learned it yet, you can ask her to teach you when she does. Sound fair? Naoki pounced, but he couldn't argue. He certainly had enough chakra to try the technique, but Kawakase wasn't confident in his talent. In the original timeline, Naoki died too young, leaving little information about his potential. Well then, I'll stick to my second grandfather's water release practice, Naoki muttered, feeling determined and a little dismissed. He wasn't as talented as his sister, but he wouldn't give up that easily. At the very least, he could experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique on his own once he mastered water. Lord Tobirama's water release is incredibly powerful, so don't let up, Kawakase said seriously. He was a man who could have a contract with the sea itself. Kawakase's praise was not an exaggeration. Tobirama's mastery of water release was unparalleled, far beyond anyone else. Compared to him, the rest of the world's water release users ranked second, third, or worse. Understood, brother-in-law, Naoki replied, though he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He still couldn't use large-scale water release techniques at will in harsh conditions, and he had a long way to go. It's all right. You two should go back and rest, Kawakase said, offering a reassuring smile. Keep up the good work. The war is far from over. The two boys bowed respectfully and left. That night was much better than sleeping in the open, and Kawakase enjoyed a good night's rest. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they were called to a meeting by Tsunade. Upon arriving at the tent, they found Hayato Yamanaka and Tsukumo already seated. Kawakase and the others took their places, and soon all of the Konoha ninja had gathered. Hayato, do you have any important information? Tsunade asked. It had become her habit to let Hayato speak first, and he had gotten used to the role. 3 days ago, a Sunin nin returned to his camp, presumably the third Kazekage, Hayato began. The specific details are unclear, but it is suspected that he is injured. Konoha's spies didn't dare to go deep into the enemy camp, so the information was incomplete. Tsunade nodded, understanding the limitations. It's all right. We have nothing to fear now. After fighting the Tsunamido ninja for the past few days, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with their fighting methods. Her expression hardened as she continued, I plan to launch a general offensive soon. Sitting back and reacting is not the Konoha way. It's time for Tsunagaker to learn the difference between us. Tsunade's confidence was evident. Kawakase's return not only strengthened their fighting strength, but also gave her a sense of confidence and determination. Lady Tsunade, should we wait for Dewa to return? The Konoha Junin suggested cautiously. Some of our wounded are still recovering. Tsunade's presence had significantly reduced casualties on the Konoha side, while the Suna forces had suffered significant losses. This advantage would only grow as the conflict dragged on. This was another hidden advantage of Tsukumo's previous success in killing Chiyo. No, Kawakase, his tonal firm, interjected. We need to confirm the third Kazecage's condition. If his injuries haven't healed, this is our best chance to attack. He paused, meeting everyone's gaze. The third Kazekage is the key to this battle. If we eliminate him, we won't have to wait for Dewey. The longer we hesitate, the more unpredictable the situation becomes. Remember, the other major countries haven't made their moves yet. Lord Kawakase is absolutely right, Hayato Yamanaka added. Such opportunities are rare. I support the war. I support this too. In the end, the majority supported Tsunade's opinion, and the minority deviated from the consensus. Go get ready. Wait for my order, Tsunade ordered. Yes, the assembled ninja responded in unison before being dismissed. The meeting came to an end. Meanwhile, morale was low among the Sunin ninja. In their conference room, the third Kazekage, now recovered, sat in the main seat, his presence imposing. Kawakase Hitaki arrived at the Konoha camp last night, the intelligence officer reported. The Konoha ninja are already preparing for battle. The report was repeated so that all present understood the seriousness of the situation. No more need be said, the third Kazekage interrupted, his tone sharp and decisive. Everyone, prepare for battle. This is the time for Tsunagaker's survival. His gaze swept across the room, drowning out any objections. Even if we lose, I will die before all of you. With this the discussion ended, leaving no room for argument. Thoughts of the creators. As the Konoha ninja led by Tsunade advanced towards Suna's camp, the third Kazekage led his forces to intercept them. Without warning, a battle broke out. Bunpuku wasted no time, immediately transforming into Shukaku to confront Tsunade. She didn't hold back either, her body wrapped in a crimson red, cloak as she activated her 3-tier buff. Today, I will tear you apart alive. Shukaku growled, charging straight at Tsunade. Knowing that ranged attacks were ineffective against her, he switched to hand-to-hand combat, his weakness and the reason he had suffered so many defeats lately. I see you're not tired of being beaten, Tsunade taunted, jumping high into the air. With a furious cry, she brought her foot down to strike Shukaku's opening with overwhelming force. Nearby, Tsukumo was locked in a tense standoff with Pakura and the Shadow Guard. Both sides remained cautious, knowing that the battle would hinge on who made the first critical mistake. Kawakase Hitaki, we meet again, came a voice from above. The third cage hovered in midair, his iron sand wings facing backwards, gleaming ominously. "You're healed," Kawakaze noted coolly, his sharp eyes fixed on the cage. "That makes things more interesting. Try me and you'll see." The cage wasted no time in launching her attack. Magnet release. Giant iron needles. The high-density compressed iron sand formed into razor-sharp spears that shot towards Kawakaze at deadly speeds. Kawakaze didn't even draw his sword. With a flash of movement, he effortlessly dodged, the black spears sinking deep into the yellow sand, leaving no trace. Their immense power was undeniable. "It's even better that you're healed. Now we can have a proper fight," Kawakaze said, closing the gap between them in an instant. Lightning crackled across his body, and faint red seal markings flickered along the edges of his skin. Bang! Kawakaze's powerful strike broke through the iron sand barrier, forcing the cage to retreat. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Kawakaze was unable to deliver a decisive blow. "What if I get hurt?" The third cage smirked, not convinced that he was hurt. "You will see." Kawakaze responded by forming a hand compactor to summon a lightning clone. The shimmering figure, composed entirely of lightning, bore only the outline of a human form, but had no substance. Without hesitation, the two streaks of lightning, Kawakaze and his clone, rushed towards the third cage. They made no effort to hide their approach, as the eye of compressed iron sand hovered above the cage, observing his every move. Kawakaze's true body struck the iron sand wall with a powerful punch, while his clone closed in on the cage. The image of the clone was more apparent to the students of the third cage, causing a slight grin. "A mere shadow clone dares to challenge me." With his right palm facing outward, the cage summoned a massive iron sand spear, instantly piercing the lightning clone. "I understand," Kawakaze muttered after landing, his figure flashing forward again. Boom! The clone exploded, its strong lightning attributes engulfing the third cage as he taunted. "Ah!" Electricity surged through the cage, his body shaking as the iron sand covering him failed to block the lightning. He lost his balance and fell from the sky. Kawakaze moved quickly, appearing above the third cage. The lightning gathered around his right leg became even more ferocious. Desperate, the cage barely managed to wrap himself in his iron sand wings. "You seek death," Kawakaze growled, stamping his wings. Lightning passed through the iron sand, reaching the cage's body. But there was no cry of agony. Kawakaze sensed that something was wrong and jumped back, but it was too late. The iron sand wings exploded, releasing countless tiny grains that rushed towards him. "When?" Kawakaze exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Despite his attempts to dodge, the iron sand hit him as he retreated. Kawakaze stepped away from the blast zone, assessing his injuries. The punctures had already begun to heal, though traces of iron sand remained embedded in his body, begging to be expelled. The injuries, however, had minimal impact. Cough, cough. "I'm just returning the favor," the cage said. The iron sand once again gathered into a humanoid figure as the third cage appeared, standing not far from Kawakaze. Faint sparks of electricity still flickered across his body, and his expression betrayed slight discomfort. "This injury to me," Kawakaze began, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt his body behaving strangely. His movements were becoming uncoordinated, as if someone else was fighting for control of his body. "Haha, do you feel like you've lost control of your body?" The third cage was teased. "My magnet release isn't that simple." By slightly stretching his body, the cage's earlier paralysis was greatly eased. Both men took a moment to rest, not making any reckless moves. Kawakaze, meanwhile, endured a sharp, piercing pain as he radiated every grain of iron sand from his body. He felt the sand interfering with his healing and restricting his movements. "If I had been hit with more iron sand earlier, he might have manipulated me into committing suicide." With the last of the iron sand expelled, Kawakaze's wounds quickly healed and the abnormalities in his body disappeared. However, he knew that his own control over the lightning attribute was still inferior to Kumogakure's lightning release chakra mode. "Even with Sage mode enhancing my abilities, it wasn't enough to protect against magnet release." He couldn't help but admire the third Hokage, who could even fight off the wind release, the natural counter to lightning. Kawakase felt a strong desire to learn Kumogakure's secret methods. During their brief respite, Rasa reappeared, finding Minato and Naoki. Their last encounter had been tense, and tensions flared as the three locked eyes, anger filling in from all sides. "You too, this time I'll make sure you die without a burial," Rasa growled, raising his hand. The gold sand condensed into kunai in his hands, but Minato and Naoki dodged them with ease. "Don't talk big," Naoki snapped, planting his sword firmly in the ground and forming a pet seal with both hands. Water release, water wave. This was the most powerful water discharge that Naoki's ninjutsu had learned. He emitted a column of ultra-high pressure water from his mouth, cutting horizontally towards Rasa. Rasa scoffed as he summoned the sandy golden wall in front of him, rejecting the threat of the waterway liberation. However, to his surprise, the water column slammed into the wall with destructive force, its edges sharp as a blade. The golden sand wall began to crack and slowly give way, the water advancing inexorably. "Damn it," Rasa cursed, realizing the danger. He prepared to retreat. "Where are you going?" Minato called, anticipating Rasa's move. With a burst of speed, Minato bypassed the crumbling golden sand wall and launched a quick, seamless combination. His attacks landed cleanly, sending Rasa flying. Naoki's water wave completely broke through the wall, rushing towards the downed Rasa. Golden sand peeled off Rasa's body as he struggled to avoid the oncoming wave. Underestimating this was no longer an option. Using the body flicker technique, Rasa disappeared just as the water carved a deep groove in the yellow sand. Reappearing with a pale face, Rasa looked at the two young shinobi, his eyes burning with rage. "Now I'm going to get serious," he growled. Magnet release, sand cushion. Rasa poured chakra into his sand gold, forming a cloud beneath his feet that lifted him into the air. Magnet release, gold dust long spear. Floating in the air, Rasa formed a massive spear from his sand gold and threw it down. Gravity boosted its speed, and it rushed towards Minato and Naoki with great force. "Get out of the way!" Minato shouted, leading by example and dodging to the side. Naoki, who originally planned to counter Earth release, instead used the flickering pawn technique to dodge just in time. The golden dust spear struck the ground where they stood, driving deep into the earth and shaking the battlefield. "Let's see where else you can escape to," Rasa growled from above. Unperturbed and confident in the air, he unleashed a relentless barrage of ninjutsu to pursue the two shinobi below. Thoughts of the creators. He can even fly. Kawakase did not attack Rasa. If he had, the third Hokage would never have spared the two younger boys. "You can't even use a sword." The third Hokage caught the mockery in Kawakase's tone and naturally wouldn't tolerate it. HMPH. Kawakase's expression instantly darkened. This guy was constantly belittling him, testing his patience. Sage Art. Heavenly Thunder of the Nine Heavens. It was an advanced version of palm lightning, a technique that Kawakase had been perfecting. Of course, the name was borrowed from Taoist traditions. He had originally considered calling it lightning art, but he thought it didn't sound impressive enough to match his striking appearance. Suddenly, without warning, several bolts of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the sky, striking the area where the third Hokage stood. His entire body was protected by iron sand, resembling a lightning rod in the shape of a man. "Today I will electrocute you to death." Not satisfied, Kawakase waved his right hand. A beam of lightning shot out from his palm and struck the third Hokage again. "You're not finished yet." The third Hokage's face was pale with horror, though he refused to admit defeat. There was no time to hesitate. Having just recovered from paralysis, he did not dare to endure another blow. Sand replacement technique. At the last moment, the third Hokage cast off his iron sand armor, blending seamlessly into the surrounding yellow sand. Being in the desert had saved him. Anywhere else, this move might not have been possible. "You have skills." Kawakase watched as lightning turned the yellow sand black. The third Hokage reappeared, battered but alive. Although he had escaped the brunt of the attack, he was still wounded. Magnet release had always been his ultimate weapon, capable of suppressing almost any technique. However, lightning release proved to be effective against his iron sand. His clothes were torn and scorched, his face was blackened with blackened streaks of sand and ash. The once powerful image of the Kazekage was completely shattered. Kawake's Hitaki, you've gone too far. The third Kazekage roared, ignoring his injuries. A mass of iron sand gathered in the air. Magnet release, iron sand shuriken. Countless Fuma shuriken formed in the sky, spinning rapidly and generating strong winds. With a commanding gesture, the Kazekage sent a deadly swarm of shuriken hurtling towards Kawake's. Too slow, still too slow. Kawakaze's expression showed disdain, as if to say, no matter how powerful your attack is, it's useless if it can't hit. The speed of his body flicker technique allowed him to easily dodge the shuriken swarming attack. Just as Kawake's was preparing to unleash another lightning release attack on the third Kazekage, he noticed a shift in his opponent's tactics. The third Kazekage had compressed his iron sand into wings and was now flying towards Shukaku. How dare you! Kawake's shouted angrily. Using the flying thunder technique, he instantly appeared next to Tsunade, faster than the third Kazekage could react. At that moment, Tsunade was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Shukaku. Each punch and strike infused with crimson chakras sent splashes of dust flying from Shukaku's massive frame. Fists of thunder. Kawakaze's sudden arrival caught Shukaku off guard. His punch, much stronger than Tsunade's attacks, even with her enhancements, sent Shukaku flying backwards. Why are you here? Tsunade asked, confused as she didn't notice the third Kazecage's movements. Be careful. Kawake's grabbed Tsunade and pulled her out of the way of the massive iron sand cylinder. The attack narrowly missed. The third Kazekage now stood next to Shukaku. Master Bunpuku, thank you. Shukaku reluctantly nodded at the admission, looking up at the third Kazekage sitting on his shoulders. I don't want to fight alongside this guy, Shukaku grumbled internally, displeased with the third Kazekage. The memory of being captured and sealed by the second Kazekage still festered in his mind. This is no time for resentment, Bunpuku's calm voice responded, calming the restless beast. Shukaku gradually settled in, allowing Bunpuku to maintain control. The battlefield was now divided into two sides, Kawake's and Tsunade versus Shukaku and the third Kazekage. The air bristled with tension as the four opponents clashed. You will regret this decision, Kawake's warned, forming the Great God's Gate seals with his hands, a powerful sealing technique designed for tailed beasts. The odds were stacked in Kawakaze's favor. With Shukaku sealed, the third Kazekage would have no chance against the combined might of Kawake's and Tsunade. We'll see, the third Kazekage replied coldly. He had no choice but to use Shukaku's power to unleash an even greater technique. Go! Kawake's and Tsunade charged forward, a streak of lightning and a crimson blur. In the blink of an eye, they were on Shukaku and the third Kazekage. Wind release, sand buckshot. Shukaku opened his massive mouth, and with the help of the third Kazekage, used wind release to increase the power and range of the rail sand bombs. In an instant, a powerful storm carried countless black iron sand projectiles straight towards Kawakazu and Tsunade. Get out of the way. Kawake's, having experienced this attack before, understood its danger. This time, the attack range was wider, and its speed, enhanced by wind release, was stunning. Tsunade flapped her wings to evade, but she was no match for the speed of Kawakaze's floating thunder god technique. The iron sand hit her directly. Tsunade. Kawake's managed to dodge the attack, but was too late to prevent Tsunade from striking. Although her injuries were not critical due to her regenerative abilities, the real threat lay elsewhere. The third Kazecage's goal was not simply to injure, but to immobilize. The iron sand embedded in Tsunade's body greatly limited her movements. Desert layered Imperial Funeral Seal. The third Kazekage extended his hand, manipulating the iron sand to further bind Tsunade. At the same time, Shukaku thrust his hands into the surrounding yellow sand, fusing them and spreading them out towards Tsunade. The sand transformed into tentacle-like structures, wrapping her body in black runes. In an instant, a three-layered pyramid formed around her, with black runes connecting its top and bottom. Tsunade was completely sealed. This technique, used by Gaara in the original story to seal Madara Uchiha, left no room for resistance, especially for someone without Susanoo. If this had dragged on, Tsunade would have been crushed inside the pyramid. Art of the Sage, Gate of the Great God. Kawakaze's anxiety was palpable as he watched helplessly, wishing he could take Tsunade's place. He had not expected the sheer power of the third Hokage's Fuinjutsu combined with Shukaku's might. Shukaku, busy maintaining the seal on Tsunade, moved sluggishly. The red Torii gate began to descend from the sky, its weight falling on him. Release of magnet, iron sand rectangular prism. The third cage attempted to support Shukaku by creating a massive iron rectangular prism to block the gates. He managed to deflect one, but the effort drained his energy. The remaining gates pinned Shukaku to the ground, sealing his chakra and stopping his movement. The runes on the pyramid began to weaken, and sensing this, the third cage shifted tactics. He decided to destroy Tsunade within the seal rather than allow her to escape. Magnet release, multiple iron sand spinning tops. Using a considerable amount of chakra, the third cage created over a dozen rotating iron sand pinnacles. They spun in the air before flying towards the pyramid. Sage art, heavenly thunder of the nine heavens. Unable to use the flying thunder god technique to reach Tsunade in time, Kawakase launched a counterattack. Lightning cracked from the sky, its purpose to break the pyramid and free Tsunade before the spinning peaks of the cage could strike. It was a race against time. Pinned against the great god's gate, Shukaku was helpless, reduced to a screaming victim as lightning struck him. Smoke rose from his scorched body and his massive frame began to shrink. The pyramid began to collapse as Shukaku's chakra drained away. However, the third cage's rotating peaks had already reached the top of the pyramid. Thoughts of the creators. Boom tilde. A loud noise reverberated across the battlefield, shaking the ninjas to their core. Kawakase, who was preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Shukaku, was stopped in his tracks. The pyramid shattered in a deafening explosion as the massive tail beast ball with a crimson glow collided with the spinning iron sand. A huge beetle with 3 pairs of wings appeared before Kawakaze's eyes. Tsunade had completely transformed into a tail beast. The third cage instantly decided to retreat, moving out of the blast radius. However, he was thrown back by the shockwave, tumbling several times before finally stopping. Soon. Kawakaze's relief was short-lived, replaced by worry. He feared that the 7 tails might go berserk. Without the tailed beast's approval, full control over the transformation was impossible. The Jinchurikis would eventually be absorbed, leaving them to attack indiscriminately, friend or foe, until their inevitable demise. "I'm here, don't worry." Chomei's voice spoke in a human tone, Tsunade's voice. She had become the perfect Jinchuriki. "I thought you were going to freak out." Kawakase let out a long sigh of relief, his focus shifting. He no longer cared about Shukaku, who was wheezing from the explosion. In an instant, Kawakase used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly on Chomei's body. Even after the tail beast's complete transformation, the Flying Thunder God technique mark did not dissipate. Chomei said he didn't want to get rid of him, Tsunade said in Kawakaze's ears. Kawakase opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Instead, he decided to take the conversation to the battlefield. "It's time to deal with them." Chomei flapped his massive wings and lifted the quokkas into the air. "That's really good. Take me for a walk next time you have a chance," Kawakase said with a grin. "You think I'm your mountain?" Tsunade replied, shaking her head in mocking disapproval. Kawakase remained calm and steady, unaffected by her reaction. "Haha, it's just a small wish. You are simply exploiting my kindness." As they bantered, Chomei rose higher into the air. On the ground, the third cage had already regained his position. His figure was unsteady, and blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth. Repeated use of powerful ninjutsu and the after effects of the tailed beast ball's explosion left him heavily injured, far worse than during his final one-on-one battle with Kawakase. Without hesitation, the third cage pulled out a brightly colored pill from seemingly nowhere and swallowed it in one swift motion. A powerful chakra suddenly burst out from his body, and his agonizing cries made it clear that he was in immense pain. It was the forbidden medicine of Chiyo, a mixture that was both a powerful enhancer and a deadly poison. The pill was precious, and only one of them existed. Once taken, the user would unleash an incredible surge of chakra at the cost of burning away their life force. As the third Kage's chakra increased, his body began to hunch over. Wrinkles appeared on his face, and his hair turned white in an instant. "No good, he'll fight to the death," Kawakase exclaimed, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Truly, a man with nothing to lose could gain everything. Now that the third Kage was fighting without a care for his life, Kawakase felt a twinge of uneasiness. He was inexperienced in defense, and the third Kage excelled in large-scale attacks. While Kawakase was confident in his ability to escape unharmed, he knew that a Konoha ninja on the battlefield would not be so fortunate. Kenjutsu, Thunder God Speed. Kawakase temporarily ignored the suppression of the magnet release and jumped from Chomei's body. He moved like a flash, drawing a straight line in the air and aimed straight for the third Kage's throat. Chomei couldn't see his expression, but the sudden burst of speed made Tsuneda's impatience obvious. Shining Horn Attack. Chomei launched forward like a massive missile, her colossal horn aimed at the third Kage with devastating precision. Ha ha ha, the third Kage let out a crazy laugh, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "I want the Konoha ninja to die with me." He made no effort to dodge or avoid the attack, fully aware that his own death was inevitable. His resolve was set: if he could destroy the majority of Konoha's forces, Tsunagakure would have a chance to survive this war. What would happen after that was no longer his concern. This was his last act as Kage. "Master Bunpuku, take Rasu with you," he muttered darkly. Magnet Release. Iron Sand Funeral. The third Kage roared as he formed hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. His entire chakra reserve jumped into the ground, his body shaking under the painful strain. Meanwhile, the Tsunagakure ninja fighting against Konoha's forces had no choice but to endure. The attack would not discriminate between friend or foe, it was an indiscriminate final blow. Die. The yellow sand in front of the third Kage turned black, with him in the center. The black iron sand rose high in a fan-shaped wave, crashing into the battlefield like a massive tide. Kawakase's sword descended from the sky, piercing the Kage's throat as Tsunade's massive horn split his body in two. The third Kage's mouth curled into a weak smile in his final moments. His lower body remained kneeling on one knee as his upper body shattered in a deafening noise. Blood spilled onto the yellow sand, releasing white smoke as it corroded the ground. "Go!" Chomei roared. With a powerful flap of his wings, he carried Kawakase on his back and left the area. "What a powerful poison," Kawakase muttered, feeling sick after just inhaling the air. He quickly took the antidote that Tsunade had prepared from her ninja kit and swallowed it, bringing some relief. OWW. Kawakase groaned as his sage mode dissipated. A massive wave of iron sand swept away the red torii gate, and Shukaku regained his ability to move. Relying on his enormous chakra, Shukaku reached out to grab Rasu out of the air. Without hesitation, Bunpuku turned and ran. "Sensei tilde," Rasa screamed, his voice breaking as he looked at the distant, broken remains of the third Kage's body. It was Lord Three's last wish. "You must live on," Bunpuku said, his words strained as he struggled to control Race, who was fighting against his power. "Sensei tilde," Rasa repeated over and over again, his struggle fading as grief overtook him. "I have to save them." Kawakase's figure flashed as he appeared next to two small boys. "Sensei, son-in-law." The two were chased by Rasa in the air, which was a nasty situation, but they managed to escape a considerable distance. With the help of Kawakase, they climbed onto Chomei's back, successfully avoiding the iron sand. Looking back at the battlefield, he was engulfed by a black torrent. Screams of anguish filled the air as many ninja lay covered in iron sand, writhing in agony. Tsunade flew across the battlefield with Kawakase, rescuing the surviving Konoha ninja. The black plates scattered across the yellow sand burned into her eyes. "The third Kage has a merciless heart," she muttered, her heart aching. Most of the Konoha ninja were either dead or seriously injured. This could only be called a tragic victory. "Big brother." Kawakase noticed Tsukumo approaching. Hakura escaped, but I managed to kill 2 shadow guards, Tsukumo reported. He remained calm amidst the tide of iron sand, finding a critical flaw and eliminating 2 shadow guards. Sukaku also escaped, Kawakase admitted, his tone tinged with regret. He now had a clearer understanding of the lethality of a cage-level ninja. How strong would the third Raikage be in a battle against 10,000 enemies? There's no point in stopping here. I'll organize a rescue. Using the body flicker technique, Tsukumo disappeared, purifying the surviving Suna ninja and gathering the remaining Konoha ninja for immediate rescue. By evening, all the Konoha ninja who had survived the iron sand tide were found. But many had died. The third Kazekage had sacrificed his life, but in one move, he had buried Konoha's military force. Thoughts of the creators. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. Surrounded by towering mountains and cliffs, the village is a natural fortress, difficult to attack and easy to defend. Its buildings are modest, functional and lacking in elaborate decoration. Among these structures, the tallest is the Tsuchikage building, topped with a conical roof and marked with the prominent kanji for DNE, Earth, visible even from a distance. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, a short, middle-aged man with a red nose sat at his desk, talking to a ninja standing in front of him. Lord Third, the Konoha and Suna ninja are locked in intense combat, the ninja reports. Should we act? The speaker was the chief of intelligence for Iwagakure. The slug princess of Konoha has become a Jinchuriki, Tsuchikage mused. Let us reach out to the land of wind. Call Han to see me. He rubbed his large, slightly comical nose, a habitual gesture that did little to disguise his shrewd demeanor. Yes, Lord Third. From the shadows, the hidden guard's voice acknowledged the order, and the figure quickly disappeared from the office. Shortly after, a tall ninja entered the room. He was dressed in red armor, with a straw hat protecting his head and a red mask covering his mouth. Bowing deeply, he greeted Tsuchikage. Lord Third. I have called you here to give you a mission, the Tsuchikage began. You are to lead a team to the land of wind and interact with the Konoha ninja. Konoha has overstepped its bounds by exploiting its neighbors for too long. Though his words carried a tone of righteous indignation, the third Tsuchikage's true motives were far more calculating. He cared little for the plight of the land of wind, instead, his sights were fixed on the land of fire. Its abundant resources and wealth promised a bounty that could sustain the earth for years to come. Iwagakure had remained relatively unscathed during the conflicts in the land of rain, and now, with its forces intact, the village saw an opportunity to strike. Yes, Lord Third, Han replied, his deep voice hushed, his towering height only accentuating the Tsuchikage's diminutive frame. Go now, Tsuchikage taunted. While he acknowledged Han's strength, the man's imposing stature was a constant reminder of his own diminutive size, something Tsuchikage found stifling. Khan turned to leave, his heavy armor creaking against the wooden floor as he walked away. Tell everyone to prepare for battle. After we strike the Konoha supply camp, their frontline troops will definitely retreat to provide support. I'd like to see what the new generation of Konoha is capable of. The third Tsuchikage wore a confident smile, his expression calm despite the tension in the air. The news of the third Kazekage's death had not yet spread. The Hitaki brothers have been making quite a stir lately, he noted. The intelligence officer standing nearby nodded. Kawakaze Hitaki knocked out Salamander's Hanzo in the land of rain, and Tsukumo Hitaki shot down Chiyo in the land of wind. They were both formidable warriors, Tsuchikage admitted, though his tone carried a faint edge of disdain. The intelligence officer continued, his words tinged with respect. Each of these two ninjas earned their reputations in a single fight. Their strength was undeniable. The third Tsuchikage let out a sneer. If even one of them falls, do you think Hiruzen Sarutobi will finally take to the battlefield himself? The prospect amused him, but his wariness of Konoha's might was clear. Their power was an ever-present shadow, robbing him of his peaceful nights. Not necessarily, the intelligence officer replied. Hiruzen Sarutobi still has 2 students who have not joined the fighting. Tsuchikage chuckled dryly. He's old. His fire has dimmed. He waved his hand dismissively. Go back to work. The intelligence officer bowed and left. Iwagakure had officially entered the war. As Han led the Iwa ninja from the land of birds to the land of wind, Konoha's spies detected movement. Quickly, inform Lord Shinku Yuhi and immediately relay this to the front lines. Yes. Konoha's small team of spies split up, one of their fastest messengers racing towards the Konoha supply camp. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Dewey had fully recovered and was talking with Shinku inside the sand house. I'm ready to leave tomorrow, Dewey said, his tone determined. Having gone without proper food or drink during his recovery, Dewey now compensated by eating heartily. Shinku ensured that his every request was met, providing the best available supplies. With you on the battlefield, victory is certain, said Shinku, his smile gone. Unbeknownst to him, the grim state of the front line had not yet reached the camp. At this moment, there was hope in his voice. Let Sunagakur witness the power of my Konoha taijutsu, Dewey declared, flexing his biceps as his white teeth flashed in a wide grin. Before Shinku could respond, Konoha ninja burst into the room without warning, his expression furious. Oh no, Lord Shinku. What is this? Shinku's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the panic in the ninja's voice. A large group of Iwagakure ninja is heading our way. Shinku's expression hardened. There was no need to ask why, they hadn't come to exchange pleasantries. Dei, it seems you won't be leaving after all, Shinku said grimly. There was no point in cursing Iwagakure for exploiting the situation, war was inherently merciless. Do you know who leads them? Dei asked, his tone uncharacteristically serious. He feared that the third Tsuchikage himself might be among the approaching forces, an enemy even he might not be able to stop. A ninja in red armor leads the team, the scout said. We have no further information about this person. Ninja's report was clear, but it left Shinku unsettled. Did the scout from the front line report this? Shinku asked, seeking clarity. Yes, he went to the front after delivering the message. Okay, said Shinku, his voice decisive. Go and inform the troops to prepare for the enemy's arrival. Yes, Lord Shinku. The Konoha ninja quickly bowed and left to carry out the order. Iwagakure really knows how to pick its timing. Dewey took a sip of tea, his expression tense as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. They've been planning this for a long time. There's no point in dwelling on it. You're going to have a hard time, Shinku said calmly, his tone steady but carrying an undertone of worry. He was well aware that Dewey was the undisputed leader in combat effectiveness in the camp. It's just part of my job. Dai finished the last bite of his meal and stood up, his movements decisive. Without saying a word, he turned to leave. Shinku followed him out of the room, both men aware of the daunting amount of work still awaiting them. In the arid desert, Konoha's spies moved with urgency, their faces hardened with fatigue. Their only goal was to deliver critical information as quickly as possible. They had nearly exhausted their supply of military ration pills, consuming them like candy just to maintain their strength. Meanwhile, at the Konoha frontline camp, the atmosphere was heavy with grief. Tsunade had not rested for days, tirelessly listening to the overwhelming number of wounded. She was racing against time, but despite her efforts, many Konoha ninjas succumbed to their wounds right before her eyes. After finishing treating the last patient, Suna collapsed to the ground, her stunned expression showing the damage he had done to her. Tsunade, are you okay? Lady Katsuyu's words were filled with concern, her gentle voice breaking through the oppressive silence. Tsunade, what's wrong? Kawakase threw himself at her side, dropping to one knee and supporting her gently in his arms, his eyes full of longing as the two young assistants approached hesitantly from a distance, uncertain but deeply concerned. I feel sorry for them. Tsunade muttered, her voice shaking as she looked at Kawakase. She buried her head in his chest and began to sob silently, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The aftermath of the battle weighed on her far more than the chaos of the battlefield itself. As Konoha's most exceptional medical idiot and the camp's commander-in-chief, she bore the brunt of the survivors' hopes. Watching the lifeless bodies of her comrades being carried out of the medical tents pushed her to her emotional breaking point. You have done an extraordinary job, Kawakase whispered, his voice gentle as he stroked her back. He understood the enormous burden she bore. Without her tireless efforts, the number of survivors would have been far fewer. Now, for the first time, he began to understand why Tsunade's fear of blood had run so deep. Beneath her unyielding exterior, she carried a heart far more fragile than anyone could have imagined. Thoughts of the creators. Sister, you need to rest. Naoki looked at Tsunade, his nose running as he fought back tears. Beside him, Minato was silent. This was the most tragic battle he had ever seen. Tsunade sobbed in Kawakaze's arms, not speaking or raising her head. Let's go and have a rest. Big brother, take care of yourself. Tsunade picked up Kawakaze and nodded respectfully towards Tsukumo. Go, Tsukumo said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. He said no more, but the weight in his heart was clear. Tsunade instinctively wrapped her arms around Kawakaze's neck, her crying gradually dying down. Kawakaze disappeared from view and reappeared in Tsunade's tent. He gently placed her on the bed and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Rest. You are tired, he said softly, removing her hands from her neck. Am I really that useless? Tsunade burst in. Her face betrayed her exhaustion, and Lady Katsuyu had already disappeared on her own. You are the best in my eyes, Kawakaze reassured her. No one could have foreseen that the third cage would act so recklessly, he added, thinking about the Suna ninja lost during the cage's desperate attack. Tsunade's voice broke as tears began to flow again. I don't know how I'll meet their families when I return to the village. I'm the one who brought them here, but... Her emotions overwhelmed her, and her tears flowed freely. The sheer number of casualties was too much to bear, even for experienced kunoichi. Kawakaze took a deep breath. Don't think about it too much. The wounded still need you. You need to rest now. With no other way to ease her pain, Kawakaze gently insisted, appealing to her sense of responsibility to make sure she took everything else she desperately needed. Yes, you're right. I need to rest. I need to rest, Tsunade whispered, her voice soft and hesitant. She closed her eyes, but tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Kawakaze sat by the bed, watching her lips move without making a sound. After a while, Tsunade fell into a funny sleep, curled up like a child seeking comfort. Kawakaze silently pulled the blanket over her, his hand brushing her long, light yellow hair away from her forehead. In a gentle gesture, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before standing and quietly leaving the tent. Even in her sleep, Tsunade's expression remained tense, her inner turmoil deeply embedded in her features. Only time could ease the pain she carried. In contrast, the Suna ninja camp was eerily vacant. Not far from Sunagaku, beneath the vast yellow sands, large underground caverns had been constructed. The area fortified by Shukaku was protected by black runes that acted like seals, preventing detection by outside forces. In these hidden caves, the defeated Suna ninja gathered, led by Bunpuku. Most of the remaining ninja from Sunagaku were present, as the village itself was almost abandoned, with only civilians remaining. Master Bunpuku, what should we do next? Pakura asked, sitting cross-legged next to the monk. Her demeanor was subdued, and her exhaustion was obvious. I don't make decisions, Bunpuku replied calmly. Despite his role as a weapon of war, he had no power or influence in determining the path forward. He closed his eyes again, concentrating on rebuilding his strength. It was only by luck, if it could be called that he had survived the third cage's actions. Pakura sighed. We need a decision maker now, she said, looking at the assembled Suna elders. A group of respected elders of Sunagaku appeared, their presence attracting attention. Although their power had been weakening for a long time, their wisdom and authority remained intact. Who do you think would be suitable? Pakura asked, her gaze fixed on the elders. Rasa can do it, one of the elders with kind eyes suggested, breaking the silence. He had a good relationship with the third cage and was willing to support Rasa. No, he is too young, another elder immediately objected. I think Pakura can do it, the older woman alone suggested, confident in her tone as she spoke in support of Pakura. I have no interest in becoming cage, Pakura stated firmly. She knew that without the daimyo's approval, the title would carry little weight. At this point, the collective consent of those present was all that mattered. However, the uncertainty surrounding Sunagaku's survival weighed heavily on her. I recommend. The room erupted in a cacophony of voices, each one voicing their opinion. The underground cavern hummed with debate, each person arguing for their chosen candidate. Do you have that much time to waste? Bunpuku's calm yet sharp voice cut through the noise. Even though it was quiet, it had a commanding weight that silenced the crowd. The group exchanged uncertain glances, the elder monk's words leaving them stunned. How about this? One of the most respected elders began, his voice measured as he proposed a compromise. Have Pakuru temporarily take on the role of Kasuke to guide us through this crisis. Once we have secured Sunagaku's future, Rasa can take charge when he is ready. I agree, Rasa said quickly, stepping forward. Sister Pakuru should lead us. I need time to grow stronger and prepare myself. For now, I want to avenge Sensei. Despite his youth, Rasa recognized the wisdom of waiting and acknowledged his inexperience. All eyes turned to Pakuru, awaiting his decision. She sighed, rubbing her temples as if the weight of their expectations had already settled on her shoulders. Forget about the name for now. Let's focus on getting through this crisis first, she said reluctantly, her tone tinged with disappointment. What is the situation in Konoha? Pakuru asked the intelligence officer next to him. Unlike the others, he had completely escaped the battle and was unharmed. Konoha has suffered heavy losses and is currently treating the wounded at their camp, the officer replied. It's unlikely they'll launch another offensive anytime soon. Even if a few scouts are sent out, they won't be able to find us. Despite the circumstances, the intelligence officer maintained a reliable flow of information. It was no wonder he had earned the trust of the third Kasuke. Will the villagers be in danger? Rasa, still inexperienced, asked what seemed like a naive question. There is no reason for Konoha ninja to target civilians, the officer explained. The lives of civilians are not important enough for them to express their disappointment. Besides, after such a crushing defeat, Daimyo will undoubtedly negotiate with the Land of Fire. The older man, who had previously expressed his support for Rasa, elaborated further. His tone was calm, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. That's reassuring, Rasa sighed, finally relaxing. He felt safe, knowing that these were all people his sensei trusted. Continue gathering intelligence and await the results of the daimyo's negotiations, Pakuru said. If something unexpected happens, I can't promise anything, but I'll die before you do. Pakuru's solemn vow, highlighted by the determination in her eyes, left a deep impression. Why such a promise, fourth Kasuke? Someone asked. Although Pakuru was internally recognized as the acting fourth Kasuke of Sunagaku, the title had not yet been formalized. Nearby, Bunpuku opened his eyes and looked at Rasa, his gaze filled with bitterness. Then, shaking his head, he mused silently. Ninja were nothing more than tools, pawns manipulated by the greed inherent in humanity. However, events did not turn out as they had hoped. News of the third Kasuke's death in battle and Sunagaku's devastating defeat reached the land of Wind Daimyo. In desperation, he immediately sent emissaries to the Land of Fire to negotiate peace. This development quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the name of Kawake's Hitaki, the legendary figure who once killed Hanzo the Salamander, echoed throughout the country once again. In addition, Konoha's secret could no longer be kept. Tsunade had become the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. With such an overwhelming advantage, the Fire Country daimyo had no intention of settling for peace. He sought nothing less than to completely devour the Wind Country. Despair consumed the land of Wind Daimyo. Without the power of Sunagaku's ninja, how could he hope to stand against the might of Konoha? Thoughts of the creators. 2 more days passed and Tsunade slowly regained her strength. At the Konoha camp, most of the injured were stabilized, though some were able to rely on their willpower alone to survive. Inside the command tent, Tsunade presided over a meeting to determine their next course of action. We all know the losses from this battle. We must decide today whether to advance or retreat, she said, her gaze sweeping over the participants, stopping only when it reached Kawake's and Tsukumo. I suggest a temporary retreat. There are too many wounded there and they need to return for proper treatment, one of them said to Konoha. He seemed like an honest man and genuinely cared about the well-being of his comrades. The death of the third Kage had destabilized the situation, and the threat of Tsunagaku's retaliation loomed large. However, the room was divided. I suggest we attack. We can't let this opportunity slip away. The Suna forces are in even worse shape than us, another Konoha ninja argued, his pompadour accentuating his fiery demeanor. The debate became heated, with opinions clashing on all sides. The tent was buzzing with noise, and some of the more irritable people seemed on the verge of escalating into punches. Stop! What a racket, Kawakase ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. I know you're all upset, but this is a military meeting, not a market stall. He added sharply, standing to his full height. The tent immediately fell silent. Kawakase's fearsome reputation as someone who could kill a demigod or Kage left no room for dissent. Furthermore, his position as second in command carried unquestioned authority. Let's continue with the usual protocol, he said firmly. Minority, Tsunade began, but before she could finish, a commotion interrupted the meeting. My gentlemen, I have urgent information. The Konoha ninja stumbled into the tent, barely able to stand. His voice shook with urgency, and before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground. Two more Konoha ninja, guards from the entrance of the tent, rushed behind him. This is one of our spies. Hayato Yamanaka recognized the man immediately from the marks on his clothes. Rushing forward, he helped him up, only to notice that the spy's face was peeling and his lips were pale white. The man was on the verge of collapsing. I will do it, Tsunade said, stepping forward. She looked over the spy briefly before pressing her right hand to his body. Green chakra light glowed from her palm as she initiated the healing. After a few moments, the spy regained his strength. Seeing Tsunade in front of him, he immediately dropped to one knee. Lady Tsunade, Iwagakure has sent troops to the supply camp. I'm afraid they've already made contact. What? Tsukumo snapped back at the attention, startled. His thoughts immediately turned to his good friend stationed at the camp. How many are there? Tsunade asked, her expression darkening. She handed the spy a pill to replenish his physical strength. Almost 1,000, the spy replied after swallowing the pill. Warmth rushed through his body, reviving him. It was clear that Tsunade's medicine was of exceptional quality. We should retreat and fortify ourselves. If the supply camp falls, there's no point in holding this position, Kawakase said without hesitation, his judgment quick and accurate. This is probably just Iwagakure's vanguard, they won't send out just a small group. If they were surrounded by the remnants of Iwagakure and Suna's forces, the consequences could be catastrophic, potentially costing them over half of their remaining manpower. Take the wounded and leave immediately, Tsunade ordered decisively. There was no time to call another meeting. Yes, Lady Tsunade, the ninja replied, stepping back to relay the orders. Everyone understood the urgency. I'll go ahead. I'm worried about Dai, Tsukumo said as he approached Kawakase and Tsunade. Okay, be careful, Tsunade replied with a nod. With her and Kawakase watching the retreat, she trusted Tsukumo to handle the situation. If anything goes wrong, leave a marker, Kawakase added, thinking ahead. If the supply camp was compromised, Tsukumo could also act as an intelligence gatherer upon his return. I'm leaving, Tsukumo said with a slight nod before lifting the tent curtain and walking out. In a series of rapid leaps, he disappeared into the distance, moving at incredible speed. Traveling alone, he covered the ground with remarkable efficiency. 2 hours later, Tsunade and Kawakase led the Konoha ninja, including the wounded, to the border of the Land of Wind. By the time they arrived, fighting had already broken out at the border. The clash was between the forces of Konoha and Iwagakure. The Iwa ninja, renowned for their mastery of earth release, put up a formidable defense. Their relentless use of ground spikes and treacherous swamps made progress difficult for the Konoha forces. The battle raged furiously. Among the Konoha ranks, Shinku Yuhi personally joined the fray. His mastery of genjutsu was on full display. With crimson eyes, few Ivan ninja could resist his illusions. Many died outright, some died in genjutsu itself, while others were quickly dispatched by the Konoha ninjas as they stumbled in confusion. Shinku's reputation as Konoha's foremost genjutsu master was well earned. While he could not shake the battlefield with brute force, his precise and deadly methods were devastating. Working in tandem with other Konoha ninja, he had already taken down several Iwagakure Jonin. Another battle was unfolding nearby. Maybe I'm Konoha's Dubi. Who are you? Dewey stood tall, his body enveloped in a bright green chakra aura. He faced Han directly, the two exchanging powerful blows. Dewey's path, reinforced by the sixth gate, was intercepted by Han, who met the blow head-on. Iwagakure, Han, the steam-armed ninja replied, his voice steady despite the tension. Han, with the power to release boils, was momentarily stunned. Even with his unprecedented strength, augmented by his special armor, he found himself struggling with the mastery of the Duya. The man before him was as formidable as the intelligence reports suggested. Let's have a youthful duel to decide not only who is taller, but also who will die. Dai declared, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Those words, inspired by something he had once heard from Kawakes, ignited his spirit. The intensity of the moment made his youthful energy burn brighter than ever. Take this hit. Dewey suddenly appeared in front of Han, launching a high kick aimed straight at his face. You don't know how to not punch someone in the face. Han grumbled, crossing his arms to block the powerful blow. However, the sheer force sent him flying backwards. It's not over yet. Before Han could recover, Dewey appeared behind him again, delivering a blow up to his lower back. The blow was solid, with enough force to likely rupture a kidney and send Han flying. Sensing danger, Han reacted instinctively. A tail sprouted from his back, and a coat of chakra formed around it, a manifestation of his tailed beast's power. Dewey's strike collided with the tail and was deflected. With that kind of chakra, you're a Jinchuriki, Dai said, quickly backing away. The realization dawned on him that he had been fighting the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure from the very beginning. What kind of luck is this? Does heaven really think my youth is too easy? Yes, Han said, bracing himself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. He twisted his neck, his composed demeanor exuding an intimidating presence that made Dewey feel a slight pressure. Now, take my blow too. Steam erupted from the back of Han's heel as he launched forward with great force, propelled by his release of boiling. He closed the distance in an instant, his strike aimed straight at Dewey. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Dewey met the attack head-on, their legs colliding with great force. Both were sent skidding backwards from the force of the collision. The two warriors landed on one foot, bouncing slightly and wincing as the pain set in. Not bad, Han said, recovering first, thanks to the tailed beast's regenerative power. You're not bad either, Dai replied, quickly getting back on his feet. He refused to lose his momentum or his youthful spirit. Thoughts of the creators. Dewey and Han were picked up, both fast, explosive ninjas. The two closed their eyes, their gazes full of fighting spirit. Again, Doi screamed, his right leg rising with force as green chakra flared out from within him. The ground beneath them shattered, falling apart in a circular pattern. With this force, Dewey became like a green fallen star, enveloped in a massive blast of air as he headed towards Han like a rocket. What are you afraid of? Han's expression remained nervously calm. A tail of chakra whipped behind him, and the red steam armor released a stream of steam from his back. In an instant, his strength and speed increased to a terrifying level. Dewey and Han's figures disappeared from view as their violent chakras collided with the wind. Before the gust subsided, they launched into a furious exchange of blows. Their speed made their movements invisible, each blow and strike radiating raw intensity. Only the after images of flying rocks and swirling dust testified to the ferocity of their battle. Fist met fist, leg met leg, and each collision sent shock waves through the air. It was pure, unbridled power. For Dewey Han, it was the most exciting opponent he had ever faced. Dewey's mastery over the 8 inner gates greatly increased his speed and strength. In the original story, when all 8 gates opened, he defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, reducing their legend to mere remnants. Han, a genius from Iwagakure, wielded Braille Release to amplify his power with bursts of steam. This ability, along with his title, Steam Ninja, made him a formidable opponent. In the original story, he even managed to kick Naruto out in his 9-tailed chakra mode. While none of them had yet reached the peak of their power in this timeline, they were far from ordinary. The endless roar of their battle reverberated across the battlefield, in leagues of clashes beyond the normal ninja confrontations. The Iwagakure Jinchuriki are so strong, Shinku Yuhi muttered, drawn by the deafening noise. He was stunned by Han's stunning performance. He couldn't predict who would emerge victorious. Resigned to the outcome, Shinku focused on the battle in front of him. Whatever happened in this encounter was beyond his control. As a genjutsu expert, he knew that his small frame would not survive any blow from warriors of such destructive power. After a fierce exchange, neither Dewey nor Han had the upper hand. They finally pulled out, parting ways after landing one final blow. Amazing. Get this move, Morning Peacock. Dewey's face lit up with delight. It had been many years since he had fought with such dedication. His high-speed strikes unleashed waves of fiery flames rushing towards Han. So fast, Han muttered, the fire reflected in his eyes. He managed to block a few blows at first, but as they came faster and faster, he was forced into a purely defensive position, unable to resist. With a fiery strike from the Morning Peacock technique, Dai sent Han into a stunning, and the follow-up strike sent him flying into the air. At last he had the upper hand. With a flash of movement he closed the gap between them. What if you're a Jinchuriki? You'll still get hit by my fists, Dewey thought. Before Han hit the ground, he saw that the only Dewey had increased his vision, which was a clear sign that Dewey intended to hit him on the head. Ah tilde. A furious roar erupted as even more vicious chakra erupted from Khan. The tail behind him disappeared, and his form became barely human. His head was crowned, and his body transformed into a humanoid figure the color of red fire, now with 5 curled tails. Khan entered his half-tailed beast transformation. His strength and recovery abilities soared to new heights, though a trace of savagery gleamed in his eyes. This transformation represented his current limit. A full-tailed beast transformation would mean losing himself to the beast's will. Dewey sensed danger but could not stop his attack. If he retreated, it would leave him vulnerable. Die for me, Khan growled, his voice hoarse from the strain of maintaining the beast's half-tailed form. Dewey's foot collided with Han's crimson fist, and the blow sent an invisible shockwave tearing through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. As expected, Dewey's power failed. He was sent flying due to Han's transformed state. Then Han opened his mouth and a huge amount of chakra began to condense. The next moment, a massive tailed beast ball shot straight towards Dewey. The gates of miracles are open. Dew didn't care that his injuries had just healed. If he didn't open the 7th gate, he knew he would die. Day Tiger. Blue steam emitted from Dewey's body as he struck the tailed beast ball with all his might. An air cannon shaped like a ferocious tiger shot forward at incredible speed, biting into the tailed beast ball. Boom tilde. The clash between tailed beast ball and daytime tiger caused a massive explosion, sending a mushroom cloud into the sky. The resulting shockwave swept across the battlefield, knocking down weaker ninja. Duke, though battered, still had power left in him. His eyes glowed red and his hair bristled with the power coursing through him. I underestimated you, Han's voice came out clearly. As he spoke, he was attacking Dew in his half-tailed beast form. He also couldn't maintain that state for long. The collision seemed to reset their struggle, returning them to an even footing. Duke didn't answer. He was painfully aware that his time was running out. Once he could no longer withstand the 7th gate, his body would give out and he would die. The guy is still young. He needs me. This thought steeled his resolve. He had no choice but to use his final move. With a surge of blue steam, Dai launched himself forward, moving so fast that the air cracked with the sound of a shattering blow. The two warriors clashed again in close combat. Feigning weakness, Dewey sold the broken move. Khan took the opportunity, striking with all his might as his 5 tails growled with power. But at that moment, Dewey's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Dodging the attack, he appeared behind Khan. What? Han realized too late that he was trapped. He tried to turn around, but Dewey had already prepared his counter. Konoha hid the secret art of the secret art taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Dewey folded his hands into a seal, withdrew his hands and stepped forward with precision. His target, Khan's rear. This technique was the only reward Tsukumo ever gave him, along with stern warnings. Never use it unless absolutely necessary, and never in front of Kawake's, lest something truly unfortunate happen. At this point, with Kawake's absent, Dewey had no reservations about his actions. OWW. Khan's scream echoed as he shot into the air like a missile. The chakra inside his body raged uncontrollably, and his lower half lost all coordination. A huge pain emanated from his back. Damn you, Konoha ninja. Kokuo's voice growled in rage. As a tailed beast living in Henna, Kokuo shared the excruciating pain of the strike. Let me take control of you and I will avenge you, Kokuo urged, sensing Han's will wavering. No way, Khan clenched his fists, clinging to the last shred of his consciousness. With a final burst of determination, he rejected the beast's offer and broke out of his half-tailed beast state. His body fell heavily to the ground, limp and battered. At this point, Dewey's body succumbed to exhaustion. Unable to support the seventh gate any longer, he collapsed, his eyes regaining their clarity but dulled by the pain. Both combatants were completely spent, a losing result for them. Finish him and save the others. Shinku Yuhi shouted as he charged at Dewey. Behind him, the Konoha Junin rushed forward to deal with Han while the Ivans rushed in to eliminate Dewey. Sink managed to fight off several Ivan ninjas before reaching Dewey. At the slightest touch, Dewey winced in agony. I'll keep an eye on you, Shinku assured him, deciding not to move Dewey in his fragile state. Joining the Konoha nin reinforcements that arrived shortly after, Shinku stood guard, ensuring that Dewey remained protected in the chaos. Thoughts of the creators. Retreat. Han looked at the Suna nin next to him and gave the order after they successfully pushed back the Konoha nin. Yes, Lord Han. The Suna nin immediately complied, aware of the potential chaos if the tailed beast went berserk. A flare flared in the sky, signaling Avania to retreat while continuing to fight. The attack ultimately achieved nothing. Don't follow, Shinku ordered, focusing on the supply line. He turned to Dewey as he gathered his team. Can you walk? He didn't dare touch Dewey again, the memory of his terrifying expression still vivid. The 8 inner gates technique, although powerful, was not something for the faint of heart. Without great persistence, one could not withstand its tension. Let me rest for a while. The two lay on the ground, taking deep breaths. He had no idea how long it would take him to recover this time. Clear the battlefield, Shinku instructed his subordinates. He remained in place, overseeing efforts to treat the many wounded still in need of attention. After a long time, Dewey's body finally began to adapt, easing the intense pain. For anyone else, the agony would have been unbearable. Take me away, he muttered weakly. A nearby Konoha ninja quickly placed him on a stretcher and brought him back to the camp. Once there, Shinku arranged for a medical team to treat him. This time, fortunately, there was no poisoning, and Dewey did not lose consciousness. Even without Tsunade, the medics managed his care. However, it was unpleasant. Dewey, who had just recovered, was again bedridden, injured. His brief reprieve lasted less than 2 days. As night fell, Tsukumo arrived alone at the outskirts of the camp. After a thorough scan of the surrounding area, he confirmed that they were still within Konoha territory. With a sigh of relief, he questioned some of the guards before confidently entering the camp. Shinku came out to greet him after hearing the news. Tsukumo, did you come here alone? Yes, Tsukumo replied, his voice heavy. There are many wounded behind us. The mention of the wounded man clearly saddened him. The strongest cage. Shinku Yuhi sighed as he retreated, as news from the front lines had already arrived. How are things on your side? Tsukumo, who arrived late, assumed that Iwa had not yet launched his attack. There was already a battle, and Dewey got injured again, Shinku answered honestly. What? Take me to see him, Tsukumo said, his expression tightening. He clearly remembered the last time he saw Dewey unconscious. It's not serious. He's already been treated. Shinku led Tsukumo to Dewey's room, where the carefree man was fast asleep, snoring loudly. Tsukumo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Dewey wrapped up like a mummy. It looked even more serious than his previous injuries. Should we wake him? Shinku asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Dui's snores, loud as a power drill, seemed to be drilling straight into his eardrums. Forget about it. Let him rest, Tsukumo said with a smile. Seeing Dui in good condition calmed him down, and he decided to leave the others for later. Okay, let's go outside and talk. Shinku led Tsukumo to his room, where the sound of Dui's snores had finally faded. The room was meticulously organized, reflecting Shinku's serious and disciplined demeanor. Have some tea. As a warehouse manager, Shinku couldn't help but feel good about himself. He brewed a pot of high-quality tea for Tsukumo, though it could not compare to the famous teas of the Hokage clan. Okay. Tsukumo sat cross-legged at the low table, taking a careful sip. The tea was a little hot, but pleasant. Who is in charge of Iwagakure? Tsukumo asked, putting down his cup as he asked about their opponent. It was the Iwagakure Jinchuriki, but Dui seriously injured him, Shinku said, remembering the sight of Han being carried away from the battlefield. Onoki is really doing his best, Tsukumo said, his students narrowing in on the news. He hadn't expected Iwagakure to deploy such a powerful weapon as their Jinchuriki. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Luckily, the tailed beast ball was intercepted by Dui, Shinku replied. Otherwise, we would have had serious problems this time. Shinku had no illusions that his small frame could withstand the power of a tailed beast. However, if it came down to it, he was prepared to lead by example. This determination was deeply rooted in his beliefs. The day is impressive. I will take the upper hand from here, Tsukumo said, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. He had yet to face the Jinchuriki himself. With Iwagakure interfering in this war, things will be much more difficult, Shinku said, taking a sip of his tea, which had cooled down enough to drink comfortably. We may have to retreat, Tsukumo admitted. He wasn't overly confident. With their current manpower shortage, stopping Iwagakure alone would be nearly impossible. To make matters worse, Sunagakure might regain its position and join the war after learning of the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure. With a team of perfect Jinchuriki, Sunagakure still posed a significant threat to Konoha. The war prospects for Konoha looked grim. Let's wait until Tsunade arrives before making any major decisions, Shinku suggested. I've already had someone prepare the hospital room, and the injured need to be sent back to the village as soon as possible. Shinku's systematic approach already took these details into account. As they continued talking, both men began to frown. People died and there was no tangible gain from the battle. The skirmish was a waste of resources and time. In the end, they drank tea in silence, each weighed down by their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Iwagakure was not in the best shape. Their vanguard had achieved nothing, and their commander had been seriously injured. The Ivan ninja, led by Khan, retreated to the border of the land of birds and set up camp. The small, neutral country lacked the strength to resist and had no choice but to endure the invasion. Inside the earthen hut, Han lay on his back, fighting to suppress Kokuo, the beast inside him that was trying to take control. Lord, what do we do next? An Ivan ninja stood in the hut, one of the capable subordinates that Khan had brought for this campaign. Let's see if Lord Third arrives soon, Han replied. Konoha's troops haven't returned to reinforce them yet, but I need a few days to rest. Despite the power of the tailed beast helping him recover, Han could not allow himself to relax. Even the slightest movement sent searing pain through his body. I really don't know what kind of bastard came up with such a shameless move. To boast such a ridiculous name with secret technique and ultimate technique. Bah, shameless to the extreme. The message was sent back, so we just wait. Iwaninya asked hesitantly. The fear of being declared the third Tsuchikage was palpable. Don't be fooled by Onoki's small stature. When he flies and hits your head, it hurts. What can we do if we don't wait? Khan shot back, his irritation showing. Why don't you go and meet, maybe yourself? Han's temper flared as he picked up on the undertone of doubt in the ninja's question. Sigh. In his frustration, he moved too much and strained the wound, causing further pain. Lord Han, are you all right? The ninja asked, concerned. Just go, Khan said, waving him off. He needed to be alone. As his subordinate left, Han muttered bitterly under his breath, might die and I will never share the same world. A few days later, Kawakase and Tsunade arrived at the supply camp with their teams. The Konoha ninja gathered, preparing for the upcoming battles. Meanwhile, the team led by the third Tsuchikage approached the border of the Land of Birds, preparing the ground for the confrontation. At the same time, news of the clashes between Konoha and Iwa in the Land of Wind reached the people of Sunagakur. Emerging from their underground caves, the Suna ninja once again emerged into the sunlight. Among them, Pakura was overjoyed at the turn of events, but kept her priorities clear as she re-established contact with the daimyo. The changing military situation worried the Land of Wind daimyo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he provided Sunagakur with generous financial support and supplies, bolstering their war efforts. The looming conflict between the three major nations of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakur was now inevitable. And as tensions escalated, Konoha seemed to stand as the common target of everyone's wrath. Thoughts of the creators. Hayato, have you collected the latest intelligence? Tsunade sat in the main seat, her face marked with exhaustion. She had gone straight to the operating table upon arriving at the camp, so her fatigue was understandable. Despite this, she had saved the lives of several Konoha ninja, and there was no hint of complaint in her demeanor. Sunagakur hasn't made any moves yet, Hayato began, his tone professional and succinct. However, it seems they have the full support of that stingy Wind Country daimyo. Iwagakure is close to the border with the Land of Birds, and the third Tsuchikage is on his way. We should retreat, Kawakase suggested without hesitation, his expression hard and determined. There was no mistaking his seriousness. But we lost so many people, one of the Konoha ninja began, but Kawakase cut him off sharply. You want to stay here too? He snapped, his piercing gaze instantly silencing the other ninja. I know none of you want to hear this. I don't want to accept it either, Kawakase continued, his voice firm and unyielding. But right now, Iwagakure is bearing down on us with overwhelming force. Do we have enough people to fight them? Sunagakur has already regrouped, and they still have the perfect Jinchuriki. If we are caught in a pincer attack, how many of us will return alive? Use your heads and think about it. His eyes swept across the room, daring to argue with anyone. Kawakase clearly didn't care if he outshone Tsunade at this point. The Konoha ninja knew who carried the most weight in these matters, and besides, everyone knew of the unspoken connection between Tsunade and Kawakase. There are many wounded to consider, Tsukumo interjected calmly, seeking to diffuse the tension. His words carried a quiet agreement with Kawakase's assessment. This is not a battle we can afford to fight recklessly. Faced with the looming threat of Iwagakure, it was clear that even courage had its limits. So we're really just retreating. The afro-haired ninja still looked hurt, unable to contain his disappointment. Don't worry. Sensei won't just sit back and do nothing, someone reassured. We're just retreating temporarily, that doesn't mean we've lost. Tsunade, noticing the tension ease, spoke up to comfort the group. While she was reluctant to order a retreat, especially after so many lives had been lost, she couldn't ignore the harsh reality. If they continued to fight, how many of the remaining people would survive? If we're going to go, we have to go fast. Iwagakure won't let us get away easily, she warned. We can't move quickly with the wounded, Hayato pointed out, already carefully analyzing the situation. Hayato is right. Arrange for the wounded to be evacuated immediately, Tsunade instructed without hesitation. We will act as the rearguard. Tsunade didn't dwell on it, it was her duty after all. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shinku responded respectfully, standing up to carry out her orders. Watch out for the Iwa ninja in Bird Country, Kawakase Hayato said. The third Kusakage is not a push. Kawakase was right to highlight the threat. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, was one of the most fearsome figures among the 5 Kage. A student of the first and second Tsuchikage, he rose to his position through unparalleled skill. Skilled in earth release and destructive dust release, superior to the normal Kekkei Genkei, Onoki was a master of both strategy and technique. Known as the Onoki of both scales, he was one of the few capable of flight, making him an unpredictable and deadly opponent. Don't worry. Someone is watching them at all times, Hayato assured, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. Intelligence assessed the third scent as one of the highest level threats. That's it. Get down there and get ready, Tsunade concluded decisively. We'll evacuate as soon as the wounded are clear. The room gradually emptied as the ninja left to prepare, leaving only a handful of people, including Kawake's. Was there any news from the village? Tsunade shook her head slightly, only knowing that the message had been sent but there was no response yet. Not yet. Hayato Yamanaka was not surprised. He understood the village's tendency to hold endless meetings and discussions before making any decisions. It would seem unusual for news to come back so quickly. While others were fighting on the front lines, their village was busy holding meetings. If you look at it from another perspective, Konoha's strength was undeniable. Even in the original story, the village was able to win the second and third shinobi wars without a Hokage to lead it. Let's go back to the Land of Fire first, he suggested. If nothing unexpected happens, the Land of Rain will be our next battlefield. Kawake's couldn't imagine the third Hokage personally joining the war. He just wanted to avoid another nuisance like Danzo. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if the outcome of the war would have been different if he hadn't killed Danzo. There is nothing we can do. Tsukumo, with no better options, had no choice but to retreat to the Land of Fire and wait for reinforcements from the village. Without additional troops, continuing the fight was impossible. I hope Sensei can send reinforcements soon, Tsunade muttered, her voice tinged with worry. She understood the gravity of the situation. If reinforcements were delayed, even the Land of Fire could be at risk of attack. Her concerns mirrored Hiruzen Sarutobi's fears. At that very moment, a meeting was taking place in the operational room of the Konoha Hokage building. The tired third Hokage stood on the stage, holding a pipe in his hand, his eyes sharp and focused. I believe everyone is aware of the battle reports from the front lines, he began. Kawake's Hitaki and Tsunade managed to take down the third Kazekage, but his deathbed counterattack caused significant losses to our Konoha forces. Now Iwagakure has also joined the fray, and Onoki is personally leading the troops to the front lines. He paused briefly, looking at the assembled ninja. Team Tsunade urgently needs reinforcements, but we also need to protect the borders of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen exhaled a long stream of smoke from his pipe before continuing. After discussions with the advisors and the higher-ups, we have decided to send the Uchiha clan and the elites from each clan to provide support. In this battle, we must not only protect the Land of Fire, but also demonstrate Konoha's strength. Do you have any objections? When he finished speaking, the room was buzzing with quiet discussions among the ninja present. Fugaku stood silently in the crowd, deep in thought. A high-level meeting. My uncle wasn't even invited, but they still call it that. It seems like the Uchiha are only thought of when Konoha is in despair. Although he had no goodwill towards the third Hokage, Fugaku understood the importance of protecting the village. He had no objections to the operation itself, but the exclusion of the Uchiha from true power in Konoha left a bitter taste. Why was the Uchiha never allowed to sit at Konoha's main decision-making table? Homura Mitokado cleared his throat twice, catching Hiruzen's subtle gaze before stepping forward. Everyone, please remain silent. If you have an opinion, speak up now. Otherwise, this matter will be settled. The audience quickly fell silent. No one dared to raise objections at this point. If Danzo were alive, he might have opposed sending the Uchiha to fight. He had always been wary of the Uchiha's potential, fearing that their power would become a threat to Konoha's unity. For Danzo, keeping them under control was more important than expanding their influence. Hiruzen looked around and, seeing no dissent, concluded, since no one objects, let us part ways. Prepare to leave immediately, time is of the essence. With that, the meeting ended and Konoha's reinforcements were officially confirmed. In the aftermath, some could not help but remark on the efficiency of the proceedings, a clear consequence of Danzo's absence. Even Hayato Yamanaka would have found the quick resolution surprising. Thoughts of the creators. Uchiha territory. Fugaku left the war room and headed to the meeting room. The clan leader had already summoned the clan's elites, and Fugaku was well aware of the discussion, support for the expedition. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He had volunteered in the past, but Hiruzen Sarutobi had consistently rejected his requests. Fugaku's ambitions to raise the Uchiha's reputation during the Second Shinobi World War were crushed by the harsh reality. Currently, the Uchiha medical staff working at Konoha Hospital No. 1 have gained a positive reputation for their excellent treatment of patients. This has somewhat mitigated the negative attitude towards the Konoha military police force among the general public. Fugaku believed that making a name for himself on the battlefield would greatly improve his standing this time around. Once Tsunade had lived up to the Hokage title, his chances of reaching Konoha's upper echelons would greatly increase. However, as long as Hiruzen remained in power, Fugaku had given up any hope of joining the village's core leadership. Even the prospect of participating in the war was dismissed under the current administration, let alone gaining influence. Such aspirations seemed like an impossible dream. When Tsunade came to power, Fugaku imagined that the Uchiha would have a stronger voice in Konoha. The clan's current awkward situation could finally improve. With a few more years of preparation, he hoped to prepare successors who would ensure the Uchiha's future for decades to come. Fugaku was determined to seize victory in this battle. He planned to not only offer support to the Uchiha, but also send his most elite members to demonstrate the clan's sincerity. He wanted Tsunade, and especially Kawake's Hitaki, to acknowledge his resolve. At least when it came to the hospital, the Uchiha and Tsunade had successfully cooperated. Tsunade had kept her word by training Uchiha members as medical personnel, and the results had been satisfactory. With no other viable path for the clan, Fugaku decided to trust the promises made to Tsunade and Kawake's. It was, without a doubt, a gamble. He had staked the Uchiha's future on uncertain prospects. When Fugaku entered the council chamber, he needed no introduction. He gave his uncle a small nod before taking a seat in the front row. His youth was no obstacle, his strength and status more than justified his place among the elite. Everyone is here, so I'll start. The head of the Uchiha clan was waiting for Fugaku's return, which is a clear sign of preferential treatment for the heir. For this support mission, I have decided to personally lead the group, he announced. If you have any grievances, just speak up. I don't want any more trouble once we get to the battlefield. He considered his words carefully, aware that not every member of the clan shared his long-term perspective. There were already many who harbored grudges, and the displeasure on several faces in the room was unmistakable. "Clan head, I refuse to accept this," came a voice. "Why do we have to be the ones to go? Now that there aren't enough people, you want to send us for backup. I, an Uchiha, am just cannon fodder in the eyes of the third Hokage and the village's steps." The speaker, a scarred Uchiha with a furious expression, stepped forward. The veins in his neck bulged as he spoke passionately, his anger palpable. "Are you done?" "Next," the clan leader replied, his expression unchanged. He had expected this reaction. After Kagami Uchiha's death, the clan no longer split into factions, a cohesion that Fugaku in the original story failed to achieve. Fugaku may have been a good father, but he lacked the qualities of a strong leader, possessing ambition without conviction. The clansmen now followed the one who made the most logical argument, but this approach ultimately cost them dearly. They were intercepted, and the result was the Uchiha's downfall. Compared to his uncle, Fugaku was still far from capable. "Head clan, we can provide support. Why do you have to go into battle yourselves?" "There is absolutely no need," another clan member spoke up, concern evident in his tone. The clan leader acknowledged this feeling with a faint smile. "I have my reasons." The slight upward curl of his lips conveyed confidence, reflecting the trust and prestige he had earned over the years. "Head of the clan, can we really trust Tsunade and Kawake's Hitaki?" Another member asked. "Their current strength is." He retreated, but everyone understood the consequences. If their allies were significantly weaker, they could not truly be considered partners, just subordinates. Fugaku's face showed some uncertainty, though not due to any lingering resentment towards Kawake's. Under his uncle's guidance, he had moved past their previous conflicts. However, the power imbalance between the Uchiha and their allies left him uncomfortable. "You make a good point. Anything else?" The clan leader did not dismiss the concerns expressed, continuing to listen to the voices in the room. After an hour of performances, the Uchiha clan members finally finished their performance. What you said is all correct, the clan leader began. We are all doing this for the Uchiha clan. I know you all have grudges, but this is our opportunity. The clan leader continued to speak for 2 full hours, addressing every issue raised by the clan members. Fugaku sat in the audience, listening intently. Only then did he begin to understand the enormity of his uncle's vision and the boldness of his gambit. He still had much to learn, but his uncle's guidance gave him confidence. Are there any other questions? The clan leader finally asked, his voice hoarse from talking. He took a sip of tea, his throat dry. No more, clan head, someone replied. The Uchiha clan members were convinced. They even bought into the future that the clan head had drawn for them. If they could reach the upper echelons of Konoha, their children would no longer face ostracism. The villagers would stop resenting them, and the Uchiha would finally be seen as the heroes of Konoha. The current humiliation of being confined to the Konoha military police force, doing the job that had alienated them, would be a thing of the past. The Uchiha clan would finally receive the respect and rights they deserved. Very well, for the Uchiha clan. The clan leader declared while leading the chant. The clan members responded in unison, their voices echoing far and wide. His leadership could almost rival that of the chief speaker. Fugaku, standing in the crowd, was cheering for his uncle. He admired his ability to inspire and unite the clan. If Kawakase had witnessed the scene, he would undoubtedly have added, "I understand applause." This was what true leadership looked like, loyalty and respect through words alone. If Fugaku had had such skill, perhaps he could have handled Shisui and Itachi differently. Perhaps he would not have been outplayed by his own son. Forget the will of fire or playing a double agent, this was about clan unity. The Uchiha clan was indivisible. Those who underestimated their unity or doubted their leader were fools. The clan head wasn't just a leader, he was the cornerstone of their future. His ability to inspire such trust made betrayal impossible. If things continued like this, the dreaded night of the Uchiha massacre might never have happened. Everyone, go and get ready, the clan leader commanded. I will emphasize once again, I do not want to see any conflict with the ninja from our village on the battlefield. Otherwise, do not blame me for being indiscriminate and showing no mercy. His last words were sharp and decisive. He was fully committed to trusting Tsunade's leadership completely. Thoughts of the creators. 2 days later, another army of ninja gathered at Konoha's main gates. This time, there was no designated commander-in-chief, Tsunade herself took command of the front lines. Among all the clans, the Uchiha clan stood out, their clan head personally led the troops into war. In contrast, the other Konohas sent only their best members, while their leaders remained behind. The division between the clans was obvious, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans fielding the largest numbers. The head of the Uchiha clan personally leads the troops, truly putting his neck on the line. Although the Hyuga clan sent many elites, their clan head had no intention of participating in the battle. Their elevated status in Konoha gave them little reason to take such risks. After all, the so-called high-ranking members of Konoha valued the Hyuga clan's place in the hierarchy. Enough, go about your business. The Hyuga clan leader glanced at the Uchiha contingent, his thoughts hidden. Their position in Konoha was already secure, so there was no need to fight so hard. On the battlefield, the Byakugan served as an exceptional radar, ensuring that the Hyuga remained vital in wars. However, the strict family hierarchy separating the main and branch families limited their overall strength. This perhaps made them more acceptable to Konoha's higher-ups. After all, who in power didn't favor reliable subordinates with solid abilities who avoided causing trouble? Uncle, the Hyuga clan is quite well represented this time, Fugaku said quietly, standing next to the clan head. What's the point of having big numbers? His uncle replied dismissively. Strength is what counts on the battlefield. The head of the Uchiha clan spared no glance at the Hyuga, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence. The rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga had simmered openly and covertly for years, with the Hyuga using their high status to undermine the Uchiha whenever possible. Their tradition of dividing the clan into branches had only deepened the rift, making it difficult for them to create true masters. Fugaku changed the topic. Uncle, if we go, will we have to follow Kawakaze Hitachi's commands? The Hyuga clan was no longer the focus of his attention. In the larger scheme of things, they were just one of many obstacles in the Uchiha's struggle. Internal conflicts had already drained most of his attention. You were right. But don't be childish. He's not the same person he used to be. The Uchiha clan leader's words had a hidden meaning. Kawakaze's current combat record gave him considerable influence over Konoha. Combined with his relationship with Tsunade, his importance was undeniable. I understand. I will work hard. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes were firm, though traces of confusion lingered. Despite his rigorous training, he had not discovered how to further develop his Sharingan. You are very talented and with time you will definitely reach this level. Do not rush. This time, the head of the Uchiha clan showed a softer side, gently patting Fugaku's head, a rare gesture. As the head of the clan, he had seen the stone monument in the Uchiha clan's Naka temple, but he was unable to understand the meaning of the method for awakening the Mangyo Sharingan. While the Sharingan required intense emotional vibrations to awaken, the Mangyo required an even stronger stimulus. He wondered, how strong should the incentive be? If Kawakaze had been present, he might have said outright, killing you is probably a strong enough incentive. After all, he was Fugaku's only living relative and always acted as a father figure. Fugaku nodded silently, promising not to disappoint his uncle. Nearby, other clan members conversed quietly. The civilian ninja remained disciplined, rarely whispering to each other. The Aburame clan members were identified by their glasses, while the Inuzuka clan was distinguished by their large dogs. Konoha sent its strongest forces, but there was no official order to launch. The Uchiha and Hyuga took the lead, followed by the other clans. At the back were the regular ninja, the most numerous, following in the shadow of the clan ninja in front. Hierarchy, as always, was an unshakable reality. Konoha's support forces finally began their march. Meanwhile, the wounded from Konoha stationed in the Land of Wind had already advanced, and the vanguard had probably entered the Land of Rain. Kawakaze and his group departed with the last batch of wounded. Tsukumo stayed by Dui's side for over a day, accompanying him along the way. Onoki is probably already at the border of the Land of Birds. We must be careful. Kawakaze's expression darkened. At their current pace, if they wanted to intercept them, a confrontation would be inevitable, a situation that Kawakaze was desperately trying to avoid. There is no choice. There are too many wounded. I can't abandon them, Tsunade said firmly. Someone suggested leaving some of the wounded behind to speed up the retreat, but she refused without hesitation. You did the right thing. Kawakaze didn't think the proposal was inherently wrong, but he also didn't think Tsunade's decision was a mistake. It was simply a matter of perspective, one man prioritizing the overall strategy, while the other refused to abandon his comrades. There was no fault in either perspective. Alas, we can only fight back as best we can. Tsunade instructed Chome to immediately notify her if he sensed the presence of a tailed beast, using it as an early warning system. The Iwa Nin may not come, Kawakaze said, noticing her low spirits and trying to reassure her with a small smile. The possibility of them coming is very high. Tsunade refused to deceive herself. Iwagakure's decision to attack meant that they were unlikely to let such an opportunity slip away. I'm here for you. Kawakaze struggled to find words to comfort her, so he simply took her hand. No matter what happened, he silently vowed to support her. Even as he comforted her, Oboki's thoughts filled his mind. The idea of facing the elderly but fearsome Tsuchikage was terrifying. Dust Release was a terrifying ability, essentially a death sentence. In the original Dust Release story, Oto Onoki often missed his target, but Kawakaze didn't dare gamble with such odds. Anyone he hits will be reduced to atoms and disappear in an instant. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? At this moment, Sanaki was meeting with Han. This time, he deliberately left Roshi behind. It was better for this stubborn man to stay at home, having him around would only cause unnecessary friction. Han's injuries had mostly healed and he sat upright on the bed without showing any signs of discomfort. Can Dewey use Kinjutsu and you both got injured? Onoki's tone was one of disbelief. Han was a Jinchuriki, not a weakling. How could a previously unknown Konoha ninja leave him bedridden for so many days? Yes, Lord Third, Han replied, hanging his head in shame. His failure had taken a heavy toll on him. Not only had he failed to capture Konoha's supply camp, but he had almost caused his tailed beast to go berserk. His performance had been abysmal. Konoha really does produce talented people, Sasuke muttered, his brow furrowing as his resolve hardened. If Konoha's momentum wasn't curbed, they would continue to dominate without control. Where are the Konoha forces now? They have already evacuated to the Rain country with their wounded, someone reported. It's too late for them to leave now. Let's go. Onaki wasted no time. His small frame shot into the air, breaking out of the Tsuchikage gate in an instant. Han stood up and followed without hesitation. With Tony in the lead, he felt confident that they could destroy the retreating Konoha team. Thoughts of the creators. They are here. Tsunade stopped abruptly, her senses heightened as Chome detected the presence of the five-headed Kokuo closing in. The incoming chakra meant that the Iwagakuru ninja were quickly closing in. What direction? Straight ahead. Tsunade immediately responded to Kawakaze's question, relying on Chome's guidance. Everyone, follow me, Kawakaze commanded firmly, leading Tsunade and the group of ninja towards the approaching threat. Their goal was clear: buy time for the wounded. If the Ivan ninja caught up, the wounded would have little chance of survival. Do you see? Tsunade looked back at the Hyuga ninja, whose Byakugan was already activated. I see them, he confirmed. About 9 kilometers away, and there are less than 100 of them. The Hyuga ninja breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's smaller numbers suggested a manageable threat. Still, he decided to destroy his own eyes before engaging in combat if necessary. Keep watching, Kawakaze ordered, his expression stern. Although the enemy forces were limited, their hasty arrival indicated that they were elites. Yes, Lord Kawakaze. The Hyuga ninja's veins bulged around his activated Byakugan as he focused on the approaching Avania. The Konoha ninja prepared for battle, each radiating killing intent. They were seasoned warriors, survivors of the Great War and some of Konoha's finest. Kawakaze remained vigilant while the Iwa ninja on the other side prepared. Khan could also sense Chome's presence getting closer with each passing moment. Oh my god, third one, Konoha ninja are approaching. Good, saves me the trouble of searching, Onoki replied, flying steadily through the air. He appreciated Konoha's decision not to abandon their wounded, it made their position predictable. The two forces were evenly matched in size, and it wasn't long before they came into view. A gust of wind blew through, lifting yellow sand into the air as the tension thickened. The battle between Konoha and Iwagakure was about to break out. Kawakaze stood firmly at the front of the Konoha line, with Tsunade only half a step behind him. Meanwhile, Sasuke led the Iwa ninja, hovering just 100 meters behind the vanguard. Slug Princess, I didn't expect you from Konoha to bend over backwards to force it, Onoki mockingly retorted, pointing to the statement that Konoha took the 7 tails from Takigakure. Shorty, my grandfather gave it to them. What would happen if I took it back? Tsunade replied just as boldly. Sharp tongue, Sasuke snapped, his venom evident. Few on earth dared to mock his stature. Let's see what you have. Kawakaze, uninterested in further banter, cut through the tension. Words would not stop the inevitable clash. Just as I thought, Onoki muttered as he formed hand seals. Dust release, primitive world severing technique. A translucent barrier appeared between his hands, forming a conical shape as he unleashed a destructive technique. Quickly, dodge. Kawakaze shouted as he grabbed Tsunade and used his body flickering technique to avoid the attack. A conical dust discharge shot forward. Although the charge time was considerable, the speed of the technique left little room for error. Thanks to Kawakaze's warning, the Konoha ninja narrowly avoided the explosion. Moments later, a huge explosion carved a gaping crater in the sandy terrain, demonstrating the destructive power of the attack. Go. Kawakaze immediately activated Sage Mode, lightning crackling around his body as he attacked Onoki. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Han clashed, their battle separated from the main group. Both Jinchuriki were cautious, knowing that indiscriminately destroying the tailed beast balls could harm their own comrades. The Konoha and Ivan ninja clashed fiercely, their battlefields descending into chaos. Kenjutsu. Fire and Thunder God, Kawakase declared as he unleashed a powerful technique. Flames and lightning surged around him, resembling a thunderous, fiery dragon as he charged towards Sanago. Onioka's expression remained calm. He had faced countless powerful opponents before. Earth Release, Rock Arm Technique, he said, summoning a massive arm of rock that erupted from the yellow sand, completely blocking his view of Kawakase. That won't stop me, Kawakase declared. In an instant, he shattered the rock hand into pieces and closed the distance between himself and Onoki. His sword was about to pierce Sanaki's neck. Earth Release, Added Weight Rock Technique. Sanaki suddenly fell to the ground like a massive weight, creating a deep crater in the sand. Is that all you have? Kawakase was momentarily stunned as his attack missed. It now became clear why Onoki was a cage-level ninja who rose to power during the Great War. His mastery of the technique was uneven. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique, Sanaki growled, his face fierce but oddly comical with his prominent nose. His right hand transformed into a hardened rock fist, its weight and strength increasing as he swung a devastating punch at Kawakase. In a split second, Kawakase countered with his sword, cutting through the rock cool. The collision sent shards of rock flying across the rock, and Kawakase was thrown back by the sheer force of the attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Onoki flew back into the air, increasing the distance between himself and Kawakase. Although Kawakase was fast, he lacked the ability to fly, leaving him on the ground as he could only watch Onoki retreat in frustration. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Kawakase immediately saw through Onoki's intentions. Squatting slightly on his right leg, the lightning on his soles intensified, glowing even brighter. Thunder and Flash. One flash of lightning, 9 times. With a sudden surge of power from his right foot, the yellow sand around Kawakase turned black from the heat. His figure flickered through the air at blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Onoki. Dust Release, Primitive World Technique Squad. Onoki exclaimed, his shock evident as he hurriedly performed hand seals. Kawakase's unexpected air strikes left him little time to react, but he managed to summon a large, translucent barrier capable of disintegrating anything it touched into atoms. Old man, Kawakase muttered, his expression changing the moment he saw the barrier. Recognizing the danger, he twisted his body in midair to narrowly avoid it. Upon landing, he noticed a missing chunk of flesh from his right arm. What a nasty ability, he muttered under his breath. Although he felt no pain, he immediately summoned Katsuyu's slug. With the combined power of his self-healing abilities and the slug's support, his arm was restored in moments. Earth Release, Rock Golem Technique, Sanaki declared as he formed hand seals to summon a massive rock giant. Manipulating the construct in midair, he directed it to attack Kawakase. The rock giant's massive hand swung down towards Kawakase, its enormous weight threatening to crush him. Sanaki watched intently, preparing to unleash the dust if Kawakase was caught. The old man has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, Kawakase noted. Using his body flicker technique, he dodged the giant's attack and appeared behind it. Kenjutsu, Death's Requiem. Lightning energy surged into his blade, sharpening its power. Kawakase sliced the giant's forehead, managing to cut it in half. However, the giant's defensive power was formidable, he only stopped moving after the strike, demonstrating why this technique was known for its durability. Dust Release, Primitive World Technique Squad. Onopoki shouted, taking advantage of Kawakase's momentary pause. He released a large column of dust from his hands, the size of which was enough to engulf Kawakase. Despite the head damage, the rock giant remained functional. His massive arms moved to strike Kawakase, each blow threatening to crush him like an insect. You can have a sword, Kawakase decided, releasing his grip on the blade embedded in the giant and using his body flicker technique to escape. Although it stung to lose his weapon, he consoled himself, he could always have Rotetsu create another one. Sage Art, Heavenly Thunder of the Nine Skies, Kawakase stated, his tone determined. His gaze locked on Onoki above. Don't think that just because I'm on the ground, I can't reach you. Thoughts of the creators. Onoki's dust release struck the rock golem with pinpoint accuracy. The massive structure dissolved into nothingness within the translucent barrier, taking Kawakase's sword with it. In the aftermath, only one fragment, untouched by dust release, fell to the ground along with the remains of the rock. At the same time, Kawakaze's 9 Heavens Heavenly Thunder descended from above. Onoki, who was still finishing releasing the dust, had no time to dodge. His expression suddenly shifted when he saw lightning as thick as a hand piercing his head. With no other options, he quickly sank into a thick layer of rock, wrapping himself tightly for protection. He activated the added weight rock technology, falling towards the ground at a faster speed. However, even with his accelerated descent, he could not avoid the lightning. It struck him halfway with a deafening crack. Ah! A scream escaped from Onako. Although his stone-covered face showed no expression, Kawakaze imagined that it would be quite a sight to behold. "Old man, let me see you fly again," Kawakaze sneered, his voice filled with contempt. Thunder fists. With a burst of power from his feet, the ground beneath Kawakaze turned black and scorched as he disappeared in an instant, reappearing in front of Onoki. "Pay for my sword." Kawakaze's punch landed squarely on Onoki, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The lightning-fast, blackened rocks encased in Onoki shattered in a deafening crack. He was launched through the air, electricity still crackling across his battered form. Hitting the ground, he rolled a few times before coming to a stop, his tattered clothes hanging off his frame, his face charred. Cough. A gush of blood erupted from the Ona's lips as he fell to his knees, struggling to remain upright. Kawakaze's lightning chakra coursed through his body, paralyzing him for a moment and leaving him unable to stand. Despite all his injuries, Onoki's training in earth release made his defense extraordinary. Even after such a devastating blow, he clung to life. "You're quite tough," Kawakaze remarked, unimpressed by the old man's endurance. Without giving up, Kawakaze rushed towards him again. Even if he couldn't kill Onoki, he was determined to make him completely useless. Lord Third. Han's attention wavered as he saw Sanaki's pitiful state, his heart sinking in worry. He never expected that even the third Tsuchikage could be so greatly outmatched by Kawakaze Hitaki. The intelligence reports only emphasized Kawakaze's unprecedented kenjutsu, but they did not prepare anyone for the sheer destructiveness of his lightning release techniques. Partially transformed into a beast, Han could no longer afford to worry about Tsunade's presence. Despair overtook him as he opened his mouth and launched a massive tail beast ball towards Kawakaze, hoping to save Onoki's life. HMPH. Do you still have time to worry about others? Tsunade sneered coldly. She was not concerned about the potential threat the tailed beast ball posed to Kawakaze. The battle between Tsunade and Han had been evenly matched so far, but Han's move to save Onoki had exposed a glaring vulnerability. With the power of the Semikte coursing through her, Tsunade's body glowed a brilliant crimson, filled with the tailed beast chakra. In the blink of an eye, she spread her wings, leaving behind a crimson afterimage as she shot towards Han at incredible speed. Heavenly Leg Spear. Ever since he dealt a devastating blow to Shukaku, Tsunade had grown fond of this attack. She struck mercilessly, aiming for Han's lower body with unrelenting force. OHWWW. Han let out a pained cry, his body reeling from the impact just as the tail beast left his mouth. His old injuries had barely healed, and now a fresh wound was added to his torment. Both he and Kokuo were sent flying through the air like a rocket. Are all Konoha ninjas really that despicable? You're still a woman, aren't you ashamed? Kokuo's voice thundered in Han's mind, filled with irritation. The beast inside its master cursed furiously. It's only been a few days and my rear has been hit with 2 devastating blows. It's unbearable. Following Han seemed to bring Kokuo nothing but humiliation and trauma that were too humiliating to mention. At that moment, Kawakaze saw the tail beast ball coming in. He had no choice but to pass up the perfect opportunity to finish off Onoki. Without a weapon in hand and with the battlefield behind him swarming with ninja on both sides, evasion was easy enough for him, but what about the Konoha ninja? At that moment, Kawakaze made his decision. Even unarmed, he refused to let the tailed beast threaten his comrades. As Kawakaze turned sharply, his feet lightly touched the ground, giving the impression of effortless movement. Bolt. The ground shook violently around him, the epicenter of the vibrations forming beneath his toes. The shockwave created a massive crater several dozen meters wide in front of Sanago. Tsuchikage tripped and fell into the hole, ending up with a mouthful of sand, his appearance more disheveled than ever. As dust and debris flew into the air from Kawakaze's high-speed movement, his figure became a blur. He charged towards the tailed beast with lightning speed, his resolve unwavering. Behind him, the ninja on both sides panicked, scattering from their positions. No one, not even the Konoha shinobi, dared to believe that Kawakase could block the attack unarmed. Amidst the chaos, doubt was palpable. Unlike Tsunade, others did not share her confidence in Kawakaze's abilities. Sage Art, Thunder-style crushing fist. Kawakase sent a massive burst of chakra into his right hand, clenching his fist into a specific shape. Compared to the colossal tailed beast ball before him, his figure seemed almost insignificant. "Are you crazy?" Lady Katsuyu's panicked voice came from his shoulder. "You could die. Trust me." Kawakaze's words exuded unwavering confidence. Although his defense couldn't compete with the third Raikaze's, he was confident in his offensive power. "I can't die, so don't gamble with your life," Lady Katsuyu pleaded. "If you get blown up." Before she could finish, Kawakaze's fist collided with the tailed beast ball. Boom tilde. A deafening explosion erupted as the powerful force of his senjutsu chakra collided with the destructive energy of the tailed beast. A massive shockwave rolled outward, covering the battlefield in a thick cloud of dust and debris. The less powerful ninja staggered, barely managing to stay afloat in the aftermath. For a brief moment, a thick cloud of smoke and dust obscured everything from view. When the air cleared, Kawakaze's figure appeared, standing tall and unharmed. The battlefield fell silent. Neither side resumed fighting, all eyes were fixed on Kawakase, disbelief etched on their faces. The man just stood there. "Hurry, hurry," Kawakase muttered under his breath as Lady Katsuya sat on his shoulder, his back turned to the others. "Tsunade is looking at me. Where is the hero from that moment ago?" Lady Katsuyu teased, though she continued to channel chakra into Kawakaze's body, helping him recover. The blow was indeed powerful enough to destroy the tailed beast, but its defenses were less than perfect. Its torn clothes and hidden front told a different story. Even its normally smooth hair was in disarray. "Lord Kawakase is invincible," an unknown Konoha ninja shouted in delight as he charged head-on at the Iwanu. Inspired by the shout, the close combat between the two sides resumed as the immediate danger of the tailed beast ball subsided. Kawakaze's body quickly recovered. Thanks to the formidable healing properties of Sage Mode, all visible wounds healed in no time. However, the large amount of senjutsu chakra he expended caused Sage Mode to deactivate, returning him to normal. Meanwhile, Onoki had managed to climb out of the hole. It was luck that he had fallen into it during the explosion, otherwise, the sheer force of the blast would have been too great for him to survive. Now on solid ground, he decided to stay on the ground, not wanting to risk returning to the sky after experiencing a terrifying lightning strike. Tsunade, completely focused on her own battle, was oblivious to Kawakaze's situation. She had already caught up with the man who was descending from the air. This was her moment, the perfect opportunity to strike her defeated opponent while he was vulnerable. Thoughts of the creators. At this point, Han's will had already faded, and Chomei's chakra was still destroying his body. Compared to the internal injuries caused by Dewey's 1,000 years of death, the damage this time was much more severe. "Khan, leave this to me. I will avenge you." Sensing an opportunity, Kokuo endured the pain and surged forward. He didn't want to be trapped in this body any longer. This time, as long as he could take control, he was determined to completely absorb Han. "No, it's okay," Han muttered, clinging to the last shred of resolve he had left. But it was no use. "Haha, okay. Kokuo laughed maniacally, breaking the last barrier of Han's will. A new variable flared up in Han's half-tailed beast mode as his chakra went wildly out of control. "Ah!" Han screamed unconsciously, his body began to expand visibly. The tailed beast's chakra revolted, and the air around him grew hotter and hotter. Moments later, a white beast with 5 horns appeared in front of Tsunade. The tailed beast had fully manifested. Kokuo was free. "Haha, I'm finally out." Kokuo roared, his huge voice echoing across the battlefield. Woman, I won't let you escape. His massive jaws opened wide, his eyes closed on Tsunade as he charged, the lingering pain in his backside only fueling his rage. Grr. Kokuo's fierce expression deepened as he planted his hind legs firmly, leaving deep gouges in the ground. His body emitted scalding steam as he rapidly accelerated. With a deafening roar of a train, Kokuo charged straight at Tsunade. Be careful, Kokuo's power is immense, Chome warned, watching as Kokuo lowered his head slightly, aligning one of his horns directly at Tsunade. I know, Tsunade replied, her eyes narrowing in determination. She wanted to gauge the true extent of Kokuo's power. The chakra from her wings shimmered brightly as her speed increased. She refused to retreat or dodge, she wanted to meet Kokuo's power. Unbearable pain. Tsunade's right foot landed on the center of Kokuo's 5 horns. Wow! Kokuo screamed in pain, momentarily stunned by the blow. His head shook violently, blood spraying out as the force threw Tsunade far into the distance. Bang! She landed hard, leaving a bleeding fist wound on her right leg. It's stronger than before, Tsunade noted as she stood up, not letting go of the trauma in her eyes. The wound had already begun to close, thanks to creation rebirth working as intended. I told you before, but you didn't listen. Now look at you, Chome chattered from inside, clearly unimpressed. Where is your wound? Chome exclaimed in confusion, unfamiliar with Tsunade's regenerative abilities. Stop being ignorant, Tsunade muttered, waving away the chatter. She had no time to admire her talkative companion. Meanwhile, Kokuo shook his head, regaining his senses. His eyes sharpened with new focus. Damn it, Tsunade cursed under her breath as she noticed Kokuo opening his mouth. A huge amount of chakra began to gather, and she immediately knew what was coming next. Tail Star Ball. But Tsunade was not happy. She knew how to counter this. Without hesitation, she accessed Chome's chakra reserves, which were generously provided without protest. Fully transforming into her half-tailed beast form, Tsunade charged her own tailed beast ball. 2 spheres of raw energy collided in midair, creating a colossal explosion that shook the battlefield. The shockwave trembled through the surrounding area, causing even the most hardened ninja to tremble. For those nearby, it was a miracle to survive, but survival required constant vigilance in the face of such destructive force. Both Tsunade and Kokuo, unfazed by the devastation, prepared to continue their clash. Onoki, sensing the huge commotion, had already turned his attention to the stage. However, Kawakase was careful not to help Han at this time. Instead, he placed his hopes in Tsunade, believing that she could subdue the 5-headed beast and give Han a chance to survive. Whether Han could be saved under Tsunade's command was not something he was considering at this time. Losing the Jinchuriki was a consequence he could not bear. Are you still alive? Kawakase casually twisted his neck. Although he was no longer in sage mode, his condition seemed largely unaffected. His appearance was far from pleasant, but it was still better than Sonoka's, who looked like he could pass for an old man begging for a few extra grains of rice. You're not dead either, Sanaki replied, not wanting Kawakase to gain the upper hand in their exchange. His expression remained unreadable, his face dark and stoic. I'll send you now, Kawakase said coldly, raising his hand. A small Senbon appeared, and with a quick snap, the needles flew towards Sanaki with a sharp, piercing, slanting sound. Onoki, already aware of the danger of this technique, chose to dodge instead of using the earth-style wall to block. Earth release, swamp of the underworld, Onoki said as he formed a hand seal. The ground beneath Kawakase's feet liquefied, turning into a massive swamp that quickly swallowed his calves. Earth release, sticky earth drop, Sanaki confidently followed up with another technique. A portal appeared above Kawakase, pouring a cascade of heavy mud onto him. If the mud had buried Kawakase, Toki only needed a fire release to turn him into ashes. Who do you think you're talking to? Kawakase scoffed, not bothering to fight. In an instant, he disappeared from the swamp using the Flying Thunder God technique. When he reappeared, he was standing exactly where Onoki had been just moments ago. Take this hit. Without hesitation, Kawakase attacked Onoki directly. Earth release. Added weight rock technique. Onioki made no attempt to dodge. Kawakaze's speed left him no chance. Instead, his right hand transformed into a hardened stone fist. Enhanced by the added weight rock technology, its strength was immense. They collided with a deafening blow. Onoki's stone fist shattered again, but Kawakaze felt the overwhelming force in his body. Although he was not sent flying, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured. "Do you feel like your body is getting heavier?" Onaki said calmly. He wasn't upset that his rock fist was destroyed. Lightning release naturally countered earth release, so the result didn't surprise him. His real intention was to add weight to Kawakaze, slow him down, and give himself the opportunity to get away and help Han. As Onoki spoke, his gaze briefly shifted towards Kokuo. The two-tailed beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Kokuo's attacks were unable to reach Chome, who was suspended in midair, forcing him to fire a constant barrage of tailed beasts. The chaos in this area of the battlefield was overwhelming. "What a clever plan," Kawakaze muttered as he checked his movements. He could still move, but his speed had slowed considerably. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he felt that his early injuries had already healed. "I don't have time to contact you," Sanaki said firmly. He could feel the growing ferocity of tailed beast chakra from Kokuo. If the situation continued, Han's death was inevitable. Even if Han could be saved now, his life would be seriously affected, but survival was still preferable. Without waiting for an answer, Onoki flew into the air, heading towards Kokuo. "Old men are confident, wise," Kawakaze muttered. He tried to run, but felt his speed slow down. Compared to his usual pace, he moved like a turtle. Watching Onoki's figure disappear into the distance, Kawakaze clenched his fists, itching to knock him down again. "You don't have enough senjutsu chakra, so don't even think about it," Lady Katsuyu pointed out deliberately, her voice cutting into his thoughts. "Forget it. I'll go find Tsunade and see what she says," Kawakaze muttered. Using the Divine Thunder technique, he teleported onto Chome's back. Thoughts of the creators. Chome was flying steadily when he suddenly felt a crushing pressure. His body fell towards the ground, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize himself and rise again. He barely avoided being hit by Kokuo's tailed beast ball. "Why are you suddenly so heavy?" Chome opened his mouth and Tsunade's voice came out. The weight pressing on him now was completely different from what he had experienced before. "I was deceived by that old third Kusakage," Kawakaze said. "The chakra of this technique is strange. I can't dispel it." Kawakaze tried to cancel the added weight technique, but failed. He could only wait for the chakra to naturally dissipate from his body. "I don't have time to help you either. Kokuo is about to lose control." Unable to avenge his humiliation or strike at his target, Kokuo's rage was palpable. "Onoki is coming," Kawakaze said, noticing the old Tsuchikage approaching. He turned to Tsunade and added a warning. Then the thought struck him, he could fly. "Come and get him out," he suggested. "Control it yourself." Tsunade broke. The tail of the beast super big ball narrowly missed Chome's wings as it rushed past. If it hadn't moved quickly, this attack would have hit him directly. "We need to figure out how to deal with Kokuo. If Kokuo was not stopped, it would mean disaster for everyone on the battlefield, especially the ninja on both sides. A few more tailed beast balls could not leave any survivors." "I can't use the Great God's Gate," Kawakaze admitted, frustration evident. His movements were limited, and his strongest technique was no option against the rampaging beast. Sanaki, watching Kokuo, considered his options. The large-tailed beast was the main target for dust release, but using it now would also destroy Han. After a moment of thought, Onoki had a bold idea. "Kawakaze Hitaki." "What?" Kawakaze replied, his expression sour. He knew the old man was up to something. "Let's talk." Onoki's reluctance was clear. After all, Kawakaze had almost killed him before, and Han's current state was a direct result of Onoki's actions. "What is there to talk about?" Kawakaze said sharply. He had already guessed Onioka's intentions, but the idea seemed so outlandish that he was not ready to believe it. "We'll fight Kokuo together, and I'll take Han with me," Sanaki said. "In exchange, I'll make you return to the Land of Fire." How's that for a deal? Onioki had clearly read Tsunade's mind. Chome seemed tempted by the offer, but with the two countries at war, she couldn't bring herself to trust Itoki that easily. After we deal with you, we can still safely return to the land of fire, Kawake said dismissively, flatly rejecting the offer. Why would I accept such a trivial benefit? If that's how you feel, I'll just turn around and leave, Onoki said, unfazed. I won't save Han, and if your people from Konoha return to the land of fire unharmed, I'll take your family name. His firm tone made it clear that he was not bluffing. If forced, he was prepared to retreat with a vengeance and strike at the Konoha forces as they retreated. He could not completely wipe them out, but he could ensure that they left their wounded behind. Oh, dear, I'm getting old, Sanaki sighed mockingly. I shouldn't worry so much. Kawakaze's expression darkened. He knew Onoki wasn't joking, which made him reconsider his decision. Okay, it's not like it's off limits, Kawake said, softening his stance slightly. But why should I trust you? Avoiding the incoming tailed beast balls, Chome and Onoki exchanged wary glances. Kawake's, however, remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Do you really think I'll have time to come get you if I'm busy taking Henna back? Sanaki replied, his tone matter of fact. He wasn't lying. Even if they managed to subdue the rampaging Han, it would be no easy task to bring him back under control. In order to stabilize the situation, Oninoki would have to personally oversee the sealing process along with a specialized team. You understand the value of the Jinchuriki, Onoki continued. If Iwagakure were to lose him, it would be a serious blow. What if our retreating team is wiped out in the process? Kawake's replied, his tone sharpening again. Seeing that negotiations were possible, he pressed harder. It was clear that he was not going to settle for empty promises. In truth, Kawake's had a simple goal, to extract as many concessions as possible. His sword was priceless, and even with his considerable resources, he hated the idea of expending effort without sufficient reward. After all, how else was he supposed to support someone as demanding as Tsunade, the legendary Sasuke? This guy is really putting on an act, Chome muttered as he communicated with Tsunade's consciousness. Shut your mouth, Tsunade snapped, equally irritated by Kokuo's relentless and pointless attacks. What do you want? Onoki asked, looking at Kokuo with a sinking heart. The long chaos had caused irreparable damage to Han. I'm not asking for much, Kawakaze replied shamelessly. I want your secret technique for releasing the earth. His demand was bold, bordering on audacity. Money was trivial to Kawake's, what he was really looking for were the third Tsuchikage's light and heavy rock techniques. The ability to fly and amplify strength made them invaluable additional skills. As for dust release, Kawake's did not dare mention it, knowing it would immediately end negotiations. Don't even think about it, Onoki said flatly. His refusal was absolute, no one in Iwagakure had ever learned his secret methods. Two ninjutsu for one Jinchuriki, Kawake's countered, his tone calm but insistent. You're not losing, no matter how you look at it. Besides, I doubt your technique is something that can be easily mastered. Onoki's face remained stern, but he did not leave. Seeing the hole, Kawake's pressed it. Someone without talent can't learn this, right? Onoki scoffed, his confidence in his own abilities unwavering. Even if someone learned his techniques, they would never use them with the same skill as him. Then what's there to worry about? Two jutsu in exchange for a Jinchuriki is a bargain if I've ever seen one, Kawake's continued. He turned to Kokuo. Look at him. How long do you think he can hold out? Onoki's gaze shifted to Kokuo, whose eyes glowed a deep crimson red. The beast's rage was pushing Han's body to its limits, and time was running out. Forget about it. Here, Onoki said, throwing two scrolls towards Kawake's. Kawake's caught them without hesitation, confident that Onoki would not try anything under the circumstances. Without Kawakaze's help, the Tsuchikage, unable to use dust release in his current state, stood no chance against the rampaging tailed beast. This is great, Kawake said after a quick inspection. Although he hadn't mastered the techniques yet, he could tell from the formulas on the scrolls that they were genuine. If Onoki had somehow managed to prepare counterfeit scrolls in the midst of this chaos, Kawake's would have reluctantly admitted the audacity. Then let's do it. I'll hold off Kokuo's movements, Sanaki said, keeping his distance from both Chomei and Kawakaze. Even now, he remained cautious, the instincts of a seasoned veteran guiding his actions. Liberation. With a one-handed seal, Sanaki dispelled the added weight breed technology. Kawakaze immediately felt the strange chakra disappear from his body, and the oppressive weight disappeared. Fighting Kokuo in this state would be a serious burden, so he made no effort to thank Onoki. It was something the Tsuchikage was obligated to do as part of their agreement. An uneasy truce between the two sides was now in place, and Kawakaze received two of the third Tsuchikage's secret techniques. Earth Release, Underworld Swamp. Onoki used the same jutsu he used earlier against Kawakaze. A huge swamp materialized beneath Kokuo, quickly trapping the tailed beast down to its four legs. Remember to hold back, Otoki Kawakaze and Tsunade, his tonal firm, warned. He couldn't risk killing Kokuo in one attack, his scrolls would be given away for nothing. If that happened, Onoki knew his only option would be to flee, as he would likely be their next target. Even now, he remained on edge, fully aware that the slightest misstep could end in disaster. Despite the stress, he did everything he could for Han. Thoughts of the creators. Kokuo, restricted in his movement, became increasingly agitated. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, now half submerged in the swamp. A large ball with a tail beast condensed in his mouth, emitting an overwhelming amount of chakra. It took longer to form and was significantly larger, making its destructive power much greater. The tailed beast ball was aimed directly at Onoki. Even though his rage clouded his judgment, Kokuo identified the person responsible for restricting his movements. Hurry up, Sanaki urged, his voice tense. As the massive tail beast ball erupted from Kokuo's mouth, Onoki unleashed his dust release without hesitation. This demonstration left Kawakaze and Tsunade hesitant to intervene. Accepting the favor but unwilling to act, they hovered in midair, making no move against Kokuo. Should we finish him off? Kawakaze whispered to Tsunade, his smile wide, showing no remorse. To him, no rule dictated that accepting a bribe meant the job was done. Onoki, the third Sakika's sworn enemy, was also the leader of Iwagakure, a tempting target for destruction. Dust release. Notable world method unit, Onoki declared as he formed the necessary seal. His dust release collided with tailed beast's ball, causing a huge explosion. The ninja on both sides of the battlefield, accustomed to such chaos, barely paid attention. Sanaki looked at Chomei with suspicion, taking a cautious step back without saying a word. His willingness to retreat was obvious, as Kawakaze's sly smile hinted at ulterior motives. Forget it. This old man is as cunning as a monkey, Kawakaze muttered, watching Onoki's movements closely. Look at his position, Tsunade said as she led Kawakaze towards Kokuo. She watched Onoki's tactical maneuvering, recognizing his intent. If a fight broke out, Onoki would flee in an instant, leaving the Konoha evacuation team vulnerable to Iwagakure's forces. He's still defending himself against us, even now, she noted, her tone laced with disappointment. Kawakaze sighed, abandoning his previous thought. Cooperation seemed like the best option at the moment, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Go! Chomei roars and suddenly accelerates, aiming the giant horn on his head straight at Kokuo. Noticing the incoming attack, Kokuo readies another tail beast ball, throwing it at Chomei. The latter, fast and agile, effortlessly dodges with a flap of his wings. Ooh-oh-oh-oh. Chomei descended with a powerful gust of wind. Kawakaze, enveloped in a flash of lightning, jumped out from Chomei's back. Despite the danger, he retained enough strength to prevent Sanaki from using the situation to kill him, even with the threat to the Jinchuriki. Fortunately for Kawakaze, Sanaki remained focused on saving Han, rather than taking advantage of the moment. Suspended in midair, Onoki's expression was grim. He refrained from acting, silently hoping for Kokuo's defeat. Bang tilde. Chomei's massive horn collided with Kokuo's head, and Kawakaze followed up with a powerful blow towards him. OWW tilde. Kokuo let out a pained cry. Trapped in the swamp, he couldn't use a blow to free himself. His head dropped as he fell unconscious. If Kawakaze and Tsunade hadn't held back, their combined attack might have forced Kokuo to return to nature to regenerate. "It's done," Kawakase said casually. It was almost too easy to subdue the immobilized tailed beast. He lightly pushed Kokuo's back with his toes, jumping back onto Chome. She smiled when she saw this. Forming a hand seal, he dispelled the swamp, returning the area to normal. He quickly descended and flew towards Kokuo. "Onoki is coming," Kawakase noted out loud, his tone carrying a faint hint of caution. Tsunade, sensing Onoki's approach, exited her full-tailed beast transformation, returning to her human form. Kawakase landed next to her. "I'll give him a helping hand," she said, stepping towards Kokuo. Forming hand seals, she pressed her palm against Kokuo's body. "4 symbols will seal." A surge of chakra flowed from her hand and Kokuo's massive form began to shrink, revealing the unconscious Han. "Onoki will thank you," Kawakase quipped with a teasing smile, thinking that this spoiled woman actually had some feelings after all. "Haha, we worked together, that's right," Tsunade replied, withdrawing her hand. She turned to smile at Kawakase. It was indescribably beautiful. "What did you do?" Onoki arrived shortly after, landing next to Han. His gaze fell on the 4 symbols seal now etched into Han's abdomen, and his expression twisted in anger. He immediately understood Tsunade's intention. "I was only trying to be kind so Kokuo wouldn't go out and cause trouble," Tsunade said, her smile unwavering, clearly unconcerned about Sanaki's anger. If they encountered Han again and managed to undo the 4 symbols' silence, there was a significant risk that Kokuo would go mad. If Iwagakure did not have the ability to break the seal, Tsunade now held the key to controlling the potential rampage of the tailed beast. This calculated move left Okoki in smoke. "This is a service we provide, so there is no need for politeness," Tsunade continued, her tone light but pointed. "Hurry up and get him. If you delay and someone dies, don't blame us," Kawakase added, looking at Onoki's hardened expression. He waved dismissively, urging Onoki to return Han and leave. Inside, he was ecstatic. The Uzumaki clan's seals were the strongest in the ninja world, and the chances of Iwagakure breaking the 4 symbols were slim. Onoki stared at Kawakase for a long moment before he suppressed his anger. Without saying a word, he walked up to Han, grabbed the towering man's arm, and effortlessly lifted him into the air. The lightweight rock technique had once again proven its usefulness. Kawakase silently congratulated himself on his quick thinking and began to consider which of his students might be suitable for learning the Earth Liberation technique. Too many candidates came to mind, making it difficult to decide. In the end, he decided to let them all try. If they failed, it was no one else's fault but their own. Reflecting on his strengths, Kawakase acknowledged his better affinity for lightning release and resigned himself to the unlikelihood of mastering Earth release. Meanwhile, he found himself momentarily distracted, his thoughts drifting to the absurdity of riding on Tsunade's back, or rather, Chome's back. As Onoki flew away with Han, Kawakase and Tsunade watched him go. The battle temporarily ceased as both sides united to neutralize the tailed beast. Around them, the remaining forces on both sides seemed equally uninterested in resuming the fighting. "Retreat," Sanaki ordered without looking back. The Iwa Nin complied, retreating to a safe distance before falling into formation to follow Onoki. The group moved towards the land of birds, ending the pursuit. "Let's go back," Tsunade said, looking at the Konoha ninja. Many were carrying slugs, and casualties were minimal. The result left her satisfied. Not only had they repelled Iwagakure's pursuers, but they had also secured a strategic advantage. This, in turn, subtly strengthened Konoha's position. "Let's go," Kawakase said, meeting Tsunade's gaze as she glanced at his bare chest. Realizing how ragged he looked, he tore off the rest of his battle uniform, leaving only his back intact, and confidently led the team forward. Tsunade, seeing her disheveled state, couldn't help but laugh quietly as she followed behind her. Thoughts of the creators. What's so funny? Hurry up and go. Kawakase knew Tsunade was laughing at him. Looking back, he casually fixed his hair. Haha, that's not funny at all. If Kawakase wearing only his backless battle uniform was already funny, his attempt to save face by fixing his hair made him even funnier. Tsunade laughed loudly without restraint. Are you laughing too? Hurry up and go. Kawakaze ran his hand awkwardly through his hair, taking out his annoyance on the Konoha ninja behind him. Yes, Lord Kawakaze. The Konoha ninja suppressed his laughter and followed as Kawakaze and Tsunade pursued the retreating troops. I wonder if Sanaki will be furious when he gets back, Kawakaze said, changing the subject. He put on a combat uniform provided by one of his subordinates. The paraphernalia they carried included everything imaginable, and one of the subordinates had packed 10 combat uniforms into a single scroll. The man was practically a late-stage obsessive-compulsive. Still, Kawakaze couldn't complain. If it weren't for that, he'd still be shirtless. I don't know if he'll be angry, but I know the Jinchuriki won't recover anytime soon. Tsunade inspected Han's injuries as she sealed him with the 4 symbols seal. Even with a top-level medical 9 on hand, his recovery would take time. Haha, even if he recovers, he won't be able to use the power of the tailed beast, Kawakaze remarked confidently. He understood the power of the 4 symbols seal. Without a solution, the power of the Jinchuriki would be cut in half, limited to the minimum chakra that the tailed beast could flow. Next time we meet, I'll show him, Tsunade said confidently. If she were to face Han again, she would easily be able to handle him. But there are still 4th tails Jinchuriki and Iwagakure. We need to remain careful, Kawakaze warned. He knew that Roshi, the 4th tails Jinchuriki, was even more powerful than Han. Unlike Han, Roshi possessed lava release independent of Son Goku. When he tapped into the tailed beast's power, he could activate lava release chakra mode, greatly enhancing both his offense and defense. He would be a far greater challenge than Han. I know. I'll be careful, Tsunade promised with uncharacteristic obedience. Seeing her unusually obedient behavior, Kawakaze's index finger instinctively twitched. He couldn't wait to return to the land of fire, where he would have a real chance to mate with her. It had been too long since they had last met, and he genuinely missed that training that made him feel strangely victorious. What are you thinking about? Tsunade noticed that Kawakaze was silent for a long time, just staring at her. The familiar light in his eyes made her face turn red, and she hit him without hesitation. This bastard, he's truly hopeless. Ah tilde. Caught off guard, Kawakaze was sent flying by his strike. The Konoha ninja behind him stood frozen in shock. What just happened? Some of them instinctively looked up at the sky, while others almost ran into the trees. Why did you hit me? Kawakaze stood up and quickly chased after her, questioning her indignantly. HMPH, you know exactly why, Tsunade replied, not even sparing him another look. She was already tired of his antics. What do you mean? You hit me for no reason. Kawakaze persisted, stubbornly sticking his neck out, as if proving his innocence. Tsunade didn't bother to continue the argument. Instead, she gave him a sharp look, then turned and resumed walking. I forgive you. Just wait for me tilde. With a shameless grin, Kawakaze followed her, tripping in his eagerness to catch up. This time, however, he kept a safe distance, still wounded from the blow from Tsunade. The journey took a little longer than expected, but they finally caught up with the retreating Konoha forces at the border of the Land of Rain. The group was moving at full speed, running for their lives. Kawakaze saw 2 boys, each carrying a wounded comrade on their backs, as they ran forward at full speed. The 2 Konoha shinobi they were carrying were so heavy that their feet were almost dragging along the ground. It was a heavy burden for the 2 young people, but they bore it without complaint. Sensei, Sensei's wife. Sister, brother-in-law. Beaming with relief, the 2 young shinobi greeted the familiar pair. Their arrival meant that the pursuing enemy forces had been dealt with and the team was safe for the time being. I told you that my sister and brother-in-law can handle it. Naoki said proudly, giving a small laugh to show his confidence in them. Sure, but weren't you the one who almost cried? Minato teased, his tone neutral yet sharp. You're no better than me. Naoki shot back, his face falling as he looked at his friend. If you run any faster, your pants will fall off, Minato countered. None of your business, Naoki puffed. Kawakaze was full of black lines. These 2 children seemed to have gone too far. What's all the fuss about? He gave each of them a hard slap, hitting the wounded behind the two young shinobi. Haha tilde. Tsunade laughed loudly next to him, clearly amused. She was genuinely happy to see her little brother and Minato getting along so well. This time we've got you earth release techniques, really powerful ones, Kawakase said. When we get to the land of fire, you two should try to see if you can learn them. As Kawakase followed the two young boys, the entire team's pace slowed. The heavy running was too much for the wounded, and the two young shinobi were released as the wounded were carefully transferred on their backs to a stretcher. What is this secret technique, son-in-law? Naoki's excitement was palpable. With his talent in both earth release and water release, he was eager to learn something new. Tobirama had not left behind any powerful earth release techniques, so hearing about this possibility excited him. If Kawakase was calling it a powerful secret technique, it had to be on par with the Flying Thunder God technique. One of them allows you to fly, Kawakase revealed. Naoki's face lit up at the mention of light rock technique. Seriously, is it really that powerful? He asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on Kawakase as he waited. The thought of flying, especially when combined with his grandfather's water release, opened up endless possibilities. That's true, but it's very difficult to study, Tsunade chimed in, answering her brother's question. She sincerely hoped that Naoki would be able to succeed. Okay, I'll work hard. Naoki encouraged, determined to master it no matter how difficult it was. Sensei, am I suitable for these two secret techniques? Minato asked after Naoki finished. These are the unique secret techniques of the third Tsuchikage, Kawakase explained. If you can learn them, then they are suitable for you. He believed that with Minato's exceptional combat intelligence, mastering these techniques could lead to extraordinary results. Someone who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique would surely understand the meaning of gravity and weight reduction. Yes, sensei. Minato nodded, understanding Kawakase's words. It all depended on his talent. If he couldn't learn them, it wouldn't matter. Aren't you going to practice them yourself? Tsunade asked, noting the added benefits of these techniques. She believed they would work for the Kawakase as well. Cough tilde I'll try, Kawakase replied hesitantly. He knew his own limitations too well to make any bold statements. Aren't you interested? I remember you have earth release. These techniques also worked well for Tsunade. With the light and heavy rock technique, her speed and strength could be greatly increased. When combined with her taijutsu, the effects would be even more pronounced. Thoughts of the creators. My sister is an idiot when it comes to using ninjutsu. Who told you to talk? Tsunade raised her hand and punched. Naoki immediately regretted his quick thinking when another large bump formed on his head. Kawakase hadn't heard about this yet. Haha, and you claim you don't care about using ninjutsu, Kawakase said, pointing at Tsunade while laughing. He quickly earned himself a fresh bump on the head as well. This teaches us an important lesson. Never bully someone you cannot afford to provoke unless you have absolute power. Sensei's wife is amazing even without her ninjutsu. Minato's emotional intelligence shone through, and his words instantly brightened Tsunade's mood. Minato is still the best. She smiled warmly and patted him on the head. Meanwhile, the two unfortunates, Naoki and Kawakase, huddled together, nursing their aching heads and whispering. She is so cruel, and yet you still dared to marry her. It's too late for me to retreat now. What are you two mumbling about? Tsunade's gnashing of teeth and ominous tone made their spines stiffen. When they turned, her piercing gaze froze them in place. Ah tilde. Minato, come with me. These two are hopeless. Tsunade flexed her fists, guiding Minato forward. He glanced back at Kawakase several times as if realizing something, and then followed her without hesitation. Gone. This little traitor eats my food and drinks my wine, Kawakase muttered as he watched Minato's retreating figure. How did I end up raising such an ungrateful wolf? Don't pay attention to Minato, brother-in-law. Better watch your step. Naoki's wit seemed to be sharpened by Tsunade's influence. In an instant, he realized that he still needed to stick close to his sister for support. That brother-in-law of his really looked bad. And Minato, that smart kid had better judgment. Blinded by greed, Naoki foolishly decided to rely on Kawake's. It was undoubtedly the worst decision he ever made. But blood is thicker than water, and deep down, Naoki believed that it was not too late to fix everything. "Sister, wait for me," he shouted, chasing after Tsunade's retreating figure. Kawake's watched as Naoki disappeared with a stunned expression on his face. "Have I been abandoned?" Feeling dejected, Kawake's fell behind, far from the lively chatter of the trio ahead. The sight of their cheerful camaraderie only deepened his gloom. "Kawake's, are you okay?" The sudden voice startled him. He turned to see Tsukumo, whose presence was both surprising and comforting. "Big brother," Kawake said, his heart swelling at the worried look on Tsukumo's face. "There is still true love in this world. Big brother really is the best. I heard that Iwagakure was approaching, so I came right away," Tsukumo explained. "It's all right. Everything has already been settled," Kawake's replied. "That's good. I'll go check on Tsunade." Before Kawake's could continue, Tsukumo cut him off, uninterested in hearing what was likely a self-serving retelling of his exploits. Instead, Tsukumo went to make sure Tsunade was unharmed. "Brother. Big brother," Kawake's muttered as he watched Tsukumo disappear into the distance. Unable to hold back his tears, Kawake's was overcome with despair. That's all. He was completely, hopelessly unpopular. "Tsunade, it's good that you're back safe and sound." Tsukumo appeared again, already standing next to Minato. "I made you worry, but everything went well," Tsunade replied. She continued to tell about the battle with the Iwa nin. Tsukumo, who listened attentively, nodding as she spoke. The two boys' eyes lit up with excitement. Their sensei, their son-in-law, had defeated another shinobi, whom they considered remarkable. "We can't believe everything Onoki says, so we'd better be prepared and hurry to the land of fire," Tsukumo remarked after hearing the details. The immediate danger might be over, but caution was still necessary. "You are right," Tsunade agreed. Her respectful tone showed a level of respect that was in stark contrast to Kawaka's demeanor. She treated Tsukumo like a true elder. "Then I'll go." Tsukumo patted Minato on the head, gave Naoki a quick smile, and left without saying more than a few words to Kawake's. The Konoha team quickly moved away from the land of rain, heading towards the land of fire. Meanwhile, Onoki returned to the Iwa nin's camp in the land of birds. "Call the sealing team, medical nin." Onoki's sharp command came before he even landed. The small man with the big red nose looked a little strange, but none of the Iwa ninja dared to laugh. He landed in front of the largest mud hut, carrying the unconscious Han as if he weighed nothing. Without pause, he entered the hut. By then, the sealing group and the Medicon nin had gathered outside. "Guys, check this out first, I'll be right back," Onoki instructed, his face betraying his exhaustion, and he chose to limit his interactions with his subordinates until he could pull himself together. "Yes, Lord Third," the group responded in unison, waiting for Onoki to leave before going inside. It was clear that something had gone wrong with the Jinchuriki, otherwise, such urgency would not have been necessary. "This is the four-symbol seal of the land of whirlpools," the leader of the sealing team exclaimed as he surveyed the scene. Their fuinjutsu skills paled in comparison to the land of whirlpools. After all, it was a nation that was destroyed because its sealing techniques were too powerful. There was no comparison that could be made. Lord Han had to completely transform into his tailed beast state, his will completely overtaken by Kokuo. His life expectancy was greatly affected. His internal injuries are also very serious. As the Medi Nin spoke, he pulled down Han's pants and turned him over. Although he found an injury in that area, the severity was unexpected. Says shish. He let out a sharp breath, imagining the immense pain such an injury would cause. "Don't dilly-dally. Just heal him," Onoki ordered, his tone cold and decisive. "I want Han to live well. Understand?" By now, Onoki had changed into fresh clothes and his face had been cleaned. However, his paleness and weakened tone betrayed his exhaustion. "Understood." The medic nin immediately began treating Han's injuries. Meanwhile, another man whose eyesight had recently been restored approached Sanaki. Lord Third, I see that you are not feeling well. Let me help you. This Medi Nin was skilled not only in healing, but also in subtle flattery, a talent that did not go unnoticed. Without directly addressing Sasuke's injuries, he offered assistance in a way that would preserve the leader's dignity. After all, it would do no good to spread rumors that the village's Tsuchikage had returned from pursuit wounded. Then you can help me, Onoki said, giving the man a long, assessing look. It was clear that there were still many capable people among the medical dindin. Once Onoki's injuries were tended, Medi Nin quickly joined those working on Han, a job Onopoki found commendable. After what seemed like an eternity, Han's internal and external injuries were treated. His entire body was wrapped like a mummy. How are you? Onoki asked, taking a pill to treat his own injuries. Lord Third, Khan's injuries have stabilized, but he will not wake up for some time. He needs rest and recovery, Medical Nin reports.